This man traveled to a game world and became a skeleton summoned by a female summoner. The man was at a loss for words. Others who traveled through time would become handsome male protagonists, but he could only become a skeleton soldier. The man's name was Jiang Cheng. Before crossing over, he was just an ordinary person with good gaming skills and was known as a god-level player. At the age of 20, he went to a gaming club to be a substitute player. Overwork and staying up late eventually led to his sudden death. When he woke up again, he found himself turned into a pile of bones and unexpectedly awakened the god-level evolution system. This world is called the Great Wilderness Game World. In this world, players fight against all kinds of monsters. However, players here will restart the game even if they are defeated, and monsters will refresh after being defeated. If Jiang Cheng is defeated, it will mean true death. In order to prevent this from happening, Jiang Cheng must become stronger. Jiang Cheng used the system to check his attributes. Currently, he was still a level 1 skeleton soldier. However, the super evolution system allows you to evolve and become stronger by killing monsters and earning evolution points. Killing monsters requires high attack power, and the blacksmith must be strong himself. The initial attack power of this skeleton is too low. Jiang Cheng decided to use the reinforcement points. The system gave him 100 reinforcement points at the beginning, so he naturally didn't hesitate. After upgrading all the reinforcement points to weapon bone knife, Jiang Cheng soon obtained an explosive bone knife with greatly increased power. Jiang Cheng held the bone knife, which was slightly heavier than before, and was eager to try it out. He looked up and surveyed the surroundings to see if there was any chance to test the knife. Under the blue sky and on the grass, in front of him, a large group of skeletons were besieging a skeleton wolf that was only a skeleton, and damage values of -1 and -2 kept floating out of their bodies. And next to him, there was a cute girl staring at him intently. This was Zhang Mingming, the summoner of Jiang Cheng. The other skeletons were attacking according to her orders, but Jiang Cheng, the skeleton soldier, stayed where he was. Zhang Mingming couldn't help but feel curious. Zhang Mingming waved the wooden stick and poked Jiang Cheng's spine. She was also a semi-experienced game player, but she had never seen such a situation. Could it be that this skeleton was afraid of death when it was alive? That's why it didn't dare to fight. Zhang Mingming was a little dumbfounded, but when she followed Jiang Cheng's gaze to look at the bone knife in his hand, she was suddenly surprised. Why does this knife feel different? Zhang Mingming stared at the bone knife suspiciously, then shook her head after a moment. It must be my illusion. But the next second, Jiang Cheng suddenly moved, slowly walking forward with the skeleton. When he reached the battlefield between the skeleton soldiers and the skeleton wolf, he slashed at the skeleton wolf's neck with his sword. Crack! Critical hit. -57. A bright red critical hit number floated out, scaring Zhang Mingming. The exploding bone knife triggers a critical hit, doubling the damage. The neck is the default attack point, and the double damage is tripled, directly killing the skeleton wolf with only 50 health points. Congratulations on killing the skeleton wolf. You gained 10 experience points. You gained 10 evolution points. Congratulations on reaching level 2. HP plus 10, attack plus 1, defense plus 1. Evolution points can evolve yourself. Reinforcement points can strengthen weapons, and experience points can allow Jiang Cheng to upgrade like a player, which is equivalent to 3 improvements. Although each upgrade doesn't increase much, this is only in the early stages. Every time a player reaches level 10, their attribute points will increase exponentially, and the attributes that are subsequently upgraded will also increase. As a summoned creature, it is even more perverted than the player's template. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Puff! Another heavy blow came down, and with the explosive bone knife's high attack bonus, the damage value soared. -20. 20 points of health damage. The health of the other skeleton wolf dropped by half. Although this time, there was no critical hit and no vital part was hit, it was still extremely powerful. This scene scared Zhang Mingming again. Oh my god, this skeleton is too fierce, right? Jiang Cheng slashed down with his sword, directly hitting it with a critical hit, causing 57 points of damage and killing a skeleton wolf. Another slash, a normal attack, without triggering a critical hit or a vital point, can still deal 20 points of damage. Zhang Mingming looked at the other summoned skeletons. The damage they dealt was -1, -2, -1. It's horrible. There's no comparison. Has this skeleton mutated? Jiang Mingming has been playing games for so long and has never encountered such a situation. 57 damage. That's 10 times higher than the current damage of those warrior players. His knife is really different. Jiang Mingming, confused about the situation, quickly logged into the game forum to check out the player's guides. As a game that has swept the world, although Dahuang has just been launched, the number of posts on the forum has soared to thousands within 10 minutes of the launch. However, Jiang Mingming searched for a long time, but couldn't find the answer she was looking for. However, she did see a few speculation posts on the forum. To put it simply, in the Great Wilderness game, everything is possible. After Jiang Mingming read the post, she still didn't get the information she wanted. But Jiang Mingming already knew in her heart that this skeleton had definitely mutated. Not only was there something wrong with his knife, but even his method of killing monsters was wrong. Jiang Mingming carefully observed Jiang Cheng's process of killing monsters and found that when Jiang Cheng killed the skeleton wolf, he always cut the skeleton wolf's neck intentionally or unintentionally. The neck is the vital point of the undead creature. When it is hit, the damage is different from other parts of the body. However, Jiang Cheng can accurately cut the neck every time. And out of 10 strikes, at least 5 hit vital points. This is definitely not a coincidence. This is a thinking, combat-experienced skeleton soldier. Minus 42. Click. Congratulations on obtaining 10 evolution points. Congratulations on obtaining 10 experience points. Congratulations on your level up. HP plus 10, attack plus 1, defense plus 1. Another skeleton wolf was killed by Jiang Cheng's critical hit. Jiang Cheng had killed 10 skeleton wolves, and his level had been raised to level 3. However, he did not continue to kill, but retreated because the cannon fodder skeleton soldiers who fought with him were all dead. Some were killed by the skeleton wolves, while others disintegrated automatically because their summoning time expired. Jiang Cheng was pleasantly surprised to find that he did not disintegrate due to the time limit of summoning. It seemed that he had already gone beyond the scope of ordinary summoned creatures. But the reason he retreated wasn't just this. It was because he realized he was too slow. It was so slow, it took him 3 seconds to swing a single blow. Just now, he had to hide behind the cannon fodder skeletons to kill the skeleton wolf. Now, all the cannon fodder skeletons were dead, and it would be a bit of a loss for him to kill the skeleton wolf again. With low defense, once surrounded, it is very likely to be knocked down directly. Jiang Cheng thought for a moment and checked his attributes to see if he could evolve. Name: Jiang Cheng. Level: 3. Race: Undead Skeleton. Player: Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming. HP: 120 Magic, 0 Attack, 4 Bone Knife plus 15, Defense, 3 Weapon, Exploding Bone Knife Elite. Evolution points: 100 Strengthening points, 20. I have 100 evolution points, so I should be able to evolve. Jiang Cheng was a little surprised that he had killed so many monsters without realizing it. Jiang Cheng was delighted, his eyes full of anticipation. What would he evolve into? Congratulations on your successful evolution. Evolve into a skeleton blade soldier. HP increased by 100 points, magic increased by 100 points, attack increased by 10 points, defense increased by 5 points, and agility increased by 10 points. Obtain skeleton blade upgrade weapon, bone blade steel knife. Detected that the bone blade has been upgraded, automatically upgraded to explosive bone blade steel knife. Obtain the primary skill, sharp knife. The next evolution requires 1,000 evolution points. A warm current flowed into Jiang Cheng's white skeleton. As the energy flowed, the surface of Jiang Cheng's bones changed from their original white to a darker white, seemingly becoming even harder. His overall attributes also saw a significant improvement. Even his agility increased by 10 points. The explosive bone knife was upgraded from gray-white to more metallic, shining with metallic luster in the sun. Moreover, Jiang Cheng also gained sword skill. Name: Jiang Cheng. Level: 3. Race: First-class skeleton soldier. Player: Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming. HP: 220. Magic: 100. Attack: 14. Exploding bone blade plus 30. Defense: 14. Agility: 10. Attack speed: 1 sword every 2.9 seconds. Movement speed: 1 step every 2 seconds. Weapon: Exploding bone blade steel knife. Elite skill: quick knife. Evolution points: 0 reinforcement points, 20 quick knife. Level 1. Consume 10 magic points. Increase attack speed by 30% for 10 minutes. This is only the first evolution, and the attributes are so much stronger. What will evolve into in the future? Jiang Cheng felt a little bit of anticipation in his heart. At this stage, the server has just been launched, and all players are only at level 1 or 2, but he's not only already at level 3, but his attributes after evolution are also abnormally strong. Players must change their job at level 10 to see a qualitative leap in their overall attributes. Otherwise, in the early stages, they will just be like this, adding 10 health points, a little attack, and a little defense at level 1. Furthermore, the equipment drop rate is extremely low, and players will probably have to wait until around level 10 for things to change. Before level 10, it's basically purgatory mode. And Jiang Cheng, at level 3, had already achieved attributes comparable to a level 10 player after changing his job with the help of evolution. With the increase in overall attributes, his speed and defense have also been improved. It is no longer so difficult for him to fight the skeleton wolf. The skeleton wolf's attack is only 10 points, and my defense is 14 points. It can't even break my defense, so it doesn't matter if we are surrounded. And now the attack has reached 44 points. Item: Exploding Bone Blade Steel Knife Elite. Attack Power: 30 critical hit rate, 8%. Introduction: The enhanced infantry weapon is very powerful. The equipment level is divided into 8 levels, namely Ordinary, White, Elite, Blue, Rare, Purple, Legendary, Green, Legendary, Pink, Epic, Orange, Mythic, Red, Supreme, Golden Sparkle. His exploding bone blade steel knife was a blue elite quality piece of equipment. However, compared to most players who only had one basic class weapon, this knife was already considered a tycoon-level piece of equipment. If he took this weapon off his body and auctioned it now, it would fetch at least a few thousand RMB. The game Dahuang was the subject of research for professional leveling in the gaming club he previously worked in. He had participated in the internal test at the club and knew how difficult the game was and how low the drop rate was. Elite equipment can only be dropped by killing elite monsters or above, and no one could defeat elite monsters in the first half hour after the game is launched. While countless players are still frustrated by not being able to defeat monsters with blank weapons, the explosive bone blade steel knife in Jiang Cheng's hand will definitely put him far ahead of all players. Every player dreams of being the first, the center of attention, and Jiang Cheng is already ahead. One step ahead, one step ahead. A few $1,000s was just his conservative estimate. If those wealthy guilds knew he had such a knife, it wouldn't be impossible to sell it for tens of thousands of dollars. However, Jiang Cheng is not short of money now, so it is naturally impossible for him to sell this knife. Moreover, this weapon is the foundation of his strength. After seeing the powerful attributes of himself and his weapon, Jiang Cheng became even more eager to try it out. Ka. He stepped forward, walking towards the skeleton wolf. Hey, didn't I ask you to go over there? It's dangerous. Zhang Mingming looked at Jiang Cheng, who transformed from a white skeleton into a dark gray skeleton and then rushed towards the skeleton wolf, with doubts in her heart. She hadn't understood what was happening. Why hadn't the skeleton vanished after the summoning time expired? Moreover, it seemed to have evolved, but even if it had evolved, it couldn't be so inflated. If it was surrounded by the skeleton wolves, with its speed and defensive capabilities, it would be strange if it didn't get killed. She couldn't check Jiang Cheng's attributes, nor did she know he had been reborn. So, she hurriedly chanted the spell. Dark Lord, sense the call of your subordinates, and grant me the power of the undead. Zhang Mingming stretched out her hand, and suddenly, 10 ordinary skeleton soldiers appeared in front of her. Then, she gave orders, asking the skeleton soldiers to quickly rescue Jiang Cheng. Little skeleton, you can't die. Whether I can eat meat this month depends on you. She didn't play this game for entertainment, but to make money. Although she is very beautiful and can be called a goddess, her life in reality is not easy. Despite her well-off family background, her parents divorced early in life, and now only her biological father and stepmother live with her. The stepmother was very nice to her at the beginning, but after giving birth to her younger brother, her true colors were revealed, and she didn't take her seriously at all. All the good things were given to her younger brother, and no matter what happened, everything revolved around him. She seemed to be a superfluous person. Her classmates also distanced themselves from her because of her appearance and family background. No matter what she achieved, everyone always thought she relied on her family and appearance to get to where she is today. After graduating from high school, the 18-year-old girl could no longer bear the oppression, so she dropped out of school and left home to find a job. Fortunately, she got a job in a cosmetics company. She wanted to make a name for herself with her own abilities and impress her parents and classmates. However, the manager of that company only cared about her looks and figure. He didn't value her abilities at all and only thought about how to make her his woman. She worked in the company for half a year, but despite her outstanding abilities, she was always suppressed by the manager and eventually stopped at an ordinary employee. She tried to negotiate with the manager, but he bluntly offered her an immediate promotion to assistant manager if she became his girlfriend. Jiang Meng was disgusted by the manager's yellow teeth when he smiled. She threw a cup at him in the face and resigned immediately, not even receiving her salary for that month. She just wants to make money with her own abilities, doesn't want others to think that she relies on her looks to get ahead, and doesn't want to be seen as a vase or a vixen. However, the result of this was that she could barely afford to eat. The reason she played this game was because Da Huang was 100% realistic. The Great Wilderness is full of opportunities, and the number of players who pre-ordered the helmet has reached 7 billion. She chose the Necromancer class because she had researched and knew that undead players could summon skeletons in the early stages. In this way, she could avoid the embarrassment of not being able to defeat monsters in the early stages. However, reality dealt her a heavy blow. When she entered the game, she found that undead players were everywhere. Almost all of them were studios, and there were more players than monsters outside the undead novice village. She squeezed for a long time, but couldn't even grab a single monster. In desperation, she had to take the risk and challenge the area with the level 3 wild monster, the skeleton wolf. But a new problem arose. A level 1 skeleton soldier's damage to a level 3 skeleton wolf was only 1 or 2 points after deducting its defense. It would take her at least a minute to defeat a skeleton wolf. Skeleton wolves live in groups, so if you kill one, the others will rush over. As a result, she wandered around here for a long time without killing a single skeleton wolf, gaining no level or even any experience. At that time, she was ready to give up this wild area and go back to challenge the primary monsters. But if it weren't for the mutant skeleton in Jiang Cheng who appeared, she would have gained nothing from the opening of the server until now, and she felt anxious. So, when she saw Jiang Cheng confidently challenging the skeleton wolf pack alone, her heart rose to her throat. Finally, there was a turning point. If Jiang Cheng died, she would not even have the motivation to live. She could not let Jiang Cheng die. Please, please, hurry up, hurry up. Seeing that Jiang Cheng had entered the attack range of the skeleton wolves, and that 8 skeleton wolves were about to tear Jiang Cheng into pieces, Jiang Mengming's heart almost broke. No, no, no. My dear skeleton, don't die. However, the skeleton she had just summoned was too slow to arrive in time for the rescue. Jiang Mengming anxiously watched Jiang Cheng being besieged by 8 skeleton wolves, and then saw the -1 damage values floating on the screen. It's over, my precious skeleton is going to die. The moment Jiang Mengming saw Jiang Cheng being surrounded, she suddenly felt that all her hopes were shattered, and she became deflated in an instant. I finally encountered a mutant skeleton, but I almost lost it because of my own negligence. Aha! I'm such a loser. Woohoo! Jiang Mengming squatted on the ground, her eyes red but her tears had dried. Although her gaming skills were not good, she knew that if she got ahead of the game right after it was launched, she could get a big lead. Possessing such a god-level skeleton would definitely allow her to easily leave other players behind. However, now that she has lost this opportunity, this account may never rise again. Her skills weren't good to begin with, otherwise she wouldn't have chosen a simple class like the Necromancer. If this skeleton died, her dream of making a name for herself would be shattered. Tomorrow, she might have to go hungry. Wait! Jiang Mengming suddenly recalled the scene just now and reacted abruptly. Was stunned when she saw that only a mandatory -1 damage value appeared above Jiang Cheng's head. Oh my god, why is this skeleton's defense so abnormal? She rubbed her eyes, a little bit unbelievable, and checked the attributes of the skeleton wolf again. Skull Wolf, level 3 attack, 10 to 12 defense, 2 HP, 50 skill, bite. Overview. The skeleton wolves outside the undead village inherited the characteristics of living in groups in life. They are ferocious and of average speed. It's a level 3 skeleton wolf, that's right. Jiang Mengming still felt unbelievable after confirming it again. The skeleton wolf is a level 3 monster with 10 to 12 attack points. But when it attacks a skeleton, it only deals 1 point of damage. Oh my god, how abnormal is its defense? This skeleton is too strong. You're even more awesome than me. She is only level 3 now, with a pitiful 5 points of defense, and that's even with her novice cloth clothes. And this skeleton's defense value is over 12 points. It's even stronger than a human. So infuriating. However, Jiang Mingming still did not dare to take it lightly. Despite his high defense, Jiang Cheng's attack speed was too slow. Facing the siege of 8 skeleton wolves, he was still easily knocked down. Minus 126. Your experience value increased by 10 points. 82. Your experience value increased by 10 points. 42. 126. Your experience value increased by 10 points. Jiang Mingming. Chapter 5. The skeleton must have become a spirit. Jiang Mingming was stunned when she saw Jiang Cheng easily killing 8 skeleton wolves with lightning speed. Her eyes were filled with shock and curiosity. Jiang Cheng's performance was simply unbelievable to her. He walked towards the next batch of skeleton wolves with ease, as if he had entered his own rhythm. Jiang Mingming stared at him blankly, recalling the scene just now. How could Jiang Cheng defeat so many skeleton wolves so easily by himself? She was completely confused, her eyes flashing with excitement and confusion. The next evolution requires 1,000 evolution points. It will probably take a long time to earn them just by killing skeleton wolves. Jiang Cheng muttered to himself, looking at the players who were gradually increasing around him, and made a decision in his heart. I'm going to try the level 5 skeleton bear area. He decided not to stay in this area anymore and planned to challenge the stronger skeleton bears. As the number of players increased, this place would become more and more crowded, and accidents were inevitable. Jiang Cheng knew he couldn't expose his strength too early. He was ready for stronger enemies and challenges, and the level 5 skeleton bear might bring him more opportunities. Where are you going? Jiang Mingming came back to her senses and found that Jiang Cheng was about to leave again. Just now she was still marveling at how easily he could kill the skeleton wolf. They had just begun to gain experience, so why was he leaving? She was somewhat confused and a little disappointed. Oh my god, he's really going to the skeleton bear area? Jiang Mingming was stunned. Is he a player? Or am I the summoned skeleton? She suddenly began to doubt her life, but she had no choice but to follow Jiang Cheng, filled with curiosity and worry. Along the way, Jiang Cheng easily defeated the skeleton wolves that blocked his way, and his experience continued to increase. Jiang Mingming couldn't help but sigh again. His strength was truly impressive. Despite this, she still worried that it might be too risky for him to rashly challenge a level 5 skeleton bear. I was wrong. I shouldn't have thought you were afraid of death. I apologize. Can we just take it slow and steady? Jiang Mingming felt a little wronged and followed Jiang Cheng closely, pleading. However, Jiang Cheng ignored her and continued walking towards Mengxiong Mountain. Suddenly, a deep bear roar sounded, and a skeleton bear appeared. Skeleton bear level 5 attack, 15 to 30 defense, 5 HP, 100 skills, roar. Jiang Mingming's heart suddenly jumped. It's over, it's over. How can the skeleton bear have such a high attack power and only have 100 HP? How can I defeat it? She quickly summoned 10 undead skeletons to resist, but they were shattered by the skeleton bear in 2 strikes. Facing such a powerful opponent, she was at a loss for a moment. Jiang Cheng didn't panic. He carefully checked his attribute panel and found that the evolution points could be used to evolve skills. He quickly decided to upgrade his skills. Sharp blade skill. Jiang Cheng muttered to himself, spending 100 evolution points to upgrade the skill to level 2. Skill, sharp blade, level 2, increased attack speed by 60%, lasted for 10 minutes, and consumed 10 mana points. My speed has increased significantly. I'll continue evolving. Jiang Cheng decided to continue upgrading his skills in the hope of meeting the next challenge. He spent another 200 evolution points to upgrade his quick blade skill to level 3, increasing his attack speed to 90%. By this time, Jiang Cheng's attack speed had increased significantly, and he was ready to act. The skeleton bear let out a low roar, as if warning him. Jiang Cheng reacted quickly, dodging the skeleton bear's palm and slashing at its hind legs. Crack! Minus 39. Although the damage wasn't high, Jiang Cheng's precise strike successfully dislocated the skeleton bear's hind legs, causing it to lose balance and fall to the ground. Immediately afterwards, he swiftly swung his sword, slicing directly at the skeleton bear's neck, severing it in 2. Minus 78. Congratulations on gaining 30 experience points and 30 evolution points. Jiang Cheng was almost unscathed, easily killing the skeleton bear. If his attack speed had been slower before, it would have been impossible to easily kill the skeleton bear. The game Dahuang is extremely realistic. Players can not only use fixed moves and actions, but also restore various real-life operations based on their own skills and awareness. Jiang Cheng successfully completed this series of difficult maneuvers with his god-level gaming skills and keen tactical awareness. The skeleton bear was slower, much slower than the skeleton wolf, and it didn't live in groups. With his level 3 quick knife skill, Jiang Cheng was able to easily lure monsters, chop off their legs, and kill them one by one without any harm. The skeleton bear not only brought him rich experience and evolution points, but also allowed him to quickly accumulate more advantages in battle. Over the next few minutes, Jiang Cheng began to demonstrate his perfect skills in attracting and killing monsters, steadily gaining experience as he slew them along the way. Zhang Mingming followed behind him, amazed at Jiang Cheng's skills and operation. This monster luring technique, is way ahead of me. Zhang Mingming sighed inwardly. This knife skills, this speed, I'm simply far behind. She couldn't help but smile, her heart filled with admiration. This skeleton must be a spirit. Chapter 6. New Hidden Evolutionary Direction. Zhang Mingming stood in the distance, eyes wide open, watching Jiang Cheng's sword strike cleanly and decisively kill the skeleton bear. She couldn't help but mutter, "Oh my God, how did he do that?" She watched Jiang Cheng's operation and kept repeating his actions. First, lure the monster, draw the hatred of the skeleton bear, wait for it to stand up, and dodge when it strikes down with the palm. Then, I'll chop its leg joint with another strike to remove it, and then I'll take the opportunity to chop off its head with another strike to complete the fatal blow. She suddenly felt that this move didn't seem complicated, but why couldn't she do it? So, Zhang Mingming decided to imitate him, thinking that since Jiang Cheng could do it so easily, she should be able to do it too. But when she tried it herself, reality slapped her hard in the face. She had no idea how aggressively the skeleton bears would attack her, and even attracted 3 of them at the start, nearly forcing her back to her respawn point. She forcibly controlled one, eagerly hoping she could finally imitate Jiang Cheng's abilities. But what happened next made her feel devastated. She tried to dodge the bear's palm, but the next second, she was slapped back more than 3 meters, but hitting a large rock. The pain made her completely stunned, wondering how she could have failed so badly. She sat on the stone with empty eyes, watching all her efforts become meaningless. I'm such a waste, not even as good as a skeleton. She felt a little lost, and felt that the gap between herself and Jiang Cheng was too big. Zhang Mingming didn't know how long she had been there. The entire morning had passed, from bewilderment to collapse. It wasn't until her level had reached level 7 that she finally came to her senses. She looked down at the ranking list and was shocked. Her name appeared at the very top, ranking first. Oh my God, I actually surpassed Xia Dongli. Zhang Mingming couldn't believe her eyes. Xia Dongli was a recognized master in the online gaming world, known as one of the 12 great gods of online gaming. Not only was he highly skilled, but he was also obsessed with leveling up, having long dominated the rankings of major games. How could such a figure be surpassed by an ordinary player like her? She couldn't believe her eyes. It truly felt unreal. Xia Dongli had once been her idol, a master among masters. And now, she had surpassed him and taken the top spot. I found a treasure. Zhang Mingming's eyes widened as she looked at Jiang Cheng's back, her eyes filled with admiration. In her heart, Jiang Cheng was always the unsurpassed master. His skills and operational awareness once swept the entire online gaming world. Now, in her eyes, Jiang Cheng seemed incredible again. She even began to wonder if she had picked up a hidden treasure. She had a bold idea in her mind. Could this skeleton bear really be Jiang Cheng's reincarnation? How could he have such strong skills and operations, which were exactly the same as Jiang Cheng's? She couldn't help but look at Jiang Cheng again, and a strange feeling surged in her heart. Jiang Cheng's skills once amazed everyone. He was her idol, a figure who could influence the entire online gaming world. Every match, every battle, he easily won, practically unbeatable. No matter the game, he was a perpetual winner in the ladder. Her goal had always been to surpass Jiang Cheng and become the next great god. She had imagined that one day she would be like Jiang Cheng, standing at the top of the world and becoming a legend in the gaming world. Unfortunately, Jiang Cheng, who once made her feel proud, suddenly received bad news a week ago. He died suddenly due to staying up too late to train for others, and left this world. The great devil Jiang. Zhang Mingming sighed softly, still feeling immense pity for him. When she heard the news, she nearly collapsed, tears streaming down her face. She was tormented for days, even doubting she'd ever recover from this trauma. She knew that Jiang Cheng's death meant her idol had left her forever, and she would never again see the man who had led her to the pinnacle. Oh, how wonderful it would be if the great devil Jiang could truly be reincarnated, Zhang Mingming thought silently. Of course she knew it was impossible, and that being reincarnated into a video game world as a skeleton after death sounded like a joke, but she still couldn't help but think how wonderful it would be if it could really happen. As she daydreamed, Zhang Mingming suddenly realized that Jiang Cheng's skills seemed to be no less than her former idol, Zhang Haoming, a former high school classmate with excellent gaming skills who always boasted about being a master. But now, in her eyes, Zhang Haoming's level is nothing compared to Jiang Cheng. Zhang Haoming is just a younger brother. Zhang Mingming laughed secretly in her heart, and suddenly felt that compared with Jiang Cheng, her previous thoughts were too naive. She even thought that if Zhang Haoming and Jiang Cheng fought, Zhang Haoming would probably be on his knees in less than 3 minutes. Alas, what is the origin of this skeleton? Zhang Mingming watched Jiang Cheng continue to fight, and more questions arose in her mind. She stared at Jiang Cheng, her heart full of curiosity. At this time, Jiang Cheng stopped and looked at his evolution points, and found that he had 2,000 points. Time to move, he muttered to himself, then glanced at the system interface again. He pondered for a moment before making a decision. Spend 1,000 evolution points and begin evolving. Evolution Direction 1. Skeleton Heavy Infantry. Detailed attribute information appeared before Jiang Cheng's eyes. Health plus 500, attack plus 30, defense plus 50. Additional skills, Blade Awakening, Hunting. He continued scrolling and saw the second option. Evolution Path 2, Skeleton Sword Guard. Health plus 300, attack plus 50, defense plus 20, agility plus 10. Additional skills, Swift Sword Technique, Dual Swords. Jiang Cheng's heart moved slightly, and he continued to look at the third option. Evolution Direction 3, Skeleton Assault Guard, Hidden Evolution Direction. Health plus 300, magic plus 100, attack plus 50, defense plus 50, agility plus 20. Additional skills, Assault Armor, Plunder. Hidden Evolutionary Direction. Jiang Cheng frowned, his mind stirring. This option's attributes were significantly stronger than the previous two, and its skills were also quite powerful. Jiang Cheng made a quick decision and chose the third evolutionary direction. Chapter 7 Evolution. Skeleton Assault Guard. Evolve in a hidden direction. Double evolution points are required. Do you want to evolve? Double. Jiang Cheng's fingers gently twisted on the skeleton, making a clicking sound. This action had become his habitual way of thinking. He turned his wrist to relax himself a little. Despite being a skeleton, he still retained his habits. Jiang Cheng pondered for a moment before finally making a decision. It doesn't matter if it's a little expensive. Strength is the most important thing, he thought. After all, evolution points can be earned by killing monsters. If you miss this hidden evolution direction, you may not be able to get it next time you want it. Moreover, the game has only been open for 3.5 hours, and the player level is not high yet. Everyone is busy killing monsters outside the novice village. Once everyone advances, Jiang Cheng will likely face intense competition. Only sheer strength will protect them from defeat. Choose to evolve. Congratulations on spending 2,000 evolution points to evolve into a skeleton assault guard. Evolution begins, and the evolution time is 1 minute. Zhang Mingming stared at Jiang Cheng intently. When she saw a beam of azure light suddenly injected into Jiang Cheng's skeletal body, she was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Before her eyes, Jiang Cheng's height rapidly increased, from 1.58 meters to 1.73 meters, and his frame seemed even more solid. The azure light flashed, and suddenly 2 clusters of blue flames rose from Jiang Cheng's hollow eyes, like the flames of the soul, which made people feel terrified. Oh my God, my precious skeleton is going to evolve again. Zhang Mingming was completely confused. So fast. In just a few hours, Jiang Cheng had evolved twice. The last evolution made Jiang Cheng's blade incredibly hard, even taking on metallic sheen, greatly increasing his attack power. With that single blow, The skeleton bear was practically a one-hit kill. With 100 HP, the skeleton bear was like paper in front of Jiang Cheng. Although the blade hadn't changed much during this evolution, Jiang Cheng's skeleton had become noticeably tougher. Furthermore, two flames suddenly ignited within his hollow eye sockets, creating a truly mysterious scene. What will this evolution be like? Zhang Mingming was full of anticipation. After all, every evolution of Jiang Cheng brought amazing changes. She couldn't see Jiang Cheng's attributes, but she knew that each evolution meant greater power, and this made her curious about the next evolution. Successfully evolved Skeleton Assault Guard. Increases HP by 300, magic by 100, attack by 50, defense by 50, agility by 20. Additional evolutionary skills. Assault armor, plunder. The system prompt sounded, and Jiang Cheng opened his eyes. He thought he would feel confused, but this time, he found something moving slightly in his eyes. This is... He gently touched his eye sockets and found that there seemed to be something extra in his eyes. At this moment, a familiar pretty face suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Cheng. It was an exquisite face with extremely perfect features, fair and tender skin, and clear and bright eyes with a hint of anticipation, curiosity, and excitement. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but sigh. Zhang Mingming is indeed a beautiful girl. Her personality is a bit silly and cute, and her looks and temperament are definitely one in a million, which makes people unable to help but love her. Although she was a bit silly, in Jiang Cheng's eyes, she was always so special. The only drawback was that her brain was a little slow. She had previously wanted to learn Jiang Cheng's technique of killing the skeleton bear, but she was almost sent back to the resurrection point. As for the bloodstains on the buttocks of her undead robe, they were probably left there when the skeleton bear slapped her and she sat on the stone. Have you evolved? Zhang Mingming smiled sweetly. Great. There was a hint of complaint in her tone. What skills have you evolved? It's so annoying. I can't see your attributes at all. What kind of crappy game is this? Zhang Mingming's words were a little complaining, but more of it was concern and curiosity for Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng chuckled softly, his lips curling up slightly. However, due to his skeleton identity, his expression could only be conveyed through his eyes, which made him somewhat helpless. Although he couldn't speak and couldn't communicate with Zhang Mingming, he still silently thought in his heart, first let's see what his attributes would be after evolution. Name, Jiang Cheng level, 7 race, Skeleton Assault Guard, player, Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming, HP, 520 magic, 200 attack, 64, exploding bone blade plus 30, defense, 64. Agility, 30, attack speed. 1 strike every 2.5 seconds, movement speed. 1 step every 2 seconds, weapon, exploding bone blade steel knife, elite, skills, assault armor, plunder, quick knife, level 3. Evolution points, 0. Skyrocketing stats. His overall stats had tripled, with his HP reaching 520 and his defense reaching 64. Now, even the skeleton bear's attacks couldn't penetrate his defenses. Moreover, his attack speed has increased to 1 strike every 2.5 seconds, which is much faster. What surprised him the most was that this evolution did not replace his fast sword skill, which means that he can further strengthen this skill and increase his attack speed through evolution points. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but think that he should go and kill a few skeleton bears as soon as possible to test the effects of the new evolution. But at this moment, he suddenly thought of a problem. He should first see what this new skill assault armor can do. Chapter 8. Rare skills. Jiang Cheng had just finished evolving when information about a new skill surfaced in his mind. The skill was called Assault Armor, and it was an active skill that was rare. After use, his weapon can temporarily change form. The current first-level form is Bone Armor, which can cover the whole body, improve defense, and provide 20% of the current weapon's attack power. Each use of this skill requires bone meal as a cost. Jiang Cheng's eyes flashed with excitement when he saw the skill description. In the game Great Wilderness, skills like equipment are divided into levels, but the divisions are more detailed than those of equipment. There are 9 levels in total, ranging from basic, intermediate, advanced, rare, legendary, epic, mythical, and finally supreme. The assault armor was initially positioned as rare, demonstrating its extraordinary potential. He felt like he'd found a treasure, his heart overflowing with joy. In this game, while equipment was rare, skill books were even less likely to drop. Aside from bosses and certain hidden quests, there were virtually no opportunities to acquire high-level skills. Not to mention rare skills like this one that were directly bound to evolution, which were worth at least 1 million. Although this was a gift from the system, for Jiang Cheng, it was more precious than any explosive equipment. Especially the assault armor skill, which allows him to transform weapons, is almost tailor-made for him. He was able to dominate the game myth in his previous life precisely because he mastered all classes. Took the first place in all 16 ladder PvP rankings. At that time, all of his 16 accounts began with the word Jiang. Names such as Jiang Baiming, Jiang Beilan, and Jiang Beihuang were at the top of the ladder, and he was known as the Ladder Demon King. For him, any class's weapon was a breeze. Now with the assault armor skill, he could gradually regain his rhythm. Even more exciting, the skill description mentioned that at the next level, he could transform into a bow. If this were true, then he could overcome his current weaknesses of slow movement and susceptibility to kiting. With his previous life's precise archery, coupled with this skill, he would likely not only be able to hit the target every time, but also achieve state-of-the-art output. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but rub his hand bones as he continued to check the second new skill, Plunder. This was a passive skill, an advanced level. The skill description was very simple and straightforward. After killing an enemy unit, there is a 1% chance to plunder their skills or talents. Jiang Cheng's eyes lit up when he saw this attribute. This was too crazy. As long as he kept killing monsters, there was a chance of gaining their abilities. For example, the skeleton bear's roar skill and thick skin talent. If he liked them, he could just keep killing them until he successfully looted them. This meant his skills and talents could be stacked infinitely. Although the chance was only one, Jiang Cheng didn't care. He had plenty of time and patience. Furthermore, this skill could be upgraded with evolution points. With a few upgrades, the chance of triggering it might even double. Sure enough, it's a talent skill gained through hidden evolution. Awesome. He sighed inwardly, silently targeting the plunder trigger in each subsequent battle. Now let's try out the skill's effects first, and keep saving evolution points. Jiang Cheng glanced at Zhang Mingming, who was puffing up her face with displeasure, looking like she was waiting for his response. But he didn't say anything, just quietly raised the bone-bladed steel knife in his hand. With a single slash, the skeletons are rebelling, Zhang Mingming exclaimed, covering her eyes and shrinking back. Puff! With a flash of her blade, a skeleton bear that had just spawned behind her was instantly slain. Jiang Cheng's 94 attack points, combined with the critical damage, resulted in a burst of minus 183 damage. The skeleton bear didn't even have a chance to react. Its health bar instantly dropped to 0, and it collapsed to the ground, turning into a pile of bone powder. Congratulations on killing the skeleton bear. You've earned 22 experience points and 22 evolution points. Jiang Cheng sheathed his knife, stepped over the still-shocked Zhang Mingming, and walked deeper into Mengxiong Mountain without looking back. Zhang Mingming patted her chest, her heart still pounding. She'd been so frightened by that knife strike that she thought Jiang Cheng was going to kill her, this distress and burden. Unexpectedly, it was Jiang Cheng who rescued her from the monsters spawning behind her. She looked at Jiang Cheng's back with a complicated expression. This skeleton is becoming more and more like the old Demon King Jiang. She hurried after him, mumbling nonstop. Where are you going? Isn't it nice to spawn monsters here? You kill a monster with one blow. That's how fast you gain experience, isn't it? As a human, no. As a skeleton, you should be more steady, right? Unfortunately, Jiang Cheng still didn't respond, but continued to slay monsters and move forward. He knew very well that his identity was too special, and he was not sure what would happen after death. But I'm still far from strong enough. I can't die, at least not now. Bang! Another knife came down, this time targeting another upright skeleton bear. A precise slash landed on the neck, triggering a critical hit. Minus 267. Triple damage dealt, and the skeleton bear died instantly. Successfully plundered the skeleton bear's talent, increasing its health by 20 points and its defense by 1. Jiang Cheng's eyes lit up. It worked? Triggered so quickly. This was the first time he'd successfully triggered plunder, passively gaining the skeleton bear's talent bonus. He was now taller than before, having grown from 1.58 meters to 1.73 meters. This meant that when he faced a skeleton bear again, he no longer had to chop its legs first. As long as it stood upright, he could hit its vitals with one blow. Even if it didn't crit, he could still deal double damage and take down a full health monster directly. More importantly, after the successful looting, his health increased by another 20 points, and his defense increased by 1 point. Although not much, this kind of growth can be accumulated infinitely. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but feel excited at the thought of becoming a skilled and talented collector through plundering. He had finally found his path to success in this game. It wasn't about luck and equipment, but efficiency. He is the hidden class predator, the sole practitioner of the assault evolution path. And the future will be his stage. Chapter 9, Evolutionary Assault Armor and Swift Blade. Jiang Cheng looked at the talent he had just plundered and couldn't help but feel excited. The 20 health points and 1 defense point he plundered were simply amazing. Compared to players who can only improve their attributes by leveling up or eating rare treasures, Jiang Cheng can now directly kill and plunder skills and talents, making him almost omnipotent. The scarcity and high price of rare treasures put them out of reach for ordinary players, but he has begun to gain these abilities by killing wild monsters. It seems that I have to find monsters that can make up for my shortcomings and continue to plunder their skills and talents. Jiang Cheng made up his mind. With one swing, Jiang Cheng's bone-bladed steel knife precisely slashed the skeleton bear's neck, dealing minus 183 damage. Congratulations on killing the skeleton bear. 22 evolution points and experience points earned. The system notification sounded, and Jiang Cheng continued striding forward. In Jiang Cheng's current situation, slaying skeleton bears was effortless. Not only did he not need to be wary of attracting monsters, but even their attacks were no threat. He simply charged in, ignoring the skeleton bear's counterattacks, and slashed them one by one, as if slicing melons and vegetables. An hour later, he gained 16 evolution points and 16 experience points. But as the level increased, the experience points and evolution points gradually decreased. It seems that there is nothing left to gain here. Jiang Cheng sighed. Reaching level 9 in Jiang Cheng, the experience points and evolution points gained from killing a skeleton bear had significantly decreased. Although his efficiency had greatly improved, the gains were far less than before. Given this, he decided to continue forward and challenge stronger enemies. I need to prepare for the elite monster first. Jiang Cheng quietly hid behind a boulder, observing the elite skeleton bear on the mountaintop. This elite monster, called the Skeleton Bear Leader, was level 10, with 3,000 HP and extremely powerful attack and defense. Facing such a monster, he knew it was best not to rush forward. I have too few evolution points. Let's upgrade my skills first, Jiang Cheng decided, and began spending evolution points to upgrade. I spent 1,000 evolution points. Successfully evolved the assault armor, raising its level to level 2. I spent 300 evolution points to successfully evolve my quick blade skill to level 4. He continued to invest more, constantly improving his quick blade skill. I spent 500 evolution points to successfully upgrade my quick blade skill to level 5. Then, with the investment of more evolution points, Jiang Cheng's knife skill was upgraded to level 8. Although it cost nearly 4,000 evolution points, Jiang Cheng did not regret it, but felt that the investment was worth it. The assault armor skill is now at level 2, transforming weapons into bone armor and bows for 30 minutes, increasing weapon attack power by 60%. The quick blade skill, when upgraded to level 8, increases attack speed by 240%, making his attack frequency even more terrifying. My attack speed is already fast enough. Jiang Cheng sighed silently. After all, simply increasing attack speed is useless. It must be combined with one's own skills to unleash its power. He once set a record of 13 hits per second in the game Myth, which has not been broken to this day. This time with a bow and arrow, plus such a high attack speed, I can finally use the tactics of force. A hint of excitement flashed in Jiang Cheng's eyes. Combat force is a highly difficult skill, and many players and even large gaming clubs use it as a criterion for evaluating masters. With this technique, Jiang Cheng can finish the skill chanting in just 2 seconds, quickly switch to melee weapons, and deal high damage. This kind of skill, other players simply can't master it. Jiang Cheng smiled confidently, knowing that this would give him an advantage in PK again. However, before using the assault armor, bone meal needed to be prepared, which was Jiang Cheng's current task. He began by shaving bone meal from the skeleton of the skeleton bear, slowly accumulating it. "Hey, skeleton brother, what are you doing?" Zhang Mingming approached with some curiosity, watching Jiang Cheng shaving bone meal. After experiencing Jiang Cheng's shocking battle, she no longer called Jiang Cheng Skeleton, but became Skeleton Big Brother. Although she did not fully understand Jiang Cheng's operation, she knew that this skeleton skills in the game were absolutely terrifying. Are you going to fight the elite skeleton bear again? Zhang Mingming asked cautiously. Jiang Cheng didn't answer, but continued to concentrate on collecting bone meal. He knew that only by being fully prepared could he face the next challenge. Zhang Mingming watched Jiang Cheng walk towards the top of the mountain, feeling a little worried. How about I wait until I reach level 10? That way I can learn stronger skills and help you. However, Jiang Cheng did not stop and continued to walk towards the elite skeleton bear. He knew that only by constantly improving himself could he remain invincible in this game. Chapter 10. First kill of the elite skeleton bear leader, exclaiming that Jiang Cheng is even bolder than imagined, actually going to challenge the elite monster. Zhang Mingming looked at him, feeling puzzled. The current elite monsters have terrifyingly high attributes, especially this skeleton bear, which has 3,000 HP and 30 defense. Judging from the skeletons she summoned, it is simply impossible to break these defenses. Jiang Cheng's attack power is only 5 points, which is not enough. She knew that only when she reached level 10 and learned to summon an archer, or Jiang Cheng evolve into an archer, could she kill these elite monsters from a distance. But Jiang Cheng's boldness in challenging a level 10 elite monster really shocked her. While she admitted that Jiang Cheng's skills were indeed superior to many masters, wasn't this too crazy? Even among the 12 true gods, they had never heard of anyone being able to kill an elite monster first. Did the skeleton really think of himself as the great demon king? Suddenly, a bone was thrown in front of Zhang Mingming, and she was a little confused. Brother Skeleton, what do you want me to do? She asked. Jiang Cheng picked up the bone knife and began to grind the bone into powder, demonstrating. You want me to help you grind the bone? Zhang Mingming asked tentatively. Jiang Cheng nodded in affirmative agreement. Wow! Zhang Mingming jumped up excitedly, startling Jiang Cheng so much that he trembled and looked at her in confusion. You're finally willing to talk to me. I'm so happy. Zhang Mingming grabbed Jiang Cheng's hand, excited like a child. It turned out that she had always suspected that Jiang Cheng had only mutated his body and his wisdom had not recovered, so she had ignored her. Now that she saw that Jiang Cheng could communicate with her, she immediately threw her previous doubts behind her. She was a cheerful person who didn't like to care about things, so she picked up the Undead staff and started to help cut the bone powder. Although her speed was much slower than Jiang Cheng's, she still started. Brother Skeleton, what are these bone powders for? She couldn't help but ask curiously. Jiang Cheng didn't respond, but continued to perform his movements, demonstrating to her. Jiang Cheng naturally had his own uses for this bone powder. Just when Zhang Mingming was still confused, the bone knife in Jiang Cheng's hand turned into a bone longbow. Then, the bone powder on the ground quickly turned into a bone arrow and was placed on the bow. Swish! The arrow shot through the air, aiming precisely at the elite skeleton bear. Only 80 meters away, the arrow struck its head with immense force. -78. Quick blade skill activated. Attack speed increased by 240%. Swish! Another arrow was fired, followed by a series of attacks. Each arrow's damage caused the skeleton bear's health to drop sharply. In just 7 seconds, Jiang Cheng had already fired 10 arrows, and the elite skeleton bear's health had dropped by 600 points. Zhang Mingming was stunned. Even she hadn't expected Jiang Cheng's attack to be so powerful. The elite skeleton bear was still spinning around, completely unaware of the arrows coming from. Seeing Jiang Cheng's accurate archery, Zhang Mingming couldn't help but sigh. Isn't Skeleton Brothers so fierce? She began to realize that Jiang Cheng had long anticipated that the skeleton bear would run away, so he made preparations in advance. The elite skeleton bear roared angrily at last, slamming the ground with its concussion ability. Sand and rocks flew everywhere, scattering across the ground. But what made Zhang Mingming laugh and cry was that the skeleton bear didn't charge towards Jiang Cheng, but instead turned and ran away. Oh my god, isn't Big Brother Skeleton really that powerful? Zhang Mingming watched Jiang Cheng chasing after the skeleton bear, bow and arrow drawn, and was deeply shocked. She finally understood that Jiang Cheng had predicted its escape and prepared a pursuit route in advance. His awareness and calmness made her feel ashamed. Just as Zhang Mingming was still sighing, the system prompt rang. Congratulations on killing the skeleton bear leader. You have earned 1,000 experience points, and your level has increased. System prompt. You are the first player to kill a level 10 elite skeleton bear leader. Your drop rate has increased by 200. Before Jiang Mengmeng could recover from her shock, the elite skeleton bear had already collapsed. 10 gold coins, and I got them so easily. Jiang Mengmeng was so surprised that she almost jumped up. She had seen a post on the forum before asking for gold coins, with 1 gold coin being exchanged for 10,000 renminbi. The gold coins she had now meant she could sell them for at least 100,000 renminbi. This was absolutely fantastic news for her. However, Jiang Mengmeng didn't plan to sell the gold coins immediately. She knew that upgrading the Undead's strengthening skills was the most important thing. Only by making Jiang Cheng stronger could she better cope with future challenges. Jiang Cheng picked up the fallen equipment and coins, and seeing the blue light all over the ground, he couldn't hide his excitement. First kill rewards, 200% drop rate. It was a huge harvest. Jiang Mengmeng ran over and said excitedly, "Brother Skeleton, I leveled up and got 10 gold coins. That's awesome. By the way, do you want to announce it to the world?" Jiang Cheng listened, shook his head slightly, and continued to pick up the spoils. He didn't stop until he found a golden book. "What is this?" he whispered to himself. Chapter 11. Fierce Bear Suit. Group kill skill. Jiang Mengmeng's eyes suddenly lit up. Wow, so many blue equipment. However, she was not in a hurry to pick up these equipment. After all, it was Jiang Cheng who defeated the elite skeleton bear leader, so he should be the one to distribute the spoils. She noticed that Jiang Cheng had been holding a book, and she couldn't help but wonder. A skill book? What luck! Jiang Mengmeng's face overflowed with excitement, her eyes widening. Jiang Cheng was delighted to discover that it was a skill book titled Split, a high-level skill. The skill description was simple. When attacking, 5% of the damage dealt will be split among all enemies within a 1 by 1 meter radius, ignoring defense and dodge. This skill is so powerful, Jiang Cheng thought. This is a must-have skill for group kills, especially suitable for close combat. If the attack speed is fast enough, it can be used to kill a large number of enemies. Although the damage increase is not significant at the moment, this skill can be upgraded with evolution points, which is much easier than other players who can only upgrade with gold coins. Do you want to learn the skill Split? The system prompt sounded, and Jiang Cheng chose Learn without hesitation. After successfully learning the skill, Jiang Cheng asked Jiang Mengmeng to pick up the dropped equipment and began to check his own attributes. Jiang Cheng's attributes have been significantly improved. After reaching level 10, each level up grants him 100 health, 100 magic, 10 attack, and 5 defense, significantly increasing his overall combat power. His current skills include Assault Armor, Plunder, Sharp Blade, and Split. Should I change my job next? Jiang Cheng was a little confused. Although he didn't know if he could change his job, he wasn't worried because the evolution system was far more powerful than changing jobs. He planned to improve his skills first, then go back and rest. For Jiang Mengmeng, the job change to Undead Summoner will give her a powerful new skill, Summoning Undead Priests, which will help Jiang Cheng improve his combat effectiveness. Jiang Cheng decided that he must go back. Next, Jiang Cheng spent 100 evolution points to upgrade the Split skill to level 2 and another 200 evolution points to level 3. Finally, he upgraded Split to level 4, and the effect was greatly improved. When attacking, 9% of the damage would be split to surrounding enemies, still ignoring defense and dodge. Jiang Cheng's skill system gradually became stronger, and he became more confident in facing the next challenge. Unlike other players, he did not need to rely on gold coins and skill books. As long as he had evolution points, he could become stronger. After checking the stats, Jiang Cheng began examining the equipment Jiang Mengmeng had picked up. While the equipment wasn't suitable for him, its stats still piqued his interest. As Jiang Mengmeng handed the equipment to Jiang Cheng, a hint of reluctance and grievance crossed her face. Although she knew the equipment was important to her, she handed it to Jiang Cheng without hesitation. Jiang Cheng took the equipment and began to examine its attributes. The bear gauntlets, bear necklace, and bear helmet formed an elite set of equipment, which increased defense by 20 points. Jiang Cheng noticed that this set of equipment had no occupational requirements and could be worn by any player above level 10, which made it very popular in the early stages of the game. Although Jiang Cheng couldn't wear these pieces of equipment because their attributes weren't suitable for his profession, he still collected them. This set of equipment was suitable for any profession, especially those that didn't have any profession requirements, and was very popular among other players. He knew that even though he couldn't activate the effects of this equipment, it was undoubtedly a good choice for other players. Jiang Cheng put the equipment into his backpack and continued to think about his next plan. At this time, Jiang Cheng noticed that he had obtained 100 reinforcement points after killing the skeleton bear leader. These reinforcement points can not only be used to upgrade weapons, but also to improve the attributes of other body parts, such as defense, attack speed, and movement speed. Jiang Cheng had already made up his mind. He believed the strongest defense was attack, so he prioritized strengthening his weapon. Spend 100 points to strengthen the exploding bone blade steel knife. The system prompt sounded again. Jiang Cheng chose strengthen without hesitation. After the successful enhancement, Jiang Cheng's bone blade steel knife became even more powerful, further boosting his combat power. He knew that while the current enemies weren't strong, he would encounter stronger ones as the game progressed. Only by continuously improving his own strength could he remain invincible in the upcoming challenges. As his equipment improves and his skills upgrade, Jiang Cheng's combat power continues to grow, and he is full of confidence in the future adventure. Next, Jiang Cheng will continue to face more difficult battles, but he is fully prepared. Chapter 12. The Bone Blade of Destruction. The enhancement is successful. The exploding bone blade steel knife has been upgraded to the sky-splitting bone blade steel knife of destruction. As the system prompt sounded, the bone knife on Jiang Cheng's right arm suddenly emitted a blood-red glow and a blood red that appeared at the junction of the blade and the arm bone. Then a fine blood groove extended from the metallic blade to the tip, which was intimidating. Bone blade steel knife of destruction. Quality, rare. Attack, 60 to 80. Critical hit rate, 15%. Destruction, critical damage, plus 30%. Sky split, ignore 10 points of opponent's defense when attacking. Powerful. After seeing the new weapon, Jiang Cheng sighed sincerely. Starting from rare equipment, the attributes of the equipment will have some random added features. Things like sky splitting and destruction are two types of characteristics. But generally, rare equipment will only have one additional characteristic, legendary equipment will have two, legendary equipment will have three, and so on. And his weapon, which is only rare, actually has two characteristics. It seems that the things that are enhanced by the reinforcement points are different from ordinary equipment. Jiang Cheng's heart moved. With this knife and the splitting skill, his efficiency in killing monsters has at least doubled. It's time to go to the main city and help her change her job. Jiang Cheng walked straight towards the strange rock forest. He was not going back to the Undead novice village, but to Wind Fury City, because there were no NPCs who could change their jobs in the novice village, so it would be useless to go back. The Strange Stone Forest is a must-pass place on the way to the Wilderness World, one of the 108 main cities, Wind Fury City. The Great Wilderness Game World is known as the Second World. In the Great Wilderness Game World, 3 days pass for the players, and only 1 day passes in reality. Therefore, in reality, almost 75% of human beings have flocked into the Great Wilderness Game World, with more than 6 billion players, making the server overcrowded. The Chinese region is the most populous country in the world, with a player population of 1.3 billion, accounting for about 1/8 of the world's total. 108 main cities are probably not enough. But that has nothing to do with Jiang Cheng. He went to the Strange Stone Forest, not only for the sake of convenience, but also for an upgrade. There are level 15 stone men in the Stone Forest, with extremely high defense, up to 30 points. Like the elite skeleton bear leader, it is difficult for ordinary players to defeat them after reaching level 15 and wearing a full set of professional equipment. But in comparison, the Stoneman's attack is very low, but his experience is very high, making it a good place to level up as long as your attack can break through the defense. Obviously, Jiang Cheng, who possesses the sky-splitting bone blade steel knife with a total attack power of 135 and the ability to penetrate 10 points of armor defense, can definitely be killed. Brother Skeleton, don't you want this equipment anymore? Jiang Cheng stopped and nodded, then continued walking down the mountain under Zhang Mengming's surprised gaze. At this time, a skeleton bear discovered him. Jiang Cheng took advantage of the situation and slashed down with his sword. 556. The neck is a vital area, double damage. Trigger a critical hit, triple. Destruction feature, critical damage increased by 30%, 3.3 times the damage. Coupled with the sky-splitting feature and the armor-breaking effect, the skeleton bear's 5 points of armor will be reduced to -5 points, triggering the Great Wilderness game mechanism. When the armor is below -10 points, the damage will be increased by 10%. 3.4 times critical hit, dealing 556 damage. It's simply against the will of heaven. After killing the skeleton bear, Jiang Cheng continued to rush towards the strange stone forest to test the effect of splitting. At this time, Zhang Mingming was still immersed in the joy of obtaining the equipment and did not notice what had just happened. Even when she received the kill notification sound, she was numb. After all, Jiang Cheng's attack power was so high that she was used to killing the skeleton bear with one blow. She was wearing a bear suit, and her body was just mechanically following Jiang Cheng. By the time she realized that something was wrong with her surroundings, she had already arrived at the strange rock forest. Seeing Jiang Cheng walking toward the stone man, Zhang Mingming quickly checked the stone man's attributes. Stone man, level 15, health 500, attack 1 to 15, defense 30, skill petrified skin. Overview: a stone man covered in stone, with extremely high life defense. After killing him, the experience and reward are 200%. Here! Oh my god, brother skeleton, why are you here? This stone man has such high defense, we can't defeat him. Clang! Before Zhang Mingming finished speaking, Jiang Cheng had already faced the stone man and slashed at him with a knife. 230. Zhang Mingming. Chapter 13. Split Skills Unleashed. 230 damage, oh my god. This stone man has 30 defense dam. Brother skeleton, are you going to defy the will of heaven? Can you please stop slapping me in the face like that? It hurts so much. Zhang Mingming woke up as if from a dream, with an incredible expression on her face. She was sharp-eyed and noticed that the knife in Jiang Cheng's hand had changed. Bloody, deep, cold, and daunting. She was wearing a bear suit and was feeling a little smug, but suddenly she became depressed. I'm still the same loser as before, not a bit changed. Time has only increased my useless experience. High attack, high critical hit rate, high defense, and weapons that could transform into bows and arrows. My god, brother skeleton, what other abilities do you have that I don't know about? Zhang Mingming stood there looking at Jiang Cheng's thin back, full of curiosity. Ding, ding, ding. 117, 75, 45. Huh, what's going on? The damage suddenly decreased, and the recoil force from the knife became stronger, making Jiang Cheng's arm numb. Jiang Cheng immediately discovered the problem. The surface of the stone man became darker in color, as if he was wearing a piece of clothing, and his hardness increased. Every time you cut, there will be no more flying stone chips. Instead, sparks kept popping up. Petrified skin doubles the defense. Thinking of the stone man's skills, Jiang Cheng suddenly understood. This skill is pretty good. Maybe I can plunder it and use it. 85. One slash of the sword, a critical hit, and the health is reduced to 0. Successfully killed the stone man, gaining 100 experience points and 100 evolution points. Killing a higher level person will gain an additional 50 experience points and 50 evolution points. The experience of a stone man is 150 points, which is 5 times that of a skeleton bear. Moreover, a blank equipment was dropped. White boots. Quality, ordinary. Level, 15. Defense, 5. Overview, an average boot, nothing special. It really is double the experience and double the explosion rate. It's really cool to upgrade here. It's this petrified skin. It's kind of fucked up. Gah. Jiang Cheng bent down, picked up the equipment, and threw it to Zhang Mingming. Instead of continuing to fight the monster, he stood there and pondered for a while. Petrified skin is a passive skill, and it will only be activated after the stoneman's health drops to a certain level. If I attract a few more after I defeat its petrified skin, I'll move on to attack another one. I can rely on the passive ignoring defense feature of Cleave, plus the Sky Split feature, which can break 10 points of defense and deal higher damage than normal attacks. Jiang Cheng did it as soon as he thought of it. He shook his crackling body and slowly walked to the dazed Zhang Mingming. After waving his hands for a while, Zhang Mingming was stunned. Brother skeleton, what on earth do you want me to do? Zhang Mingming shrank her head with an expression that said, I'm confused. Please speak up quickly. Jiang Cheng sighed and felt helpless towards Zhang Mingming. This silly girl is pretty and pleasing to the eye, with long hair, big eyes, an oval face, long legs, a thin waist, and a big curvy butt. But her brain, his gestures were actually very clear. He asked her to drag the corpse of a skeleton bear over and grind it into bone powder, and he needed to use a bow and arrow to lure the monster. With his ability to express himself, any human being should be able to understand it. I can only say that Jiang Ming is a bit weird. Skeleton brother, I'm sorry. Am I too stupid, and did it affect your performance? Jiang Ming folded her hands, pouted, and looked guilty and aggrieved. Jiang Cheng spread his hands and sighed again. It seems that if we want to quickly upgrade and get out of the skeleton identity and return to reality as soon as possible, we have to solve the communication problem. Also, her technique needs to be adjusted and taught. It's too shabby. Jiang Cheng returned to Mengxiong Mountain, killed several skeleton bears, dragged the skeleton bears' bodies back, and threw them next to Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming finally reacted and started doing her logistical work. Bone powder. Oh my god, I'm a #1 player on the rankings, and I'm only qualified to help a skeleton grind bone powder. After making a joke, Jiang Ming showed a relieved smile on her face. She was afraid that she would be too much of a burden, unable to do anything, and would be a big drag on Jiang Cheng. Now that she has something to do so that she won't be too useless, she is so happy that she can't express it in words. In her opinion, it was such an honor to be able to help Big Brother Skeleton grind bone powder. But what is Brother Skeleton going to do? Just now she saw Jiang Cheng killing monsters, but his efficiency was actually quite slow. The Stoneman's defense is too high and his health is thick, more than twice that of other wild monsters of the same level. When his health reaches half, he will use the skill of Petrified Skin. Although the experience is very high, it takes too long. In fact, if you change to another wild monster, the efficiency will definitely be much higher. Maybe Big Brother Skeleton thinks the Stoneman's damage is low, so he's not dangerous to me, and he can still give me equipment. Jiang Ming looked at the white boots on her feet and smiled happily. Brother Skeleton is so kind. I'd rather waste some time to get equipment for others. Jiang Ming cut the bones in her hand hard. It's just that her personality is too cold. It would be better if she were a little gentler. Ding! Ding! In the stone forest in the distance, bursts of stone chips exploded. Jiang Cheng had already attracted 4 stone men, and he was bearing the stone men's attacks and chopped hard. With every strike of the sword, damage values would appear above the heads of the 4 stone men. 115, -15, 15, 15, clang, 257, 30, 30, 30. A critical hit was triggered, and the damage increased immediately, triggering the petrified skin of the stone man in front of him. Jiang Cheng instantly replaced another stone man and chopped it down with a knife. 115, 15, 15, 15. Sure enough, petrified skin has no effect on the passive skill of splitting. After he had chopped down the other stone man to half his health and activated the petrified skin, he switched to another stone man to chop. That's it. After 1 round of rotation, the first stone man is dead. Bang! Successfully killed the stone man, gaining 100 experience points and 100 evolution points. Killing a higher level person will gain an additional 50 experience points and 50 evolution points. -1, -1, -1. After enduring 3 attacks, the bone knife in Jiang Cheng's hand instantly split, and the assault armor was activated, turning into a bone longbow, shooting at a stone man not far away. A lot of rubble exploded on the stone man's head, and he walked towards Jiang Cheng in pain. Lure the monsters, gather 4 of them, and then kill them. In an instant, the efficiency increased 3 times compared to before. Jiang Ming was stunned. Is there such a thing? Okay, forgive me, I was just being sentimental. Turns out Big Skeleton had a plan all along. It wasn't to get me equipment at all. Chapter 14, Sword God, Xie Changkong. Dark Forest. Xie Changkong, known as one of the 12 gods and the Sword God, was currently sitting on a huge black rock, watching an old video. He is surrounded by dozens of top-notch players. When a server was first launched, these top-notch players did not rush to upgrade, but waited quietly by Xie Changkong's side. It seemed that upgrading was not as important to them as Xie Changkong in front of them. The surroundings were very quiet. The surrounding wild monsters had all been cleared out by more than a dozen expert players. Only the video in front of Xie Changkong continued to make some fighting sounds. The Dahuang game world is known as the second world, and it's not just talk. The game not only involves upgrading, killing monsters, and obtaining equipment, but also provides entertainment for many everyday players. Watching videos is one of them. However, you need to pay to activate this function. But for someone like Jiang Cheng, this amount of money is nothing. The video at this moment is of the once popular game, Myth, in which a swordsman challenges the ultimate boss, the Lord of Darkness, to his limit. This swordsman's operation is extremely precise. His movements are extremely charming. His skills are praised as textbook level, and his fighting style is something that no one among billions of players has ever tried. One-on-one challenge. The entire video is 140 minutes long, during which the swordsman was only injured once. That's because the Dark Lord has an ultimate skill that cannot be avoided in the entire range. Apart from that, no one will suffer any other damage. Without any injuries, he challenged the Lord of Darkness alone. No one believed this before, until he appeared and broke this impossibility. When the video ended, Jiang Cheng sighed, not knowing what he was thinking. At this time, a middle-aged player wearing a black Undead robe came to Jiang Cheng after seeing him finish watching the video. Young master, you've watched this video many times, right? His combat methods: force, sky stabbing, sky seeing flash, magic destroying tornado, divine shadow step, 14 god-level techniques. Haven't you already mastered them? Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng fiddled with the elite sword in his hand, a hint of melancholy in his eyes as he sighed. I have learned it, but I can never reach his level. For example, he has already broken through to the level of 13 swords per second with his 12 instant kills, but I haven't even broken through to 11 swords per second. These techniques have always been his, bearing his mark, and are most suitable for him. The middle-aged player's expression straightened. Young master, are you trying to break free from his restraints? Create your own magical skills. Jiang Cheng shook his head. How can it be that simple? If he can be hailed as the eternal god, it's not just because he can create his own magical skills. I just feel it's a pity that I couldn't fight him. I once studied his techniques like crazy. Starting at the age of 15, it took me 5 full years. On the day I turned 20, I finally mastered all of his amazing skills. From that day on, I started looking for him frantically. I thought I could find him, heal his injuries, and wait until he recovered to have a sparring match with him. I didn't expect. What I received was the news of his death. There was a hint of sadness in Jiang Cheng's eyes. Then he shook his head and laughed. Forget it. The dead cannot be resurrected. My current opponents are other righteous gods. Turning around, Jiang Cheng asked the middle-aged player, Uncle Long, have you found any trace of Dai Xiaoming? Not yet, but from some superficial information, it seems that this isn't a pseudonym of a great player, but a novice undead player. Novice player? Jiang Cheng raised his eyelids slightly. No one is helping? No one helps. The middle-aged player said with certainty. That's quite interesting. If Xia Dongli knew that he hired 30 experts to help him level up, but was left behind by a newbie, would he be so angry that he would vomit blood? Jiang Cheng smiled faintly. Chapter 15 New Evolutionary Direction. Strange Rock Forest. Jiang Cheng is resting at this moment, recovering the cool down of his skills. The quick knife skill only lasts for 80 minutes. Assault armor only lasts for 30 minutes. After the assault armor skill time ended, he relied on moving around and luring monsters to kill them. This efficiency is slightly lower than using a bow and arrow to lure monsters. But there is no way. The cooling time of the assault armor is 2 hours. The same is true for the cooling time of the quick knife. The longer a skill lasts, the longer its cooldown time will be in the Great Wilderness game world. Without rest, it will definitely not work. What's more, he has cleared and refreshed the strange stone forest 3 times. The stone forest is full of stone man corpses, and all the monsters are gone. Fortunately, after more than an hour of hard work, plus the time waiting for refresh, with an average of 1 stone man every 6 seconds, the results achieved were very huge. 130,000 experience points gained. The same goes for evolution points. Name, Jiang Cheng. Level, 14, experience 31588/40,000. Race, skeleton assault guard. HP, 1030. Magic, 730. Attack, 115. Bone blade of destruction plus 60. Defense, 90. Agility, 30. Attack speed, 1 strike every 2.5 seconds. Movement speed, 1 step every 1.75 seconds. Skills, assault armor, 2. Plunder, passive. Sharp blade, 8. Cleave, passive, 4. Evolution points, 131588. Reinforcement points, 0. Upgraded to level 4, Health and magic increased by 400 each, attack 40 points, defense 20 points. The other attributes didn't change much, and, unfortunately, the skill of Petrified Skin was not plundered. During this period, he did not stop to evolve. He only stopped after the quick sword cooled down and there were no monsters in the stone forest. 130,000 evolution points. Now, he can evolve again. Every evolution brings him anticipation. Unknown directions are always curious. The feeling of becoming increasingly stronger can also be addictive. He went to Mengxiong Mountain again and killed a few skeleton bears. He threw them to Jiang Meng, who had a dazed look on her face, and Jiang Cheng gestured in front of her. This time, Jiang Meng finally understood. While looking at Jiang Cheng with the utmost admiration, he kept cutting bone powder. Bone meal can be stored in Jiang Meng's inventory. Jiang Cheng does not have an inventory, so he can only use it while cutting it, so it is best to leave this kind of work to Jiang Meng. I need to evolve. This time, it may take a long time. Summon a few skeletons to guard it. Jiang Cheng clacked his hands and gestured to Jiang Meng. I understand. Jiang Meng agreed, but in her heart she spat out a mouthful of blood. Do I really understand? Okay, I don't understand. A trace of depression flashed across Jiang Meng's fair face, but she was afraid that Jiang Cheng would think she was a waste, so she had no choice but to agree. Jiang Cheng sighed helplessly. Of course he could see that this silly girl didn't actually understand, but was just afraid of being blamed by him, so she quickly agreed. So he could only imitate again, took the staff from Jiang Meng's hand, and imitated Jiang Meng's movements to summon skeleton soldiers. His teeth opened and closed, and he raised the staff in his right hand to make the summoning gesture. After completing this set of movements, Jiang Cheng shrugged his shoulders and asked her if she understood. Oh, I get it, brother skeleton. Do you want me to summon a skeleton to help me cut my bones? Jiang Meng's pretty face was filled with surprise, and she wanted to quickly take Jiang Cheng's staff and start summoning. But she felt that Jiang Cheng's expression looked a little ugly, so she could only shrink her head and stare at him cautiously. As for Jiang Cheng, he could only cover his forehead and cry out in his heart, "This is so hard for me." After returning the staff to Jiang Meng, Jiang Cheng asked her to summon the skeleton and then hid in a cave on a stone peak. Jiang Meng was taught step by step. He took the skeleton and formed a fan shape around it in the cave, and then he began to choose evolution. Of course, it took Jiang Meng 10 minutes to learn this little trick. And after he finished, there was an expression of great surprise on his little face, as if to say, summoners have this kind of skill? Jiang Cheng had no say in this matter. The reason why he was cautious was because he found several undead players fighting monsters in Mengxiong Mountain. Unlike wild monsters, players' whereabouts are not fixed in one place. Although their levels are not high, some brave players like to come to the Monster Stone Forest to try their luck. Evolution cannot be interrupted, so it is best to be cautious. This evolution requires 10,000 evolution points. Evolution direction: Skeleton Assault Armor Captain, Skeleton Spear Captain. Hidden evolution direction: Blood Prison Assault Skeleton Captain. Please give a 5-star rating. Thank you. Chapter 16 Evolution Blood Hell Assault Skeleton Captain. Since there is a hidden direction of evolution, Jiang Cheng will naturally not miss it. Isn't it just double the evolution points? He now has 130,000 yuan, so he doesn't need these 20,000 yuan. You have successfully selected the hidden evolution direction. This will cost you 30,000 evolution points. Do you want to evolve? 3 times? Jiang Cheng's mouth trembled. Next time, won't it be 4 times? If we follow the system's nature, the next evolution should be 100,000 evolution points, 4 times that, which is 400,000. Sure enough, no one in the system is innocent. They're all black marketeers, and it would be best if they were shot. Forget it, evolution points are earned to be spent. Congratulations on spending 30,000 evolution points to evolve the hidden direction to Blood Prison Assault Skeleton Captain. The evolution time is 10 minutes. Begin to evolve. After the system prompt, Jiang Cheng fell into a deep sleep, and the blue flames in his eyes gradually went out. His whole body was bathed in blood. Jiang Meng was in front of the cave entrance, staring at Jiang Cheng through the gaps in the skull, watching what he was doing. After seeing Jiang Cheng's whole body turn blood red, she finally understood. Oh my god, Big Brother Skeleton has evolved again. No wonder I had to summon skeletons to guard him. Jiang Meng suddenly understood. She put down the staff in her hand, held her cheek, and stared at Jiang Cheng with growing curiosity. Brother Skeleton, what is your origin? His method of killing monsters was sophisticated and steady, as if it was ingrained in him. Awareness and reaction ability are extremely powerful. Every time she saw Jiang Cheng moving in some strange ways, she thought he was just moving around randomly. Later, she was surprised to find that every move Jiang Cheng made seemed to produce unexpected results. You should know that the skeleton's movement speed is very slow. Generally speaking, after chopping it with a sword, it is difficult to avoid the attack of wild monsters if you want to dodge. But Jiang Cheng's messy steps always managed to dodge the Stone Man's attacks, just in time, which made the Stone Man stunned and rarely suffered any damage. If it weren't for the fact that he was a skeleton, which limited his performance, perhaps his technical prowess would be even more terrifying, and he would be able to kill 4 stone men at once without any injury. Zhang Mingming always felt that this pace was a little familiar. Can't help it. She remembered a magical skill created by her idol, the Shadow Step. With his shadow-like footwork, after striking the enemy with a single blow, he would instantly take another step, blocking the enemy's view and allowing himself to always be out of the enemy's sight. She had only seen her idol use the technique of the divine Shadow Step in videos. In the game, with her abilities, she couldn't get in touch with such a god-level figure. But what the skeleton brother uses seems to be different for what the idol uses. So, she wasn't quite sure whether this was the divine Shadow Step, but she knew very well that Jiang Cheng was by no means a simple person. I don't know if I can learn it. Zhang Mingming felt a little expectant. But, after a moment, she shook her head again. Her classmate Zhang Haoming was known as a master in the school. He had been addicted to games every day for several years, but he had only learned a little bit and could only use it occasionally. She forget it. Drop. As she was thinking, her consciousness suddenly went dark. It's over. Zhang Mingming's heart skipped a beat. This prompt sound means that the helmet has lost power. It's over, my big skeleton brother. After taking off her helmet, Zhang Mingming immediately screamed, "Landlady, help! What are you yelling for?" The old security door was opened, and a fat, middle-aged woman walked in. "Have you paid the rent and utility bills?" Zhang Mingming immediately wilted. Gurgle. Her stomach suddenly made a gurgling sound. Only then did she realize that not only was she extremely hungry in the game, but it seemed like she hadn't eaten in real life for a long time. "Fisk, I'll cut off your water and electricity. I'll tell you after you pay the rent." Bang! The door was closed, and the fat landlord disappeared from the room, leaving only Zhang Mingming with a depressed look on her face. Zhang Mingming didn't complain, even though the landlady had a harsh tone and was a bit aggressive. But in fact, he has a very good heart and often helps her. After thinking about it, she decided to call her best friend to borrow some money. She picked up the broken phone that she had been using for more than 5 years, and after experiencing several freezes and unbearable lags, she finally called her best friend. "Hey, Xiang, I have something to discuss with you." "Oh well, what? What are you doing?" Zhang Mingming blushed when she heard the voice. "No, nothing. Just tell me if you have anything to say. Don't worry. You know I'm a very good person. I would never reject anyone. Oh, of course I know you're a good person. You're my best friend. So here's the thing. I want to borrow some money from you." Beep, beep. The call ended abruptly. Zhang Mingming. After a long time, Zhang Mingming's scream was heard from the bedroom. "Damn it, Xiang. Fuck you, little cookie. I'm breaking up with you. I have to break up with you." Zhang Mingming was so angry that she almost vomited blood with her eyes wide open. Gurgle. My stomach growled with hunger from time to time. Zhang Mingming suddenly felt like crying, but had no tears. Ding dong, China Mobile 10086 is reminding you that your number is 30 yuan in arrears. We have activated the service suspension for you. Please pay the bill as soon as possible within 24 hours to avoid unnecessary communication troubles. Since users often owe money, China Mobile is now offering you an excess discount project. Top up 50 yuan and get 30 yuan free. This is a one-time opportunity, so don't miss it. Zhang Mingming. Oh my god, I'm in such a difficult situation. Am I short of that 30 yuan? I'm short of that 50 yuan. Zhang Mingming pouted, looking unhappy, but she had no idea what to do. Going back to that home? She was unwilling to accept it. Did you sell your in-game gear? She felt sorry for Jiang Cheng again. After all her things were actually obtained by Jiang Cheng. If she sold it, she would feel sorry for Jiang Cheng. Besides, there's no electricity. What should I do? Jiang Mingming was extremely annoyed. Drop. Da, 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 da. The only electrical appliance in the bedroom, the old electric fan, suddenly made a jamming sound, and the power was restored. Today is the last day. If you don't pay the rent, you damn bitch, get out. Outside the bedroom door, I heard the landlord's scolding voice. Remember to come to my place for dinner tonight. There's a lot of leftovers lately, and we can't finish them all. Although the landlord's tone was fierce, Jiang Mingming's heart was warm, and a bright smile appeared on her face. The landlady is really tough on the outside, but soft on the inside. Looks like I need to discuss this with Big Brother Skeleton otherwise. A trace of sadness flashed across Jiang Mingming's face. He ran to the wash basin and took a big gulp of tap water. Wearing a gaming helmet bought from secondhand market, Jiang Mingming entered the game. At this time in the game, less than half a minute had passed, and Jiang Cheng still hadn't woken up. But she found that her game character's various life indicators, hunger value, water shortage value, etc., were already very high, and alarms were sounded. In fact, she had died 3 hours ago. Her helmet was a second-hand item, unlike others, which were given some daily necessities when they were born. There are actually some water sources along the way, which can be drunk in the game. However, she was afraid of delaying Jiang Cheng, so she didn't say anything. She didn't know why Jiang Cheng was so crazy about killing monsters. She just knew that she couldn't let Jiang Cheng think that she was a burden. So, she had been holding on until now. At this moment, because of being too hungry, the alarm sounded, triggering the dizziness mechanism, and the game gave 20 minutes of offline recovery time. Jiang Mingming fainted in front of Jiang Cheng. 9 minutes later, in Jiang Cheng's empty eye sockets, 2 blue flames suddenly turned blood red and burned. The entire surface of the skeleton also turned blood red, emitting a crimson aura. Evolution was successful. Please give me a 5-star rating, add it to your bookshelf, and urge me to update. Thank you. Chapter 17, Bloodthirsty and Violent, Bloody, 7 Kills. Congratulations on evolving into the Blood Hell Assault Skeleton Captain. Obtain the Blood Soldier of Captain Skeleton. Detected to have the Bone Blade Steel Knife of Sky Splitting Destruction. Now upgraded to the Blood Prison Soldier of Sky Splitting Destruction. Gain the Blood Prison Assault Skeleton Captain skills. Bloodthirsty Fury, Bloody, 7 kills. Health and mana increased by 500, attack and defense increased by 50 points. Strength and agility increased by 50 points. After the system prompts, blood red flames suddenly shot up from the holes in Jiang Cheng's eyes, and the color became brighter than before. The vision began to change, and the surrounding black hole scene appeared in front of Jiang Cheng. After confirming that there was no danger around, he carefully looked at the changes in his body. The skeleton of his entire body has now changed from the previous dark gray to blood red, as if he had just crawled out of a mountain of corpses and a hell of blood, which is daunting. Looking closely, there are traces of blood flames that are invisible to the naked eye, attached to the surface of the skeleton. There are also some sharp bone spurs at the joints of the hands and feet. The bone-bladed steel knife in his hand changed from its previous metallic luster to a blood-red bone knife. The blade exuded a cold and eerie air, and like the skeleton in the body, there were traces of blood flames attached to the surface of the blade. And on the shoulder blades behind his back, there was a blood-red cloak. This cloak is not a real cloak. It seems to have grown out of his skeleton and is a part of his body. Jiang Cheng didn't know what the purpose of this cloak was. He flicked his cloak experimentally, and in an instant, the blood prison soldier in his hand suddenly disappeared. He shook his cloak again, and suddenly a blood hell weapon with bloody flames appeared in his hand. This cloak is actually a scabbard. Jiang Cheng was delighted. This scabbard is really unexpected. I guess no one would prepare a cloak for it, right? If he suddenly pulled out a weapon from his cloak, it would probably scare people and make it difficult for them to defend themselves immediately. I don't know. Can I use bow and arrows? Jiang Cheng did what he thought. He picked up a bow and arrow on the ground and put it in. As expected, the bow and arrow really disappeared in his hand. That's convenient. When using assault armor before, it was the most troublesome to use the bow and arrow form because bone meal could not be carried with you. Every time he needed to turn the bone powder into bone arrows in advance and pin them on his ribs. He could only carry a maximum of 20 at a time. And every time he used it, his skeleton looked like it was pierced by thousands of arrows, which was particularly funny. Because of this, Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming covered his mouth and laughed several times. Now, this problem has been perfectly solved. Let's take a look at the attributes. Name, Jiang Cheng. Level, 14. Experience, 31588/40,000. Race, Blood Hell Assault Skeleton Captain. HP, 1,530. Magic, 1,230. Attack, 165. Strength Amplified Attack, 50 points. Blood Prison Soldier Destruction plus 90. Defense, 140. Strength, 50. Increases attack by 50 points. Agility, 80. Attack speed, 1 attack per 2.5 seconds. Movement speed, 1 step per 1.5 seconds. Active skills, Bloodthirst 1. Assault Armor 2. Sharp Blade 8. Passive skills, Bloody 7 kills. Cannot be upgraded. Plunder, cannot be upgraded. Split 4. Evolution points, 101588. Reinforcement points, 0. Bloodlust. Skill quality, rare. Skill effect. After use, within 30 minutes, attack power increases by 30% and attack speed increases by 30%. Bloody 7 kills. Skill quality, rare. Skill effect. Passive effect, 5% chance to trigger a fatal effect, taking away 0.1% of the opponent's current total health. The overall attributes surpass those of a level 14 player wearing a full set of professional legendary suits by about 5 times. There are 2 more rare skills. Jiang Cheng was delighted. Among the players at this stage, this attribute is definitely dozens of streets ahead of the first place. Coupled with so many skills, it's simply amazing. The 2 rare skills are also very powerful. Although the attack and attack speed added by Bloodlust and Fury are not high, it can be stacked with Quick Knife and can also be evolved with evolution points. Bloody 7 kills is a super skill to kill the boss. A true boss has more than 10 times more health than an elite monster. No matter how high its attack power is, it will still take a long time to kill it. Just like when he challenged the ultimate boss alone before, even though his attack power was the 10th in the server, it still took more than 2 hours to kill him. But with the Bloody 7 kills, it can definitely be shortened to 1 hour. Even though it's only 0.1%, the ultimate boss's health is in the billions. The ultimate boss, Quadrillion. If the Bloody 7 kills is triggered, 1 strike will cost 10 billion health points. There are also some special bosses such as Dungeon Boss, Guild Boss, Challenge Boss, World Boss, etc., whose health is counted in billions, and their health is super high. This skill may not be very useful in the early stages, but in the later stages, it is definitely the ultimate killer. Take another look at my sword. How has it been upgraded? Jiang Cheng looked at the attributes of the Blood Prison Soldier. Chapter 18. This place has been cleared out? How is that possible? Blood Prison Soldiers of Destruction. Quality, rare. Attack power, 90 to 190. Critical hit rate, 15%. Destruction, critical damage, plus 30%. Sky Split. Ignore 10 points of the opponent's armor when attacking. Blood Prison. Triggers tearing damage when attacking, with bleeding status attached, reducing 20 HP per second for 60 seconds, with a chance of causing serious injury, reducing the opponent's movement speed by 20%. The damage has been increased by 30 points, and a Blood Prison feature has been added. Jiang Cheng had an idea after reading it. This bleeding is very strong in the early stage, losing 1,200 blood in 1 minute, which is the total blood volume that many wild monsters at this stage cannot reach. The most important thing is the seriously injured state, which can reduce the movement speed. Very good. Let's start strengthening the skills. Jiang Cheng looked at the remaining evolution points and prepared to start evolving his skills. But he did notice something was wrong. Every time he evolved, Dai Xiaoming would be very excited and circle around her. But this time, why didn't he react? Jiang Cheng was somewhat uncomfortable. After getting up, Jiang Cheng finally realized that this silly cute guy had fainted. As a person with rich gaming experience, he immediately thought of the stun mechanism. I was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Looking at Dai Xiaoming's chapped lips and pale face, Jiang Cheng knew very well that this guy had not replenished his hunger and water level for a long time. The fact that he was so hungry that he felt dizzy meant that he was already very hungry 4 hours ago. But he never said anything and was still diligently grinding bone powder for him. For this, Jiang Cheng had to admire her patience. It seems he is also a stubborn person. Shaking his head, Jiang Cheng squatted down and picked her up by the waist. A cute and soft body lay in his arms, with long hair like a waterfall scattered on his arms. The blush on her face had disappeared and she was very pale. Jiang Cheng didn't look at her anymore and put her directly into the cave. He asked the skeleton to continue guarding her and went to help her find water and food. But just as he left, a team of 5 players appeared in the strange rock forest. A player holding a giant iron sword walked in front, followed by 4 undead players wearing undead robes. All of them were beautiful women. At this moment, the 4 undead players were staring at the swordsman player with endless admiration in their eyes. Because this player is a substitute player of the Shana Club. Shana Club is one of the top 10 gaming clubs in Longwa. In the club, there is one of the 12 gods, Zhan Shanha, known as the Master of Boxing, ranked 7th among the top 10 clubs. The swordsman nicknamed Chi Tun Tian Xia was fortunate enough to be accepted as an apprentice by the boxing master 3 months ago because of his good talent. Therefore, these 4 undead female players have a special admiration for Kitaniangxia. Master, you must be very happy to be accepted as a disciple by the Fist Master, right? Happiness. Upon hearing this, Kitaniangxia restrained his smug smile and cursed in his heart. What a bullshit happiness. None of those who could be called the 12 gods are normal people. He has been living in hell for the past 3 months. He trained for more than 18 hours a day for 3 whole months, only to learn 1 step. In the myth game, every day, accompanying a wild monster, where is the perspective blocked? He's about to vomit. It was not until 3 months later that his boxing master told him that what he learned was the divine shadow step. What? What he learned was actually the divine shadow step of the fallen great god, the great demon king Jiang. At that time, he fainted from happiness. But when he woke up, 1 wild monster had turned into 3. And his boxing master told him that in 3 months, he hadn't even entered the door. Suddenly, he wanted to die. Because if you want to learn the real shadow step, you need to face 100 swift bees and not be stung by them once within an hour. Is this really learned by humans? He broke down on the spot. If the Great Wilderness game hadn't just launched earlier than planned, he might have needed to train for another 2 or 3 years before achieving any success. However, after playing the game, he realized that the 3 months of hard work were not in vain. He had just shown off a little bit of his skills, but the light in the eyes of these 4 girls was like they had been injected with chicken blood, and they called him a master. After learning that he was the disciple of the Quanzong, they worshipped him as a real god. This feeling is really great. By the way, master, why did you bring us to this strange rock forest? Anxiang Yunyuan, an undead player from the Anxiang Guild, looked at the strange stone forest with a bewildered look on her face, very puzzled. I brought you here to level up, of course. My master told me there's a monster here called the Stone Man. He leveled up here during the internal testing. Only those with over 60 attack points can come here. After saying this, he felt extremely proud and walked all the way into the depths of the strange rock forest. Wow, the Master of Fist sect once participated in the internal test. The 4 girls' eyes were immediately filled with admiration. Of course, I remember Master said that he met a peerless master here and had a fierce battle with him. Wow, a peerless master? Could it be another one of the 12 gods? Great God, please tell us what happened. I love hearing gossip about these great gods. The fragrance and shadows were so exciting that they could swallow the world. Several other people also pulled Chi Tun Tianxia and asked him all kinds of questions, which made Chi Tun Tianxia feel very comfortable. But Anxiang Yuanyuan was standing on a pile of gravel, frowning and hesitantly asking, Master, there doesn't seem to be any monsters here. No wonder, it's impossible. How can my master lie to me? The overwhelming gaze shifted from a certain part of the dark fragrance and sparse shadows to look at the strange rock forest. Suddenly, he was stunned. Damn, this place has been cleared out? How is that possible? Please give me 5-star praise and urge me to update. Thank you all readers. Chapter 19. A bloody skeleton appeared when I spawned a monster. A cool breeze suddenly blew over, blowing the hair that is as powerful as the world. Looking at the empty forest of strange rocks, Kitaniangxia dragged 4 undead girls in the wind. The atmosphere was very awkward. This might be a game bug. He was trying to cover up the truth by laughing it off. But he knew clearly in his heart, how could there be a bug in the Great Wilderness game? This result can only mean that some players have cleaned up this place. His master told him that there are about 258 monsters in the strange stone forest each time it refreshes, and it refreshes every half an hour. The 12 gods are all perverts. Even without using mechanical calculations, they can make accurate estimates of the data. Naturally, he would not doubt his master's words. That means this player must clear all 258 monsters within half an hour to create the current situation. On average, maybe one every 5 to 6 seconds? Fuck, even with my master's current equipment level, it's impossible for him to achieve this, right? Kituntiangxia was completely stunned and felt a little bit unbelievable. It's the god of level, Xiat Dongli is here? Kituntiangxia kept speculating in his mind, then shook his head and drove away the idea. Xiat Dongli chose the mage profession. This place is too far away from the mage novice village, so there is no reason for him to come here. It's probably been booked by a large guild. They're probably going back to resupply now. If they come back, I can only use my title as the master to keep the place under control. Having made up his mind, Kituntiangxia said to the 4 people, this place should be reserved by the guild that dominates the world. Let's wait here. My master is in the guild that dominates the world, so he still has some face. Later, if they come, I'll announce the master's name and ask them to make room for us to level up. As soon as these words were spoken, the 4 girls screamed in shock. Wow, master, you're amazing. Dubatianxia is one of the top 20 guilds in the country. Their president is the son of the Lu Group, a top 100 company in the country, and his net worth is over 10 billion. Master, you are really amazing. You even know the president who dominates the world. Kituntiangxia grinned. Of course I'll tell you. Don't you think about who my master is? One of the 12 true gods in the entire online gaming world. Then let's wait here. I really want to see what the legendary ruler of the world looks like. Anxiang Shuang's big eyes were full of curiosity. Several people began to rest on the spot, waiting for the stone man to refresh. A minute later, Anxiang Shuang accidentally found many scattered skeletons in the cave on the stone peak. Suddenly, she had an idea. In the game of Dahuang, there are actually many hidden ruins, and inside them, there are treasures, artifacts, rare treasures, skill books, pet eggs, hidden bosses, all may exist. Out of curiosity, she crawled into the dark cave without anyone noticing. Hey, there's this young lady. Oh my god, she's so pretty. Through the light coming in from outside, Anxiang Shuang first saw a cute little figure with curves and a very well-proportioned figure, which made her feel a little ashamed. When she saw the cute little pink face, she didn't know what to say. Even though she was a woman, she was a little moved. Could it be an NPC in distress? In order not to affect the player's sense of immersion in the world, the Dahuang game has canceled the mechanism of displaying the health bar and player nickname above the head, and everything is based on reality. Unless you're in a team, guild, or friends, and you actively display it, others will not be able to see your name and health. So Anxiang Shuang didn't know that Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming was the player ranked first on the level list. When she saw Yiqiao's cute face and figure, her first reaction was that this must be an NPC, otherwise how could there be such a beautiful girl in reality? Is it dead? Anxiang Shuang fiddled with a small and cute little creature and examined it carefully. Wow, there's a blue light? Is this elite equipment? Looking at the bear head helmet with blue light on Dai Xiaoming's head, Anxiang Shuang's heart skipped a beat. After a closer look, she was even more surprised. This NPC is actually wearing a full set of equipment. Helmet, gauntlets, necklace, boots, belt. Except for weapons and clothes, which are basic, all are high-level equipment. Even though there are only 3 of them in blue, the styles look like a set. This NPC is so luxurious. Suddenly, an idea popped in her mind. If she takes off these equipment, it shouldn't be a problem to sell them for hundreds of thousands, right? Even if you don't sell it, you can wear it now, take a picture, and post it on the forum. I'm afraid a lot of players will be envious and jealous. You have to know that she's been playing for 10 hours since the server was launched, and she hasn't seen a single hair. She is still wearing the original staff and cloth clothes. Except for some guild bosses, most other players are no different from her. On the world announcement, a level 5 blank gauntlet was sold for 5,000 yuan, and there was no demand for it. It is conceivable that these equipments cost more than hundreds of thousands. Hey, damn, why can't I take it off? Anxiang Shuang tried to take it off, but found that it couldn't be taken off at all, and was immediately confused. But at this moment, a cry of surprise suddenly came from outside the cave. Master, spawn monsters, look. Huh, why is there only one blood skull? Several people did not wait for the player who dominated the guild as they wished. At the foot of a stone peak in the distance, a skeleton covered in blood and flames was walking towards them. Chapter 20. What happened just now? Shuang, where have you been? Come out quickly. The monsters are spawning. Anxiang Yuanyuan shouted, which scared Anxiang Shuai. She took a look at the equipment on Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming, and there was some reluctance in her eyes. But in order to keep this secret, she decided to wait until she had killed all the monsters and then find an excuse to come here secretly. She quickly crawled out of the cave and ran into Anxiang Yuan, who was looking for her. Shuang, what are you doing here? Nothing, I'm just going to the bathroom. Anxiang Shuang blushed. Hurry over there, there's a really cool blood skeleton spawned over there. The master speculates that it might be a hidden boss. Let's go over and cooperate with him. Hidden boss. Anxiang Shuang frowned and became more anxious. This place is really magical, with ruins and hidden bosses. When she and Anxiang Yuan arrived in front of the stone peak, Anxiang Shuang immediately saw the hidden boss they had mentioned. Cold, deep, and bloodthirsty. This was Anxiang Shuang's first impression of Jiang Cheng. There were blazing flames in his blood-red, empty eyes, and his entire skeleton looked as if he had just walked out of a pool of blood, which was intimidating. There are some inverted bone spurs at the joints, emitting a cold, bloody light, and there's a blood-red cloak on the back. The cloak was blown by the wind and turned into blood shadows behind the bloody skeleton. Oh my god, why do I think this hidden boss is so cool? Anxiang Shuang couldn't help but let out a sigh. Do you think so too? Anxiang Yuan looked at her strangely. You too. The two looked at each other and saw a hint of appreciation in each other's eyes. But why is he holding a bamboo tube and a confectionery? Maybe it's the hidden boss's weird quirk. The two returned to the team, and Ketuntiangxia was suddenly delighted. With 4 necromancers and him, a high-level swordsman with 60 attack points, they are confident that they can kill this blood skeleton. Each of you summon 10 skeletons. I'll command you later. Each group will be 9. Take turns surrounding him and attracting aggro. The remaining positions will be reserved for me to deal damage. According to the Dahuang mechanism, a humanoid unit can only be surrounded by 10 humanoid units, so Ketuntiangxia is preparing to use a rotation battle to reduce Jiang Cheng's health in batches. It's a hidden boss, but it can drop skill books and rare equipment. Everyone be alert. Binger, you summon first, followed by Yinner, Shuang, and Yuan. Create a time difference. Don't let the skeleton soldiers disappear at the same time, otherwise they will recover health. Ketuntiangxia gave orders while approaching Jiang Cheng. Wow, master, you know so much. You are indeed a disciple of the Fist Master. So there's this technique for summoning skeleton mages. This is the first time I've heard of it. Skill books and rare equipment dropped. Wow, wouldn't that be a fortune? I really made the right decision to follow the master this time. As Shadow, Binger, and Yinner spoke, excitement was revealed in their eyes. Hey, this bloody skeleton seems to be walking towards us. Anxiang Yuan is cautious by nature and has more detailed observation skills than others. While Ketuntiangxia was giving orders, he had been observing the bloody skeleton. Come over? No. Usually even hidden bosses have their own territory and won't have their own activity area. Surrounded. As Ketuntiangxia spoke, Jiang Cheng had walked from 500 meters away to only 50 meters away from them when he was concentrating on directing the battle plan. Suddenly, Kaitan Shan felt a burning pain on his face. No matter how powerful the hidden boss is at this stage, it is impossible for it to have an activity range of more than 500 meters, right? Seeing the slightly questioning looks from the women, Ketuntiangxia's expression turned a little unhappy. Don't worry about him. Binga, you summoned first. Okay. Shadow Binga responded obediently. Although Ketuntiangxia had misjudged him again, he was still the disciple of the great god, and the women had blind confidence in him. Lord of the Undead, sense the call of your servants, and grant me the power of the undead. When Jiang Cheng was only 40 meters away from them, Shadow Binger raised her staff, and the ground suddenly shook, and 10 dry skeletons appeared. Afterwards, they were gradually gathered together by some force and combined into 10 primary skeleton soldiers. Binger, let the skeleton attack the monster. I'll hold him back from the side. Okay. Shadow Binger responded playfully, with a smug look on her face. Afterwards, he ordered 10 skeletons to slowly march towards Jiang Cheng, his heart full of anticipation. If you're a game player, few of them will not be excited when they meet the boss. Boss represents good equipment, skill books, gold coins, a sense of accomplishment, or is directly linked to RMB. There are also envious glances from friends and classmates. It can bring so much to players. The feeling of sneaking up on the boss and finally getting god-level equipment really gives people a great sense of accomplishment. The women are all ordinary people, so naturally they are no exception. What's more, this is a hidden boss with a higher drop rate than ordinary bosses. Spread out in a fan shape, keeping a 90-degree angle, and surround them, leaving a space for me. Kituntianxia continued to give orders while holding the sword. At this time, he and the 10 skeletons were only 10 meters away from Jiang Cheng. Kituntianxia calculated the distance in his mind, ready to surround Jiang Cheng at any time. This kind of skeleton boss doesn't have any range skills at first glance, so he's not afraid of being hurt. 9 meters, 8 meters, 1 meter. Surround him. Kituntianxia gave an order and then quickly filled the position. The giant iron sword in his hand had been waiting for a long time, ready to chop it down quickly after the first skeleton attracted hatred. But the next moment, the bloody skeleton swung the cloak behind him, and a bloody bone knife chopped down the first skeleton soldier. Minus 1,054. 128. Minus 128. Minus 128. 10 blood-red injuries floated out instantly. Boom! Bang! 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 In an instant, the 9 skeleton soldiers in front of the bloody skeleton, each with only 100 health points, had their health reduced to 0 at the same time, making a dense sound. Ground. Skeletons scattered all over the ground. Because Kituntianxia was level 10 and had 235 HP, and he was not hit directly but was only affected by the splitting effect, he luckily survived. But he was also stunned for a moment. What the hell? What damage? When he realized what was happening, he subconsciously began to step back and paused. The swordsman's primary skill, Wind Step, is activated, increasing movement speed by 50%. In a flash, he demonstrated the basic qualities of a junior master. If his attack missed, he would flee thousands of miles away. But before he could take 2 steps, he found that the Blood Skull had already predicted his escape location and came in front of him. Then, a dazzling blood-red knife light flashed, stinging his eyes and causing him to close them subconsciously. 485. Under the horrified gazes of the women, Kituntianxia turned into light and disappeared. Mountain and River Club. An 18-year-old boy suddenly woke up from a luxurious nutrition cabin, stood up, and took off his helmet. There was a look of disbelief on his handsome face. What just happened? That move, could it be? Chapter 21 Skills at full level trigger unknown evolution direction. Divine Shadow Blade Light Slash. Kituntianxia's tone was a little uncertain. After all, this was a little too unbelievable. The Divine Shadow Blade Light Slash is an absolute divine skill. Dahuang is an upgraded version of Myth. In the game, the algorithm for the reflection effect of light and shadow is extremely abnormal and different from reality. You can't see the reflection of the weapon at all, and can only judge based on your intuition. This is a mechanism designed by the game to avoid confusion in the lighting effects of the equipment and affect the player's judgment. Weapons are illuminated by light. There are billions. There are scattered points that cannot be gathered, but there is also a unique focus, which makes it particularly dazzling. If this focus shines into people's eyes, it can make people subconsciously close their eyes. If you experiment and think about it for a while, you will be able to find the focus of the knife light when the situation is static. However, if one wants to use the focus to sting the opponent's eyes in a rapidly changing battle situation, one must have an abnormal ability to control the focus, which is simply not something that ordinary masters can control. In the entire game, there are probably less than 100 people among the tens of billions of players who can control the sword light slash. The reason why it's called a magical skill is that this technique can continuously use the reflective effect of the weapon during PK to blind the enemy in an instant. In a duel between masters, a moment of closing one's eyes can decide the outcome. The combination of the sword light slash and the disappearance of perspective of the Divine Shadow Step makes people feel as if they are piking with a ghost and cannot touch the opponent's shadow at all. All you see is light and shadows all over the sky. You may die before you even start fighting. It's simply a super skill. So, why would a skeleton be able to perform the Divine Shadow Blade Slash? I was so angry that I almost vomited blood. I had no idea what was going on. Also, how come the skeleton has such a high attack power? And also a range-splitting effect. Thinking of the scene where Jiang Cheng killed 10 skeleton soldiers with one sword, causing more than 1,000 points of damage, and all the other skeletons were killed, Kituntianxia still felt a little cold. Fuck, a level 15 jungle area spawns a level 50 hidden boss. This time, he made a mistake again, and it was really embarrassing? No, this is a strange situation. I need to inform the master. Kill the player Chi Tun Tian Xia, triggering the plundering effect, the plundering skill, wind step. Jiang Cheng's heart moved. He really didn't expect that killing players could trigger the plundering effect. This is definitely a pleasant surprise. It seems that although killing players does not give evolution points, you can plunder their skills. This is quite interesting. Maybe in the future, I can build a lineup with extreme skills by killing players. In order to maintain a balance between players, many powerful skills cannot be learned at the same time. The mage profession has 4 control skills, which is the profession with the most control skills in the wilderness. And maybe he can plunder all the control skills of all professions, achieve the legendary effect of fainting to death, or plunder the summoning skills of all professions and summon a group of summons? It's scary to think about it. Various combinations of extreme skills emerged in Jiang Cheng's mind, planting seeds in his heart. Wind step. Skill quality, ordinary. Current level, 1. Skill effect, consumes 50 mana points, increases movement speed by 8%, duration is 30 seconds, and cooldown time is 60 seconds. This skill of a swordsman is kind of rubbish. Wind step is a skill that swordsman players can learn before changing their job. Once they change their job, this skill becomes useless. But for him who can evolve and improve, perhaps it would be of some use to reach level 10. After killing 4 dazed undead girls without hesitation, Jiang Cheng, who felt a little sorry for not being able to plunder the skeleton summoning technique, came in front of Yi Qiao Xiaoming. Pour the water in the bamboo tube into her pale lips. Then, he started upgrading his skills while waiting for her to wake up. Congratulations on spending 100 evolution points to successfully upgrade Wind Step. Current level is 2. Congratulations on spending 200 evolution points. Congratulations on spending 1,000 evolution points to successfully upgrade Wind Step. Your current level is 10, triggering a breakthrough evolution. The direction of the skill breakthrough is unknown. You will need to spend 10,000 evolution points and 100 reinforcement points to achieve the breakthrough. Breakthrough evolution, skills can actually be improved. Jiang Cheng was delighted. Ordinary skills have a maximum level of 10, legendary skills have a level of 20, and supreme skills can only be learned up to level 30. Judging from this situation, he can improve infinitely. If it's just a breakthrough, it still needs some strengthening. Looks like I need to earn some reinforcement points. Feeling a little anxious, he used the remaining evolution points to upgrade all the upgradable skills to the point where they could no longer be upgraded. Level 10 Wind Step increases movement speed from 8% to 80%. The level 10 Quick Knife skill increases the attack speed from 240% to 300%. At level 10, the split effect increases from 9% to 15%. He upgraded the assault armor to level 3 and added an additional weapon, a spear. Bloodthirst Fury has been upgraded to level 6, increasing the attack and attack speed from 30% to 90%. At this point, he only had 17,250 evolution points left. At this time, Zhang Mingming also woke up slowly. She was a little confused. She first looked at her body and found that her clothes were a little messy. Then she looked suspiciously at Jiang Cheng, who was guarding the cave entrance. This big skeleton brother, wouldn't he take advantage of me? Zhang Mingming's face flushed slightly. Click, click, click. Jiang Cheng saw her wake up, raised his crackling arm, and motioned her to follow him to kill monsters and try out her latest skills. Please give me a 5-star rating and urge me to update more. Thank you. Chapter 22 Hidden Boss. Hey, big brother skeleton, can you? Seeing Jiang Cheng was about to leave, Zhang Mingming suddenly became anxious. She is now facing a desperate situation. If she doesn't find a solution, she will probably have to eat dirt. Don't talk about games either. Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng paused and turned back to wait for her request. Well, it's just, can I sell you some gold coins? I haven't eaten all day. I'll just sell you one. Zhang Mingming held up a finger in front of Jiang Cheng and said with a pout, just one, okay. After saying that, she was still a little afraid to look at Jiang Cheng, as if she was afraid that Jiang Cheng would refuse. Selling gold coins? Jiang Cheng looked at her in surprise. A beautiful face, delicate features, and a tempting figure. In real life, such a girl should be a goddess, sought after by countless people, right? Are you so poor that you have to sell gold coins? This mess, it's really hard to describe. Seeing her shrinking her head, wanted to look at his cute appearance, but not daring to. Jiang Cheng felt very funny and could only nod. Suddenly, Zhang Mingming jumped up in surprise and kissed Jiang Cheng's skeleton on the face. Yeah, brother skeleton is the best. Jiang Cheng. This girl, I'm afraid she's a little. Jiang Cheng felt a warm touch on his cheekbones, but he was speechless. Forget it. Strengthening is more important. At this moment, Zhang Mingming also realized something was wrong, and her face instantly turned crimson. What did I just do? This seems to be my first kiss. My first kiss was given to big brother skeleton. Well, Zhang Mingming stood there in a daze, her pretty face full of confusion. I actually kissed a skeleton? It doesn't think I'm particularly frivolous. It's all. Why do I have such a strange idea? He's just statistics in a game. We can't be together, right? Oh my, what am I thinking about? Isn't my idol Jiang, the great demon king? What am I doing now? Zhang Mingming felt a little confused and always felt a little sorry for her idol. Now she didn't even dare to look at Jiang Cheng. Gurgle, my stomach made a rumbling sound at the right time. In the end, her appetite overcame her reserve, and Zhang Mingming quickly logged into the forum, ready to find someone to sell gold coins to. Monsters are spawning. 3 stone men suddenly appeared beside Jiang Cheng. Bang! With a flick of his cloak, the blood hell soldier instantly appeared on his right hand and slashed down with a knife, making a loud bang. 305 attack power, triggering a critical strike effect, 10 points of armor penetration, 30% critical strike damage bonus, and a blood-red damage appears above the stone man's head. 570. The stone man with 500 health points didn't even trigger the petrified skin. His health was directly reduced to 0, and he was decomposed into countless pieces of gravel and scattered all over the ground. Kill the stone man and gain 80 experience points and evolution points. Kill a monster above your level and gain an additional 20 experience points and evolution points. This damage, if it triggers a critical hit, is enough to kill instantly. Compared to before, when he had to take turns hacking and killing, he can now completely abandon his previous fighting style. Just rush over. 295. Jiang Cheng took advantage of the situation and slashed at the other end. This time it did not trigger a critical hit, but it directly caused the stone man to trigger the petrified skin. At the same time, the blood prison effect of the blood prison soldier was triggered, and the damage display of -20 kept appearing above the stone man's head. The blood prison tearing effect is status damage, which does not take into account defense and skill damage. There is no reduction unless there is tearing resistance. The blood prison effect lasts for 60 seconds, 20 points of damage per second, a total of 1,200 points, and the stone man has only 500 health. He didn't have to wait for the stone man's petrified skin to wear off. He could just cut him with one sword and wait for experience and evolution points. So, Jiang Cheng took a step forward and started to attack each stone man. With his skills, he could make the stone man lose his sight with just one strike or one step. So, 5 minutes later, all 258 stone men that had just been refreshed were killed by Jiang Cheng's blood prison effect. Kill the stone man and gain 80 experience points and evolution points. Kill a monster above your level and gain an additional 20 experience points and evolution points. Kill the stone man and gain 80 experience points and evolution points. Kill a monster above your level and gain an additional 20 experience points and evolution points. Level increased to 15, HP and magic increased by 100 points, attack increased by 10 points, and defense increased by 5 points. Countless experience increasing prompts rang in Jiang Cheng's mind. Sometimes, in the same period of time, a prompt will appear that 30 stone men die at the same time. After killing a wave, he reached level 15, with an increase of 25,800 evolution points, and now he had 36,000 evolution points. However, before he could even start testing his other skills, the stone man was gone. There is still 25 minutes before the next wave is refreshed, and Jiang Cheng no longer has the patience to wait. When Zhang Mingming sold the gold coins for 30,000 yuan, she happily went to pay the rent to the landlady. After having a meal at the landlady's house, she went online again and was stunned. I'm level 15. Oh my god. It's only been a meal, brother skeleton. What on earth did you do? This is faster than a rocket. Jiang Cheng found her confused expression quite funny and was about to take her to fight the boss when a huge stone man suddenly appeared in the strange stone forest. Mountain moving troll. Level 20. Hidden Boss. HP, 150,000. Attack, 300 to 500. Defense, 50 to 100. Skills, Resentment, Mountain Shaking, Stone Throwing. Overview. The hidden boss of the Stone Forest. It is said that he was a herbalist in his previous life. After entering the petrified pool by mistake, he turned into a stone demon. He has hatred towards humans and has a 200% drop rate. I found the reinforcement points. After looking at the hidden boss's attributes, Jiang Cheng smiled slightly. I can also practice new weapons and skills. Jiang Cheng reached out his hand to Zhang Mengmeng, who had a dazed look on her face, and asked her for bone powder. Please give me 5 stars. Please urge me to update. There are too few reviews. Chapter 23. Taking advantage of the momentum. The hidden boss is very rare in the wilderness. It's not just because they are rare, but they all have specific plots, and there's a chance that a job transfer book for a hidden profession will drop. In the great wilderness, there are very few hidden professions, and they're all unique, so the hidden boss is definitely the boss that you must not let go of in the great wilderness. Let's get started. Jiang Cheng didn't think much about it. If other players saw this amount of health, attack, and defense, they would probably be discouraged. But with his current skills and attributes, he can already exert 1/10 of his strength in his prime and is fully capable of fighting alone. Jiang Cheng took action just as the cute Zhang Mengmeng handed him the bone meal. Assault armor activated. Within 30 minutes, weapons can be switched at will. Bloodlust Fury is activated, increasing your attack and attack speed by 90%. Quick Sword activates. Your attack speed increases by 300%. The Wind Step skill is activated, and your movement speed increases by 80%. He activated all active skills, and Jiang Cheng's attack speed increased by 390%, reaching 1 attack per 0.3 seconds. The movement speed increased by 80%, from 1.75 seconds per step to 1.4 seconds. Attack power increased by 90% to 579. When billions of players generally only had a few dozen attack points, he had already reached 579. Roar! When Jiang Cheng approached the stone-slinging troll, the stone-slinging troll discovered him early on. The 30-meter-tall body suddenly moved, grabbed a rock peak with both hands, and forcibly pulled it down, scattering rubble all over the ground. The strange stone forest is his home ground. It is covered with stone peaks, and there is no shortage of stones. With his stone-throwing ability, he is able to smash anyone to death. After breaking the sharp peak off the stone peak, the stone-slinging troll raised it above its head and threw it towards Jiang Cheng, who was close to it, amid Zhang Mengmeng's exclamation. Call! Sure Feng approached Jiang Cheng rapidly with the sound of whistling wind and arrived at the distance of 100 meters in a flash. Big brother, be careful. Zhang Mengmeng's heart was about to jump out of her chest. If she was hit by the stone-throwing troll's attack, the skeleton brother would definitely be disintegrated on the spot. Bang! The sharp rock fell down and created a big hole in the ground. In an instant, rubble filled the sky. The next moment, Zhang Mengmeng, who thought Jiang Cheng would die, saw a blood-red figure with a cloak thrown and a blood-red spear whistled in his hand. Boom, boom, boom. Countless scattered pieces of rubble were shattered by his rotating spear, instantly turning into powder on the ground, and a rain of stones fell from the sky. Zhang Mengmeng patted her chest with lingering fear and collapsed to the ground. Roar! Seeing that his attack had no effect at all, the stone-slinging troll became furious. He took a step back and used a pair of powerful hands to push Sure Feng behind him again. While Jiang Cheng was dodging the boulder by stepping sideways, his body had already approached the stone-throwing troll. When the stone-slinging troll was moving the boulder, Jiang Cheng was only 20 meters away from it. Weapon switch. Bow! An arrow. Whoosh! 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 Jiang Cheng, whose attack speed reached 0.3 seconds, shot 3 bone arrows in 1 second, exploding 3 stone flowers on the head, heart, and abdomen of the stone-slinging troll. 1737. 527. Minus 1054. 20. The blood prison effect is activated, deducting 20 health points per second. After 3 tentative arrows, Jiang Cheng understood clearly. The head and heart are the vital points. The abdomen does not count. But this slinging troll is 30 meters tall. Melee weapons won't hit its vital points. Jiang Cheng moved to the left, shooting arrows at the heart of the stone-slinging troll while analyzing the situation quickly. If you want to kill a slinging troll with a bow and arrow, you need at least 150 arrows. He was obviously not strong enough, so he would have to fight in close combat later. 1054, 1739, 1746. Damage continued to appear above the stone-slinging troll's head. Within 10 seconds, 30 arrows were shot at the same position in the stone-slinging troll's heart. Directly reduced the health of the stone-slinger troll by 33,585. 1/5 went down in an instant. Jiang Meng, who was standing far away, was stunned and had her heart beating faster. She covered her mouth with her hands and looked incredulous. Big Brother Skeleton has become stronger again. This is too scary. Is this really a hidden boss? Why does he look like a soldier in front of the big skeleton brother? Roar! The stone-slinging troll felt pain and finally pulled up a small stone peak onto the arrows. He used all his strength to throw it towards Jiang Cheng. This time he must kill this damn guy. Facing the oncoming huge rocky peaks, Jiang Cheng smiled in his heart and remained unmoved. The bow in his hand continued to shoot, and dense bone arrows flew towards the stone-slinging troll, forming a straight line. When the big rock was 3 inches away from him, he then moved his left foot horizontally, and at the moment the last arrow was shot, the longbow in his hand turned into a blood-red spear, gently resting on the corner of the boulder. At the moment when a huge force came from his hand, one of the 14 magical skills, taking advantage of the momentum to launch a flash kill. Use the opponent's force to your advantage. Before the opponent's force spreads throughout your body, use the force to move backward to the left and get out of the range of harm. Move backwards and leave the boulder's damage range. Boom! The blood-red spear spun in his hand, knocking down all the rubble that flew off the ground. The man had already used some of the force transmitted from the boulder to float 10 steps away. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Gun and bow switch. 3 more arrows were shot. 1776. 1110. 1117. At this moment, the stone slinger troll only has 90,000 HP left. And in the stone forest, 2 uninvited guests came. A man with a shaved head, wearing a pair of golden boxing gloves, led a female swordsman carrying a broadsword and stopped behind Jiang Meng, looking at Jiang Cheng with a scrutinizing gaze. Today is the Dragon Boat Festival. I wish everyone a happy Dragon Boat Festival. By the way, please give me a 5-star rating and urge me to update. Thank you. Chapter 24. First Kill Hidden Boss. Master, hide the boss. The female swordsman's eyes were filled with excitement. Hidden boss is a major feature of the game Dawang. There is a story behind each hidden boss. After killing, not only equipment, skill books, and other precious items will drop, there's also a chance to drop job, transfer task books, and various strange and weird items. So the moment the female swordsman saw the stone-slinging troll, she looked a little excited. But the man in front of him remained unmoved. It's not my own. The man's tone was extremely calm, and there was no excitement or agitation in his eyes. He just kept staring at a bloody skeleton with a thoughtful look. Well, the female swordsman was speechless, but seemed to have thought of something, and the excitement on her face instantly subsided. She waited obediently behind the man and didn't dare to mention the hidden boss again. Forced combat method? Taking advantage of the momentum to kill with a flash, divine shadow step? A little unfamiliar. The man smiled faintly and looked at Jiang Cheng, holding the gloves tightly in his hands. The battle between Jiang Cheng and the stone-slinging trolls has reached a fever pitch. Under Jiang Cheng's terrifying bow damage, the stone-throwing troll's health was reduced to only half. However, Jiang Cheng was keenly aware of the presence of someone. Now that he was a skeleton, he was very sensitive to creatures with flesh and blood. But this alone was certainly not enough. After all, the man was 300 meters away from him. The reason why he was able to detect it was because of the absolute intuition he had cultivated over a long period of time as a god-level player. Someone is spying on him. Once again, he used the huge rocks thrown by the slinging troll to dodge back more than 10 steps and send the rubble flying. Jiang Cheng turned around, and the two looked at each other 300 meters apart. With a neat crew cut, golden boxing gloves, and strong muscles, his whole body exudes a fierce aura that attracts people at first sight. Even though the female swordsman behind him was extremely beautiful and had a nice figure, the blood-red flames in Jiang Cheng's eyes could only see this man. This is the temperament of a peerless master. Jiang Cheng smiled in his heart after confirming who the visitor was. Relaxing his mind, he transformed the bow and arrow in his hand into a blood prison soldier and charged towards the stone-slinging troll. Bang! The sword is the most powerful of all weapons. Its thick back is powerful and heavy, and it is less susceptible to recoil than a spear. A flash of bloody blade appeared, and a damage appeared above the stone-throwing troll's head. 507. While slashing, his footsteps had already arrived behind the stone-slinging troll. Another slash of the sword came down. 507. The man went to the back of the stone-slinging troll and cut it with a knife. 507. The stone-slinging troll roared angrily, but did not see any human figure. He could only roar and spin in place. The hidden boss has a certain degree of intelligence, and is not just a wild monster that only knows how to follow the rules of the game, but everything that is happening now is beyond its cognition. It had no idea what was happening, it only knew that its feet were hurt. He was so angry that he could only roar continuously. Roar! Roar! The sound of the stone-throwing troll was so loud that even a man and a woman 300 meters away could hear it clearly. Master, why is this bloody skull? Don't ask, just keep watching. The man raised his hand. Oh! The female swordsman immediately shut her mouth, but she was very surprised in her heart. She really couldn't understand why a bloody skeleton had better skills than her, who had practiced hard for 5 years. It's so unfair. This game planner must be crazy to design such a boss. Do you still think that it's not difficult enough for them as players? It's totally fucked. Is this a distortion of human nature or a decline in morality? The battle between Jiang Cheng and the stone-slinging troll was so noisy that it could not be hidden from the players around him. The players around also got wind of the news and started rushing towards the strange rock forest. The first person to receive the news and rush over was Duba Tianxia, the president of the Duba Tianxia Guild. He led about 100 people to the strange rock forest. President, this is it. I just heard from a girl from the Dark Fragrance Guild that there's a hidden boss here, the Blood Skull, who's extremely powerful. I heard it. Duba Tianxia heard the roar coming from afar, and his heart moved. Let's circle the area first. We'll reserve the whole place for ourselves. Receive. A hardcore player from the Dominate the World Guild was overjoyed. This is the first hidden boss discovered in the entire server. Whoever gets it will be very awesome. By then, the whole server will be notified, and the reputation of the guild dominating the world will definitely reach a new level. As the guild becomes more famous, they, as members of the guild, will naturally enjoy better treatment. Did you hear that? Everyone, cheer up and clear everyone out first. Wait a minute. Duba Tianxia's expression suddenly changed because he seemed to see a familiar person. What's wrong? What's wrong? President, be quiet. Duba Tianxia frowned, signaling everyone to be quiet, and then walked towards a man. What's going on? What happened to the president? How should I know? Maybe I ran into someone I know. An acquaintance? Several leading players looked at each other, confused as they watched Duba Tianxia walk towards the man and woman hiding on Surephone. In fact, Duba Tianxia was a little nervous at this moment. He really didn't expect to meet him here. Fist! Duba Tianxia had just opened his mouth when he was interrupted by the man in the golden boxing gloves. Take your men and get all the irrelevant players out. The man in the golden boxing gloves suddenly turned around, his mouth corners slightly cold. Suddenly, Duba Tianxia shuddered all over. A fleeting struggle flashed across his face, but after a moment, he made a decision and ordered his men, Xiao Tian, clear out the surrounding players. The hardcore players of the Dominate the World Guild still don't know what happened. Why is the usually domineering president so respectful in front of the man wearing golden boxing gloves? Just one sentence scared their president back. They even noticed that the president seemed a little afraid. They could only guess in their hearts while carrying out the order to dominate the world. With doubts, they drove away the players who came to join in the fun nearby. And at the same time, they complained. Damn, who is that man? And who is fighting the boss inside? They fight the boss and leave us to defend the Monopoly Guild? This guy is too fucking awesome, right? Bang. 1176. Another slash of the sword and critical damage is triggered. At this moment, the Stone Slinger only had 10,003 health points left, less than 1/10. Jiang Cheng, in less than a minute and a half, killed a hidden boss to such a state. Zhang Mengmeng, who was 100 meters away, was extremely excited. She was completely immersed in excitement, and her heartbeat was accelerating. It's going to explode, it's going to explode. Maybe it won't take 20 seconds for the big skeleton brother to kill it. Big Brother Skeleton is simply a god. He can even fight hidden bosses alone. He is too powerful. Zhang Mengming's hands were shaking with excitement. But what made her a little strange was that there was no player at all despite all the commotion. Although she was only a semi-experienced player, she understood one thing. Players always like to join in the fun, and with such a big commotion, there was no reason why they wouldn't come over. This is really strange. Zhang Mingming's pretty face was full of confusion. Ding! Congratulations on killing the hidden boss, the Stone Slinger. You've earned 20,000 experience points and the first kill reward of 20 gold coins. First kill of the hidden boss increases the drop rate by 200%. You are the first player in the entire server to kill the hidden boss. Do you want to announce it to the entire server? Chapter 25, Evolvable Skeleton Horse. Boom! The huge body of the stone-slinging troll fell to the ground with a loud bang. It hit the ground, blowing up countless pieces of rubble. Then, objects with a green light and 3 blue lights scattered on the ground. Equipment, silver coins, special items, and potions were spread all over the ground, which was a feast for the eyes. Congratulations on killing the Stone Slinger. You gained 20,000 experience points, 20,000 evolution points, and 400 reinforcement points. Only 400 reinforcement points? After killing the stone-throwing troll, Jiang Cheng felt a little unhappy when he saw that there were only 400 reinforcement points. It seems earning enhancement points is much more difficult than earning evolution points. A level 20 hidden boss only drops 400 enhancement points. It is conceivable that other bosses are probably even poorer. Let's see what's dropped first to see if there's anything I can use. Jiang Cheng took creaking steps and searched on the ground. He didn't consider the equipment because he couldn't wear it after all. The skill book is what he wants most. There was a 200% explosion, and Jiang Cheng had no idea what had happened. However, he found a strange object in the upper right corner, walked forward quickly, and picked it up. You picked up the Skeleton Horse Token 1. Skeleton Military Horse Token. Jiang Cheng looked at the bone token lying quietly on his hand bones, and his heart moved. Skeleton Horse Token. Quality, Ordinary. Level 1. Special Item. A token that can summon a skeleton warhorse. By reciting the spell, you can summon a skeleton warhorse. It can only be used once. 2. Rubbish. Jiang Cheng complained slightly. He had also gotten summoning tokens during the internal testing, but the style was different. The game has all kinds of weird summoning tokens, even some summoning tokens of mythical beasts such as dragons, phoenixes, unicorns, giants, tree demons, elves, etc. But he also knew that the creatures summoned by this token had extremely poor attributes and would die if touched. They were purely decorative. Generally, it is used by players to show off in the city. But the value is quite high. After all, no player doesn't like to show off. But if you want to rely on summon monsters to fight monsters, it's almost like giving away your heads. Only those with a lot of money would do such a thing. I wonder if it can evolve? Jiang Cheng suddenly thought of this question. The hexagram of the underworld. The sea of bones obeys the command and descends into the abyss. Staring at the words on the token, Jiang Cheng read them out in his mind. As he chanted the spell, in the sea of bones in the underworld, a skeleton warhorse with its entire skeleton slowly stood up from the endless ocean of bones. Immediately afterwards, a formation will emerge under its 4 hooves. Call out. In front of Jiang Cheng, a skeleton warhorse appeared. Its body was covered with white bones, and its 4 legs were extremely strong. It was obvious that it must have been a handsome warhorse when it was alive. However, the attributes are hard to describe. Skeleton warhorse. Quality, Ordinary. HP 1. Defense 0. Movement speed, plus 10%. Overview. A decorative skeletal warhorse that cannot be resurrected after death. It's really rubbish. Jiang Cheng complained slightly. Evolution requires 10,000 evolution points. Do you want to evolve? Jiang Cheng tried it out of curiosity, but he didn't expect it to actually work. In that case, he didn't care about having more horses. The speed of a horse is much faster than that of a player, especially when running. With a horse, he has an extra means of saving his life. Moreover, weapons such as spears and guandao can have a speed bonus when used on horseback. After charging, damage is calculated based on speed, and the damage explodes instantly. Knights with horses and knights without horses are completely different levels. Don't think that he easily defeated the hidden boss, but this is just the beginning of the game, and a level 20 hidden boss is nothing. And the stone-throwing troll was too slow, so he killed it so easily. Many bosses are not only incredibly fast, but also have talents such as damage range that cannot be dodged, forced invincibility, instant kills, ignoring control effects, magic immunity, physical immunity, inability to be knocked down, and inability to penetrate armor, which are all extremely abnormal. He is still very far from being invincible. Only bosses will drop strengthening points, and he is destined to deal with various bosses in the future. He only has one life. He can't afford to gamble. So, any improvement in strength is a good improvement. No more evolution points to earn. Spend 10,000 evolution points to successfully evolve the Skeleton Warhorse. Obtain a Skeletal Warhorse. Skeleton Warhorse. Quality, ordinary. HP, 300. Defense, 5. Movement speed, plus 20%. Overview. An ordinary skeletal warhorse that cannot be resurrected after death. It's only improved so much, keep going. Spend 15,000 evolution points to evolve a skeleton steed. Spend 20,000 evolution points to successfully evolve the skeleton BMW. The quality has been improved. Skeleton BMW. Quality, elite. HP 1000. Defense 20. Movement speed plus 50%. Skills leap. Overview. The best among military horses, with incredible speed, able to leap 10 meters, and cannot be resurrected after death. Good stuff. Jiang Cheng was delighted. From now on, it will be much faster to travel across the map riding a skeleton BMW and taking a cute little dog with you. Chapter 26, Hidden Occupation, Necromancer's Job Change Book. Let's go. The man in golden boxing gloves who was hiding behind Shifeng spoke slowly. She looked at Jiang Cheng deeply, and then left without any reluctance, leaving behind the confused female swordsman. Master, are you leaving now? There was so many flashy equipment that her eyes were almost blinded. She just saw a piece of equipment with green light. Green, that is legendary equipment that is higher in rarity than purple. She's now completely blank. Others, the legend has come out. With her master's skills, it wouldn't be difficult to snatch this equipment. So why should she leave? The man in the golden boxing gloves seemed to see her doubt and stopped. Yin Xiang, you have to understand that the power of a god-level player is never due to their equipment. If you can use the same equipment at 100% effectiveness, then a god-level player can use it at 500% effectiveness, or even higher. I understand. Although he didn't quite understand, Yin Xiang still nodded. Maybe this is the gap between her and her master. Although she was hailed as the successor of the boxing master in the Shanha Club, she was very clear that her technical strength might not even reach 1/10 of her master's. But, master, when you meet a master like this, shouldn't you try to spar with him? Isn't her master the fist master Jin Shanha, one of the 12 righteous gods, known as a sparring maniac? Why did you change your temper today? Jin Shanha paused, looked at the golden grade growth gloves he was given at birth, and shook his head. Now is not the time to meet. Not the time to meet? Oh, okay. Yin Xiang nodded obediently. Although he didn't know what his master was thinking, he was shocked. It's really strange. How could a bloody skeleton have such magical skills? He fought against the level 20 hidden boss alone. His skills were so impressive that it made her scalp tingle. It was simply awesome. Even with her current strength, she can achieve this. Damn it. What kind of perverted thing did the game planner come up with? Alright, master, is this blood skeleton a hidden boss? Were there 2 hidden bosses fighting just now? Jin Shanha smiled slightly and said mysteriously, "You will understand later." Seeing that the master was keeping him in suspense again, Yin Xiang could only shut up. After the 2 came out, they ran into Duba Tianxia and the hardcore players in his guild. Now the guild token has not been issued yet, and there is no guild chat channel. It is still a bit difficult to command the world alone, and there is a trace of fatigue on his face. However, after seeing Jin Shanha and Yin Xiang coming out, the fatigue on his face immediately subsided, and he greeted them with a smile. Master Chuanzong, have you finished defeating the boss? Jin Shanha nodded and said, "Let's go. I will remember this kindness." Without any unnecessary nonsense, Jin Shanha took Yin Xiang away. Such an attitude is very bad to say, but a look of excitement appeared on the face of Duba Tianxia. The great master boxing, I owe him a favor. This favor will definitely play a crucial role when the guild war begins, and will help his guild reach a higher level. Only, who are Quan Zong Deshun and Jian Ingyun thinking about when they're going to fight the boss? Duba Tianxia was extremely curious and wanted to rush in to check it out immediately. The person who can make the great boxing master come out to protect him personally is definitely not a simple person. Brother Skeleton, you are so amazing. Oh my God, I admire you so much. Jiang Mingming gestured with her hands, her graceful body trembling slightly, obviously very excited. Oh my God, brother skeleton, how did you dodge the boulder just now? And even back away while spinning your spear? That's so cool. This horse, oh my God, so handsome. These equipment. Jiang Mingming chattered nonstop, but at the end, she suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Jiang Cheng spread out his right hand, motioning her to pick it up quickly, otherwise it would disappear. Unfortunately, Jiang Mingming's ability to understand once again overturned Jiang Cheng's cognition. Oh, it's okay. I'm just a little curious. I don't really want the equipment. After saying that, she took a step back, looking as if she was afraid that Jiang Cheng would misunderstand her. Jiang Cheng. There was no other way. Jiang Cheng could only do it himself. After picking them up and checking them, he threw them to her one by one. But before throwing it to her, he took a look at it first. Robe of Disaster. Quality, Elite. Level, 15. Defense, 15 to 30. Set effect, wearing the Robe of Doom, Gauntlets of Doom, Staff of Doom, Helmet of Doom, and Boots of Doom. Activates health plus 100, attack 50 points, spell damage plus 50 points, and activates the skill curse. Boots of Doom. Quality, Elite. Level, 15. Defense, 10 to 10. Movement speed plus 10%. Set effect, wearing the Robe of Doom, Gauntlets of Doom, Staff of Doom, Helmet of Doom, and Boots of Doom. Activates health plus 100, attack 50 points, spell damage plus 50 points, and activates the skill curse. Boots of Speed. Quality, Elite. Level, 15. Movement speed plus 50%. These three blue equipments did not give Jiang Cheng much of a surprise, and two of the equipment positions were repeated. He did find a green gem, which scared him a little. Heart of Disaster. Quality, Legendary. Features. No level, no occupation restrictions. Overview. When embedded in a weapon, it acquires the Disaster attribute, reducing the enemy's attack and defense by 10%. Good stuff. I wonder if my weapon will work. But now his weapon has no holes in it, so is useless. After handing the Heart of Disaster to Jiang Mingming, Jiang Cheng gestured to her and asked her to take good care of it. I don't know if this cute guy understood, but he just kept nodding. Jiang Cheng can only leave it to fate. After that, no good stuff appeared, just some potions and gold coins. But an inconspicuous document caught his attention. Necromancer's Letter. Overview. Special items. After use, you can accept the job transfer task of the hidden profession, Necromancer. This cute and silly guy is finally starting to become stronger. Jiang Cheng smiled slightly. Undead players at level 10 can currently only switch to two professions, Undead Summoner and Undead Mage, and their attributes are no different from other professions. As for hidden professions, their attributes are doubled at each level, making them twice as powerful as ordinary professions. What's more, the Necromancer is a combination of the Undead Summoner and the Necromancer. This letterhead is worth at least 50 million. Wow, Mine. Jiang Mingming took the letter and jumped up excitedly. Then, I used it. Jiang Cheng nodded and said nothing. It's time to strengthen this cute girl, otherwise, if she dies, I might be disintegrated as well, and that would be a waste of time. Wow, I got a quest. This quest has a hidden reward, 2 5-star drilling stones and a non-professional skill book. 2 5-star punch stones? Jiang Cheng's heart moved. This was really, really lucky. It seems that the task must be completed as soon as possible. Jiang Cheng rode on the skeleton BMW and extended his hand to the shy Jiang Mingming. Chapter 27 Dark Swamp, Skill Breakthrough. Let me get on the horse. Seeing the bright red hand bone handed over by Jiang Cheng, Jiang Mingming lowered her head. I feel a little shy, but also excited and expectant. If I ride on the same horse with Big Skeleton Brother, then I'll have to hold him. As Jiang Mingming thought about it, she became even more shy, and her face turned extremely red. But she was afraid that Jiang Cheng would think she was wasting time. So she suppressed her shyness and gently extended her hand. An icy and chilling touch came from Jiang Cheng's hand bones. The next moment, Jiang Mingming screamed and felt herself being pulled by a strong force, and she flew onto the horse in an instant. The surrounding scenes quickly receded. A puff of black hair covered her delicate face and was then blown to both sides by the wind. Jiang Mingming sat on the warhorse, feeling the strong wind. She was so scared that she quickly hugged Jiang Cheng and leaned on his back, her heart pounding. In this way, a skeleton, a woman, and a horse were running in the strange rock forest. Head towards the trigger point of the mission, the level 25 wild area, Dark Swamp. Along the way, when they encountered players from the Dominate the World Guild who were curious and came to check the situation, they immediately exclaimed in surprise. Holy crap, what'd I just see? Am I dazzled? Why did I see a skeleton riding a horse? And with a girl? The undead player rubbed his eyes, a look of disbelief on his face. What a handsome skeletal warhorse. Someone has already gotten a mount at this hour. I'm a knight, but I can't even get a donkey, and yet someone else has a mount like this? Fuck, a skeleton with a goddess. This is too exciting. I'm worse than a skeleton. A group of players looked at Jiang Cheng with envy and jealousy as he rode the skeleton BMW. Skeleton warhorse? Bloody skeleton? Undead female player. Duba Tianxia narrowed his eyes and pondered for a long time. The Great Fist Master has personally come out to protect the top-ranked undead player. Shaking his head, Duba Tianxia denied the idea. That shouldn't be the case. Anyone who can reach the top of the list must have a huge force behind them. How could it be an individual player? Laugh. Jiang Cheng placed a blood-red spear on the left side of the skeleton BMW and rushed in the strong wind until he ran out of the strange rock forest and came to the dark swamp, where he encountered a group of level 20 swamp undead. The skeleton BMW skills are activated. Leap. Puff. The BMW under him kicked its hind legs, blowing up countless fallen leaves, and under Jiang Cheng's control, it jumped high in an instant. In the black flaming pupils of a group of swamp undead, the blood-red spears mounted on the skeleton horses pierced through their hearts at an absolute speed of charging and falling. Charge 150% speed bonus, 1.5 times. The falling speed is increased by 30%, 1.8 times. Critical hit, heart attack, 3.8 times. Destruction feature, 30% critical damage. 40% damage bonus for spears on warhorses. 4.5 times the damage. Minus 2,795. Minus 2,178. 1179. Kill a level 20 swamp undead and gain 150 experience points and evolution points. Kill a monster above your level and gain 50 experience points and evolution points. Kill a level 20 swamp undead and gain 150 experience points and evolution points. Kill a higher level monster and gain 50 experience points and evolution points. Kill a level 20 swamp undead and gain 150 experience points and evolution points. Kill a higher level monster and gain 50 experience points and evolution points. In an instant, it penetrated the 3 swamp undead with only 1,000 health points. After slamming the 3 swamp undead together, Jiang Cheng grabbed the blood-red spear and swung it in his hand. Stab, pick, and block. Bang, bang, bang. Without the charge speed bonus, the swamp undead's defense is relatively high and the damage drops instantly. 780, 768, 764. However, although the damage has decreased, Jiang Cheng is still not afraid at all. The spear has a 40% damage bonus when on a warhorse, so a swamp undead with 1,000 health can be killed with just 2 shots. Swamp undead. Race undead. Level 20. HP 1,000. Attack 90 to 137. Defense 40 to 50. Skills: Swamp Mist, Waiting. Talent: Poison. Overview: a human who died in the dark swamp had too much resentment before his death. After his resurrection, he began to hate the human race and wandered around the edge of the dark swamp, trying to kill adventurous humans. My skills and talents are not good enough. This is not a good place to level up. Jiang Cheng's heart moved, and without too much nostalgia, he killed this group of swamp undead and obtained about 5,000 evolution points, then continued to move north. Brother Skeleton, you are so handsome. Riding a horse is so exciting. Zhang Mengmeng, holding Jiang Cheng in her arms, sat on the skeleton BMW, patting her chest, her heart pounding. Leaning on the blood-red cloak behind Jiang Cheng, watching Jiang Cheng killing all the wild monsters along the way like chopping melons and vegetables, a sense of security suddenly arose. She felt like she was a darling favored by God. Otherwise, how could she summon a god-level skeleton like Big Brother Skeleton? The only regret was that the skeleton brother's body was too hard. When the BMW was speeding, it was bumpy all the way and it hurt her chest. Dear, while Zhang Mengmeng was daydreaming, Jiang Cheng suddenly stopped in front of swamp. Pungent methane gas was floating around. Although Jiang Cheng had no nose, he still had a sense of smell. Suddenly, he frowned bone. Blood-red flames rose in his eyes. Jiang Cheng looked around carefully and became slightly alert. He had a feeling that there seemed to be something hidden in the dark and the misty swamp gas, spying on him. Find the target point of the mission. Jiang Cheng raised his hand and gestured to Zhang Mingming. At this time, Zhang Mingming was still immersed in fantasy and did not realize that Jiang Cheng was calling her. It was not until Jiang Cheng's cloak shook that she suddenly reacted. Thinking of her previous wild thoughts, her face suddenly turned red like a ripe apple. "Oh, big brother skeleton, go over there. There's an altar of the dead over there. The necromancer Natalie is over there." This time, Zhang Mingming was not confused at all. She finally had some tacit understanding with Jiang Cheng and understood what Jiang Cheng meant. However, Jiang Cheng did not move forward immediately, but stopped and prepared to upgrade his skills. Since the necromancer is a hidden profession, the task of changing profession is naturally much more difficult than that of ordinary professions. Just in half an hour, he swept through the swamp Undead and earned another 14,856 evolution points. Now that he has 400 enhancement points dropped by the slinging troll, he could try to break through the skills and see what changes will happen, adding strength to this mission and providing more insurance. Moreover, he is looking forward to the breakthrough in skills. What effect will it have? After all, I have never encountered such a thing when playing games before. Please give me a 5-star review and urge me to update. Thank you, dear readers. Please give me a 5-star review. Chapter 28 Skill Breakthrough Rage/Bloody Surveying Eye. The full-level skills are Swift Blade, Wind Step, and Split. The attack speed bonus of the Quick Sword is 300%. In fact, even if it is increased to 500%, it is difficult to improve it further. The attack speed of 0.3 seconds per strike has almost reached the limit of the percentage bonus. If the attack speed does not increase, even if it is increased by 500%, it will only become one attack per 0.28 seconds at most, which is not worth the loss. The Wind Step is not really necessary for the time being because he has the skeleton BMW. The only option is to upgrade and split. Level 10 Cleave has 15% additional damage, and the additional damage ignores defense and dodge. But just now Jiang Cheng discovered that when he attacked immediately, the splitting effect was not triggered. Later, after the blood prison soldiers were replaced, the split was triggered. In other words, the split can only be triggered when using a knife. I just don't know if this shortcoming will be made up after the breakthrough. Jiang Cheng felt a little bit of anticipation in his heart. Spending 10,000 evolution points and 100 enhancement points, the evolution breakthrough skill split was successful. Congratulations on breaking through level 11 in the skill split and gaining the advanced skill Rage/New Gen. Even the name has changed. Jiang Cheng's mind moved and he hurried to check. Rage/. Quality, rare. Type, passive. Overview. When attacking, trigger an additional 16% damage, distributed to a range of 22 meters. The additional damage ignores defense and dodge, and passively increases attack power by 1%. The damage only increased from 15% to 16%. That's rubbish. But the range has increased by 1 meter, doubling it. If I kill more stone men, I can split about 8 stone men at a time. It also increases the attack power by 1%. I guess if I upgrade it again, the attack power will also increase. In the short term, not so good. But in the long run, it's very good, and even the quality of skills has improved. It seems that skill breakthrough is really cool. It's just that it's too hard to earn enhancement points. There are only 300 enhancement points left, and only a little over 4,000 evolution points. It's not enough to break through other skills. Jiang Cheng suddenly looked at his knife and skeleton body. The current attack damage is sufficient, so you can consider strengthening other areas. The blood-red flames of the eyes, the nose bones, hand bones, sternum, leg bones, ear bones, and even, can the cloak be strengthened? Jiang Cheng tried it and found that it really worked. The nose bones enhance the sense of smell, the hand bones enhance the attack speed and attack, the leg bones are for movement speed, the ear bones are for hearing, and the cloak is for carrying capacity. There is also a skull, which enhances thinking reaction ability and casting speed. The outer torso bones strengthen the body's sensing ability and defense, while the spine strengthens stiffness and dominance. From the skull to the toes, all 206 bones can be strengthened, and not only these basic effects, but also special effects can be achieved. Strengthen the eyes first. Jiang Cheng made a decision in his heart. The fog in the dark swamp made it difficult for him to see through it, and he always felt that there was hidden danger. He needed to see if the enhanced eyes were effective and whether he could see through the fog. Strengthening the blood eye requires 100 points. Strengthening improves vision and has a chance of mutating into new functions. Do you want to strengthen it? The enhancement was successful, and the visual clarity increased from 100 meters to 110 meters. Strengthening the blood eye requires 200 points. It improves vision in the direction of strengthening and has a chance of advancement. Do you want to strengthen it? Enhancement successful. Vision clarity increased from 110 meters to 120 meters. Advancement successful. Obtaining the crimson surveying eye. In an instant, a bit of blazing white flame appeared in the middle of the blood-red flame in his eye sockets. Bloody surveying eye. Overview. Omniscience. Surveying enemy ranges within a 120-meter radius, ignoring obstacles. When the blazing white flames appear between his blood-red flames, all the enemy units within a radius of 120 meters suddenly appeared in his eyes. Jiang Cheng raised his teeth and said, "There's something fishy going on." Chapter 29. Tens of thousands of schistosomes, crazy upgrades, plundering skills. The blazing white flames in Jiang Cheng's eyes peeked through the fog and saw countless schistosomes clinging to the big trees around him. According to preliminary estimates, there are at least tens of thousands of them within a range of 120 meters. Swamp schistosoma. Race Undead. Level 15. HP 100. Attack 1-1. Defense 1-1. Skills: blood-sucking possession. Talent: speed. Overview. A low-level undead schistosome in the swamp. Its attack and defense power are extremely low, but because of its small size, it is extremely difficult to be found when hidden in the fog. Do not ignore its speed and blood-sucking ability. With so many, if I had rushed over just now and been possessed by hundreds of them, even if I was forced to lose some health, I probably wouldn't have been able to withstand so many schistosomes attacking me all at once. Sure enough, strengthening the eyes was the right thing to do. This ignores obstacles and directly and comprehensively views the effect of enemy units. Even if you hide in a cave, he can still see you, so you won't have to worry about sneak attacks anymore. Coupled with his furious slash, which doubled the additional attack range, the schistosomes hidden in the fog in front of him were not too troublesome for him. At most, he could clear them out in waves. Perhaps this is also a good place to upgrade and plunder skill talents. You go down first and close your eyes. Jiang Cheng gestured to Zhang Mengmeng, and the blood-red flames in his eyes flickered to remind her to close her eyes. Zhang Mengmeng seemed to understand and climbed down from the skeleton BMW reluctantly. Then, she stared at Jiang Cheng nervously. "Big brother skeleton, you have to be careful, it's spooky here." Zhang Mengmeng looked around with her big eyes and felt a little cold. She quickly hugged her shoulders and reminded Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng raised his hand to indicate that there was no big problem. Then, he put the token used on the skeleton BMW away. The blood-red cloak was swung, and a streak of blood flashed across the quiet and dark swamp. Gah! Jiang Cheng took a step forward and stepped on a few rotten fallen leaves. In an instant, in the fog, hundreds of schistosomes swarmed towards him from the roots of the trees, trying to cling to him and suck his blood and bone fluid. If it were someone else, they might not even know what was happening in front of them. By the time they found out, they might not be able to react at all and would have been possessed by hundreds of schistosomes. At this time, you may be in a panic and it will be too late to clean up. However, as he possessed the blood-red surveying eye, he did not have such concerns. No matter how thick the fog was, he could still clearly see the swarming schistosomes. While the quick knife skill still has 20 minutes of effect, Jiang Cheng has no intention of letting them go. Puff! With a flick of his blood-red cloak, the blood-hell soldier appeared in his right hand and killed the first schistosome. 673. 101. 101. 101. After the first schistosome caused damage, the splitting effect was triggered. Within 2 meters, more than 100 schistosomes in front of him suddenly scattered into a pool of mucus. Kill the swamp schistosomes and gain 100 experience points and evolution points. Kill the swamp schistosomes and gain 100 experience points and evolution points. Kill. In an instant, more than 100 schistosomes died at the same time, and Jiang Cheng instantly gained 10,000 evolution points and experience. It's so cool. Puff. The blood prison soldier raised his sword again and slashed it down again. Dense blood-red damage values floated in front of him. 678. Minus 102. 102. Plunder skill triggered. Plunder talent extremely fast. Agility +1. Plunder skill triggered. Plunder talent extremely fast. Agility +1. Plunder skill triggered. Plunder talent extremely fast. Agility +1. Congratulations on your level up to level 16. Your health and magic points have increased by 100 points. Your attack +10, and your defense +5. As the number of monsters increases, the number of times the plundering skill is triggered increases instantly, and there are constant prompts of successful plundering. The level was instantly increased by 1 level. Agility increased by 3 points, and evolution points increased by more than 30,000. In this place is so fast to upgrade, earn evolution points, and plunder attributes. Crack. Jiang Cheng took another step forward, stepped into the hatred range of more than 300 schistosomes, and cut them down with a knife. 679. 102. 102. The plunder skill is triggered, and the plunder skill successfully absorbs blood. The blood-sucking skill is finally here. Jiang Cheng raised his teeth and smiled slightly in his heart. Please give me 5-star praise and urge me to update the book. In order to give back to the comments from all the male gods and goddesses, I will add another chapter today. Thank you. Chapter 30. First on the double list, Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming. Among the many passive skills, bloodsucking is a skill with very strong endurance. For individual players who don't have a priest to provide healing skills behind them, bloodsucking is definitely a magical skill for solo play. In particular, Jiang Cheng also has the passive skill of Rage Slash, which can kill a large group of enemies. Bloodsucking. Quality, rare. Skill type, passive. Skill effect, convert 0.5% of the damage caused into HP. After taking 3 steps back, Jiang Cheng looked at the data about bloodsucking, and the result was not very ideal. He remembered the swordsman's blood-sucking skill. The initial value was 5%, but the one he stole was only 0.5%, a 10-fold difference. It's probably because there are too many schistosomes, so the skills assigned to it by the system have been reduced. Jiang Cheng pondered for a while, but didn't worry too much. As long as it could evolve, there would be no useless skills in his hands. After the advanced breakthrough, there might be unexpected effects, even stronger than the passive life-sucking ability of the swordsman. Spend 1,000 evolution points to upgrade blood-sucking success. Current level is 2. Spend 2,000 points. Spend 7,000 evolution points to upgrade blood-sucking success. Current level is 7. Blood-sucking. Quality, rare. Skill type, passive. Skill level, 7. Skill effect, 3.5% of the damage is converted into health recovery. After spending 36,000 evolution points, all the evolution points I just earned, the blood-sucking skill finally showed some effect. With 3.5% lifesteal, I can ignore the forced life-deducting effect of the schistosomiasis. I was worried that my health would be forcibly deducted and I would not be able to recover in an instant. But now, with the blood-sucking ability, he can kill hundreds of schistosomes with one strike, and his blood may be restored faster than it is lost. Snap! 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 After taking 3 steps on the corpse of a schistosome, Jiang Cheng stepped forward again to test the effect. This time, he didn't kill 1 step at a time, but directly took 5 steps. In an instant, dense swarms of schistosomes swarmed from the roots and trees, as if covering the sky and the earth. Preliminary estimates showed that there were at least thousands of them. Buzz! 1, 1, 1. The sound of countless schistosome wings vibrating came from near his ear bones. Hundreds of schistosomes attached to his body, and hundreds of wounds appeared on his head. His health instantly dropped by 1/3 from 1730 to 1100, which scared Zhang Mingming. But, next moment, puff! A blood-red knife light flashed, and the blood prison soldier slashed it down. Jiang Cheng focused his eyes and cut the vital part of the schistosomiasis head. Critical hit, vital attack. 1076. 172. 172. Plus 37. Plus 6. Plus 6. As the 300 schistosomes were killed instantly, at the moment when Zhang Mingming was stunned, a large number of blood-sucking recovery values suddenly appeared above Jiang Cheng's head. HP is instantly restored. Phew, scare the baby to death. Zhang Mingming patted her chest and let out a long sigh with lingering fear. Just now she thought that the big skeleton brother felt that she was too much of a burden to him and was ready to die and didn't want her anymore. I didn't expect that the skeleton brother actually sucks blood. Blood-sucking. Zhang Mingming stared at Jiang Cheng's heroic figure killing schistosomes, feeling dazed. Brother skeleton has evolved into a blood-sucking monster again? This is too. Zhang Mingming was a little dumbfounded. Every time she thought she had seen Jiang Cheng's limit, he would evolve again in the next moment. Jiang Cheng is always getting stronger and can always give her endless surprises. And she is hard to describe. No, I have to become stronger too. I can't let Brother Skeleton down. At this moment, Zhang Mingming clenched her little pink fists, and a hint of determination flashed across her delicate face. After she put on the robe and boots of disaster given by Jiang Cheng, her attributes immediately increased significantly. Delighted, she quickly checked her attributes. Itiao Dai Xiaoming. Occupation, Necromancy. Level, 17. Occupation, not changed. Health, 910. Mana, 910. Attack, 25 to 135. Spell attack, 1 to 25, plus 5 for staffs. Defense, 25 to 95. Skill, Skeleton Summoning 1. Weapon, Wooden Staff, white. Armor, Robe of Doom, blue. Helmet, Bear Helmet, blue. Gauntlets, Bear Gauntlets, blue. Boots, Boots of Doom, blue. Belt, White. Necklace, Bear Necklace, blue. Ring, none. Bracelet, none. Medal, none. Title, Newcomer. Oh my god, am I already that strong? Zhang Mingming was a little stunned. Not to mention her level, which is 17. When Xia Dongli, the god of level, is only at level 14, no one can surpass her now. And with the skeleton big brother's current speed in killing monsters, I guess, no one can surpass her in a short period of time. There is no bonus to health. It all comes down to level. But attack. Oh my god, 135 physical attack. Zhang Mingming quickly opened the attack ranking list and found that her name was printed at the first place. The name shining with golden light blinded her big eyes. The second place is the sword god, Xie Changkong, a powerful swordsman with an attack of 120. Third place, Fist Master, Zhen Shanhe, the demon-subduing monk, attack 119. She didn't look closely at the others behind her. Anyway, she knew very well that as a mage, she had surpassed the two great gods by relying on the physical attack bonus from her equipment. After the server was launched, various rankings appeared one after another. She quickly switched and started checking other rankings. Her defense was only 95, not even 100, so she didn't go up. But neither did the other players. And she is most likely the one closest to it. Weapon rankings, forget it. The weapons she uses are terrible. The other rankings had not yet been opened, and after taking a look, she stopped. But to her surprise, there was a title that she could choose from in her title column. The best in the world. Number 1 in the world. Quality, Supreme Shining. Overview. Obtain the title of first place in the level ranking. Duration is 3 hours, and there is currently 1 hour and 59 minutes left. Attributes gained after wearing. Luck plus 20 points, attack plus 50, defense plus 50, critical hit chance plus 30%. The world. Under heaven, I am the most respected. First, my steps are as fast as the wind, and my shadow is as sharp as the clouds. Who can follow my steps? Oh my god, this title is so awesome. Zhang Mingming covered her mouth and looked at the title in surprise. Unfortunately, there are only 3 hours, and the ranking list is refreshed every 3 hours. If she can't keep up, she will be cancelled. Maybe, when Big Brother Skeleton can no longer evolve, I'll be left behind. Zhang Mingming does not have much regret about this. After all, she's not a person who likes to show off. Before, she just wanted to make some money. She also knew very well that her current great achievements were entirely due to Jiang Cheng. Even if Jiang Cheng can no longer evolve, she will still regard him as her best friend in this life. Congratulations on your level increase. HP, Magic plus 100, Attack plus 10, Spell plus 1. Current level is 18. Well, I guess I won't be able to get rid of this title for a while. As usual, I once again ask for 5-star reviews and updates from all the male and female gods and goddesses. Thank you. Chapter 31, Crazy Magic Group. Fallen Forest. In the ant hole, more than 300 level 10 blood ants are besieging 108 level 10 mage players. This group of players not only has a higher level, but also surpasses the ordinary players who are generally only level 6 to 7. Their skills were also very powerful. Facing the blood ants that came in the form of pupae, they did not panic at all. Instead, they formed a powerful formation and took turns releasing explosive flames to kill the blood ants. However, before they kill this group of blood ants, there will always be a mage player wearing a blue robe who will be the first to release a burst of flames. After that, these more than 100 mage players will release their skills in an orderly manner. These 108 mage players are from the mage group of Xia Dongli, one of the 12 gods. It is also his ace leveling group, the Crazy Magic group. They were hired by the Dongli Club under his name at high salaries, and each of them is a master mage. Master, the Ant Cave, is the holy ground for leveling that you discovered during the internal test. The blood ants here have low health points, large numbers, and high experience points. I believe that in less than an hour, you can surpass Yi Tiao, Xiao Meng, and return to the top of the level rankings. Behind Xia Dongli, a player in his 40s or 50s looked at him excitedly after saying this. Of course, Xia Dongli hugged the two beautiful mages and showed a confident smile. His Crazy Magic group is composed of top-notch masters. After the new Myth server was opened, they helped him break the level-up record of the new server. Within one day, he reached level 25, shocking all the players and being hailed as the undisputed number 1 in the level. After that, he remained on the ranking list until the launch of the Dahuang game and was never surpassed by anyone. He didn't expect that when he came to the wilderness, he would be caught up by an unknown person. This was such a shame for him. I'm currently level 15, and I level up about every half an hour. What's Ichigo Dai Xiaoming's current level? Xia Dongli looked at the housekeeper inquiringly. Master, there's no need to check. She must have surpassed it. I saw her half an hour ago, and she was only level 14. It's only been half an hour, so she definitely hasn't risen a level. Xia Dongli nodded in agreement. Indeed, I've observed her leveling speed. From what I can gather, she must have hired a 30-man group and found a good place to level up. Xia Dongli pinched the beautiful player's face and continued amidst her sweet laughter. If I'm not mistaken, it should be in the strange stone forest. Young master is truly a master of foresight, the butler exclaimed in admiration. According to intelligence, this little cute creature did indeed level up in the strange rock forest, and what? Xia Dongli's mouth turned slightly cold. Don't keep me in suspense. The butler was immediately terrified. Yes, master. What I'm saying is that according to intelligence, this little cute guy seems to have something to do with dominating the world. Dominating the world? Xia Dongli's mouth twitched slightly. It's just a small guild ranked in the top 20 in the country. Where does its strength come from? Ah Fu, your intelligence collection is not accurate. Huh? Butler Ah Fu's expression changed, and a look of panic appeared on his face. Young master. All right, Xia Dongli interrupted his plea. I don't mean to blame you, just go down. Yes, master. Xia Dongli waved the butler away, but a playful smile appeared on his face. Even a dignified master of the demonic fist sect would resort to such petty tricks? Haha, let me see. You're willing to support a newcomer with a 30-person training group, hoping to dethrone me from the position of the 12 true gods. Now that my crazy magic group has taken shape, can you still succeed? With a sneer, Xia Dongli opened the ranking list and wanted to see what level Yi Tiao Dai Xiaoming was stuck at now. As usual, I asked for 5-star reviews and urged for more updates. If there are 500 reviews, I will add another chapter. I checked, and there are 430 reviews now. If it reaches 500, I will definitely add more chapters. I will never break my promise. Chapter 32. Xia Dongli was stunned. Congratulations on your level increase. Your current level is 16. Just when he was about to check the level rankings, the system suddenly reminded him that he had reached level 16. Suddenly, Xia Dongli's mouth corners curled up slightly. The Crazy Magic group can kill about 60 blood ants in one round of attack, which means 4,200 experience points in one round. He didn't believe that anyone could upgrade faster than him. This time, he was even more confident. Xia Dongli opened the ranking page. The first thing that appeared was the newly opened attack ranking list. Because it is a newly opened list, it will be ranked at the top. Xia Dongli took a look and saw that the first place was a cute little boy. 132? He was stunned for a moment. A necromancer with a higher physical attack than that show-off Xie Changkong. Showing a playful smile, Xia Dongli sighed meaningfully. It seems that Jin Shanha this sparring maniac has quite a bit of ambition. First, a team of 30 people was sent to support a newcomer in leveling up in the strange stone forest, hoping to knock him down from the top position. Now, all the equipment is piled up for this newcomer, letting her grab Xie Changkong's attack list. I wonder what expression Xie Changkong, that showy guy, would have when he saw this scene. Xia Dongli smiled knowingly, then clicked on other rankings to check. After seeing that there were no newcomers, he clicked on the level rankings. And this is the time when the rankings are refreshed. You know what? He's really a little excited now. The sense of accomplishment of crushing the conspiracy that shook the mountains and rivers is quite good. He hasn't felt this way for a long time since he became one of the 12 gods. However, he gave up the opportunity to change his job and hurried here to upgrade, just for this moment. Level 16, Xia Dongli, Mage, 2nd place. Second place? I'm second. How is that possible? Xia Dongli couldn't believe it, and thought there was something wrong with the list. He narrowed his eyes and confirmed it again. 2nd place, Xia Dongli, Mage, level 16. 1st place, Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming, level 20. 20. Xia Dongli's eyes widened with an incredible look, which scared the two beautiful players beside him. Great God, what's wrong with you? Since they climbed up Xia Dongli, they had never seen Xia Dongli lose his composure like this, and they were immediately shocked and confused. Everyone go down. Xia Dongli's face looked very ugly. He didn't want anyone to see him in his current state, as that would damage his demeanor. The two beautiful players suddenly looked terrified and left the anthole quickly with a look of doubt and suspicion. They didn't even dare to say a word for fear of offending Xia Dongli. Xia Dongli watched the crazy magic group working hard, and his experience points kept increasing, but there was no joy on his face. The difference between level 20 and level 16 is too big, and he can't catch up in a short time. The ranking list has been updated. It seems that he has missed the opportunity to be the best in the world again. Zhan Shana's Shana Club doesn't have that kind of power. With the current strength of the players, it's impossible for a 30-person leveling group to level up so quickly. First-rate masters are not cabbages, just like his crazy magic group, which consists of 108 first-rate wizards. The monthly expenses are in the tens of millions. Ordinary groups simply cannot afford such consumption. The Shana Club is far inferior to the capital behind him, and it is obviously impossible for it to go to such lengths just to disgust him. Who on earth would go to such great lengths to support a newcomer to the top? Even my crazy magic group can't compare to them. Xia Dongli kept guessing in his mind. In the dark swamp, after killing all the schistosomes, I reached level 20, added 10 points to my agility, and obtained 370,000 evolution points. Jiang Cheng rode the skeleton BMW, crossed the dark swamp, and brought Zhang Mingming to the dark forest. In the dark forest, a dilapidated and collapsed temple of the dead appeared before them. This place is deserted, and there is not a single ghost in sight. It seems extremely empty. The air was filled with the smell of a rotting corpse, a smell like the stench of a rat that had been dead for a long time. It kept drilling into the noses of Jiang Cheng and Zhang Mingming, making them frown. Natalie should be inside. Let's go. Jiang Cheng got off the horse, holding the blushing Zhang Mingming's hand, stepped on the black weeds, and walked carefully towards the temple. Rustle. Gurgle. The two of them stepped on the gravel and grass, making a rustling sound from time to time, mixed with the strange cry of a strange bird, which seemed extremely eerie. Jiang Cheng looked around vigilantly while holding Zhang Mingming's hand, ready to be on guard against any sudden crisis at any time. Suddenly, a black crow landed on the broken white pillar next to him. He shook his black little head, and his pair of ink-black eyes shot out a cold light as he looked at Jiang Cheng and Zhang Mingming curiously. Because this blood skeleton was a kind she had never seen among the undead. It was cold and chilly, as if it had just walked out of a pool of blood, which made people's heart palpitate. Moreover, the blood-red cloak behind him seemed to hide a hint of weirdness. She couldn't help but feel a little interested in this bloody skeleton. Why did you, the hidden undead, come to my temple? Chapter 33. Necromancer Fusion, Skeleton Dragon General. Who's talking? A hoarse voice sounded in the quiet forest, startling Zhang Mingming, who quickly hid behind Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng had discovered Natalie a long time ago. After all, he had the bloody surveying eye, which could detect living creatures within a radius of 120 meters. What's more, he's been playing games for many years and has seen everything he should have seen. He was not surprised to see a crow talking. But what surprised him was that he seemed to be able to communicate with this crow. Necromancer, Natalie? Jiang Cheng tried to convey a message to Crow with his thoughts. Natalie's dark eyes moved, and she glanced at Jiang Cheng meaningfully. You can understand the language of the dead. You are indeed not an ordinary undead. As soon as the words fell, under the gaze of Jiang Cheng and Zhang Mingming, the crow instantly turned into a ball of black flame, and then gradually condensed into a mysterious woman in a black robe. No one has set foot in this temple for 1,000 years. Tell me, what brings you to my temple? Natalie's eyes narrowed, and she held a black human-headed staff in her hand, staring coldly at Zhang Mingming, who was hiding behind Jiang Cheng. Perhaps because of Jiang Cheng's presence, Zhang Mingming became bolder and handed her the letter. I'm here to transfer to a special profession. Look, change your profession? Natalie curled her lips, her tone rather self-deprecating. You want to become a disciple of a necromancer who is despised by millions of people? Zhang Mingming was shocked by this sentence. What does it mean to be despised by hundreds of millions of people? Natalie looked a little sad, as if she remembered something bad, but she didn't say much. Go back, you can't bear it. Resurrecting the dead is a heinous crime. The path of the dead is impassable. You truly cannot bear it. Zhang Mingming was stunned, as if she was a little shocked, but after looking at Jiang Cheng beside her, she suddenly made up her mind. The opportunity to become stronger is right in front of her. If she backs down at just one sentence, Big Skeleton Brother will definitely look down on her. She couldn't always be a burden to Skeleton Brother and disappoint him. No matter how difficult the road ahead is, I am willing to go on. Please give me a chance. Natalie glanced at her in surprise. Necromancy is not tolerated by the world. You have to understand clearly that power comes at the cost of 10,000 years of loneliness. I've thought it through. A hint of determination flashed across Zhang Mingming's pretty face. Eternal loneliness sounds scary, but she has the Skeleton Brother who can accompany her forever. The word loneliness is not unfamiliar to her. She has endured a lot of loneliness since she was born. She believes that she can do it. Oh, it's not enough to just talk without practice. It's not too late to talk after you pass my test. Natalie smiled with relief, then gently waved the black human-headed staff. In an instant, the entire temple was shrouded in a powerful darkness. Walla walla. On the weeds on the ground, thousands of bony hands broke out from the ground. Immediately afterwards, thousands of white skeletons crawled out from the ground. Ka. Thousands of bones shattered at the same time, turned into powder in an instant, and gathered towards the top of the temple. As time went by, the powder of thousands of skeletons gradually formed a huge black skeleton that was 100 meters tall. There were 2 black flames in the empty eyes, and black flames were also rising from the surface of the skull. In its hands, it held a large guandao, emitting black air, looking very majestic. According to preliminary estimates, it was 10 meters long. This is the Undead fusion technique. It can fuse tens of thousands of undead at will. The skeleton I fused with it is called the Skeleton Dragon General. Defeat it, and you can become my disciple. Otherwise, leave as soon as possible. Skeleton Dragon General. Level 30. HP 300,000. Attack 1,000. Defense 300 to 300. Skills: Split, Dragon Soul Slash, Split into Thousands, Drag Sword Slash, Shadow Strike. Talents: Decomposition, Transformation. Overview: The Skeleton Dragon General, formed by the fusion of 1,000 skeletons, possesses a shadow attack with absolute speed that cannot be dodged. Zhang Mingming. With such powerful attributes, wanting to defeat it, is that a joke? 300 points of defense, 300,000 HP. She couldn't even knock him down even after half a year. The unavoidable shadow attack made it impossible for her to escape. I'll try. Although she knew it was impossible to win, she did not give up. Moreover, she couldn't let Jiang Cheng go to die. This time, she had to do it herself. Lord of the Undead, sense the call of your servants and grant me the power of the undead. With a wave of the wooden staff, 10 white skeleton soldiers appeared in front of her. Under her control, they slowly walked towards the Skeleton Dragon General. Call out. A black light flashed, and the 10 skeletons that Zhang Mingming had just summoned turned into powder and flew towards the Skeleton Dragon General's guandao, making the length of the guandao increase again. Zhang Mingming was stunned. Jiang Cheng's eyes lit up. If he could plunder this kind of talent, wouldn't it be much easier to get bone powder in the future? Moreover, this necromancy fusion technique is also very powerful. It can fuse tens of thousands of skeletons together and transform them into higher-level life forms. The necromancer is truly extraordinary. Dear male gods and goddesses, please give me a 5-star rating and urge me to update more. Thank you. Chapter 34, Natalie's Appreciation, Mysterious Ancient Book. Let me try. The blood-red flames in Jiang Cheng's eyes condensed. He glanced at Natalie and then stood in front of Zhang Mingming. With Zhang Mingming's current abilities, facing the Skeleton Dragon General would be tantamount to seeking death. The reason why he didn't go up immediately was because Natalie didn't seem to have any intention of hurting them. Otherwise, with her strength of several thousand levels, they would have died long ago. You? Natalie looked at Jiang Cheng in surprise. You don't look like a master-servant relationship. He continued. Are you a couple? Natalie smiled and commanded the Skeleton Dragon General. Your identity makes me very curious. Okay, but with your strength, you probably won't last more than one move. Clang! There was a slight sound, and it exploded. One of the 14 magical skills, taking advantage of the momentum to launch a flash kill. Jiang Cheng quickly flew back onto the Skeleton Dragon General's sword, with only a -1 damage appearing above his head, which made Natalie slightly stunned. Natalie was a little dumbfounded. She had just said that Jiang Cheng could not withstand the Skeleton Dragon General's attack, and was about to let the Skeleton Dragon General stop while he was ahead. As a result, the next moment I was slapped in the face. What kind of method is this? Use the force to retreat. Natalie has lived for 1,000 years and has never seen anyone use this method. No one can, with Jiang Cheng's current strength, withstand a single blow from the Skeleton Dragon General without losing a single drop of blood. No one dares to confront the Skeleton Dragon General with his current strength. This skeleton is a bit weird. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Assault armor, wind step, bloodlust, and sharp blade have all cooled down. Jiang Cheng activated all his weapons instantly, and the blood prison weapon in his hand turned into a blood-red longbow. At the moment of retreating, he shot out 3 arrows per second. -117, 213, 121. The Skeleton Dragon General's heart, skull, and abdomen were shot, resulting in 3 different types of damage. The skull is the weak spot. 10 steps away, Jiang Cheng paused, shook his cloak, and shot out 3 more arrows, but this time, a big guandao directly cut the arrows in half. 11, 11, 11, 20, -20. The 3 arrows only hit the Skeleton Dragon General's guandao, and the tearing damage of the blood prison appeared above his head. Ding, ding, ding. Suddenly, there was a sound of weapons being dragged on the ground, and Jiang Cheng's heart moved. It's a drag sword cut. A black light rose from the ground and quickly came towards Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng moved his left foot horizontally, and instead of retreating, he suddenly took 3 steps forward. Afterwards, in the astonished eyes of Natalie and the Skeleton Dragon General, the 10-meter-long guandao failed to cut Jiang Cheng, but instead cut on a broken pillar. Boom! The white broken pillar was cut by the huge force of the big guandao, and countless flying rocks were blown up. Puff! 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 3 arrows pierced the skull of the Skeleton Dragon General, making him very angry. Just now, he actually missed the target. Moreover, he was hit by 3 arrows. This damn blood skeleton actually treats it like a monkey. This is simply the shame of his life. He decided that he must get back at the place he was in. Just as he was about to use the shadow attack, he found that his soul was suddenly imprisoned and he could not move. Then consciousness was instantly annihilated. Boom! The 100-meter-long body was reduced to a skeleton scattered on the ground. Stop! The fact that you have such a powerful and intelligent skeleton protecting you shows that you have good character. You have passed this test. Natalie looked at Jiang Cheng deeply. Then he said to Zhang Mingming, "Come with me. Your strength is too poor and you need some special training." "Ah, I passed it now." Zhang Mingming was stunned for a moment. Seems like she didn't do anything. "Brother Skeleton, I succeeded." Zhang Mingming trotted all the way to Jiang Cheng and excitedly pulled Jiang Cheng's arm. "Thank you, Brother Skeleton. I've discovered that you are the most precious treasure in my life." "Thank you." Zhang Mingming's tone was a little excited. Her eyes were slightly red, and she was about to hug Jiang Cheng and cry. Just now she thought she had failed, and she suddenly felt extremely lost. Who would have thought that her big skeleton brother could turn the tide and defeat the Skeleton Dragon General directly? After experiencing so many ups and downs, Her emotions suddenly got out of control. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng didn't know what to say. Zhang Mingming couldn't understand him anyway, so he just let Zhang Mingming hold his hand and nodded. Let's go, don't waste time. Natalie suddenly urged, her tone a little impatient. Okay, Brother Skeleton, I'm leaving now. Don't worry. No matter what difficulties I encounter, I will overcome them. I will definitely become stronger and will never hold you back. Zhang Mingming raised her cute little pink fist in front of Jiang Cheng, with a determined look on her face, and then reluctantly let go of Jiang Cheng's hand. Wait for me, big Brother Skeleton. Jiang Cheng nodded, seeing her following behind Natalie, looking back every 3 steps and sneaking a peek at him timidly. Jiang Cheng felt a little touched. It's shameful to act cute. With a sigh, Jiang Cheng was about to upgrade, but found that Natalie had appeared in front of him at some point. Let's talk. I'm in a hurry. Jiang Cheng spread his hands to indicate that he was very busy. I haven't seen the fighting techniques you used in 1,000 years. Natalie took out an ancient book and said, if you can tell me what it is, I can give it to you. Evaluation. Dear readers, I need a 5-star evaluation, which is related to the survival of a book. I hope that all readers who have not yet commented will please click thank you. I solemnly promise that for every increase of 50 points, I will add a chapter. Now there are 485 reviews. If the number of people reaches 525 today, I will add more. Chapter 35, Black Book of the Dead. Ancient book. Jiang Cheng glanced at the black scripture in Natalie's hand. The black and simple book cover with gold edges looks very valuable. Natalie forced a smile. This is the black scripture of the dead. It can resurrect the dead and transform them into loyal skeleton servants to fight for you. How about it? Are you interested? You mean, any living creature, as long as it's dead, can be resurrected and turned into a skeleton? Jiang Cheng's heart moved slightly. If it really has such miraculous effects, then this Black Book of the Undead is truly amazing. In the future, after he kills the boss, can he also resurrect the boss as a skeleton to fight for him? If the resurrected skeletons could still evolve. That's not the case. The Black Book of the Dead can only resurrect creatures with skeletal tissue. If there are no bones, it cannot be resurrected. Natalie interrupted Jiang Cheng's fantasy and kindly reminded him. That's not bad. Jiang Cheng felt that this deal was worthwhile. Although there are few people who have mastered all 14 magical skills, there are still many people who have mastered 1 or 2. If he doesn't trade now, Natalie will meet other players in the future that may not have the same determination as him. You want me to teach you? Natalie nodded solemnly. What's the point of you, a necromancer, learning this? Jiang Cheng was a little curious. Kill the enemy with my own hands. Natalie did not hide anything and directly stated her purpose. Jiang Cheng could see that Natalie was very sincere, and he was not the kind of person who liked to pry into other people's privacy, so he didn't ask any more questions. Make a deal. Next, Jiang Cheng taught Natalie one of the 14 magical skills in the temple, taking advantage of the momentum to dodge and kill. However, although she was taught, Natalie couldn't use it all at once. It would take a long time of practice to truly master it. Besides, Natalie might not be able to use it. If anyone can use it, it can't be called a magical skill. Can you tell me where this magic trick of yours came from? After truly understanding the terrifying nature of this magical skill, Natalie became more and more curious about Jiang Cheng's identity. Take advantage of the situation and strike first. When facing an incoming enemy, you rush to the enemy's door in advance and use the enemy's strength to dodge. This, if you can't control the strength well, what's the difference between this and suicide? Anyone who can have such an idea is either a devil or a madman. Attack again the moment you dodge and retreat out of the opponent's attack range. How incredibly talented must a person be to create such a unique skill? How brave does one have to be to do such a crazy thing? I created it myself. Jiang Cheng replied calmly. You created it yourself? Natalie looked incredulous and couldn't calm down for a long time. Could it be that this person was the ruler of the world during his lifetime? Natalie became more and more curious about Jiang Cheng, and her heart was extremely shocked. She has spent 1,000 years achieving the position of the supreme god of magic and has seen too many geniuses. If this unique skill was really created by Jiang Cheng, then Jiang Cheng is definitely the most enchanting genius she has ever seen. I've observed the essence of Tai Chi and grasped the profound meaning of using the opponent's force to counterattack. I spent 3 full months practicing, honing, and experimenting, finally applying it in my travels, in combat. Jiang Cheng felt a little nostalgic when he thought of those days. The 14 magical skills in the gaming world include the Magic Tornado, the Half-Step Domain, the Divine Shadow Sword Slash, the Flash Kill with the advantage of momentum, the 8 Forces Shocking at the same time, etc. Every one he created was an unforgettable memory. Only now, he has become a skeleton. There are several magical skills that he cannot use with his current strength. Only by constantly evolving can he return to the top again. The meaning of Tai Chi? Natalie showed a look of suspicion on her face, but she didn't ask any more questions. Instead, she handed over the scripture in her hand. As agreed, I will officially pass on this black scripture of the dead to you. Okay. Jiang Cheng took the black scripture of the undead and thought to himself, looks like I'm going to own a sea of skeletons. If it can still evolve combined with the necromancy fusion technique that Dai Xiaoming has learned. How long will she take? Natalie stopped what she was doing and said, don't worry, I'll help you train your girlfriend into a powerful necromancer in about 3 days. Then I'll leave first. I'll come back in 3 days. Jiang Cheng said hello to Natalie. Afterwards, he left the Temple of the Dead and prepared to find an elite monster to test the Black Sutra of the Dead. You can behave so calmly in front of me and are not intimidated by my aura at all. Haha, you are really a mysterious undead. Natalie looked at Jiang Cheng deeply. Chapter 36, The Horrifying Black Scripture of the Dead. Picking up the Black Scripture of the Undead, Jiang Cheng began to check its properties. Black Book of the Dead. Quality? Health plus 500. Magic plus 500. Critical hit chance plus 30%. Current soul power 0. Dark shock. Increases damage to dark creatures by 100%. Resurrection. Kill an enemy unit with a 0.1% chance of resurrecting the dead as an undead skeleton, with a chance of inheriting the deceased talents and skills. Undead rebirth. Consumes 1,000 soul points to rebirth the dead, turning them into undead skeletons, with a chance to inherit the deceased talents and skills. Overview. One of the 10 great divine books in the world, it possesses mysterious power. When placed in the inventory, it can absorb the soul power of living beings at the time of death. Good stuff. After reading the introduction of the Black Scripture of the Undead, Jiang Cheng was delighted. The increase in life and magic is not much, and it is not very powerful compared to the bonus of treasure. But a 30% critical hit chance is still incredible. Combined with his blood prison soldiers, it has a 45% critical strike chance. Dark Shock has an innate restraint on the undead, doubling the damage. The passive skill of Resurrection is a bit tricky, with only a 1 in 1,000 chance, but Undead Rebirth is an active skill that only consumes soul power. He could probably absorb it by killing wild monsters. In that case, he certainly wouldn't waste time. The Hexagram of the Underworld. The Sea of Bones obeys the command and descends from the abyss. After putting the Black Scripture of the Undead into the Blood Prison Cloak, a token appeared in Jiang Cheng's hand, and he summoned the Skeleton Horse. Ride the BMW before the duration of all skills expires. Weapon switch, Blood Prison Spear. In the Dark Forest, Jiang Cheng rode on a skeleton horse and arrived at the level 30 wild area, the Skeleton Tomb. Ever since he got a horse, traveling was no longer a problem for him. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but sigh that this horse was really strengthened. The map of the great wilderness world is so large, with many wild monsters, relics, and natural treasures. However, there is no teleportation array now, and players can only explore bit by walking. Not only that, you also need to bring a lot of potions and supplies to avoid falling into the embarrassing situation of being out of health and mana. After exploring once, they have to go back to buy medicine. The progress is really too slow. By the time they finish exploring, many opportunities will probably have been taken by others. Jiang Cheng can ride a horse and gallop around, and he has the skill of blood-sucking to replenish consumption, which is simply too cool. 10 minutes later, Jiang Cheng stopped his horse outside the empty and deserted skull grave. Jiang Cheng discovered that there was indeed no sign of players having been here, and there were graves everywhere. There were countless white mists floating in the air, making it difficult to see. If you rushed in rashly, you would fall into a trap if you were not careful. Fortunately, he had the Crimson Surveying Eye and had no such concerns at all. The Bloody Surveying Eye is activated. Jiang Cheng discovered that next to the various graves, there were indeed a group of undead skeletons wandering around, densely packed together. Gravekeeper Archer. Level 20. HP 1200. Attack 100. Defense 10. Talents: Archery Mastery, Concentration. Overview: the tomb guarding archer outside the skeleton mound, with superb archery skills. There are archers everywhere. If you don't have the bloody eye of surveying, you might be shot into a sieve as soon as you come up. Jiang Cheng's idea moved him, and he took out the only 7 remaining bone arrows, switched his weapon to a bow and arrow, and tried to see if he could trigger the Black Sutra of the Undead and resurrect the passive skill. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 arrows were shot out in 1 second, hitting the heads of the 3 tomb guarding archers. Puff, puff, puff. 2417. Minus 2,414. Minus 2,417. Kill the grave guarding archer and gain 200 experience points and evolution points. Kill the grave guarding archer and gain 200 experience points and evolution points. Kill the grave guarding archer and gain 200 experience points and evolution points. He is now level 20, with a total attack of 366, plus critical hits, and 3.3 times the damage. The damage reaches about 1207. However, he also has the Dark Shock effect of the Black Book of the Undead, which adds 100% damage, doubling the original basic damage again to 2,417. Instant kill. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 more arrows were shot, and 3 more archers were killed, but the resurrection effect still failed to be triggered. But after the 6 archers who had just died fell, 6 black balls of light appeared and slowly flew towards Jiang Cheng. After flowing into Jiang Cheng's body, the black scripture of the undead behind the cloak suddenly lit up. Soul power +1. Soul power +1. Jiang Cheng was not surprised that his soul power increased by 6 points, but he unexpectedly discovered that this soul power had an unexpected effect. In the attribute column, his attack actually increased by 0.6. 1 point of soul power, 0.1 attack increase. It's worthy of being one of the 10 great divine books. It's really terrifying. Call out. The last arrow was shot and hit the head of a tomb guarding archer. 1464. There was no critical hit this time, only double damage, so the 3.3x effect was not triggered, but with the Dark Shock, it was still an instant kill. The resurrection effect is triggered, and you gain a loyal servant. I'm looking for 5-star reviews and a quick update. There's one more update coming soon. Here's the update rules. If the number of ratings increases by 50, I'll add another update. For every 50 reviews, I'll add an update. Only for that day. Thank you. Right now, there are 550 reviews. When it reaches 600, I'll add an update. Chapitre 37. Gravekeeper Archer Evolution. Destruction Archer. Trigger. Jiang Cheng, who had originally had no hope, was suddenly extremely surprised. With a 1 in 1,000 chance, this can be triggered. I'm really lucky. But now is not the time to be absent-minded. As soon as his skeleton was resurrected and about to get up, he was immediately pierced through the heart by countless arrows and died. But Jiang Cheng's purpose of attracting firepower has been achieved. He squeezed his legs against the horse's belly, and the skeleton horse instantly rushed out, quickly approaching the tomb guarding archer who was shooting his own skeleton. 50 meters away, only 3 seconds to arrive. When he came into contact with the 7 tomb guarding archers, Jiang Cheng jumped off his horse. The longbow in his hand turned into a blood-prisoned soldier, and he chopped off the head of the tomb guarding archer. Puff! From top to bottom, with the powerful speed bonus, he directly cut the grave guarding archer in front of him, along with his longbow, into 2 halves. Bang! In an instant, the skeleton of the tomb guarding archer was struck by a powerful force, flying to the left and right, and exploding into countless bone powder. 3170. With the bonus of horse speed, this strike dealt the highest damage. 508. 508. 20. Within 2 meters, damage values of different colors kept popping up above the grave guarding archer's head. Red is critical damage, blood red is tearing damage, and white is speed bonus damage. Puff! With a horizontal slash, he cut another tomb guarding archer in half. 2147. 343. 343. Puff! After another diagonal slash, the tomb guarding archers 2 meters in front of him were instantly cleared out. Soul power increased by 9 points, experience points increased by 1,800, and evolution points increased by 1,800. At this time, a large group of archers within 50 meters also discovered him, and all drew their bows and arrows and shot at Jiang Cheng. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Jiang Cheng had already taken a step forward, blocking a lot of perspectives, but with his current strength, he still couldn't avoid all of them with the divine shadow step. 10, 9, 11. Jiang Cheng lost 30 points of health in an instant, but he didn't care. He stepped forward again, stepped on the cracked soil, and slashed it with a knife. Triggered by Furious Slash, Blood-Sucking, Critical Strike, and Blood Prison, his health returned to normal. After 3 slashes, a clear space was cleared in front of him again. Jiang Cheng was at the skull mound, stepping on countless scattered bone powder, killing 9 people in 3 steps, slaughtering the archers guarding the tomb outside. With the blood-sucking thing, he is not afraid of running out of blood at all. Half an hour later, he had killed more than 800 archers, earned 160,000 evolution points, 820 soul power points, and increased his level by 1. He killed his way to the inner area of the tomb. Puff! After killing the last archer with 1 sword, Jiang Cheng suddenly received a system prompt. Ding! The passive ability of resurrection is triggered, and you gain a loyal servant. As the prompt sounded, the tomb-guarding archer who had turned into dry bones in front of Jiang Cheng suddenly stood up slowly. Gravekeeper Archer. Quality, Ordinary. Level 1. HP, 100. Defense 1. Talent, Archery Proficiency. Overview. Belongs to the Blood Hell Assault Skeleton Captain. It's okay, it should be able to evolve. Do you want to spend 100 evolution points to evolve into a Gravekeeper Archer? Evolution. Jiang Cheng's tone was very certain. With the 370,000 evolution points he had before, he now had 530,000 evolution points. Leave 400,000 for your own evolution, and the remaining 130,000 can be used to test the power of the tomb-guarding archers. Evolution successful, level +1. Congratulations on spending 200 evolution points to evolve into a Gravekeeper Archer. Congratulations on spending 300. Congratulations on spending 1,000 evolution points to evolve into a Gravekeeper Archer. The Gravekeeper Archer has successfully advanced to a Gravekeeper Power Archer. Grave Guardian Archer. Quality, Elite. Level 10. HP, 2,000. Attack, 50 to 100. Strength +50. Defense, 20. Strength, 50. Skill, Shockwave. Talent, Archery Proficiency. Overview. Belongs to the Blood Hell Assault Skeleton Captain. It's really different after the advancement. Jiang Cheng took a look and was quite satisfied. Although it was much worse than what he had, it was cheaper. It only took 5,500 evolution points to evolve to level 10. It seems that there is hope for the future skeleton army. Although he is personally very strong, the number of players is too large. He can deal with 100 players or 1,000 players, but it is impossible for him to fight against 10,000, 100,000, or even 1,000,000 players alone. No matter how high the defense is, health can still be forcibly deducted. Each person has a spell, so no matter how strong he is powerless. But with the skeleton army, he will have the confidence to face countless players. Continue to evolve. Spend 2,000 evolution points. Spend 10,000 evolution points to successfully evolve Gravekeeper Archer. Gravekeeper Archer advances to Destruction Archer. Destructive Archer. Quality, Rare. HP, 2,000. Attack, 150 to 200. Strength bonus attack, +100. Defense, 50. Strength, 100. Skills, Shock Arrow, Destruction Arrow. Talents, Archery Proficiency, Strength. Overview. Belongs to the Blood Hell Assault Skeleton Captain. It's really infinite evolution. This attribute is almost surpassing mine. Test its power. Jiang Cheng's mind moved, looking at an elite archer in the distance. Order the destruction archers to shoot at it. However, at this time, a team of adventurous players came to the outskirts of the skeleton tomb. There was a beta tester among them who knew that there was an underground tomb in this wild area with many treasures left inside. As long as you lure away the Blood Crow boss on the 3rd floor of the tomb, you can easily get these treasures. But when he saw the skull tomb covered with bone powder, he was stunned. Please give me a 5-star rating and urge me to update. If the number of reviews reaches 600 today, I will add another update. Thank you. Chapter 38, 12 Legends, Xianyu and Qianchonglang. Master, I'm not lying. No one has ever been here. Mr. Wuming looked at the empty skull grave in front of him with a look of panic on his face, completely unaware of what was going on. He brought Xian Yu and Qian Chonglang to the skeleton tomb just to use their skills to avoid the archers outside the skeleton tomb. Xian Yu and Qian Chonglang are both disciples of the 12 gods and are the successors. One is a Mei Si's apprentice, and the other is Qian Shan Shui's apprentice. With their help, he will definitely be able to get the treasure. But unexpectedly, it seems that someone has gotten hold of the secret that he knows first. Puff! A dagger pierced his neck directly. 457. The critical damage was dealt to the vital part of the neck, and Mr. Wuming turned into light and disappeared. Whether anyone comes or not, your value is exhausted. Puff! A puff of blood was brought out. Xian Yu licked the dagger and smiled with satisfaction. As one of the 12 gods, Mei Si's most proud disciple, he has always looked down on trash. A second-rate master like Mr. Wuming is nothing but a chicken and a dog in front of him, and has no qualifications to share treasures with him. Ingo, stop talking nonsense. Judging from the situation, someone must have been here. Xian Yu didn't feel unhappy about the name mean dog. She just squatted on the ground, dipped some bone powder in it, and checked it out. Notarus. They shouldn't have been in there for long. At this stage, which force would have the courage to lead a team to clear out the skeleton grave? This place is foggy and full of archers. It would probably take hundreds of lives to push through. Qian Chonglang looked cautious. Could it be the temple? The temple is the #1 guild in the Huaxia region. It is powerful and a true behemoth, with thousands of elites and millions of member players. Qian Chonglang felt that at this stage, only the top 10 guilds would be willing to spend such a huge price to raise the skeleton tomb. The biggest possibility is the temple. My master knows the 3 elders of the temple, and they don't have such a mission. Xian Yu denied Qian Chonglang's speculation and moved forward cautiously. He is cautious by nature and particularly likes to launch sneak attacks during PK, killing many people. Over time, he was given the nickname Ingo by players. He is on par with 12 legendary minor players, including Jianying Yunxiang, Longo Qian Chonglang, etc. He also has a stronger curiosity than ordinary people about things that he cannot understand, so he was checking the dead bones under his feet along the way. The bones are all covered with knife wounds. Of the 9 archers guarding the tomb, 3 died from fatal head wounds, while the others were unharmed. Why does it look like it was done by one person? There's so much fog here. If you rush in, you'll probably be shot to pieces immediately. Who has the ability to clear out all the archers? Ingo Xian Yu's expression changed, and he always felt that something was weird here. What are you doing, Ingo? Think about how to get around those guilds first. No matter which guild it is, it might not be a good idea to meet them. Call out. A sound of breaking through the air suddenly rang out in the empty skull tomb. Bite! At Qian Chonglang's side, a dagger and an arrow collided with each other, and then the energy burst out. The arrow was cut off by the dagger and fell on the cracked ground, breaking into 2 pieces. There are archers. Fall back. Call out. Another sound of breaking through the air was heard, and an arrow with red flames flew out from the fog. This arrow is not ordinary. Don't take it head on. Chapter 39, Sky Flash. 275. Before Ingo Xianyue could finish his words, Qian Chonglang was hit by an arrow in the heart, and a critical damage appeared above his head. Immediately following, boom! Under Qian Chonglang's horrified gaze, the arrows on his body exploded. 175. You were affected by the destruction arrow. You're seriously injured, and your movement speed is reduced by 30% for 3 seconds. It's the boss. Qian Chonglang quickly stepped back and looked at his health. There was only 105 left out of 565, which immediately made him break out in a cold sweat. As one of the 12 legendary gods, the disciple of Qian Shanxue, and known as one of the 12 legendary stray dogs, this was the first time he was in such a mess. No, there's something strange about this archer. Xian Yu blocked the next arrow from the destruction archer for Qian Chonglang, and subconsciously used the general skill of reconnaissance to look at the attributes of the destruction archer. This is a master archer, not a boss. Qian Chonglang drank 3 bottles of primary life recovery potion. At the moment of slow recovery, he also checked the attributes of the destructive archer and was stunned. Blood Hell Assault Skeleton Captain belongs to? What the hell? Careful! Qian Chonglang suddenly caught a glimpse of a bloody skeleton wearing a cloak appearing behind Ingo Xianyu in the fog, holding a spear and slashing towards Ingo Xianyu. I was suddenly startled and subconsciously spoke to remind him. I'm waiting for you. Ingo Xianyu was not panicked at all. As an assassin player, he was already very familiar with sneak attacks. Sneak attacks and defenses against sneak attacks had become his instinct. Besides, he has mastered the magical skills of taking advantage of the situation to kill an empty-handed Flash. So how could he be afraid of a wild monster's sneak attack? He flipped the dagger in his hand and pushed it towards the blood prison soldiers in Jiang Cheng, ready to strike first. At the moment when they were about to retreat, he threw the dagger to cause damage. But the next moment, a dazzling knife light shot into his eyes from the white mist. Oh no, this is a sword slash. How is this possible? A skeleton can possess a second-level divine skill. Bang! The blood-red blade light fell, and the assassin's body protection skill, Hidden Shield, was shattered. But Xianyu remained calm. One of the 14 magical skills, Kongjian Flash. Kongjian can make use of the body protection skills that every profession has. At the moment when the energy is broken, use the displacement skill of this profession in advance. Trigger the game's damage-free mechanism to offset all damage this time. Because when each profession's body protection skills are broken, there will be a special effect of energy disappearing. If you use the displacement skill in advance, there will be a slash of the sword, and the person will disappear long ago, and it feels like you have cut into the air. So it's called Kongjian. Ingo Xianyu grinned, and with the energy from the shattering, he used the displacement skill that only assassins at level 10 could learn, Soul Roll. Instantly counteracting Jiang Cheng's fatal blow, Ingo Xianyu quickly dodged Jiang Cheng's 1-meter attack range. Just as he was about to counterattack, he found that a blood-red gun tip had appeared on his body without him noticing. But he disagreed. Skeletons are the lowest-ranked race among the undead. No matter how high their attack is, it can never exceed their blood. Puff! 2,122. His health was instantly depleted, and Xianyu was stunned. An inch longer, an inch stronger. Jiang Cheng's blood prison spear is more than 1 meter longer than the blood prison soldiers. Ingo Xianyu only retreated 1 meter. How could he possibly retreat out of his attack range? As Ingo Xianyu's eyes widened and his expression was filled with disbelief, his body gradually broke into pieces and disappeared into light. Kill the player Ingo Xianyu, trigger the plunder skill effect, and successfully plunder the hidden shield. Jiang Cheng smiled knowingly. Kongjian, I can use it too. After saying that, he looked at Qian Chonglang, who was in shock. Chapter 40. Confused Thousand Waves. There is a difference between a flash and a kill by taking advantage of the situation. One is a post-strike strategy, the other is a pre-strike strategy, and there's an essential difference between them. When he hadn't created the sky-seeing flash, the body protection skills of each profession were too useless, and no player learned them. Because even if the body protection skill is trained to the maximum level 20, it only has a light shield special effect and an 8% damage reduction effect. It breaks when attacked. It's absolutely rubbish. This kind of useless skill requires a lot of experience points and money to upgrade, which is a waste of time and money. At the beginning, Jiang Cheng was the only one who firmly believed that there could be no useless skills in the game, but he just couldn't find a way to use them. Later, after research, he discovered that all body protection skills have one thing in common, which is that they will have a shattering effect when attacked. If you take advantage of this special effect and use displacement skills in advance, you can trigger the game's damage-free mechanism. However, this damage-free triggering mechanism only gives players 0.1 seconds to react. You must have extremely precise and abnormal awareness and prediction to trigger the displacement skill in advance, and it will be triggered exactly at this time period, otherwise it will only backfire. After a month of experimentation, he finally created the magical skill of Kongjian. When he used it on the ladder, achieved 100 consecutive victories, and directly climbed to the first place in the ladder. This technique instantly caused a sensation in the entire server and became another magical skill he created. Therefore, body protection skills were studied, researched, and practiced by major players, triggering a wave of interest. Unfortunately, 99.9% of players eventually discovered that they might never be able to learn this skill. Jiang Cheng does not have the corresponding displacement skills now, but he can use the bug of the shadow step that blocks the perspective to achieve the effect of Sky Flash. Wandering Dog, are you dead? In Qian Chonglang's chat channel, Xianyu had just been resurrected and sent an anxious message. If you're still alive, don't waste time, leave quickly. That skeleton's attack power is terrifying. It can also change its weapon form and has a strong combat method. It's definitely not a simple skeleton. Looking at Xianyu sending messages nonstop, Jiang Cheng was actually a little confused. He was planning to wrestle with the bloody skeleton just now. However, just as he was about to make a move, several flashing sword lights appeared in front of him, piercing his eyes so hard that he couldn't open them. Then, the moment he opened his eyes, an arrow shot directly into his heart. Looking at the little blood he had left, he said, "My strength doesn't allow it." A little blood, really neither too much nor too little, just a little blood. At first he thought it was a coincidence, but after he drank a few bottles of blood medicine to recover, he was shot with another arrow, leaving him with only a little blood. So he sadly discovered that this blood skeleton had an extremely accurate and abnormal ability to calculate its own blood volume and the damage control of its subordinates. Moreover, the blood skeleton was not affected at all in this foggy environment, and he was beaten so badly that he had no power to fight back. After trying a few times, he gave up. Although he is known as a stray dog, it depends on who he is straying in front of. If you can survive, you're just a wanderer. If you die, it is called sending blood from 1,000 miles away. Boss, what exactly do you want to do? Lang Xianzhong looked at the bloody skeleton in front of him with a helpless tone. Even though the blood skull just stood there and did nothing, not even pointing a gun at him, he knew that if he dared to move, he would definitely die. Sell some equipment. Jiang Cheng's teeth moved, and he raised his hand to signal him to follow. The Gravekeeper Archer's equipment exploded, but his cloak couldn't be equipped. Wearing it has no attribute effect and affects his speed. It is too cumbersome, so it is best to sell it for some health potions or gold coins. Qian Chongling naturally didn't know what Jiang Cheng had just said, but he didn't dare to run, so he could only follow him. At the same time, I was very curious. Why did this bloody skeleton behave so strangely? However, when he saw a pile of equipment piled in front of the tomb, he was stunned. You killed all the archers guarding the tombs here? Chapter 41, you can't afford to provoke this skeleton. His master is known as a legendary player, and he is known as a legendary player. Naturally, his knowledge and gaming experience are not comparable to those of ordinary players. Here, every time there are refreshes, there are about 800 archers, every half hour. Fuck, just how perverted are this blood skeleton's attacks and defenses? As a legendary archer player, Qian Chongling knows best what it feels like to be targeted by a group of archers. He doesn't have a stealth skill, so how did he avoid the archers' concentrated fire? Questions emerged in his mind one after another, making his eyes become more and more curious. Gold coins, blue medicine, blood medicine, skill books, any of them are fine. Jiang Cheng took out a silver coin and placed it in his hand bone, then exchanged the silver coin and the equipment. After the breakthrough of the rage/skill, he found that each level of the skill required coins, and the blood potion was used for the destruction archer. The blue medicine is for yourself. Although he has a passive life-sucking ability and is not afraid of running out of blood, his skills consume a lot of mana and require blue medicine to replenish. You want to trade with me? Qian Chongling is not a silly little boy. After seeing Jiang Cheng's actions, he understood instantly. But I can't afford it. Looking at more than a dozen level 20 equipment, Qian Chongling was speechless. The server has been open for 1 day at this stage, and the average player is only around level 10, and legendary players like him are only level 13. If he hadn't been confident in his skills, he wouldn't have come here. Level 20 blank equipment is really not in high demand for the current impoverished players, as they're all busy buying medicine and learning skills. If he were to buy these level 20 equipment, it would take at least 3 days to cash in. Not worth it. The most important thing is that he has no money. Gold coin balance, 78 copper. The silver coin in the bloody skull's hand was something he could never reach. Seeing that he looked troubled, Jiang Cheng stretched out 5 finger bones, and then stretched out 5 more finger bones. You mean if 1 person doesn't work, then 5, and if 5 doesn't work, then 10? And you want me to go find the guild? Jiang Cheng nodded. Aren't you afraid that I will run away? Qian Chongling was obviously stunned. Jiang Cheng shook his head. Because Qian Zhonglang's master, Qian Shanxue, was his former apprentice. Qian Chongling is not only Qian Shanxue's apprentice, but also Qian Shanxue's cousin in reality. In the past, Qian Chongling would often follow behind himself, and Qian Shanxue and shout 666 in the game. Jiang Cheng still trusts Qian Chonglang's character. It just needs some beating. In front of Qian Chongling, Jiang Cheng's hand bones began to change constantly and make some movements. He didn't put it away until Qian Chongling was dumbfounded after seeing it. After looking at Jiang Cheng seriously, Qian Chonglang nodded heavily. You were actually a member of that guild? I understand. Why did you change? Never mind. Don't worry. I'll buy the equipment for you. You want gold coins, health potions, and mana potions, right? But how can I contact you? I'll wait for you here. Jiang Cheng stopped, opened his teeth, and then walked towards the elite archer. Qian Chonglang watched Jiang Cheng's blood-red cloak disappear in the white mist and stood there in a daze for a moment. After collecting the equipment on the ground, he turned and left the skeleton grave. Wandering dog, where are you? Why don't you say a word? I called a group of people over. Are you okay? Don't ask anymore. I'm back. Don't come here anymore. You can't mess with this guy. Skeleton. Qian Chonglang told this lie in the chat channel, and then felt a little disappointed. Forget it. Let's think about which guild is best to buy these equipment from. He can't mess up what this mysterious boss has told him to do. Shaking his head, he suddenly thought of that idiot who was so angry that he could swallow the world. Before Katuntianxia became the disciple of the great boxing master, he established a gang, which was composed entirely of wealthy players from the Huaxia region. If the guild wants to buy so many level 20 blank equipment at this stage, the IQ of the members of this guild must not be too high. The members of the gang who are so ambitious that they can conquer the world are all local tycoons, stupid and rich, and are obviously suitable targets. I wonder if this elite archer can trigger his passive resurrection ability? Could I add another elite archer to my skeleton army? Jiang Cheng looked at this elite tomb-guarding archer and thought in his mind. After killing this elite archer, it's time for him to evolve. The blood crow below is quite tricky. Chapter 42 Resurrection of the Elite Graveguard Archer. Elite Gravekeeper Archer. Quality, Elite. Level, 25. HP, 15,000. Attack, 150 to 300. Defense, 90. Skills, Slowing Arrow, Armor-Piercing Arrow. Talents, Powerful Attack, Archery Mastery. Overview, a loyal guardian of the Blood Ravens, with excellent archery skills. Actually, Jiang Cheng was attracted by its skills. If it could trigger the passive resurrection, it would be great to have an extra elite subordinate. He only had 832 points of soul power, so he couldn't revive himself. What's more, there's a boss blood crow here who will resurrect on his own, so let's leave it to him. Try Sorami Shin. Jiang Cheng did not order the destructive archer to attack, but chose to go up and try it himself first. Call out. Armor-Piercing Arrow. A corrosive arrow shot out from the fog. The sound of breaking through the air came as the arrow touched the gray light hidden on Jiang Cheng's body. There was a clang sound. It was so subtle that it felt like the sound of breaking glass ringing in his ears. The gray light surrounding him shattered. Jiang Cheng's eyes narrowed, and a long-lost feeling surged in his heart. When the gray light was about to disappear, he took a step back and stayed out of the attack range of the elite tomb-guarding archers. Bang! The armor-piercing arrow inexplicably disappeared in front of him, with 0 damage. The silver shield offset the effect of the armor-piercing arrow, and not only did it cause no damage, it also disappeared directly. However, there was not much joy on Jiang Cheng's bloodshot cheekbones. The movement speed is still too slow. Without displacement skills, I can only use it 3 times out of 10. We have to get back to our peak as soon as possible. His peak period. 13 swords per second. 1 stick, 12 methods. 13 shadows in 1 step. 13 swords per second naturally means that the attack speed reaches 13 swords per second. 1 staff, 12 spells, means that the speed of casting a spell in one go can perform 12 types of spell skills, which is the prerequisite for casting the magic tornado. 1 step, 13 shadows means that when a movement speed reaches about 1 step per 0.05 seconds, 1 step is taken. Because the speed is too fast, 13 afterimages appear. Now, for him, let alone 13 afterimages, it is difficult for him to take a step in 1 second without using the wind step. In the wild world, when a certain speed reaches its limit, there will be unexpected effects. If the limit is broken, the effects will be even more terrifying. For example, attack speed, movement speed, thinking speed, and nerve reaction speed. When reached to the limit, all have their own power. Breaking the limits is even more terrifying. His 14 magical skills were created based on these limits, establishing his position as the great demon king of the ladder and the eternal supreme god in the online gaming world. In fact, up to now, there are no more than one person in the entire server who can fully master his 14 magical skills, not to mention those who can surpass him. Kill him. Jiang Cheng gave orders to the destructive archer. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Amid the sound of arrows colliding, Jiang Cheng blocked the arrows for the destructive archers while moving around the elite archers. 11-20, 675, 20, 20. The defense is too high. It seems my attack is a bit low. Jiang Cheng looked at the injury and frowned. Although the attack power has been increased by 82 points from the soul power, reaching 422 points, the defense of this elite archer is too high and the damage reduction is also high. Even with 3.3x crit, he only dealt 1120 damage. It's time for him to evolve. Or you can get this elite archer and rely on the armor-piercing effect of his armor-piercing arrows. The damage may be much higher. Bang! 1170. With the final blow, the elite archer turned into a pile of bones, and several rays of light shone on the ground. Congratulations on killing the elite Gravekeeper archer. You've gained 2,500 experience points, 2,500 evolution points, and 200 reinforcement points. The resurrection was triggered successfully, and you gained a loyal servant. Nana, Jiang Cheng was slightly happy. Please give me a 5-star rating and urge me to update. I will continue to update 3 times today and add one more update for every 50 reviews. Chapter 43, Hidden Evolution Direction, Blood Prison Mysterious Ice Skeleton General. A skeleton rose from the ground and transformed into an elite archer. Elite Gravekeeper Archer. Quality, Elite. Level 1. Health 1000. Attack, 50 to 100. Defense, 30. Skills, Armor-piercing arrows, slowing arrows. Talents, Powerful attack, Archery mastery. Overview, belongs to the Blood Hell Assault Skeleton Captain. Perfectly inherit all attributes, yes. After seeing the attributes of the elite archer, Jiang Cheng was delighted. But he didn't evolve immediately. After all, he didn't have many evolution points left. Evolution must focus on oneself first, and subordinates are only auxiliary. After killing this elite tomb guardian, the fog in front of Jiang Cheng suddenly began to dissipate. Click, click, click. A tall tomb surrounded by bones appeared before his eyes. The door of the tomb was slowly opened, and in the quiet tomb, the sound of a mechanism being activated was heard. Blood Raven's tomb. It is said that Blood Crow was a figure who lived thousands of years ago. During his lifetime, he was a general of the Demon Clan, with superb archery and swordsmanship. He fought in 32 battles and killed millions of people without a single defeat. Unfortunately, he met a mediocre king and was eventually framed and killed. After death, the resentment did not die and was infected by the evil spirit, turning into a blood crow and hiding in the tomb. This blood crow has a particularly troublesome skill, which is a ranged 18-shot burst. There are 7 waves at a time, and the interval between each wave is no more than 0.5 seconds. The coverage area is very wide and the attack is very high. With his current movement speed, even a shadow step can hardly dodge it. Jiang Cheng opened his teeth and said, "First, evolve yourself. Evolution requires 100,000 evolution points. The evolution direction is Blood Prison Soldier Skeleton Captain, Heavy Armor Skeleton Captain. Hidden evolution direction, Blood Prison Mysterious Ice Skeleton General. Evolution requires 400,000 evolution points." It really is 400,000 evolution points. Without any hesitation, Jiang Cheng directly chose to hide his evolutionary direction and began to evolve. He found a secluded place, asked 2 archers to guard him, and pressed confirm. Spend 400,000 evolution points. Choose Hidden Evolution Direction. Blood Prison Mysterious Ice Skeleton General will succeed. Begin evolution. Evolution time, 20 minutes. As soon as he finished speaking, cold air began to emanate from the surface of his skeletal body, freezing the surrounding ground. His body was instantly wrapped in ice and began to transform. 19 minutes later, a team of 11 players arrived at the outskirts of the skeleton tomb. "It's right here. Hurry up and don't get discovered." Outside the skeleton mound, Mr. Wooming hurried over with a team of 10 people. He was killed before, and he was very angry about Ingo's behavior. Now, he decided that even if he couldn't get the treasure, he would still disgust Ingo and the others. So he tricked a team of elite players into coming here. "This is a level 20 jungle area, right? Aren't you sending us here to die?" Katunti Anxia frowned. He brought a bunch of unskilled rich people out to play, originally to experience life, but this unknown man actually brought them to a level 20 training ground? To be exact, this is a level 30 training point, but don't worry, it's been cleaned up, so it's fine. Mr. Wooming grinned. Besides, there's only one boss here. He has a very slow attack speed and very low defense, so he's very easy to beat. If we work together, we can definitely defeat him. Boss! Katunti Anxia frowned even deeper when he heard that, because when he heard the word boss, he would think of a bloody figure. That bloody skeleton added a lot of psychological trauma to his body, and he didn't want to encounter it. But the point is, this place is also full of skeletons. It can't be such a coincidence. Katunti Anxia shook his head. His master told him that the blood skeleton was a neutral boss that would move randomly, and told him to get away quickly if he met in the future. This place is so far from the strange stone forest. With the speed of that bloody skeleton, it probably won't be able to get here in 3 days. I'm just overthinking it. Katunti Anxia shook his head and waved his hand. Everyone, we can't get the boss outside. Today we can finally satisfy our boss-killing addiction. Here is the second update. If you have any suggestions, please tell me. Chapter 44, are these two archers different? Damn it, this time I spent 2 million and hired 300 people, all of whom died to push this damn place. If you don't see the shadow of the boss, you're dead. Mo Outyin raised his pink fist with a threatening expression on his face. Mr. Wooming's expression suddenly changed, and he said with a smile, don't worry, I will never let you bosses down. After saying this, a trace of contempt flashed through his mind. These idiots have nothing but money. When Ingo Xianyu and Lango Qian Chonglang brought him here, only 3 people died. This group of idiots hired more than 300 people to rush here, but not only did they all die, but dozens of people from their own gang also died. They're simply a bunch of trash. Actually, whether or not you can kill the boss is irrelevant. As a human being, the most important thing in life is to feel and experience life. That's very important. Mo Outyin spread his hands, looking melancholy, and spoke in a very cocky tone. Let's go and stop talking nonsense. Katunti Anxia was very annoyed with their nagging. The refresh time of each wild area is different, but most of them are half an hour. We have been cleaning here for so long, it is estimated that monsters will spawn soon. Don't spend 2 million and end up not seeing the boss but being killed by monsters. That would be very frustrating. Let's go. I can't wait to see what the boss looks like. Damn, the whole place outside is reserved by the guild. I can't even see a hair. That's right, this crappy game is too bad. There's no way to top up the account. Isn't this clearly making things difficult for me? Krypton Outyin. A few people complained, then followed Mr. Wooming, cursing, and walked deep into the skeleton grave. Chitun Tianxia, where are you? A message suddenly popped up on the friend interface of Katunti Anxia. Stray dog? What does he want from me? Katunti Anxia was a little suspicious. As one of the 12 legendary players, Longo had always looked down on him and would generally not take the initiative to look for him. I'm in some weird place called the Skull Mound, experiencing life with a rich guy. Skull Mound, is it a level 30 jungle area? Why are you making such a fuss? It seems, right? There is some dissatisfaction with the ambition to swallow the world. Come back quickly. Don't go looking for death. Looking for death? Oh, don't bother with that. We are a professional team, and we won't die. After saying that, he ended the conversation and blocked this guy. You bastard, you think you can look down on me just because you're a 12 legend. Do you think you're allowed to kill monsters and bosses above your level, just to show off? He sneered and continued to follow Mr. Wooming with an air of arrogance. When he stepped on a broken skull, call out. 2 sounds of breaking through the air were heard. 357, 121. Mo Outyin was hit by 2 arrows in an instant and turned into light and disappeared. Fuck, didn't you say there were no more monsters? Fan Outyin was so scared that he quickly stepped back with an unhappy look on his face. Old Shield, quickly raise your shield to block it. Old Rider, quickly release your donkey mount to block the arrows. Several people were in a panic, and Dun Outyin and Chi Outyin were stunned for a while before they could react. One raised his shield, and the other released his donkey, standing in front of the man. Armor-piercing arrow. Shock arrow. Destruction aho. Slowing arrow. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Within 4 seconds, 4 arrows with 4 different effects shot over. Old Shield, Old Rider, can you stop it? Don't worry, I'm a level 12 shield swordsman, wearing a full set of basic equipment, 500 HP, and a defense of 35. How can I not stop a level 20 archer? Dun Out-Yin held up the shield in one hand and took out a bottle of intermediate blood medicine that could replenish 300 blood points with the other hand. He was ready to take the medicine to replenish it immediately when his blood volume dropped. Ding, 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 ding. 4 arrows hit the shield, making 4 metal collision sounds. You are affected by the armor-piercing arrow, and your defense is reduced by 50 points for 10 seconds. You are affected by the destruction arrow. Due to the armor break -15 effect, the damage is increased by 375 points. It explodes after 1 second, with a range of 33 meters. You are affected by the shockwave arrow. Your shield is shattered, and the 50% damage reduction effect of the shield disappears. For 3 seconds, you will be stunned every 0.5 seconds. You are affected by the slow arrow, and your movement speed is reduced by 30%. Holy crap! Explosive arrows. 375 damage. Hurry! Dun Out-Yin was just about to tell his teammates who were hiding behind him to run away, but the next moment he was knocked unconscious by the shock effect. Then, boom! The second stage of damage from the destructive arrow exploded. A loud bang. In an instant, the 4 necromancers whose health had just reached 350 points, along with Shield Out-Yin who was being targeted, turned into light and disappeared. By the way, he also took away a donkey. Katuniangxia and others who were lucky enough to survive were shocked. What the hell? These 2 archers are doing so much damage, and they can even instantly refresh their skills. Huh, does the Blood Prison Assault Skeleton Captain belong to him? Katuniangxia's face changed. He suddenly thought of something and looked behind the 2 archers. Oh my god, what's inside that ice cube? Could it be? Here are 3 chapters to go. Please give me 5-star reviews and urge me to update. If the number of reviews reaches 725, I will add another chapter. Chapter 45, Blood Prison Frozen Slash. The boss is in the ice, probably mutating. He definitely has no defense and can only passively take hits. Haha, now we have to get the first kill. Old Knight, quickly rush over, cover us, and kill the archer first. Seeing that Chi Tun Tianxia was still in a daze and another person on their side was shot dead, Krypton Out-Yin immediately gave orders excitedly. There was also a hint of excitement in his tone. They also have 3 power swordsmen, a knight, an ice archer, and 3 mages. As long as the 3-strength swordsmen get close to the Graveguard archers, they will have no combat effectiveness. Then, won't the Blood Skeleton boss be at their mercy? Alright, brothers, let's go. This time we're going to be the first to kill. What kind of boss is this? I can't even see any information about it. Never mind it. It's probably mutating. Let's kill the archer first. Okay, I understand. Chi Out-Yin curled the corners of his mouth slightly and swung the iron spear in his hand forward. Level 5 Knight skill, charge initiated. Although he no longer has a donkey mount, his charge can be considered a pseudo-displacement skill and is still very fast. After the skill was activated, Chi Out-Yin was 10 meters away from the 2 tomb guarding archers. Call out. An arrow from the elite Gravekeeper archer hit him, causing him to suffer 122 points of blood. Gurgle gurgle. Chi Out-Yin took a gulp of intermediate blood medicine, dodged the next arrow sideways, and stepped on a skull. The most criticized thing about the archer profession is that the arrows can be blocked, and the shot arrows have not been absolutely locked and can be avoided. Apart from long range and high agility growth, it basically has no advantages. Therefore, in the Great Wilderness, archers belong to the sewer profession. Except for Qian Shangsu and a few archer masters, ordinary players basically no one chooses archers. Grave guarding archers naturally cannot escape this law. 5 more meters. Exploding flames. Exploding flames. Big fireball. The mage behind Chi Out-Yin also approached the 2 archers, reached the range of the spell, and began to release skills. 45, 48, 128. Because they have no spell defense, the 2 archers are at a great disadvantage. 3 damages appear above their heads, all of which are very high. Use single-target fireballs. Don't use explosive flames. Oh, I see. The 3 mages were also a little excited at this moment. The boss was right in front of them, and was unable to move. They were going to be the first to kill him. After playing the game for so long, they still hadn't killed a single boss, and they were actually very upset. When they go out, the most common phrase they hear is, "Isn't it just a little money?" No skills, no operation, no awareness, nothing but money. But today, they can finally kill a boss to prove that they are not only rich, but also can beat bosses. What are you doing? Jiang, who had just come to his senses, widened his eyes the moment he saw this scene. Damn, are these people possessed by the honey badger? Do you dare to attack the boss without his command? Mr. Skeleton, is that something you can do? They can kill you with just one knife. Boss, this boss is mutating and can't be moved. This is a great opportunity to be the first to kill him. Hurry up, superior. Fuck you. Do you think my level drop isn't enough? Come back here right now. Unfortunately, it was too late to say the ambition to swallow the world. Fan Outyin sneered, and a big fireball hit the ice where Jiang Cheng was, causing a -1 damage. Then, amid the crowd's cries of fuck you and horrified looks, crack, 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 ice chips flew everywhere, and the ice blocks shattered into pieces. A skeleton made of blood jade was unsealed from the ice, and the blood-red cloak behind it shook. A blood jade sword slashed down at the ground in front of them. Blood prison ice slash. In an instant, 108 icicles suddenly appeared under the blood jade sword. Countless frosts instantly condensed on the ground in front of the blood jade skull, forming an ice wall. In an instant, the 8 people were frozen into 8 ice sculptures. Then, boom! The ice wall exploded and 108 icicles shattered. The 8 members of the Outyin gang turned into light and disappeared in an instant. Chapter 46, It's So Hard for Me. Finally, there's an active damage skill. Jiang Cheng shook his blood-red cloak and put away his sword and stood up. The cold air in front of me still hasn't dissipated. There were still some condensed ice chips remaining on the ground. The equipment dropped by several people after their deaths also lay quietly on the ground, dull and lifeless. And there was also a skeleton. There was a hint of surprise in Jiang Cheng's blood-red, flaming pupils. Then I looked through the records. Killing a player can also trigger the passive resurrection. This is quite interesting. Jiang Cheng took a look at the skeleton. Skeleton Mage. Quality, Ordinary. Level 1. HP 10. Attack 1. Spells 1. Defense 1. Overview. Belongs to the Blood Prison Mysterious Ice Skeleton General. Rubbish. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but complain. It's so useless. I guess this evolution is useless. Jiang Cheng was too lazy to look anymore. There was still one person alive in the distance, so he decided to kill him. Master Skeleton, please let me go. I was wrong. Seeing Jiang Cheng walking slowly towards him, Jiang did not run away, because after seeing the 10-meter ice wall he had just cut out with a knife, he felt that he might not be able to escape. And there were 2 archers eyeing him covetously, and he felt like the words death were written over his head. It's so infuriating to see people being compared to skeletons. Both of their subordinates are so awesome, and then you look at them, they're said to be rich players, but actually, it's hard to describe. At this moment, Qian Chonglang also rushed over anxiously. Master, this is the leader of the Outyin gang. He can buy your equipment. Jiang Cheng's knife did not fall in the end, which made Jiang breathe a sigh of relief. But at the same time, he was also very curious. Judging from Qian Chonglang's tone, he actually knew the skeleton god. Moreover, they have a good relationship. The key point is, can the skeleton god actually understand human language? Then let's deal with these pieces of equipment first. Jiang Cheng pointed at the pieces of white equipment scattered on the cracked ground, his teeth opening and closing, but unfortunately he couldn't speak. What do you mean? Looking at Jiang Cheng pointing at the equipment on the ground, Jiang was dumbfounded. Could it be that he's going to return the equipment to me? Good man, skeleton. Bang. Qian Chonglang slapped him on the head and said, what are you thinking about? Hurry up and take out the gold coins to buy these equipment. Pay gold coins to buy equipment? Jiang was stunned when he heard this. Is there such a thing? Our guild dropped the equipment, and I have to spend my own money to buy it? I only have 3 gold coins, and I spent 300,000 to buy this equipment. Besides, I don't have any use for it. Bang. Qian Chonglang slapped him again. If you don't need it, keep it for yourself. Are you short of money? Jiang nodded. He was indeed short of money. Who doesn't need money in the early stages? He acquired the 3 gold coins with great difficulty. However, facing Jiang Cheng's cold and blazing white flames, he shook his head again and became scared. As long as you follow your heart, you can be as steady as an old dog. Okay. He reluctantly traded the 3 gold coins to Qian Chonglang. and his face turned green. He decided that he must blackmail those bastards when he got back. It's okay to eat. Why fight the skeleton god? After putting the equipment on the ground into the inventory, Kituntiangxia wanted to leave immediately. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he wouldn't be able to make enough money. Being able to spend money to ward off disasters can be considered a satisfactory solution to the problem, which is not bad. At most, if you see a bloody skull in the future, just run away quickly. Where are you going? There's still some here. Go back and sell it to those wealthy players of yours. I'll come back and ask you for the money later. Qian Chonglang threw 13 level 20 blank equipment to Kituntiangxia, who was in tears. It's so fucking hard. Kituntiangxia's face turned black and colorful. Not only am I being exploited, but I also have to drag the gang members into being exploited as well. I shouldn't have gone out today. Qian Chonglang looked at Kituntiangxia's desolate back in the fog and couldn't help but show a trace of sympathy. But he didn't look at it for long, but turned his gaze to Jiang Cheng because he felt that Jiang Cheng seemed to have become stronger again. Please give me a 5-star rating and urge me to update. The rating has dropped to 9.8. I want to return to the top. I beg for your support. If you haven't clicked yet, please click the below the introduction. Chapter 47 New Weapon, Blood Prison Extreme Ice Wound. The first impression Jiang Cheng gave him at present was one of coldness and chill. Facing him was like facing the glacier of hell. Even with his state of mind, he felt a little cold just looking at it for a second. The blood-red flames in the eye sockets had some blue, cold flames surrounding them, attached to the blood-red flames. The bones all over the body, compared to the previous rich blood red, now have a faint jade-like luster, as if blood is flowing in the bones. These bones are like blood jade. If illuminated by the moonlight at night, they would probably emit a flawless luster. The blood-red long sword in his hand seemed to have life, with blood constantly flowing in the sword, emitting a cold breath. Just one look at it would make your heart beat faster. Mysterious, cold, and powerful than before. How long has it been since he became like this? This is even more awesome than their players. He couldn't help but have the urge to become a skeleton. Master, these gold coins are for you. Qian Chonglang handed 3 gold coins to Jiang Cheng. When he touched Jiang Cheng's hand bones, a bone-chilling coldness instantly invaded him, causing his hand to tremble slightly and his face to change. This cold air is too strong. It could freeze someone to death. Perhaps being able to transform into a skeleton and become even more powerful will be a good thing for him. Qian Chonglang couldn't help but look at Jiang Cheng, feeling extremely emotional. Jiang Cheng took the 3 gold coins, but did not leave immediately. Instead, he threw a silver coin to him. As a human being, skeleton, you still need to have some principles. Although he knows Qian Chonglang does not know his true identity. If he wanted to work for you wholeheartedly, you still need to give him some benefits. For me, Qian Chonglang looked at the silver coin in his hand in astonishment, but he took it without any pretense. 1 silver coin sells for around 1,000 yuan on the market. If you are in urgent need of it, you may have to bid up to 2,000 yuan to buy it. In the game, you may need to spend a whole day to collect enough gold coins. All right, master, you're a straightforward person indeed. From now on, I, Lango, will take care of all your equipment. As for connections, I may not be as good as you, but I still have some. Qian Chonglang patted his chest and made a promise with great confidence, and he felt more motivated. I have to say, the skeleton god is quite generous. If this continues, he could buy equipment first if he needs it in the future. Moreover, not only do you not have to worry about equipment, you also have some money. With the speed at which Skeleton God kills monsters, if he follows Skeleton God, he will definitely take off and leave the other 12 legends far behind. Qian Chonglang left in high spirits. With Jiang Cheng's reward, he became even more enthusiastic about the equipment reselling business. Jiang Cheng rested on the spot for a while and checked the changes after his evolution. Name, Jiang Cheng. Level, 22. Experience 1100/220000. Race, Blood Prison Mysterious Ice Skeleton Commander. HP, 2830. Black Book of the Dead increases by 500 points. Magic, 2530. Black Book of the Dead increases by 500 points. Attack, 385. Strength Amplification Attack, 150 points. Blood Prison Extreme Ice Wound, plus 150. Defense, 210. Strength, 150. Increases attack by 50 points. Agility, 193. Attack speed, 2.29 seconds per attack. Movement speed, 1 step per 1.3 seconds. Active skills: Bloodthirst, 6, Assault Armor, 3, Sharp Blade, 10, Blood Prison Frost Slash, 1, Hidden Shield, 1. Passive skills: Bloody 7 kills, cannot be upgraded, Plunder, cannot be upgraded, Rage Slash, 1, Bloodsucking, 3. Talents: Bloody Surveying Eye, Frozen Bones. Treasures: Black Book of the Dead, Skeleton Horse. Subordinates: Destructive Archer, Gravekeeper Elite Archer, Skeleton Mage. Evolution points: 37,000. Reinforcement points: 200. After evolution, his health and magic points increased by 800 points each, his attack increased by 150, his defense increased by 50, and his strength and agility increased by 100 points. The only skill added was Blood Prison Frost Slash, but the talent had an additional Frozen Bone, and the weapon became Blood Prison Extreme Ice Wound. Chapter 48, 5 Characteristics: Blood Prison Extreme Ice Injury, Horrible Injury. Frozen Bones. Overview. The whole body turns into frozen bones, causing ice attacks to enemy units within a 0.5 meter range every 0.5 seconds, and the duration is permanent. Freeze. Each time ice attacks, a layer of slowing effect is added, reducing the enemy unit's attack and movement speed by 1%. After 10 layers are stacked, a freezing effect is caused, freezing the opponent for 0.5 seconds. This frozen bone is very powerful. As long as 10 layers of slow effect are stacked within 5 seconds, it can freeze the enemy for 0.5 seconds. 0.5 seconds may be of no use to ordinary players, but for expert players, the control effect of 0.5 seconds is the key to determining the outcome of a battle. The key is, this is a permanent passive talent. Blood Prison Extreme Ice Wound. Quality: Rare. Attack Power: 150 to 150. Critical Hit Rate: 20%. Destruction: Critical Damage plus 50%. Sky Split. Ignore 20 points of the opponent's armor when attacking. Blood Prison. Triggers tearing damage when attacking, with bleeding status attached, reducing 30 HP per second for 60 seconds, with a chance of causing serious injury, reducing the opponent's movement speed by 30%. Ice Soul. There's a 10% chance of triggering a slowdown effect when attacking, slowing down the opponent's attack and movement speed by 30%. Cold Light. 1% chance to trigger the Ice Soul effect, freezing the enemy unit for 0.5 seconds. This weapon is powerful enough. Jiang Cheng held the Blood Prison Ice Wound in his hand, feeling slightly excited. The quality has not been improved, but the attack has been increased by 60 points. The critical hit chance is increased from 15% to 20%, and combined with the 30% from the Black Book of the Undead, the critical hit chance is 50%. Critical damage increased from 30% to 50%. Armor penetration increased by 10 points. Blood Inferno's rend damage has also been increased. The most important thing is the addition of an Ice Soul feature, with a 1% chance of freezing for 0.5 seconds. Compared to players who are still using white weapons and the highest blue weapons at this stage, he is simply the richest among the rich. Rare weapons with 5 characteristics. This is the only one in the entire server. And his level 22 attributes, compared with the attributes of a level 22 knight with full legendary equipment, are still more than 10 blocks ahead of him. The attack power is 685, plus 82 points of soul power. The total attack power reaches 767. A level 22 power swordsman can only be defeated by someone holding a level 20 golden Shining Supreme artifact. Wait for the refresh, earn 1,000 souls, and kill the Blood Crow. As soon as the words fell, the entire skeleton tomb refreshed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, more than 100 pairs of empty eyes discovered Jiang Cheng and stared at him intently. Then, he drew his bow and arrows, and more than 100 arrows flew towards him. Jiang Cheng was quick-witted and quick-handed, and took the 3 subordinates back into the black scripture of the undead. Then, more than 100 -1 damage appeared above his head. With his evolved defense, these archers were simply unable to break through it. His health is high, and he can absorb blood, so one hit can restore it to full. He is too lazy to dodge. The wound of the Blood Prison's extreme ice was cut off with one sword. 5874. 869. Minus 869. -30. Kill the Grave-Guarding Archer and gain 90 evolution points and experience points. Critical hit, vital point, weapon critical hit damage bonus plus 50%, 3.5 times, Undead Black Sutra, 100% racial restraint bonus. 7 times the damage, a total of 5,874 damage. The additional damage of Rage Slash can reach 869. Jiang Cheng endured the damage and slashed again. Bang! A large space suddenly appeared in front of him. It used to cost $3 to get rid of 9, but now it only takes $2. Countless experience prompts sounded, and Jiang Cheng took only 5 minutes to kill more than 800 archers that had just refreshed in the skeleton tomb, leaving only 30. These 30 archers were left there to block the road and prevent any players from coming in. The damage is too high. The freezing effect can't be reflected. Go find Blood Crow. Chapter 49 Blood Crow, I need a subordinate like you. Gah. Outside the dim tomb, the heavy door opened again. Passing through countless flying dust, Jiang Cheng walked into the Blood Crow tomb. Inside the dim tomb, Jiang Cheng saw a pitch-black corridor in front of him, which was so dark that it seemed to extend down to a bottomless pit. The air was filled with the rotting smell of old wood. The entire tomb was eerie. It seemed as if something would come out from the corridor at any time. Faced with this situation, most players may not have the courage to go on. But Jiang Cheng was fearless and walked straight down the corridor. Bang! In the pitch-black corridor, Jiang Cheng stepped on some skulls from time to time, but he didn't care and just kicked them to pieces. He just kept walking down, and from time to time he heard regular rustling sounds all around him, as if something was following him. The sound was like a severed hand crawling under his feet, but Jiang Cheng pretended not to hear it. It was not until half an hour later that a glimmer of light appeared in front of him. After experiencing endless darkness and then experiencing light again, the human I will feel a moment of discomfort. The thing behind wanted to take advantage of this moment to launch a sneak attack, but unfortunately, Jiang Cheng is a skeleton. Clang! The blood-red cloak shook. Turn around and chop with one knife. Puff! A burst of blood exploded in front of him and splashed all over his body. Then, all the blood flowed into the blood prison ice in his hand. 11756. A horrible injury emerged. Kill the blood hand in the tomb and gain 500 evolution points and 500 experience points. Bite. A crisp sound was heard on the ground. Gem. Jiang Cheng's heart moved, and he picked up a blood-red gem from a piece of dry bones. Bloodstone. Overview. A socketable gem that increases lifesteal by 1%. Jiang Cheng threw in the cloak. After evolution, his cloak's load capacity is increased. Previously, it could hold up to 20 bone arrows, but now it can hold 30. Some special items, potions, and small objects can also be thrown in. This cloak is equivalent to having 30 more inventory slots. The only unpleasant thing is that you can't put ordinary items such as equipment, skill books, etc. After killing the Blood Crow, he will strengthen his cloak to see if it can produce any special effects. It is also time to improve his skills. Buzz! When he walked through the corridor and entered the Blood-Raven tomb, what came into his sight was an old temple. On the wall, many oil lamps suddenly lit up. Ah! You cut off my hand! From the dark yellow tomb chamber, shrill sounds were heard. How dare you, you lowly skeleton! Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 108 arrows turned into a rain of arrows, coming towards him horizontally, covering the area of about 10 meters around him. Blood Crow's unique skill, 1,000 arrows. If it were before, Jiang Cheng would probably have to temporarily avoid the attack when facing this move. But now that he has evolved, he no longer needs to worry about it. He pulled the tooth bone and faced the rain of arrows with the Blood Prison Ice Wound in his hand. Blood Prison Ice Slash. Horizontally cut, Jiang Cheng quickly took a step back and retreated behind the ice wall. Bite! 108 icicles quickly solidified and connected into an ice wall, blocking Jiang Cheng. Ding, 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 ding. 108 arrows shot into the ice wall, formed by 108 icicles, making a dense clinking sound. Then, boom! The ice wall exploded, shattering all the arrows. Jiang Cheng had already seen the Blood Crow standing in front of the circular tomb. Blood Raven. Quality, Legendary. Level, 30. Health, 3 million. Attack, 1,101. Defense, 200. Skills, Blood Curse, Arc Arrow, 1,000 arrows, Soul Tumbling, Bloody Battle in all directions, Arrow Shadow Sky Strike. Talents, Archery Control, Swordsmanship Proficiency, Blood Sucking, Phantom Crow. Overview. Thousands of years ago, a heroic general from Atlantis, with superb archery skills and proficiency in blood devouring, was unable to enter the underworld due to his unjust death and could not vent his resentment. He became a blood crow that brought disaster to the underworld for thousands of years. After being killed, he might be cursed. It's not that I want to kill you, but I need a subordinate like you. Chapter 50. What kind of magical skill is this? Arrogant fellow. Blood Crow was wearing silver armor. His body was covered in blood, and the longbow in his hand was also blood red. He stood in front of the circular tomb. Naturally, he was very disdainful of Jiang Cheng, a low-level skeleton. What's more, this low-level skeleton actually wants to recruit him as his subordinate. He simply doesn't know his place. A flash of blood appeared in the dim tomb, and a blood crow suddenly appeared behind Jiang Cheng, slashing at Jiang Cheng. The blood crow's talent, the phantom crow. It can transform into a blood crow and disappear into the bloodlight, then fly close to the enemy and launch a surprise attack. However, the imagined bone-splattering scene did not occur. A gray light flashed, and the skeleton suddenly disappeared from his sight. Next moment, 3 dimly yellow knife lights pierced into his bloodshot eyes, causing him to close his eyes slightly. Puff. 732. 30. You are slowed down, attack, and movement speed reduced by 30%. You have been damaged by blood prison, and your movement speed has been reduced by 30%. You have been damaged by tearing, and your health is reduced by 30 per second. Your armor is reduced by 20 points. You are slowed, reducing your movement speed by 1%. You have been deprived of bloody 7 kills, and your HP has been reduced by 30,000. Whoosh, whoosh. 15. 5. Armor-piercing arrow. Shock arrow. Your armor is reduced by 50 points for 10 seconds. You are affected by the shock effect and will be stunned every 0.5 seconds for 3 seconds. You are affected by 3 layers of slowness, currently slowing down by 3%. The fight had just begun. Before the skeleton had even shed a drop of blood, countless states appeared on the blood crow's body, and he was instantly stunned. He felt like his whole body was out of control, and his armor was reduced by 70 points. Various damage values keep popping up above my head. Is this the fucking skeleton at the bottom level? Blood Crow's face was full of question marks. Clang! A blood-red cloak passed in front of him. 1756. Ouch! The Blood Crow felt pain. Its soul rolled over, and it retreated more than 10 steps, staring at Jiang Cheng with a cautious expression. The light was too dim just now, and he didn't see it clearly, but now he realized that this skeleton is unusual. All the bones in his body were blood-red, and there was blood flowing in the bones. The knife in his hand is also very unusual, making people feel suffocated at the first sight. Are you sent by the undead tyrant? It's not too late to talk after death. Jiang Cheng slashed with his sword, and all skills were amplified. In an instant, 3 bone arrows shot at the Blood Crow's head. 1857. 1857. 1789. Damn it. Damn you. The Blood Crow was furious. Suddenly, a bloody figure appeared behind him, pulling a longbow and shooting towards Jiang Cheng. Arrow shadow strikes from sky. 18 blood-red arrows were shot towards Jiang Cheng, tracking Jiang Cheng's location. Arrow shadow sky attack can track the opponent's shadow, making it impossible for the opponent to escape. Jiang Cheng was able to avoid his Phantom Crow talent just now, but this time he didn't believe Jiang Cheng could avoid it again. Bite! Take advantage of the situation and kill with a flash. A blood-red longsword suddenly appeared and blocked the first arrow, and a -1 damage appeared above Jiang Cheng's head. Then, Jiang Cheng flew back quickly, and the longsword in his hand turned into a spear in an instant, which he kept spinning and waving tightly. Ding, ding, ding. Of the 18 arrows, 16 were knocked away by the spear in Jiang Cheng's hand, and only 2 accidentally hit Jiang Cheng. 723. 725. The powerful arrow hit Jiang Cheng's bones, causing only about 723 damages. Blood Crow widened his eyes with an expression of disbelief. What kind of magical skill is this? Chapter 51. The Miserable Blood Crow, the Furious Blood Crow. 18 arrows, all with tracking effect, but in the end they were all dodged. Also, what the hell was that trick? Can he actually fly back with the help of his arrows? Can you change weapons and block arrows while flying backwards? A trace of surprise flashed across Blood Crow's rotten face. His skills, such as Arrow Shadow Sky Strike and 1,000 Arrows, have a long cooldown time and cannot be used continuously. There was no other way. He could only keep shooting ordinary arrows. However, this bloody skeleton was too cunning and used all kinds of tricks that left him dumbfounded. The Blood Crow, which was already slowed down, had its attack and movement speeds become even slower. It was rare for me to hit him, and when I finally hit him with an arrow, I thought I could wear him down to death with this pace. The next moment, 3 arrows flew over, and the damn skeleton was full of blood again. Because he was always under the effect of tearing, a value of -30 kept floating above his head, and he couldn't recover any health at all. Thousands of arrows. Just when Blood Crow was about to go crazy, his 1,000 arrows and Arrow Shadow Sky attack finally cooled down. And at this time, this bloody skeleton actually rushed over. This blood skeleton, doesn't he know that his ultimate skill is cool down? Blood Crow sneered in his heart. Behind him, a bloody figure emerged, and a large number of arrows appeared. Then, a round of fierce shooting will be launched. But the next moment, he was dumbfounded. You are affected by the slowing effect, currently at the 10th level. You are frozen for 0.5 seconds. What fuck? Is there such a thing? The Blood Crow was furious. Unfortunately, he could only wait for the freezing time to end, and 1,000 arrows had been held back by him and could not be released at all. Arrow Shadow strikes from sky. It doesn't matter. He still has tracking arrows to use. It's so close. How could this bloody skeleton possibly escape? Blood Prison Ice Slash. An ice wall blocked the way between a skeleton and a man. Boom! The ice wall and arrow exploded at the same time, turning into powder. Blood Crow. Blood Crow was stunned. Half an hour later, Blood Crow was tortured to the point of being in excruciating pain. Although Blood Skull had been repeating his routine in the past half hour, fighting him. Whenever he doesn't have a big skill, he will use a spear to fight himself and stay away from himself. If you are accidentally hit by him, the blood skeleton will change into a longbow weapon and shoot arrows from a distance to suck his blood. When the armor-piercing effect is gone, he will release 2 archers to shoot himself. When he was furious and ready to kill the 2 archers, he took the 2 archers away to who knows where, and they disappeared completely, making Blood Crow furious. And when his ultimate skill has cooled down, this blood skeleton will always activate the 10-layer slow effect and freeze him just when he is about to release it. For the first time, Blood Crow felt that maybe he had lived a pretty good life. Even though I was framed by a treacherous official, at least no one teased me like this. He began to doubt his life and missed his previous life. Although lonely, there were no bloody skulls. Buzz. The blood and energy in the entire tomb rushed into his body from all directions, causing his entire body to tremble. He's going to die. But that bloody skeleton was fine. He is unwilling to accept it. Hee. The Blood Crow let out a miserable cry that made one's teeth ache. What kind of dog skull is this? I won't accept it. The Blood Crow stared at Jiang Cheng intently, a cold look appearing in his blood-red eyes. Boom! Blood Crow's body exploded all over the ground, and a large area of the surrounding tomb pillars were corroded by him. Then there was a loud explosion. 2 green lights flashed among a pile of items. Kill the Blood Crow, gain 300,000 experience points, 300,000 evolution points, and 1,300 enhancement points. You have been cursed by the Blood Ravens. You will be watched by the Lost Continent and the Blood Hell Tyrant. Please be extremely careful. Your level has increased to 23, your health and mana have increased by 100, your attack has increased by 10 points, and your defense has increased by 10 points. Soul power plus 30 points. Done. Mayor Jiang breathed a sigh of relief. Something good happened. Chapter 52 Hidden Mission, Exploding Blood Crow. Trigger the hidden quest, Blood Raven's Revenge. Blood Raven's Revenge, an S-rank quest. The tyrant to whom Blood Raven served in life is now dead, transformed into the Skeleton King, occupying the land of bones and commanding an army of 300,000 skeletons. Blood Raven has vowed revenge on the Skeleton King, secretly recruiting troops in the Skeleton Mounds. He has betrayed the Undead and pledged allegiance to the Blood Hell Lord, awaiting an opportunity for revenge. Accepting Blood Crow's revenge will put you in opposition to the level 300 legendary Skeleton King. Refusing to accept will expose you to the watchful eyes of the level 3000 Blood Hell Lord. Please choose carefully. Jiang Cheng shook his right hand habitually and pondered for a moment. Accept. Successfully accepted Blood Raven's revenge. Mission objective. Destroy the Skeleton King and his 300,000 skeleton army. Quest reward. Blood Crow's 1,000 archery secrets, a mysterious legend reward. After accepting the task, Jiang Cheng found that the feeling of being spied on still did not disappear. He doesn't care. Everything depends on strength. This is his character. He doesn't take the initiative to cause trouble, but he is not afraid of trouble either. He has his own absolute opinions on everything and never follows the crowd. When making decisions, he is always quick and decisive and never drags his feet. Look at the harvest. Jiang Cheng's heart moved, and he walked over with his creaking body. He was the first to pick up the 2 green lights. Blood Raven surprise attack longbow. Quality, legendary. Level, 25. Attack, 101. Agility plus 50. Critical hit rate plus 5%. Surprise attack. When attacking, there is a 1% chance to transform into a blood crow and surprise attack the opponent. Blood explosion. When attacking, there is a 1% chance of triggering a blood explosion, causing a blood explosion in an 11-meter range, with damage equal to 256, 30% of the attack power. The legendary weapon, the one in Blood Crow's hand, was actually revealed by him. If it is posted to the World Channel, it will probably cause a sensation and be sought after by countless people. Considering the current level of madness of players, the minimum price will be 200 gold coins, which is about 20 million. However, compared to the Blood Prison Extreme Ice Wound in his hand, it is not even a little bit worse. Level 25 legendary equipment is just like this. Blood Raven Heart. Overview. The gem in the heart of a blood crow can be embedded in a bow and arrow to gain the talent of archery control. Quality, legendary. This is the good stuff. Archery mastery can increase the archer's normal attack power by 40% and increase the hit rate by 15 points. 40% normal attack power is already terrifying, not to mention the 15 points of hit. When playing an archer, the most feared thing is missing the target. You often miss the target, which is why this profession has become so bad. But if the hit rate is high, there's a hard lock mechanism that can prevent the player from blocking the arrow. So for an archer, hitting is more important than agility. Archers initially have only 5 hit points, which increases by 1 point every 10 levels. You can imagine how precious hit points are. Looks like I should go back and ask Natalie for the job change quest reward. Even the arrows he shot could still be blocked, so this Blood Raven heart had to be embedded. The reward for the job change mission is 2 5-star drilling stones, which can be used to drill holes in his weapons. After throwing the Blood Raven heart into his cloak and hanging the Blood Raven bow over his shoulder, he continued to pick up things. There are 3 gold coins, 12 bottles of potions, 2 purple pieces of equipment that are 1 level lower in rarity than green, and 2 blue pieces of equipment. The blue one isn't very useful, but this purple one is really nice. Blood Raven's Wrathful Staff. Quality, rare. Level, 25. Spell attack, 80 to 100. Constitution plus 30. Intelligence, plus 30. Rage. Spell attacks gain a rage effect, increasing damage by 15%. Phantom Crow. Spell attacks have a chance to gain the Phantom Crow effect. After use, it can transform into a Blood Crow to cross obstacles and raid enemy units. Blood Raven Fury Vestment. Quality, rare. Level, 25. Defense, 30 to 30. Spell defense, 30-30. Rage. Spell attacks gain a rage effect, increasing damage by 15%. Blood Sucking. Spell attacks gain the Blood Sucking effect, reducing the opponent's mana by 1%. These 2 pieces are suitable for Dai Xiaoming. She should be very happy. Jiang Cheng's heart moved. He walked out of the Blood Crow tomb, summoned the skeleton horse, and headed towards the dark forest. But before leaving, he spent 1,000 soul power to resurrect the Blood Raven. The 3rd update is here. The number of people who rated it has reached 880. I will add another chapter. Please give me a 5-star rating and urge me to update. Thank you. Chapter 53 Evolution. Win Skeleton Blood Crow. Click, click, click. Countless blood and bones gradually condensed from the Blood Crow's corpse. After consuming 1,000 soul powers, the condensed blood skeleton stood up. I wonder if I can perfectly inherit all of Blood Crow's skills. Jiang Cheng looked at the bloody skeleton curiously, with some anticipation in his eyes. The Blood Crow skeleton's bones were all blood red, slightly similar to its appearance before it evolved into the Black Ice General. But what he held in his hand was a longbow, and a blood-red knife with a sheath was hung on his waist. The blood-red soul fire in his eye sockets continued to burn, and after seeing Jiang Cheng, he knelt down respectfully. Blood Crow pays homage to his majesty. Skeleton Blood Crow. Level 1. Quality, Legendary. Health, 3000. Attack, 301. Defense, 30 to 50. Skills, 1000 arrows, arrow shadow sky attack, arc sword, bloody battle in all directions, soul tumbling. Talents, archery control, bloodthirst, sword proficiency, phantom crow. Overview, belongs to the blood prison, mysterious ice skeleton general. A legendary quality subordinate, just missing a blood curse, nice see. Jiang Cheng exclaimed in admiration. See how it grows? Spend 1000 evolution points, evolve skeleton blood, crow, successfully. It cost 55,000 evolution points to upgrade the blood crow to level 10. There are still 100,000 evolution points left, and Jiang Cheng checked the attributes of the blood crow again. Blood Raven of the Wind Skeleton. Level 10. Quality, Legendary. Health, 6000. Attack, 600-1000. Defense, 60 to 1000. Skills, Gale Arrow, 1000 arrows, arrow shadow sky strike, arc sword, bloody battle in all directions, soul tumbling. Talents, archery control, bloodthirst, sword proficiency, phantom crow. Overview, belongs to the blood prison, mysterious ice skeleton general. Level 1 increases health by 300, attack by 30, and defense by 3. Level 10 adds an additional wind arrow. The legendary quality is indeed powerful. Try the power. Jiang Cheng stopped on the way, released the swift skeleton blood crow, and came to a level 20 wild area, the rabbit forest. There are now groups of players in rabbit forest fighting monsters in groups of 3 or 4, and most of them are around level 12. There is no benefit at all coming to rabbit forest at this level, because the demon soul rabbits in the rabbit forest are very agile. Their movement speed and evasion strength are not comparable to those of ordinary wild monsters. These players probably came here out of necessity. Xiang, pay attention. I'm going to show you how to force combat. This is a magical skill created by that great god, and I've only learned the basics. After Sword Demon Hong Shan finished speaking, a look of pride flashed across his face. He raised a white sword in his hand and released a leap slash at a level 20 demon rabbit. Wow, you've only learned a little bit, but you're already so good. Brother Shan is really amazing. Ruan Xiang looked at the back of the sword demon, Hong Shan leaping high, with a hint of admiration in her eyes. At the same time, I felt a little smug. Although she's not as beautiful as Zhang Mengmeng, she knows how to make use of her advantages. Even when playing games, she could find a great master who dominated the guild and easily brought her to level 10. As for Zhang Mengmeng, who has no one to guide her, with her skill level, in this game where there are more people than monsters, she is probably only level 5 at most now. Right? Swordsmen can learn Wind Step at level 5 and Leap Slash at level 10. After becoming a power swordsman, Leap Slash adds an area stun effect. Let me tell you, Xiang, the range and stun duration of the power swordsman's Leap Slash are calculated based on the casting time. It requires 2 seconds of preparation. Ordinary players can only follow the steps in automatic mode, clicking the button to use the skill, and then waiting for 2 seconds before jumping. By that time, no one will know where the monsters have flown away. The sword demon Hongshan jumped up and began to explain for Ruan Xiang. He inadvertently caught a glimpse of a blood-red figure, and suddenly his right hand shook violently. 880 comments. I will add more chapters to thank you all. By the way, I also asked for 5-star reviews and urge for more chapters. Thank you all readers. Chapter 54. The Terrifying Damage of 1,000 Arrows. To whom does the blood prison mysterious ice skeleton general belong? The sword demon Hong Shan swung his sword, but fortunately it didn't go astray. After stunning the demon soul rabbit, he cast a reconnaissance spell at it. Blood Raven Skeleton. Level 10. Overview. Belongs to the blood prison mysterious ice skeleton general. It turned out to be the player's baby. I was shocked. His cousin Chi Tan Tian Xiao once said that if you encounter a bloody skeleton, don't worry about anything else, just run away first. If you really can't run away, kneel down and beg for mercy. His cousin was a disciple of the great boxing master, so he naturally wouldn't doubt it. Fortunately, it wasn't that bloody skeleton. Sword Demon Hongshan was extremely grateful. There is a profession in Da Huang that can be transformed from an archer, called Dark Archer. At level 10, you can learn the skill Charm, which can charm wild monsters into your own babies. The soft and fragrant thing behind him is the profession he changed to. This Blood Raven is probably the trash baby that the Dark Archer player has seduced. It is only level 10 and looks trash at first glance. It's just that this player's name is weird. He's called Blood Prison Mysterious Ice Skeleton Commander. What's so great about having more characters? Sword Demon Hongshan complained slightly, took a look, and after not seeing the Dark Archer player, he didn't take it too seriously. He continued to explain while continuing to chop his monsters. A skilled swordsman can use the automatic mode at the exact moment the jump takes effect. Forced weapon switching, resulting in the spell being interrupted and the person jumping up. After landing, besides not causing any damage, it still has a stun effect, which can shorten the preparation time by about 1 second. Top-notch swordsman players, like Blue Moon, the vice chairman of our Dominate the World guild, can switch back and forth between manual and automatic modes. After automatically casting, immediately switch to manual mode to shorten the preparation time by 1.5 seconds. And my idol, Sword God Jiang Cheng, a master like him, uses manual mode throughout the entire process. When he casts a spell, there is no trace at all, and there is no preparation time at all. You can even use Leap Slash with any skill, and then use it with other skills. It's simply amazing. When the Sword Demon Hongshan talked about Xie Changkong, his tone was very excited, and it was obvious that he particularly admired the Sword God. Wow, this Sword God is so powerful. What level of player is Brother Shan? Wan Xiangxiang looked at the Sword Demon Hongshan with admiration. Sword Demon Hongshan felt somewhat proud upon hearing this. As a member of the Hall of Fame of the Dominate the World Guild, he must be a master, otherwise how could he pick up girls? As you know, I'm a member of the Hall of Fame. Of course I'm a top-notch expert. The moment he spoke, he had already switched the sword in his hand to an unprofessional samurai sword. He chopped down the demon soul rabbit that was stunned by him. 39. Puff. 26. Let me tell you, Xiang, Sword God Xie Changkong isn't the strongest. The strongest should be the one who created a divine skill. As Sword Demon Hongshan was slashing monsters, he boasted to Wan Xiangxiang behind him. You haven't played mythology before, so you might not know this. That swordsman is truly amazing. He kills without even moving. He's incredibly awesome. No need to move? How can you kill people without moving? Wan Xiangxiang obviously didn't believe it and thought that the Sword Demon Hongshan was bragging. Not moving, killing people? Isn't that a fairy tale? The Sword Demon Hongshan slashed down again, switching to the blank greatsword of his profession, and chopped down with each blow, causing damage one after another. 48. 45. I tell you, it's not that he doesn't move, but his speed is too fast. It looks like he didn't move, but in fact, you are already dead. Sword Demon Hongshan retorted. This is the 15th divine skill he created called Absolute Static Slash. In a combat situation, even the damage triggering mechanism can't keep up with the speed of his sword. The damage only comes out after the person dies. It's really awesome. If I had this level of skill, the 12 gods would all be my younger brothers. Sword Demon Hongshan sighed and looked at his own damage, speechless. 47. 127. 47 is the damage he dealt to the soul rabbit, and 127 is the damage the soul rabbit dealt to him. They're not on the same level at all. After guzzling 2 bottles of blood potion, Sword Demon Hongshan sighed. If it weren't for showing off, I wouldn't be so stupid as to run to this kind of place to fight monsters. Brother Shan, you look like you're going to die. It's okay, no big deal. I'm a power swordsman, level 12 with 400 HP. I can handle it. Hey, Brother Shan, there seems to be a red skull over there. What is that? It looks so majestic. Ruan Xiangxiang suddenly caught a glimpse of the blood crow, and her eyes lit up immediately. Her job as a dark archer was to find top-quality babies. This blood crow looked very powerful, so maybe she could snatch it away? This just a trash baby. Sword Demon Hongshan said disdainfully. Xiangxiang, don't judge things by appearances. Skeletons are the lowest level wild monsters in the Great Wilderness game. Don't be fooled by their nice names. I guess they're not very good at attacking, and may not even have any skills. Ah, I see. I thought it was very powerful. Wan Xiangxiang said dejectedly. But why did it attract a bunch of monsters? Attract a bunch of monsters? Huh. I guess that Archer thought this baby was too trash and was going to let it commit suicide. But this player is also a dog. How much health can a trash baby have? And he attracted so many dash. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Before the sword demon Hongshan could finish his words, the blood crow had already lured the monster away and hurled 1,000 arrows down. In an instant, 108 arrows shot out in a fan-shaped range and shot towards the 38 demon soul rabbits. 1,000 arrows, 300% attack bonus. 1875. 3850. 1875. There are 4 updates today, and this is the first one. Please give me a 5-star rating and urge me to update. Chapter 55 Blood Crow. Clear all of this, leaving no one behind. A large amount of damage appeared instantly. The level 20 Demon Soul Rabbit only had 600 health. After the Blood Crow's 1,000 arrows went down, a piece of open space was immediately cleared. 38 Demon Soul Rabbits howled at the same time, lay on the grass, and died on the spot. Such a spectacular scene immediately scared all the players who were fighting monsters. Fuck, what the hell is this hurting? That's too much. Whose baby is this? Damn, that scared me. Am I hallucinating? A level 10 pet can do this much damage. Looking at the 50 points of health I had taken, I silently shed tears of poverty. They're all babies, but the difference is so fucking huge. 3850. An arrow flew out and hit the Demon Soul Rabbit in front of the Sword Demon Hongshan, causing astonishing damage. The Sword Demon Hongshan needed to constantly take blood medicine and take some time to get rid of the hatred before he could slowly kill the Demon Soul Rabbit, which died tragically in front of him. Shot to death by an arrow shot out by someone else's baby. Even the Soul Rabbit's HP wasn't enough to cover the damage taken this time. Sword Demon Hongshan. Soft and fragrant. After a long silence, Sword Demon Hongshan still didn't know what to say and even began to doubt his life. Brother Shan, didn't you say this baby's attack power is rubbish and it doesn't even have any skills? This. Sword Demon Hongshan was speechless, his face serious. I take back what I said just now. Soft and fragrant. Whose baby is this? Can I get it? Do you know if I stole it from a monster? Exactly. Do you have any manners? We're all new here, so we need to maintain a good atmosphere for fighting monsters. You're clearly breaking the rules. Seeing this horrific damage, the players suddenly became dissatisfied. This Blood Crow has such high damage. With him here, how can they defeat any monsters? Anyway, before level 10, there is a novice protection mechanism and PK is not allowed, so this group of players are not very afraid of the Blood Raven's master. There's so many people here, what can he do? Even Ruan Xiang deliberately approached and tentatively used a charm skill, trying to snatch the Blood Raven away. When the shooter players from other teams saw this scene, they immediately became bolder. Just now, I had the will but not the courage. Now that there's a player with a big dick and big breasts leading the way, what are you afraid of? If you can get this god-level baby, it would be really awesome. Wouldn't it mean I won't have to do anything to level up in the future? But the next moment, swoosh, suddenly 3 arrows shot out from the jungle. 2857, 2896, minus 1,771. 3 damages popped up from above the player's head in 3 directions, with an interval of no more than 0.3 seconds. Ruan Xiangxiang's face was filled with astonishment. While the Sword Demon Hongshan was dumbfounded, she turned into light and disappeared. The Sword Demon Hongshan tried to pull him back but failed. At the same time, the shooters from the other 2 teams also disappeared in a flash, shocking all the players. What's going on? Why can he kill people? Where's the protection mechanism? Fuck, run. This is such a fucking explosion of damage. Who can withstand this? Why is the baby so awesome and the owner so fierce too? I was wrong. I shouldn't have let Xiaoyu snatch the baby. Puff! A blood-red figure suddenly appeared behind a player and slashed him with a knife. 3215, 520, 570. Kill the god of creation, trigger the plunder successfully, and gain +2 plunder talent power. Soul power +3. The furious slash had a splitting effect, directly killing the 2 mage players around Zhaohua Shenxiu and disappearing into a flash of light. Everywhere we go, we're fighting over monsters. Jiang Cheng put away his sword and stood up, shooting 3 arrows at once, directly killing the 3 players who wanted to escape. Trigger the resurrection effect, and you gain a loyal servant. Just want to grab the Blood Raven. 3 more arrows were shot out, 3 rays of light flashed, and the 3 players turned into light and disappeared. 1 minute later, all 73 players of Rabbit Forest were killed by Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng looked at the wild monsters gathered in the Rabbit Forest and opened his teeth. Blood Crow, clear this out completely, leaving no one behind. Chapter 56 Ming Ming, I'll help you level up. Damn, what's going on? I want to complain. How could a player break through the protection mechanism and kill people in the wild area? Kinshio, why did you hang up too? How should I know? When you died, I was killed instantly too. Did you see who it was? What the hell? I just saw a flash of blood, and then I was back to the resurrection point. At the resurrection point in Windrath City, dozens of rays of light flashed, and then a wailing sound was heard. Brother Shan, you're dead too? Ruan Xiangxiang looked at the sword demon Hong Shan in shock, with a hint of guilt on her face. Don't even mention it. I've been dropped back to level 11. That's awful. The sword demon Hong Shan looked helpless and gave Ruan Xiangxiang a complicated look. Ruan Xiangxiang trembled suddenly, because this look seemed to be blaming her. Brother Shan, isn't it just a level drop? You can go find the guild leader and ask him to lead the team to kill that guy. After Ruan Xiangxiang finished speaking, she kept staring at the expression of the sword demon Hong Shan. She thought that sword demon Hong Shan would be happy with her proposal, but unexpectedly, the sword demon just looked at her as if she was a fool. Lead the team to kill. Sword demon Hong Shan looked at his empty right hand and almost slapped this stupid woman to death. Don't you think his losses are not enough? Not only did he lose a level, but his blank greatsword that he bought for 100,000 yuan also exploded. Now, you want me to take my guild with him to be buried? Others didn't see it clearly, but he did. It was a fucking bloody skull. I heard from his cousin that this blood skeleton killed 8 fully equipped players of the Out Yin Gang with just one strike. Now their guild has most players who are level 10 and don't even have a weapon. If they go against the blood skeletons, isn't that courting death? The sword demon Hong Shan looked at the group of idiots who were clamoring to take people to seek revenge on the blood skull and simply turn away, leaving Ruan Xiangxiang with a look of astonishment. Ruan Xiangxiang was so angry that she had to log off and go to Zhang Mingming to find some sense of superiority. After taking off the helmet, Ruan Xiangxiang called Zhang Mingming. At this time, Zhang Mingming had just finished learning the art of necromancy fusion and had just logged off. She took some time off and spent 5,000 yuan to enroll in a sign language training class and is currently learning sign language. The 8 sign is for giving, with 5 fingers spread out, palms facing up. It's for giving. The teacher on the podium was explaining sign language gestures and patiently helping them learn sign language. Zhang Mingming learned very carefully. She drew every gesture and memorized them in a notebook. If Brother Skeleton knew I learned sign language, he would definitely be happy, right? Zhang Mingming thought with anticipation. Although the sign language course cost 5,000 yuan, Zhang Mingming, who only earned 10,000 yuan, did not spend the money on improving her life, but instead signed up for the sign language course without hesitation. Buzz! The battered smartphone vibrated. Zhang Mingming picked it up and saw that it was her best friend. She didn't expect that her best friend would have the nerve to look for her, but she didn't intend to delay her sign language course for this best friend, so she hung up directly. When the phone rang again, she turned it off immediately. Zhang Mingming turned on her phone only after the class was over. It was stuck for a long time, and she found that she had more than 30 missed calls. Zhang Mingming didn't care. Once she saw through some people, she didn't want to have too much contact with them anymore. But just as she turned on her phone, Ruan Xiangxiang called again. Zhang Mingming thought something had happened to her, so she had no choice but to answer the phone. Ming, I'm sorry. I accidentally fainted yesterday, and just woke up now. By the way, how much money do you want to borrow? No need, I already have one. Zhang Mingming's tone was a little cold. Fainted? Who believes it? Fainting is such a serious thing. He must be sent to the hospital, right? It's impossible for her not to get any wind of the matter. She can only say that this is just a soft and sweet excuse. Zhang Mingming is a little silly, but not stupid enough to believe such a ridiculous reason. Yes, that's good. That's good. I was so scared I thought something happened to you. Ruan Xiangxiang breathed a sigh of relief, glad that she didn't lose any money. By the way, are you playing that Dawang game? Let me tell you, that game is super popular right now. I heard that the number of online players has exceeded 12 billion. My whole family is playing it. Oh, I'm just playing. What's the matter? So what level are you now? Mingming, let me tell you, I'm level 10, 9 now. That's amazing. I even know a master who dominates the entire guild. What's your in-game name? Come find me in-game now, and I'll have him help us level up together. My game name. Chapter 57, What's Your Friend's ID? No, I don't need you to take me there. My level is high enough. Jiang Mingming returned home and ate something. You're worried that your level is too low, right? It's okay. We're best friends, and I won't laugh at you. Jiang Mingming looked helpless. If she told her that she was already level 25, she probably wouldn't believe it, right? Not knowing why her best friend was suddenly so enthusiastic, Jiang Mingming felt a little helpless. Okay then, I just changed jobs. Add my ID, Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming. After saying that, he hung up the phone, swallowed a few more bites of pancake, and logged into the game. She thought of a way to reject Ruan Xiangxiang, which was to make her understand that she didn't need her to take care of her at all. Complete job change? Does that mean she's already level 10? My best friend really likes to brag. Ruan Xiangxiang despised it in her heart. No, I must reconcile with Brother Shan first, and then go see her together. After entering the game, Ruan Xiangxiang finally persuaded the sword demon Hongshan to go to the Dark Forest with her eloquence. Dark Forest. In the ruined temple, Natalie was waving a human head staff, summoning 3 skeletons from the ground. Necromancy is the basic skill of a necromancer. It can revive the dead and fight, and requires powerful undead power. The most important thing about the necromancer fusion technique is mental strength. It forcibly decomposes the summoned skeletons and then meticulously fuses them together. Like this. Natalie moved her mind, and the 3 skeletons in front of her instantly turned into bone powder, and then gradually condensed into a skeleton holding a spear. Compared with the previous 3 skeletons, the attack and defense have increased by 2 times, and there are 2 more skills. I have taught you the art of fusion. Now you try it. Oh, okay. A trace of caution flashed across Jiang Mingming's pretty face. She took out her wooden staff and summoned 3 skeletons. Then, in front of Natalie's surprised eyes, he put the 3 skeletons together. Natalie gave her 3 days to change her job, but she completed it in just 1 day. Despite this, she did not leave immediately, but continued to practice in the Dark Forest, waiting for Jiang Cheng's return. 3 hours later, she received a friend request. Ruan Xiangxiang requests to add you as a friend. Accept. Ming, I'm here. What the hell are you doing here to change your job? There are only level 20 monsters outside. If my boyfriend hadn't brought so many people, I probably wouldn't be able to get in. Are you kidding me? Wait for me. Jiang Mingming apologized to Natalie and walked out. Outside the ruined temple, Ruan Xiangxiang, Sword Demon Hongshan, and several other players including Qi Tun Tianxiao were chatting. His tone was full of complaints. Cousin, your friend is really awesome. He changed his job in a place like this? It can't be a hidden job, right? When did you make such an awesome friend? He stared at the Sword Demon Hongshan with suspicion. This, I don't know either. Sword Demon Hongshan looked at Ruan Xiangxiang. Ruan Xiangxiang was also embarrassed and could only shake her head apologetically. I'm sorry, Brother Tianxia, Brother Shan. I didn't know she would lie like that. I'm really sorry to bother you all to accompany me. How about this? Let's just leave and go to the Wind Fury Tavern later. I'll treat you to a meal to make amends. Don't worry, he might really be a hidden boss. Just wait a moment. Ketuntiangxia sighed helplessly and looked at the Sword Demon Hongshan with a very unhappy look. He said this just to save face for his brother, but in fact he had already cursed the Sword Demon Hongshan thousands of times in his heart. Waste his leveling time and go to this kind of weird place to visit a friend? He must have been mentally ill to have accompanied the Sword Demon Hongshan on this trip. Forget it, Brother Tianxia, Brother Shan, let's just go. To be honest, my friend has only been playing games for about a year, and his skills are only slightly better than mine. Ruan Xiangxiang forced a smile. She doesn't have a friend as skilled as Brother Shan, so how high could her level be? I guess she's no more than level 6. There's no way she's coming here to change her job. You can change your job at level 6? Your friend is really awesome. What bad luck. Let's go. As soon as Ruan Xiangxiang finished speaking, several players from the Dominate the World Guild became furious, cursed loudly, and turned around and left. They had an average relationship with the Sword Demon Hongshan, and had no intention of saving his face. Seeing this, Ketuntiangxia also spread his hands helplessly. Cousin, I have no choice. For a woman, more than a dozen players in the guild died. You caused this kind of thing. This is all your own fault. Don't ever say you know me again. I can't afford to lose this person. Ketuntiangxia glared at the speechless Sword Demon Hongshan and prepared to leave with them. Ruan Xiangxiang. A soft yet somewhat cold voice suddenly sounded in the ears of several people. A cute little boy wearing a blue robe walked out of the ruined temple. Suddenly, everyone except Ruan Xiangxiang stopped and was shocked. It's not because Yitiao Xiaoming is too good-looking. They had seen many beautiful people, so a cute little girl only amazed them for about 10 seconds. The reason why they were so shocked was because of the large gilded words on the top of Dai Xiaoming's head. Day. Under. First. Xiangxiang, what's your friend's ID name? Chapter 58. Didn't we agree to be noobs together? Ichijuchi. Are you sure? Sword Demon Hongshan asked Ruan Xiangxiang uncertainly while looking at Dai Xiaoming, who was walking towards them. She did tell me that before. Did she lie? Swallowing the world. Sword Demon Hongshan. Lie? Can those big golden words lie? The only golden supreme title in the whole server, representing the title with the strongest background and strength, is right on someone's forehead. How can it be fake? Are you sure your friend is just an ordinary person? Sword Demon Hongshan showed a hint of suspicion because Zhang Mingming was far better than Ruan Xiangxiang in both appearance and temperament. It's true Ruan Xiangxiang was choked for a moment and didn't say anything else. Although she was a novice in the game, after seeing the #1 in the world and everyone's exaggerated reactions, she realized something. Maybe Zhang Mingming has grown to a point that she can't imagine. She could no longer look at Zhang Mingming with the same eyes as before, and she had to change her attitude when speaking to her. Oh my god, this is the real hidden boss. This mysterious god who has surpassed the 5th level of the god of levels, leaving Xia Dongli far behind, and whose identity is speculated by countless people on the forum, is actually your friend? Katani Yangxia's face was filled with shock. The same thing happened to several other members of the Dominate the World Guild, whose faces changed instantly. Ashan, I'm sorry for being a little rash just now. From now on, you will be the leader of our team. You can take us wherever you want. That's right, big boss. Please take me. Sword Demon Hongshan was completely confused. He didn't expect the turning point to come so quickly. Am I a big boss now? These bastards were looking unhappy just now, but now they have immediately turned into bootlickers. The power of being the best in the world is awesome. Ming, Ruan Xiangxiang went to greet Zhang Mingming in person without waiting for her to come over, with a friendly smile on her face. You've made me so miserable by hiding this from me. We agreed to be noobs together, yet you secretly became the best in the world. After saying that, he wanted to hold her hand. However, Zhang Mingming couldn't stand her sudden change and dodged, failing to let her grab her hand. No, I just practiced it casually. Originally, she wanted to say, I just practiced my skills for a few days, and I've already reached level 25, and it's all thanks to Big Brother Skeleton. But thinking that these people wouldn't believe it, she didn't want to explain anymore. The reason she came out to meet him was just to get Ruan Xiangxiang to stop talking about helping her level up. The great god has reached the top level with just casual practice. Is this really the realm of the great god? A big boss is a big boss. He's #1 in the world, yet he's still so humble. Sigh, when will I ever reach the level of a big boss? Master, I am so angry that I can swallow the world. I never thought that I would meet you under such circumstances. It is really an honor for me. Kitunti Yangxia rushed forward before a member of the Debashi Yangxia Guild and wanted to shake hands with Zhang Mingming. Even the tone became more serious. In the great wilderness, he, as a disciple of the Fist sect, knew best how high the status of the 12 gods was. These 12 great gods are flattered wherever they go, and Zhang Mingming can surpass Xia Dongli and become the best in the world. She must be a hidden boss. Making friends with her will only benefit him, not harm him. Make yourself familiar with them, so that if you have trouble passing a dungeon in the future, maybe you can ask them for help? Thanks. Zhang Mingming refused a handshake and felt a little uncomfortable. She didn't know why, but she just didn't want other people to have contact with her. By the way, Xiangxiang, you guys go level up first. I don't need to practice for the time being. Zhang Mingming's tone was a little cold, and she kept a distance from Ruan Xiangxiang. When she was in the most difficult time, Ruan Xiangxiang chose to abandon her. Since that was the case, there was no need for her to care about their past feelings. Don't be fooled by her weak appearance. She is actually very stubborn inside. Once a decision is made, there is no going back. She only wants to keep her true feelings for the person who is truly good to her. Oh, okay then, Mingming. I'm sorry for what happened before. Chapter 59, I didn't expect her to become a big boss. Seeing Zhang Mingming like this, Ruan Xiangxiang finally realized what she had lost and couldn't help but feel regretful. If she hadn't wanted to make fun of Zhang Mingming before and really lent her money, wouldn't she be soaring to fame now? Unfortunately, she also knew her best friend's personality. Once she made a decision, nothing could change it. Just like every decision she made, whether dropping out of school to work or running away from home, this stubborn best friend never regretted it. Oh my God, I actually met the hidden best in the world today. This trip was worth it. A boss is a boss. Not only is he extremely handsome, he also has such a strong personality. This kind of temple is extraordinary at first glance. I suspect that what your girlfriend said is true, Hong Shan. She may have given up leveling because she switched to a hidden profession. A boss is a boss. The tone of a member who dominated the world was extremely excited, which immediately resonated with the others, and they all nodded in agreement. Only the sword demon Hong Shan was looking at Ruan Xiangxiang. Xiangxiang, what is your relationship with her? The sword demon Hong Shan gave Ruan Xiangxiang an intriguing look. In fact, not only sword demon Hong Shan noticed it, but Kitani Yangxia also felt Zhang Mingming's indifference towards Ruan Xiangxiang. You must have done something to make her distance herself from you, right? You have such a great friend, but you don't know how to cherish him. Sigh, you really don't know how to appreciate your blessings. Kitanti Yangxia waved his hand and glanced at Ruang Xiangxiang, who looked disappointed. I didn't expect that she would become a big boss. Ruan Xiangxiang exclaimed at her heart. However, how did Zhang Mingming become the best in the world? She didn't even go leveling. This is a bit too unbelievable. After the few people left with Ruan Xiangxiang, who looked regretful, Zhang Mingming was about to return to the temple, but unexpectedly discovered a blood-red figure. Suddenly, a bright smile appeared on Zhang Mingming's face, and she ran towards Jiang Cheng. The blue robe fluttered in the wind, and Zhang Mingming's hair danced in the wind as she ran. Brother Skeleton, you're finally back. Zhang Mingming grabbed the blood crow's hand bones, feeling excited and revealing an excited smile. However, Blood Crow was not infected by Zhang Mingming's smile, but knelt down in front of Jiang Cheng in panic. My lord, I did not mean to offend. He could see that the relationship between these two people, one person and one skeleton, was somewhat intriguing. Looking at Zhang Mingming with a dazed look on her face and Blood Crow kneeling on the ground, Jiang Cheng spread his hands, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. It's okay. This has nothing to do with you. Thank you, Master. Blood Crow finally breathed a sigh of relief, stood up, and quickly moved away from Zhang Mingming. Did I do something wrong? Zhang Mingming was completely confused. Jiang Cheng and Shuya looked too similar for her to tell them apart. After seeing Blood Crow kneeling in front of Jiang Cheng, he realized that he had been stupid again. Brother Skeleton, I'm sorry, I was wrong just now. Zhang Mingming shrank her head and played with her fingers with an embarrassed look on her face. How's your study going? Jiang Cheng gestured to her. Of course, he didn't expect Zhang Mingming to understand. What is Big Skeleton Brother talking about again? Zhang Mingming looked confused. But in a moment, she suddenly had an idea, and she danced in front of Jiang Cheng. Yes, Brother Skeleton, I have learned sign language. Look, let me show you. After saying that, she fell silent and began to gesture seriously. After a moment, she looked at Jiang Cheng with a happy and expectant smile on her face, waiting for Jiang Cheng's praise, just like a 3-year-old child. However, after Zhang Mingming's fierce action, Jiang Cheng could only say helplessly, You have learned it, but I can't. It seems like there are things Skeleton Sand can't do too. Zhang Mingming rarely saw Jiang Cheng's embarrassment and immediately laughed. It's okay. I'll be responsible for teaching Brother Skeleton Sign Language from now on. Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng pondered for a moment and nodded. It was rare for Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming to be so thoughtful. Jiang Cheng also felt the long-lost warmth in his heart and naturally would not refuse her kindness. But before that, he handed her the Blood Raven's Wrath Staff and vestments in his hand. With this set of equipment, it's no surprise that Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming is on the weapon ranking list again. Chapter 60, Evolution of the Gale of Wind, the Whale of Extreme Ice. Wow, is that for me? Zhang Mingming was a little bit unbelievable and excitedly took the robes and staff. Then, I was immediately confused. Oh my god, purple, level 25 weapon. Really? Are you really giving it to me? Zhang Mingming confirmed again, somewhat unbelieving. During breaks after practice, she would also log into the game forum to check out posts. Know what a purple weapon and a purple piece of clothing represent. So far, not to mention rare purple equipment, even blue elite equipment is very rare. There hasn't been a single piece of purple equipment in the entire server, but I didn't expect that big brother skeleton already has two, and he gave it to her without hesitation. Suddenly, Zhang Mengming's heart was filled with joy and happiness. Seeing Jiang Cheng nodded, Zhang Mengming took her weapons and clothes and secretly ran to a corner to change clothes. But then, fearing that he was too rash and might cause Jiang Cheng to misunderstand him, he poked his head out from inside the stone pillar. I'm going to change my clothes. Brother Skeleton, please don't peek. Wait for me. Jiang Cheng smiled knowingly, made a gesture of invitation, and then glanced at Shuya aimlessly. Blood Crow seemed to sense something and suddenly panicked. Master, I request a return to the Holy Land. Jiang Cheng nodded and threw him into the Black Book of the Undead. The Black Book of the Dead has its own text space, where resurrected skeletons can be placed. Afterwards, the name and attributes of the new subordinate will appear on the wordless pages, which is very magical. And because soul power can slowly restore the magic points of the Blood Crows, the Blood Crows have always regarded the Black Book of the Undead as a holy place and are very happy to hide in it. Taking advantage of this gap, he was also checking the mission of Blood Crow's Revenge. The level 300 Skeleton King has the Skeleton King's Absolute Domain, which lasts for 10 seconds of invincibility. During these 10 seconds, the area within a 500-meter radius will suffer continuous damage of 5,000 health points per second. With Jiang Cheng's current speed, he can't escape at all, and it is obviously impossible to kill him. However, the 300,000 skeleton army under his command can be borrowed for use. Moreover, before he returned to the temple, he always felt that some danger was approaching. This feeling disappeared only after he returned to the temple. If Jiang Cheng guessed correctly, it must be the Bloodhell Demon Lord's men who were targeting him. But Natalie was in the temple, so they didn't dare to come in. If they went out, it would be hard to say what would happen. It's better to strengthen yourself first. Your own strength is more important than anything else. Jiang Cheng looked at his 1,500 reinforcement points and thought for a moment. Spend 100 reinforcement points to successfully strengthen the foot bones. Movement speed plus 5. It costs 200. Spend 300 reinforcement points to successfully strengthen the foot bones. Mutate and evolve into Gale Feet. Movement speed plus 130. It has indeed evolved. Even without using the wind step, I can still take 1 step per second. After the movement speed increases, there will be a qualitative leap in his movement in future battles. Although I was able to use the shadow step before, I would make mistakes sometimes because my movement speed was too slow. The shadow step requires you to predict the opponent's movement in advance and get out of the opponent's field of vision in advance. Movement speed is the most important thing. Now it takes 1 step per second. After using the full level wind step, it can reach 1 step per 0.8 seconds. To strengthen Blood Prison's Extreme Ice Wound, 500 reinforcement points are required. Strengthening successful, weapon advancement successful, obtaining the Whale of Extreme Ice. The Whale of Extreme Ice. Quality, legendary. Attack power, 250 to 250. Critical hit rate, 30%. Destruction, critical damage plus 50%. Sky Split. Ignore 30 points of the opponent's armor when attacking. Blood Prison. Triggers tearing damage when attacking, with bleeding status attached, reducing 50 HP per second for 60 seconds, with a chance of causing serious injury, reducing the opponent's movement speed by 30%. Ice Soul. 15% chance to trigger a slowdown effect when attacking, slowing down the opponent's attack and movement speed by 50%. Cold Light. 3% chance to trigger the Ice Soul effect, freezing the enemy unit for 1 second. Whale. There is a 1% chance to trigger the weapon's whale when attacking. After the whale effect is activated, enemy units within a 33-meter range will be confused and will not distinguish between friend and foe for 2 seconds. All of the overall attributes have been improved, and a new feature has been added. This weapon is going to be amazing. Here are 3 updates. If the number of ratings reaches 1020, I will add another update. Thank you. Chapter 61. Fusion, Breakthrough, Evolution, Encirclement, and Attack. Other attributes are not mentioned. Blood Prison Tear increases the damage per second by 20 points. With 1 strike, it can indeed poison a wild monster with 3,000 health to death. The characteristic of Wailing is a range control characteristic, and it is not an active characteristic. Active characteristics have a time limit. Once used, they cannot be used again and require a cooldown period. As for the passive characteristic, as long as his attack speed is fast enough, the chance of triggering it will become very high. In that case, I still have 400 enhancement points to upgrade to the Quick Blade. Jiang Cheng's heart moved. Spend 10,000 evolution points and 100 enhancement points to successfully break through the evolution of the Quick Blade skill. Wind Step is detected as a combinable skill, triggering the fusion effect. Do you want to fuse and evolve it? Fusion evolution? Jiang Cheng was slightly stunned and suddenly felt happy. Choose fusion without hesitation. Fusion requires double the evolution points and reinforcement points. Do you want to fuse? Fusion. Spend 40,000 evolution points and 400 enhancement points to start skill fusion evolution. Fusion evolution successful, gaining the advanced skill Gale Shadow Break. Swift Wind Shadow Break. Quality, legendary. Level 1. Passive, agility plus 50, movement speed plus 50. Active, consumes 300 mana points. After use, attack speed increases by 300%, movement speed increases by 100%, and lasts for 10 minutes. There is a 12% chance of triggering an afterimage effect when attacking, adding an additional attack with damage of 30% of the previous damage, ignoring the opponent's defense. This effect is very powerful. After it is activated, the movement speed should be able to reach 0.7 seconds per step. Unfortunately, the duration is shortened to only 10 minutes. Jiang Cheng felt quite regretful and wanted to upgrade again. Upgrading requires 100,000 evolution points, 200 reinforcement points, and 10 silver coins. Looks like I've run out of enhancement points again. Never mind, I'll evolve other skills. After spending 320,000 evolution points, only 50,000 evolution points were left. Jiang Cheng upgraded the assault armor, which had never been upgraded, to the maximum level and could break through the evolution state. What made him speechless was that the evolution point of this assault armor flower was very high. It's clearly just a rare skill, but the evolution points used later on become increasingly terrifying. Fortunately, this has enriched his weapon types, bringing him one step closer to regaining mastery of all professions. Assault armor. Quality, rare. Level, 10, can be evolved. Skill overview. Consumes 300 magic points. After use, within 30 minutes, you can freely change the weapon form, including bloodbone armor, spear, longbow, chain sickle, dual swords, staff, gloves, dagger, spell resistance armor, and guandao. The attack power of the convertible weapon is 100% of the current character's attack. The bloodbone armor is 100% of its own defense, and the spell resistance armor is 100 points of spell defense. Spell armor is a good thing. I just happen to lack spell defense. After looking at the skills, Jiang Cheng nodded with great satisfaction. With spell resistance armor, his spell defense finally has a little more protection. By the way, after evolving the blood-sucking to the maximum level and having a 5% blood-sucking effect, Jiang Cheng stopped evolving. Because all the evolution points and strengthening points have been used up. Hurry, it's here. My tracking technique is targeting his baby. His baby's aura disappeared in this dilapidated temple. It must be here. In the distance, 136 players wearing various whiteboard equipment, divided into 14 teams, each with 10 people, march towards the temple in a mighty procession. Shinshio, are you sure we can kill that neutral boss? President, after tracking this boss, I found that his damage is very high, but he has no magic defense, slow movement speed, no control skills, and his ranged attack can only use 30 arrows at a time, and when they're used up, they are gone. We now have 40 knights blocking his damage, leaving 76 mages to attack him together and 20 priests to heal him. Don't worry. Our mages are all equipped with level 10 blank weapons, with spell damage of up to 50 points. They can definitely grind him down. When Jiang Cheng heard this voice, he smiled knowingly. A new whetstone has arrived. Chapter 62, Zhang Mingming's First Battle. Brother Skeleton, who's here? After Zhang Mingming tidied up her clothes, she walked out from behind the broken pillar. The red robe with gold edges, coupled with the blood-red gemstone staff in her hand, matches her beauty. Even Jiang Cheng felt a little emotional, as Zhang Mingming was indeed too beautiful. The color red is difficult for most people to pull off, but when she put it on, it didn't look out of place at all, and even added a touch of coolness to her temperament. As long as she doesn't speak, no one will know that she is a cute and silly girl. It's okay. I found some players to help me practice my new skills. Jiang Cheng spread his hands, not expecting her to understand. Oh, so that's how it is. Zhang Mingming naturally didn't understand, and could only pretend to look at her own attributes. However, when she received 2 messages, she jumped up in surprise. Wow, Brother Skeleton, I'm on 2 more lists. She topped the weapon rankings and spell attack power rankings. Veapol Hunking. First place, Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming, weapon, Blood Raven's Rage Staff, purple rare, level 25. Second place, Sword God, Xie Changkong, weapon, Mad Sword, blue elite, level 15. Third place, Wanli Frost, Qianshan Snow, weapon, Speed Storm, blue elite, level 15. She topped the weapons list. He left the 2 great players behind, and his weapon level surpassed theirs by 10 levels. The quality has also been raised to a higher level, and the attributes have increased significantly. The benefit of being ranked first on the weapon ranking list is that 10 strengthening stones of the current level will be distributed every day, which can be used to strengthen weapons. This purple grade strengthening stone is very valuable. One can be sold for about 1 gold coin, which is equivalent to 100,000 renminbi at the current gold price. Jiang Mingming, however, was not greedy. She immediately took out the strengthening stone and handed it to Jiang Cheng. Brother Skeleton, here, this is for you. Jiang Cheng smiled knowingly and took the 10 purple stones emitting purple light without any pretense. He needed to test whether the strengthening stone could strengthen his weapons. The material level is insufficient and cannot be strengthened. Please use the legendary green light stone of the legendary level to strengthen it. It seems possible, but the stone level is not enough. Jiang Cheng's mind moved. He spread his hands and returned the purple stone to Dai Xiaoming. Then, in front of Dai Xiaoming's surprised gaze, he picked her up and ran towards the broken pillar. Ah! Jiang Mingming screamed in surprise when she was hugged unexpectedly. Her heart almost stopped beating, and then it started pounding. Ah! Brother Skeleton, what are you doing? Being held by Jiang Cheng around the waist, Jiang Mingming showed no intention of struggling, but her face turned extremely red. Go up. Jiang Cheng threw Jiang Mingming hard onto the broken pillar and made a throat-slitting gesture to her. Prepare to let her face hundreds of players and be the first to attract their firepower. People, skeletons are always careless sometimes. He can't protect Jiang Mingming forever. It's time for her to grow up. By the way, let's see if her skills have improved. When she could no longer hold on, he would use the chain sickle to pull her back and then go up again. Jiang Mingming was a little confused, but a lot of shouting and spells woke her up. Exploding flames. Exploding flames. Exploding flames. Wind arrow. 5, 5, 1. The players in the temple suddenly saw a person appear on the broken pillar. Their originally tense hearts instantly tensed up. Without saying anything, they immediately started to focus their fire on Jiang Mingming. 78 damages fell, and Jiang Mingming lost 352 health points in an instant. But Jiang Mingming also reacted. His eyes focused, and he raised the blood-red staff in his hand. Following the command of the undead god Abyss, I will transform my soul and reincarnate. In an instant, 36 skeletons crawled up from all directions, startling the players of the Tianxiu Guild and causing a commotion. Chapter 63, Are We the Best in the World? What happened? We beat up an NPC. The members of the Tianxiu Guild were in a commotion, looking at Jiang Mingming in a red robe with gold edges, a little dumbfounded. Because Jiang Mingming won the title of the best in the world, the players of Tianxiu Guild did not know that Jiang Mingming was also a player. I thought Jiang Mingming was an NPC. After all, at this stage, who else but an NPC could have such luxurious equipment? This NPC is so damn good-looking. Could this staff be of legendary rank? This robe is not simple either. I think it must be of legendary level. But this NPC's defense is too high, isn't it? Guildmaster, should we still deal with her? Looking at the damage value that appeared above Jiang Mingming's head, all the players were a little confused. This round of concentrated fire, he only lost a quarter of his health. Many of them are forced -1, and no damage is done at all. Don't worry, she killed the NPC too. She only has so little health. 3 more rounds, and she'll be done. The president of Tianxiu Guild, Zhahua Tianxiu, calmly gave the order. All the members immediately perked up and raised their staffs. Don't worry about the skeletons. They can't kill people with their limited damage. Just take the equipment from this NPC, and we'll send it off. Zhahua Tianxiu stared at the staff in Jiang Mingming's hand, feeling jealous. The same goes for the others. This NPC has good equipment, but not much health. If 3 more rounds come, she'll be dead. However, the next moment, they were surprised to find that as Jiang Mingming waved her blood-red staff, necromancy fusion, powerful ripples spread out, and the 36 skeletons suddenly disintegrated and turned into countless bone powder. Under Jiang Mingming's broken pillar, a giant skeleton with a body of 10 meters and holding a giant sickle gathered together to block all their damage. 30, minus 35, 11. Dozens of injuries popped up on top of the giant skull. But what shocked the players of Tianxiu Guild was that after one round of concentrated fire, which deducted 1152 HP of the giant skeleton, it only took away 1/10 of the giant skeleton's total HP. Holy shit, what the hell is this skull? Fuck, this attribute is too abnormal. How can I fight it? Listening to the complaints of several players from his own guild, Zhaohua Tianxiu frowned and used reconnaissance skills on Jiang Mingming and Scythe Skeleton. The other party has hidden the information and cannot be viewed. Scythe Skeleton Guard. Quality, Elite. Level 20. HP, 12,000. Attack, 10 to 150. Defense, 50 to 50. Spell Defense, 30-30. Skills, Flying Scythe, Death Harvest. Overview, belongs to Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming. A silly little cutie? Holy crap, Zhao Tianxiu's eyes widened, and he almost bit his tongue in surprise. The one ranked number 1 in the world? Looking at the slightly flustered Xiao Ming standing on the white broken pillar behind the sickle skeleton guards, Zhao Tianxiu was a little dumbfounded. This is a big misunderstanding. I beat the boss, and he became the best in the world. No wonder he has such luxurious equipment. He just checked the ranking list and found that Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming has made it to 2 more rankings. The weapon in his hand is ranked first on the list, a level 25 purple rare, the Bloodraven Staff of Fury. Death Harvest. Without waiting for Zhao Tianxiu to call for a pause, the side skeleton guard had already launched his ultimate move, came to the crowd, and began to spin the giant sickle in his hand. Knights, hold up your shields and block it. All mages, focus your fire on that NPC. Zhao Tianxiu gave the order and his face turned grim. Now that the fight has begun, there is no turning back. Hand of the Abyss. As Jiang Mingming's soft voice sounded, the blood-red staff was waved and the level 25 skill was activated. 36 bony hands suddenly appeared from beneath the weeds of the temple, grabbing the 36 mages who were about to cast spells and interrupting their spellcasting. Fuck, what kind of skill is this? Why can't I move? Chapter 64. Stunning blood-colored chain scythe. 36 mages were pulled, and the Hand of the Abyss skill effect was activated. For 3 seconds, the enemy unit is pulled and silenced. Unable to release skills, unable to move, eroded by the Abyss every 0.5 seconds, and 50 health points deducted. 50. A large number of damage values emerged among the players. The mage is a profession with low health. At level 15, even with equipment, he only has 350 health points. Seeing their health decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye, the 36 mages were suddenly shocked. If the priest hadn't added blood in time, and Dai Xiaoming hadn't used another skill, they would have been dead. Is this a hidden profession? Seeing the 36 mages being pulled, Zhao Tianxiu's eyes were shocked. First in level. Weapons first. Magic first. Is it a fucking hidden profession? Will you let people live? However, seeing that Dai Xiaoming's blood volume was gradually decreasing after it was half gone, Zhao Tianxiu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Even if you're the best in the world, you can't handle so many people. The feud has already been formed. There is no need to show mercy. Even if he wanted to stop it, I'm afraid, given the boss's personality, he wouldn't agree to a truce. 117, minus 105, 77. On the Tianxiu Guild side, 3 knights were killed by the Scythe Skeleton Guard's Death Harvest, and even the priest was not added, which made the guild's players even more anxious. Focus all your fire on the NPC. She's almost dead. If she dies, this skeleton will be gone too. The legendary weapon is about to explode. A player shouted excitedly. However, with a light shout from Jiang Mingming. Bone escape armor. Physical and spell defense increased by 50 points, lasting for 10 seconds. Jiang Mingming's red robe was covered with countless white bones. Afterwards, a large amount of forced health-deducting damage emerged, shocking all the mages in the Tianxiu Guild. Hit you. This is too perverted. What kind of skill is this? Can we really kill her? Don't panic. This skill may not last long. Don't give up. Attack the skeletons first. Zhao Hua Tianxiu's face changed, and he quickly stabilized the morale of the army. 133 players also reacted quickly and began to turn their guns and concentrate their fire on the scythe skeleton guards. At the same time, some players also made tentative attacks on Yi Qiao Dai, Xiao Meng, to see if the effect of her spell had disappeared. At this moment, Zhang Mengmeng was actually a little panicked. After all, it was her first time facing this kind of situation, and she was almost stunned when she first came up. Fortunately, she knew that Jiang Cheng was behind her, which gave her a great sense of security, so she adjusted her mentality in time. But now, her skills are almost exhausted. The reason behind the powerful hidden professional skills is the long cooldown time. In order to better assist Jiang Cheng, she spent all her gold coins on auxiliary skills. I haven't learned the 2 attack skills, Death Embrace and Undead Rage. Once the white bone escape armor is over, she won't be able to stop it. 5. A burst of flames hit Zhang Mengmeng, and a -5 damage suddenly appeared above her head. After 10 seconds, the effect of white bone armor disappears. Quick, hit that NPC, her skills are gone. I have been paying attention to Yi Qiao Xiaomeng's natural beauty. When I saw this scene, I was immediately delighted and quickly gave the order. In an instant, all the mages stopped, turned around, and prepared to deliver a fatal blow to Zhang Mengmeng. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 bloody bone arrows suddenly fell from the sky. 1175, -2,753. 1759. The heads of the 3 mages were pierced in an instant and disappeared into light. The next moment, under everyone's horrified gaze, the 3 blood-bone arrows suddenly disintegrated in the light and turned into a blood-red sickle. At the same time, a blood-red chain appeared out of thin air in the direction of the handle of the blood-red sickle and Zhang Mengmeng. It was unknown who it was connected to, and it instantly stretched straight. Ding-dong. The sound of chains resounded in the minds of all the players. Then, the bloody sickle was swung and moved horizontally to the left. Puff, 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 puff. In an instant, the 32 mages standing by were cut by the blood-red sickle at the same time. 32 rays of death suddenly lit up, shocking everyone. Group number 708685182. 3 more chapters are here, and there will be more later. Please give me a 5-star rating and urge me to update. Thank you. Chapter 65, Guandao's Whale One-Sided Massacre. 32 mages killed instantly with 1 strike. Everyone was shocked. Congratulations on killing the player, Creation Enlightenment. This triggers the resurrection effect, and you gain a loyal servant. Congratulations on killing player Fateful, triggering the Plunder skill and Plunder talent, Spell Defense +1. Congratulations on killing the player's Gate of Fortune, triggering the Plundering effect, Plundering skill, and Bursting Flames. Ding dong. The light faded, and the chain sickle swung back and returned to the hands of a blood-red figure. Then he swung his cloak. A bloody shadow appeared in the empty temple. Before the arrow hit Zhang Mengmeng, he instantly turned the chain sickle into a spear and swung it. Huff, huff, huff. Ding, ding, ding. The wind howled, mixed with the sound of metal clashing. Of the 16 arrows, 15 were knocked away by the spear. Only one of them landed on the blood-red figure, causing a -1 damage, which stunned all the players. The next moment, the spear once again transformed into magic armor, adding another magic barrier to Jiang Cheng's blood and bones. Then, 32 bursts of flames came crashing down on him. Boom! 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 1, 1, 1. Oh my god, just a little more blood, damn it. Fuck, I finally managed to kill this NPC, and here comes another pervert. Fuck, killing a whole bunch of people instantly with 1 strike. What kind of damage is that? How'd they die just now? Seeing a clearing in front of them in an instant and 32 mages being killed instantly by a single sword strike. Everyone was stunned, with shock and fear in their hearts. Bang! Zhao Hua Tianxiu slapped Zhao Hua Shenxiu on the head. Didn't you say he had no magic defense? What the fuck is this? I don't know either. Zhao Hua Shenxiu looked confused. But it's okay, President. Look, his health isn't that high. Besides, there's probably a time limit, right? I hope what you said is true. Zhao Hua Tianxiu's eyes narrowed, and he gave an order. This blood skeleton is far stronger than that NPC. They're simply not on the same level. Everyone, retreat first and wait for his defensive skills to wear off. Don't try to take him head on. Mages and archers, keep fighting. Don't let him get close. Bang! As soon as Zhao Tianxiu finished speaking, Jiang Cheng jumped down for the broken pillar. The moment he jumped down, the magic armor in his body quickly decomposed and gathered into a blood-red, long-handled guandao in Jiang Cheng's hand. He took light steps, and at the moment when all the spells were bombarding him, he came behind the side skeleton guard and disappeared. Boom! 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 At the spot, countless flames exploded, the soil flew, and the weeds were destroyed into ashes. But that bloody figure disappeared without a trace. Fuck, where's the boss? What's going on? No harm done. What about others? The 36 knights who retreated were at a loss. Then, there was a violent beating of the heart. The old horse under the seat also became a little restless. But in front of them, there was nothing except a sickle skeleton guard slowly chasing them. Buzz! A blood-red knife, light, suddenly lit up. Hiss! The old horses under the 36 knights were suddenly frightened by the dazzling sword light and raised their hooves to run backwards. Oh no, this is a fucking sword slash. Hold on. Knight, hold up the shield. Use the synchronization skill. Synchronize the horse's health. You can hold on. Puff! A blood-red figure flashed by, and a big sword slashed at the horse of the knight in front. 3875. A horrific injury appeared before everyone's eyes. The knight holding the shield can indeed sacrifice movement speed to reduce 50% of the damage, synchronize the health of the horse, and also give himself more than 1,000 health. However, Guandao has a mechanism called killing horses and breaking shields. Killing a horse increases the damage to the horse by 200%, breaking the shield, and ignoring the 50% reduction of holding the shield. Hurry up. This boss's damage is too awesome. We can't beat him. There's no way we can beat him. He doesn't move fast and doesn't have any control skills. We can't keep him alive. Retreat. Puff. The blood-red guandao was waved in Jiang Cheng's hand, raising it from bottom to top. A powerful burst of force. Hiss. A knight's old horse howled, and along with the knight on it, it was split in half and disappeared into thin air. Buzz. The big guandao in his hand suddenly trembled and made a mournful sound. The freezing and wailing effects are triggered at the same time. Within a radius of 3 meters, the 4 knights were first frozen in place under the astonished gazes of Zhang Mengmeng and other players. Then, the ice shattered and the 4 began to kill each other. Jiang Cheng has already moved forward, and the swift shadow break has been activated. Chapter 66. This game is unplayable. Oh my god, he's chasing us. Run as fast as you can. Zhao Tianxiu watched helplessly as several of his best-equipped knights fought each other, and suddenly he had the urge to strangle Zhao Tianxiu to death. Especially after seeing that the Blood Skull ran faster than them. They immediately wanted to kick the creation god show who was running behind him to the back. Didn't you say you wouldn't control skills? Didn't you say the speed was slow? I can't control Mima. What the hell is the slow speed? Brother, don't kill me. Puff. 3754. 1236. With one blow, he killed the begging knight player along with his horse. The afterimage effect of Gale Shadow Break is activated. The value of the first knife is blood red, and the second knife has golden afterimage damage, followed by white furious damage, blue freezing -1 damage, dark red tearing effect, and black damage of bloody 7 kills. 7 damage values appeared above the head of a guardian knight, and he was a little bit unbelievable before he died. What the hell is this damage? Call out. He complained a little before dying, and then he turned into light and disappeared. At the same time, several knights around him were also affected by the effect of the furious slash, and several damages of different colors emerged one after another, and turned into light and disappeared together. Blood Prison Ice Slash. Jiang Cheng swung the guandao in his hand downwards, and in an instant 108 icicles condensed and turned into an ice wall. Boom! The ice wall exploded. 12 more players died at his hands. The 2-meter-long guandao gave the Blood Prison Ice Slash a longer range, killing 12 players instantly. Trigger the resurrection effect, and you gain a loyal servant. You plunder the opponent's skills and gain skill synchronization. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows were shot out in 1 second and nailed to the ground in front of Zhao Tianxiu. then turned into a blood-red sickle and connected to Jiang Cheng's hand. Under everyone's surprised gaze, Jiang Cheng shook his body. Ding-dong. The chains shrank, and Jiang Cheng's entire body turned into a red shadow in midair. He came in front of everyone and stopped everyone. The sickle in his hand also turned into a staff and pressed down towards everyone, testing how much blood he could inflict without any spell damage. Exploding flames. Exploding flames. Exploding flames. 11. 12. 12. 3 shocking injuries appeared, which made them stunned. Damn, this boss is dying. Everyone, stop running and attack. This health reduction is definitely, for sure. Everyone, fight him. Damn it. I want revenge. Kill him. Go crazy. Several players were about to cry when they saw the damage. Finally, the boss is finally gone. Their spring is coming. This dog boss has weaknesses after all. However, the next moment, Jiang Cheng changed his staff into a long sword and slashed at the god of creation. 21-22. Flash sale. 339. 339. The furious slash damage appeared, and another round of instant kills began. Within 2 meters, 7 or 8 players were wiped out by the furious slash effects of Jiang Cheng's 2 swords. The damage inflicted on Jiang Cheng was all forced blood loss. Even if there is a mage who can blow up Jiang Cheng's health, it will not be able to form a large scale. Jiang Cheng can restore it to full with 1 blow. Gunling Myung. What the hell is this boss? It splits, sucks life, freezes, confuses, slows down, tears, slows down, breaks armor. It has all sorts of effects. You can switch weapons at will, and your movement speed is so fucking fast. I'm kidding you. Here are the 5th update. Let's see if we can make it to the 6th. Dear friends, please give me a 5-star rating and urge me to update more. Thank you. Chapter 67 Fusion of Skeleton Minions. Buzz. The whale of extreme ice trembled suddenly, and with a flash of knife light, the whale effect was triggered. The 4 knights had just galloped to the 2 narrow pillars outside the temple when they were frightened by Jiang Cheng's wailing and started fighting each other. The players behind were stunned when they saw it. Knock on. This boss is actually using the terrain to block the way. Hit you? Who on earth suggested we kill this boss? I'm going to dig up all 18 generations of his ancestors. The 4 knights fought together and directly blocked the exit, trapping the remaining 40 or so players inside the temple. On both sides, there are broken pillars more than 10 meters high. Unless they retreat, they will not be able to escape. Fuck you. Let's fight. Even if I die, I'll die with dignity. The god of creation, holding an iron sword, jumped out of the crowd and went to his death bravely. Good job. Shinshio. That's right. Wait for me. I want to die with dignity. Several players behind him gave thumbs up to Zhaohua Shinshio's courage. Isn't he just a neutral boss? Who do you think you are? I don't believe you would have the heart to kill me, even though I'm kneeling before you. Plop. The god of creation knelt before Jiang Cheng. Everyone, knock inside. Is this your fucking backbone? The remaining dozens of players all held their foreheads, looking as if they were too embarrassed to face anyone. Boss, spare me. Puff. Kill the player's god of fortune, triggering the plundering effect. The plundering skill will jump and slash. Under the astonished gaze of the god of creation, Jiang Cheng killed him with a single blow of his sword. But what surprised him was that the last time he killed Zhaohua Shinshio, it also triggered the plundering effect, plundering 2 points of this guy's strength. This time, it was triggered successfully again. This kid is a bit unlucky. Maybe I can keep an eye on him and take advantage of him in the future. Jiang Cheng no longer cared about the players behind him. He released the Blood Crow and the Destructive Archer and started to clean them up. The Blood Crow launched 3 waves of arrows with 1,000 arrows, killing a large area of people, making them terrified. Jiang Cheng's purpose of experimenting with the power of skills has been achieved, and he is not interested in the remaining few scattered players. Instead of wasting time and effort chasing after them, it is better to improve your strength. Don't think that he is killing players like chopping melons and vegetables now. That's because the player's equipment and skills are not yet up to standard, so the damage caused is not high. In the later stages, many professional skills have attached real damage, which does not take into account the real damage of defense and dodge. Even though it is difficult to increase the true damage, if his health is not high enough, he may be defeated by hundreds of people's concentrated fire. Therefore, improving your strength is the right path. Looking at the spoils all over the ground, Jiang Cheng waved to Zhang Mengmeng, who had a blank look on her face. Zhang Mingming climbed down from the broken pillar, with a hint of disbelief still on her delicate face. Although she had some confidence in Jiang Cheng, she couldn't believe that Jiang Cheng could destroy a team of more than 100 players by himself. Just now she was terrified and wanted to jump down and die with Jiang Cheng. But what happened next was beyond her cognition. Her big skeleton brother, a single person, a skeleton, hunted down over 100 players and killed them all. In the past, she really couldn't believe it. Call out. A black shadow suddenly appeared in front of Zhang Mingming, staring at Jiang Cheng in a daze. Your strength has become stronger again. It's amazing. Natalie stared at Jiang Cheng, feeling slightly shocked. Jiang Cheng nodded and said nothing. Is there an unknown force targeting you? Natalie asked Jiang Cheng inquiringly. Did you sense it? Jiang Cheng was collecting the equipment on the ground and counting his skills. When he heard Natalie's words, he was stunned. Natalie nodded. You two clowns. If I didn't need to be in top shape to face my enemies, I could help you deal with them. How strong is it? A little better than you. Natalie's eyes narrowed. I found a reinforcement point. Jiang Cheng's mind moved. Let me clean up and then go find them. Oh, right. Can you help me integrate these men? Yeah. Why don't you go find your girlfriend? She's already a qualified necromancer. I have to say, she's quite talented. Chapter 68, 5 Skeletons Fusion, Horror Skeleton. Girlfriend. Jiang Cheng smiled knowingly. Although Natalie was a god of magic, her personality was a bit eccentric. Okay, I'll find her. After Jiang Cheng finished speaking, he came to Yidao Xiaoming and released several skeletons. Try. Zhang Mingming was stunned for a moment, and it was only after Natalie reminded her that she reacted. Oh, I understand. I'll try, but it might not work. Zhang Mingming was quite afraid that she would destroy Jiang Cheng's skeleton. If that happened, would Jiang Cheng think she was useless? Her tone was a little cautious, and her timid look made Natalie smile. Disciple, what are you worried about? Your man wants a skeleton. It's very simple. Don't worry. If it doesn't work, let him revive again. Natalie's lips twitched slightly. Then she transformed into a crow and disappeared into the temple. What kind of man is this? Master is so. Zhang Mingming's pretty face turned red instantly, and she felt dizzy. She secretly glanced at Jiang Cheng. Seeing that Jiang Cheng's expression didn't change at all, he patted his chest, let out a long sigh, and carefully picked up the staff. The Undead Tri-Edge Curse, fusion of the underworld and death. Zhang Mingming focused her mind on the 5 skeleton servants that Jiang Cheng pushed to her, and her eyes fixed as she recited the spell. Gradually, the skeleton mage, skeleton swordsman, skeleton knight, skeleton archer, and skeleton priest turned into a pile of bone powder and fell to the ground. A blood-red gem lit up on the top of the blood-red staff in Zhang Mingming's hand. In an instant, countless bone powders quickly gathered in the center. At the same time, the concentration method Natalie taught her flashed through her mind. You now possess the 3rd level of the Necromancer fusion technique. To fuse the Necromancer into its most ideal form, you must find its soul fire when it turns into bone powder, extract its purest soul fire, and fuse it together. The fire of life is red, the fire of magic is blue, and the fire of attack is crimson. What Zhang Mingming wants to integrate are skills. So, she has been looking for the blue fire of the 5 skeletons, trying to preserve all the skills of the 5 skeletons. Finally, she exhausted all her magic points and fell into exhaustion, but she finally managed to fuse the 5 skeletons together. Ignoring the beads of sweat oozing from her body, she looked at her masterpiece with anticipation. Neither tall nor short, with a skinny, black skeletal body. In his hand was a long, narrow sword with many fine serrations on it, which made people feel cold at the sight of it. Horror skeleton. Quality, elite. Level 10. HP, 600. Magic, 200. Attack, 10 to 10. Spell attack, 30-30. Skills, blazing sword, guardian sword, gale sword. Talent, swordsmanship proficiency. Overview, belongs to the blood prison mysterious ice skeleton general. Why is it only this attribute? Zhang Mingming felt terrible after reading it. This property is really too bad. It is completely useless and breaks when touched. She never imagined that she had to spend all her magic points to create this weird thing. It's over. Big brother skeleton won't blame me, right? Zhang Mingming stared at Jiang Cheng carefully, afraid to see Jiang Cheng's disappointed look. But what surprised her was that the big skeleton brother seemed quite happy. Well done. After seeing the attributes of the horror skeleton, Jiang Cheng was very satisfied and subconsciously touched Dai Xiaoming's head. Then, he pulled his hand back like lightning, and his consciousness fell into a brief memory. In his memory, the little girl who followed him around happily would come to him to show off every time she learned a skill, holding her little head high and looking at him. And every time, Jiang Cheng would subconsciously touch her head and say to her, "Well done." However, the person in front of me doesn't seem to be her. It seems that I was a little rash after all. Seeing that Dai Xiaoming was in a daze and hadn't reacted yet, Jiang Cheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Forget it. Let's evolve and see how it grows first. Chapter 69, It's Time to Leave. Zhang Luming's fusion actually surprised him. The horror skeleton should be based on the swordsman template, a fusion of the mage, knight, and archer. On the player's side, he resurrected a total of 6 skeletons. 2 mages, a knight, swordsman, archer, and priest. Among them, only knights, archers, mages, and priests have skills. The knight is level 15 guardian, the archer is level 15 wind arrow, and the mage is level 10 burst fire. The blazing sword is probably a fusion of blazing flame. The guardian sword is a fusion of guardian, and the gale sword is a gale arrow. Seeing that Zhang Mingming could achieve this effect, Jiang Cheng felt that there was hope for him to have a perfect skill combination lineup in the future. Evolving the horror skeleton requires 1,000 evolution points. Do you want to evolve? Insufficient evolution points balance. Okay. Jiang Cheng's hand paused slightly, and he spat out a mouthful of blood in his heart. It seems that I need to go out and earn evolution points, and by the way, solve the potential threats. This time he plundered 3 skills: Leap Slash, Synchronization, and Burst of Fire. Jump Slash can make up for his displacement shortcomings and offset the damage of falling from high altitude. Synchronization can synchronize his health with the skeleton BMW. Bursting Flame can make up for the shortcoming of its long-range group attack damage, and it can provide more options for wild monsters with higher physical defense. The cooldown time of Blood Prison Frost Slash is too long, so it is not possible to clear a group of monsters. The cooldown time for Burst Flame is only 1 second, which is fine, but the spell attack is a bit difficult. Brother Skeleton, this is for you. Master asked me to give it to you. Zhang Mingming suppressed her shyness and handed 3 things to Jiang Cheng. 2 5-star drilling stones and an unknown stone. Job transfer reward. He remembered, like 2 5-star drilling stones and a non-professional skill book. Jiang Cheng took the thing and examined it curiously. Drilling stone. Quality, 5-star. Overview. Can punch holes in equipment, with an 80% chance of doing so. Magic runestone. Quality, legend. Overview. Embedded in a weapon, spell damage plus 100. Nice one. Jiang Cheng felt a little warm in his heart. Although Natalie doesn't like to talk, she's a very nice person. I guess they thought he had enough skills, so they replaced it with a phantom runestone for him. I'll remember this favor. Jiang Cheng stared at the temple. He knew that Natalie was watching. Take out the Blood Crow Heart and the Heart of Disaster that exploded earlier. The effect of Heart of Doom reduces the enemy unit's attack and defense by 10%. The effect of the Heart of the Blood Raven increases archery mastery skill, 40% archery damage, and 15 hit points. Legendary weapons can only have 2 holes, so Jiang Cheng chose the Blood Raven Heart and the Phantom Demon Rune without hesitation. This time, his spell attacks and bow hits made up for it. With the Explosive Flame, his efficiency in killing monsters from a distance is higher. Some wild monsters with high physical defense and attack, or those that cannot be approached, can be killed in groups from a distance. Let's go. It's time to leave the mountain. Seeing that Yiqiao Xiaoming had already packed up the spoils, Jiang Cheng summoned the skeleton horse, pulled her to sit on his back, and galloped out of the temple. There are 2 bosses waiting for him there. Windrage City. Duba Tianxia was discussing matters with a male archer player in the restaurant. His expression was a little respectful, and it was obvious that the person he was facing was not ordinary. President Duba, this time you're going to eliminate the level 30 Bloodhell Demon Guard Art and Bloodhell Blade Guard Armin. It's a bit difficult to ask my master to help, as she hasn't been with the group for a long time. Qian Chonglang drank the liquor in his mouth, his tone quite regretful. That's a shame, but does Langshan have time? Duba Tianxia smiled in his heart. He had no intention of inviting Qian Shanxue. His target was Qian Chonglang. Me? I do have some time, but where is that boss you mentioned who can explode the guild order? We seem to be on the outskirts of the Dark Forest right now. I don't know what the two bosses are doing there. They're so mysterious. Chapter 70, if you can invite that person, this operation will be safe. Outskirts of the dark forest. Qian Chonglang's mind moved. Something seems to have happened there recently. Does President Duba know about it? Duba Tianxiao nodded. Are you talking about the Tianxiao Guild being wiped out by the Blood Skulls? Don't worry about this, Langshan. According to the analysis of the players on the forum, this Blood Skull is a neutral boss. If you don't provoke him, he generally won't take the initiative to provoke you. Let's fight our boss. It won't affect anything. No. You don't understand me. Qian Chonglang shook his head, picked up a piece of beef, and put it in his mouth, then changed the subject. How confident is Guild Master Duba about this operation? How confident are you? Duba Tianxiao was suddenly stunned by the question. There were 2 level 30 bosses, which was quite difficult for his guild, which only had 2,000 players. Moreover, their guild had tried to test these 2 bosses several times, and they had several very disgusting skills. Art has a corrosive aura. Players who are close to him will suffer 300 points of true damage per second, and their armor will be corroded by 200 points. No one can withstand close combat. Armin has a summoning skill that allows him to summon 100 zombies at a time. Although these zombies have low health and low spell defense, there are too many of them. Once Armin is reduced to half health, she will summon out the ghouls, hide inside, and summon 20 evil priests to quickly restore her health. Without a player with extremely high spell damage to hold him back, Alman is practically invincible. If it was before, we probably wouldn't have been so confident. Duba Tianxia sighed helplessly. Then his eyes lit up. But with Langshan joining us, we have a much better chance. The tone of dominating the world is quite confident. However, Qian Chonglang shook his head and said, Don't think I'm too strong. I'm only level 18 now and haven't learned all the skills yet. How powerful can I be? Qian Chonglang took a sip of water and continued. If my master and the Dharma Saint had taken action together, it would have been possible. Unfortunately, she wouldn't have taken action for such a small matter. Even the god of waves isn't sure. Duba Tianxia held his forehead with his hand, feeling a bit of a headache. This time, we finally managed to find 2 bosses who could drop the guild order. They inexplicably escaped from the blood prison pole. This is a great opportunity. It is obvious that he is unwilling to dominate the world. It's a great opportunity, but we have to be able to fight. The 2 bosses have such high damage, and they also summon, restore health, and have a corrosive aura. If you have 2,000 people going in, I don't think you'll get any good results. Qian Chonglang continued. Also, I believe that you're not the only one eyeing the boss who can explode the Janwei token, right? Duba Tianxia nodded and did not hide anything. The 81st ranked Tianxiao Guild, the 752nd ranked Outyin Gang, and the 59th ranked Anxiang Demon King group all seem to be interested just now. However, these guilds are far from being able to dominate the world with us. After the Tianxiao Guild was wiped out, the strength of the elites within the guild was greatly reduced. We are completely unworthy of fear. At this point, Duba Tianxia's tone was somewhat gloating, and then he continued, although the Outyin Gang's leader is ambitious and the gang is full of wealthy players, their level is too poor. The only threat is the Dark Fragrance Demon Kings group. Their guild is mostly composed of mages, including skeleton mages, elemental mages, ice soul mages, and extreme flame mages. After listening, Qian Chonglang nodded approvingly, expressing his admiration for Duba Tianxia's ability to obtain intelligence and make analyses. It seems you've put a lot of effort into dominating the guild master, and you're determined to win. But did you miss someone? If you're lucky enough to invite that person to participate, your operation should be safe. Chapter 71 Training, a little cute. Which one? Duba Tianxia's eyes lit up. Could it be that Lang Qianzhong can invite the Dharma Saint? The most effective way to restrain these 2 bosses is the group attack spell skill. The mage Lan Xingyue, one of the 12 gods, is said to be able to use any single target spell skill to produce a group spell damage effect. He once used a level 30 single target meteor fall skill to produce the effect of a mage's level 80 group damage skill, a meteor shower, and directly wiped out a small guild of 500 players. It was truly terrifying. This person has a crazy obsession with studying magic. Any magic skill in her hands can produce different effects. In the entire online gaming world, the only one who can rival her in the mage profession is the deceased supreme god. Can Qian Chonglang really invite the Dharma Saint? Don't get me wrong. Qian Chonglang seemed to know what he was thinking and interrupted him. It's not the mage saint, but the neutral boss. Neutral boss? Duba Tianxiao was stunned. You mean Bloodskull? Can he invite him? Langshan, this kind of joke is meaningless, right? Although Qian Chonglang is one of the 12 legends and is sought after everywhere, he can't talk nonsense, right? Can you even invite the Bloodskull? Oh, others may not be able to do it, but I can. Qian Chonglang smiled mysteriously. But have you thought about the reward after the task is completed? Can you really invite him? Duba Tianxia still couldn't believe it. Although neutral bosses are intelligent like NPCs, skeletons are the lowest level of all neutral monsters. Blood skeleton can understand what the players say. Others may not be able to do it, but I can. Qian Chonglang patted his chest and promised solemnly. You should think about the compensation. Wait a minute, Langshan, even if you can persuade him, it won't be of any use. The physical defense of these two bosses is very high, and they only take magic damage. Duba Tianxia frowned. I heard from the players of Tianxiu Guild that this blood skeleton doesn't seem to have any spell damage. This, Qian Chonglang's expression suddenly froze, and he held his forehead. I was negligent. I am sorry. Qian Chonglang smiled awkwardly and curled his lips. How about this? I'll see if the Dharma Saint's disciples are free and call some people for you. Thank you very much. Duba Tianxia's face was delighted. Don't worry. Langshan will definitely be rewarded. That's it. I'll go find someone. Qian Chonglang apologized and then left the restaurant under the gaze of a group of players who came to admire the glory of the great god. Seeing Qian Chonglang being chased and blocked by a group of fans and fleeing in a panic, Duba Tianxia was quite emotional. As expected of the 12 legends, not only are they popular and skilled, but they also use the best equipment. Just now he discovered that Qian Chonglang was wearing basically all level 15 equipment, and some of them were blue. The server has only been open for 2 days, and Qian Chonglang already has such luxurious equipment. He is indeed very powerful. I just don't understand where this 1,000 waves exploded. On a mountain path in a dark forest, Zhang Mingming was pulling a wooden cart and walking out of the forest with mysterious steps. Behind her was Jiang Cheng standing next to her, as well as Blood Crow and Horror Skeleton sitting on the wooden cart. Zhang Mingming pulled with great difficulty, and every step she took left a deep footprint. But Jiang Cheng didn't let her stop. The purpose of his doing this was, of course, to let her practice her steps and learn the divine shadow step. He plans to train Yi Qiao Dai Xiao Meng to become the 13th god in the online gaming world. Chapter 72, Do you have a task for me? Don't be fooled by Yi Qiao's weak appearance. He is actually very strong inside. He could tell from the fact that he would rather hold it in than drink the water, as well as from some of his habits and conversations with Natalie. Maybe she is not talented, but she is willing to work hard and has patience, perseverance, determination, and the ambition to learn that many people lack. Jiang Cheng saw the shadow of Qian Shanxue in her. Perhaps one day, under his training, Ichi Qiao Dai Xiaoming can really grow into the 13th god of the online gaming world. Everything depends on her own efforts. Jiang Cheng couldn't be soft-hearted. Crackling. The wooden cart in Dai Xiaoming's hands kept making unpleasant noises. He was wearing a red robe inlaid with gold, but was dragging 2 skeletons as he walked in the forest. There was also a skeleton beside her to drive her away. It would be strange if such a combination did not attract attention. A wizard with extraordinary appearance has become a cart driver, and the carts he pulls are 2 skeletons. This immediately aroused the curiosity of countless players who thought that some hidden mission was about to be triggered. Along the way, players would come over from time to time to ask if there were any tasks or something. Excuse me, do you have a task for me? Hello, how can I help you? Go away, go away. Let me do it. Do you need my help pulling a cart? Beauty, do you want me to help you kill this damn skeleton? Curious players kept staring at Jiang Cheng and Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming, trying to figure something out of them. Unfortunately, Zhang Mingming didn't have time to pay attention to them. Holy crap, such a cold NPC. He doesn't even pay attention to me. Yeah, she's really cool, but her robe is so beautiful, blood red with gold trim. It must be legendary, right? Alas, I only found my stock boots after someone else died, and she, an NPC, wears them so well. Strange. Why do I feel that this skeleton looks familiar? Zhang Mingming had been walking for an hour. Behind her, new players kept joining them and talking behind their backs. Jiang Cheng did not drive them away, but let Zhang Mingming face it calmly. For Jiang Cheng, this was just a small scene when he was in the myth game. He won 3 consecutive world championships, and the number of players watching him exceeded 2 billion. He still managed to remain calm and composed. To be a master, It is not only necessary to reach the peak in terms of technology, but mentality is also particularly important. In battle, if you cannot calmly analyze and predict your opponent's actions, you will fail. So, he let Dai Xiaoming pull the cart not just for practicing steps. It also allows her to get used to being in the spotlight and train her ability to withstand pressure. Obviously, Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming did a good job. However, the blood crow sitting on the cart seemed to be very frightened. The reason is that he actually asked the hostess to pull the cart for him. Isn't this bullshit? Judging from the look in the master's eyes, his days will probably not be easy in the future. Go this way. Jiang Cheng held the spear against the ground and directed Dai Xiaoming. While training his mind and pace, Jiang Cheng was also practicing his tacit understanding with Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming. In fact, he could have written on the ground and communicated with the Chicho Dai Xiaoming, but he didn't do it. Writing on the ground is never as quick as gestures or speaking with your mouth. Just like when he trained Qian Shanxue. Later in the training, he only needed to raise his hand or glance at her or make any gesture, and Qian Shanxue would immediately understand what he meant. Jiang Cheng thinks that a cute little one should also be able to. Mad. What are we all doing following them around like idiots? They don't even want to pay attention to us. Okay. Exactly. We've been following them like idiots for so long, and they haven't said a word. Am I playing the game, or is the game playing me? I suggest that we all work together to kill this NPC and destroy her equipment. Listening to their conversation, Jiang Cheng's mind moved. We have a target for actual combat practice. Chapter 73. Fighting against 2 bosses, 3 bursts of flames per second. Beat your mother and don't make rash decisions, okay? What if it's a powerful boss who could defeat everyone in a second? Won't we be dead? That's right, Shabi. Didn't you see that blood crow? Doesn't he belong to the blood prison mysterious ice skeleton commander? These are probably his subordinates. The commander-in-chief is quite powerful in the army. If you want to die, go ahead and die. Although everyone was eager to take action, after a few players expressed different opinions, no one dared to do anything. They were all scattered players to begin with, and when they failed to form a large scale, they became loose sand. As they watched, they left one after another in disappointment. Jiang Cheng felt quite sorry about this. But there is no need to be upset, because in the bloody surveying eye, he found that a boss was approaching. Boom! A big tree was easily cut down, and the players under the tree were killed in an instant before they had time to leave. 3537. Minus 3,537. Minus 300. 300. A large area of damage emerged. Holy crap. 2 level 30 bosses. What the hell? Why is the level 30 boss here? Who the hell led him here? Is he looking for death? Fuck you, your ancestors. Who brought you here? Are you crazy because of poverty? Who the hell can handle a boss like this? As soon as the 2 big bosses arrived, the players started crying and cursing. Blood Hell Blade Guard Alman. Quality, rare. Level, 30. Health, 3 million. Attack, 500 to 500. Defense, 500 to 500. Spell defense, minus 200. Skills, summoning ghouls, summoning evil priests, 1000 wheels slash, blood hell blade slash. Talents, sword master, regeneration. Overview, the blood hell lord's lowest ranking subordinate, responsible for obtaining and transmitting intelligence to the blood hell army. Blood hell demon guard art. Quality, rare. Level, 30. Health, 3 million. Attack, 500 to 500. Defense, 500 to 500. Spell defense, minus 200. Skills, corrosion aura, rage aura, thorn aura, hand of blood prison. Talent, countershock. Overview, the blood hell lord's lowest ranking subordinate, responsible for supplying the blood hell army. After checking the attributes of the 2 bosses, all the players became even more furious, running and cursing. Damn it, don't let me know who started it, or I'll beat the shit out of you and you won't be able to get out of bed for a month. Run. 2 level 30 bosses, both with 500 Fking defense, and my attack is only 50 points. Who the Fking can beat them? While the players were running, the 2 bosses had already looked towards Jiang Cheng. Blood Crow, you betrayed the Demon Lord. You became a corrupted slave, and you made the Demon Lord lose face. Art chopped down a big tree with 1 sword, killing another group of players. Demon Lord? What the hell? Blood Raven stood up from the wooden board, looking confused. After reincarnation, his memory had disappeared, and the only thought in his mind was to obey the orders of his master. Blood Crow was confused by what Art said. Come back with me and report to the Demon Lord. As soon as Art finished speaking, Alman summoned hundreds of zombies and rushed towards Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng asked Zhang Mengmeng to put down the wooden cart and began to summon the Undead, releasing the necromancy enhancement technique that can only be learned at level 10 on him. With Jiang Cheng's reminder, Zhang Mengmeng has used gold coins and experience to upgrade it to level 10. It can increase the attack power and spell attack power of subordinates by 300 within 10 minutes. A war between the two sides is about to break out. The players who had fled farther away also stopped and stood there to watch the fun. Fuck, he's actually here to look for that NPC. This is going to be a good show. These two bosses have so much HP. If a female NPC faces them, she'll probably die a miserable death, right? Boom, boom, boom. 45-52. 45-52. 45-52. 3 bursts of flame exploded among the ghouls summoned by Alman. The ghouls were originally very small, and their magic defense was also minus 200. They were connected by Jiang Cheng and hit by the explosive flames with a range of more than 30 meters. In an instant, the 60 densely packed zombies in the front turned into pools of charred blood, scaring everyone. Chapter 74, The Blood Prison Hand that shocked everyone. Damn, what kind of skill is this? It looks like a burst of flames, but doesn't a burst of flames have a range of 3 meters? Why does this burst of flames look like it's dozens of meters long? What do you know? He's an NPC. So of course his skills need to be special. No, he probably released 3 bursts of flames at once, which is why this effect happened. Bullshit. Why don't you try to release 3 explosive flames at once? That's right, explosive flame has a 1-second cooldown. And even with 3 skills in 1 second, there aren't more than 1 million people in the online gaming world who could do that. How could they let you go? Hundreds of players cried out in shock when they saw the 3 exploding flames in Jiang Cheng, killing a large number of people. At the same time, he was also wondering why the exploding flames of this blood skeleton had such a large range. Jiang Cheng didn't care about that. The staff in his hand instantly turned into a blood-red spear, and he threw it with all his strength at the blood-hell demon guard. Call! A streak of bloodlight came with a sound of breaking through the air, sweeping up countless fallen leave along the way, and rushed towards the blood-hell demon guards, startling everyone. Is this blood skeleton stupid? Throw away his weapon. Is he going to take on the boss with his bare hands? Who knows? Maybe it's just some NPC's daily tricks. Humph, you overestimate your own abilities. The Bloodhell Demon Guard's 3-meter-tall body stretched out horizontally, and the huge scimitar in his hand chopped down fiercely at the spear. He sneered in his heart. He thought this skeleton lieutenant general was capable, but he turned out to be a brainless idiot. Weapons are the foundation of one's combat power, but they are just thrown away casually? Did he think that such a simple shot could kill him instantly? It's ridiculous. But the next moment, the sneer on the Bloodhell Demon Guard's face froze. Call out. Under the stunned gazes of the Bloodhell Demon Guard and the other players, the spears suddenly transformed into 3 arrows, bypassing the Bloodhell Demon Guard's huge scimitar and piercing his heart. 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 765, 50, 30, 0, 0, 0. You've taken damage from the afterimage. You are affected by the Blood Prison Tear effect, losing 50 health points per second. You take armor-piercing damage, and your defense is reduced by 30 points. You are affected by the Bloody 7 Kills Deprivation effect, depriving you of 30,000 health points. You are seriously injured by Blood Prison, and your movement speed is reduced by 30%. You are slowed down by Ice Soul, and your movement and attack speed are reduced by 50%. Bloodhell Demon Guard. Players. Before the Bloodhell Demon Guard could react to the 7 or 8 messages and the several injuries that appeared above his head, he suddenly heard the mournful cry of a weapon and thought to himself that something was wrong. Then, a blood-red sickle was connected for no reason, and a chain suddenly appeared in the air. Immediately afterwards, the chain was swung, cutting diagonally from left to right, cutting downwards towards his 3-meter body. 1172. Buzz. You're affected by the Screaming Chaos effect. For 2 seconds, you cannot distinguish between friend and foe. A mournful cry was heard, and the eyes of the Bloodhell Demon Guard suddenly turned blood-red. Then, in front of the Bloodhell Sword Guard's astonished eyes, he slashed at him with his sword. 1, 300. 300. With 500 defense and 500 attack, he didn't do much damage, but his corrosion aura made the Blood Hell Blade Guard lose blood continuously. Alter, what are you doing? Are you planning to betray the Demon Lord too? The Blood Hell Blade Guard was completely confused and had no idea what was going on. But then she found her throat suddenly locked. Oh no, it's the Blood Prison's hand. You're crazy. Amidst the stunned gazes of hundreds of players, a huge number suddenly appeared above the head of Blood Hell Blade Guard Alman, stunning everyone. 150,000. Chapter 75. Who am I? Where am I? What should I do? Oh my god, what happened? Why are the bosses killing each other? Is this a movie? This skill is so awesome. It takes away half of your health in one go. Players started complaining one after another, not being able to understand what was going on. Why did two bosses suddenly start killing each other? I think it's that blood skeleton's fault. His weapons are weird. He has a sickle, a bow and arrow, a spear, and a staff. Damn, these weapons are awesome. That's insane. Luckily, I didn't hit that female NPC just now. Otherwise, I'd have already returned to my resurrection point. After seeing Jiang Cheng's terrifying weapon, the players patted their chests and were glad that they had not taken action just now. This bloody skeleton is really too perverted. Huh? Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? After the 2-second confusion effect ended, the Blood Hell Demon Guard woke up. But as soon as he woke up, he found himself a little weak, and his partner was summoning an evil priest to restore his health. This scene made him a little stunned. What happened? It didn't seem like long. Alman lost half of his health. What's going on? Armin, you. Boom. 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 44-12. 44-12. 44-12. 3 bursts of flames hit Alman's body, and then, in an instant, they connected and spread to the surroundings. The evil priest, who had just shown some signs of evil, turned directly into a pool of blood, which made Alman furious. Summoning an evil priest is her life-saving skill. This skill has a 5-minute cooldown time. In other words, she is in danger. Alter, this is all your fault. What did I do? I was a little dumbfounded. It was unfair. I didn't do anything. Take my knife. 1,000 rounds of slashing. Alman did not lose his mind, but turned around and slashed at Jiang Cheng, who was 30 meters away. What are you still standing there for? Kill this bloody skeleton right away. Oh, okay. Art's face straightened, and he took a step forward, following the sword energy of Qian Lunzhen, and quickly approached Jiang Cheng. Damn skeleton, come and die. Hand of Blood Prison. Art activated the demonic energy in his hands and launched his Blood Prison hand 10 meters away from Jiang Cheng. But, apart from the awkward atmosphere in the air, the scene he imagined, where Jiang Cheng was caught in his hand and half of his blood flew out, did not happen. He was inexplicably stunned. What am I doing? Where is my Blood Prison hand? Art turned around blankly and glanced at Armin. The air suddenly became quiet. Bite! There was a slight sound, the sound of weapons and swords colliding. When the players and Art thought that Jiang Cheng's thin body would be killed with one sword, Jiang Cheng suddenly swung the blood-red cloak behind him, and a long spear appeared in his hand, which he lightly blocked in advance under the sword energy of Qian Lunzhen. Take advantage of the momentum to launch a flash kill. In the stunned eyes of the crowd, Jiang Cheng quickly flew back. At the moment of retreat, he also took the Blood Crow and the horrifying skeleton back into the Black Book of the Undead. Then, he pulled the slightly panicked Zhang Mengmeng and retreated 5 steps together, stopping 1 step away from where the sword energy disappeared, only half a meter away. Holy crap, what the hell is this? It's one of the 14 divine skills, the exploiting momentum and flash killing. Fuck, an NPC can use a magical skill? Why do I feel like the game administrator is fucking kidding me? Today this chapter is stuck. Chapter 76, is there such a thing? You use the Necromancer fusion to contain the Blood Hell Demon Guards, and I will kill the Blood Hell Blade Guards. Jiang Cheng waved his right hand and gave an order to Zhang Mengmeng, not caring whether she could understand it or not, and then went towards the Blood Prison Sword Guard Alman. Tacit understanding is something that is cultivated slowly, and Jiang Cheng would not blame her for doing anything wrong. At the beginning, as long as you don't cause any trouble, it's the best tacit understanding. Call out. He threw the spear hard, and it pierced through a big tree above the Blood Hell Sword Guard's head, and then transformed into a sickle and connected to him. The sickle shrank, and Jiang Cheng turned into a blood shadow, and flew quickly towards the tree in the surprised eyes of everyone. With the chain sickle, he no longer had to worry about running out of bone meal. Because after the arrow is shot, you can use the transformed sickle and then connect the chain to retract it. With this premise, he suddenly had an idea to see if a spear could also work. Unexpectedly, after trying it, it really worked. Now, his weapon can exert its maximum effect. Snap! 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 In midair, he transformed the chain sickle into a longbow, pulled the bowstring with a snapping sound, and then shot 3 arrows. Whoosh! 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 The inertia of the pulling was still there. Jiang Cheng made the blood crow appear and threw 1,000 arrows at the head of the blood prison sword guard. In an instant, a rain of arrows fell from the sky, mixing in Jiang Cheng's 3 arrows, making it difficult to distinguish them. The purpose of doing this is naturally to prevent the arrows he shot from being blocked. The blood crow's arrows deal physical damage, and its attack is only 600 points. Compared with the boss's 500 defense, it can't cause much damage. But Jiang Cheng discovered that since he embedded the magic rune, no matter whether he used a staff or other weapons, there would be accompanying spell damage. Coupled with his dark shock, the damage he can deal is naturally very impressive. Therefore, his arrows cannot be blocked. Court death. The blood prison blade guard shouted coldly and swung her blood prison blade towards the rain of arrows, sweeping across a large area in an instant. Ding, ding, ding. Countless arrows were cut off and fell into the mud. 112. Minus 112. Minus 112. Armor-piercing arrow. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jiang Cheng released the destructive archer from the tree and shot the blood prison sword guard in the rain of arrows. Dash 1. 44, 12. 112. 112. 44, 12. 44, 12. You are affected by an armor-piercing arrow, and your defense is reduced by 50 points. You are frozen for 1 second. You are slowed down, and your attack and movement speed are reduced by 50%. In an instant, the Blood Hellblade guard's movements slowed down. Jiang Cheng took advantage of the situation and turned the 3 arrows that were nailed to her body into sickles and took them back. Then it turned into a longbow and shot out again. After the Blood Prison Blade guard's attack and movement speed slowed down, it suddenly became difficult for him to block Jiang Cheng's arrows. Jiang Cheng was on the big tree, constantly torturing the Blood Hell sword guards with exploding flames, arrows, and blood-red sickles. Whenever she approached Jiang Cheng with a wail and cut off the tree Jiang Cheng was climbing with a knife, Jiang Cheng would shoot an arrow and move to another tree. When she summoned the zombies, Jiang Cheng would throw out a few explosive flames, directly killing a large number of them. Without any magic points, he started to drink magic potions, which made the Blood Prison Blade guard so angry that he vomited blood. It was hard for her to imagine that there would be a day when she would die at the hands of a lowly skeleton. Seeing Art being entangled by a silly little creature and unable to come to the rescue, she felt unwilling to accept it. Aita, revenge for me. With a wail, Armin fell to the ground with a bang, blowing up the fallen leaves and soil on the ground. The players were stunned. What the hell? Is there such a thing as beating a boss? There are 6 updates today, and the 3rd one is here. Please give me 5-star praise and urge me to update. Thank you. Chapter 77, whatever you can pick up is yours. Weapons can be changed at will, and each change can produce special effects, which is dazzling and overwhelming. The connection, matching, timing, and positioning of various skills, as well as the grasp of the battle rhythm, are all textbook level. This bloody skeleton completely refreshed the cognition of these players. Show, heavenly show, the show of the flower, the show of nature, the show that makes my scalp tingle. I never thought that a skeleton could be so showy. I don't know why, but I suddenly feel that this bloody skeleton is so handsome. The way his little cape shakes is simply stunning. A female mage player looked at Jiang Cheng with an expression of admiration and a hint of excitement on her face. Damn it, your taste is too strong, isn't it? Wait for me. My boyfriend has one last shovelful left. He'll come over after I finish burying it. Little skeleton that can change weapons, act cool, and fight bosses, come to my bowl. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows flew through the air and nailed the Blood Prison Blade guard to death in front of the astonished gazes of the players. Ding! Congratulations on killing Blood Prison Blade guard Alman. You've earned 30,000 evolution points, 30,000 experience points, and 1,500 reinforcement points. Soul power plus 15. Boom! The ground exploded in an instant. Countless rays of light flashed out, and hundreds of players stared at the ground with shining eyes. There are few people who play games who don't like to see the boss explode. Therefore, when the Blood Prison Bladeguard died, countless players screamed. Excited, expectant, and envious eyes were cast towards Jiang Cheng. It exploded, it exploded! Holy crap, I saw blue. The blue one is nothing. Look over there, the purple one, that's rare equipment. No, no, no. Green. Green equipment is out. Holy crap, legendary equipment. Go grab it. When many lights flashed, the players' excitement could no longer be suppressed. They took steps and rushed towards the direction of the boss's death. Many players felt for the first time that their legs were too short. The swordsman players all used the wind step. Knight players released their horses or donkey mounts, and once they sat on them, they started charging. Don't grab it, it's mine. Get out of the way. My green equipment. Shen Ling Yang. Legend, I'm coming. Boom, boom, boom. Three connected 30-meter explosive flames exploded among the players. 600, 585, 486, 488. Dozens of blue spell damage appeared, instantly killing a large number of people, and more than 30 players were sent to the sky in an instant. Suddenly, the players who were swarming in from behind stopped and looked at the cold-blooded blood skeleton with horror. Those who fight the boss are exhausted, while those who shout 666 are collecting equipment. Jiang Cheng's cheekbones twitched slightly. Where in the world can such a good thing happen? You have 3 minutes to pick up the equipment. Jiang Cheng looked at the group of players, spread out his right hand, and made a gesture to let them pick up the equipment. Whatever you can pick up is yours. I'm in need of a few skeleton servants. Jiang Cheng discovered that when he killed players, his soul power increased more. Wild monsters usually only had 1 point, and bosses only had 15 points, but when a player died, his soul power increased by 3 to 5 points. Moreover, the chance of triggering the resurrection of skeleton servants by killing players is higher than that of wild monsters. So, after making the gesture, Jiang Cheng picked up a dark token and went to help Yi Dao Xiaoming, who was struggling, leaving the players stunned. What does he mean by that? Today is the 4th of 6 updates. Please give me 5-star praise and urge me to update. Thank you. Chapter 78. The Sage's Disciple, the Magic Demon. In the strange rock forest 3,000 meters outside the Dark Forest, players from the Dominate the World Guild are gathering here. Out of 2,000 players, about 1,800 showed up. Most of these 1,800 players had excited expressions on their faces. Obviously, they were very excited about the idea of besieging and killing the boss, and they were all rubbing their hands and eager to try it out. I guess if the boss appeared in front of them now, they would rush over without hesitation. Duba Tianxia was very satisfied with this. It seems that my guild's cohesion and morale are still very good. But then he frowned again and looked towards the stone forest in the distance. Why hasn't this Qian Chonglang arrived yet? President, hasn't the god of waves arrived yet? Sword Demon Hongshan came to Duba Tianxia with an excited look on his face. Sword Demon Hongshan really admires him for being able to invite the legendary player Qian Chonglang to Duba Tianxia. Although the 12 legends are a little inferior to the 12 legendary gods and are known as minor legends, each of them is a big figure that they cannot reach. If an ordinary player can meet him once, he can brag about it for 10 years. How can he not be excited? They're coming soon. No need to rush. No one can defeat those 2 bosses right now. We're the only guild in the top 50 in the Chinese region that's in Wind Fury. Duba Tianxia showed a confident smile. The other guilds are all small guilds with little strength. Only the Dark Fragrance Demon King group poses a threat. However, the Dark Fragrance Demon King group doesn't have the ability to invite 12 legends, so there's no need to worry. This time, we will definitely dominate the founding order. After hearing this, Sword Demon Hongshan was also full of fighting spirit and said excitedly, "The president is awesome, but I heard Lang Shen invited someone else this time? Who are they? President, please stop keeping us in suspense, right?" Duba Tianxia smiled mysteriously. He should be the disciple of the Sage of Law, the Demon of Law. Mage Demon. Sword Demon Hongshan was shocked again. Holy crap, the president is awesome. This time, with 2 legendary masters taking action, I wonder who else can take our first place as the leader of the guild. Duba Tianxia shook his head and said nothing. Actually, he still has a trump card, the boxing master who shakes the mountains and rivers. If the sword demon Hong Sha knew about this, he would probably be so scared that he would lose his mind. However, he did not plan to use this trump card right now. He planned to build a guild and then ask Zhen Shanhe for help during the guild siege. Let everyone understand his power to dominate the world's guilds. Here I come, here I come. When two players appeared in the stone forest in the distance, the players of the Dominate the World guild suddenly screamed, God of Waves! God of Waves! Oh my god, I actually saw the legendary 12 legends today. No, it's not just Langshan, but also look at the guy next to him in the black robe. Could it be him? Demon, it's the demon. Oh my god, the president is awesome. You invited these two great masters. President, you are invincible. Langshan, Fama, please join the team. Let's talk while we walk. Amid the excited screams of the players, Duba Tianxia hastily invited the two to join the team. Qian Chonglang accepted it quickly, but the demon wearing a black robe and holding a black staff in his hand raised a staff to stop Duba Tianxia. I'll be clear in advance that all the loot dropped by the boss this time, except for the guild formation token, will belong to me. As soon as these words were spoken, they caused an uproar. Duba Tianxia's expression was also somewhat ugly, and he looked at Qian Chonglang with a questioning look. Qian Chonglang spread his hands, expressing his helplessness. I know this is different from the previous distribution method, but there's nothing I can do. He's the main force this time. If you don't want to agree, you can't cancel it. He won't come here in vain. The Bloodhell Demon Guards and Bloodhell Blade Guards are both bosses with extremely low magic resistance and are good at summoning. If you don't have high magic attack and group damage spells, you can't defeat them at all. The demon curled his lips and said, I dare say that at this stage, no one can defeat these two bosses except my master and me. Let's go, don't waste time. I came here in person, not to listen to your nonsense. Chapter 79. Someone is fighting the boss? Isn't this too arrogant? Exactly. They're going to take all the spoils right away. What do they think of us? After hearing what FAMO said, the players of the Dominate the World Guild suddenly became dissatisfied and began to whisper to each other. However, they only dared to say it secretly in the friend chat channel. Don't blame me for being unkind. In this world, strength is supreme. There's nothing much to say. This is my attribute. You can pass it around. If you still think I'm unworthy after reading it, then you can leave. I'll go kill it alone. The magician and a group of players were walking on the road to the dark forest, swinging explosive flames and killing the monsters blocking their way. At the same time, the attributes were sent to the team channel for everyone to view and forward. When everyone heard this, they couldn't wait to forward it and check it out. 12 legends, the attributes of magic and demons. It's not something that ordinary people can see. Name, Magic Demon, Heavy Rain. Race, Human. Occupation, Fire Mage. Level, 19. Health, 620. Mana, 1570. Spell attack, 50 to 120. Defense, 20 to 50. Magical defense, 30 to 40. Weapon, Black Vine Staff, level 15 blue. Clothes, Black Vine Robe, level 15 blue. Wristband, Black Vine Wristband, level 15 blue. Boots, Boots of Speed, level 15 white. Necklace, none. Ring, none. Helmet, White Helmet, level 15 white. Belt, White Belt, level 15 white. Title, none. Medal, none. Active skills, Fireball, 10. Burst Fire, 10. Fireball, 5. Spell Shield, 10. Passive skills, Spell Will, 10. Spell Wave, 5. Spell Burn, 10. As soon as this attribute came out, everyone's dissatisfaction was immediately blocked. To be fair, this attribute is not very high compared to theirs. However, it depends on the player. In their hands, this attribute only provides a little more defense and a little more spell attack. The effect of using it will be about twice as powerful as it is now. But in the hands of a magician, the effect could be 10 or 20 times greater. If it was a Dharma saint, it might be even more exaggerated. Suddenly, most people chose to remain silent. A small number of players surrounded the more approachable Qian Chonglang and screamed as they walked towards the dark forest. 325, minus 311, 317. 3 explosive flames were released, connecting into a 15-meter wide explosive flame, killing 18 level 10 skeleton wolves. FAMO led the way and once again used his absolute strength to tell them that no one present could match his strength. Master, what kind of skill is this? Why is it similar to exploding flame, yet also different? Sword Demon Hongshan walked up to him with a forced smile and asked in a flattering tone. Upon hearing this, FAMO glanced at him with disdain. This is a mana link. It can connect the explosive flames together to form a larger area of effect spell damage skill. It's just a little trick of the mage, not worth mentioning. Holy crap, this is a mana connection. That's awesome. I heard it was a magical skill created by a magic saint. It's incredible. 3 bursts of flame can extend over 10 meters. That's insane. Sword Demon Hongshan was very excited. Master, can I learn from you? You? Fama turned his head and glanced at him. First of all, let me make it clear that the magic power connection was not invented by my master alone. I created it after consulting that person. Secondly, to master the mana connection, you must reach a state of deep concentration and fully master this skill. Connect the mana connection points between the 3 exploding flames, creating a superimposed explosion. Ordinary people cannot feel this magical connection point. Secondly, you need to be able to cast spells at a speed of 3 feet per second. Do you have? Wait a minute. It looks like someone is already fighting the boss. The demon's eyes narrowed, and he quickly walked towards the dark forest. The 6th update is here. Please give it 5-star praise and urge for more updates. Thank you. Chapter 80. Maybe they don't dare to pick it up. What happened? Duba Tianxia narrowed his eyes and gave a questioning look to Qian Chonglang, who was surrounded by them. He didn't hear any noise, so why did the magician say someone was fighting the boss? Someone's already fighting the boss. Qian Chonglang's expression changed slightly. You might not know this, but FAMO has excellent hearing. Reality, what he says is definitely correct. So amazing. Duba Tianxia was slightly surprised. Then his expression relaxed. Even if someone is fighting the boss, the magician doesn't have to be so anxious, right? I'm not sure. Let's go and take a look. Qian Chonglang squeezed out from the crowd of players. He put an arrow on the longbow in his hand and shot it out quickly. The man had already run out, following the arrow. Oh my god, what kind of magical skill is this? Running so fast. Looking at Qian Chonglang's speeding back, Sword Demon Hongshan and other players were all shocked. This is a little archer's technique called the spiral arrow. It uses the force of the spiral arrow to create a small vortex. Combined with the archer's piercing step, it can slightly increase the archer's speed. Let's learn it. Duba Tianxia sighed slightly. This is the difference between legendary players and ordinary players. In their hands, any skill has a special effect. Awesome. Sword Demon Hongshan gave him a thumbs up. Before, I always thought I was a master and that I was probably not much different from these legendary or legendary level people. Now I know that I am nothing. After hearing his words, Duba Tianxia was also a little speechless. The reason why a legend is called a legend is naturally not that simple. The gap is the gap, and it is difficult to make up for it. Let's go up and take a look. I think the Dark Fragrance Demon Kings group got there first. We can take this opportunity to destroy their elite team and perhaps make up for the losses of this operation. The corner of Duba Tianxia's mouth turned slightly cold, and he waved his hand. Qian Chonglang chased FAMO to a small hillside. Seeing his back under the scorching sun, he seemed to be trembling slightly, and he suddenly became curious. As he walked forward, Qian Chonglang saw that FAMO's eyes were slightly excited, and he suddenly became more curious. He had known FAMO for so long, and except for some important figures, he had never seen him look at anyone like this. Following FAMO's gaze, he looked down the hillside, and suddenly, he was also dumbfounded. What do you mean? Someone has already killed the boss? How is that possible? Qian Chonglang's eyes widened as he looked at the several flashing lights on the ground below the hillside, a little surprised. Is this blue, purple, and green legendary equipment? What's going on? Someone got the equipment, but didn't pick it up? Are they that arrogant? A hint of excitement flashed across Qian Chonglang's face. Fuck, you idiot. What are you still standing there for? Come with me and get some equipment. After saying that, Qian Chonglang was about to use the rolling skill to jump down, but was stopped by a hand. Don't act rashly. Didn't you see the 172 players 2 meters away who didn't pick up those pieces of equipment? 51 points, 2 meters away, 172 players, leaving green equipment behind without picking it up? Where? Qian Chonglang was a little unconvinced. Although he knew that FAMO's eyesight, hearing, and mental arithmetic abilities were extremely abnormal, He still couldn't believe that there were still players who didn't like equipment and would leave legendary equipment unpicked. Shaking his head, Jiang Cheng used a sharp eye skill to double his vision and looked in the direction the magician pointed. Holy crap, there really is one. What does this mean? Are these people stupid? They have equipment, but they don't pick it up? The demon shook his head and looked to the other side of the deep forest. Maybe they don't dare to pick it up. There are 6 updates today, and I will give you 1 update. Please urge me to update and give me 5-star praise. Thank you. Chapter 81. What happened? Don't dare to pick it up? Are you kidding? Laughing? What is a player? That is an immortal being. Anyway, if you die, you will just drop a level. Not to mention dying for a piece of legendary equipment. He had even seen people dying madly just to grab a bottle of medicine. Players are all a bunch of fearless lunatics. How is it possible that legendary equipment would explode in front of them, but they dare not pick it up? Looking at their equipment, they are all cheap goods. Taking the risk of death to pick up a legendary item means a profit of tens of thousands of times. At this stage, it can be sold for at least 10 or 20 million. Are these players all stupid? Unless there is a deterrent from the 12 gods, this group of players cannot remain indifferent. No, who killed this boss? Did you see it clearly, idiot? Jiang Cheng suddenly thought of this question and was immediately shocked. FAMO smiled and said, "A very powerful master." A very powerful master? How powerful? How powerful could they let them leave the legendary equipment unpicked? Jiang Cheng stared at him suspiciously, then suddenly thought of something. Wait a minute, are you saying that Blood Prison Blade Guard was killed by one person? Not by all those players together? Fama sneered. None of these 172 players have such great abilities. 172 players can't beat one person? Idiot, your master is here. Jiang Cheng's eyes showed a mixture of realization and disbelief. But isn't she in the 4 main cities, Dark Phoenix City? It's not my master. My master doesn't have the time to come here in person for a boss. The demon shook his head in denial, then said, "Let's go. The Blood-Hell Demon Guard is dying." After saying that, Fama glanced down and thought about it for a while. 32 points and 73 meters above the ground. 132 health points will be lost upon landing. There are 72 buffer points in total, but only 3 can be connected. 13 health points will be lost upon landing. You can land now. The magician finished his calculations and then jumped. When he landed next to a rock, he released a fireball in front of him and used the thrust of the fireball to gently place his right foot on the rock. Bang! The rubble fell, and the magic demon fell again. After 2 buffer points, the magic demon had landed on the ground, and a blood deduction value of 13 appeared above his head. Then, he walked into the dark forest. Jiang Cheng watched from the hillside and shook his head and laughed. Damn, this show-off is showing off again. A tumbling matter has become so complicated. Jiang Cheng leaped up and, relying on the archer's soul roll skill, offset half of the damage and landed on the grass, with 66 points of damage appearing above his head. Then he walked towards the dark forest. After they left, more than 1,800 members of the Dominate the World Guild came to the hillside in a mighty procession and jumped down from the hillside. Afterwards, everyone complained. Damn, this game is too realistic, which is not good. I lose blood just by jumping on a hill. It's a waste of my life potion. Stop talking about it. If you could learn the technique of vertical leap offset, you wouldn't say that. Fuck, if I had that ability, why would I be just an ordinary member? I would have been in the President's Hall of Fame long ago. Everyone was envious as they watched the players in the Guild Hall of Fame use offsetting techniques to jump down one by one. President, look, that's it. The sword demon Hongshan had just jumped down and walked for a while with Duba Tianxia when he noticed a lot of dazzling lights in the distance, and his face suddenly showed excitement. Green legendary. Purple rare. Duba Tianxia's eyes lit up, his legs stepping on the grass trembled slightly, and he was eager to make something happen. The others were even more unbearable. They were rubbing their hands, wishing they could rush up immediately, pick up the items, and run away. However, just as Sword Demon Hongshan was about to move forward, he was stopped by him. Something is wrong. Lang Shun and Fama should have seen it before, but they didn't pick it up, and no one knows where they went. It's very strange. What on earth happened? 6 updates today, 2 updates here. Please give me 5-star praise and urge me to update. Chapter 82. Battle against the Magic Demon. There's still half a minute left to pick up the equipment. It seems they don't dare to go up. Jiang Cheng felt quite helpless. These players are too timid and don't even pick up the legendary equipment. Raising his hand, Jiang Cheng signaled Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming to hold on for a while, then walked through several big trees and headed towards the equipment place. Ga. With the sound of bones rubbing against each other, Jiang Cheng was already 10 meters away from the explosion site. The players in the distance could only stare at him silently, with admiration and a hint of awe in their eyes. Green legendary equipment is worth tens of millions since there is not even one in the entire server. If you pick it up, it will definitely soar to the sky. But you have to be able to pick it up. One skill can kill a large number of people. They don't even have the chance to get close. If they go up and die, aren't they fools? Boom! 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 3 bursts of flames suddenly exploded around Jiang Cheng. Minus 57. 57. Minus 54. 3 numbers with good damage appeared above Jiang Cheng's head, causing players in the distance to exclaim in surprise. After the explosive flames are connected, they can not only expand the range. Even the damage can be increased from 100% of spell attack damage to 150%, and after hitting, there will be 3 more damages to the single target. If the spell attack is high enough, such terrifying damage can kill a full health fragile mage in an instant. But Jiang Cheng condensed the magic anti-armor at the moment when the flames exploded, so the exploding flames didn't cause much damage to him. Suddenly, the magician hiding in the woods was slightly stunned and threw a full-level detection spell at Jiang Cheng. Blood Prison Mysterious Ice Skeleton Commander. Level 25. Overview. This NPC is truly unbelievably strong. Even with a maxed-out detection skill, he can't even see any information. Xiaolang, join forces with me. The magician waved the black staff in his hand, and his robe spread out. Ding, ding, ding. As soon as he finished speaking, 108 ice pillars appeared in front of the demon. Then, they quickly condensed together, trying to freeze him. Blood Prison Ice Slash. The magic shield on the magician's body was instantly pierced by the icicle. But he didn't care, and moved to the front left before the shield disappeared. Empty Vision Flashes. Divine Shadow Step. Using the effects of Kongjian Shan and Shinying Bu, the demon disappeared from Jiang Cheng's sight. Then he turned the staff in his hand, and 4 big fireballs formed a straight line and smashed towards Jiang Cheng. When the fireballs were about to explode on Jiang Cheng's bones, the 4 fireballs suddenly changed direction. It hit Jiang Cheng's skull, sternum, ribs, and leg bones. He wanted to use this time difference to find out the weak spot of this bloody skeleton. Then use Spell Will and Spell Fluctuation to increase your damage. Try to take it away in the next wave. He just took a look and found that Jiang Cheng didn't have much health. After the damage was increased, he could still kill him easily. However, although Shadow Step can block the view, it is because every unit in the game has its own blind spot. Once you step into the opponent's blind spot, the opponent will lose the target and the Shadow Step will be effective. But for Jiang Cheng, who possesses the blood-red surveying eye, the Divine Shadow Step is equivalent to nothing. However, just as Jiang Cheng was about to use the blood-red surveying eye, he was slightly stunned again. It turned out to be this kid, FAMO. Jiang Cheng pulled his teeth slightly and stopped the activation of the blood-red surveying eye. He hasn't met an opponent in a long time. Among the 12 legends, in terms of talent, Qian Chonglang is at the bottom, and FAMO is first. Look at this kid. He learned a few moves from her. Jiang Cheng smiled in his heart, and the magic armor on his body quickly changed into a blood-red staff, which he held in his hand. Boom! A burst of flames exploded towards the 4 large fireballs in front of him. Boom! The exploding flames were within a range of 3 meters and hit exactly the magic connection point of the 4 large fireballs. Then, in the stunned eyes of all the players, 4 large fireballs were connected by Jiang Cheng's explosive flames, turning into a 7-meter range skill, and exploded on Jiang Cheng himself. The blood is not wasted. When a player uses a skill on himself, it will trigger a protection mechanism and cause no damage. Jiang Cheng, who had just turned the 4 fireballs of the demon into his own exploding flames in an instant. This meant that Jiang Cheng used the skill on himself, triggering the game's protection mechanism and causing no damage. The players in the distance were stunned. Spell cancelled. The magician's hand holding the black vine staff trembled slightly. Today is the 3rd of 6 updates. Please urge me to update and give me 5-star praise. Chapter 83, The Confused Demon. No, Spell cancellation requires spell attribute restraint. Did the automatic protection mechanism just now trigger? The demon's expression changed instantly. It's spell deprivation. Spell deprivation is another skill for the mage profession. The skills of any profession, in the hands of legendary or legendary players, will be developed into various powerful microcontrol techniques. The mage is recognized as having the most skills among all professions. There is no other reason except the existence of his master, the crazy woman Faxing. In order to thoroughly study the mysteries of magic, his master once personally came to her door and wanted to be her woman. Although he was rejected in the end, it is said that the two became close friends and often discussed magic skills with each other. After that person died, his master still hasn't started leveling up and has been staying in the Dark Phoenix City, not even being able to see him. The spell connection point is a little trick jointly researched by the two great gods. The various skills that arise from this, such as range connection, spell cancellation, spell deprivation, and the 3-second invincible skill, the magic tornado, are all based on spell connection and are microcontrol skills created by extremely fast casting. Spell deprivation can utilize connection points, range connection, and superimposed burst techniques to turn the opponent's spells into your own skills. An NPC actually knows some of the mage's tricks? Fuck. FAMO began to doubt his life and curse for the first time. What on earth was the game administrator thinking? Let a neutral NPC master the mage's combat skills? Being dazed is not good. Boom! A burst of flames exploded on the magic demon, causing a forced damage of -1. The magic demon had used the momentum to dodge and retreat 3 meters away. Countless spiral flames appeared on the rotating black vine staff in his hand. Get back to you. The magician twitched his lips, and the staff in his hand suddenly stopped. At the moment of flying back, he formed the flames into a fire dragon and pushed it towards Jiang Cheng. Fire dragon break? Interesting. After taking 3 steps, Jiang Cheng disappeared from the magic demon's field of vision, making Hualongpo no longer a target. Then, when FAMO was slightly stunned, there was a sudden explosion behind him. Boom! The predicted trajectory just happened to hit the range that the magician was about to step into. The demon saw the exploding flames burning behind him and felt endless heat coming from behind him, but he could no longer turn around and use the momentum to dodge. The magical skill of taking advantage of the momentum to kill is not unbreakable. As long as you predict the position behind the opponent who is retreating and attack in advance, you can prevent the opponent from turning around and taking advantage of the momentum. Unless the opponent has a shield skill that allows him to use Space Flash, otherwise, he can only withstand this attack. The magic demon was obviously gone, and he finally had nowhere to retreat. He was hit by the exploding flames, and a terrible injury appeared on his head. 619. Stop! Master, stop, stop, stop! Qian Chonlang suddenly rushed out from the forest in front of FAMO's astonished eyes, preventing FAMO and Jiang Cheng from using their skills again. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding, Master, it's all a misunderstanding. Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng stopped the staff in his hand and smiled knowingly. Of course he knew that Qian Chonlang was hiding behind him and watching, but he just didn't expose him. He had no intention of killing the magic demon. In this world, there were many rich people but few talented players. Fama is an arrogant genius, and the one most likely to succeed the 12 gods. It's lonely up there without any rivals, and it gets very lonely after a while. Otherwise, Jiang Cheng would not have nothing to do but teach his disciples. FAMO is a very good seedling, and he can also let him train Dai Xiaoming, so he naturally has no intention of killing him. Go and help me kill that boss, and let's forget about this matter. Jiang Cheng made a gesture to Qian Chonlang. Qian Chonlang immediately understood and pulled the still dazed magic demon and went together to the Blood Prison Demon Guard to help Yi Qiao Xiaoming fight the boss. Jiang Cheng came to the place where the explosion occurred, and in front of more than 1,800 players from the Dominate the World Guild, he picked up the equipment on the ground one by one and examined them. President, it's that blood demon. The sword demon Hong Shan, who was following behind Duba Tianxia, changed his expression. Chapter 84, Unidentified Legendary Gem. Blood Demon. Duba Tianxia was slightly stunned. A blood-red cloak, a blood-jade skeleton, and in his hand, a blood-red staff. All he lacks is riding a skeletal warhorse and carrying a beautiful woman on his back. The weapon is a little different, and the bones are more transparent. How come it looks similar to the bloody skeleton I saw in the strange stone forest last time? Could it be that the blood skull was guarded by the Fist Master last time? Duba Tianxia quickly threw a reconnaissance spell over. Unfortunately, he only had a first-level reconnaissance skill, and there was no information fed back. Who among you has the maximum level of detection? No, who would learn that kind of stuff? It's already available at level 1. Level 10 only adds 2 more pieces of information, which is useless. Duba Tianxia shook his head and sighed. It seems that the boss has been killed by him. I wonder if the founding order has been dropped. Killed by the blood demon? Sword demon Hongshan was slightly stunned. But didn't Zhaohua Tianxiu's last post say that he had no magic damage? How'd he kill him? How should I know? Duba Tianxia felt helpless. He had previously analyzed with Qian Chonglang that this blood skeleton had no spell damage and could not kill 2 bosses, but he was slapped in the face. Now, how could he have the mood to answer the words of the sword demon Hongshan? Then, what should we do now? Sword demon Hongshan was a little dumbfounded. More than 1,800 players gathered together, but in the end, the boss was killed long ago. What the hell? It would be strange if it didn't arouse public outrage. President, what's going on? Are we going to continue fighting? We still need to upgrade. Yes, President, we've been walking for so long and haven't seen any hair of the boss yet. Are we still going to fight him? Players from the Dominant World Guild began to complain. This boss should be dead, but isn't there another one here? I don't have the guild order, so killing this one will do. The proposal made by a knight player immediately attracted the approval of many people. That's right, Guildmaster. I have a feeling this is a hidden plot. The purpose is to make us kill this bloody skeleton. Perhaps killing this bloody skeleton will cause the guild token to drop. Kill the blood skeleton? Explosive association token? Duba Tianxia felt something in his heart, and looking at the 1,800 players who kept complaining, he was indeed a little moved. There was also a voice in his head, constantly reminding him, blast him, blow him up, beat him up, and you'll be the first guild leader to establish a guild in the Huaxiao region. Bang! Duba Tianxia slapped the sword demon Hongshan on the head. What's going on? The magic demon and the god of waves are both missing. This is a bit strange. We should find the god of waves and the magic demon first. Sword demon Hongshan. Why hit me? Did I just speak? I didn't say anything. It's weird, so why are you hitting me? What am I doing wrong? Sword demon Hongshan was completely confused and had no idea what was going on. Line up and wait. Out of caution as a superior, Duba Tianxia did not act rashly, but stopped 30 meters away from Jiang Cheng. The players looked at each other in confusion, not understanding why their president did this, but they could only suppress the doubts in their hearts. Watching the blood skeletons pick up all the equipment that made them drool, they beat their chests and stamped their feet inwardly. It's so hard to follow a cowardly president. Drillstone? An unidentified legendary gem? Under the gaze of a group of hungry wolves, Jiang Cheng cleared the equipment and potions on the ground. However, looking at the unidentified legendary gem in his hand, his heart moved slightly. There are 6 updates today, and the 5th one is here. Please give me 5-star praise and urge me to update. Chapter 85, Strengthening the Larynx. What surprises await me with unidentified gemstones? After putting all the things away, Jiang Cheng suppressed his expectations, glanced at Duba Tianxia, who didn't dare to move, and shook his head. Then, he walked towards the Blood Hell Demon Guard. To identify equipment, an appraiser is necessary. Appraiser is a livelihood profession. The game has just been launched for 2 days. Currently, there should be no players who are capable of appraising legendary items. Jiang Cheng was not upset. After all, he was too far ahead. President, are we really just going to watch like this? What else can we do? Duba Tianxia's eyes narrowed. He wanted to fight, but the scattered players in the distance and the scene in the strange rock forest made him hesitate. The inexplicable disappearance of Qian Chonglang and FAMO and the death of the boss all reminded him. This bloody skull is not simple. Don't act rashly. Now is a period of rapid development for guilds, and any decision will affect the future of a guild. It's better to be cautious. Holy crap, that one seems to dominate the world. Yes, it's him. I have a friend in their guild. He just sent a message. It's them. The players who had been watching from the sidelines were shocked when they saw that Duba Tianxia, with more than 1,800 people, did not dare to fight against the blood skeleton. Damn, who is this blood skull? Even the 20th ranked domination guild in the Huaxiao region doesn't dare to touch him. Not only that, didn't you see it just now? That Extreme Flame mage seemed to be a top-notch expert, but he couldn't even take a few moves against the Blood Skull. I see, that Extreme Flame mage. He looks familiar to me, but I don't know where I've seen him before. This blood skeleton is too powerful. I think without 200 level 30 players, don't even think about defeating it. Let's retreat and level up. Yeah, there's no hope. I'm gonna level up now. I'm out of here. After seeing that even the 20th ranked Dominate the World guild did not dare to touch Jiang Cheng, they suddenly felt that there was no hope and left the Dark Forest one after another, choosing to level up. At the same time, he secretly thought in his heart that after they reach level 30, they must come back and get their revenge on Blood Skull. The other side, Yichao Dai Xiaoming felt a lot more relaxed with the addition of FAMO and Qian Chonglang. But she was a little confused. Were these two players too powerful? I didn't take any blood potion during the entire fight against the boss. Not only that, the Bloodhell Demon Guard was fooled around by the attacks of the two. This is a smart boss. They're dealing damage in the shape of a human, and they're pulling hatred towards each other. The demon nodded, kept a distance of 10 meters from Qian Chonglang, and waved the staff in his hand. Boom! 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 3 explosive flames exploded on the Bloodhell Demon Guard. The Bloodhell Demon Guard felt pain, dropped the side skeleton guard who still had a little blood left, and came towards the Demon of Magic, waving his scimitar. Suddenly, the Bloodhell Demon Guards became furious. At this time, the Blood Prison Demon Guard only had 15,000 health points left. Damn reptiles! The Bloodhell Demon Guard threw down the magic demon and rushed towards Qian Chongling again. It's your turn to contain him. Be careful of his blood prison hand. Whoosh! 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 Qian Chonglang reminded him, put 3 arrows on the blue longbow in his hand, and shot them into the sky. Projectile shooting is more difficult than rapid shooting. It is also a means for archers to control their own damage and attract hatred. Projectiles allow you to control the timing of the arrow's fall. It can also achieve the effect of shooting the vital parts of the head, which is a very practical little trick. However, Yichao Dai Xiaoming looked a little confused and didn't understand why Qian Chonglang did this. But the next moment she understood, because when the arrow landed on the head of the Bloodhell Demon Guard, the timing was exactly when the magic demon released 4 big fireballs and the Bloodhell Demon Guard chopped the knife on the magic demon's head. The 3 thrown arrows brought back the hatred of the Bloodhell Demon Guards. This scene surprised Yichao Dai Xiaoming so much that he exclaimed in his heart, "There is such a thing. Brother Skeleton, who are these 2 expert players?" Yichao Dai Xiaoming saw Jiang Cheng coming over and immediately asked the question in his mind. Jiang Cheng naturally couldn't answer her. He planned to kill this Bloodhell Demon Guard and sell some useless equipment. Start going to the Skeleton King's territory, do tasks, and earn evolution points. After being delayed for so long, it's time to evolve into the next form. If he kills the Bloodhell Demon Lord's men, the Bloodhell Demon Lord will not let him go easily. The next time the boss comes to hunt him, he may not be able to defeat him with his current strength. Moreover, the players are constantly improving. If he wants to maintain this crushing state, he must always be ahead of them. When the first player reaches level 30, the game will open up guild creation. By then, we will have a guild mode that will not accidentally hurt teammates. A guild that has voice commands on the guild channel and battle formation bonuses is definitely not comparable to the current guild strength. At that time, it would probably be difficult for him to cope with it. After level 30, the dungeon mode will also be enabled. The rewards and experience, the drop rate of gems, and the drop rate of skill books and artifacts will be several times better than in the wild. At that time, he will also need to enter the main city and start the dungeon journey. Therefore, evolve as soon as possible and improve your strength. And the problem of normal language communication should also be solved. In battle, gestures and eye contact can be used, but for daily communication, speaking is definitely more convenient than sign language or writing on the ground. Let's try strengthening the larynx. Jiang Cheng had an idea. There are 6 updates today, and this is the 6th one. Please give me 5-star praise and urge me to update more. Thank you. Chapter 86 Evolution, Skeleton Thoughts. Jiang Cheng touched his throat bone and said, "This seems to be the spine. I don't have a larynx." Although a little surprised, Jiang Cheng had to admit the fact that he did not have a hyoid bone. Then let's try evolving the dentary. To strengthen the dentary, 100 reinforcement points are required. Do you want to strengthen it? Spend 100 points to successfully strengthen. Attack power plus 10, strength plus 1. Spend 200 reinforcement points. It's useless. After spending 1,000 enhancement points, apart from enhancing 40 points of attack and 10 points of strength, no other functions were mutated. Jiang Cheng was slightly disappointed. Since that didn't work, he thought about it and decided to strengthen his skull to see if he could enhance the mental communication. To strengthen the skull, 100 points are required. Do you want to strengthen it? Strengthening successful. Casting speed plus 0.1%. Spirit plus 1. Spend 200 points to strengthen the skull successfully. Casting speed plus 0.5%. Spirit plus 5. Insufficient reinforcement points. Whoosh. 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 3 arrows hit the head of the blood-held demon guard, causing 3 terrible injuries. 21-17. 21-17. 21-18. Under the speechless gazes of Qian Chonglang and FAMO, the blood-held demon guard fell to the ground with a loud bang, blowing up countless fallen leaves and dirt, splashing Qian Chonglang all over with mud. Congratulations on killing the blood prison demon guard. You've earned 30,000 experience points, 30,000 evolution points, and 1,500 enhancement points. Jiang Cheng didn't bother to care and continued to strengthen his skull. Spend 300 reinforcement points to successfully strengthen the skull. Casting speed 3%. Spirit plus 20 points. Spend 400 reinforcement points to successfully strengthen the skull, triggering its mutation and evolution into skeleton thoughts. Casting speed plus 10%. Spirit plus 50. Mana plus 300. As the strengthening was completed, Jiang Cheng discovered that his mental power seemed to be a little different and his vision became clearer. My memory also seems to be clearer, and I can vaguely recall some long-forgotten memories from my childhood. Even with the blood-red flames and his eyes closed, he could still vaguely sense the movements within about half a meter around him. Jiang Cheng quickly checked the properties of the skeleton thoughts. Skeleton thoughts. Overview. It can consume magic points, guide creatures within a range of 10 centimeters, conduct simple mental communication, and sense movements within a range of half a meter. Finally, we can communicate. Jiang Cheng was delighted. It's this 10 centimeters. Do I have to have a cute little thing sticking to me every day? He pulled Xiao Xiaoming to his side, and while she was in shock, Jiang Cheng used the communication ability of the skeleton's thoughts to say something to her. What did you just learn? Zhang Mingming's face was a little stunned. Her breathing seemed very rapid, and it was obvious that she had not yet come to her senses. She was caught off guard by Jiang Cheng getting so close to her. Looking at the blazing blood-red flames on Jiang Cheng's body, her heart almost jumped out. For a moment, I didn't notice anything. What did you learn? I learned. As she spoke, Zhang Mingming became confused. Brother Skeleton, you can speak now? Her expression changed from confusion to surprise, and then to excitement. That's great. Zhang Mingming held Jiang Cheng's arm, letting the cold air invade her body, her face full of excitement. But after waiting for a long time, she didn't hear Jiang Cheng's voice again, which made her a little surprised. Why aren't you talking again, skeleton brother? Was that just my illusion? You come closer. Jiang Cheng pulled her over again. Today is the first of 6 updates. By the way, I want to recommend my friend's book, Netizen, The System Makes Me an NPC. Chapter 87. Oh my god, it was you who made her the best in the world? Zhang Mingming's breathing stagnated and her chest felt congested. Perhaps it was because she was too close to Jiang Cheng that she felt a little breathless. Brother Skeleton, what are you doing? There are people here. But she still lowered her head, bit her lower lip, closed her eyes, and waited for that moment to come. I feel conflicted inside, but also seem to have a hint of hope. What's on your mind? Looking at the silly and cute little girl, Jiang Cheng smiled and couldn't help but touch her head. The embarrassing thing is that my hair got stuck between my fingers. Yiqiao Dai, Xiaoming, suddenly realized that Jiang Cheng was not going to kiss her, and she felt so ashamed that she was embarrassed. Oh, it hurts. Zhang Mingming was just about to turn around with her back to Jiang Cheng when she felt a sharp pain on her head. Zhang Mingming squatted down, and a low moan was heard. Jiang Cheng. Looking at the black hair in his hand, Jiang Cheng was speechless. Are you okay? Jiang Cheng wondered how he should return the hair to her. Oh, I'm fine. Zhang Mingming's pretty face was distorted with pain, but she still endured the pain and told Jiang Cheng that she was fine. But Big Brother Skeleton, next time you touch my head, could you please tell me first? It really hurts a little. Okay. Jiang Cheng awkwardly shook off the hair from his hands and agreed readily. Now that big skeleton brother can talk, does that mean I won't have to teach him sign language anymore? Although she was happy that Jiang Cheng could communicate with her, Zhang Mingming still felt a little lost and stared at him blankly. I can also learn sign language to improve our understanding. My only way to communicate with others is through my thoughts. Skull God, it's done. Before Jiang Cheng could finish his words, Qian Chonglang came over with a bewildered magician. The envy in Qian Chonglang's eyes was almost overflowing. A master is a master. Not only does he have superb skills and can experience a different life, even if he becomes a neutral boss, he is accompanied by peerless beauties. Yiqiao Dai, Xiaoming's looks are so good that even if he is with those beauties every day, he is still amazed when he sees them. Especially her outfit, combined with her personality, is very contrasting and cute, making people. Never mind. The skeleton god's woman cannot be judged casually. Except for the mage equipment, gold potions, gems, and special items, please sell all those things for me. Jiang Cheng gestured to him. Okay. Qian Chonglang agreed readily, leaving Famo very confused. He had no idea how this bloody skull and Qian Chonglang were communicating. And why did this blood skeleton learn such magical skills? Why did Qian Chonglang call him the skeleton god? Who is this person in the red robe? Too many questions arose in his mind. Team up with them and let them clean up their equipment. Jiang Cheng pulled Dai Xiaoming over and whispered in her ear. Oh, okay, I get it. After listening to this, Zhang Mingming gave the two of them a team application. Hint. Ichijo Dai Xiaoming invites you to join her team. Agree/reject. Ikiyo Dai Xiaoming? Oh my god, you're the necromancer ranked first on the level list. Qian Chonglang and Famo said in unison. Awesome. Qian Chonglang gave Jiang Cheng a thumbs up. It was you who brought her to the top of the ranking list. Famo looked at Jiang Cheng in surprise, with a hint of shock in his eyes. Chapter 88: The Kingdom of the Skeleton King. A great master is a great master. He just casually brought a girl to the top of the ranking list. If Xia Dongli knew about this, he would probably be furious, right? Seeing Jiang Cheng nodded, Qian Chonglang suddenly felt a little gloating. There was a hint of fear in the demon's eyes. To level up so quickly, relying on the area damage of exploding flames, your mana is definitely not enough. That wasn't your full strength just now, was it? Of course. After finishing his equipment and potions, Qian Chonglang patted Famo's shoulder. When the skeleton god was in close combat, he once shot that idiot Ingo to death. Now that idiot Ingo is a little doubting about his life. As Qian Chonglang spoke, he handed a scimitar and a token to Jiang Cheng. Over an hour ago, the skeleton god single-handedly wiped out a group of over 100 elite members of the Tianxiu Guild. How could that not be impressive? Ignoring the magician who was still digesting the information, Qian Chonglang and Jiang Cheng started to pack up the spoils. There are 12 gold coins, 15 bottles of intermediate magic potions, 7 pieces of blue equipment, 2 pieces of purple equipment, and the green one is the scimitar in your hand. In addition, there is this blood prison order. Jiang Cheng nodded and looked at the scimitar in his hand. Bloodthirsty scimitar. Quality, legendary. Level, 30. Attack, 185 to 205. Hit plus 10. Critical damage, plus 20%. Bloodthirst. There's a 1% chance to trigger the bloodthirst effect when attacking, increasing the attack speed by 10%. The bloodthirst effect can be stacked up to 5 times and lasts for 30 seconds. Blood Prison. Triggers tearing damage when attacking, with bleeding status attached, reducing 20 HP per second for 60 seconds, with a chance of causing serious injury, reducing the opponent's movement speed by 20%. It's okay. Jiang Cheng took a look and was not too surprised. After all, it was far inferior to his extreme ice whale. Sell it. Jiang Cheng threw the scimitar to Qian Chonglang, which surprised Qian Chonglang. Sell. Master, this is a legendary weapon. There's only one in the entire server. Are you selling it just like that? Jiang Cheng nodded, then threw the Blood Crow's surprise attack longbow to him. If you need it, hurry up and get the money. Damn, legendary bow and arrow. The moment he took the surprise attack longbow, Qian Chonglang was stunned and his face was wide open with smiles. I actually got a level 25 legendary bow. He was a little bit incredulous, then excitedly pulled the dazed magic demon and ran towards Wind Fury City in a hurry. Hurry up, idiot. Come with me and get some money. I want to buy this bow. He watched as Jiang Cheng dragged the demon away like a dog, and gradually it disappeared in his blood-red flames. Jiang Cheng said to Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming, "Tell them to come to me after they sell their equipment. I have something to tell them." "Oh, okay." Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming sent a message in the team. Jiang Cheng received. Magic Demon, Heavy Rain. I will definitely come back to ask him for advice. Let's go to the Land of Bones. Jiang Cheng summoned a skeleton horse and helped the cute little girl onto the horse by holding her hips. Without paying any attention to the blushing little boy, Jiang Cheng took the reins and headed towards the Land of Bones. Land of Bones. Unlike the Skeleton Mound, the Land of Bones is more like a kingdom of the dead, with many castles made of piled-up bones of giant animals. The surrounding black soil was also littered with human bones. On top of the castle, rows of skeleton archers stood in neat rows, staring coldly at Jiang Cheng and the white bone horse under him. Siege warfare? Interesting. Chapter 89, A Ruthless Man Came. Skeleton. Stop. Where are you from? What are you doing here? A skeleton emitting a dark aura is located in the center of the bone castle. Holding a black sword in his hand, he pointed at Jiang Cheng and asked aggressively. Jiang Cheng stopped the BMW and looked at its attributes. Black Evil Goalkeeper. Quality, Elite. Level, 30. HP, 15,000. Attack, 120 to 150. Defense, 20 to 20. Skills, Black Evil Sword Net, Blessing of the Sword. Talent, Swordsmanship. Overview, the Gatekeeper of the Bone Kingdom, of average status. After reading it, Jiang Cheng smiled knowingly. He said to the cute little girl who was hugging him with both hands, "Let go first, use the strengthening technique on me, then fuse your baby to attack the goal and draw fire." Okay. Zhang Mingming obediently let go of Jiang Cheng's waist and jumped off the BMW. With a slight wave of the staff in his hand, 36 skeletons emerged from the ground. This time, she didn't recite any spells, and it was obviously much faster than before. On horseback, Jiang Cheng told her a lot of knowledge and skills about the game, which she memorized one by one. When she was about to log off, she wrote it down with a pen. But now she obviously couldn't log off, so she tried to learn how to use it. Spell-free chanting or spell-free casting is one of them. Casting spells by reciting a spell is the slowest way to cast spells and is only used by beginners in the game. Zhang Mingming must get rid of her identity as a gaming noob in order to better cooperate with Big Brother Skeleton. Necromancy Fusion. Zhang Mingming used fusion magic to fuse 36 skeletons into sickle skeleton guards and headed towards the gate of the Bone Castle. Mel, what the hell are you doing here? When the Black Evil Goalkeeper saw Jiang Cheng ignoring him, he suddenly felt very embarrassed. To kill you. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows were thrown into the air and flew towards the Black Evil Gatekeeper. You lowly skeleton, you dare to challenge me? You're courting death. Shoot. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Black Evil sect pointed their swords at Jiang Cheng and ordered more than 300 archers to fire at Jiang Cheng. He retreated backwards, trying to avoid the 3 arrows shot by Jiang Cheng. But the next moment, the arrow turned into a chain sickle, fell straight down, and slashed at him fiercely. The overall attack power of 885, plus the 120 points added by soul power and the 300 points of attack strengthened for him by Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming, reached 1305. The critical damage of the Whale of Extreme Ice is increased by 50%, and the damage is increased by 10% after penetrating 10 points of armor, plus the double effect of Dark Shock. Add 400 points of spell attack. Critical hit plus critical attack. A total of 7.5 times the critical hit damage. 93, 96. 450. A terrifying injury occurred, causing the Black Evil Goalkeeper's health to drop by 2/3 in an instant. Fuck. The Black Evil Gatekeeper trembled all over and was about to jump off the Bone Castle and escape immediately. But he was horrified to find that his movement speed suddenly became extremely slow. The entire skeleton body seemed to be frozen. It's over. Ding dong. The sound of chains rang in his ears, making him startled. Then, a bloody skeleton flew above his head, dodging the rain of arrows and retracting his chain sickle. Next moment, a blood-red spear appeared in the blood skeleton's hand, and in the flames of his horrified black pupils, it fell rapidly in the sky. Bite! The powerful force, with the added speed, directly pierced through the Black Evil Gatekeeper. Boom! His black bone body could not withstand the sudden burst of force. When the spear pierced through him, it instantly disintegrated and shattered into countless broken bones. In an instant, all the archers guarding the gate were stunned. Damn, here comes a ruthless guy. Skeleton. There are 6 updates today, and this is the 4th one. Please give me a 5-star rating and urge me to update more. Chapter 90, I'm here to kill the general. Boom! Before the gatekeeper archers could be stunned, there was a sudden banging sound from the gate of the bone castle, attracting their attention. Then, a 10-meter-long skeleton was seen holding a large sickle and bombarding the gate continuously. The archers quickly drew their bows and prepared to fire a rapid round at the side skeleton guards. However, they ignored the fact that Jiang Cheng was still on the castle. Puff. 9833-2003. 2003. 50. A beam of blood flashed down, and the 7 gate-guarding archers gathered within 2 meters were killed instantly. Before coming, Jiang Cheng had already used the remaining 300 enhancement points, plus 4 silver coins and 30,000 evolution points to upgrade Fury / to level 3. Has a 3% attack bonus and 18% cleave damage. With the Rage / ignoring defense and adding 30 points of armor penetration effect, the additional damage instantly becomes very terrifying, reaching 2,003 health points. With one strike, he instantly killed 7 gatekeeping archers with only 2,000 health points. By the time they reacted again, Jiang Cheng had already killed a large number of gatekeeper archers. A large area of open space was cleared above the entire bone castle. Kill this bloody skeleton first. The deputy gatekeeper gave the order. Suddenly, more than 200 arrows were fired at Jiang Cheng, reducing his health by 785 points. Seeing this, many archers were immediately delighted and fired another round of volleys. Then, Jiang Cheng slashed down with his sword, sucking up all the blood. Deputy goalkeeper. The archers guarding the gate. Damn, what kind of door is this? Hurry up and report to the commander that 100,000 troops are coming to attack the city. The skeleton deputy general waved his skeletal hand and ordered a soldier to report the news. The skeleton soldier was visibly taken aback. Deputy general, isn't there only one opponent? Knock. The deputy general slapped his skull. This one can defeat 100,000 troops. Go quickly. Oh, okay. Puff. A large area in front of the deputy general was cleared again by a single blow, and countless dry bones were scattered on the ground. Kill the black evil archer from the Bone Kingdom to gain 300 evolution points, 300 experience points, and plus 1 soul power. Killing a higher level monster will gain an additional 50 experience points and 50 evolution points. Kill the black evil archer from the Bone Kingdom to gain 300 evolution points, 300 experience points, and plus 1 soul power. Kill a monster of a higher level to gain an additional 50 experience points and 50 evolution points. Successfully triggered the plundering effect, plundering agility plus 2. Trigger the resurrection effect, and you gain a loyal servant. The black evil archer in the Bone Kingdom is a level 30 wild monster, which is considered a cross-level monster kill, with a total of 350 evolution points and experience. It is very good for upgrading and earning evolution points. But his purpose of coming here is not just for these. Resurrecting skeletons and completing missions are also his goals. Blood Crow's revenge mission is to kill all 300,000 troops and the Skeleton King. Eventually, you will obtain the secret of 1,000 arrows and a legendary hidden reward. But that's the ultimate reward. During the mission, Jiang Cheng will receive a special reward every time he kills a leader under the Skeleton King. Face the Skeleton King's 300,000 strong army? Frankly speaking, Jiang Cheng doesn't have that ability. He is here to kill the general. In the Black Fortress of the Bone Castle, the Black Evil leader was sitting on his throne, admiring the combat performance of the 12 Black Evil Sword Soldiers. Under the throne is a great commander of the Bone Kingdom, named Commander Blood Evil. The Skeleton King has 36 commanders and 9 great commanders, and each commander has a different type of troops under his command. The number of soldiers led is also divided according to personal strength. Today, the Black Demon Commander is hosting a banquet for the Blood Demon Commander, preparing to show him the strength of his Black Demon army. See if you can get Commander Blood Demon to approve your request to the Skeleton King to bring more soldiers. Commander-in-Chief, how are my Black Evil Blade soldiers? Are they well trained? Very good. Commander Xueshan nodded with satisfaction. Haha, It seems the commander-in-chief also agrees. To be honest, the black evil sword soldiers are only the worst type of soldiers under my command. The best type of soldiers I train are the black evil archers. The black evil archer possesses immense power. Every arrow shot by him can cause horrific damage. The black demon commander patted his sternum and assured the grand commander, I can guarantee that as long as the castle is guarded by my black demon archers, no matter who it is will be impossible to break it. There are 6 updates today, and the 5th update is here. Please give me a 5-star rating and urge me to update. Thank you. Chapter 91. Yes, I'm here. Report. Commander, something terrible has happened. A lame black evil archer limped in a panic. After seeing the black evil leader, he knelt down immediately without caring about his broken leg. Commander, there are 100,000 troops outside the city attacking. What? 100,000 troops? The black demon leader, who had wanted to slap the archer to death, collapsed on the throne upon hearing the news. There are 100,000 troops attacking the city, but he only has 4,000 soldiers under his command at most. What's the point of fighting? Retreat is the way to go. Haisha, don't panic. The blood demon commander suddenly spoke up and calmly analyzed the situation. In our area, apart from the Troll Kingdom in the Gobi Desert, there are basically no major forces. The Troll Kingdom's troops are all trolls, who are huge in size and have low reproductive capacity. The total number of troops is only over 10,000. Where did the 100,000 strong army come from? Yes, Commander Haisha suddenly understood, and his gaze towards the archer became fierce. Tell me, why did you lie about military intelligence? Reporting to the commander, the deputy general told me to say this. There are indeed invaders outside the city, but there is only one bloody skeleton. Only one bloody skull? Bang! A bone cup hit the lame archer's skull. Just a bloody skull scared you so much. You've completely disgraced this commander. Come on, drag this idiot out and shoot him with arrows. The black evil leader waved his hand, and the soul fire in his eyes became extremely cold. This damn archer, he just ran over and slapped him in the face when the commander-in-chief assured him that his archers were strong. How the hell can he tolerate this? Hey, Haisha, don't be so impatient. If you say there's a bloody skeleton, it must be true. Let's go and take a look. Didn't you always say your Haisha archers are strong enough? Why don't you let me see them for myself? Hey, Commander-in-Chief, it's just a blood skeleton. No matter how powerful it is, how powerful can it be? Can it break through my black, evil castle? It can't even enter the white bone castle outside my castle. Haisha's tone was full of confidence, and he completely disdained the bloody skeleton that the archer mentioned. Report to the commander. He has come in. The archer kindly reminded. Bullshit. The bone castle is 30 meters high. How can a bloody skeleton, who can't even walk steadily, climb a 30-meter wall? The black demon commander was furious. Reporting to the commander, he has a weapon that can transform at will. It turned into a chain sickle and flew in. Upon hearing this, the black demon commander's hands trembled, his face slightly grim. He picked up a bone cup filled with blood, drank a sip to calm his emotions. Even if he can get in, can he stop the 372 black evil archers I stationed at the bone castle? No skeleton can withstand a volley of fire. Commander, his defense and attack are both very high, and he also has a blood-sucking talent that can restore health. The black demon commander's right hand, which was holding the blood in the cup, trembled again. Bullshit. Is my goalkeeper just a decoration? Commander, the gatekeeper is dead. Puff. The black demon commander spat out the blood he had just drunk. So what? I still have 1,000 black evil spearmen patrolling the roads. How can a single blood skull break through my black evil spear formation? Commander, the spear general is dead, the archer reminded slowly. Bullshit. The distance between the white bone castle and the black evil castle is only 5,000 meters. It's impossible for you to walk for an hour to report the news. How did you see him kill my spear general? The black demon commander was even more unconvinced. Commander, my calf was cut off on the way here, so I could only drag my leg slowly to report to you. I was delayed for an hour and a half on the way, and I saw him fight his way in with my own eyes. All right. The black demon commander had a complicated expression and slammed the throne fiercely. Even if he can kill my spear generals and spearmen, I still have heavy swordsmen. Reporting to the commander, the heavy sword general is also dead. I still have guards. Reporting to the commander, the guards are also dead. I still have. When Commander Haisha said this, he was suddenly stunned, because what he just said was all his military strength. He seems to have no other troops. Bullshit. According to what you said, this bloody skeleton has already killed me, right? Bang! A black evil guard was smashed in and landed in front of the black evil commander and the blood evil commander, blowing away countless wooden boards, and then turned into a piece of dry bones. All the skeletons in the castle were stunned. Yes, I'm here. Group number 708685182. Today is the 6th update of the day. Please give me a 5-star rating. Please keep me updated. Thank you. Chapter 92, Don't Panic. Damn it, you're fucking lame. Can't you find someone else to tell the news? When the Black Demon Commander saw a skeleton wearing a blood-red cloak rushing in, his face suddenly became extremely ugly. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? When the archer heard this, he suddenly realized it, slapped his forehead, and thought to himself that he was stupid. Puff! Although there was no blood in the bones of the Black Evil leader, he still spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn, with soldiers like this, the castle will definitely be destroyed. My fucking mind is broken. Don't panic, Haisha. This skeleton might be good at fighting in groups, which is why I can get here. If you and I join forces, this skeleton will definitely not be its opponent. The Blood Demon Commander analyzed the situation calmly, which made the Black Demon Commander's expression look much better. The Black Demon Commander's soul fire suddenly lit up. That's right, look at my Black Demon hand. A bony hand emitting black air instantly grew to 10 meters long and flew towards Jiang Cheng, who was fighting with the guards. Bite! With a slight sound, he took advantage of the momentum to launch a flash kill. The moment Jiang Cheng flew back in the air, the weapon in his hand turned into a longbow and shot out 3 arrows. Whoosh! 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 3 arrows hit the skull and sternum of the Black Evil Commander, and the other one hit the Blood Evil Commander. Suddenly, a lot of information popped up. 2117. Minus 1,453. 51. You are affected by the armor-breaking effect, and your defense is reduced by 30 points. You are seriously injured by blood prison, and your movement speed is reduced by 30%. You are affected by the blood prison tear effect, reducing your health by 50 points per second for 60 seconds. You are slowed down. Your attack and movement speed are reduced by 50%. You are affected by the Bloody 7 Kills deprivation effect, and your health points are reduced by 50,000. You are affected by the Eye Soul effect, and are frozen for 1 second. The Blood Demon Commander was instantly frozen, and a series of injuries appeared on his body, and the entire skeleton was stunned. Armor-piercing arrow. Shock arrow. Destruction arrow. Hand of blood hell. At the moment when the Blood Demon Commander was frozen, Jiang Cheng released the Blood Crow, the Destruction Archer, and the Blood Prison Demon Guard that he resurrected with 2,000 soul power. The Blood Prison Demon Guards and Blood Prison Blade Guards need 2,000 soul power to revive automatically. At that time, there were only a little over 2,000 people in Jiang Cheng, so the only option was to choose the Blood Prison Demon Guards with the Blood Prison Hand. Now, he wanted to see if the resurrected Blood Prison Demon Guard would still have the effect of having his health when using the Blood Prison Hand. Ding! 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 3 arrows shot at the Blood Prison Commander who had just been thawed. 1. 1. 1. You are affected by the armor-breaking effect, and your defense is reduced by 50 points. You are affected by the shock effect. You will be stunned once every 0.5 seconds for 3 seconds. You are affected by the destruction arrow, which will explode in 1 second with a range of 33 meters. You are affected by the Blood Raven's Blood Bite, and your attack and defense are reduced by 3%. You are strangled by the Blood Prison's Hand. In 1 second, you will lose 10% of your health. Blood Prison Commander. 400,000. A second later, a huge damage emerged. This scared the Black Demon Commander and the Blood Demon Commander. Commander-in-Chief, didn't you say he wasn't strong enough individually? Is this not possible? This is so cool. I can't even run anymore. Don't panic. Commander Shueisha raised his hand to stop him from escaping. After hearing this, Commander Haisha finally calmed down a lot. Because whenever Commander Shueisha said this, there must be a solution. Let me retreat first. The Bloody Commander threw the Black Evil Commander behind him. Immediately afterwards, the Blood Escape skill was activated and he disappeared in the Black Evil Castle, leaving behind only the confused Black Evil Commander, and the Black Evil Castle was in a mess. There are 6 updates today, and this is the first one. Please give me a 5-star rating and urge me to update more. Chapter 93, Earthly Evil, Black Evil Rune. Knock inside. The Black Evil Commander and the entire skeleton were stunned. Didn't we agree to join forces and fight side by side? We agreed that the opponent can't be defeated alone. So what do you mean by running away now? You have blood escape. Won't you take me with you? Ding, ding, ding. Blood prison, ice slash. There was no time to sigh. With the swing of a big guandao, 108 ice pillars flew towards the Black Evil leader. The Black Evil Commander's black soul, fire, turned cold, and he prepared to fly back and ordered his guards to attack. But when he looked around, he found that there was not even a ghost in the huge castle. Even the archer, just now, turned into a pile of dry bones. Mad. What kind of immortal figure did I offend? The Black Demon Commander suddenly realized that even his underwear was sad in color. It took 10 years to painstakingly train more than 4,000 elite soldiers. I thought I could use this wave to raise my status in the Kingdom of Bones to a higher level, but in the end, it was destroyed in one day. Oh my god, why am I doing so badly? 31:17. A hurt popped up from the top of his head. The Black Demon Commander was stunned. This skeleton's attack is so cheap. He just has more additional spell effects. A glimmer of hope suddenly ignited in the Black Evil leader. His health is 4 million, and the attack damage of more than 3,000 cannot have any effect on him. Kid, come and die. How dare you scare this commander? I will tear you into pieces. 50 minutes later. Great God, spare my life. The Black Demon Commander knelt in front of the bloody skull and looked at his remaining 2,000 blood points and suddenly collapsed. There was a minus 50 damage signal flashing over his head. Soon, he would be poisoned to death. Moreover, a burst of cold air would emerge from his body from time to time, each time slowing down his attack and movement speed by 1%. After 10 times, he would be frozen. So sad. You can't spare my life. You can tell me your last words. Jiang Cheng smiled slightly. The Black Demon Commander suddenly became dejected and silent. After a moment, looking at his remaining 1,500 health points, he finally wailed. In my next life, don't let me find that archer. Puff. 17:35. Kill the Black Demon leader and gain 40,000 experience points, 40,000 evolution points, and 2,000 reinforcement points. Bloodraven's revenge mission completion rate is 2%. Kill reward. 1. Earthly Evil Rune. Earthly Evil Rune. Jiang Cheng's heart moved, and he picked up a black rune in his hand and looked at it. Earth Evil, Black Evil Rune. Quality, Legendary. Overview. Filled with black mysterious runes embedded in the bones. When attacking, there is a 3% chance of causing blindness to enemy units, causing loss of vision for 3 seconds. The bones need to have rune holes. Embedded on the bones? Jiang Cheng's mind moved. He has 206 bones. If every one of them could be embedded, Jiang Cheng was a little excited, because if he could really inlay them all, then his potential would be unlimited. With one strike of the sword, hundreds of effects are superimposed. When each effect reaches its limit, it is estimated that the opponent can be forced to surrender directly. The bones have a punching effect, so it should be necessary to strengthen his bones to be able to punch holes. He still has 2,000 reinforcement points, so it's a good time to give it a try. Spend 500 reinforcement points to successfully strengthen the skull. Casting speed plus 5%, spirit plus 50. Spend 600 enhancement points to successfully enhance the skull. Casting speed plus 6%, spirit plus 50, and the number of bone rune sockets that can be embedded plus 1. It really works. After spending 1,100 reinforcement points, it finally appeared. However, Jiang Cheng did not inlay the Black Evil Talisman Stone immediately, because this Black Evil Talisman Stone did not have much effect. He could try to kill a commander and see if he could get some others. 6 more. The second one is here. Please give me 5-star rating and urge me to update. Chapter 94, It seems I'm still not strong enough. See what exploded. Jiang Cheng let Yi Tiao Xiaoming in and started to pack up the spoils. Yi Tiao died. Xiaoming was still a little confused, although I had become a little numb to Jiang Cheng's strength. But after every battle, she found it difficult to accept. Big Brother Skeleton is so strong. All the powerful soldiers in a castle were killed by the Big Skeleton Brother alone. It only took about 2.5 hours. Zhang Mingming estimated that no one would believe it if she told them. Here you go, take it. Jiang Cheng handed her a wristband. The black evil leader was probably too poor during his lifetime, and after his death, not even a legend was revealed. There were a few extra purple ones that were rare. Black evil boots. Quality, rare. Level, 30. Defense, 20 to 30. Spell defense, 10 to 20. Movement speed, plus 35. Gale. When walking, drive the flow of wind, and increase the movement speed by 10% within 10 seconds. Black evil ring. Quality, rare. Level, 30. Spell attack, 20 to 30. Black blood. When using spells to attack, there is a 1% chance to deduct 1,000 HP from the opponent. Withered bracelet. Quality, rare. Level, 30. Spell attack, 20 to 30. Wither. When performing a spell attack, there is a 3% chance to extract 100 mana points from the opponent. These 3 pieces of equipment are just right for Dai Xiaoming. After Jiang Cheng swept up all the spoils, he began to count his gains and wait for Qian Chonglang and Fa to arrive. After clearing the entire Black Evil Castle, I earned a total of 1.67 million experience points, 1.67 million evolution points, 2,000 reinforcement points, and picked up a total of 28 pieces of white and blue equipment. There are 5 purple pieces, and Dai Xiaoming can use 3 of them. Earn 15 gold coins. It's a huge fortune. He has 1.67 million evolution points, which is still a long way from the 4 million he needs for his next evolution. The level has been raised to 30 after killing the Black Evil Leader. See how much the attributes have increased. Jiang Cheng's mind moved. Name, Jiang Cheng. Level, 30. Experience 40000/300000. Race, Blood Prison Mysterious Ice Skeleton Commander. HP, 3630. Black Book of the Dead increases by 500 points. Magic, 3430. Black Book of the Dead increases by 500 points. Attack, 525. Strength Amplification Attack, 179 points. Ice Whale plus 250. Soul Attack plus 503. Spell Attack, 100. Defense, 285. Spell Defense, 11. Strength, 179. Increases attack by 179 points. Agility, 215. Attack speed, 2.22 seconds per attack. Movement speed, 0.98 seconds per step. Movement speed, plus 185. Active skills, Bloodthirsty Rage, 6. Assault Armor, 10. Wind Shadow Break, 1. Blood Prison Frost Slash, 1. Hidden Shield, 1. Leap Slash, 1. Synchronize, 1. Burst Flame, 1. Passive skills, Bloody 7 kills, cannot be upgraded. Plunder, cannot be upgraded. Rage Slash, 3. Bloodsucking, 10. Talents, Bloody Surveying Eye, Frozen Bones, Gale Feet, Skeleton Thoughts. Treasures, Black Scripture of the Undead, Skeleton Horse, Blood Prison Order. Subordinates, Destruction Archer, Gravekeeper Elite Archer, Skeleton Mage, Wind Skeleton Blood Crow, Skeleton Swordsman, Skeleton Knight, Blood Held Demon Guard, Black Evil Archer. 58 in total. Evolution points, 167,0050. Reinforcement points, 900. Soul power, 5039. With his current attack, attributes, and skills. Even if the player reaches level 30 and wears a full set of legendary equipment, he will still be more than 10 times worse than him. But he still has many weaknesses. For example, spell defense and spell damage are too poor, there's still too few control skills, and displacement skills are too bad. Moreover, the biggest flaw is that he cannot wear equipment. Compared with those level 100 bosses, the current attributes are not good enough. Now, he can only deal with bosses of level 40 to 50. If he encounters a hidden boss of level 60, he'll have a hard time. It seems that I'm still not strong enough. Evolve the skill and see if I can trigger the fusion. Then fuse the skeleton. Jiang Cheng looked at the corpse of the Black Evil Leader and silently used the active resurrection effect of the Black Sutra of the Undead. Chapter 95. Fusion Evolution, Legendary Skills, Crazy Escape. Spending 4,000 soul points, successfully resurrecting the Black Demon Commander. Jiang Cheng felt a little happy when he saw a skeleton covered in black air crawling out from the ground. This Black Evil Leader was still struggling a little when he was fighting just now. The skills are pretty good too. Black Demon Commander. Level 1. Quality, Legendary. HP, 2,500. Attack, 150 to 150. Defense, 150 to 150. Spell defense, 150-150. Skills, Black Evil Hand, Black Evil Aura, Black Evil Flame. Talents, High Morale, Mastery of Training, and Black Evil Military Spirit. Overview, belongs to the Blood Prison Mysterious Ice Skeleton General. This Black Demon Commander is the type who can lead troops. High Morale can increase the attack power of all friendly forces within a 50-meter range by 20%. Training Mastery can increase the skill damage of all friendly forces within a 50-meter range by 20%. The Black Evil Army Soul can increase the physical damage of all friendly forces within a 50-meter range by 20%. Jiang Cheng was in need of a subordinate like this who could help him lead his skeleton slaves into battle. Once he develops an army of elite skeletons, he will be able to deal with any situation with ease in the future. Evolve the skills and see if they can be integrated. Spend 55,000 evolution points to upgrade Blood Prison Frost / successfully. Current level is 10. Spend 5,500 evolution points to upgrade Jump / successfully. Current level is 10. Spending 5,500 evolution points, successfully upgrading the shield. Current level is 10. Spending 5,500 evolution points, upgrading synchronization successfully. Current level is 10. Spend 5,500 evolution points to upgrade the explosive flame successfully. Current level is 10. Spend 3,250 evolution points to successfully upgrade Bloodlust Fury. Current level is 10. Triggering Fusion Evolution successfully. Leap Slash and Blood Prison Frozen Slash can be fused and evolved. Requires double evolution points and double reinforcement points, 1 gold coin. Triggering Fusion Evolution successfully, Bloodthirsty Fury and Synchronous Stealth Shield can be fusion evolved, requiring triple evolution points and triple reinforcement points, 9 gold coins. It seems that once a skill reaches a rare level, it will require gold coins to fuse. Looking at the requirements for integration, Jiang Cheng felt a little emotional. Breakthrough evolution skills require gold coins. Fusion evolution also requires gold coins, and perhaps his next evolution will also require gold coins. Gold coins are also needed to learn Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming skills and to buy potions. It seems that earning gold coins should be put on the agenda. Fortunately, he still has more than 50 gold coins, so he is not short of them for the time being. Fusion. He needs to use Leap Slash and Blood Prison Ice / separately and will not fuse them for the time being, but the other 3 can be fused. Spending 180,000 evolution points, 900 reinforcement points, and 9 gold coins, I successfully evolved the Hidden Shield, Synchronization, and Bloodthirsty Fusion skills, obtaining the Crazy Escape Technique. Mode Escape Technique. Quality, Legendary. Level 1. Passive, Agility plus 50, Health plus 500, Defense plus 50, Spell Defense plus 50, plus 30% attack speed. Active, consumes 300 mana points. After use, you will gain a 0.5 second Crazy Shield. After being attacked, a flash effect will be triggered, and you can flash once within a 5-meter range. After flashing, within 10 seconds, the movement speed will be increased by 100 points, and the mount's health will be increased simultaneously, reducing 10% of the damage. The cooldown time is 10 minutes. The second legendary skill is here. Jiang Cheng felt a little happy. Spell defense increased by 50 points, slightly making up for his spell defense. There are also many passive attributes and an additional displacement skill. Nicey. Jiang Cheng snapped his fingers. Xiaoming, please improve your necromancy fusion technique and help me fuse the skeletons. Chapter 96 Evolution. Black Evil Soul Commander. Xiaoming. Zhang Mingming was a little happy. Big Brother Skeleton actually called her by her nickname. But what Zhang Mingming was particularly confused about was why the big skeleton brother always pulled her to his side every time he spoke. Every time she was caught off guard, although being close to the big skeleton brother made her feel safe, but it was too embarrassing. Although Zhang Mingming's pretty face flushed a little, she felt that business was more important. My skills are fine, Brother Skeleton. Aren't you short of gold coins? I see you've used them up so quickly. I have a lot here, all given as first kill rewards. Over 100 of them. Here, I'll give them all to you. It seems that Jiang Cheng is consuming gold coins, and he is using them up very quickly. Zhang Mingming thought Jiang Cheng was short of gold coins, so she gave all her gold coins to Jiang Cheng without hesitation. It's okay. I don't need gold coins for now. You can keep them for now and learn the art of necromancy fusion. I need to fuse some elite skeletons. Looking at the gold coins pushed by Jiang Cheng felt a little warm in his heart. Although each Yao Dai, Xiaoming, may have some problems, he is a person who is always considerate of others. Moreover, Jiang Cheng did not think she was a burden, because each Yao Dai Xiaoming was very sensible. Whenever he fought, Ichijo Dai Xiaoming would find a safe place to hide, watching his fighting skills, learning his tactics and techniques, and cheering him on. After he kills the monster, she will run over and hand him a magic potion to improve his status. Even if the leveling environment is poor and the process is boring, she never complains. This kind of personality is quite good. She can endure hardships, is willing to learn, is motivated, and can consider others. Jiang Cheng feels quite comfortable getting along with her. Moreover, Dai Xiaoming is not without use. Not only can it fuse, add status, and deliver potions, it also serves as a mobile backpack. From now on, when he enters the main city for appraisal, enters dungeons, or makes purchases, he will need to enter as a player named Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming. If he is in the wild, he will not be able to enter the main city. Oh, okay. Zhang Mingming pouted and put the gold coins back into the package. But learning necrofusion requires a lot of gold and experience. I might fall back to level 28. It's okay. With me here, are you still worried about not being able to level up? After Jiang Cheng finished speaking, he wanted to touch her head. But suddenly he thought of the embarrassment of having it caught on her hair and put it back in disappointment. That's right. Okay, then I'll upgrade. A hint of excitement flashed across Zhang Mingming's pretty face, and she hurriedly left Jiang Cheng, because she was afraid that if she stayed any longer, she would be too embarrassed to bear it. Jiang Cheng nodded and first upgraded the Black Evil Commander, the Horror Skeleton, and the Blood Prison Demon Guard. Successfully upgraded the Black Demon Commander to level 30 by spending 150,000 evolution points. Successfully upgraded the Blood Prison Guard to level 30, spending 100,000 evolution points. Spend 30,000 evolution points to successfully upgrade the Horror Skeleton to level 30. Black Evil Soul Shot Commander. Quality, Legendary. Level, 30. HP, 15,000. Attack, 550 to 600. Defense, 300 to 300. Spell Defense, 300. Skills, Soul Shaking Hand, Soul Shaking Breath, Soul Shaking Fire, Black Soul Shaking, Soul Shaking. Talents, Boosted Morale, Mastery of Training, Mastery of Swordsmanship, Mastery of Archery, Mastery of Spearmanship, Black Evil Army Soul, Escape Plan. Overview. Belongs to the Blood Prison Mysterious Ice Skeleton General. As expected of a legendary rank, this attribute growth is terrifying. Morale Surge has 20% more attacks than Morale High, reaching 40%, and the range is also increased by 50 meters to 100 meters. Training Mastery also has a range of 100 meters, and skill damage is increased by 40%. The three types of military proficiency also have a range of 100 meters and a 40% attack bonus. The Black Evil Army Soul has not changed, and still increases physical damage by 20%. Escape Plan can trigger a 10-second stealth effect if the health of friendly troops within a 100-meter range is less than 10%. It is an absolutely powerful skill. For the next castle, we can let the Black Demon Commander lead them to attack it and try. Chapter 97 Black Demon Archer, heading to the next castle. What's missing from my team? The Blood Crow's attack is pretty good. It can kill in groups with its 1,000 arrows, and it has Arrow Shadow Sky attack for single targets. It's worth training. With the Black Evil leader here, the Blood Crow's attack power is expected to be extremely terrifying. The Blood Prison Demon Guard's most powerful abilities are his Blood Prison Hand and various aura skills. The Black Evil leader also belongs to this type of group combat, adding area damage, and also adding 40% attack power of swords, bows, and guns, an absolute ace. When added together, it can achieve a permanent 100% damage bonus. These are his three main forces. As for the others, the Horror Skeleton is just SOSO, and there is nothing amazing about its attributes. It seems that he still lacks a strong attack type, a control type, a blood-adding type, and a meat shield type. See if Xiaoming can help me integrate it. Jiang Cheng told Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming his request, and threw all the 55 skeletons except the three main ones to her. Boxers have the highest physical attack in the game. I also need an archer with particularly strong physical attack. You can use 5 boxers and 1 Black Evil archer with the highest attack, and fuse them with the archer as the main component. The one with the most control skills is still the Soul Mage, and his mana growth is also the highest. I looked and there's one. Look at the other skeleton skills. If there are any with control effects, pick them out. For blood type, you can focus on a knight with the guardian skill, add 2 priests with different skills, and fuse them with the 3 knights. For tank type, focus on the knight with the highest HP, add 4 knights, and an archer with Yangbu, and fuse them together. Jiang Cheng told Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming all his analysis. Suddenly, the confused Xiaoming's eyes lit up. Big brother skeleton, you're so awesome. I feel like you know everything. Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming looked at Jiang Cheng with admiration, which made Jiang Cheng speechless. Because these are basic common sense of the game. Merge first. Oh, alright, brother skeleton. Zhang Mingming looked excited. Being able to do things for Jiang Cheng was her happiest moment. Because only in this way will she not feel so useless, and the guilt in her heart will be reduced. Hey, we need 5 boxers, but we only have 4. Brother skeleton, can I have another swordsman? Jiang Cheng nodded. After Zhang Mingming got the approval, her little face showed excitement again, and she took action immediately. Look at my fusion technique. Zhang Mingming was in a very good mood and started her integration project. As time went by, Zhang Mingming, who had drunk 30 bottles of intermediate magic potion, finally helped Jiang Cheng complete the fusion. Jiang Cheng took it with satisfaction and quickly checked it. Black Demon Archer. Quality, Elite. Level, 7. Attack, 180 to 180. Defense, 15 to 30. Strength, 200. Skill, Piercing Arrow. Talents, Archery Mastery, Bone Crusher, Thunderbolt, Wind Pursuit, Earth Shatter. Overview. Belongs to the Blood Prison Mysterious Ice Skeleton General. These 4 passive abilities are powerful enough. Jiang Cheng exclaimed sincerely. The 4 talents are all active skills of the boxer: Bone Crushing Fist, Thunderbolt Fist, Wind Pursuit, and Earth Splitting Palm. Although they are all ordinary skills, and the highest level does not exceed 15, after fusion, they become passive. In other words, every arrow fired by the Black Evil Archer has a chance to trigger these passive abilities. Bone Breaker. When attacking, there is a 10% chance of breaking the enemy's joints, causing double damage. It can be stacked with critical hits and damage to vital points, reaching 4 times the damage. Thunderbolt Fist. 10% chance of inflicting an electric shock when attacking. Within 10 seconds, each attack will inflict 400 points of additional electric shock damage. Chase. 10% chance to trigger a combo effect when attacking, causing 4 stages of damage. Earth Shatter. 15% chance to cause Earth Shatter when attacking, slowing down enemy units within a 33-meter range by 30% and adding 80% strength damage. With the 2 outputs of Blood Crow and Divine Power, plus the terrifying bonus of the Black Demon Commander, it's almost enough. Jiang Cheng looked at the other 4 again. The fusion was a little unsatisfactory, but still very powerful. The prototype of the team has been formed. Jiang Cheng spent 350,000 evolution points to evolve them all to level 30, and then set off for the next castle. Chapter 98, The Magician's Calm Analysis. Is this the place? It's here. Is this really the place? It really is here. FAMO, Qian Chonglang, Qi Tun Tianxia, Duba Tianxia, and Xiang Yulan, the leader of the Inxiang Demon King group. Jianing Yunxiang and the other 6 people stood outside the White Bone Castle, a little dumbfounded. I'm sure that this is the place that Master Niming is talking about, Qian Chonglang assured confidently. But Fama disagreed, holding his chin. I participated in the internal test. Outside the White Bone Castle, there were 372 Black Evil Archers and 1 Black Evil Gatekeeper. The Black Evil Archer is a level 30 wild monster with an attack power of 130 to 150. With such attack power, no one can withstand a full volley of fire. That Black Evil Gatekeeper can also increase his archery attack by 10, bringing it to 143 to 165. Even if you have 100 points of defense, 1 volley will cost you 18,606 health points. Now, who can stop it? I calculated the skeleton. Boss's HP, it's around 3130. Unless he has 200 points of defense, it'll be hard to pass this level. But now they're all dead. FAMO analyzed the situation calmly, which impressed the other 5 people. The magic demon is worthy of being the magic demon. His mental arithmetic ability is really terrifying. Katuni Yangxia flattered him at the right time. So, the skeleton god is not here Duba Tianxia was a little disappointed. The faint fragrance of orchids, Jian Ingyun thought the same thing, with a slightly lost look on his face. The magic demon shook his head. If he wants to break through the bone castle, it's not impossible. As long as he knows the technique of spell sniping, he can use the skill from 200 meters away and snipe them one by one. But in this case, it will take at least an hour. The magic demon came forward and came to the inner part of the bone castle, picked up a white skeleton. Based on the color of the corpses and the time of death, the destruction of the black evil castle took approximately 1 hour and 32 minutes. If it takes an hour to kill all the bowmen outside, then it will take half an hour to kill all the other monsters inside the black evil castle. The Black Demon Castle is a plot setting in the Kingdom of Bones, and there are 4,172 black demon soldiers inside. The demon raised his head and fell into deep thought. Given the speed at which Skeleton Boss kills monsters, this place couldn't possibly have been massacred by him. Instead, it must have been massacred by the army, which is why they kill monsters so quickly. Besides, we parted ways with Skeleton Boss 4 hours ago. The distance between here and the Dark Forest is about 18,000 meters. With Skeleton Boss's speed, there's no way he could have arrived here in time, let alone have enough time to massacre the city. So, there's no way he's here. Ka. As soon as FAMO finished speaking, he heard a sudden cracking sound in the distance, and the sound of light footsteps on gravel. Everyone is familiar with the clicking sound, which is the sound made when a skeleton walks. This is nothing to be afraid of. No matter how powerful the skeleton is, the 6 of them can handle it. But Fama's expression changed. Oh no, this sound is more frequent than the usual sound of skeletons walking. It must be moving very fast. It must be the boss. When FAMO said this, everyone was shocked. This is a level 40 wild area, and they definitely can't defeat the boss that appears here now. So, they decided to stay out of the spotlight for the time being. But the next moment, Jiang Cheng and Yi Tiao Xiaoming walked out of the castle, stepping on the gravel. The 6 of them were all stunned. The moment they saw Yi Tiao die, Xiaoming, and Jiang Cheng, the 5 of them looked at FAMO with suspicion. The analysis seems quite logical, but the result seems not one of them matches. Magic Demon. Chapter 99. Selling equipment on site. You guys are here? Who are these people? Yi Tiao died. Xiaoming walked forward and greeted a few people. But what puzzled her was why the stern man holding the black staff had hidden himself. Although she is a semi-veteran player, that is only what she says to herself. Apart from the 12 gods and the supreme god, she did not pay attention to some of the great figures who rose to prominence later. So, she didn't know FAMO and thought he was just an ordinary expert player. Oh, Master Naming, this one is Jian Yingyangxiang. You know the Queen of Heaven, right? Qian Chonglang pulled Yun Xiang over and said, "This is a soft girl, just like you." Yun Xiang rolled his eyes at him. "Who is the queen?" "Never mind. Hello, I'm Yun Xiang. This is my in-game name, and also my real-life name. It's a pleasure to meet you." Yun Xiang put the big sword in his hand into his backpack and shook hands with Yi Tiao Dai Xiaoming. "Oh, hello. I'm a cute girl. You can call me Zhang Ming Ming." Yi Tiao Dai Xiaoming shook hands with Yun Xiang without much excitement on his face. This made Qian Chonglang a little surprised, and he thought to himself, the master is indeed a master. His mentality is different. Even when meeting Yun Xiang, he can remain so calm and composed. Jian Yingyun thought that among the 12 legends, he was the most popular one. In terms of appearance, figure, and temperament, she is 1 in a million, and her skills are second only to that pervert FAMO. He has represented Shana Club in various competitions and won high rankings. In the latest sword testing competition, even though none of the 12 gods participated, she still won the runner-up position, which established her absolute strength. She's the one who usually attends every commercial event. If we only talk about popularity, her popularity in the Shana Club may be higher than that of the great boxing master. It can be said that she is equivalent to an international superstar in the real entertainment industry, and is jokingly called the queen of the gaming industry. When Yun Xiang showed up before, Duba Tianxia and Anshan Yolan's eyes lit up. They wanted his autograph and took photos with him. They were extremely excited. I didn't expect that the previously unknown Dai Xiaoming could remain so calm when seeing her. I can only say that he is worthy of being the #1 god on the ranking list. Dai Meng, great god. We meet again. Ketuntiangxia also shook hands with Yi Tiao Xiaoming. Let me introduce myself. I'm Yin Xiang's junior fellow apprentice. I'm here to buy equipment from the skeleton god. Buying equipment? Yiqiao Dai, Xiao Meng glanced at Jiang Cheng, and seeing him nod, he didn't waste any words and took out a bunch of glittering equipment, blinding several people's eyes. In order to load equipment for Jiang Cheng, she spent 50 gold coins to expand her backpack to 1,000 slots. She picked up all the items that were dropped from monsters before. So when they were taken out at once, they piled up like a mountain. According to preliminary estimates, there were about 100 of them. There are white, blue, and even rare equipment of various levels here, which dazzled everyone. Oh my god, Master Skeleton, are you guys robbing the game administrator? The moment the 5 people saw the equipment, their eyes lit up. Even FAMO put aside his embarrassment and squeezed in from the crowd. They're fighting so hard, but they still haven't got all their equipment. Look at them, they're all gathered together. Comparing yourself to others will make you feel throbbing. A rare purple staff. The magician pulled out a staff from his equipment and began to caress it lovingly. Purple power ring for the power swordsman class, mine. Yin Xiang immediately picked out the equipment he liked from among the many pieces of equipment. His tone was quite excited, and even the reserve that he had cultivated for a long time was forgotten for a moment. It's over. I guess the gold coins I brought are not enough. Yin Xiang pouted in distress. Don't worry, Duba Tianxia, can give you 30 gold coins unconditionally to buy this equipment. My Anxiang Demon King group will give you 50 gold coins. Anxiang Yulan glanced at Duba Tianxia, obviously disdaining his stinginess. Senior sister, are you still worried about not having money when I'm here? He was so heroic that he refused the gifts from the two. A few people were picking and choosing there, while Qian Chongleng came to the side with Jiang Cheng, handed the gold coins he had sold before to Jiang Cheng, and asked the questions in his heart. Master, you're not going to tell me that you cleared all of this by yourself in just a few hours? Chapter 100 The Skeleton God leads the way. Jiang Cheng nodded. There was nothing to hide. Oh my god, I heard from that fool that there are 372 black demon archers here, and there are more than 4,100 black demon soldiers inside. You cleared them all in a few hours. The 1,000 waves were simply unbelievable. This monster killing speed is faster than a 500-person guild. This experience value must be soaring as fast as a rocket, right? You are cheating. So scary. All right, Master, can you tell me? What level is she at? The leaderboard hasn't been updated yet. Qian Chongleng asked out of great curiosity. 28. Jiang Cheng made a gesture. Level 28. Qian Chongleng's eyes widened. It's only been a short time, and he's already leveled up 3 levels. Qian Chongleng almost hugged Jiang Cheng's thigh and begged Jiang Cheng to help him level up. He has only reached 1.5 levels in 1 day of leveling. If the dungeon is not opened, it will be very difficult to level up. TSK, this is really rocket speed. He's already surpassed Xiat Dongli by 4 levels. It seems that with the great god around, Xiat Dongli will never be able to reach the top of the level. He'll probably be so angry that he dies. You seem a little gloating. Not entirely. I just really want to see Xiat Dongli's frustrated expression. This rich guy once threatened to dominate the charts for 10,000 years, and now he's getting slapped in the face. It feels so good. Qian Chongleng's face showed a very excited expression, as if he was the one who surpassed Xia Dongli. Jiang Cheng was a little confused because he had no connection with Xia Dongli, so his character is not very clear. Xia Dongli's personality? It's very rotten. Qian Chongleng emphasized with a heavier tone. If Xia Changkong is the real king of tricks, then Xia Dongli is a fake one. He does nothing but act tough every day. The key is that, apart from having some money, he doesn't have any outstanding achievements. Jiang Cheng suddenly understood when he heard this. To put it bluntly, the 12 gods are recognized by players for their skills and achievements. But Xia Dongli relies on money, which really makes people feel dissatisfied. However, Jiang Cheng didn't think that Xia Dongli was so useless. He probably just hit himself deeply. Only 132 gold coins. Jiang Cheng no longer paid attention to Xia Dongli, but was sorting out his income. Now, gold coins and potions are the problems he needs to solve. Of course, there are more than that, but I have converted the rest into potions. I'll hand them over to the cute god later. Jiang Cheng nodded, and then dropped a bombshell. Actually, if you also want to upgrade, you can follow me, but you must agree to one condition of mine. Boss, I want to hold your thighs forever. As soon as Jiang Cheng finished speaking, Qian Chongleng became excited and incoherent, hugging Jiang Cheng's thigh bone. Being helped to level up by the skeleton god is a blessing that one cannot obtain in several lifetimes. Jiang Cheng tried to shake him off several times but failed and was suddenly speechless. He knew this guy's character. He was just as sticky as a piece of candy, so he didn't bother to care about him. For leveling up, just give me the gold coins, but in addition, I need you to help me train Xiao Meng. No problem. Qin Chonglang agreed without even thinking and immediately stood up and promised. Don't worry, Daigua and I will definitely train the great Master Daimeng into a peerless master, even more powerful than my master. Jiang Cheng shook his head when he heard that. This kid always brags without thinking. It's confirmed. The Black Evil Castle was destroyed by the skeleton god. Dork, does your face hurt now? Qin Chonglang squeezed back in the crowd and said something slowly, which immediately shocked everyone. At the same time, a murderous gaze locked onto Qin Chonglang. The demon borrowed money, put on a new staff, stared at Qin Chonglang coldly, and sent him a private message. Damn it, no one's mentioned this anymore. They've almost forgotten about it. You really want to slap me in the face again, right? A duel to the death. Chapter 101 Target, Blood Castle. Why are you so excited? I'm giving you a chance to get closer to the skeleton god. You know nothing. Qin Chonglang also sent him a message in the private chat area. Your method is to hit me in the face. How can you call that a slap in the face? You probably didn't know that the skeleton god said he would help me level up. Can you imagine how fast I would level up after that? Take you to upgrade? FAMO's expression changed slightly. Even he had to admit that Jiang Cheng's efficiency in killing monsters was too high. One person, excluding the time spent on the road, killed all 4,550 monsters in the Black Castle, including the boss. Even his master couldn't match this level of efficiency. The upgrade speed would probably be terrifying. Everyone was at the same starting line before, so if Qin Chonglang's level suddenly soared, he would indeed be a little unhappy. As your level increases, you will have more skills and more techniques that can be used. It may not be useful for ordinary players, but between masters, a tiny difference can determine the outcome of a game. At that time, it would be very difficult for him to defeat Qin Chonglang. Did he say he'd take me? FAMO's tone suddenly became a little different. Even for him, facing such temptation, it was difficult to remain calm. No, Qin Chonglang said with certainty. Magic demon. That's why I said all this on purpose to bring you and the skeleton god closer. I didn't expect you to blame me. I was wrong. The demon lowered his head for a rare time. But he was not disappointed. Jiang Cheng's strength was worthy of his respect. I just don't understand. Who is this person? Is he really just a neutral NPC? Okay, now that we bought the equipment, let's all go. When Qin Chonglang saw that they had bought out all of Dai Xiaoming's equipment, he ordered them to leave. They will have to upgrade later, so of course this has to be done quietly without any gunfire. Everyone, can you let me do some odd jobs in the back? Learn a little. He asked shamelessly with the ambition to swallow the world. Duba Tianxia and Anxiang Yulan also nodded in agreement. All the great players in the online gaming world gathered here, including Lang Shun, Fama, Jianying, and the number one in the world. Which one of them is not high and mighty? What's more, there's a most mysterious skeleton god who single-handedly wiped out more than 100 elites of the Tianxiu Guild and killed 2 level 30 bosses. It took more than an hour to clear a castle and more than 4,000 wild monsters. This is an absolute god. I can't bear to let them go like this. Even if you don't buy equipment, it's an honor to be able to chat with all the great players. Just this little interaction is enough for them to brag about for years. I need to ask the Skull God. Qin Chonglang ran to Jiang Cheng and asked. Jiang Cheng didn't care. His equipment needed to be sold, and it would be easiest to sell it to a large guild, so there was no need to refuse. Okay, you guys are really lucky to have met a good guy like Skeleton God, sure. That's great. Thank you so much. A boss is a boss. His demeanor is different. By the way, Master Skeleton, where are we going next? Several people were very excited, their eyes shining with excitement, and they quickly thanked Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng heard this and pondered for a moment. Blood Castle. Blood Castle? Isn't that a level 35 jungle area? The boss seems to be a level 50 Blood Castle commander. I heard from Daigou that there are over 6,000 monsters there. It's much higher level than Black Castle. Qin Chonglang was somewhat speechless. Master, we can't clear that place, right? You don't need me to clean it up. There will be a team to help us clean it up. You just need to train Xiao Meng. Chapter 102, The Blood Demon Commander's Deduction Technique. Will there be a team to help clean up? What's the meaning? Jiang Cheng was very puzzled. Just need to train the cute god? When he conveyed his meaning to a few people, they all looked confused. Master Niming is already a big shot. Does he still need us to train him? My rookie skills don't qualify, do they? Blood Castle is a level 35 jungle area, right? There are a lot of monsters there, more than in Bone Castle. Can the skeleton god withstand it? The skeleton god said he would not take action. Jiang Cheng dropped another bombshell. Not taking action? Several people were shocked. If the skeleton god doesn't take action, what's the point of fighting? Are we going to let them risk their lives? I was hoping that the great master would take action. Even if he couldn't clear the Blood Castle, I could still admire his monster-killing skills. But you tell me you won't take action? Is this a joke? Who else is more powerful than you? If Jiang Cheng's record hadn't been so brilliant, they would have all prepared to leave. Let's go. I believe in the skeleton god. Yin Xiang took a deep look at Jiang Cheng, who was having an intimate conversation with Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming, and his tone was very affirmative. No matter whether others believe it or not, she believes it anyway. Master Jianying has said it, so let's go. Senior sister. I agree. Yin Xiang's appeal was indeed extraordinary. As soon as she opened her mouth, several people immediately shut up. Everyone replenished their supplies, replenished their hunger and water levels, and headed towards the Blood Castle with a hint of doubt. Blood Castle. The Blood Demon Commander was lying in a pool of blood, recovering his strength. After the blood escape, his strength was reduced by half, and he was in a serious state of weakness. Now, he probably couldn't even defeat the Black Evil leader. Fortunately, his life was saved. That was a close call. That damn blood skeleton is so perverted. Thinking of the scene when he was strangled by the Blood Prison's hand, the Blood Demon Commander was still frightened. Reporting to the Commander-in-Chief, Commander Zisha requests to see you, saying he has something important to discuss. As soon as he entered the blood pool, a guard came in to report, and the Blood Demon Commander was a little impatient. No, let him go. Commander Zisha said there's something extremely important going on, and he told me to convince him no matter what. The blood-red soul fire of the Blood Demon Commander suddenly turned cold, but it eventually subsided. Let him wait. Yes. The guard was somewhat delighted, breathed a sigh of relief, and quickly replied. The Blood Demon Commander closed his eyes and pondered. What big deal could the Zisha have to ask me for? The Purple Demon's castle is close to the Black Demons, and their strength isn't much different. Could it be that the news of the Black Demon's destruction reached him? The Blood Demon Commander's expression changed slightly. If the Blood Skeleton destroys the Black Evil Castle, the most likely place it will go next is the Purple Evil Castle. Damn it, aren't they inviting me to help out? No, I have to refuse him outright. An hour later, when Commander Purple Evil was getting impatient, Commander Blood Evil finally appeared in the lobby wearing a black cloak. Commander-in-Chief, please save my subordinates. As soon as Zisha saw the great Commander Shuesh Shah, he immediately knelt down and burst into tears. A handful of bone meal, said. Just now, a subordinate reported that Haisha was killed. My Zisha is the closest to Haisha. It is very likely that the murderer's next target will be my Zisha castle. Hearing this, the Blood Demon Commander held up his chin and glanced at him, then said calmly, Don't panic. I think the murderer is someone who likes challenging himself. He shouldn't be interested in challenges of the same level. The Blood Demon Commander spoke in a tone that he himself did not believe and started talking nonsense in a serious manner. Commander Zisha was speechless. Only a ghost would believe you when you said that, right? Are you doubting my inference? Let me tell you, my inferences are always 90% accurate. The Blood Demon Commander had an expression that said, You don't understand at all, and continued to prevaricate. I dare say that this person's next target is very likely to be my Blood Demon Castle. Do you believe it? Report. Outside the castle. Chapter 103, The Commander-in-Chief, is as precise as God. Before the soldier who brought the message could finish speaking. Upon hearing the word, report, the Blood Demon Commander's bony arm shook violently, and he took a few steps back. The soul fire suddenly turned cold, and he looked coldly at the soldier who brought the news. After carefully confirming several times that this was not an archer, he still couldn't let go of his vigilance. He didn't breathe a sigh of relief until the soldier finished his report. Report to the Grand Commander. Commander Qingsha is outside the castle requesting an audience. Qingsha, what is he doing here? Did he also get wind of this? A hint of joy flashed across Zisha's cheekbones. Qingsha had also arrived, which meant that the matter was indeed very serious. Then, we have an excuse to borrow troops from Commander Shueisha. As for the Blood Demon Commander's deduction skills, I don't believe you at all. Are there people who would ignore the easy ones and pick the hard ones? Let him in. Commander Shueisha was somewhat helpless. Why are all of them coming to him? Although they are all generals under his jurisdiction, there is no need for them to rush here at once, right? I can't defeat that bloody skeleton. 10 minutes later, Commander Qingsha, wearing a green battle robe, walked in hurriedly with several personal guards. Commander-in-Chief, something terrible has happened. My men are reporting that the Black Demon City was destroyed. It is said that it was a Blood Skull who single-handedly wiped out the entire Black Demon City. Huh? Zisha, you're here too? It seems like this matter is really serious. Zisha nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is true. Unfortunately, the Commander-in-Chief said. Zisha glanced at the Blood Demon Commander and said, that blood skeleton will not attack our castle, but will attack the commander. That's unlikely. I don't think any skeleton would be stupid enough to. What's impossible? The Blood Demon Commander ruthlessly interrupted the conversation between the two. To be honest, I've seen that bloody skeleton. He's arrogant and unruly, and he wouldn't bother attacking a castle of the same level. Based on my deduction, there's a 90% chance that the blood skeletons will attack my blood castle. You can rest assured and go back to sleep. Has the Commander-in-Chief seen the Blood Skull? There's a 90% chance of attacking the Blood Castle. Although the two still didn't believe it. After hearing this, they knew that the Commander-in-Chief had ordered them to leave, so they had to return home in disappointment. Since the Commander-in-Chief has said so, the blood skeletons will surely attack the Blood Evil Castle. Does the Commander-in-Chief need us to send reinforcements? Zisha pretended to speak. No need for that. My bloody castle is not vulnerable to a single bloody skeleton. I will kill this skeleton with my own hands. You retreat. Commander Shueisha waved his hand and directly rejected the two's request for reinforcements. Are you kidding? If he doesn't let you go back to attract firepower, how would he have the time to borrow troops from other commanders? Only when you return to the castle will the Blood Skull have a target and he will be safe. Since the Commander-in-Chief is so confident, then Zisha and Qingsha wish the Commander-in-Chief to slay this skeleton with his own hands. We will withdraw. The two commanders breathed a sigh of relief, retreated angrily, and could only leave the castle with a half-believing and half-doubting mood. But just 10 minutes later, an archer suddenly ran in hurriedly and immediately knelt down when he saw the Blood Demon Commander. Commander-in-Chief, something terrible has happened. Skeletons are attacking the castle. Commander Shueisha was just about to have his men prepare their horses and go ask for reinforcements. Upon hearing the news, his entire body trembled and his bones turned extremely pale. Everything went dark before his eyes, and the Blood Demon Commander's mentality collapsed. He quickly shouted at the archers. Quick, go and invite Zisha and Qingsha back. Woo-woo. Qingsha and Zisha had just mounted their horses and were 50 meters away when the sound of an attack horn suddenly came from the Shueisha castle behind them. Qingsha and Zisha looked at the blood-red figure in the distance between them and the others, then looked at each other. They couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the Blood Demon Commander. The Commander-in-Chief is indeed as foresight as a god. Just now, I was a little suspicious that the Commander-in-Chief was trying to trick us into returning and drawing fire. Now it seems that we misunderstood the Commander-in-Chief. Zisha couldn't help but hold his forehead with a look of shame and felt even more guilty for his previous doubts. Indeed, the Commander-in-Chief truly loves his generals like his own sons. He is truly a role model for our generation. To reduce our losses, he actually personally faced the Blood Skulls. I am truly ashamed. Yes, I, Zisha, am here to apologize to the Commander-in-Chief for my previous recklessness. I wish you victory. Zisha bowed to the Shueisha castle. Then he and Qingsha laughed at each other and left. The Commander-in-Chief never lied to me. Chapter 104. The terrorist team arrives in Jiang Cheng. Master Skeleton, it seems they have gone to report the news. Shouldn't we take action? Hearing the sound of the horn and looking at the blood-killing archers piled up like a mountain on the castle, the faces of the people who dominated the world changed. This is a level 35 jungle area, and none of them, except Dai Xiaoming, is over level 20. This is fighting monsters at a level higher than 15. Blood Archer. Quality, Elite. Level, 35. HP, 2,500. Attack, 120 to 180. Defense, 60 to 60. Skills, Blood-Sucking Arrow, Armor-Piercing Arrow. Talents, Archery Proficiency, Strength. Overview. The Guard Archers of Bloody Castle have extremely powerful attack power. Skeleton God. This ordinary Blood Evil Archer has an attack power of 180. This Blood Evil Castle is much larger than the Bone Castle. There are 879 archers, 12 level 36 goalkeepers, and a level 38 Blood Demon Commander. FAMO took over the conversation and analyzed it in detail. The castle outside the Blood Demon is 51.55 meters high and is surrounded by ivory spikes. If you want to climb up without breaking down the door, you will lose 1175 health points. Of course, this is assuming we can withstand the concentrated fire from the archers. The demon shook his head. The range of the Blood Evil archers is 157 meters. I can snipe them with spells. I am currently 159 meters away from them. The magician raised the purple staff in his hand, and huge fireballs were released one after another. 7 huge fireballs, connected in a straight line, shot towards the archers outside the castle. The maximum range of the fireball is 120 meters. Once it reaches 120 meters, it will run out of mana and disappear. If you want to snipe, you must chain 7 fireballs together, one at a time, to enlarge the first one. Like this. After he finished speaking, his fireball had already reached a range of 120 meters, but strangely, the 6 fireballs behind it had all disappeared. But the flame of the big fireball in the front became very big, and its speed became faster. Boom! 438. A huge fireball exploded on the head of a bloody archer, causing terrible damage in an instant. Several people were suddenly startled. Oh my god, that's awesome. The great god is the great god, this damage. Katuni Yangxia and Angxianjiolin gave a thumbs up to Fama. The demon shook his head. This damage is also because the weapons sold by Skeleton Boss are powerful enough, which increases my damage. In fact, using this method, killing the archers in the castle is not a big problem. The key is that it consumes too much mana. 7 big fireballs require 420 mana points. I fired 6 waves, and I was out of mana. Besides, the monsters in the storyline are all intelligent. They won't just stand there and let you attack them. If you provoke them, they'll open the city and attack. There are over 5,000 wild monsters inside. Once they swarm out, no one will be able to stop them. After FAMO finished speaking, he looked at Jiang Cheng, waiting for his answer. With their current strength, this is simply an unbreakable castle that cannot be broken. He has listed all the difficulties. So, how can he attack the city if he himself doesn't take action? The demon's eyes were filled with suspicion, but also with a hint of expectation. Not only FAMO was looking at Jiang Cheng, but everyone else also turned their eyes to Jiang Cheng, waiting for his answer. Xiaoming, form a team and start training. Jiang Cheng pulled Dai Xiaoming over, said something, and then waved his hand. In an instant, the Blood Hell Mad Demon Guard, the Furious Blood Crow, the Black Soul Divine Archer, the Destruction Force Archer, the Black Evil Soul Shock Commander, and 22 other skeleton servants appeared in front of everyone. The Black Evil Soul Shock Leader talent increases morale by 40% with a 40% attack bonus. Training Mastery, 40% physical skill bonus. Archer Mastery, 40% bow weapon attack bonus. Black Evil Army Soul, 20% physical attack bonus. When the Furious Blood Crow evolves to level 30, its attack power reaches 1201. It also has the talent of Archery Grandmaster, which gives a 60% bonus to archery attack power and a 100-meter range bonus. It is also affected by the amplification of other servants, and the amplified attack power bonus directly reaches 320%. 3841 attack power. Arrow Shadow Sky Attack. Under the focused gaze of several people, 18 arrows shot out from the Blood Crow's longbow and flew into the sky. Shoot quickly at a bloody lieutenant general with 38,000 health points. There are 6 updates today, and this is the 6th one. Please give me a 5-star rating and urge me to update more. Thank you. Chapter 105. Instant kill. 3750. 3750. 3750. Boom. 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 The sound of arrows hitting bones rang out. A series of damage continuously emerged from the head of the Blood Demon General, and the interval between each arrow was no more than 0.3 seconds. The Blood Demon Lieutenant General with 38,000 health points barely endured 11 arrows and was killed instantly before he could react. The remaining 7 arrows each searched for their targets in the sky and then fell towards the 7 bloody archers. 39, 57, 39, 57, 39, 57. The 7 Blood Evil archers only have 2,500 HP, which is less than the damage deducted from the Blood Crow's attack. At the same time that Lieutenant General Shueisha died, he was killed instantly and turned into 7 pieces of dry bones, shocking everyone. Kill the Blood Demon Commander and gain 1,800 experience points. Kill him 16 levels higher and gain an additional 1,600 experience points. Kill the Blood Archer and gain 160 experience points. Killing a level 16 higher than the level you're at will earn you an additional 160 experience points. Kill the Blood Archer and gain 160 experience points. Killing a level 16 higher than the level you're at will earn you an additional 160 experience points. A long list of experience value prompts emerged from the team. Several people suddenly fell into a brief daze. Then, the pupils contracted violently. Several people were a little confused and looked at each other tacitly and saw a hint of confusion in each other's eyes. What just happened? It must be an illusion. I think that Blood Demon General was killed instantly. Hallucination? Katundiangxia shook his head and stared at the Blood Crow for a second. What a bullshit hallucination. The Blood Demon General is dead. Is he dead? Why does it feel a little unreal to me? Anxiang Yulan rubbed her eyes, with 2 big words written on her face. I don't believe it. Dead. Raging Blood Raven, 1,200 to 1 attack power, 60% archery attack power bonus from the Archery Grandmaster, plus its own powerful talent, 20% ranged attack power bonus. The magician suddenly waved his staff and began to analyze. Black Evil Soul Commander Training Mastery, 40% physical damage, Archer Mastery 40% archery attack power bonus, Morale Surge, 40% physical skill bonus, Black Evil Military Soul, 20% physical attack power bonus. Command Knight's Command Aura, 20% physical attack bonus, Guardian Knight, Holy Aura, 20% physical attack bonus. The Holy Light Priest's powerful blessing increases his attack power by 300 points and his strength by 100 points. 100 points of strength increase his attack power by 100 points. The Bloodhell Mad Demon Guard and the Strong Strike Aura increase his attack power by 320 points, for a total of 3841 attack power. Arrow Shadow Sky Strike, 18 tracking arrows at time, 100% attack damage, until the target dies. Blood Demon Lieutenant General, 38,000 health points, not enough to be deducted by Arrow Shadow Sky Strike. After FAMO finished speaking, his eyes fixed and he looked at Jiang Cheng deeply. Others were speechless. For a moment, he didn't know what to say except staring at Jiang Cheng in shock. Xiao Ming, the leader of the Dark Fragrance Demon King group, is a priest. You can practice with her first to get a feel for it. Jiang Cheng ignored their surprise and gave orders to each Xiaoming. Zhang Mingming quickly recovered from her shock, nodded, and clicked the Team Challenge button to launch Xiang Yulan. Jiang Cheng ordered the Black Soul Divine Power Archer to launch an attack. Chapter 106. 10 arrows in 1 step, every arrow kills. The Dark Soul Divine Archer is another ace in his team besides Blood Crow. Jiang Cheng had long wanted to test his power. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Under Jiang Cheng's command, the Black Soul Divine Power Archer stepped out and took a step forward. Then, the first attack of the Gale combo was triggered. In an instant, 4 arrows flew out from his black bow. It fell towards a bloody archer. 11:20, 11:20, 10:35, 14:23. The Dark Soul Divine Archer does not have as high an attack as the Blood Crow. Even with the 220% attack power bonus of the entire camp, it can only hit a maximum of 1423 health points. However, it is enough to deal with the Blood Archer. Most importantly, he has a fast attack speed. When one archer is killed instantly, the next archer will be triggered to suffer bone crushing. Although the damage is not doubled, it is still triple the damage. 34:52. Another bloody archer was killed instantly. Immediately afterwards, the Divine Archer and the Blood Crow shot arrows one after another. Every time the 2 archers took a step forward, a large number of people on the opposite side died. It was so infuriating that many people were speechless. Oh my god, what kind of ghosts did the skeleton god summon? They're all so perverted. 1 arrow per person, 10 arrows per step. Every arrow kills instantly. No wonder the skeleton god said he didn't need to take action. He really doesn't need to take action. With Blood Crow and the Divine Archer, we can all just lie back and sleep soundly. The beautiful eyes of Xiang Yulan shone slightly, full of surprise. Seeing your sister is right indeed. With this speed of killing monsters, isn't leveling up like riding a rocket? Just this one time, I gained half an extra experience point and leveled up. Katuntiangxia looked at his level 16 and was amazed. You know, he competes with others for monsters every day, which not only consumes a lot of potions, but also makes enemies with many players, but he has been leveling up for a long time, but has not reached the next level. Now, he was able to level up within a few seconds. This upgrade speed is amazing. I thought Blood Crow was perverted enough, but I didn't expect there would be someone as perverted as Blood Crow. Qian Chonglang couldn't help but sigh as he watched the Divine Archer's arrows triggering an effect, killing the blood-killing archers without any chance of fighting back. Master, this Blood Hell crazy demon guard should be the Blood Hell demon guard boss that Xiaolang and I fought against before, right? The demon's eyes narrowed as he looked at the 3-meter-tall, bloodthirsty, and crazy demon guard, feeling very surprised. He didn't expect that the skeleton boss could actually resurrect the boss to fight for him. Blood Hell demon guard art? When the others heard this, they all looked surprised. The people here all knew about the Dark Forest and naturally knew that the Blood Prison Demon Guard was a level 30 boss. But he is the boss. It is impossible for him to become a subordinate of a bloody skeleton, right? This is so against common sense. Can the skeleton god resurrect the boss? Jiang Cheng nodded and gestured to Qian Chonglang. You're responsible for keeping statistics on their level up data. Remember to pay them after they level up so that the leader of the Dark Fragrance Demon King group can accept a sparring match. Oh, I see. Qian Chonglang, just recovered from his surprise, looked deeply at the Blood Prison Mad Demon Guard and said, "Report your level data to me, and I'll calculate the gold coins needed to increase your experience points. If you're not satisfied with this paid upgrade model, you can leave. I won't try to keep you." Satisfied, are you kidding? With this upgrade speed, who would dare not be satisfied? Katuntiangxia was the first to express his opinion, and he was extremely excited. Others also agreed, and no one had any objections. A full boss lineup, lead them to upgrade. This upgrade mode is what you want. Looking across the entire server, no one can do it except the skeleton god. Whoever refuses will be punished. Moreover, this should not be the full strength of the skeleton god lineup. You know, until now, only 2 archers have taken action. God knows what level of boss is hidden among these 22 skeletons. The only downside is it's too damn expensive. Chapter 107 Bloody Sword Soldiers. The skeleton god is really a pervert. Not only is he awesome, he can also fight and resist, and his skills are even better than those of magicians. Unexpectedly, this was not his limit. He actually has a team of subordinates that is a boss. This is simply invincible. It can be imagined that with this rocket team, their level will definitely surpass 80%. No, 99% of the players in the entire server. Even if it is Xia Dongli, the god of transcendence, it is not impossible. It's just a matter of time. Moreover, not only that, as long as they have money, they can not only level up quickly, but also have equipment to buy. While others are still struggling to grab monsters, fighting for the experience points of a wild monster, or a bottle of potion, or a blank piece of garbage equipment, they're already about to take off. Upgrade quickly, equipment is updated at any time, and you don't have to put in any effort. It's so cool. Dominate the world, Fragrance of Orchid, Dominate the World, Thousand Waves, Yunxiang, and the other 5, all had excited smiles on their faces. Only Fama's face looked a little serious, and he felt a little worried. The monsters in Bloody Castle are not fools. They won't let themselves be shot at. They're about to open the city gates. Sure enough, just as FAMO finished speaking, a deafening crackling sound came from the Blood Castle opposite. Dang, dang, dang. The sound of a giant chain being pulled was heard, and a 30-meter-high steel gate was lowered. Boom! The moment the door was lowered, there was a loud bang, and countless dust was blown up. The air was filled with dust, making it difficult to see. And in the dust, vaguely, a team of skeleton soldiers wearing blood-red armor and holding heavy swords rushed out. Pa 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 pa. The orderly sound of footsteps echoed in everyone's mind, shocking everyone. Blood, evil sword soldiers. Quality, elite. Level, 38. HP, 2,888. Attack, 120 to 200. Defense, 120 to 200. Spell defense, 50 to 100. Skill, shield breaker. Talents, split, shatter, armor break. Overview. The strongest elite soldiers in the Blood Evil Castle. With their MO Dao out, corpses are everywhere. Holy crap. This attribute, this armor, this orderly march, this is an absolutely elite group of soldiers. This attack, this defense, this talent, how do we fight? Master Run. Stop sparring. The three people, Anxiang Yulan, who were determined to swallow the world and dominate the world, took a look at the attributes of Shueisha motorobing, and their faces changed immediately. Even the three legends, Qian Chonglang, Fama, and Yun Xiang, had slightly grim expressions on their faces and a hint of caution in their hearts. The attributes of this Mo Dao soldier are comparable to those of a level 15 elite boss. They could easily deal with a level 15 elite boss, but the one in front of them was a whole team. The demon used his abnormal vision and hearing, mental arithmetic ability, and his supercalculation thinking to make a rough calculation. The footsteps are 132 meters away from us, with a decibel level of 99 and a vibration frequency of kilohertz. The number of Blood Demon Sword Soldiers is approximately 821. With their powerful attack power and armor-piercing ability, only the Blood Hell, Mad Demon Guards, and the Black Evil Soul Shot Commander can stop them. The Blood Crow's attack frequency is 0.8 seconds per arrow, and the Divine Archer's is 0.9 seconds. Occasionally, they trigger special abilities like Wind Pursuit, Shatter, and Thunderbolt. Combined with the Destruction Archer, they can probably eliminate 3 Mo Dao soldiers within 3 seconds. Based on the speed of the Strange Blade soldiers, there is still about 120 seconds left. This gives your team about 2 minutes of attack time. Based on the probability of triggering skills, you can probably eliminate about 150 Strange Blade soldiers. If nothing unexpected happens, in 2 minutes, if we don't leave, apart from the Blood Prison Mad Blade Guard and the Black Evil Soul Shot Commander, their defenses are too high and they won't die for the time being. In 2 minutes, we will face over 600 fully armed Modeo soldiers. Almost all of them will die. When FAMO said this, everyone was shocked. All eyes were focused on Jiang Cheng's blood-red bones, waiting for him to give the order to retreat. FAMO looked at the calm Jiang Cheng, then glanced at the Blood Crow and his team, with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Boss Skeleton, how are you going to break the deadlock? Chapter 108. None of the great gods are normal. What's the point of breaking the game? The real thing is to run away quickly. Chitun Tianxia was quite anxious. He had finally leveled up twice, which cost him 10 gold coins. He didn't want to die here and get demoted, wasting his gold coins in vain. Junior brother, calm down. How can you become a master like this? Yun Xiang advised. A true master, no matter what situation he faces, does not first think of a solution immediately, but first calms himself down. Taking out her great sword, Yun Xiang continued. When people are in a panic, the first thing they think of is often what their body instinctively tells them to do. Reactions made in this state are half-baked and have only a 50% chance of success. Only by calming down quickly can we make the most correct decision. After saying that, she walked to Jiang Cheng's side and stood behind him, like an assistant, waiting for Jiang Cheng's decision. At the same time, he arched his body backward, moved his feet back, and held the great sword in his hand, ready to react at any time. Great God, if there's anything you need from me, just let me know. Fama and Qian Chonglang followed closely behind Jiang Cheng, ready to take orders at any time. Yiqiao Dai, Xiao Meng, was a little nervous, but he still stayed by Jiang Cheng's side, tightly gripping the staff in his hand, ready to use the Hand of the Abyss on a group of Mo Dao soldiers. Such a move made the three people who were so powerful as to tame the world stunned. Sure enough, the gap between legendary players and ordinary players is not a little bit. Even though the three of them are guild presidents, there is still a big gap between them and FAMO and others. This is not just about the technical aspect. The mentality and quality are also completely defeated. While they're still worrying about gains and losses, others have already made decisions to deal with everything. Looking at Jian and Yun's steps, it was clear that no matter whether Jiang Cheng's order was to advance or retreat, she would be able to react immediately and not lag behind anyone. Don't worry about it. Jiang Cheng watched Blood Crow and the Divine Archer continuously killing the Modeo soldiers coming from afar, and there was no change on his cheekbones. Remove your guard and continue training as usual. Jiang Cheng let Yi Tiao die, Xiao Ming continued to challenge, and Xiang Yulan, and he himself did not take any action, just waiting for the arrival of Mo Dao soldiers. Oh, okay. Zhang Mingming did not object and sent a challenge request to Anxiang Yulan again. Anxiang Yulan was a little dumbfounded when she heard the whistling of arrows, the footsteps coming from afar, and the sound of metal colliding with weapons. Really, is it okay? Let her fight against others under the strong attack of hundreds of level 38 elite Modeo soldiers? Is this the thinking of the boss? Will she have a heart attack? However, Fama, Qianchongling, and Yunxiang nodded to her, indicating that it was okay. Anxiang Yulan was even more speechless. Sure enough, there is no normal god. Okay. Anxiang Yulan was also a little desperate, because if she refused again, it would most likely cause the disgust of several great gods. If you agree, the worst that can happen is that you'll be demoted to a lower level. This outcome is definitely much better than being despised by a great player. Master Daiming, although I am a priest, my holy light can damage undead players if we are not in a group. And the bonus is 200%. You have to be careful. Although she was a little nervous, Anxiang Yulan had no choice but to accept it. When they arrived at a nearby wasteland, the two switched to challenge mode and began to confront each other. Idiot, who do you think will win between the two of them? Qian Chonglang asked curiously. I'm more concerned about how Skeleton Boss is going to break the deadlock. Mo looked at the Mo Dao soldiers who were getting closer and closer, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Of course, not only him, even Yun Xiang, Harmony to conquer the world and dominate the world alone, all had their eyes on Jiang Cheng. Who has the time to care about Yi Tiao, Dai, Xiaoming, and others? The swarming Modeo soldiers were only 10 meters away from them. There doesn't seem to be any powerful subordinates in the Skeleton Gods team. What'll he do? Chapter 109, is there such a thing? 9 more meters. Mo's eyes were sharp as he looked at Jiang Cheng's team and calculated the distance. 8 meters. The others also stared at the battle, not daring to move an inch. They were extremely nervous, and the aura emanating from the Shuashan Modeo soldiers gave them a great sense of oppression. Whether I can bring back any benefits this time depends on the skeleton god. 7 meters. In Jiang Cheng's team, Blood Crow suddenly stepped out, stopped shooting, took 2 steps forward, and faced the Modeo soldiers, leaving everyone stunned. What is this for? Are you stupid? He's an archer. If he doesn't work hard at this time, wouldn't it be suicide if he ran up there? 5 meters. Ding. Ichijo Dai, Xiaoming challenges you. Amidst everyone's puzzled expressions, Fama suddenly received a message that left him stunned. At this critical moment, are our own people fighting against each other? What operation is this? But he did not hesitate and chose to accept it in an instant. Bite! A flash of cold light suddenly appeared in the pupils of the demon and instantly magnified countless times, causing his pupils to shrink suddenly. Subconsciously, he swung the staff in his hand horizontally to block the spear. Then, magic power surged, and a huge fireball exploded towards Jiang Cheng. Everyone was stunned, not understanding why an internal conflict suddenly broke out. Jiang Cheng was hit by a huge fireball, and then a red light flashed. The crazy escape technique was attacked, triggering a flash within a 5-meter range. A flash of red light disappeared. Jiang Cheng's blood-red figure disappeared. When he appeared again, he had already passed the Blood Crow and came to within 3 inches of the Modeo soldier. The spear in his hand fell, disintegrated in mid-air, and turned into a whale of extreme ice, and a knife fell down. Blood Prison Ice Slash. Ding, 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 ding. In an instant, 361 icicles solidified horizontally and connected into a 22-meter ice wall. At the moment when the 5 Modeo soldiers were about to hit the Blood Crow, an ice wall blocked their way. The Modeo soldiers who were rushing in the front suddenly lost their target of the Blood Crow and crashed into the ice wall that suddenly appeared. Boom, boom, boom. The Modeo soldiers behind lost their target for a moment and crashed into them one after another. After losing their balance, they collapsed into a large black mass, densely packed in front of the ice wall. Boom! The 22-meter ice wall exploded. 75-53. 75-53. 75-53. A blood prison ice slash instantly took away 48 Mo Dao soldiers, turning them into a pile of dry bones, and cleared a large open space in front of the Blood Crow. Now is the time. The Blood Crow, who had been waiting for a long time, saw the ice wall explode and took a step forward, getting close to the pile of Mo Dao soldiers. The longbow was swung suddenly from right to left. Thousands of arrows. The skill of 1,000 arrows is improved after the Blood Crow is upgraded to level 30, and each wave adds 100 arrows. That's 208 arrows per wave, and a total of 624 arrows across 3 waves. But the distances between the arrows are too scattered to hit all of them. After they are scattered, the effect will be much worse. But if all the opponents gather together and release close to each other, the damage will become quite terrifying. In an instant, 3 waves of arrows appeared around the Blood Crow, like flowers scattered from the sky. It shook out towards the Mo Dao soldiers lying on the ground. Puff, 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 puff. 3227-3227. 3227. In the first wave of shock, all 208 Mo Dao soldiers piled together were hit by arrows and killed instantly. The second wave of shock expanded in scope, and 208 arrows scattered in all directions. 108 Mo Dao soldiers were hit by arrows and killed in an instant. The third wave of shock, 208 arrows scattered in all directions, killing all 172 Mo Dao soldiers who were wandering behind. Kill the Blood Demon Sword Soldier and gain 180 experience points and evolution points. Kill him above his level and gain an additional 160 experience points and evolution points. Kill the Blood Demon Sword Soldier and gain 180 experience points and evolution points. Kill him above his level and gain an additional 160 experience points and evolution points. A large number of experience value and evolution point increase prompts sounded in Jiang Cheng's mind. Jiang Cheng's Blood Prison Ice Slash, combined with the Blood Crow's close-range release of the level 3,000 arrows, unleashed the 1,000 arrows maximum damage. In an instant, 536 Mo Dao soldiers were taken away, shocking everyone. But Jiang Cheng didn't feel much fluctuation in his heart. He patted Blood Crow's shoulder and ordered his men, including the Blood Prison Crazy Demon Guard, to clean up the remaining Mo Dao soldiers. He came to Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming and Anxiang Yulan and glanced at the day's people. Swallowing the world. Dominate the world. Dark orchid fragrance. Qian Chonglang. Magic demon. Yin thought. Chapter 1:10 The Great God is the Great God. What happened just now? Seeing that Jiang Cheng was already teaching Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming how to fight and Xiang Yulan, Duba Tian Xia quickly asked the questions of his mind. Others also turned their eyes to FAMO. At this time, FAMO had the most say. As for asking the skeleton god, forget it. They don't have the courage yet. Regarding the operation just now, although no one understood why Jiang Cheng did this, but they finally realized where the gap between themselves and the great gods lies. There is no gap, because you can't even touch the edge of others. Magic demon. Damn, can you please stop asking me about everything? He's a little confused now. Idiot. Why did you guys suddenly start fighting? Qian Chonglang was also a little confused. Just now, he had made a chaotic operation, and then more than 500 Mo Dao soldiers died. He still hasn't reacted. I have no idea what happened. I just received a challenge from Dai Xiaoming. I thought she'd change her mind and wanted to challenge me, so I subconsciously accepted it. The demon pondered for a moment and slowly explained. In the end, it was Skeleton Boss who attacked me. Of course, I wouldn't just sit there and wait for death. I immediately fought back. FAMO reviewed the scene just now, and suddenly his eyes lit up as he thought of something. I understand. What do you understand? Qian Chonglang and others looked at FAMO in confusion. This guy, it seems like he didn't say anything. You know shit. The reason why Skeleton Boss chose to attack me was so that I could counterattack and trigger that 5-meter flash skill. Then why didn't he attack me? Not the queen. Not anyone else. Qian Chonglang still doesn't understand. The demon shook his head, curled his lips slightly, and smiled mysteriously. What do you know? Let me ask you, if the Skeleton Boss attacked you just now, how would you react? After saying that, he looked around at the others. What about you? If a cute little Mo challenges you, and then the Skeleton Boss stabs you, how will you react? I might kneel down and beg for mercy. Katuntiangxia said weakly, causing others to look down on him. I should probably step back, avoid the limelight for now, and then ask for clarification later. Yin Xiang pondered for a while and answered with certainty. Understand. Qian Chonglang glanced at everyone. We all have a certain degree of awe for the skeleton god. If the skeleton god chooses to attack us, we won't fight back at all, and then it will be impossible to trigger that flash skill. Qian Chonglang pointed at FAMO and said, only this fellow, Dagua, who has always been holding the mentality of challenging the skeleton god, dared to attack the skeleton god. Qian Chonglang clapped his hands and said excitedly, oh my god, how long has the skeleton god been in contact with us? He's already figured out all of our personalities? This is fucking terrifying. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expressions changed, and they looked at Jiang Cheng with awe. The skeleton god's ability to see into people's hearts is so fucking terrifying. I have another question. Just now, skeleton god could have gone up and cast the ice wall in advance. Why did he let Blood Raven go up, then trigger, flash himself, and then cast the ice wall? This is completely unnecessary. Duba Tianxia asked with some confusion. Then, several gazes were focused on the demon. The magic demon was speechless for a moment, shook his head, and analyzed. This involves some of the game's aggro mechanics, as well as issues with vision and time difference. Do you know who the monsters in Blood Castle hated the most? The demon looked around and saw that everyone was puzzled, so he smiled. Continuing to explain, it's Blood Crow. I was just paying attention to who was commanding these Mo Dao soldiers, and then I found out it was the lieutenant general on the city wall. Blood Crow instantly killed one of the 3 lieutenant generals of Blood Evil Castle, causing the other 2 lieutenant generals to accumulate hatred towards Blood Crow to the maximum. If Skeleton Boss didn't use Blood Crow to go forward and attract hatred if anyone else did, or if he went alone, he wouldn't be able to gather all the Mo Dao soldiers in one place. FAMO glanced at everyone again and said, actually, did you notice just now? The moment the Blood Crows approached, the Mo Dao soldiers began to change their formation to a fan-shaped formation, spreading out and surrounding the Blood Crows in a fan-shaped formation. Unfortunately, Blood Crow's 1,000 arrows also have a fan-shaped attack range. I believe this isn't a coincidence, right? Qian Chonglang nodded in agreement. This must have been done intentionally by the skeleton god. That's right. Fama nodded in satisfaction. If the Blood Crow's 1,000 arrows were released from a distance, fanning out in a 5-meter radius, and targeting the Mo Dao soldiers in a square formation, I estimate that if they could kill 100 of them, that would be quite impressive. But what if all the Modeo soldiers were stacked together in a fan shape? So we saw what happened just now. The skeleton god used the Blood Crows to attract the Mo Dao soldiers to change into a fan-shaped formation. Then, using the time difference of the flash, used the ice wall to instantly isolate the hatred of all the Mo Dao soldiers, making them lose their attack targets in an instant. It will make it difficult for them to react and unable to retract their feet immediately, causing them to lose their balance. Then, one after another, all pressed together, 1,000 arrows instantly killed 488 Mo Dao soldiers. After hearing this analysis, several people took a deep breath and were full of admiration for Jiang Cheng. Chapter 111, The Cute Master Can't Be This Bad. Although I'm still a little confused, there's nothing much to say. It's just awesome. Sure enough, even the smallest operations of the boss are beyond the reach of us. Sigh, when will I be as awesome as the boss? The gap is the gap. It's innate and can't be changed. It's just hard to imagine why it happened in, never mind. It is very puzzling that a skeleton can dominate the world, and it is a bit difficult to accept that a skeleton can have such wisdom. I'm becoming more and more curious about the identity of Skeleton Boss. Fama looked at Jiang Cheng deeply, then turned his gaze to Qian Chonglang. He always felt that there must be something fishy going on between the two of them. Why can Qian Chonglang translate the Skeleton Boss's gestures so accurately? Idiot, why are you looking at me like that? Qian Chonglang felt a little uncomfortable being stared at, so he quickly changed the subject. Now that so many Mo Dao soldiers have died, they can't form a scale at all. As long as the Skeleton Gods team has people to help replenish blood and pay attention to supplies, there will be no problem. The speed of this escalation is like a tornado. The others nodded in agreement and contacted their friends to quickly buy the gold coins. Now, they have everything they need except money. On the other side, Jiang Cheng and Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming gave an order and let them start the duel. Of course, Jiang Cheng only said one sentence to Yiqiao Xiaoming. Free play. If a person wants to become a master, he needs someone to guide him, but that doesn't mean he can rely on him completely. A little kid must have his own opinion. Even if he is wrong, it doesn't matter as long as he can correct it in time. What's more, he had taught Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming some little tricks of the necromancer before. Spell delay and spell selection. As long as she uses it well, there should be no problem in defeating Anxiang Yulan. Hand of the Abyss. Holy Light. Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming and Anxiang Yulan finally came into contact with each other. A golden light like a sharp sword, emitting a sacred glow, fell on the head of Dai Xiaoming. 117. Anxiang Yulan was slightly delighted. This damage was quite good. A mage usually didn't have much health, around 800 at most. Just a few of them are enough to clear out Dai Xiaoming's health. But the next moment she was stunned. 36 skeleton hands, covering an area of 10 meters in radius, broke out from the ground and drilled out. If she hadn't reacted quickly and moved her feet to hide between the two skeleton hands, she would have escaped. Now I guess I can't even move. This is obviously a large-scale control skill. Once she is controlled, she will definitely die. That was a close call. What kind of skill is this? Are all the skills of hidden professions so perverted? Anxiang Yulan was speechless. If Ikadai Xiaoming wasn't so unfamiliar with the technique and her intentions weren't so obvious, she probably wouldn't have been able to dodge it. What skill was that just now? The battle here also attracted the attention of Qian Chonglang and others, and they all looked over. The Necromancer's Hand of the Abyss, learned at level 25, pulls 36 enemy units within a 10-meter range, silencing and immobilizing them, and corroding them by 50 health points every 0.5 seconds. The demon suddenly spoke up and explained to the others. She must have upgraded. The damage will probably be higher. However, this skill has a very large range and a large gap. If you encounter an expert, it will be difficult to control them. Furthermore, this should be her only control skill at the moment. The cooldown is extremely long. Using it so early, FAMO shook his head, obviously not very optimistic about Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming. The others were also slightly disappointed after hearing his analysis. I thought Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming was just being modest and that she was actually very strong, but it turns out that she's actually really weak. This awareness, it seems like she's going to lose. The demon sighed. Not necessarily. Necromancers also have the skill of summoning undead. In the mythical era, some people changed their job and it was very powerful. Yun Xiang held an opposing opinion. Of course, she said this not because she thought Yiqiao Xiaoming could turn defeat into victory. She simply thought that anyone who could be with Jiang Cheng couldn't have such poor skills. The others also nodded deeply. After watching Jiang Cheng's operation, they also felt that it was impossible for the cute master to be so bad. Right? Chapter 112 and Xiang Yulan actually lost? The demon shook his head. Necromancer, at level 1, can summon 20 skeletons at once, but the movement speed is too slow, it can't keep up with the player's speed. And Xiang Yulan can move while attacking her, so it's useless. A master's combat awareness must be excellent. If she can disrupt in Xiang Yulan when she releases the undead spirits, and then use the Hand of the Abyss while Xiang Yulan is frantic, her chances of success will definitely be higher. But now, she has lost her greatest advantage. Without the Hand of the Abyss, she only relies on the summoning of the dead. Failure is only a matter of time. You receive a level 5 Divine Blessing. For 30 minutes, gain 150 points of spell damage bonus and 50 points of spirit. You receive a level 5 Life Blessing. Within 30 minutes, gain 200 HP and increase your HP recovery speed by 10 points per second. After a tentative attack, Anxiang Yulan started to get serious. She can attack Dai Xiaoming with only Holy Light. Therefore, you must ensure that your health and damage are large enough and fight quickly and decisively. Holy Light. While he was casting the spell, Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming did not take advantage of the situation to pursue him, obviously not knowing how to control the rhythm of the battle. This made Anxiang Yulan feel surprised. The cute and adorable master was really a rookie? 325. The Holy Light fell, and a huge damage emerged. But this time, there was no excitement on Anxiang Yulan's face, because her Holy Light hit a skull. In fact, as early as when Anxiang Yulan released the enhancement skill, Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming had already used the little trick taught to him by Jiang Cheng. Cast Delay and Cast Selection. When casting a spell, you can let the undead choose the location to descend in advance, and summon the undead at the location you set within the range. Casting Delay delays the chanting time of the spell, so that you can release the skill at the right time. Holy Light is a single target spell, and like archery, it has no absolute target lock. Once disturbed, it will lose its target and hit someone else. Unless one is a genius like FAMO, who can respond and make remedies at any time. But Anxiang Yulan obviously doesn't have this ability. So, when the Holy Light fell, Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming had just finished casting the spell, and a skeleton appeared in front of her, blocking the attack for her. At the same time, at a moment when everyone was stunned, 35 skeletons suddenly emerged from the side of Anxiang Yulan, quickly surrounded her tightly, and scared everyone. 10 of them had already raised their bone knives and were chopping at her together. At the moment when Anxiang Yulan was stunned and unable to move at all, a large area of intensive damage emerged. 35, 32, 36, plus 280. More than 350 health points were lost in an instant. Anxiang Yulan was shocked and quickly added the Holy Light to herself. Then, he immediately prepared to use purification magic to disperse the group of skeletons. However, just as she was about to use purification to purify the summoned creature, she saw the 35 skeletons around her quickly decompose. They gathered into a giant, sickle-wielding skull, appeared in front of her, and swung it down at her. The purification spell of Anxiang Yulan was just finished and fell on the sickle skeleton. The priest's purification spell has 500% restraint damage to summon creatures, and it is range-based, mainly based on his own spell damage. With a 500% bonus spell, the damage this time will be very high, minus 855. A terrifying damage appeared above the sickle skull's head, but with the side skeleton's health of 11,000, it can obviously withstand it. At the moment the sickle fell, Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming had already waved his staff and used necromancy to strengthen the sickle skeleton. Adds 300 attack power and 300 spell damage, plus the side skeleton's own attack. This blow directly countered the purification spell and cleared the health of Anxiang Yulan. Dark Fragrance Orchid lost. The expressions of several people changed slightly, and then they all turned their eyes to Fama. Magic Demon. Chapter 113 Jiang Cheng takes action and destroys the Blood Demon Castle. From now on, I'd better keep my mouth shut. The demon kept screaming in his heart. Casting Delay and Spell Selection are some little tricks for summoners. Any ordinary summoner can use it, but that's because the summoner summons too few babies, so it's easy to use. Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming summoned 36 of them. One is in front of him, and 35 are beside Anxiang Yulan. This requires precise mental allocation and mental selection abilities. I thought that since Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming had such a poor awareness, he would not be able to use it, but he was slapped in the face in an instant. FAMO now felt like vomiting blood, but for the sake of his own face, he still held it back. It seems that the cute master is not someone who can be easily dealt with. Katani Angxia gave a thumbs up and praised him. Sure enough, anyone who can stay with him can't be too bad at it. Yin Xiang gave Jiang Cheng a meaningful look. Congratulations to Master Naimeng for winning. Yulan, don't be discouraged. Losing to Master Naimeng is not shameful at all. Qian Chonglang came up to ease the atmosphere. I won't be discouraged. It's my honor to be able to fight against the great god Daimeng. The victory or defeat is not very important. And Xiang Yulan shook hands with Yiqiao Xiaoming in a very generous manner. Master Naimeng, can you add me as your friend? If you want to spar with me in the future, I'm always available. Okay. Zhang Mingming was not a pretentious person, so she agreed immediately. The eyes of the two people who wanted to swallow the world and dominate the world suddenly lit up. This is a good deal. Just play a game, and you can become friends with the cute god. It's worth it. The friend position of a great god is priceless. The most important thing is that this person has an unusual relationship with the skeleton god. If I can add Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming as my friend, my golden position in the skeleton gods team may be much more stable in the future. You know, if this position is announced and those rich guys get to know about it, they will probably fight over it to the death. By then, with their wealth, they probably won't be able to rob it, and then they won't have a share. Master Naimeng, let me take on the next game. Katunti Angxia volunteered. Okay, I want to try it with close combat too. Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming glanced at Jiang Cheng, and when he nodded, he started the duel. Jiang Cheng did not watch the battle carefully anymore, but checked his own evolution point balance. He now has about 1 million evolution points, and 4 million are needed to evolve to the next hidden stage. In that case, he didn't want to waste time anymore. He is a person who never lacks goals and knows what he wants and what he should do. With the system, as long as he keeps evolving, he will be able to return to his peak state. Perhaps I can restore my body and return to reality? This is his expectation, and he is constantly working hard and moving forward towards this goal. His goal is to evolve, become stronger, and return to the real world. So, it's time for him to take action. His team fought very quickly, with tanks, output, and support. Once the priest failed to add blood in time, the injured skeleton would trigger the black evil leader's escape move and become invisible for 10 seconds. In this way, you can wait for the priest to recover and return to the battlefield. All he had to do was to give the priest and assistant the magic potion in time. Such a team is indeed very efficient. But compared to him, it's still far behind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He shot 3 arrows, which turned into sickles in midair and nailed into the wall of the blood castle. Bite! The sickle was embedded 3 inches deep into the city wall, making a slight sound. Then, under the shocked gazes of several people, a chain was connected to Jiang Cheng's hand, and he pulled it straight. The next moment, the chain contracted and pulled instantly. The powerful inertia carried him into the air and headed towards the remaining 100 or so Modeo soldiers. The chain in his hand turned into a guandao with a bloody blade, which he held horizontally in front of him. Puff, 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 puff. A stunning red line passed by. The guandao turned into a red line, like a laser, cutting off the heads of the 42 Modeo soldiers who were fighting against the crazy demon guards of the blood prison. 6532. Minus 6,532. 6552. 42 Modeo soldiers were beheaded at the same time. 42 helmeted heads were thrown into the air one after another, turning into parabolas and flying into the distance. Ding, 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 ding. 42 helmeted heads fell one after another onto the stone brick floor, making a series of dense metal collision sounds. Bones exploded in the helmet, scattering everywhere. Fuck. Chapter 114, The Era of Dungeons and Guilds, is coming. I won't go into details about how awesome this maneuver is. I just want to know, just how powerful is the skeleton god's attack? He just used the ice wall skill. I thought the horrific damage was a bonus from a skill, but now it seems that skill may not have any bonus at all. 6,532? That's incredible damage. Before, I thought the great god couldn't destroy the blood evil castle, so he didn't take action. Now I know that he was just too lazy to do anything. Several people were amazed and watched Jiang Cheng raise his sword and slash 4 times, killing a large number of people instantly. One after another, prompts for experience increase sounded. Watch the experience points rise rapidly. Suddenly, they were even more speechless. There's also split damage. Not only that, look at the health boosting status on his head. He also has life sucking. The attack speed isn't fast at 2.12 seconds per strike, and the movement speed isn't very fast either, at 0.95 seconds per step. However, the arrow transforming chain sickle skill can definitely make up for it. Also, his skills that should have increased his status were useless. FAMO looked surprised and puzzled, and was somewhat puzzled about Jiang Cheng's strength. I became even more curious about his identity. The terrifying power of seeing into people's hearts. It has mana connection, mana deprivation, and other microcontrol skills, which can make your mana very subtle. It will block the perspective and control the hatred. Possessing the ability to accurately predict and a strong combat awareness, he can perfectly control the rhythm of the battle. Able to fully analyze weapons and skills and use them to perfection. Able to take advantage of various terrains, with an abnormal understanding of human inertia. Use all kinds of amazing operations. This is definitely not a simple character, and so far, he estimated that he had only seen the tip of the iceberg of Jiang Cheng. God knows what other secrets he has. I just don't know what his chances are of winning against my master. Fama looked at Jiang Cheng deeply. Damn, I've leveled up again. The ranking list just updated, and I'm now around 156,575th. From over a million, I've jumped up by 700,000 or 800,000. Katuntiangxia's tone was quite shocked. You know, he has never had any extravagant expectations for the ranking list. After all, The strength is there, so he doesn't dare to hold any hope. But now, with the skeleton god here, he feels he can look forward to a wave. The level rankings have been refreshed. Jiang Cheng quickly checked his level. Holy crap, I'm already level 21? Damn, that's too fast. Let's check the rankings. Jiang Cheng couldn't wait to check the leaderboard and found his position, 1,255th. Awesome. It's gone up by over 2,000 people. Jiang Cheng has an average family background and isn't the type of person who likes to upgrade madly, so his ranking has always hovered around 3,000. They can't compare to those big guys who spend money to hire experts to level up. He thought he would always be stuck like this, but he didn't expect that after meeting Jiang Cheng, he could rise to 1,255th place. How old are you, idiot? Me? Level 22? Probably around 400th place. Fama's tone was calm. It's not that he was unhappy, but he felt that having a great player like Jiang Cheng to help them level up was just a normal operation. Awesome. Let me see how far Xia Dongli has come. Jiang Cheng first gave FAMO a thumbs up, and then quickly checked on Xia Dongli. 26. It seems there's no breakthrough. The great god Naimeng is already 29. If he levels up one more level, he'll be the first player in the server to reach level 30. The era of dungeons and guilds is coming. Jiang Cheng followed Jiang Cheng all the way to the Blood Demon Castle. Looking at him killing one person with his sword, he thought to himself, Skeleton Master should have dropped the guild creation order, right? Will he create a guild? No, I want to cling to Master's thigh tightly. Chapter 115, The Funeral of the Supreme God. It only took Jiang Cheng 1 hour and 30 minutes to kill his way to the Blood Demon Palace inside the Blood Demon Castle. It was 2 minutes faster than before in the Black Evil Castle, which made Yun Xiang and others amazed. Black Castle is a wild area with the highest level of 40. Blood Castle is a wild area with a maximum level of 50. The strength of the two is incomparable. But he was still defeated by Jiang Cheng. Of course, this is also related to the help of Jiang Cheng's skeleton team. Without the skeleton team helping him from behind, he probably wouldn't have been able to move so fast. Unfortunately, the Black Evil Soul Shock Commander's talent only affects his subordinates and cannot be added to me. Otherwise, I should be able to kill even faster. Jiang Cheng sighed slightly and began to count his gains. After killing more than 6,000 elite soldiers in the Blood Evil Castle, he earned about 2.4 million evolution points, which adds up to 3.49 million. It only needs about 500,000 more to evolve again. Strengthening points, and also because there are several elite bosses in the Blood Castle, I earned 1,200 points. The level only increased by 1 level, adding 100 health points, 100 magic points, 10 attack points, and 5 defense points. As for gold coins, I sold 178 gold coins from equipment before and earned 180 gold coins by helping them upgrade. He let Yi Xiao Dai, Xiao Ming, keep the equipment of the Blood Castle for now. Because the grade is too high, it cannot be sold at a high price now. It is difficult for them to give a price if they dominate the world. The game currency, gold coins, will probably depreciate in value after a week when more gold coins are dropped in the game. By then, he'll be able to sell more. Anyway, for him, there's no need to exchange gold coins for RMB, so the more gold coins the better. Now, the only thing left to deal with is the Blood Demon Commander. Where's the boss? Weird. When Fama followed Jiang Cheng in, he was very surprised. Because there was such a big commotion in the Blood Demon Castle, the Blood Demon Commander has not appeared. Not to mention the periphery, even in the Blood Demon Palace where he rested, there was no sign of him. In the huge Blood Demon Hall, apart from rows of weapon racks and some bone weapons, there was only a pile of dry bones in the center of the hall. I don't know why, but I always feel like this archer on the ground is dying with his eyes wide open. Chitan Tianxia kept staring at the bloody archer on the ground, looking at its skull with some surprise. It seems he has some kind of mental obsession. Judging from the wound on his sternum, he must have been stabbed to death by the skeleton from behind. He probably didn't expect the murderer to kill him, so he died with regrets. FAMO squatted down, touched the skeleton, and analyzed calmly. So, why was this archer killed? Since there's no boss, let's pack up, return to the main city, and enter the dungeon. Jiang Cheng gestured to Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng immediately understood. Enter the dungeon. These 3 words made him so excited. The dungeons range from level 20 to 1,000, and there's a corresponding dungeon every 5 levels. The experience points for the first kill are calculated in millions. First kill at level 20 copy, 2 million experience points for the first kill. There are also various rare materials, as well as top-quality equipment, strengthening stones, top-quality runes, gems, top-quality potions, natural treasures, top-quality skill books, and more. Now, Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming has reached level 30, and the announcement has been made to all servers. The dungeon locations in each main city are definitely the focus of all players gathering. Many guilds have just sent him messages, inviting him to join the dungeon. Even Qianglu, ranked 6th in the Huaxiao region, and Wings of the God of Law, ranked 8th, were constantly sending him messages. However, Jiang Cheng refused. It's not just because of the skeleton god. In the real world, something big is happening and he has to go. Jiang Cheng, the supreme god in the online gaming world, known as the Great Devil of the Ladder and the Grand Master of all professions, held his funeral today. I heard that almost every big shot in the online gaming world will go to mourn. Chapter 116, a big day that shocked the online gaming world. What time is it now? Dominate the world and swallow the world. What's wrong? What's so exciting? Is it more important than leveling up with the skeleton god? Chitan Tianxia was sweeping through the Blood Demon Palace to see if there was anything good there, while he looked at him in confusion. Today is the funeral of the supreme god, the great demon king of the ladder. Aren't you going to attend? Bang. Hey, I forgot. Demon King Jiang is my idol. I was planning to go there anyway. Chitan Tianxia slapped his forehead, feeling a little annoyed that he had forgotten about this matter. The funeral of the supreme god, such a sacred ceremony. Dahuang Game even held an online mourning ceremony for him across the entire server, with hundreds of millions of players mourning online at the same time. How could he forget such a thing? Of course, he was relatively close to the hometown of the supreme god, so he naturally did not plan to mourn online, but went to the scene instead. Isn't your idol the master? Yun Xiang suddenly walked over and stabbed him in the back with just one sentence, leaving him speechless. Well, my master is my idol, and the great devil Jiang is my ultimate idol. There's no conflict, right? Serious nonsense that is so powerful that it can swallow the world. Fisk, master will take us there in a while. Let's say hello to the skeleton god first, otherwise it would be too rude. Okay, I understand. Not only the two people Chitan Tianxia, but others also came to Jiang Cheng and Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming to say goodbye to Jiang Cheng. Master Skeleton, I won't be going to the dungeon for now. Today is a big day that's making a big splash in the online gaming world. No matter what happens, I have to go. Qian Chonglang pulled FAMO to Jiang Cheng and bowed to him apologetically. A big day that will make a sensation in the online gaming world. Jiang Cheng felt somewhat puzzled. Looking at Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming's expression, it seems that she seems to be hesitant to say something. Could it be that she wants to go too? To be honest, she's just a nobody in the online gaming world. What happened that even she had to go? Actually, I won't hide it from you, master. Never mind. You probably won't understand. I hope we can work together again next time. Duba Tianxia also came to Jiang Cheng and said goodbye with a strange look on his face. After all, it's always a bit awkward to talk about real-life things with an NPC. Although this NPC is very intelligent, he is not a human after all. Several people said goodbye to Jiang Cheng one by one, then left the bloody castle and returned to Wind Fury City to log off. For a moment, the Blood Evil Castle suddenly became extremely empty. Dai Xiaoming didn't react much, but felt a little disappointed. To her, these people were just friends and naturally not as important as those from Jiang Cheng. Xiaoming, you want to go too? Jiang Cheng approached Dai Xiaoming and asked her with his face close to her pretty face. Zhang Mingming hesitated to speak. Of course she wanted to go. After all, that was her idol. Maybe this was the last time she saw him. If you miss this opportunity, you will never have it again. But she didn't want to go empty-handed. Brother Skeleton, can I sell you some gold coins? Zhang Mingming looked at Jiang Cheng and asked weakly, feeling a little nervous inside. She was planning to sell some gold coins to help her idol's mother. Because she heard that after her idol died, his mother fell ill, and she was the only daughter left to take care of her at home, so her life was a little difficult. Zhang Mingming also wanted to do her bit to help at this moment. So the situation in this case was that she used the skeleton god's money to support her idol's mother. This made it a little difficult for her to say it. She was afraid that Jiang Cheng would refuse. You could do whatever you want with the gold coins. Although he didn't know what she wanted the gold coins for at this time, Jiang Cheng could see that Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming's family was probably not very wealthy. He is not a stingy person, so naturally he would not refuse. Don't starve yourself to death like last time. Jiang Cheng teased and summoned the skeleton horse. Get on the horse. I'll take you to Wind Fury City. I'll kill some monsters on the way and evolve. Chapter 1:17, My Funeral. Zhang Mingming had just agreed when the man flew onto the horse, and she was immediately frightened again. Ugh, it's really scary following Big Skeleton Brother. Zhang Mingming's heart was still pounding as she quickly hugged Jiang Cheng's bones. Did something big happen? Jiang Cheng sped all the way, waving the blood-red spear in his hand and killing the wild monsters along the way. A friend of mine passed away, and I'm going to his funeral. Funeral? Jiang Cheng suddenly stopped waving the spear in his hand, and his thoughts gradually froze. Funeral. Big news in the online gaming world. Jiang Cheng suddenly understood something. The strong wind caused by the rapid speed blew the flames in his eyes. For a moment, the atmosphere was a little depressing. Zhang Mingming, who was hugging Jiang Cheng, seemed to sense something. She felt that he seemed different. Lonely, sad, and alone. Why did she gradually feel such emotions from the skeleton brother just by saying one sentence? The gun in his hand seemed to be swinging slower than before. She even saw a magic spider jump onto his head, dropping a bunch of spider silk on his head, which was blown by the wind, but he ignored it. In the past, this would have been impossible given the skeleton brother's reaction ability. Brother Skeleton, what's wrong with you? Did I say something wrong? Zhang Mingming asked weakly while carefully helping Jiang Cheng clean the spider silk on his head. Unfortunately, Jiang Cheng did not answer, as if he was thinking about something. A long time. Jiang Cheng shot a flying cat with a spiked rake and suddenly spoke. Are you on good terms with him? Zhang Mingming was stunned for a moment. I don't have any relationship with him. We're just acquaintances. He doesn't know me, but I know him. Zhang Mingming could sense Jiang Cheng's emotions, so she spoke cautiously. He's a huge star in that field. Almost everyone knows him. I'm just one of them. Did you know? When he was 16, he won the runner-up in the sword testing competition. Later, he even defeated the then-famous 7 Wonders and 10 Great Masters, winning the championship for 3 consecutive years. He was a prominent figure of his time. When Zhang Mingming talked about her idol, her pretty face suddenly showed some excitement. Furthermore, he has set numerous world records and achieved numerous extraordinary feats, each of which has become the subject of much research. Even the 3 disciples he took in became extremely famous figures. One became one of the current 12 righteous gods, one became the leader of the 10 evils, and another became a frequent visitor to the top of the heavenly ladder, inheriting his record. He's the most powerful person I have ever met in my life. Zhang Mingming raised her little fist and shouted excitedly, almost falling off the horse. Fortunately, she caught Jiang Cheng in time, otherwise she would have fallen off the horse and been smashed into pieces. Phew, that was close. Zhang Mingming patted her chest and let out a long sigh with lingering fear. But what surprised her was that the big skeleton brother seemed to be silent again. Wouldn't he be angry? Brother Skeleton, what's wrong with you? Puff. After piercing a level 20 cat with a spiked rake with a single shot, the soul fire in Jiang Cheng's eyes suddenly lit up. Galloping all the way, he killed many wild monsters intentionally or unintentionally. After killing for 3 hours, his evolution points finally reached 4.01 million. The past is the past, he can't change anything. Now, all he can do is keep evolving. Nothing. Wind Fury City, we're here. Jiang Cheng looked at the majestic city in front of him and said with emotion. At this moment, a huge image suddenly appeared in the sky, locking everyone's eyes on the sky. Chapter 1:18 Meeting an official of the first rank. Holy crap, what is that? Is there something serious going on? Why are you making such a fuss? Today is the funeral of the Supreme God. The great wilderness world is just holding an online mourning ceremony for him. They should be preparing to open it now. That's right. They're all making a fuss and haven't seen the world. What are you looking at? Beautiful lady. I'm talking about you. Don't think you're riding a skeleton. A knight player was cursing at a cute little girl, and just as he was about to say something to her, he realized something was wrong. Why is this beautiful woman riding a skeleton horse? Doesn't Skeleton Knight only accept male players to change their job? Moreover, riding a skeleton horse is one thing, but she is also holding a bloody skeleton. This strange combination immediately made him feel at a loss. But this bloody skeleton is so damn handsome, riding a white-bone horse with a blood-red cape on his back and a beautiful woman hugging him. Grass. He is actually living worse than a skeleton. Damn it. The night players began to doubt their lives for a moment and didn't know what to say. Jiang Cheng's arrival naturally caused a sensation. Many players stared at him in surprise, with expressions of amazement and envy on their faces. Jiang Cheng had already taken back the BMW, passed a group of players, and arrived at the gate of Wind Fury City with a cute little boy. The two NPCs guarding the gate, holding a large guandao with a cold glow, carefully looked at Yi Xiao Dai, Xiao Meng, and Jiang Cheng, the bloody skeleton. There was a hint of scrutiny in his eyes. Click! The two guandos crossed and held together, blocking Dai Xiaoming's way. Sorry, please put away your summons, otherwise you won't be able to enter the city. Huh? This? Zhang Mingming paused, her pretty face a little confused. She didn't expect that there would be such a rule. For a moment, I was at a loss. When this scene appeared, other players also stopped and started talking to Jiang Cheng and Yi Xiao Dai Xiaoming. This beautiful woman is wearing such gorgeous gear. She doesn't look like someone who has never played games. How could she not know this little bit of common sense? Bringing babies into the city? If everyone could do that, then Wind Fury City will be filled with skeletons, right? That's right. No attention paid to quality at all. Not necessarily. I remember that in the old myth game, you could bring your baby into the city. Bullshit. Even during the mythical period, no one could bring babies into the city, unless you saw Xia Dongli bringing a pet into the city. Yes, in the myth game, this kind of privilege is only given to the number one in the world. Does this beauty think she is the best in the world? The best in the world? Zhang Mingming's eyes suddenly lit up, and Jiang Cheng also reminded her from behind. Where your title, being the best in the world, has many hidden privileges, the most famous of which is that you can meet officials one level higher than you. In the main city, anyone with an official position must be respectful and careful in their words and actions when they meet the number one in the world. Unless some specific NPCs are exempt from this privilege, like the NPCs guarding the city gate, they must kneel down to greet the number one in the world. Although Jiang Cheng had never obtained this title in his previous life, many of the hidden privileges of this title were widely circulated in the gaming world. This is also the reason why some people spend so much manpower, financial resources, and energy to become the best in the world. This is also one of the reasons why Jiang Cheng has gone to great lengths to upgrade. Without this title, he couldn't even enter the city. Okay. After hearing Jiang Cheng's words, Zhang Mingming didn't act pretentiously and immediately showed the golden title of the best in the world. In an instant, the entire outside of the city was silent. Chapter 1:18 Supreme God vs. Silver Snow God of War. With a plop, the two NPCs guarding the gate immediately put away their guandao and knelt down with an expression of great respect. Sir, you are the best in the world and can enter the city. Please come in. After saying this, the two men lowered their heads, not daring to look up, their bodies trembling slightly, and their hands holding the guandao were soaked with sweat. They were afraid that Zhang Mingming would get furious and cause them to lose their jobs. Oh, Zhang Mingming didn't have so many thoughts on this. She was just a little dazed. Why did the other party's attitude change as soon as I revealed my title? Is this face changing too fast? Besides, this number one in the world is really useful. No wonder Big Brother Skeleton keeps upgrading. He really knows everything. He must have expected something like this to happen. Zhang Mingming looked at Jiang Cheng with admiration, then led him into the city. Wherever he passed, players gave way, looking at him with surprise, envy, awe, and shock. Damn, this beautiful lady is actually the number one on the ranking list. Ichiju Xiaoming. This is a super boss who has surpassed Xia Dongli. We can't afford to offend him. We can't afford to offend him. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. The boss who's number one on the rankings is actually from Wind Fury? That's impressive. I'll have a lot to brag about in the future. Bang. Damn it. I was actually doubting the world's best. Damn it. This is terrifying. Is this the aura of being number one in the world? Even the NPCs have to lick my boots? Fuck, when will I be this awesome? A group of players sighed in admiration and followed Dai Xiaoming from behind to watch. For a time, the entire south gate of Wind Fury was surrounded by people, and even walking became a problem. Ichigo Dai Xiaoming was also trapped by the players, with a troubled look on his face. Brother Skeleton, what should we do? Hearing this, Jiang Cheng stared at the sky and shook his head. Take off the title. It will be fine in a moment. Take it off, and it will be fine in a moment? Zhang Mingming was a little confused. These players had already seen her title and knew her identity. It was impossible for them to leave, right? Zhang Mingming was very puzzled and found it unlikely. But the next moment, a series of images appeared in the sky. In the entire Wind Fury City, except for the confused NPCs, all the players looked up at the sky at the same time. Oh no, is it about to start? Zhang Mingming finally understood what Jiang Cheng meant. Compared to the supreme god who has made countless contributions to the gaming world, her status as the best in the world is really nothing. Quickly getting the title, while everyone was stunned, Zhang Mingming went into the city and found a restaurant. After paying some silver coins, he said goodbye to Jiang Cheng and logged off. Jiang Cheng opened the wooden window in a private room in the restaurant and looked up at the sky along with the hundreds of millions of players in the server. The sky first darkened, and the sun was obscured by darkness, plunging the entire desolate world into darkness. Then, a little starlight bloomed in the center of the darkness. Then the curtain opened. The sky and the earth suddenly brightened. Huff! Strong wind and dust. The sound of the wind reached everyone's ears. A figure holding a golden spear stood in the desert, his golden robe rustling in the wind. Another man wearing a silver battle robe and holding a silver spear appeared in everyone's sight. Suddenly, it caused a huge sensation. That's the Supreme God, my idol. The Supreme God is holding the champion weapon of the sword trial competition, the Golden Supreme Dragon Soul Spear. Absolutely awesome. In the video, the identity of the other man holding a silver spear was also recognized by everyone. That's one of the 12 true gods, the Silver Snow God of War Zhao Bayan. Wrong. In the mythological era, there was no title of true god. I remember Zhao Bayan was one of the 7 great prodigies, right? That's right, a bunch of noobs, absolutely clueless. This must be a video of the two fighting in the arena, edited by the officials and broadcasted. But I don't think they've ever fought each other. Holy shit, is this a video of them fighting privately? Did the game company make such a big splash right off the bat? 10, 9, 8. In the video, 2 people stand facing each other in the desert. Above my head, time is counting down. Everyone was waiting with bated breath, with excitement on their faces. After all, this is a precious video that has never appeared in the public eye, and they have never seen it before. And it's a battle between the Supreme God and Zhao Bayan, who is known as the #1 knight. A wonderful showdown between 2 super gods. The opening is here. Chapter 1, 20 Dragon Shadow Spin Shot. 3, 2, 1, clang. A huge metal collision sound was heard. The 2 spears collided with each other. Sparks flying. Then, 2 figures quickly flew back, stirring up countless gusts of wind and sand. Zhao Bayan raised his right hand, paused, stepped on the desert, and blew up countless yellow sands. The silver-white spear in his hand spun rapidly behind him, gradually turning into a dragon shadow. The yellow sand on the ground was instantly swept in. At the same time, Jiang Cheng had just used the charge skill when it was instantly interrupted. His body was also sucked by the suction of the spear in Zhao Bayan's hand and changed direction. Dragon Shadow Spin Shot. With a rotation speed that breaks the limit, it creates a strong reverse suction force. Transform into a Dragon Shadow Vortex. Draw the opponent to your side and kill it. It can also be used to change the opponent's position and interrupt the opponent's displacement skills. Oh my god, 14th Divine Skill, Dragon Shadow Spin Spear Kill. Using a big move right off the bat, using this incredible skill in front of the founder. Isn't that just showing off one's prowess in front of an expert? If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. If the Supreme God had approached me with his charge skill and thrown out a horse, I would have died even faster. That's right, Zhao Bayan, there's nothing we can do about it. After all, the opponent is the Supreme God, so we have to use all our strength. Damn, throwing out a horse is really okay. Is it really that exaggerated? Bite! A flash of golden light, with the help of the scorching sun, pierced into Zhao Bayan's eyes. Zhao Bayan closed his eyes subconsciously. Clang! Zhao Bayan used his powerful instinct to block Jiang Cheng's level 40 skill, Crescent Spear. But just as he opened his eyes, another golden light quickly pierced his eyes. But this time, Zhao Bayan had already followed the golden light and changed his body shape before the golden light arrived, avoiding the sword light with his back. At the same time, the silver-white spear in his hand stabbed backwards. A surprise attack. Bite! With a slight sound, Jiang Cheng took advantage of the momentum to launch a flash attack and quickly flew back. The spear in his hand flew out, quickly penetrated the endless wind and sand, and came in front of Zhao Bayan. With a wave of his right hand, a warhorse appeared at his feet and was summoned by him. Jiang Cheng lifted his whole body and was already on the warhorse. He instantly activated his warhorse skill and jumped up at the moment when Zhao Bayan just blocked his spear. One man and one horse, only 7 steps away, arrived in a flash. He stretched out his right hand from the horse and caught the golden spear that flew up into the sky, then pointed the tip of the spear downward. The level 65 group damage skill, 1000 Shadow Cold Spear, is launched. The Knight class is known for its high health, defense, and many passive skills, but few active damage skills. When a player reaches level 100, he only has 4 active damage skills, which gives him no advantage in PK. Ordinary players play the Knight profession mainly to act as a meat shield, lure monsters, and add status skills. But expert players can often rely on these 4 active skills to beat other professions into a pulp in PK. 1000 Shadow Cold Spear is the one with the highest damage among the 4 active skills. He can instantly draw out his spear, creating a fan-shaped spear shadow within a range of 3 meters in front of him. Attacks the enemy unit 11 times, each attack dealing 400% of its own attack power as damage. Everyone thought that Zhao Bayan would be seriously injured if not killed this time. After all, the weapon in Jiang Cheng's hand has high damage. If he is hit by 11 bullets, even if his health is high, he will lose a lot of blood. But Zhao Bayan's lips curled up slightly. He held the spear horizontally and calmly used the momentum to dodge and kill. He placed the tip of his gun against the first shadow of Qianying Hanxiang in advance. Bite! With a slight sound, Zhao Bayan's figure quickly retreated, penetrating countless yellow sands. The spear in his hand flew out at the moment of retreat. He was prepared to use the same moves that Jiang Cheng had just used against him, and to retaliate the moment Jiang Cheng fell. Bang! Zhao Bayan paused and ended the flying retreat effect of taking advantage of the momentum in advance. He spread out his 5 fingers and moved his right hand downward, preparing to summon a white horse to charge towards Jiang Cheng. But the next moment, an extremely fast suction force came, and Zhao Bayan's body was pulled by the suction force of Long Yingshuan's gun. Involuntarily, I took a step forward. The warhorse summoning ceremony was interrupted. Immediately afterwards, the sound of wind whistling in his ears was accompanied by a golden figure passing by him. The next moment, he felt a chill on his back. A golden spear tip came out from behind him, penetrated his body, and appeared in front of his chest. In front of Zhao Bayan, a burst of blood burst out and spilled all over the ground. A surprise attack. 11171. Chapter 121 New Way of Evolution. This shot was absolutely stunning, but why do I completely fail to understand their technique? Yet it still looks so impressive. If it can be understood by ordinary players like us, can it still be called the Supreme God? Why do I feel like these 2 guys are so pretentious? I'm dazzled by what I see. They're as ferocious as a tiger, but after fighting for a long time, they only manage to land 1 attack. I am speechless. Fisk, if you don't understand, just shut up. Experts all have magical skills and can counter each other's moves. How can they just hack and chop like us? We'll see. The Knight is like this because he has too few skills. If it were other professions, the same might not be true. In the picture, Zhao Bayan is not dead. After all, in the arena, the attributes of both sides will be balanced. Each of them has around 100,000 HP. With over 10,000 HP of damage, it is naturally impossible to kill them with just 1 shot. It's just that the game company held this morning ceremony and edited this wonderful clip for all players to enjoy. So the next moment, the scene suddenly changed to a snowy mountain scene. This time, it is one of the 7 great men of the mythological period, the Sword Emperor versus the Supreme God. There was no countdown this time, but it was when Zhao Bayan was stabbed by a spear and blood was spilled all over the ground. The scene switched to a large sword slashing at another powerful swordsman. Leap and slash as the body falls, stunning the area for 0.2 seconds. Force the tactic, change to a short sword, and then slash horizontally and vertically across the cross. When Jiang Cheng is stunned, the sword dances wildly. The Sword Emperor's movements were smooth and seamless, without a single pause in midair. He used this combo to perfection. In an instant, a blood-red cross hit Jiang Cheng's body. Afterwards, the level 65 group skill, Blade Dance, was activated. The Sword Emperor swung the dagger in his hand at a high speed, and 32 sword energies fell madly towards Jiang Cheng. At this time, Jiang Cheng had just recovered from a 0.2-second dizziness, and in the instant he was hit by such a powerful move. 34-25, 34-25, 34-25, 34-25. A large amount of damage came out. Even though the health in the arena was balanced, Jiang Cheng's health bar was instantly emptied, leaving only 3 points of health. There is only a little bit left in the entire health bar. If you don't use a magnifying glass, you can't see even a trace of blood. The last sword energy fell, and as long as Jiang Cheng was hit, he would definitely die. Holy crap, the Supreme God is going to die. A player looked up and exclaimed, "Don't be ridiculous. This is the championship match of the second sword trial competition. I've seen it before. The Sword Emperor lost. Holy crap, the Supreme God only has 3 drops of health left. He'd be dead in 1 hit from any ranged skill. How can he lose? Is this a lie? What's so fake about it?" In fact, the big devil Jiang was beaten like this on purpose. He wanted to increase his damage by losing health, and then fight back with only a little health left. Yes, I heard there was a little story before this match started. Before the match started, the Sword Emperor said that he could knock out the Great Demon King Jiang in 30 seconds. The Great Demon King Jiang was so angry that he did this. What happened next? What happened? And then later on, the Sword Emperor was counter-killed by the Great Demon King Jiang at the very bottom of his health. A knockout in 8 seconds, stunning the entire crowd and breaking the record for the fastest kill in a single match, a move that was recorded in the annals of the game. And the Sword Emperor, on the other hand, was nailed to the pillar of shame. So angry, he announced his retirement from online gaming and would never play games again. Holy crap, the Supreme God is truly awesome. He can even kill with only 3 health points? That's simply incredible. As soon as the player finished speaking, the scene of Jiang Cheng making a comeback with only a sliver of health appeared on the screen, shocking all the novice players in Wind Fury. Jiang Cheng has closed the window and started to choose to evolve. This evolution requires 1 million evolution points and 50 gold coins. This advancement adds optional evolution methods, Devour, Transform, and Fusion for the host to choose freely. Chapter 1:22-3 Evolved Hero Templates. He no longer had the mood to watch the mourning ceremony. Attending my own funeral, this feeling, how to say it, a bit weird. Apart from some nostalgia for the past and guilt towards his relatives, he didn't have many emotions. He has a deep connection with games in his life. When he was 9 years old, his father was hit and killed by a rich kid who was obsessed with racing games. His family received 200,000 yuan in compensation. But because of this, his mother explicitly forbade Jiang Cheng from playing any games. However, Jiang Cheng discovered that he seemed to have a particularly high talent for games, and he himself also liked playing games very much. At that time, he was very rebellious and refused to listen to his mother. He insisted on becoming a professional gamer. He started playing console games at the age of 10, and later on AR simulation games. Until the emergence of the virtual game Myth with 60% realism, I have been playing it for a full 10 years. At the age of 16, he dropped out of school without telling his mother and sister. I used the little money I earned from playing games to buy a helmet access device and became a professional player. In his first year, he won the runner-up in the sword trial competition. 3 years later, he discovered some secrets in the mythological game. He used the prize money he received to visit martial arts masters in various places and observe their training. Quan Zong, one of the 12 righteous gods, is a person that he often visits. Later, through continuous and painstaking study, he combined what he learned from observation with his understanding of the game. He finally achieved 14 magical skills, broke countless records, and won the sword testing competition for 3 consecutive times. He was recorded in the history of the online gaming industry and became the first legendary person. However, he could only share his glory with his friends in the game. In reality, in order not to anger his mother to death, he can only hide his identity and be an ordinary person. Perhaps because his talent was envied, he got into a car accident. When he woke up, he had multiple comminuted fractures in his hands and feet. There was also a blood clot in the brain, which compressed the nerves. Because the injury was inside his brain, he couldn't undergo craniotomy for surgery, so he could only lie in bed like a useless person, even though he spent most of his bonus on treatment. In the end, due to the compression of his brain nerves, he was unable to recover his strength. After spending all his savings, he had no choice but to become a coach. However, with his strength at that time, no one believed that he was the supreme god in the online gaming world. Jiang Cheng was constantly rejected and didn't want to ask others for help, so he had no choice but to become a substitute coach. Unexpectedly, due to some strange circumstances, he died suddenly, became a skeleton in the Great Wilderness game, and was summoned by a cute little creature. Jiang Cheng sometimes wondered if it was because Dai Xiaoming had just pulled his soul here when he summoned him, or maybe it's the evolution system that's causing trouble. Jiang Cheng couldn't guess the answer. But no matter what, Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming gave him a chance to be reborn. So Jiang Cheng had a hidden feeling of gratitude towards her. He wanted to train her to become the 13th true god as a way of repaying her. Of course, this is also because Dai Xiaoming's personality meets these conditions. Otherwise, he would not have come up with such an idea. But before that, he still has to ensure his own life. The evolution direction provides the host with 3 hero templates. Devouring Evolution, Hero, Reaper of the Dead. Transformation, Hero, the Sorrow of the Lost Nation. Combined Evolution, Hero, Dragon Blood Scourge Knight. Chapter 123, The Pros and Cons of the 3 Heroes. And a background story? After Jiang Cheng read the options given by the 3 hero templates, he unexpectedly discovered that there was also a background introduction. It seems that this hero should really exist in the game. It could be an NPC or a boss. Jiang Cheng had some guesses in his mind, and then he started to check. Reaper of the Dead, Cherthoff. In his lifetime, he was an ordinary citizen of the Moon Spirit Nation with a cowardly character. On his way to Skull Island with his wife, he was intercepted by the Undead. His wife died accidentally while trying to protect him. Cherthoff, who returned to the city, was ridiculed by everyone. Unable to bear the torture, he finally mustered up the courage and returned to Skull Island alone with his sword, vowing to avenge his wife's death. Unfortunately, his strength was only that of an ordinary person. Not only did he fail to seek revenge, but he was killed on Skull Island. He was torn out and eaten alive by the Undead. After his death, Cherthoff was unexpectedly infused with the power of the iron-blooded Demon King's trident and absorbed a portion of that powerful strength. After gaining immense power, Cherthoff slaughtered all 3 million undead on Skull Island. Feared by the undead, he is called the Reaper of the Dead. The Sorrow of a Lost Nation by Zhan Tian. During his lifetime, he was a battle-hardened general of the Lulan Kingdom. Because of his miscalculated decision, Lulan was destroyed by the Leilang Kingdom. From then on, Bai Zhantian lived in guilt. Unable to bear this guilt, he traveled alone to the kingdom of Leilang. He single-handedly fought against an army of 100,000, killing over 8,000 men before ultimately dying on the battlefield. Even after his death, he still harbored guilt. His obsession prevented him from reincarnation. His soul could only exist in the destroyed ancient kingdom of Lulan, unable to leave. Anyone who entered the ancient kingdom of Lulan would be killed by the 2 hammers he clenched in his lifetime. The ancient kingdom of Lulan thus became a forbidden place for the living. Dragonblood Scourge Knight, Earls, was a righteous phantom knight in his lifetime. Unfortunately, he was contaminated with dragon blood during a battle with a black dragon. Unable to withstand the powerful force of the dragon blood, his flesh and blood were broken down, and he was transformed into a Death Knight. He was completely corrupted and joined the Scourge. Because he was contaminated with dragon blood during his lifetime, after his death, Earls possessed the rare bloodline of the Dragon Clan. His mount transformed into a dragon bone horse, and he became the commander of the Knights of the Scourge Army. All 3 heroes are unlucky. Jiang Cheng sighed, but it has nothing to do with him. He only needs to analyze the advantages and disadvantages of the 3 heroes. The Reaper of the Dead inherited the trident of the iron-blooded Demon King. This weapon, it's hard to describe in a few words. The introduction just says that it absorbs a part of the power. It is difficult to judge his strength from the literal meaning. And this Cherthoff is just lucky and has no real strength at all. Pass. Bai Zhantian is just a general. Even if he has the courage to face an army of 100,000 alone, he is just an ordinary soldier in an army of 100,000. Moreover, he uses dual hammers, and after evolution, his strength in using dual hammers may be enhanced. This is completely different from the comprehensive development path that Jiang Cheng needs. Pass. Earls, during his lifetime, was a knight of the Phantom Palace. After his death, he became the leader of the Scourge Knights. Possessing dragon blood, one can transform a horse into a dragonbone horse. The introduction didn't mention what his weapon was, but it must be very powerful. It is clear who is victorious and who is inferior. Dragon Blood Scourge Rider is the strongest. However, Jiang Cheng has always liked to be unique and is good at creation and learning. He hates to follow other people's old paths the most. Is there any hidden direction of evolution? Jiang Cheng asked tentatively with a triad attitude. Chapitre 124, Création mode, et d'une évolution direction, caractéristique évolution. In fact, Jiang Cheng had no choice but to do this. Because 3 evolutionary directions, the Reaper of the Dead needs him to go to Skull Island to devour Chertoff. The sorrow of the country's demise requires him to go to the ancient kingdom of Lulan to inherit Byzantian's will, transform into his appearance, and establish a new ancient kingdom of Lulan. As for the Dragon Blood Scourge Knight, that was even more ridiculous. He needed him to influence earls and let him merge with him. Jiang Cheng has always used force to persuade others and never likes to use words. Trying to persuade earls would simply be putting him in a difficult position. And even if he wanted to go, his range of activity was reduced to 3,000 meters because Dai Xiaoming was offline, so he couldn't go. Therefore, these 3 conditions are nonsense to him. Congratulations to the host for resisting temptation, triggering creative mode, hiding the direction of evolution, and evolving characteristics. Trait evolution mode. The host freely chooses the direction of evolution. Note, the trait evolution mode requires the host to collect materials. The success rate of evolution depends on the quality of the materials. Do you want to choose the direction of trait evolution? Characteristic evolution? There really is a hidden direction of evolution. Jiang Cheng suddenly felt happy. Just by listening to the introduction, you can tell that this free choice of characteristic evolution is very suitable for him and is simply tailor-made for him. Without hesitation, he directly chose characteristic evolution. Maybe he could wait for Dai Xiaoming to come online, and then go to the Scourge Land to find the Dragon Blood Scourge Rider. But Jiang Cheng always feels that what suits him best is the best. No matter how powerful the Dragon Blood Scourge Knight is only suitable for others. Activate the evolution method, and the characteristics evolve successfully. Please select the evolutionary characteristics. This evolution provides 3,145 characteristics. The host can choose 5 characteristics and use them as the evolutionary direction. Once selected, it cannot be changed and will trigger random evolution. In an instant, countless options appeared in front of Jiang Cheng, making him dizzy. Attack speed, movement speed, casting speed, area damage, control, debuff, buff, freeze, burn, tear, kill, armor break, curse, single target, life steal, sleep, slow down, blind, magic life, regeneration. I choose attack speed, movement speed, control, and debuff. Jiang Cheng immediately selected the attribute he wanted from the numerous characteristics. His skills can be improved using evolution points, so he can make up for other aspects with skills. The attributes he chose are generally recognized as the most difficult to improve in the later stages of the game. The reason for choosing attack power is that he cannot wear equipment, and relying on only one weapon is not enough. In the later stages, they will gradually fall behind the pace of players who can wear a full set of equipment. Although he can also strengthen his bones to increase his attack power, it requires too many strengthening points. Therefore, attack power is a must. Movement speed and attack speed are also the key to his recovery to peak strength. In the later stages of the game, 100 points of agility will only reduce the attack speed and movement speed delay by 0.1 seconds. It would take him quite a while to get back to his peak, relying only on his skills and plundering agility. The same goes for control and debuffs. These types of skills and treasures are extremely difficult to obtain, so choosing these 2 is definitely the right choice. To successfully evolve a trait, you need to spend 4 times the evolution points and 4 times the gold coins. Congratulations on spending 4 million evolution points and 200 gold coins to successfully trigger the trait evolution. Evolution direction is attack power, attack speed, movement speed, control, debuff, evolution template, random. The chance of evolution success is 58%. You can increase the chance of evolution by adding materials with corresponding properties. Add the Black Evil Rune Stone. Heart of Disaster is successful. The evolution probability increases by 25%. Evolution begins, and the evolution time is 1 hour. Chapter 125, Going to the Funeral. In an instant, Jiang Cheng's entire bloody body began to change rapidly. Suddenly, bursts of thick black air appeared around the restaurant and rushed into the restaurant frantically. There were even rolling dark clouds in the sky. If the game company hadn't been holding a mourning ceremony, this scene would have been covered up. If it were seen by players, it would probably cause a huge sensation. In the restaurant, all the black air poured into Jiang Cheng's blood jade body. In an instant, his entire body was enveloped by a cold black aura, and the soul fire in his eyes gradually turned black. Above his right shoulder and left arm, something seemed to be wriggling, trying to break out of the bones. Tianhai City. Master Naimeng, I'm here. Which floor are you on? Zhang Rui came to a dilapidated suburban community and talked to Zhang Mengmeng on the phone, asking for her address. In the game, he heard that Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming wanted to sell gold coins, so he bought them without saying a word. The game has just been launched for 3 days, and only 1 day has passed in real life. Gold coins are now a scarce commodity. Although they have depreciated a bit, the ratio is still as high as 1 to 80,000. Although it will gradually depreciate in the future, it is now an absolute hard currency. Having gold coins means having strength, and he also has money to continue to benefit from the experience of the skeleton god. Oh, I'm in building 22 on the 22nd floor. Wait a minute, I'll be down soon. Okay, I'll wait for you downstairs. Zhang Rui said, hung up the phone, and said to the cold-faced man beside him, Master, she's in building 22. The environment here isn't very good. It seems her living conditions are very ordinary. Xiao Rui, the gold coins have depreciated to 80,000 now, but your family shouldn't be short of money. The man finished speaking and glanced at him. Zhang Rui shuddered suddenly. Yes, master, I understand. I won't meet her. Yin Xiang, you go with her later. Yes, master. Yin Xiang, sitting in the passenger seat, nodded, then opened the car window and stared at the stairs on the 22nd floor, waiting for Zhang Mengmeng to arrive. Zhang Mengmeng had just finished a bucket of instant noodles, changed into a yellow dress, and walked down. But before she could say hello to Yin Xiang and the others, she ran into Zhang Haoming from her former school. At this time, Zhang Haoming was surrounded by 2 beautiful women, but when he saw Zhang Mengmeng, his eyes still lit up. Zhang Mengmeng, do you live here? Zhang Mengmeng didn't expect to meet him here, and her face was a little surprised. Zhang Haoming is very popular among students because of his excellent gaming skills, handsome appearance, and humorous way of speaking. He can be said to be a prominent figure in Tianhai High School. Zhang Mengmeng also heard that after graduation, he went to a very famous club and became a professional player. Now, Dawang has become popular all over the world because of its 100% authenticity and its ability to prolong the time in the real world. Almost everyone has bought a gaming helmet and entered the game. All major companies have begun to form their own clubs, recruit some players, and prepare to make a big splash in the wilderness. Professional players have become the targets of recruitment by major companies and have become extremely scarce talents. I wonder how many people are envious of Zhang Haoming for being able to become a professional player. I became the envy of almost all my classmates, even relatives and friends. Just a while ago, Ruan Xiangxiang threatened in front of Zhang Mengmeng that she would pursue him. It's just that Zhang Haoming didn't like her very much, so he didn't let her succeed. So Zhang Mengmeng was a little puzzled. How could a prominent figure like Zhang Haoming come to her dilapidated neighborhood? Puzzled, Zhang Mengmeng nodded and said hello. Well, I live here. Why are you here too? Oh, it's like this. My master said he would take me to meet some big names in the online gaming world, so I came here to pick up my girlfriend. Zhang Haoming's tone was quite proud. By the way, I heard you're also playing Dawang. What level are you at now? We're classmates. Do you want to help you level up? After hearing this, Zhang Mengmeng's pretty face showed a little embarrassment. She didn't understand why this group of people always like to take her to level up. When it comes to the speed of upgrading, there should be no other player who can compare to her big skeleton brother, right? Chapter 126. You don't even recognize Yin Xiang? Oh no, my level is quite high. I don't need it for now. We can talk about it later if there is a chance. Although Zhang Haoming likes to show off, he is a nice person, so Zhang Mengmeng did not refuse directly. Is that so? Seeing this, Zhang Haoming did not force it. After all, he was just being polite. He is now a member of the Dream Peak Club team. His training schedule is very tight, so he has no time to lead others. Although Zhang Mengmeng is very beautiful, she has no advantages in gaming. Now is the era of the great wilderness, and gaming experts have become a scarce resource in the eyes of everyone and are being vigorously exploited by major companies. It is also the object of everyone's envy. As a gaming rookie, Jiang Mingming's status is too different from his. He didn't want to ruin his own future by helping Jiang Mingming upgrade. In fact, he was relieved when he was rejected by Jiang Mingming. However, since we've met, it's not good to leave him alone. All right, come find me some other time, and I'll take you. By the way, do you want to come along? Since you're into gaming, you should be familiar with some of the big names in the gaming world and their influence in the online gaming world. I'm telling you, you might not know this, but this funeral has gathered all sorts of great gods. I heard that even the fifth master of the 12 righteous gods, and his most proud disciple, Yun Xiang, will be there. When he mentioned the name Yun Xiang, his tone became very excited, and he was obviously a loyal fan of Yun Xiang. You don't know Yun Xiang, but she's the goddess of our 1.3 billion swordsman players. Not only me, but even my master is crazy about her. Sigh, if I can see her at the funeral and sign her name, it will be worth dying for. Yun Xiang. Jiang Mingming's eyes suddenly lit up. Remembering Yun Xiang who had greeted her, she asked, "Is she a disciple of the Quanzhou? Is she famous?" "Oh my god." Jiang Haoming shook his head. "You don't even know Yun Xiang? You really played this game for half a year for nothing." Jiang Haoming looked at Jiang Mingming with a look of disappointment. Goddess Yun Xiang is a great player in the Shana Club. She even won second place in the last round of the Myth Game Sword Trial competition. Yun Xiang, known as the 12 Legends, you don't even know my goddess. Forget it, we have nothing in common. I don't think you know the Supreme God either. I won't invite you. I'm leaving now. After Jiang Haoming finished speaking, he hugged his two girlfriends, got into a BMW, and left Jiang Mingming aside. Jiang Mingming was a little dumbfounded. It seems that she needs to brush up on some knowledge about the gaming industry, otherwise she won't be able to recognize the masters in front of her. And she always felt that the guy called Fama and Qian Chonglang should also be relatively famous masters, right? God of cuteness. A Rolls-Royce stopped in front of Jiang Mingming, and the passenger window was rolled down. A slightly cold beauty called out to Jiang Mingming. Jiang Mingming naturally recognized Yun Xiang, but after knowing Yun Xiang's identity, she was a little restrained. "Master Naimeng, get in the car." Yun Xiang suddenly got out from the passenger seat and opened the back door for Jiang Mingming. "Oh, thank you." Jiang Mingming opened the car door and sat in. Although she looked a little nervous, she didn't act too embarrassed. Although her mentality changed a little after knowing Yun Xiang's identity. But maybe because she had been with Jiang Cheng for too long, she didn't feel much. "Wow. Haoming, look, your classmate seems to have gotten into a Rolls-Royce." "What? Rolls-Royce? How is that possible? You're overthinking it." Jiang Haoming shook his head with a look of disbelief. "Really? Look for yourself. And that seems to be your goddess. Your goddess personally opened the door for your classmate." Chapter 127. Here I come. Thinking too much, my goddess helped her open the car door. Jiang Haoming turned his head and looked in the direction his girlfriend was pointing. Then he was stunned for a moment. Damn, there must be something wrong with my eyes. Seeing Yun Xiang helping Jiang Mingming close the car door and sitting in the passenger seat, Jiang Haoming began to doubt his life. Rubbing his eyes, he looked at the Rolls-Royce again. But at this moment, the Rolls-Royce had already sped past him and sped out onto the street. "Okay, you must have asked for too much last night, which gave me an illusion." Jiang Haoming shook his head, took out the car keys, and stuffed the two women in. The life of a professional player is really comfortable. No one dares to say anything even if he has two girlfriends. These two girls obeyed his every word, and even when he said that he only had goddesses in his heart, they didn't mind. "It's just that my brain isn't working very well. Goddess Yin wants to personally help Jiang Mingming open the door? What kind of joke is this? There's absolutely no chance that the two of them would have anything in common. Let's go to the funeral." Jiang's auditorium in Qingshan town. Jiang Cheng's funeral is being held at this moment. The Jiang family was not wealthy in Qingshan town, nor did they produce any significant figures. But what surprised the town residents was that there were hundreds of luxury cars of all kinds parked outside the auditorium. Rolls-Royce, Bentley, McLaren, Ferrari, and other luxury cars were parked outside the auditorium. And a Land Rover of this level is already considered very rubbish. Damn, this is weird. Didn't this Jiang Cheng work in a small internet cafe when he was alive? Why are there so many bigwigs here after he died? Who knows? Go ask them. Forget it. I can't afford to pay for any damage to these cars. They must be some important people. I don't dare go there. Outside the auditorium, a group of townspeople were talking and speculating about the purpose of these important people's arrival. In the auditorium, many people were already chatting with each other. Xia Dongli, why are you here too? Why aren't you leveling up now to attend my master's funeral? What level are you at? Have you caught up with Dai Xiaoming yet? A petite girl with a ponytail and wearing a linen dress came to Xia Dongli and handed him 3 incense sticks with a hint of gloating in her tone. Xia Dongli was about to bow when he was suddenly stunned by the question, "Since when did you, the #1 archer, start to care about the ranking list?" Xia Dongli's face also looked a little ugly. "Nothing, just asking. Forget it, forget it. Today is my master's big day, so you should bow quickly." Qian Shanxue glanced at him and sighed deeply, her tone quite sad. Qian Chonlang patted her shoulder from behind and sighed. "Cousin, don't be too sad." "I'm sad. Why should I be sad? This damn bastard refused to tell me he was injured. It means he doesn't even consider me his apprentice. I'm not sad, humph." Qian Shanxue's eyes started to turn red as she spoke. "Please help me pass the incense. I need to go to the bathroom." "Oh." Qian Chonglang took the incense from Qian Shanxue's hand, looked at her trembling back, and couldn't help but sigh, "I know you're just stubborn." Turning back, he handed the 3 incense sticks to the people who came to burn incense again, but found 3 familiar faces. "You guys are here too?" Looking at Zhang Mingming, Yin Xiang, and Zhang Rui, Qian Chonglang's eyes suddenly lit up. "Well, here I come." Chapter 128, The Messenger, Bringing Misfortune to the World. After the 3 of them had offered incense, Qian Chonglang arranged them to sit at table 3 and started eating the food on the table. "Did Annie take the money?" Qian Chonglang took a bite of the braised pork and looked at Zhang Mingming and asked first. Zhang Mingming picked up a piece of lotus root and carefully put it in her mouth, then nodded. "At first, my aunt refused to accept it. But Yin wanted me to lie to her and tell her that I was his ex-girlfriend and that he left me 5 million before he left. Only then did she reluctantly accept 1 million. My aunt is such a good person." "That's right. Alas, what a pity. Forget it, forget it. I won't say any more." Qian Chonglang shook his head and avoided the subject. "By the way, Master Niming, aren't you planning on moving to a new house? I asked someone, and it seems the building you live in is dangerous. If you don't move quickly, you might be in danger." Zhang Mingming was extremely surprised when she heard that. "I didn't know that. Then I better find another place to rent right away. I also need to replace my helmet. It's leaking a bit. Then I'll take you there later. I, Zhang Rui, have some connections in Tianhai City." "Well, thank you so much. I didn't expect you to be such a nice person." Zhang Mingming expressed her gratitude. "But please don't call me the cute god all the time. I'm where I am now because of the skeleton. God, I'm just a newbie who knows nothing." "I understand, Master Niming. Zeng Hui Ishuat. For now on, please, Master Daiming, say a few good words about me in front of Master Skeleton, and don't dump me." "Yes, I will." Zhang Mingming agreed readily. The 4 of them were talking. On the other side, at table number 12, a middle-aged man, Zhang Haoming, and his 2 girlfriends stood up and walked towards Zhang Rui's table. But before leaving, the middle-aged man pointed to the first table at the banquet and reminded Zhang Haoming, "I'm telling you, the guy at table number 1 in the front is not to be messed with. Do you see that guy? That's Xia Dongli, the god of level. And that fairy is 10,000 arrows of ice and frost, 1,000 mountains of snow, and that one is the Fist Master. These people are not only masters in the game, but also amazing masters in real life. We can't even reach their level." The middle-aged man pulled Zhang Haoming and walked towards Zhang Rui's table. The most important thing for a person is to know himself and to find his place. The person I'm taking you to see now is the boss of our Outhian gang, young Master Zhang. Although our Outhian gang ranks average in the game, young Master Zhang is the disciple of the great Fist Master. He is the closest to Queen Yunxiang among all the people I know. As long as young Master Zhang recognizes you and lets him introduce you to Queen Yunxiang, it should be possible. If you can get Queen Yunxiang to guide you for a while, you will be able to take off in the future. As for whether you can grasp it or not, that depends on you." After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he looked at the 2 beauties beside Zhang Haoming. Zhang Haoming immediately understood and winked at him. Yes, thank you very much, boss. I will definitely perform well." As he nodded, Zhang Haoming was so excited that he could hardly control himself, especially after seeing Yun Xiang's beautiful back next to Zhang Rui. He was so excited that his legs began to tremble, and he was obviously very excited. But what made him a little strange was that the back of the girl in the yellow skirt looked so familiar. Young Master Jiang, let me introduce you to a good seedling. The middle-aged man pulled Zhang Haoming to Zhang Rui and called out respectfully, "Oh, it's the old demon. Who is this person?" Zhang Rui looked at Zhang Haoming, who was now in a daze, frowned slightly, and said in a deep voice, "The newcomer you brought with you? He doesn't know how to be polite. Don't bring anyone here casually in the future." The middle-aged man, known as the Old Devil, was suddenly a little frightened. He glanced at Zhang Haoming, who was in a daze, and became furious. "Zhang Haoming, what the hell are you doing? Okay, get out of here now. Can't you see we are having dinner?" Zhang Rui's eyes turned cold. "Well, okay, sorry to bother young Master Zhang. Sorry, I'll take him away right now." Back at table number 12, the old demon looked at Zhang Haoming, who had not yet recovered from his shock, and slammed the table with a loud bang. "What the hell are you doing? I finally got the chance to be close to a legend, and look what you've done. You've completely disgraced me." Boss, the beautiful lady in the yellow dress next to Mr. Zhang just now seemed to be my classmate. I thought I was seeing things, so I couldn't believe it. Your classmates? The old demon was full of disbelief. TSK, you have classmates who can sit at the same table with Lang Shun, Yin Xiang, and the others? What the hell are you doing in my club? Zhang Haoming's face was full of bitterness. He looked at Zhang Mingming, who was chatting and laughing with Yin Xiang and the others, and sighed. Actually, until now, I still can't believe it. In-game, the online morning ceremony has ended. At the last moment, all the players put their hands together, closed their eyes, and observed a minute of silence in their hearts. Then, a huge subtitle suddenly appeared in the sky. "May the Most High God live forever in our hearts." Bang! A huge firework exploded, and the funeral of the Supreme God came to an end. May the Most High God live forever in our hearts. At this moment, countless players opened their eyes, suppressed their excitement after watching the video, and shouted out in unison. At this moment, the voices of tens of millions of players were deafening and resounded throughout the entire game. In the restaurant, the black flames in Jiang Cheng's eyes began to gradually burn. Congratulations to the host for evolving into the wings of disaster, the messenger that brings misfortune to the world. After evolution, the increased attributes are attack plus 200, strength plus 200, agility plus 300. Obtain the arms of disaster, disaster death's embrace. It has been detected that the host possesses the whale of extreme ice, which has now been upgraded to ice disaster, ominous blade. Evolution triggers awakening of the secondary weapon, calamity, death wing. Evolution awakens dual passive skills, dark curse and dark dawn, which require completing the quest to awaken. Trigger the exclusive mission of the ominous messenger. Chapter 129, Ice Disaster, Ominous Blade. Exclusive mission for the ominous messenger. Born from disaster, you wander outside of order, neither human nor ghost, neither saint nor demon, neither heaven nor hell tolerates you. To awaken the power of the ominous messenger, please kill the 7 archangels of the cult, the 7 sins of hell, and destroy the God-given Legion and the Scourge Legion. After reading the mission introduction, Jiang Cheng felt a slight chill in his heart. He seems to be playing a little too big. There was the Skeleton King before, the Blood Hell Lord after, and now there are also the cult, hell, God's gift, and natural disaster. This tree has a bit too many enemies. Forget it. Too much debt is better than nothing. I'll just take it one at a time and get rid of it. The black soul fire in Jiang Cheng's eyes suddenly lit up. Only having powerful enemies can spur him to keep moving forward, which is also a good thing for him. He was not a timid person, so naturally there was nothing to worry about. Let's see if there are any changes. Jiang Cheng's eyes began to look over his body. Raising his hand, he discovered that his bones had turned from bloody red to black. There was a black flame all over his body. It seems that once you are infected, you will be burned to ashes by the black flames and die. Even when he saw it himself, he could sense a vague meaning. The bones of the right hand have not changed much, but the weapons on the bones have undergone earth-shaking changes. The cold blade emits a chilling black light. It has the texture and luster of metal, and looks like a black ice skate. The knife is 1 meter and 3 meters long, and the blade has changed from being wide and thick to being narrow, long, and thin. On the black ice blade, it seemed as if something was sealed inside and kept moving. Holding in the hand, there's a feeling of endless coolness. Ice Disaster, Ominous Blade. Quality, Legend. Attack, 450 to 450. Spell attack, 100-100. Strength plus 55. Agility plus 55. Critical hit rate plus 40%. Cold Sky. When attacking, the ice will crack the opponent's armor by 50 points and increase the critical damage by 80%. Ice Roar. When attacking, there is a 9% chance to trigger the weapon's wail, which will cause bleeding, confusion, and deceleration. The opponent's health will be reduced by 300 plus 30% of the attack power per second. The movement speed will be reduced by 30%, and there will be a state of not distinguishing between friend and foe, which lasts for 3 seconds. Cold Soul. When attacking, there's a 9% chance to trigger a slow and freezing effect, slowing down the opponent's attack and movement speed by 30%. Within 3 seconds, it will freeze once every 0.5 seconds for 3 seconds. Ice Disaster. When attacking, there is a 2% chance of triggering an ice disaster, causing freezing damage equal to 300% of the player's own attack power within a 33-meter range. Already inlaid, Bloodraven Heart, Phantom Rune. Overview. The blade of the Ominous One is tainted with the breath of doom, and it is ominous to touch. Powerful. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but sigh. The attack power has increased from 250 to 450. The overall attributes are comprehensively improved. Even the characteristics have been integrated and improved. The destruction and the crack of the sky merged together and turned into Cold Sky. It changed from ignoring 30 armor and increasing critical damage by 50% to 50 armor and 80% critical damage. The Blood Prison and the Sorrow merged together and became the Ice Cry. It has changed from the previous certain tearing, chance of serious injury, and 1% chance of confusion to a fixed 9% chance of slowing down, bleeding, and confusion. Bleeding damage becomes 300 plus 30% of own attack power. His current total attack power is 1509, which is 452 points of damage. 752 bleed per second. Continue for 3 seconds, which is 2,256. It may be lower than the previous Blood Prison's total damage of 3,000, but the burst is stronger and can continue to grow with his attack power. More importantly, the probability of chaos increased from 1% to 9%. The duration also increased by 1 second. It will be much easier to deal with double boss lineups in the future. There's nothing much to say about Hampa and Bingzai. They're just strong. Xiaoming should be back soon, and I should go to the dungeon to try out the effects. Chapter 130 Secondary Weapon, Calamity, Deathwing. Jiang Cheng stood up, opened the doors and windows, and looked at the sky. At this moment, the sky is no longer as dark as before. A sun is shining in the sky, casting holy light. Obviously, the funeral was over, but the people on the street seemed to be still reluctant to leave, still discussing the images they had seen before. Clang! Jiang Cheng didn't pay much attention to it, but moved his right hand to test his secondary weapon. Suddenly, a sword sound was heard, and a black sword wing instantly emerged from his right shoulder. Disaster, Deathwing. Secondary weapon. Quality, Rare. Attack plus 100. Strength plus 10. Agility plus 10. Harvest. Attacks deal true damage equal to 3% of your HP. Leap. Allows short-term flight within 60 seconds after use, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. It's okay. Jiang Cheng was a little disappointed. This sword wing consists of 3 black blades and is about 2 meters long. With just a raise of his right hand, he could break through the shoulder blade. In addition to the biggest benefit of flying, it also comes with 3% of Jiang Cheng's own health as true damage. It can also kill the enemy behind you unexpectedly. It is the best weapon to deal with the assassin profession. It's just, the attributes are a bit rubbish. Jiang Cheng closed the window and tried to raise his left hand to see if it could do anything. Because when he evolved before, he always felt that his left hand had changed as well. But I don't know what has changed. Clang! As Jiang Cheng raised his sword tentatively, the sword wing on his right shoulder suddenly shrank in an instant. This is another major function of Deathwing. It can be transferred to the left hand and transformed into 3 extremely sharp wings. Jiang Cheng felt a little happy in his heart. He didn't expect that the sword wings had such a function. This was something he had not expected before. It was a pleasant surprise. Moreover, once this weapon was released, his total attack power increased by another 110 points, plus 100 points of soul power, reaching 1719. Name, Jiang Cheng. Level 31. Experience 405/3 100,000. Race Calamitous Wing. HP 4230. Black Book of the Dead increases by 500 points. Magic 3630. Black Book of the Dead increases by 500 points. Attack 725. Strength Amplification Attack 444 points. Ice Disaster Ominous Blade plus 450. Soul Attack plus 100. Defense 335. Spell Defense 5151. Strength 444. Increases attack by 444 points. Agility 580. 1 attack per 1.79 seconds, 0.76 seconds per step. Movement speed plus 185. Active skills: Crazy Escape LV1, Assault Armor LV10, Wind Shadow Break LV1, Black Flame Ice /LV10, Jump /LV10, Burst Flame LV10. Passive skills: Bloody 7 kills, cannot be upgraded. Plunder, cannot be upgraded. Rage /LV3, Bloodsucking LV10, Dark Dawn, not awakened. Dark Curse, not awakened. Talents: Black Ice Surveying Eyes, Black Ice Bones, Black Ice Feet, Black Ice Thoughts. Treasures: Black Scripture of the Undead, Skeleton Horse, Blood Prison Order. Subordinates: Destruction Archer, Raging Blood Crow, Bloodhelm Mad, Demon Guard, Black Evil Soul Shot Commander, Black Evil Divine Power Archer. 21 in total. Evolution points: 15350. Reinforcement points: 1200. Soul power: 1008. All talents have changed. Jiang Cheng's mind moved, and he was about to check it out when suddenly, a figure suddenly jumped out from under his feet. It hurts. Zhang Mingming touched her head, squatted on the wooden board, and her face twisted. At the same time, he looked up at Jiang Cheng in surprise. You are Big Brother Skeleton? Chapter 131 Hell Abyss Dungeon. The impenetrable black color is cold and chilly, and it exudes an ominous aura. There were black flames in his eye sockets, and the cloak behind him turned into white with a black background, and it seemed that there was some pattern embroidered on it. The weapon in my hand has changed again. It is narrower and thinner than before, and has changed from blood color to black, making it more ornamental. Zhang Mingming fell in love with it at first sight. If Jiang Cheng hadn't frightened her now, she would have rushed over to touch him. At this moment, just one look at Jiang Cheng made her feel her right eye twitching, as if something bad was going to happen to her. Brother Skeleton, have you evolved again? Zhang Mingming was shocked beyond words. How long has it been? It's only been open for 3 days. He has evolved so many times, it's simply amazing. Jiang Cheng nodded and pulled her over. You seem afraid of me? Zhang Mingming shrank her head, nodded first, then seemed to feel something was wrong and quickly shook her head. Looking at her cute appearance, Jiang Cheng smiled knowingly. Don't forget, I was summoned by you. No matter how I attack, it won't hurt you. Zhang Mingming was stunned for a moment before she reacted slightly. Yes, I am. I wanted to say that she was the master, but suddenly felt that it was inappropriate and quickly changed the subject. By the way, Brother Skeleton, did you watch the funeral? I saw it. Jiang Cheng turned his head and let out a long sigh. Big Brother Skeleton, you really can see. I heard that it seems like can't see. Zhang Mingming stared at Jiang Cheng in surprise, with a hint of suspicion in her eyes. She always felt that Jiang Cheng seemed a little too special. In name, it seems to be a subordinate relationship, but after she went offline, Jiang Cheng was restricted to a range of 2,000 meters. As for other player-summoned creatures, if you don't find an NPC in the wild to store them when you go offline, they will be gone the next time you go online. The range of other player summons is 500 meters, but Jiang Cheng seems to have no limit. Not only that, he was able to watch the memorial service. This is amazing. She vaguely wondered if the Big Skeleton Brother was an NPC played by a real person in the game company, but she quickly rejected this idea. Because the game company is controlled by Chuanji Brain. The top management of the company only has some power to organize events, and other than that, they don't have much authority. So what kind of existence is Big Brother Skeleton? Brother Skeleton, after watching the video, what do you think of Jiang Cheng's skills compared to yours? Zhang Mingming suddenly became very curious about this question. Me? Compare with Jiang Cheng? Jiang Cheng was a little dumbfounded. Does this need comparison? Yes, Brother Skeleton. He's the friend I was talking about. Is he very powerful? I don't comment on people who have passed away. Jiang Cheng spread his hands with a strange look in his eyes. Ah, is that so? Zhang Mingming looked slightly disappointed. This question shouldn't be your own idea, right? The soul fire in Jiang Cheng's eyes lit up. Yes. As soon as Zhang Mingming met Jiang Cheng's gaze, she immediately betrayed Qi Tun Tian Xia honestly. Qi Tun Tian Xia asked me to ask. Actually, if possible, I would like to fight him, but this is impossible. Jiang Cheng felt a little emotional and a little weird. Hitting yourself, this feeling. I can't explain it. It's just a little weird. No, I heard the game is about to release a Supreme God Memorial Dungeon, and the final boss of the dungeon is him. Zhang Mingming was extremely excited, but after a moment, she became a little disappointed. It's this dungeon. The difficulty is at the level of Hell Abyss. A copy of the Supreme God? The final boss? Is me? After hearing this, Jiang Cheng's expression became even weirder. Using me as the dungeon boss. Is there such a thing? The third update is here. Please give me a 5-star rating and urge me to update. Chapter 132. Extremely poor gaming experience. Forget it. Let's go to the dungeon first. He shook his head and suppressed the weird thoughts. Jiang Cheng took Dai Xiaoming's hand, walked out of the restaurant, and prepared to go to the dungeon location. The exclusive mission of the Ominous Messenger is an ultimate mission, and the mission level is as high as epic level. If he were to undertake such a mission now, he would be courting death. However, he also has a task to awaken his dual passive abilities. You need to defeat the boss Disaster Demon in the level 30 copy and the boss Spider Queen in the level 40 copy. After completion, you can awaken Dark Dawn and Dark Curse, 2 passive skills. Dual passive skills have 2 passive effects. It's similar to his Rage Slash, so he must get these 2 skills. Wait a minute, Brother Skeleton. I need to buy some food supplies and potions. After saying that, Zhang Mingming stopped and greeted the restaurant owner under the gaze of other players. Beautiful lady, what can I order? Our Tianqing 3 treasures, Volcano Snow, and Peerless Twin Pride. They're incredibly delicious, and the prices are affordable. No cheating, no complaints. When the restaurant owner saw that Yizidai Xiaoming was dressed so gorgeously, he immediately sold her a lot of expensive dishes. Boss, you don't even consider whether she can afford it. It's heartless to sell such expensive dishes to beautiful women. Haha, now 1 silver is worth 800 yuan. With that much money, wouldn't it be nice to have a nice meal in real life? That's right. My entire fortune now only adds up to 5 silver coins, which is already very rich. If you recommend this kind of dish to someone, will that beautiful lady not have to buy potions or repair her equipment? The players in the restaurant lobby all laughed, and it was obvious that they were quite familiar with the boss. How much is it? Zhang Mingming's breathing became a little short, because from what these players said, it seemed that the dishes in this restaurant were very expensive. Frankly speaking, in the past 2 days, all she ate in the game were steamed buns, pancakes, and the like, and her gaming experience was very poor. Although she doesn't mind, eating too much can easily cause physical discomfort, and the added satiety is too low. However, if it is too expensive, she will definitely not buy it. After all, it was Brother Skeleton's money, so she had to spend it frugally. It's not expensive, sir. The 3 treasures of Tianqing are 1 silver each. Huashan Snow is 2 silvers each, and the Peerless Twins are 5 silvers each. After hearing what these players said, the restaurant owner was a little dumbfounded, thinking that he had misjudged the people. Coupled with Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming's expression when asking about the price, the restaurant owner was even more certain that Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming had no money. Suddenly, his tone became much stiffer. This is so expensive. After listening to the restaurant owner's introduction, Zhang Mingming was also dumbfounded. 1 portion of Tianqing Sanbao costs 1 silver coin, so in reality, you could buy 10 portions. This is simply cannibalism. I'll give you a list. Jiang Cheng suddenly appeared behind her and reminded her gently. Okay. Zhang Mingming nodded obediently. However, after she heard what Jiang Cheng said, her eyes widened. Is this too expensive? Listen to me. Jiang Cheng patted her shoulders. Well, okay. Although she felt a little sorry for the gold coins, she still did it. Boss, give me 10 portions of Tianqing Sanbao, 5 portions of Huo Sheng, 12 portions of Hongying Dangtu, 3 bottles of wine, 5 bottles of Fingio, and 30 bottles of water. After Zhang Mingming finished speaking, she started a trade with the restaurant owner. At this moment, the boss, like the players around him, had his eyes wide open and looked very confused. Because all these things add up to 30 gold coins. This was the biggest deal he had ever made in the restaurant in all his time. Until the transaction was completed, the restaurant owner couldn't believe it and wondered if he was dreaming. When the other players saw that Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming had completed the transaction, they immediately exclaimed in surprise. Fuck, that's heartless. What a rich woman, spending 30 gold coins at once to buy a bunch of useless food. She's rich. She's seriously rich. Damn it, comparing myself to others is so frustrating. I have to think for ages before buying a steam bun, and they just wave their hands and give me 30 gold coins. That's 2.8 million renminbi. Damn it, the gaming experience is terrible. Who said they don't have money? Is this fucking money? This is simply inhumane. Every time I stop, I think about my life. Why on earth do I end up playing this tycoon's game? The players in the restaurant all looked at Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming with envy and jealousy. Even the players who worked as waiters in restaurants couldn't stand it anymore. Their eyes lit up, and they wanted to add Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming as a friend. In an instant, a large number of friend requests popped up on Jiang Mingming's friend interface. There was also a crowd of people surrounding her, making it impossible for her to get out. Rich lady, are you looking for a thigh pendant? The kind that has built-in dust removal function. Rich man, begging for friendship. I'm a level 18 swordsman with a blue weapon and 180 attack power. Absolutely powerful output. Take me with you, and I'll definitely help you level up quickly. Ignore him, sir. I'm a level 20 mage with 120 spell damage. I'll help you level up. Please add me as your friend. Can you guys please move aside? Jiang Mingming frowned and was speechless. This group of people was so enthusiastic that she was a little overwhelmed. If this game didn't have an anti-harassment mechanism, Jiang Mingming estimated that they would immediately pounce on her, hug her thighs tightly, and cry and beg her to add them as a friend. It's just adding a friend. It's not a big deal, big boss. Please don't. Clang. The loud sound of a knife, clanging, echoed throughout the restaurant. A cold blade with black flames was placed on the neck of a power swordsman player. In an instant, the entire restaurant suddenly became cold. A black figure appeared in front of Dai Xiaoming, drawing everyone's attention to him. The next moment, all the players shuddered and stepped back spontaneously, unable to help but make way for Dai Xiaoming. Chapter 133, Selecting People to Enter the Dungeon. Holy crap, what just happened? Why do I feel like I've been to Antarctica? Antarctica? Why do I feel like I just got hit by a car? My blue greatsword. Holy crap, it's still there. Oh my god, didn't my blue greatsword just explode? Even after Jiang Cheng and Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming left, the people in the restaurant were still somewhat confused. A black figure kept appearing in my mind. Deep, cold, ominous. These 6 words appeared in the minds of more than 200 players at the same time. That's not right. There wasn't that black cloaked skeleton just now. You didn't see it just now? That's strange. Does he have the ability to become invisible? How did this skeleton get in? Isn't it said that summons are not allowed in the city? Could it be an NPC? The players in the restaurant were talking about it and constantly speculating about Jiang Cheng's identity. Jiang Cheng and Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming have already arrived at the Wind Fury City dungeon. Along the way, apart from some players who were amazed by Yiqiao Dai's cute looks and those who were envious of her equipment, no one surrounded her anymore. Jiang Cheng also discovered a hidden effect of the Wings of Disaster. As long as he follows the shadow of Dai Xiaoming, he can achieve the effect of hiding. If you don't stare carefully at the cute little shadow, it would be difficult to see it. This discovery saved him from the embarrassment of being watched by others. I have to say, it is a very practical function. Brother Skeleton, why did you buy such expensive food and drinks? I think they are really too expensive. After arriving at the dungeon, Jiang Mingming suddenly regretted buying those things. 30 gold coins equals 2.4 million. Although it is still depreciating, it is still easy to sell at a ratio of 1 to 80,000. 2.4 million. She could have eaten at a small hotel in reality for decades. These dishes work wonders in dungeons. You'll understand in a moment. Because Da Huang is a game adapted from a myth, it not only improves the realism of the game, but also adds a lot of new things. The early copies are the same as the myths, and there are no changes. But Jiang Cheng did not explain too much. Instead, he looked around at the players, looking for some teammates to do the dungeon. Dungeons are divided into team dungeons, guild dungeons, and team dungeons. The maximum number of players in a team dungeon is 20, the maximum number of players in a guild dungeon is 100, and the maximum number of players in a team dungeon is 1,000. There are no guilds established now, no guild dungeons or team dungeons, and you can only choose to enter team dungeons. The minimum requirement to enter the team dungeon is a team of 10 people. It now takes 3.2 million experience points to level up, and it is difficult to level up just by killing monsters. The dungeon not only contains a lot of rare equipment and materials, but also provides extremely high experience, making it the best choice for upgrading equipment and materials. Katuniangxia was not at a high enough level to come, and the others seemed to have something else to do and had not come online yet. Jiang Cheng could only select 9 suitable candidates from the vast number of players to enter the level 20 dungeon, the Goblin Chase. Of course, he didn't really want to go to the level 20 dungeon. After all, it didn't suit his current level. But he had to kill the monsters in the copy before he could unlock the higher levels, so he had no choice. Level 20 Priest, instant healing, looking for a team, looking for support, just potions. The Temple of Heaven Guild is recruiting 3 high-damage mages. Those with spell damage below 100 should get out. A pure swordsman team, high damage output, defeated the Goblin Chase in seconds. The shouts of players asking for a team echoed in Jiang Cheng's mind. With him, the team doesn't need any other output, just the Purifier and the Holy Light Priest. Then he saw a pair of Purifier Sisters and 3 Holy Light Priests. The dungeon is not a wild area. In addition to having enough attack power, some levels still require a little coordination. If all of them are noobs like Dai Xiaoming, it definitely won't work. Xiaoming, go ask those 2 Purifiers and those 3 Holy Light Priests and invite them to join the group. Chapter 134, it's over. The group is going to explode. Hint, an unnamed player invites you to join her team. Do you agree? A player who doesn't want to reveal his name? Who is it? Qi Xiaobai and Naiya Naikong looked confused. It wasn't until they saw Ichigo Xiaoming smiling at them that they reacted. Oh no, it's a heart-pounding feeling. Oh my god, he's more handsome than me? His clothes are prettier than mine? His staff is better than mine? That's unjust. The 2 of them showed different reactions when they saw Dai Xiaoming. Qi Xiaobai's eyes lit up when he looked at the cute little face. And the eyes of Milky Sky, Milky Earth, and Milky Air sparkled at her equipment. Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming was a little embarrassed, because the way the 2 girls looked at her seemed a little impure. You don't even dare to reveal your name. Do you think you're the best in the world? Don't get involved, Xiaobai. This might be a scam. Milky Sky, Milky Earth, Milky Air glanced at Dao Xiaoming cautiously. There are all kinds of players in the game, and when they're unhappy with the game, they can do anything. Cheating is one of them. Each player can only enter the same game instance 10 times per day. Some players who are unhappy with the game will go to the dungeon and trick other players into forming a team. After entering the dungeon, just run away to disgust others. The dungeon is inherently difficult, and every position is crucial. If one person is missing, the team may fall apart. Therefore, Night Yin, Nighty, Naikonki are very suspicious that Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming is here to deceive them. Otherwise, why would you not reveal your name? I got it. Such a beautiful girl. I don't care what her name is. Maybe she is really the best in the world? Then I will be awesome. Let's see who dares to look down on me. Qi Xiaobai from now on. Qi Xiaobai doesn't care about so many things. To her, beauty is king. Number 1 in the world? Dream on. Get out of here now. Don't be blinded by beauty. Little Nai, are you coming in or not? If you don't want to come in, team up with someone else, and don't disturb the world of 2 people between me and my little sister. As soon as Qi Xiaobai joined the team, she immediately ran to Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming, put her arm around her shoulders affectionately, and started calling her sister. The sky, the earth, and the air were speechless and shook their heads. I really can't do anything about you. Never mind. Even if I was cheated, I'll accept it. The worst that can happen is that I lose a dungeon attempt. Qi Xiaobai has joined your team. Milk Sky, Milk Earth, Milk Air joined your team. Yurong Nada has joined your team. Drink More Hot Water to Lose Blood has joined your team. I joined your team fiercely. I joined your team. 36D Big Water Injection has joined your team. One by one, priests were added to the team. Yiqiao Dai, Xiaoming's face suddenly became delighted. But the other teammates were confused. What do you mean? Captain, why did you hide your name? Also, why are all the members of the team priests? Yeah, don't we need to deal damage? What's the point of this fight? Captain, do you think you're a mage? Are you relying on yourself for damage? Oh my god, what kind of team is this? Are they crazy? Are they all priests? Scary. Is this a madman trying to form a team? The costume goblin boss has 2 million HP. Kick a few more quickly and switch to the swordsman. This is a hairy fight. Several people complained, their faces speechless. Quit. Only a psychopath would form a team like this. I told you she's a liar. Xiaobai, back out now. Seeing that the silly little boy was indifferent and looked down upon everything, he suddenly became anxious. I quickly clicked to exit the team. But at this moment, the last priest joined the team. Under Jiang Cheng's instruction, Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming directly entered the copy. Fuck, I'm dead. It's over. The team is going to explode. Xiaobai. I told you not to go in. Don't go in, but you just wouldn't listen. It's over now. Just wait and see. She's going to run away. Chapter 135, Goblin Pursuit. Oh my god, what's going on? How come 10 people are already starting a group? The last priest, a milkless old virgin, had just joined the team and found himself thrown into the dungeon. He was stunned on the spot. For a 20-person team dungeon, others would like to form a group with 200 people to play together. What the hell, a 10-person team? Do you take the goblin in fancy dress seriously? Ha, confused, right? Actually, there's more to it than that. Take a closer look at the team's configuration. The 36D Big Breast looked at him with a playful smile. Team configuration? The old virgin without milk was a little strange when he was looked at by the 36D Big Water Injection, and he couldn't help but wonder. What's so good about the team configuration? Will it still be 10 priests? Puff, puff, puff. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone immediately spurted blood. You're such a genius. You can even guess this. Yurong Nada patted his shoulder and gave him a thumbs up. Others followed suit and started to make a noise. Suddenly, the milkless old virgin was dumbfounded. Fuck, are you? Sure you are not joking? Seeing how serious they were, the old virgin felt a little unsure. Even though this is impossible to happen, but... Fuck, you're kidding me, right? 9 priests and 1 DPS? Captain, are you a mage saint? The old virgin with no milk was stunned when he saw the team configuration. Among the 9 priests, there are 2 purifiers and 7 holy light priests. Did this captain lack milk when he was a child? But this development. Not really. This fighting style is so cruel and ruthless. With this lineup, I don't think we can even get past the 10 throwing goblins in the first level. I'm so unlucky. I wasted another dungeon attempt. 9 people stood on a wooden boat named the Chaser and kept complaining to a silly little boy, and the cute little one was left aside. However, there was no expression on Yiqiao Xiaoming's face. Instead, she was listening very carefully to the dungeon strategy that Jiang Cheng was telling her. Goblin Pursuit is about goblins in costumes using the Goblin King to steal the treasure of King Baimu and escape across the Baimu Sea. The requirements for clearing the dungeon are to catch up with the Goblin King, kill the costume goblin, and take back the treasure from him. As Jiang Cheng spoke, he took the wind potion bought by Dai Xiaoming. This instance has 4 difficulties. First, the small boat we're on is very slow. It can only stay 50 meters away from the Goblin King at most. We can only follow the Goblin King's tail and eat dust. And the Goblin King also has 10 thrower goblins that will throw Molotov cocktails at us from the stern. Once the Molotov cocktails are touched, if the fire is not put out quickly, the ship will be burned to ashes. To solve this problem, most players would choose 5 mages, an archer, and a knight. They would use the knight as a shield, while the mage and archer would quickly take out the 10 throwing goblins. Among the 5 mages, we also need an Ice Soul mage to ensure that fires can be extinguished at any time to prevent the ship from burning. Ichijo Dai Xiaoming nodded vigorously, then shook his head, but we don't have an Ice Soul mage? Because there's no need. Jiang Cheng looked at the Goblin King hanging in front of them and walked out from the shadow of a silly little cute boy. A 20-man team will slow down the ship, but a 10-man team, with less cargo, can increase the ship's speed and keep our ship and the Goblin King within a 30-meter pursuit distance. And my chain sickle has a maximum range of 30 meters. After saying that, the ice disaster ominous blade in Jiang Cheng's hand suddenly transformed into a black longbow with black flames. Shoot 3 arrows at the goblin's stern. Chapter 136. Oh my god. Can it really fly? Little Nai, didn't you say she would run away? I don't think she ran away. Although Qi Xiaobai realized that he had been cheated, he also felt a little regretful. But seeing that Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming did not leave the copy directly, as Knight Yanadi Naikong said, a glimmer of hope suddenly arose in his heart. She doesn't really think she can pass this dungeon by herself, does she? Like everyone else, Knight Yin, Knighty, Naikong were also a little surprised. It's useless. We can't even get past the first level. Look at us, all priests, not a single DPS. That's right. The monsters in the dungeon have high defense and high health. There are 10 throwing goblins, each with 20,000 health. Can the captain handle it all by himself? 36D, big water injection, shook his head. It's useless. Let's assume she has high damage and can kill 10 throwing goblins, but that won't help. Throwing goblins can throw Molotov cocktails. Without the ice spirit mage to put out the fire, our ship would have burned down before she could kill 10 throwing goblins. There would have been no point in fighting. Then why are you still here? Leave the dungeon immediately. Qi Xiaobai couldn't stand the fact that they didn't leave and liked to complain, so he immediately confronted them. Hey, that's not right. Now that you're here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Maybe someone has a better way to crack it. I don't know if you've noticed, but with a team of 10, this ship seems to be moving faster. Look, we're getting closer and closer to the Goblin King. What are you thinking about? What's the point of being close? You can't fly over there. Actually, the best lineup is 1 Ice Soul Mage, for Elemental Mages, 5 Dark Archers, 2 Guardian Knights, 3 Dragon Lancers, 1 Purifier, and 4 Priests. A smile of great pride. This is the most efficient and reliable lineup. It was developed by the Supreme God's disciple, the God of Records. It set a record for the fastest clearance of the Goblin Chase battle, taking only 15 minutes and 33 seconds. After saying that, Yurong Nada glanced at the little cute boy standing at the bow. A dungeon relies on teamwork. Even if 10 people can make the boat go faster, what good is it with just one person? Even if a mage came, it would be difficult to clear the dungeon on his own. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone nodded in agreement and began to sigh. Many people think they are strong enough to break the rules of the game and create miracles, but in reality, they're just deceiving themselves. If you want to clear the first level alone, unless you're the Knight's hidden class, the Dragon Knight who can fly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of 3 arrows breaking through the air suddenly rang out and reached the ears of the 9 people. Everyone immediately looked towards the bow of the ship. 3 arrows with black flames shot at the stern of the Goblin King. There was a grab, grab, grab sound. Then, a chain appeared out of thin air at the bow of their ship, connecting to a sickle of the Goblin King. While everyone was puzzled, they heard the chains suddenly making countless clinking sounds. Then, a black skeleton with a black cloak appeared. With a cute little waist, he used the inertia of the chain sickle to fly up and leave the bow. The 10 throwing goblins at the stern of the Goblin King also discovered the 2 people. In an instant, 10 Molotov cocktails, blazing with flames, flew towards the 2 people in midair. All of a sudden, the 9 people exclaimed in surprise and were worried about Yi Qiao Xiaoming. However, just when everyone thought that the woman and the skeleton, unable to change direction in midair, would be hit by the Molotov cocktail and burned to death. But the black skeleton suddenly raised his right hand, and a black sword wing suddenly grew out of his right shoulder. Holy crap, can it really fly? Oh my god, is this even possible? Chapter 137, Superb Use of Secondary Weapons. Is this even possible? Is she only hiring 10 people because she can fly over there after increasing the speed of the ship? 36D took a deep look at the wooden boat under his feet, feeling quite incredible. Oh my god, he can even calculate such details? If this is true, then this person must know everything about the dungeon. He must be an expert. Is this true? Is this just a guess? Several people saw a cute little creature constantly changing its shape in midair. After dodging the continuous attacks of 10 throwing goblins, he landed safely on the Goblin King. I was stunned. Nida, you even calculated that she can fly? Come on, calculate when I'll have a girlfriend. Also tell us, can we pass this time? Right. Quickly figure out who she is. Tolerance is greatness. Does that count for me? Wasn't that what Black Skull had planned? Yurong Nada shook his head. Actually, it's useless for her to go in alone. The dungeon time limit is 2 hours. With 10 throwing goblins, their defense and spell defense are both around 50. Even if her damage is high, it will probably take half an hour, right? This is only the first level. There are 3 more levels to go. There are over 100 monsters, each with over 20,000 HP. The boss has 2 million HP. How can she defeat them all by herself? Clang! The sound of a knife ringing rang out from the goblin, directly interrupting the words of Yurong Niang. Then a long black knife appeared in the hand of the black skeleton, and it chopped off the head of a throwing goblin. Puff! Critical hits trigger double damage, and critical hits triple damage. Critical damage is 80%, armor penetration is 50 points, and the goblin has exactly 50 points of defense, which is equivalent to no defense. A sword with an attack power of 1819 and an attack power of 3.8 times came down directly. 6912. The gust of wind breaks the shadow, triggering the afterimage effect and ignoring the defense effect. Gives the goblin throwing damage an additional minus 50 armor effect, increasing damage by 20%. 2473. The ice cry is triggered and the tearing effect appears. 742. The secondary weapon in the left hand suddenly appeared, instantly removing the attack stiffness and breaking through the mechanism that fixed the attack speed for 0.3 seconds after Jiang Cheng used Gale Shadow Break. Just as the last blow fell, 0.1 seconds later, 3 sword wings directly pierced into the chest of the throwing goblin, before anyone could react. Another damage value of 6,912, superimposed on the previous damage value, appeared at the same time. 6912. This time, the ice disaster that failed to be triggered by the previous attack was triggered. Within a range of 33 meters, a piece of ice suddenly appeared under the feet of the 4 throwing goblins and exploded violently. Boom! 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 545. 545. 545. Minus 545. 4 throwing goblins appeared above their heads, with a damage value of 545 appearing at the same time. Immediately afterwards, the secondary weapon in Jiang Cheng's left hand suddenly disappeared. Then, 3 2-meter-long sword wings suddenly appeared on his right shoulder and fell towards the throwing goblin in front of him. The sword wing broke the game's attack stiffness again and swept the throwing goblin's head 0.1 second after the secondary weapon was just retracted. 6999. 6 damage values overlapped above the throwing goblin's head, appearing layer upon layer. Boom! The throwing goblin with 20,000 health points, after Jiang Cheng used his secondary weapon to break the attack stiffness, instantly killed him in just 0.3 seconds. In an instant, the entire copy fell into silence. Chapter 138. Forced to put away the knife. Meta Real Master. Damn it. 20,000 HP, instant kill. Neda felt a burning pain on his face and didn't dare to look other people in the eye. Oh my god, is he cheating? He killed a throwing goblin instantly with 1 strike. A cry of surprise came from the little mouth that was full of milk for the sky, the earth, and the air. Don't talk nonsense. There are no cheats in this game. 3060 Big Water Injection shook his head. You may not have noticed, but the damage of throwing on the goblin's head is only 6,999. Holy crap. 6,999? What kind of incredible damage is that? My holy purification, with a 500% bonus on summons, only does a little over 600 damage. This is more than 10 times as much. It's simply incredible. But what do you mean? Yeah, it was clearly 69.99, so why did that goblin die? Isn't that cheating? Naikian, Neishianki were very puzzled, with a look of bewilderment on their little faces. Others also agreed with the words of Milk Sky, Milk Earth, and Milk Air. The damage was only 6,999, so why did the goblin with 20,000 HP die? Isn't this cheating? Is this bullshit? The corner of 36D's mouth curled slightly, and he shook his head. If I'm not mistaken, the problem should be with the weapon of that black skull. Arms. Everyone looked at Jiang Cheng's hand. However, at this time, Jiang Cheng's left hand no longer had the sword wing, but was above his right shoulder. This immediately made them confused. Seeing their puzzled looks, 36D Big Water Injection shook his head disdainfully and explained. Actually, you might not know that the physical damage mechanism in the game is that all damage is triggered the moment the sword strikes the opponent. It's just that the game company will make you put away your knife once for the sake of entertainment. Draw the sword, hit the enemy, damage occurs, draw the sword, sheath the sword. This is a complete set of attack movements. No matter how you try to avoid it, it's useless. This is what we call attack stiffness. When playing Mythology before, you could move around and dart your sword, but now that darts have been removed in Great Wilderness, it's almost impossible to cancel attacks by moving around. I suspect this black skeleton's attack speed has reached 0.3 seconds. It must be using some skill that increases its attack speed. After the attack speed reaches 0.3 seconds, The sword action will take about 0.03 seconds. The hitting action will take about 0.06 seconds, and the damage will appear in just 0.01 seconds. And the action of drawing and sheathing the sword took 0.2 seconds, which directly occupied 2/3 of the attack time. This action of drawing and sheathing the sword is actually completely redundant. 36D is heavily inflated and sighs about the perverted and evil taste of the gaming company. Seeing that everyone was attracted by his words and showed admiration, he was immediately very proud and continued. And if you switch weapons immediately when damage occurs, you can finish the subsequent sword sheathing action in advance. This little trick, in a myth game before, we called it Force Knife Collection. It's just that every time you switch weapons, there's a 10-second cooldown before switching again, so you can only use it once within 10 seconds. Most players, like me before, are lucky to have a decent weapon. Where can I find other weapons to switch to? After switching, the attack power of the weapon you switch to later is not good. For the next 10 seconds, the damage will be much worse. It's not practical at all, so most players have forgotten this technique. And this Black Skull's other weapon can deal the same damage. Then he used the forced sheathing of the knife, which was quite agreeable, so to speak. Although there may be a 10-second cooldown, due to the special nature of his weapon, he could perform 3 consecutive attacks with one sheath. Every 10 seconds, he has a chance to strike 3 times in 0.3 seconds. 36D finished speaking and looked deeply at the cute little boy on the Goblin King. It seems we've met a true master. This captain, who can summon this kind of baby, must be no ordinary person. Chapter 139, Alternative Speedy Fighting Style. That means he dealt 3 hits in 0.3 seconds, all dealing 6,999 damage. But because the game's health display couldn't keep up, we only saw 1 hit. Yes, that's it. 36D, big water injection, nodded in agreement. Awesome. Wow, brother 36D, you can analyze things so clearly, and you've even played mythology before. You must be a master, right? The sky, the earth, and the air all looked at him with admiration, their tone very excited. Others did the same, thinking that all the people here were noobs, but suddenly a master who had played mythology appeared. Everyone suddenly felt as if they were hit by a pleasant surprise. Oh, I'm so ashamed. I just play games for a few more years. 36D, Dasui looked humble. But I felt so happy. But he also knew that in front of that person, he was probably nothing. Actually, this captain is the one with a big background, right? So, where did this Black Skull come from? Is it a hidden profession that can only summon it? Oh my god, the captain actually has a 1 in a million hidden class? So are we sure to win this dungeon? Milky Sky, Milky Earth, Milky Air asked impatiently. She thought she was being cheated and was very angry. Unexpectedly, there was a sudden turn of events. The original captain became a master who switched to a hidden profession. Others also looked at him expectantly. Winning a dungeon without any effort is something that no one has ever thought of, and it's exciting just thinking about it. What's more, their captain is a hidden profession that is rarely seen in the game. However, the large water injection of 36D poured cold water on them. That's not necessarily true. This game doesn't say you can be invincible just because you deal a lot of damage. If you don't have good skills, you'll be killed instantly by the boss, right? After seeing Jiang Cheng kill 10 throwing goblins without any surprise, 36D said cautiously, "Actually, let's not talk about the boss. I'm wondering how they plan to beat the second level. The throwing goblins in the first level have slow attack speeds and low attack power. Once they get on top, killing them is just a matter of time. But in this second level, we have to face 100 fire goblins. They cast spells very quickly and have an additional damage of burning 100 HP per second. And the most important thing is there's a roadblock ahead with 1 million HP. Except for the Pyromancer or Elementalist, or those using fire tribute weapons, they can deal 500% fire damage to the wooden barrier. Other mages can only deal 100% damage to the wooden barrier. With 1 million HP, how long will it take to defeat it? Without a knight in front and no magic attacks, we can only go up and hit with our staffs, but we can't even get close to the wooden barrier." Bang! The ship carrying the 9 people suddenly approached the Goblin King. Several people stopped talking and went up with some doubtful and ugly expressions. The mechanics of the game copy is that you just need to survive the first level of goblin throwing. No matter what happens in the second level, the boat must be able to catch up with the Goblin King, otherwise the second level cannot be opened. The key to this second level is this wooden barrier with 1 million HP. This row of wooden barriers has 200 points of physical defense and cannot be drained of life or penetrated. Only fire spells have a 500% damage bonus against them. Other classes won't be able to deal any damage to them. Jiang Cheng was standing next to Dai Xiaoming, pointing to the row of wooden barriers in front of him and explaining, "And the flame goblin has burn damage, which doesn't take into account defense. Even with my health, without lifesteal, it would be difficult to withstand it in front of the wooden barrier. Goblins are not dark creatures and do not have the double damage effect of Dark Shock. Although his attack power has increased a lot after evolution, without the Dark Shock, his damage is actually much less." Of course, this was just his illusion. In fact, he knew very well that if he killed the Blood Demon Sword Soldier again, he could probably inflict twice as much damage as before. Moreover, this is only directed at myself. Compared to other players who can only deal 200 or 300 damage, his damage is actually incredible. Moreover, among all the copies, there are actually very few that are not about dark creatures. In the next copy, he will be able to test his current highest damage value. What should I do then? Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming was a little confused. This wooden barrier was so difficult, she felt that this level was a hurdle. But Jiang Cheng opened his teeth slightly, smiled, and flicked his sword wings. "It's very simple, just fly over." It's that simple. Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming was speechless. "It's indeed very simple, but that's my style. Next, I'll show you another extremely fast style." After Jiang Cheng finished speaking, he transformed the weapon in his hand into a staff and stretched out his hand towards the little cute boy. "I need 5 bottles of Fingio, 5 bottles of wine, and 10 bottles of magic potion." Chapter 140, An Unprecedented Fighting Style. "Brother Skeleton, no wonder you bought all this wine. Does it have any special purpose?" A cute boy stared at Jiang Cheng with admiration. While she admired Jiang Cheng's foresight and strategic planning, she was also looking forward to Jiang Cheng telling her the answer. "It's very simple. Create a Molotov cocktail that will cause burning damage to the wooden barrier. When the wooden barrier is burning, all subsequent attacks will be considered fire-type attacks." After Jiang Cheng finished speaking, he threw the 3 bottles of Fungio and wine in his hand towards the wooden barrier. Wine and Fungio have high ignition points individually and are difficult to catch fire. However, when they're mixed together and hit by the explosive flames connected by 3 magical powers. Amid the crowd's exclamations, the 3 bursts of flames were connected, transforming into a burst of flames with a range of 30 meters. Boom! 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 3 bursts of flames instantly ignited the alcohol on the wooden barrier, and a large burst of flames quickly rose up. The 2 kinds of wine turned into a huge fire that shocked everyone. That's what it's going to be. The staff in Jiang Cheng's hand turned into a black longbow, and 3 arrows shot towards the wooden barrier. 45872. 45872. Minus 45,872. After inflicting the burning effect, any subsequent attacks will be considered fire attacks by default, with a 500% bonus. The attack power of Jiang Cheng Bao is increased by 40% due to the Blood Crow Heart's additional attack power. Suddenly, 3 extremely terrifying injuries appeared on the wooden barrier. Everyone was shocked when the damage emerged from the wooden barrier. "I'm dead. What kind of damage is this? Am I hallucinating?" 1 arrow for 45,872 HP. 3 arrows for 130,000 HP. Is this skeleton going to defy the heavens? She covered her mouth with her hands, looking at the 130,000 or so damages that appeared in an instant in disbelief. She simply couldn't believe it. It's not enough that his weapon is so cool, but he can switch forms at will, and his attack power is so crazy. He also has a cape and wings. This is so cool. What kind of creature is this skeleton? What conditions must be met to recruit it? I've decided. I'm going to go deep into the mountains and forests to find a hidden profession. This is too freaking weird. I've always felt that he's not ordinary. I just looked at him for a second, and I always had this ominous premonition in my mind, feeling that something big was going to happen. At first I thought it was my illusion, but now I know that the flames on this skull may have some special effect. If I also had a skeleton like this, I can't even imagine it. Several people opened their mouths wide in amazement and could hardly believe their eyes. However, 36D Dasui discovered a clue. No, this black skull didn't have such high damage before. It suddenly went from 69.99 to 45,872? That's not right. 36D Big Water Injection reviewed Jiang Cheng's previous actions, and suddenly his eyes lit up. It's those 2 bottles of wine. 36D was overjoyed. Understand, he used the explosive flames to ignite the alcohol, causing burn damage, and that's not right. These 2 kinds of alcohol have very high ignition points. Even if they were mixed together, it would be difficult for the explosive flames to produce such a high flame. He shook his head, somewhat puzzled. After listening to his explanation, the others, who had initially understood it somewhat, were now completely confused again. Could it be that this is a style of fighting they created themselves? I've never seen this style before. It's too awesome, right? I think, with this great god here, we might be able to break the record for the fastest clearance of a level 20 dungeon this time. Let's go and help and ask the great god. Chapter 141, Who Said They Don't Have Range Damage? I don't think the great god needs any help. Chi Xiaobai said weakly. Why not? With over 100 flame goblins, even if you're powerful, you don't have area damage. Killing them one by one probably wouldn't be enough, right? That's right, the flame goblin still has a burning state, and the true damage is terrifying. We can help the master purify it, and also add blood. Several people held different opinions and started walking towards Yi Qiao, Xiao Meng together. Da Huang is adapted from the myth game, and many copies are the same as the original myth, without any changes. So, under the leadership of the veteran player 36D to Zhu Shui, the few of them quickly bypassed some small mechanisms on the Goblin King and came to Dai Xiaoming. Bang! There was a loud explosion. The wooden barrier was directly shattered and turned into ashes under the attack of 8 rounds of arrows from Jiang Cheng. Hundreds of flame goblins rushed over like a floodgate opened, scaring the few people who had just arrived. Huff, huff, huff! As soon as they came into range, hundreds of flame goblins waved their dead with sticks, and hundreds of fireballs flew towards Jiang Cheng. Xiao Meng, summoning the dead, Hand of the Abyss. Zhang Mingming nodded. At Jiang Cheng's signal, 35 undead spirits that had already chosen their positions were summoned in front of Jiang Cheng. Boom! 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 Hundreds of fireballs exploded in front of Jiang Cheng, turning all the skeletons in front of Jiang Cheng into ashes. Sparks mixed with broken bones were blown everywhere by the force contained in the fireball. At the same time, Dai Xiaoming's Hand of the Abyss has been released. 36 Hands of the Abyss grabbed the 32 flame goblins in the front row. It happened just when they raised their hands to release the next round of fireballs. In an instant, the 32 goblins in the front row were grabbed tightly by the Hand of the Abyss, and at the same time, a damage value of -80 appeared above their heads. Jiang Cheng took advantage of the moment when the 32 flame goblins in the front row were silenced. The remaining 2 bottles of wine and Fengjiu were thrown into the sky, and then 3 explosions of flames occurred. Bang! 4 wine bottles exploded, and the flaming wine scattered evenly throughout the sky, burning the 98 flame goblins. In fact, no one knows at this stage that not only the wooden barriers can be burned. The same can be done for all the flame goblins in the second level. However, if you need to sprinkle the wine evenly and attach it to each flame goblin, you need precise budgeting ability. Even in Jiang Cheng, only 91 flame goblins were killed, and more than a dozen flame goblins were missed. But it's enough. Boom! A flame exploded on Jiang Cheng's body. The crazy escape technique flash is triggered. Call out. A black light suddenly lit up in everyone's eyes. Puff! The next moment, a ray of black light fell. 45328. 45328. -46,218. Forcefully retract the knife, cut with the knife, pierce with the sword, and sweep with the wings. Within 0.3 seconds, the 3 flame goblins with only 10,000 HP were killed instantly. At the same time, the passive 18% split effect plus 3% attack power bonus of Fury / ignores the triggering of dodge and defense effects. Within a 2-meter radius, countless damage values appeared. 8412, -8,412, -8,412. In an instant, the bodies of the 12 goblins fell on the wooden boards. After 30 seconds, all the flame goblins in the second level. They were slaughtered by Jiang Cheng with a skeleton and a knife. Several people who were about to help Jiang Cheng purify the burning effect and add blood to Jiang Cheng saw this scene, and the staffs in their hands froze there. Chapter 142, The Secret to Passing the Level. Oh my god. Kill all 100 flame goblins in 30 seconds. Crushing with ease, chopping melons and vegetables. That's what they mean, right? Who said they don't have area damage? It's so fucking perverted. After watching this, I suddenly have the dream of finding a hidden profession again. Take me one. After a brief moment of daze, the few people lowered their staffs and began to marvel. I told you before, the great god doesn't need help. You just don't believe it. Qi Xiaobai pouted, looking proud. Hidden profession confirmed. Yurong Nada's eyes were shocked, and he ignored Qi Xiaobai's pride, but started to analyze. The two skills the captain just used are impossible for ordinary mages to possess. That's right. Such a large-scale control plus silence, plus blood loss skills, only hidden professions have it. 36D, Big Water Injection, nodded in agreement. I suspect this black skeleton wasn't summoned, but rather a subordinate of this hidden class. The captain must have accepted a hidden quest for this hidden class, requiring her to kill a big boss, so she assigned this black skeleton to complete it. Yes, it's possible, but it's a little too fucking perverted. So, now that we've analyzed it, where can I transfer to a hidden class? And where can I get such a handsome skeleton? His eyes were shining with admiration, unable to conceal the admiration in his heart. Team leader, team leader, team leader. The 9 people came behind Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming, called out respectfully, and then started shouting. Captain, you're awesome. I've never seen such an awesome guy like the captain. I'm sorry, Captain. I thought you were a liar before. I didn't expect you to be a true master. I was so stupid. Nai Tian, Nai Zi, Nike Apolit Vedi Sinsali. After witnessing the horror of Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming and Jiang Cheng, the attitudes of these people have all changed. Masters are always respected and admired in the game, especially big shots like Ikadai Xiaoming. Captain, how did you do it? I'm completely baffled, aside from knowing it's amazing. Can you explain it? 36D, Large Water Injection, asked out of curiosity. Others also looked at Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming with curiosity, waiting for her answer. However, Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming turned his gaze to Jiang Cheng beside him. It doesn't matter if you tell them that whether you learn or not depends on your talent. Jiang Cheng's soul fire lit up, and he became very open-minded. He was never afraid of being taught. Just like the 14 magical skills he created, they were inspired by watching many videos of online game masters in the past, and combined with his own understanding of martial arts. After he created it, countless players studied it. But there are very few people who truly master it all, probably less than 10 people. Technology is something that can keep pace with the times through research. There are so many people in the world, and there are many geniuses. There are always people who have some weird ideas and will find ways to make them come true. And he also needs these people to create more skills and improve himself together. It is not his character to be complacent. The 14 magical skills, even if you add the absolute static slash, are definitely not the end of the magical skills in online games. After listening to this, Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming also admired Jiang Cheng's open-mindedness. Most people who know this technique would want to keep it to themselves and not tell anyone, but Jiang Cheng was so open and honest. Sure enough, Big Brother Skeleton is such a generous skeleton. Of course, she also knew that even if Jiang Cheng didn't say it, this group of people would eventually guess it. It's just that time will be a little slower. Oh my god, so that's how it is? Not only do we need 5 bottles of Fingio and wine, but we also need a mana connection, and we have to sprinkle it evenly on every goblin. After Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming finished speaking, the group of people's expressions suddenly changed. Chapter 143 Boss is coming. Forget it. Mana Link is a skill second only to Divine skills. Among the over 1 billion mage players in the server, it would be great if only 1,000 mages could master it. We were just thinking about it. 36D Big Water Injection was full of emotion and immediately gave up the idea of learning. The magic connection isn't enough. You have to evenly sprinkle the wine on 100 goblins to achieve the burning effect. That's not something a human can do. I estimate that if I just sprinkle it randomly, I'd be lucky if 5 of them get hit. Forget about evenly distributing them. We can't even afford the Fingio and wine. Wine is 3 silver a bottle, and Fingio is 2 silver a bottle. Clearing a dungeon costs 50 silver. That's way too much money. I can't afford to offend them. I can't afford to offend them. I can't afford to offend the rich. All my belongings so far are only 9 silver and 98 bronze. I'd be bankrupt just to clear a dungeon. After talking for a while, they all stopped talking and looked at Yi Qiaodai, Xiaoming, and Jiang Cheng with emotion. Apart from admiring Jiang Cheng's invincible technology, I can only lament Yi Xiaoming's inhumanity. Yi Qiaodai Xiaoming was a little embarrassed. Actually, she felt a little bit painful too. But Jiang Cheng's next words pushed her back. Only those who don't know how to make money will think about saving money. Okay. Yi Qiaodai Xiaoming agreed with this point of view helplessly. The next third level is not difficult. It just involves killing 4 heavily armored goblins. Although each of them had 100,000 HP, Jiang Cheng was there, and he quickly killed them in the moment when the 9 people sighed. Boss, how do we defeat the costumed goblin in the last level? 36D Dasui was very excited because he looked at the time and the copy had only been going on for less than 3 minutes. The fastest record ever set by the God of Records is 15 minutes and 33 seconds. This record has been maintained in the myth for more than a year and has not been broken so far. But he felt that they were going to break the record today, and it is very likely that it will create an unsurpassed miracle in the history of the Great Wilderness. Yes, sir. I heard that the costume goblin will wear the armor and weapons he looted. Within 3 minutes, his defense and attack power will reach 500. 500 attack, 500 defense. It's terrifying. I can't even break through the defense. The boss's attack power is probably over 2,000. I'm not afraid, but I might not make it in time. 36D, large water injection, said leisurely. About time. Ichijo Dai Xiaoming was slightly surprised. Isn't there still more than 1 hour and 56 minutes left? Boss, that's the clearance time. The record-breaking time is 15 minutes and 33 seconds. Yurong Naida was extremely excited. Isn't the boss here to break the record? Several people looked at Yi Qiaodai Xiaoming with suspicion. Break the record? What record? We are just here to play a dungeon, right? We didn't intend to break any record. Yi Qiaodai Xiaoming was very surprised by the look. When did she say she wanted to break the record? Oh my god. When Yi Qiaodai Xiaoming said this, everyone was speechless. Perhaps this is the master. He can even set a record of clearing 3 levels in 3 minutes. No wonder the boss wasn't in a hurry at all. It turns out he wasn't planning on breaking the record at all. I can only say, you are worthy of being a big boss. What else can I say? Brother Skeleton, how do we beat this level? Yi Qiaodai Xiaoming grabbed Jiang Cheng's black cloak and handed him 20 bottles of intermediate magic potion. Jiang Cheng took the magic potion and opened his teeth slightly. Once there was a dragon knight who had nothing better to do. He flew to the last level and wanted to see if he could defeat the boss. He later discovered that the costume goblins would need to wear their equipment after 5 minutes. And because no one had ever broken through the 3rd level before 5 minutes ago. So no one knows that the costume goblin is actually still sleeping and is in an armor-free state. No one knew that. As a pirate, he was actually afraid of water. Chapter 144, The Sad Dress Goblin. Then, who is that boring dragon knight? Ichi Qiaodai Xiaoming asked curiously. Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng was a little helpless and speechless about Yi Qiaodai Xiaoming's focus. Because that boring dragon knight is him, but he didn't reply to Dai Xiaoming. He was too lazy to waste time. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows were fired almost simultaneously, nailing the sleeping goblin in his attire. Then, Jiang Cheng changed his weapon, connected it with a chain sickle, and swung over. Immediately following, under everyone's astonished gaze, Jiang Cheng threw the 1-meter-tall goblin in fancy dress directly into the sea using a chain sickle. Thump! A huge wave exploded. The goblin in fancy dress was awakened in an instant. Fear appeared in his eyes, and he began to struggle violently. 12235. 12235. 12235. A large area of damage emerged from the head of the costumed goblin, leaving everyone speechless. Oh my god, as a pirate, dressed as a goblin, he's afraid of water. Puff. I admit, I fucking laughed my ass off. You bastard. Who on earth would think of using such a trick? What a jerk. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Puff, puff, puff. 25352. 25352. Minus 25,352. The goblin in the unarmored state had its armor broken by another 50 points. and after falling into the water, it triggered a weak state, and the damage it received increased by 300%. Every arrow from Jiang Cheng could cause him more than 25,000 damages. The goblin in formal attire naturally has a skill that allows him to jump onto the boat. However, after Jiang Cheng evolved, both his attack power and the effectiveness of his weapons were much stronger than before. Every time the costume goblin tries to jump up using a skill, it will be frozen by the freezing effect, and will be frozen once every 0.5 seconds. Then, he fell into the water with another splash. 3 seconds later, when he had just recovered and was about to jump up with great effort, the ice disaster explosion was triggered again. Moreover, due to the deceleration and weakness, the goblin's paddling speed is extremely slow. The efficiency of using the water jump skill has also become very poor, and it is almost difficult to use it. As for Jiang Cheng, he doesn't have to worry about not having arrows to use, because he can use a sickle to retrieve the arrows. So, in the next minute, everyone, including Ichijo Dai Xiaoming, went through the easiest process of killing the dungeon boss in history. Paddling on the boat the whole time. Besides being confused, it's still confusing, because they never thought that the dungeon could be passed like this, and the boss could be defeated like this. This completely overturned all their understanding of games in their lives. Today, I realize that it's not that there are no miracles in the world, but that I am just rubbish. The one who is tolerant remembers what he said before, that creating miracles is just deceiving oneself, and he suddenly feels ashamed. There are people in this world who can create miracles, it's just that that person is not him. Don't mention it. Before we teamed up with Captain Okami, who would have known that there was such a way to fight a goblin chase? This fighting style is absolutely amazing. Watching the boss jump around like a toad, unable to jump up no matter what, I almost burst out laughing, Captain, who on earth is this incredibly talented person who could come up with such a bizarre style of play? Yeah, Captain, which form did you see this kind of fighting style? You even know that the boss is afraid of water. Everyone looked at one of the cute little kids, and the other cute little kid also felt helpless, because she believed that this must have been what Big Skeleton Brother thought of himself. But if you tell this group of people, they definitely won't believe it. So Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming simply didn't say anything. Don't ask. Can we guess what the captain is like? That's right. Didn't you notice? Even if we throw the boss into the water, without the weapons of the skeleton boss, he would probably be able to jump out. Exactly. You haven't noticed. This boss's weapon has the ability to freeze, tear, slow, and slow. It's probably a legendary weapon. So what if we know how to defeat him? Do we have legendary weapons to limit the boss from coming up? Let's see what drops we get in this dungeon. Also, you should think about how to deal with the bombardment from those big guilds when a world announcement appears later. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes lit up. After fighting for so long, in only a few minutes, this exciting moment has finally arrived, and they are about to break the goblin chase record for the fastest clearance in history. By then, I'm afraid the entire server will be alarmed. Ding! Kill the costume goblin and clear the goblin chase. Experience points increased by 2 million, evolution points increased by 2 million, and reinforcement points increased by 2,000. Chapter 145 World Announcement. All servers shocked. This goblin chase cleared in 4 minutes and 12 seconds, with a perfect SSS score. Since this clearance score is SSS, I'll reward you with a boss and a 300% drop rate bonus. World Announcement. Windrage player Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming. Tolerant and generous. 36D large water injection. Qi Xiaobai. Milking the sky, the earth, and the air. An old virgin without milk. I'm super fierce. I am fierce. Drink more hot water if you lose blood. I am fierce. First kill. Clear the level 20 dungeon goblin chase. This time, the clearance time is 4 minutes and 12 seconds, temporarily ranking first in the world. I get 5 times the bonus experience points for the first kill and 3 legendary enhancement stones as a reward. As soon as this announcement came out, all the players in the great wilderness world were instantly shocked. Is it my imagination? Someone cleared the goblin chase in 4 minutes and 12 seconds? I couldn't even finish it in 40 minutes. Is this a lie? Did the system crash due to too many players? Cleared the goblin chase in 4 minutes and 12 seconds? Are you kidding me? What bullshit? For minutes and 12 seconds to clear the game? Even the record holder assembled a team of expert players, and it took 15 minutes and 33 seconds. How can anyone clear the game in 4 minutes? It's simply unbelievable. When the announcement came out, The first reaction of most players was that they simply did not believe the announcement of this world, because this is really unbelievable. So, in an instant, Game Intelligence received more than 5 billion complaints. If not for the fact that many players watched the online morning ceremony and logged off to calm down their excitement. It is estimated that it is possible to receive 8 billion complaints. In an instant, even the top management was alarmed. However, they were unable to interfere with the decision of the intelligent brain and could only issue a statement. Let the player wait. The intelligent computer will give the result of handling this complaint in 5 minutes. The 9 team members in the copy fell into a daze. It's not because of the explosion rate bonus, nor because they broke the record, but it is because after reading the world announcement, they keenly discovered their captain is actually a silly little cute boy. Oh my god, Ichiju Dai Xiaoming? Isn't that the super god who's number 1 on the ranking list? Is it the little cute little Mo who surpassed the 12 gods? Not only that, she seems to be number 1 in the weapons rankings. Oh my god, our captain is actually such a big shot. No wonder I always thought her clothes and weapons were so gorgeous. So this is the level 25 purple Bloodraven suit. A cry of surprise came from the little mouth that was full of milk for the sky, the earth, and the air. Captain, you've kept this from us for so long. If we had known you were such a powerful figure, we would have joined the team immediately. That's right, the boss is so mean, he actually pretended to be a newbie and tricked me. The gazes of several people looking at Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming became very hot, almost melting Zhang Mengming. Tell them to stop standing there and use traction techniques to quickly pull the equipment onto the ship. Jiang Cheng didn't care about their reactions, but came to Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming and reminded her the reason why he wanted to recruit 9 pastors. This is because after the boss dies, the exploded equipment will fall into the sea, and a priest traction skill is needed to pull the equipment over. The priest traction skill is a skill learned at level 15, which can change the positions of teammates in the front row. But in fact, this skill is sometimes used by Jiang Cheng to transfer equipment dropped by monsters. Few players know this trick, and those who do know it probably keep it to themselves. The technique is very simple to use. After Jiang Cheng asked Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming to teach them, they understood it. But after they understood it, they were at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Oh my god, the traction technique can also transfer equipment. This is awesome. Why didn't I think of it? A master is a master. Even if he doesn't play as a priest, he can come up with this kind of technique. Fuck, I finally know my role. Chapter 146, A Greater Gang. What bullshit are you talking about? Being able to complete a dungeon with the great captain is a blessing I will never achieve in my entire life. If possible, I am willing to collect equipment for the great captain for the rest of my life. Don't you agree, sir? Yurong Nada let go of his dignity as a junior master and started licking directly. Nida, could you please stop being so disgusting and quickly pick up the equipment? 36D Big Water Injection said with great disdain, Master, I am willing to spend 2 lifetimes picking up equipment for you. 36D, can you be a human being? Qi Xiaobai looked down on her while running to Yiqiao Xiaoming and took her hand. Boss, I'm yours from now on. You can ask me to do anything. You guys are such bastards. Come and see what good stuff has been revealed, Master. I don't want to do anything for you. Just add me as a friend. Faced with the 9 enthusiastic people, Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming felt a little embarrassed, because she felt that the reason why she was so strong was entirely due to Big Brother Skeleton. She actually felt a little guilty about her fame, because her ability was really poor and she was not worthy of the title of God. Don't say that. This is all my Big Brother Skeleton's idea. It has nothing to do with me. Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming quickly waved his hand and gave the credit to Jiang Cheng. Boss is being modest, we understand. That's right, boss must be afraid that we will reveal your secret. So he said that. Let's check the equipment. I think I saw some green equipment just now. Okay, let's take a look at the equipment. Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming wanted to explain something, but Jiang Cheng stopped her. Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming had no choice but to follow them to look at the equipment. Boss, it's all thanks to you that we were able to pass the level this time. As for the equipment, we'll just take a look at it and enjoy it. 36D Big Water Injection suddenly made this decision, which surprised everyone. What kind of equipment does the dungeon drop? The lowest one is level 20. They also saw some drilling stones and gems, and even a skill book. The drop rate is 300%, and it's a record-breaking first kill. The things dropped must be good. 36D actually made this decision for them? Suddenly, the 8 people were dumbfounded. Don't look at me like that. I know you're reluctant to part with the items from this dungeon, but I want to ask you, what contribution did we make in this dungeon? 36D, Big Water Injection, looked around and looked at them. In an instant, several people lowered their heads in shame. This time, apart from picking up some equipment, we basically did nothing. But can you imagine what we got? Several people shook their heads, somewhat puzzled. Seeing this, 36D scoffed and continued. Each of us received 2 million experience points for the first kill. I believe everyone has reached level 7, right? Everyone nodded and began to understand. If it's not the first kill, the maximum experience they can get is only 400,000, which can only allow them to level up 2 times at most. But because they were the first to kill, they broke the record and were rewarded with 5 times the experience points for the first time. To gain 2 million experience points, they need to fight monsters in the wild without sleep for at least 5 days. Not only that, we've gained fame you can hardly imagine. 36D pointed at them excitedly and continued. The dungeon's mechanism is that if you exceed the dungeon level by 15, you can no longer enter. Therefore, the maximum level to enter the Goblin Chase is level 35. As for the record of 4 minutes and 12 seconds, I believe that even if 20 level 35 players team up and enter, no one can break this record. So, from now on, whenever someone enters this dungeon, they will see all of our names. Do you know what this means? It means we're going to be recorded in history. Billions of players will be watching us. Furthermore, once you get out, you'll definitely be discovered by all the major guilds and treated as honored guests. By then, have you ever imagined what it would feel like to be licked by the big guys from all the major guilds? Anyway, I never thought in my life that in order to obtain first-hand information, their bottom line will definitely exceed your imagination. When that happens, you will know how cool it is. You have received so much, aren't you satisfied? 3060 looked at them with some disdain, leaving them speechless. Afterwards, they all understood and apologized to Yi Qiao Dai Xiao Meng, pushing the equipment over with some reluctance. I'm sorry, Captain. We were blinded by greed. I'm sorry. Bah. Yu Rongnai slapped himself. I'm sorry, sir. I was wrong. Several people admitted their mistakes and felt guilty for their greed. Jiang Cheng didn't care. He just looked at 3060 meaningfully and said to Dai Xiaomeng. This person is pretty good. Xiaomeng, add him as your friend. You can team up with him for the next level 30 dungeon. Take a look at the equipment first, and we'll go back and prepare it later. After Jiang Cheng finished speaking, he took out a skill book and 2 different gems and began to examine them. At the same time, he also discovered that a drilling stone actually dropped this time, and his main weapon, after becoming a legendary, could drill holes again. Even a secondary weapon can punch holes. He earned another 2,000 reinforcement points and 20 million evolution points, and he could strengthen himself again. Chapter 147 New Passive, Heavy Attack Skill Book. Drilling Stone. Quality. Samsung. Overview. Can punch holes in equipment with a 30% chance of punching. Spell Stone. Quality. Rare. Overview. Embedded in a weapon. Gain 50 points of spell attack. Magic Resistance. Spirit Stone. Quality. Rare. Overview. When embedded in protective gear, it increases spell defense by 50 points. Heavy Attack. Quality. Elite. Category. Passive. Overview. When attacking, there is a 3% chance to stun the enemy unit for 0.1 seconds, causing 1% of your own attack power as damage. Does this mean I need to collect all the passive skills of all attack types? Jiang Cheng felt a little emotional. The passive effects he now has are Tear, Freeze, Slow Down, Confusion, Armor Penetration, Ice Disaster, Split, Bloody 7 Kills, Blood Sucking, Cutting, and Black Ice Bones. Although the cutting effect is a bit weak, it is better than nothing. What's more, he has 2 passive skills, Dark Dawn and Dark Curse. After these 2 are awakened, it is estimated that the curse and blinding effects will definitely be there. And now, here comes another heavy blow that can knock him out. Jiang Cheng felt that being his enemy might be a little sad. If all these passives are triggered at the same time, the opponent will probably collapse directly when seeing a long list of statuses above their heads. After learning the heavy attack, Jiang Cheng spent 5,500 evolution points and directly learned it to level 10. The probability increased from 3% to 8%. The stun time increased from 0.1 to 0.2 seconds, and the attack damage also increased from 1% to 6%. The effect was not very strong, and Jiang Cheng was not in a hurry to break through. I plan to drill a hole for the secondary weapon first, because the chance of getting a drilling stone is too low, and the gems that drop this time are too bad. He planned to embed his secondary weapon first to increase his spell damage, then embed the magic resistance spirit stone in the skull to increase magic defense. That weapon of the skeleton boss is so cool. I really want a weapon like that. Qi Xiaobai looked at Jiang Cheng, who was fiddling with Ice Disaster and Deathwing in his hands, and felt envious. Looking at the level 20 blank staff in his hand, it suddenly didn't seem so attractive anymore. Forget it. That black ice is clearly a legendary weapon. Currently, only NPCs in this type of quest can afford it. I think he has two, and he can even transform his wings with his left hand. It's so cool. Oh, I wish I had a guardian NPC like that, Qi Xiaobai said with great regret. Several people looked at Jiang Cheng with envy, and at the same time, they were also guessing Jiang Cheng's identity. I feel like his cape should have some purpose. This black skeleton is definitely an epic-level NPC. That's right, you didn't see the special features of his weapon. It could transform into a sickle, a bow, and a black sword. Each attack has an additional status. It's awesome. Are hidden classes really that awesome? Sigh. What a shame. Hidden classes are 1 in a million. You need to defeat hidden bosses to get them, and you need a lot of luck. Forget it, just play your own game. Several people sighed, and for a moment, they were filled with envy. Countdown to the dungeon 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. It's coming out. It's coming out. The legendary boss has appeared. The super boss who cleared the game in 4 minutes and 12 seconds. As soon as they came out of the copy, tens of thousands of scorching rays of light focused on them in an instant. Ding 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 dong. The Holy Lord requests to add you as a friend. The Wings of the God of Magic request to add you as a friend. Longsheng requests to add you as a friend. Countless messages asking to add friends flooded in, leaving several people stunned. Chapter 148, The Only Mission. Because adding friends messages cannot be sent within the copy, when they came out, a large number of messages were refreshed instantly. Several people looked at the bright red 8-digit number written on the new message prompt in the friend list and were dumbfounded. Oh my god, over 50 million messages. This is outrageous. What exactly happened? Is it necessary to make such a fuss? Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming was speechless when he saw that the amount of messages from his friends reached more than 300 million. Although a lot of people have sent me friend requests these days, none of them are as outrageous as today. Let's go, don't hesitate. Jiang Cheng reminded Yi Dai Xiaoming from behind. There are tens of thousands of players in the dungeon. Once surrounded, you can't move at all. There aren't many players who have just reached level 20, but there are a lot of players who like to join in the fun. If you don't leave soon, it will be impossible to leave. Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming was a little stunned for a moment. Then he reacted, quickly blocked the message, and walked towards the center of Wind Fury City. Hello, I am Mo Shunbing, the head of the Martial Arts Divine Weapon Hall, the 19th ranked guild in the Huaxiao region. Boss, I'm the president of the 72nd ranked land of power. Boss, don't leave, consider our guild. Who are you in this copy? Can you tell me your nickname? A small and cute girl walked along the way, surrounded by thousands of players, which made her very uncomfortable. Fortunately, she hid her name, and the other 9 people helped her share some of the players. In addition, Jiang Cheng was behind him, emitting an ominous aura from time to time. This made them feel fearful and afraid to get too close, and only then did he finally break out of the crowd. After finally squeezing out of the crowd, Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming suddenly broke into a sweat. Brother Skeleton, life as a great god isn't easy. Maybe you're not a person who likes to be high profile. Jiang Cheng spread his hands. Look at 36D and the others. They really enjoy the process. Whether you like it or not, you have to get used to it. From now on, being watched by everyone, being the center of attention, and being the subject of everyone's talk will become your daily routine. Jiang Cheng reminded, everything you do, while reaping the benefits, also requires you to bear the negative consequences. This is a required course to become a master. Oh, I understand, Brother Skeleton. I will definitely try my best to adapt. The cute and naive little girl pouted and said firmly while raising her little pink fist. Where are we going now? Accept the mission. Jiang Cheng commanded Yiqiao Xiaoming to a tavern and pointed at an NPC who was drunk and had a full beard. This is Charlotte from Hall Street. You can go take a mission from her. It will greatly improve your strength. Accept the mission. Yiqiao Dai, Xiao Ming, was a little surprised and looked around. Dirty, messy, and bad. The air was filled with a strong smell of alcohol. The NPC called Charlotte was currently lying unconscious on the table. Brother Skeleton, not many people come here. How did you find this place and accept the mission? Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming turned his back and looked at the nearby Jiang Cheng with curiosity in his eyes. Jiang Cheng is too mysterious for her to see through. I always feel like he knows everything. Not only was he so powerful, but he was also very kind to her, making her feel unprecedented warmth. Sometimes she wondered if Jiang Cheng was a fallen angel sent by God to save her. After all, he has wings. Don't worry about it. This is the only mission, and the reward is also unique. Hurry up and don't let others grab it. Jiang Cheng spread his hands, expressing helplessness. The game Dahuang was originally adapted from Myth. Myth is actually the version tested by the game company for Dahuang. Many things have not changed. In addition, he participated in the internal test during his lifetime. Understand this, it's normal. The only mission. Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming understood instantly, with a very surprised smile on his face. Seeing that more than a dozen players in the tavern noticed her and seemed to see through something, Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming hurried forward. Chapter 149, The Deterrent Power of Master Players. Hey, beautiful lady, it seems we saw this NPC first. The long spear in the hand of the black dragon python blocked the little cute boy. Several other players quickly ran to Charlotte's side and began to ask questions. Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming suddenly became a little anxious. This is an exclusive task given to her by Big Brother Skeleton, and it is unique in the entire server. Once someone else gets there first, it's gone. She must not let Big Brother Skeleton down. Without saying a word, she forced the city's sparring challenge. The black dragon python was stunned for a moment. Because the 6 of them were in a team, all 5 teammates accepted the challenge. Does this mean that this beauty wants to challenge the 6 of them? She actually wants to take on 6 people alone? The black dragon python and his teammates laughed and didn't look for Charlotte again. Almost everyone knows that girls are not interested in games and don't like to delve into them, so their skills are usually worse than boys. Not to mention being unable to defeat a group fight. Even in a one-on-one fight, they usually end up losing. And this beauty actually wants to take on 6 people alone? Brothers, accept her challenge and let her know what cruelty is. Several people accepted the challenge with excitement. Next moment, the scene changes, eliminating all the scattered players around. Hey, beautiful lady, don't say we didn't give you a chance. Hand of the Abyss. Before the black dragon python could finish his words, he silently calculated the position and used the spell to select 36 Hands of the Abyss to capture the 5 people directly. A damage of -80. -80 instantly appeared above the heads of the 6 people, forcing them to be silenced. Immediately following, a cute little blood-red staff was raised. Boom! 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 In the moment when the few people were stunned, 36 skeletons broke through the wooden floor of the tavern and chopped down the 6 people. 35-24, 19, 32. A large area of damage suddenly appeared above their heads. Holy crap! So many skeletons, what's going on? The 6 people were caught by the Hand of the Abyss and could not move at all. In addition, they were silenced and could not speak, so they could only look at each other. However, the 6 of them had a special tacit understanding, and they all saw the word confused on each other's faces. Then came panic. If you fight in the city, you will die. Although the equipment will not drop, the level will drop. However, they didn't even have a chance to beg for mercy. 3 seconds later, the 6 people turned into light and disappeared under the 36 skeleton blades. When the 6 black dragon pythons returned to the resurrection point, they were stunned after seeing the information that they had been killed. Do you know who that person was just now? The first on the ranking list. Fuck, this is a super boss. I just won the Goblin Chase dungeon and ranked first in the speedrunning leaderboard. Holy crap, I just randomly met a beautiful woman, and she's actually a super boss. I finally got 85% of my experience at level 19, and now I've dropped another level. Damn it, I can't go to the dungeon anymore. Stop talking, look who hasn't dropped anything. Now we have to kill monsters all day. Damn, Super Boss is so ruthless and cruel. He starts with area control, and then raises his hand to kill a large number of skeletons. It's so fucking cruel. Several people spat out a mouthful of blood in their hearts, and their faces were speechless. Apart from lamenting their bad luck, they didn't dare to seek revenge, and they didn't even dare to say a harsh word. This is the deterrent power of God-level players. Ordinary individual players, with no money, no skills, no strength, and no connections, can only lament their bad luck when they meet such a big guy. Right now in Windrage City, because Dai Xiaoming broke the record for the Goblin Chase, a big guy is showing up. Maybe if you touch him casually, he will be a super big guy. The Black Dragon Python looked serious. Be careful from now on, don't do anything sneaky. Also, if you see anyone with a red robe or a red staff, run away. Inside the tavern, Jiang Cheng patted Dai Xiaoming's shoulder and encouraged him. Xiaoming, you've made great progress, but the location you chose to summon the skeleton is still not right, and the timing is not good either. To maximize the power of necromancy, the gaps between the skeletons must not exceed 0.9 centimeters, allowing for perfect positioning in all 10 directions. Just like the time you dueled against Xiang Yulan, you should block their movement. Otherwise, you'll only block 6 to 8 positions, giving them room to escape. The interval between Hand of the Abyss and Summoning the Dead should not exceed 0.5 seconds. If you are unlucky enough to miss the target, you must immediately send a skeleton to fill the gap. The timing of the 10 skeleton strikes must also be consistent. You still have room for improvement, but this won't happen overnight. Go and accept the quest first. Later, I'll teach you how to synchronize summons. Oh, okay, Big Brother Skeleton. It was rare for Jiang Cheng to praise him, and Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming was immediately very happy. Their faces were filled with bright smiles, which made the players around them intoxicated. Chapter 150, Legendary Skill Enhancement Scroll. Holy crap, 1 versus 6, and he actually won? This is a master. When the players in the tavern saw that after several people competed, only Dai Xiaoming was left, their faces suddenly changed. Before, none of them had high hopes for Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming. After all, she is a female player, and she is outnumbered 6 at once, so she is definitely no match for him. I didn't expect that they would win. Suddenly, everyone looked at Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming with a higher opinion. However, there are still players who are not afraid of death and try to build a relationship with Charlotte under the nose of Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming. Even if she sent a sparring invitation, after seeing how powerful she was, these players would not accept it, leaving Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming at a loss. Don't worry, they don't have 10 bottles of Fingio, so they won't get the only mission. I saw 7 or 8 players gathered around Charlotte, trying to ask something. Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming was very disappointed, so Jiang Cheng had to tell her the trick. After hearing this, Zhang Mingming's eyes suddenly lit up. So that's how it is. Why didn't Skeleton Brother tell me earlier? I was so worried just now. Zhang Mingming patted her chest and breathed a long sigh of relief. This is just a test for me. Remember, don't panic because of a small failure. Jiang Cheng patted her shoulder and taught her in her ear. Fluster and nervousness are most likely to affect your judgment during combat. You must learn to adjust in real time and not let your emotions dominate your thinking. Jiang Cheng looked at her slim back, and his teeth twitched slightly. But you still have a long way to go, so take your time. In fact, this scene reminded him of the little Lolita who followed behind him back then. Qian Shanchua's personality is completely opposite to that of Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming. Her personality is calm, decisive, and never drags her feet. She is always cold-blooded and ruthless to her enemies, and kills decisively. In front of other people, she is like ruthless ice. Only in front of him would she act like a little girl. And he is very clingy, tough on the outside but soft on the inside. A cute boy, on the other hand, is soft on the outside but strong on the inside. Appears weak on the surface, but is actually strong on the inside. No matter what happens, I can face it optimistically, be able to endure hardships, be patient, be willing to learn, and not always think about relying on others. In fact, both women have great potential, except for their slightly different personalities. And they all have one thing in common, which is perseverance and persistence. Jiang Cheng believed that Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming would never let him down. Cultivating peerless masters is also one of the few pleasures he has after becoming the supreme god. Sometimes it is quite fulfilling to see the apprentices I have taught grow into super masters. Oh, I see. Thank you, Brother Skeleton. Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming turned around happily, looked back, and pulled Jiang Cheng's hand bone, expressing his gratitude. My mood is like the dark clouds in the sky, turning into white clouds in the sunny sky. Of course, there was another reason why she turned around. Jiang Cheng was behind her, too close, which caused her neck to always feel itchy, and she felt very strange. But she didn't dare tell Jiang Cheng, so she could only use this method to ease the strangeness in her heart. TSK. What the hell? I can't get anything out of this NPC. A group of players surrounded Charlotte, chasing her and asking her questions. As a result, after a long time, the person still didn't wake up, and they all ran away. When Yi Qiao Dai Xiao Meng saw this, he did not rush forward. Instead, in full view of everyone, he slowly took out a bottle of Fingio and placed it on Charlotte's dining table. Bang! The moment the bottle of Fingio fell on the table, Charlotte woke up immediately. Then, his eyes lit up with excitement. Wine! There's wine! After looking at Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming hesitantly, Charlotte finally couldn't resist the temptation of Fingio, picked up the bottle, and started drinking. After he finished drinking, he didn't make any other movements, but fell on the dining table again. Suddenly, the watching players were disappointed. Oh my god, I thought this was the condition for triggering the hidden quest, but it turns out it's useless. I was so excited for nothing. Fingio costs 2 silver per bottle, which takes several days to earn. In the end, I gave the wine away but got nothing. This is a huge loss, haha. However, facing their gloating, Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming said nothing, but put another bottle on it. Bang! Charlotte woke up again and drank without hesitation. Gudong gudong. Whenever Charlotte finished her drink and collapsed on the dining table, Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming would put another bottle. After drinking 10 bottles in a row, Charlotte collapsed on the dining table again. Just when everyone thought that Yi Qiao Xiaoming was just trying to attract attention. This time, Charlotte suddenly began to talk nonsense. Child, my child, you damn disaster witch, give me back my child. Congratulations on triggering the only hidden mission, snatching Charlotte's child. Quest reward, skill enhancement scroll, legendary, 5. Chapter 151. 10,000 miles of frost, 1,000 mountains of snow. Damn, it really triggered. Is it really triggered? Is it fake? It's not fake. I'm a life player. I used to work as a waiter in this tavern, and I've chatted with Charlotte before. A bartender suddenly spoke up. I also thought this NPC was unusual at first. I always felt that he was worried about something. I thought he had some quest, so I secretly exchanged some gold coins and bought him all kinds of wine to please him. What's the result? All the players asked in unison. The result? I spent 500,000 renminbi, exchanged it for 5 gold coins, and tried various wines for him, but he didn't say a word. I was at a huge loss. The bartender had a speechless expression on his face, which made the others laugh. Sure enough, you are the one who is miserable. Haha, forgive my insincere laughter. It seems this quest requires 10 bottles of Fingio, so we have to keep feeding them to him. Everyone, hurry up and buy some Fingio to take on the hidden quest. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone dispersed, fearing that they would be too slow to receive the hidden task. With a painful heart, he bought 10 bottles of Fingio at the tavern and threw them in front of Charlotte's dining table. Result: you can imagine. If I talk too much, it's all tears. During that period, the price of Fingio also increased for this reason. Many players don't understand the situation. Only players who witnessed Yi Qiao Xiaoming receiving a hidden mission and frantically buying Fingio would know about it. It was a history of blood and tears. Missing someone is a kind of pain that can breathe. Brother Skeleton, what's the use of the legendary skill enhancement scroll? Walking along the street of stalls in Wind Fury City, a cute little boy had an excited look on his face and kept asking Jiang Cheng questions. You could transform your skills into legendary level. Jiang Cheng listened to the hawking sounds from the stalls while looking for what he needed in the various stalls. Wow, legendary level. Zhang Mingming's little face became even more excited. Can the skeleton brother be used? After knowing the function of the skill enhancement scroll, the first person Zhang Mingming thought of was not herself, but Jiang Cheng. This made Jiang Cheng feel a little warm in his heart. This is of no use to me. Oh, then what skill should I strengthen? You need to choose this for yourself. I can only tell you that it's not a legendary skill, but after using it, it can transform into a legendary skill. Jiang Cheng continued. This depends on the skill level itself. If the skill is at an ordinary level, you'll need 3 cards. 1 card is needed for each level you cross. If the skill itself is legendary, after using it, it will break through the original level limit. For example, the skill can be raised to level 20 at most. After using it, it will show 20 plus 1. The effect will be transformed. Think about it yourself. Jiang Cheng did not make a decision for Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming, but wanted to train her decision-making ability and let her get used to and bear the consequences of making decisions. Well, don't worry, Brother Skeleton, I will definitely think of it. Ichijo Dai Xiaoming nodded happily, then asked in confusion. By the way, why are we setting up a street stall? Buy some things to prepare for the level 30 dungeon. That kind again? Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming showed a curious look towards Jiang Cheng. I guess so. Jiang Cheng smiled mysteriously. Qingfeng City. Where have you been recently? Your equipment is so good. A level 25 legendary bow has even been released. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 5 arrows were fired at the same time, each carrying a trace of icy force, piercing Qian Chonglang's head and directly defeating him. Qian Chonglang looked at the 2-1 damages above his head, dejectedly withdrew from the team competition, and said helplessly, I bought this from a mysterious tycoon. But what good is it? Even if I go through the trouble of completing a dungeon, reach level 25, and get a legendary bow, I still can't beat you, cousin. That's because you're not good enough. I asked you to stay with him and learn skills, but you slacked off every day. Do you regret it now? Cousin, was I just slacking off? I just gave up because I really couldn't compare to you. Qian Chonglang said helplessly. You learned the same technique in 10 days, but it took me 2 months, and it's still terrible. I can't afford to lose face. But I recently discovered a mysterious boss. He's very skilled, and he's also a very nice person. I plan to learn from him for a while. Mysterious boss? Qinshan Snow put away the frost from the vast expanse of land, looked at Qian Chonglang strangely, and said disdainfully, Is there anyone who would be interested in a noob like you? Who is blind? Chapter 152, Follow Me, and you will know. Well, I'll keep it secret for now, Qian Chonglang played a trick. TSK, who cares? Anyone who's interested in a newbie like you probably doesn't have any great skills either. Qian Shanxue was too lazy to pay attention to him, and began to adjust the Wan Liki frost in her hand. Wan Likaibing Shuang is a growth type, exclusive secondary weapon specially tailored by the game company for players of the 12 gods. Every righteous god has one. This is an absolute honor and equipment that billions of players envy. However, although the name sounds nice, the properties are actually just SOSO. Correspondingly, if you want to upgrade the secondary weapon, you must collect various materials. Otherwise, the exclusive secondary weapon that cannot be upgraded will become useless in the later stages. I need to go to a dungeon to farm materials soon. Do you want to go? Seeing that Qian Chonglang didn't respond, Qian Shanxue took the initiative to invite him over. Me? I already have a team, and the boss said he would take me to a level 30 dungeon. Qian Zhonglang's direct rejection stunned Qian Shanxue. You used to pester me every day to take you to dungeons and learn something. Why did you change your ways today? The level 30 Disaster Demonist dungeon requires the team leader to be level 30 and the team members to be within 5 levels of each other in order to enter. Now, besides Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming, who else is level 30? Qian Shanxue looked at Qian Chonglang with a strange look. You wouldn't say that the person who brought you here is a silly little cute girl? Qian Chonglang chuckled. Cousin, you really guessed it right. TSK, what nonsense. Qian Shanxue looked unconvinced. As one of the 12 gods, he has seen many masters, but not many of them can be taken seriously. Only this little cute boy swept the level list and weapon list with overwhelming advantage and won the first place in the world. Even set a copy record that they couldn't believe. It accidentally entered their field of vision. For minutes and 12 seconds to complete the goblin chase, they are also good at creating miracles, but they dare not say that they can set such a record. Now, although the first place in the weapon list has been taken away by Qian Chonglang, her absolute record of 4 minutes and 12 seconds is more impactful than the first place in the weapon list. She is still a superstar that everyone is paying attention to. Moreover, he set such an incredible record while bringing 9 priests with him. When the world announcement came out, no one believed it, not even Qian Shanxue. However, the intelligent computer later directly confirmed the other party's copy record, suppressing all the players' doubts. Therefore, Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming, the legendary player who suddenly appeared, became the focus of many expert players and large guild forces. Everyone was caught up in various speculations about everything about her. But it's a pity. It seems that Dai Xiaoming doesn't like to communicate with others. I hardly add anyone as a friend, so it's difficult for them to get to know me. Her cousin actually said he knew her. Is that bullshit? I'm telling the truth. She actually came to Master's funeral before, but you were busy arguing with Xia Dongli at the time, so you didn't have the chance to meet her. Qian Chonglang saw Qian Shanshue's face full of disbelief, and he immediately felt unhappy because he failed to show off. Are you serious? So her skills are really strong. Qian Shanshue suddenly became interested. Unexpectedly, her cousin actually knew Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming, so now he had the opportunity to get to know her. You've misunderstood this cousin. Her skills are actually so bad you can't even imagine. Qian Chonglang's words left Qian Shanshue speechless. Your skills are so unbelievably bad, and you can reach level 30, and you can even set a dungeon record like this? Xiaolang, are you getting carried away, or do you think your cousin can't hold a bow anymore? Qian Shanshue raised a wan leaky frost in his hand, and 5 arrows shining with cold light were aimed at Qian Chonglang's head. Cousin, don't be impulsive, you misunderstood. Qian Chonglang was so scared that he jumped around, but he couldn't get rid of Qian Shanshue's lock. I could only beg for mercy helplessly. Cousin, I said she was bad, but I didn't say she was not strong enough. Are you kidding me? No, absolutely not. If you want to know why, just come with me and you'll know. They also want to do a dungeon, so let's team up together. Chapter 153. Sorry, my master said you're not worthy. Great Master Fama, your master still refuses to come out of seclusion? In the Huaxiao region, the president of the Wings of the God of Magic, who was ranked 6th in the guild rankings, sent a message to the Demon of Magic. Unfortunately, Fama did not respond to him. However, the Wings of the God of Magic was not upset. As for the great gods, they always have some personality. Although he founded the Wings of the God of Magic under his own name, he once won the 6th place in the guild rankings in Myth. But he was very clear about how big the gap was between himself and the real masters. Even though his name contains the word God of Law, in fact, it is just a nickname. In terms of skills, he can't even beat the magic demon, and at most he can only touch the edge of Qian Chonglang. The reason they wanted to invite the mage saint to come out of seclusion this time was because they had just recruited a newcomer. An old virgin has no milk. This is a lineup of 9 undead priests, one of the 9 priests who set the world record of 4 minutes and 12 seconds. With him here, and by asking the mage saint to help, the Wings of the God of Mage felt that they might be able to break this miracle of 4 minutes and 12 seconds. President, haven't you contacted the demon god yet? Demon Wing stood in the dungeon of Wind Fury, looking at the surging players with a bit of anxiety. Those who got the first-hand information have already entered the copy to set records, and they are still waiting. No rush, their goal is just to get 2nd place. People like that will never amount to anything, but my goal is to break a new record. The Wings of the God of Magic revealed a confident smile. But I remember the mage saint hasn't started leveling yet, right? The tone of Demon Wings was a little hesitant. It's okay. The world record. I'm not afraid of waiting. Right now, I just want to greet the mage saint and see if she's interested. As long as she's interested, there's no need to worry about breaking the record. But I heard that Mo Shanbing has invited Shui Xiaowu, one of the 12 legends, to enter the dungeon to challenge the record. Isn't the president afraid that they will break the record? The Wings of the Magic God smiled slightly. Shui Xiaowu? She changed her job to Ghost Dance Berserker, one of the 4 common swordsman jobs, right? The Wings of the Demon nodded. After the dungeon opened, everyone's levels started to rise rapidly. Shui Xiaowu is already level 26 and has learned level 25 Ghost Chi Burst. Her explosive power is definitely very strong. I'm worried. Oh, there's nothing to worry about. What if another outbreak happens? Among the hundreds of millions of players, if we talk about the strongest group attack, who can compare to the Mage Saint, known as the God of Group Attack? The Wings of the God of Magic was very disdainful. Besides, do you really think records are so easy to break? Don't think you can easily break records just by mastering those little tricks. If records are so easy to break, what's the point of having geniuses? I really have to admit, whoever came up with this method to pass the level is definitely a genius. The Wings of the God of Law sighed, but you have to understand that everyone in this world has ideas, and there are many people with brilliant ideas. However, the more brilliant the idea, the more difficult it is to realize it. How many people in this world can truly put such an idea into practice and achieve such perfection? The Wings of the God of Law sighed briefly. What a pity we missed the chance to meet Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming. Otherwise, I really want to see what kind of person he is. The wings of the demon nodded. It's a bit of a pity indeed, for what the old virgin said. This Ichijo Dai Xiaoming is extremely sharp in controlling the rhythm of battle. No wonder he's become the best in the world. But, looking back, I think the key is it's difficult to invite a Dharma saint. It's okay, he replied. The regret on the face of the god of magic wing was replaced by surprise, and he quickly checked the message. As long as he can contact the magic demon and invite the magic saint, he believes that the wings of the magic god will definitely break the record. By then, the world's #1 position in the goblin chase will be forever engraved with the name of their wings of magic. With this world #1, his guild will definitely attract more players to join. His guild will grow even stronger, and he will step onto a higher stage. Magic Demon, Heavy Rain, sorry, my master said you are not worthy. Chapter 154, The Tragic Wings of the God of Law. Wings of the God of Magic. Filled with joy, in exchange for this result, at this moment, the wings of the God of Magic had only 4 words to say in his heart. Am I pretty? Broken voice. His heart was extremely broken. The psychological shadow area has also been greatly expanded. The extra psychological shadow area is enough for him to build several more psychological first aid stations. Despite this, he endured. If the Sage of Magic doesn't work, there's still the Demon of Magic. FAMO is a data king, and his gaming skills are the strongest among the 12 legends. If you can't invite a mage, you may not be able to get the first place in the whole server. But please go to the magician to consolidate their second place in the server. It should be possible. He couldn't reach the status of mage saint, but he could definitely reach the status of a mage demon. With enough confidence, the wings of the god of magic sent another message. Excuse me, Master Sage, you must have something urgent to do. That's why you didn't come, right? The wings of the god of law first made a polite remark to test the situation. No, my master is sleeping. Actually, you don't have to think too much about it, and you don't have to be sad. My master didn't mean anything bad when she said that. She simply thinks you are not worthy. Puff. The wings of the god of magic spat out a mouthful of blood in his heart. Listen, is this human language? On the surface, I told him not to think too much, but in reality, forget it. He didn't want to dwell on this topic anymore. I understand. It's normal for the Sage of Law to be in a hurry. By the way, I wonder if the demonic god of law has time. I'm sure the demonic god of law has also read the world announcement and should know about this matter, right? I understand. Then the great magic demon god should be well aware of the strength of our magic god wings. Now that we have first-hand information on breaking the record, all we need is you, a great master, to join us in setting the record. Oh, I'm sorry. I do have something to do today and may not be able to come. Huh? Is that so? I wonder what's wrong with Master Fama. Do you need any help? A glimmer of hope rose from the wings of the god of magic. Nothing. I just lost my house key and need to get a new one. Saw the... Pero, that's a shame. I won't bother you then. After hanging up the call, the wings of the god of magic's expression turned a little ugly. He was the guild leader of the 6th-ranked guild in China, yet he was despised by these 2 people. He was not a fool, so he naturally understood what FAMO meant. Isn't it just that he doesn't deserve it? It's so bullying. President, have you invited the Dharma Saint? What did they say? The wings of the demon was waiting anxiously on the side. When he saw the wings of the god of law hung up the phone, he asked in ecstasy. The wings of the magic god didn't look very good. Nothing much. The magic saint said she was not feeling well and couldn't come. Then, what about the great magic god? The demon. He said he went to Suzaka City to upgrade the disaster wasteland and won't be coming for the time being. Really? Demon Wings obviously didn't believe it. Now that the copy appeared, would the magician go to the wild area to upgrade? Could it be that the number of copies has been used up? Of course it's true. How could I lie to you? Seeing the expression of the sky demon wing, the already bad mood of the law god wing felt that his self-esteem was insulted and he flew into a rage. If I lied to you, I'd give you the level 25 purple staff I spent 20 million on yesterday. Are you serious? The wings of the sky demon stared at the staff in the hands of the wings of the god of magic, which was shining. Both of them were mages, but he didn't have a good family background as Shinzi and couldn't achieve financial freedom. So, starting from yesterday, he has been staring at the staff in the hands of the god of magic wings, his eyes shining. The wings of the god of law naturally knew this, so he made this oath. I'm the president of China's 6th guild. Do I really need to lie to you? The wings of the god of magic looked at him with displeasure. That's great. Let's trade quickly. Hurry to trade? What do you mean? Wings of the God of Magic looked confused. Who said I was giving it to you? That's not interesting. Didn't you say that the magic demon went to Suzaka's city to upgrade? Look who that is over there. After hearing this, Wings of the God of Magic followed Wings of the Demon's gaze and looked towards the east of the dungeon. There, a group of fanatical players were surrounding a man. He kept shouting, "Magic Demon! Magic Demon!" Wings of the God of Magic. Chapter 155. Can these people be hired? Brother Skeleton, aren't we going to add some more people? It's already been half an hour. Jiang Mengmeng was hiding in a European-style church in the dungeon, her tone somewhat anxious. After hearing that the copy could unlock the dual passive skills of the Skeleton Brother, she became a little impatient. Moreover, 36D Big Water Injection was also in the team. Although he didn't say anything, Jiang Mengmeng guessed that he must be a little anxious. After all, every minute of the server opening time is precious. Don't worry, this dungeon will be difficult due to the unique quest. All dungeon monsters will have their attributes doubled, and a hidden boss will appear. Jiang Cheng was in the church, staring at the priest while explaining to Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming. With a double boss lineup, not only will there be more monsters, but there's also a 10-minute time limit. If I rely solely on my output, I won't be able to clear them all in time. I need a few high-damage, high-efficiency experts. Before parting ways with Qian Chonglang, I asked him to contact 3 people, as well as the magician. They should be here soon. Oh, so that's how it is. Jiang Mengmeng suddenly realized, and then looked at the priest and Jiang Cheng who were arguing. So, can you guys separate now? Jiang Mengmeng felt helpless. Ever since she and Jiang Cheng came in, the priest of this church has been following Jiang Cheng, and the two of them seem to be at odds with each other. Little girl, this undead spirit is unacceptable. He will bring you endless disasters. Father Adam stared at Jiang Cheng, fearing that Jiang Cheng would hurt Jiang Mengmeng, and wanted to separate Jiang Cheng and Yi Qiao Xiaoming. Jiang Mengmeng was a little at a loss. Sometimes, it's not good when NPCs are too smart. How should she explain this kind of thing? At the same time, she was also a little confused. Why did Jiang Cheng bring her here for no reason? This is a church, and her identity as a necromancer is incompatible with a place like a church. Are you coming here just to cause trouble? Let's go. Don't pay attention to him. This old man has a kind heart. Although he possesses the best purification magic in the world, he actually has no prejudice against the undead. I brought you here just to get acquainted with him. You don't have to look at me like that. You will understand later. Jiang Cheng took back the soul fire that was in confrontation with the priest, and then ordered Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming to leave. After hearing this, Jiang Mengmeng was extremely surprised and looked at Adam with disbelief. This unprepossessing priest actually possesses the best purification technique in the world. This title is not as trivial as Jiang Cheng said. This NPC might be very important. Jiang Mengmeng politely declined Father Adam's request and left the church under Adam's regretful gaze. He and Jiang Cheng came to the dungeon and met up with the 36D water injection. Stop. Master, you're finally here. Let me tell you, they've revealed the secret of how you survive the goblin chase to the big guilds. 36D Big Water Injection said angrily. Now, those people are shouting about breaking the record, you see. Pointing at the ranking record on the circular screen in the dungeon, 36D became even more angry. Martial Arts Divine Weapon Hall has brought you Rong Nida and Xue Xiaowu to break the second-place record of 48 minutes and 32 seconds, reaching 11 minutes and 34 seconds. Great God, aren't you angry? Seeing that Dai Xiaoming was indifferent, 36D was a little surprised. Oh, I don't think there's anything to be angry about. They used all those tricks, and it only took 11 minutes and 34 seconds. It's not like they can break Big Brother Skeleton's record. It's like this now, but that's because they're not familiar with the fighting style. Once they become familiar with it, things will be different. It doesn't matter. We didn't enter the dungeon to break the record. Jiang Mengmeng explained helplessly. I forgot. 36D Big Water Injection suddenly looked helpless. Maybe this is the sign of a big boss. It's his fault for worrying about nothing. The boss's attention has long since left the level 20 garbage copy. While those guilds are still thinking about how to break the record of the goblin chase, others may have already prepared to break the level 30 dungeon record. By the way, Master, when are we going to enter the level 30 dungeon? Big Brother Skeleton said he's waiting for someone. Waiting for someone? Waiting for whom? The demon of law, Qian Chonglang, Yun Xiang, the Lawless Madman, and the Killing Edge. Forehead. After hearing these names, 36D Das Wei was stunned for a moment. These legendary masters, can they be invited? Chapter 156. Strengthening Talents Before Battle. Master Niming. These people you're talking about probably just have the same name, right? The magic demon, Bao Yu, a disciple of the magic saint, is known as the leader of the 12 legends and the champion of the last myth sword trial competition. Jining Yunxiang, a disciple of the boxing sect who shook the mountains and rivers. Ranked second among the 12 legends. The number 1 star of the Shana Club, the runner-up of the last sword trial competition, is known as the queen of the gaming world. Qian Chonglang, a follower of Wanli Frost, was the last of the 12 legends. He was known as the 3rd best archer and ranked 12th in the last sword trial competition. An outlaw, a disciple of the deceased supreme god, the leader of the 10 evil men, vice president of the Demon Palace Guild, and the 3rd runner-up in the 3rd sword trial competition. Lu Feng, one of the 7 great men in the mythological period. Later he became a disciple of the supreme god and became the 3rd disciple of the supreme god. Today's god of records, the holder of 1,782 records in the entire Myths server. Now, it's 1781 items. Can these 5 god-level figures be invited casually? This doesn't mean that you can hire someone just because you have a guild, financial resources, and some strength. If you don't have the strength to match them, they will not even pay any attention to you when you go to them. Although Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming is the god of levels, in the eyes of ordinary players, he may be an unattainable god. But in the eyes of these heavyweight players, being number 1 on the ranking list is actually just that. The technical strength of Yi Qiao Dai, Xiaoming, and the Black Skeleton is just to master some small tricks. He can be considered a first-rate expert, but he is still far behind those great masters who have mastered magical skills. Same name? That shouldn't be the case. At least I've seen Yin Xiang before, but I don't know about the others. I don't really understand them. Ichi Qiao Dai, Xiaoming didn't hide anything. It's just that the 36D is heavily water-filled, and there's still a hint of doubt. However, he didn't say much. Isn't the demon over there? What if someone really comes running over? Although he didn't really believe it, he couldn't afford to offend Yi Tiao Xiaoming, so silence was the best choice. Brother Skeleton, Qian Chonglang, said he's almost there and is outside the city now. Yeah. Jiang Cheng nodded and didn't say much. Although in front of Qian Chonglang, he used the identity of his previous mythical trumpet. But his trumpet also had a very extraordinary identity in previous myths. He was the only one in the entire server at that time, with only 10 members who dared to go against the then number 1 ranked Temple Guild. He believed that this identity should allow Qian Chonglang to recruit his 2 disciples. In this case, he also began to strengthen other parts of his body. After the goblin chase, his reinforcement points became 4,200. There are more than 2 million evolution points, and it will take a long time to reach the 40 million evolution points required for the next evolution. Now that the dungeon is open, the levels of all players are skyrocketing. By then, guilds began to be established one after another. There's a guild mode where you don't have to worry about accidentally hurting teammates, and a super large guild with overall gains and battle formation bonuses. The deterrent effect of a single player will be relatively weakened. The time has come to test his strength. He was not so foolish as to naively believe that these super guilds would never conflict with him. The world of Da Huang is huge and there are many bosses, but it is impossible not to encounter monster snatching. As long as you need to go out to level up and fight bosses, you will inevitably come into conflict with other players. Even though he was once the supreme god in mythology, there are also frequent conflicts with those players or super guilds. Duels, group battles, guild battles, siege battles, and national wars are all commonplace. Even if they worship you in public, who knows what they will do behind your back? Moreover, he always felt that there was something strange about his car accident and sudden death. So, he decided to strengthen and improve it. Jiang Cheng turned his hand bones, making a crackling sound, and fell into thought. He has no shortage of attack power and control now. However, the spell attack and spell defense are too low. The spell attack is too low, and when you encounter some bosses that are immune to physical attacks, you can only stare blankly. Just like the level 30 dungeon boss, the Disaster Demon. She does not have physical immunity skills, but she has a disaster armor that can reflect 50% of all physical damage. The rebound damage ignores defense and dodge. The damage your attack, when reflected back at you, is higher than the damage you inflict on the boss. Even if you use a bow and arrow, you will still be hit by the rebound. Therefore, it is imperative to improve these two items. He decided to first see what changes there were to his talents after the evolution before making a decision. Chapter 157. No one was invited, but my master should be able to replace the three of them. Black Ice Thoughts. Ice damage plus 50. Spirit plus 50. Casting speed plus 3%. Overview. Consumes 8 magic points to guide creatures within a 10 centimeters range to communicate with them through telepathy. Black Ice Bones. Ice damage plus 30. Overview. The whole body turns into black ice bones, causing ice attacks to enemy units within a 0.5 meter range every 0.5 seconds, and the duration is permanent. Freeze. Each time ice attacks, a layer of slowing effect is added, reducing the enemy unit's attack and movement speed by 2%. After 10 layers are stacked, a freezing effect is caused, freezing the opponent for 0.5 seconds. Black Ice Feet. Ice damage plus 30. Movement speed plus 135. Overview. Each time you move, your movement speed increases by plus 1. After 10 layers, your movement speed increases by an additional 10 points. Black Ice Surveying Eye. Ice damage plus 20. Overview. Knows everything within a 130-meter radius and can see through fog and miasma. The ice attribute has increased by 130 overall. Jiang Cheng suddenly realized that it was no wonder that when he triggered the ice disaster, the damage displayed was a little more. He was a little confused at first. Now it seems that all his talents have improved. However, the ice attribute damage of 130 is fixed and can only be increased by strengthening points, which is really annoying. Spend 1,000 points to strengthen Black Ice Thoughts successfully. Ice damage plus 20, spirit increased by 30 points. Casting speed increased by 1%. I successfully strengthened Black Ice Thoughts by spending 2,000 points. Ice damage plus 50, spirit increased by 100 points, and casting speed increased by 2%. Black Ice Thoughts triggered a breakthrough evolution and evolved into Black Ice Faith. Faith of Black Ice. Ice damage plus 120. Spirit plus 180. Casting speed plus 6%. Overview. Consumes 5 magic points to guide a 10 centimeters creature to communicate with it through telepathy. Eye of Faith. Consumes 300 magic points to condense the Black Ice Eye of Faith, causing 100 plus 30% of your own spell damage to a single enemy unit, slowing down the opponent's attack speed by 10%, and the cooldown time is 3 minutes. Not bad. 180 mental strength is equivalent to 180 additional spell attacks, and there is also an additional active skill. Although this skill is useless except for showing off, it is better than nothing. After successfully drilling a hole in his secondary weapon, he embedded a spell spirit stone into it, adding another 50 points of spell damage. Adding up, the total spell attack damage is 330. Combined with Dai Xiaoming's Undead enhancement skill, 300 points of attack and spell attack are added, for a total of 630 points of spell attack. With a spell attack power of 630, I'm afraid that the current mage players can hardly match it. The skull is inlaid with a magic resistance spirit stone, which increases magic defense by 50 points, plus the 100 points of spell resistance after the assault armor incarnation. Now, there are 150 points of spell defense. It's an overall improvement, and it will be much easier to deal with the disaster demon. Master Daimeng, Master Skeleton, here I come, here I come. Just after Jiang Cheng finished strengthening, Qian Chonglong's excited voice suddenly came. But in just a moment, his tone became extremely lost again. I'm so sorry, Mr. Skeleton. I didn't invite the people you asked me to invite. They didn't have time to come. But Qian Chonglang chuckled and stepped aside, letting Qian Shanxue behind him out. I think, with my master here, he's more than enough to take on the 3 of them. As soon as these words were spoken, Jiang Cheng, who was about to switch his secondary weapon to his left hand, suddenly stopped. Chapter 158, I heard that you have great skills. Would you like to spar with me? Long ice blue curly hair, and exposed skin as smooth as mutton fat. Her figure is still the same as before, petite and delicate. She was about 2 heads shorter than Qian Chonglang, who was 1.8 meters tall and standing next to her. Even wearing ice blue combat boots, it still only reached Qian Chonglang's shoulders. Standing next to Qian Chonglang, she doesn't look like a cousin, but rather like a younger sister who is 8 years younger than Qian Chonglang. A pair of large, bright eyes were staring at him intently with a scrutinizing look. At this moment, Jiang Cheng did not appear from Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming's side and was still hiding in Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming's shadow. Before, when the 36th E was heavily inflated, he was not even noticed. But Qian Shanxue can see through Jiang Cheng's disguise. Maybe it's the archer's instinct. Or maybe it's because she discovered something. Because Jiang Cheng saw something strange in her expression. Qian Shanxue is the most hard-working, obedient, and clingy of the 3 apprentices he has taught. At the beginning, this little loli was not selected for the national archery team because of her height. So I registered a gaming account and went into the game to vent my emotions. She went crazy and shot at a wild monster, which attracted his attention. Jiang Cheng discovered at that time that although this puffy little loli was in a bad mood, none of the arrows she shot missed. This shows that her skills are not affected by her emotions. And even if she is only level 1, without learning any skills, she can still shoot arc arrows, for arrows at once and other difficult techniques. So Jiang Cheng, out of curiosity, created a level 1 account and played a match with her. To his shame, he didn't use any magical skills at that time, and lost. However, after the fight, he was not afraid of being embarrassed and directly revealed his identity. He asked her if she would like to become his apprentice and study the skills of archery with him. Perhaps it was because his sincerity and shamelessness touched her that they became inseparable master and apprentice. After that, he often took Qian Shanxue to level up and fight bosses, teach her some game techniques, and advise her not to give up her dream of becoming a member of a national archery team. They are inseparable, sparring together, challenging guilds together, participating in competitions together, challenging masters together, and becoming the most enviable master and apprentice in the myth game. After each fight, they would run back to their guild, close the small door, and quietly hide in the president's small room to discuss and study the skills and intentions of those masters. The two have been together for 3 years and have become both teachers and friends. If he hadn't had a car accident later and quit the game, they should still be discussing and innovating new magical skills together now. He still remembered that his favorite thing to say to her was, "Don't be discouraged, you will still grow taller." Unexpectedly, when they met again, she was still the short little girl, while he had become a cold skeleton. It's fate that really plays tricks on us. Jiang Cheng sighed slightly. The black ice flames in his eyes burned fiercely. Jiang Cheng just looked at Qian Shanxue, who took small steps, crossed thousands of waves, and slowly walked towards him. "Hello, I heard that you have great skills. Even my apprentice is no match for you. Would you like to have a sparring match?" Qian Shanxue came to Zhang Mengmeng, who was a head taller than her, with a kind smile and stretched out her right hand. But what made Zhang Mengmeng very strange was why Qian Shanxue's right hand passed over her body and was placed behind her. This made Zhang Mengmeng feel a little at a loss. She didn't know whether to turn around and shake hands with her. Or shouldn't I hold it? Until a black bone arm with black flames grasped Qian Shanxue's delicate little hand. Chapter 159. Your hands are cold. The moment when my 5-finger joints touched the warm palm. "Master, I lost again. That little devil was so abominable. How dare she bully me? Master, come out quickly and spank her." "Master, haha, today, I created a new trick and beat that little goblin." "Master, am I really awesome?" "Humph, why? Why don't you come out and praise me?" "Master, I have good news for you. I seem to have grown a little taller." "Master, where have you been? Can you tell me?" Master, do you know that you've been gone for 91 days, 12 hours, 32 minutes, and 41 seconds? I miss you so much." These words were the message the little girl in front of him left to him when he accidentally logged into his account 3 months after the car accident. Has she really grown taller? Jiang Cheng walked out from the shadow of Dai Xiaoming and approached her. He leaned over and looked at her ice-blue hair. Subconsciously, Jiang Cheng stretched out his left hand and wanted to touch her head. But before the hand bones touched her hair, Qian Shanxue dodged. Her pretty face was filled with astonishment, and she seemed to be resisting. Your hands are cold." Qian Shanxue broke free from Jiang Cheng's right hand and looked at her own red, frozen little hand in surprise. Then he took 3 steps back, moving a little further away from him. After standing still, she tilted her head, staring at Jiang Cheng with a look of surprise and suspicion. "I don't know why, but you made me feel like I want to get close to you. Can you tell me why?" Jiang Cheng was stunned when he heard this. After a long time, he shook his head. He looked at his hand bones that were emitting black flames, and then glanced at Qian Shanshue's right hand that was frozen red. Alongside, with a move of his right foot and 3 steps, Jiang Cheng hid in the shadow of a cute little boy. Xiaoming, select people and enter the dungeon. A long time. It was only then that Dai Xiaoming reacted, this. She was a little confused and had no idea what had just happened. Why does Big Brother Skeleton seem to know Qian Shanxue? She felt some strange emotions from Jiang Cheng's tone. She didn't know if it was her own illusion. Qian Shangsu. It's Qian Shangsu. The 12 righteous gods. Damn it. A ruthless lowly from one of the 12 true gods. Before Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming could react, a burst of enthusiastic cheers suddenly erupted from the dungeon. 12 gods. 1 in a billion, the chosen one. Among hundreds of billions, there are only 12 absolutely god-level players. As soon as the shouts were heard, the entire dungeon fell into absolute chaos. The eyes of more than 70,000 players in the dungeon were all focused on Qian Shanxue, who had ice blue hair. Immediately following, the players flocked in and quickly rushed towards Jiang Cheng like a tide. Even the magician who had caused an absolute sensation before was directly abandoned by the players. But the 36D was filled with water, and I was stunned on the spot. Forget about legends. Even legends are here? From what Xin Chonglang said earlier, it seems like a legendary god is coming to be his teammate. A legendary god wants to be his teammate? The whole body of the 36D water-injected girl began to tremble with excitement. Her mind went blank, and she couldn't even hold the staff in her hand. I've been playing games for 4 or 5 years, and I've never been as excited as I am today. Qian Shangsu, the first disciple of the Supreme God, one of the 12 gods, is given the title of Wanli Hans Wang and is known as the #1 archer. He and the Supreme God once fought against 361 top-notch masters led by the temple's vice president, sword god Xie Changkong, and won. The archer class, which was abandoned by all players in the myth and even the game company was about to cancel, won the 3rd place in the sword test contest for 3 consecutive sessions. With 1-person strength, he tells all players in the server that archers can also create myths. The cute and adorable god is really a super boss. He can even invite the 12 gods. I heard that the president of the Martial Arts Divine Weapon Hall, ranked 19th among the Huaxia district guilds, Mo Shanbing, spent a huge price and begged and pleaded before he invited a blood Xiaowu. When Xue Xiaowu appeared, the dungeon caused a sensation, and 36D's large water injection had a deep understanding of it. The subsequent appearance of magic and demons caused an instant influx of 30,000 players into the dungeon to join in the fun. And now, Wind Fury City is about to explode. Chapter 160 All-Star Lineup. Qian Shangsu? Is it fake? Mo Shanbing, who was about to enter the game, heard the commotion and found it hard to believe. He spent 50 million to hire Xue Xiaowu, and had to go to her house in person and ask her master for help before Xue Xiaowu gave him the honor. Qian Shanxue, an absolute super god. Who can invite him? Qian Shangsu. The wings of the magic god's pupils shrank. Why is she here? Who can invite her? President. Maybe she came here on her own to play the dungeon? Demon Wing stared at the staff he had just obtained with great satisfaction and said nonchalantly, "Perhaps ordinary players think that the 12 gods are out of reach and rare to see. But as the vice president of the wings of the god of law, the 12 gods are indeed unattainable and rare in the eyes of people like them. It's just that, relatively speaking, they won't be as excited as ordinary players. Shit. Every city has a dungeon, and the 12 gods are born in the 4 main cities. How could she travel all the way to Wind Fury? Is she crazy?" The wing of the magic god rested his chin on his hand and thought for a moment. Who asked her to break the Goblin Chase battle record? He's just a righteous god. Why are you so excited, President? Excited? Why should I be excited? Do you think I'm excited? I'm the president of the 6th guild of the Huaxia district, a mere righteous god. How can I be excited? Hint. Ichijo Dai Xiaoming invites you to join the Disaster Demon Dungeon. Do you agree? The words of the wings of the god of law came to an abrupt halt, and he was stunned for a long while. Then he took a look at the team configuration. 8/20ths. Captain, Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming, level 31, Necromancer. Team member, Mage Rainstorm, level 26, Fire Mage. Team member, Qian Chonglang, level 25, Powerful Archer. Team member, Yun Xiang, level 25, Power Swordsman. Team members, 36D, Big Water Injection, level 27, Holy Light Priest. Team member, Shui Xiaowu. Level 26, Ghost Dance Berserker. Team member, Wanli Frost, Qian Shangsu. Level 28, Ice Bow Sharpshooter. Iki Yao, Dai Xiaoming. Fama, Qian Chonglang. Yunxiang, Shui Xiaowu. Qian Shangsu. Holy crap. An all-star lineup. The wings of the god of magic slapped his thigh and jumped up instantly, with the corners of his mouth trembling with excitement. Mad, you scared me. The Sky Demon Wing was so frightened by the actions of the god of magic Wing that he almost threw away his staff. President, what the hell are you crazy about? Didn't you say you wouldn't get excited? What all-stars? Holy crap. Ichi Qiao Dai, Xiao Meng invited me to join the team. They're full of legends. Snap. The wings of the demon was so scared that he threw his staff away, hitting the wings of the god of magic in the face. Then, a slap was slapped on the hand of the god of magic's wings, interrupting his plan to join the team. But he didn't notice the ugly expression on the wings of the god of law's face, and still shouted excitedly, President! Haha, I made the team. I made the team. Can you believe it? I made the all-star team. President, what's wrong with your face? Seeing the wings of the god of law looking at him with murderous intent, the wings of the demon suddenly panicked. Bang! A green vine staff fell towards the head of the demon wing, making a dull sound. Then, under the astonished gazes of the other members, the wings of the god of law smashed the wings of the demon. You interrupted me from joining the team. Then Mo Shunbing joined the team, and now it's fucking full. They won't add any more people. Did you know that? Bang! Bang! Stop smashing it. President, stop smashing it. I'll ask the team to withdraw and let you in. The wing of demon raised his hand and grabbed the staff of the wing of god of law and said that he wanted to leave the team and let him in, and finally the wing of god of law stopped beating him. That's more like it. Get out of here and let me in. After hearing the words of the wings of the heavenly demon, the wings of the god of law finally breathed a sigh of relief. How could the vice president be allowed to attend this glorious moment that will be remembered in history? This kind of record that will be recorded in history as the first in the entire server can only be achieved by him, the glorious president. Thinking that anyone entering the goblin chase would be able to see his shining golden name, the wings of the god of magic felt excited. Oh, okay, I'll withdraw now, dash. Call out. Before the wings of the demon could finish his words, he instantly disappeared in front of the wings of the god of law. Wings of the god of law. Chapter 161, I'm the only newbie in the team. President. President. What happened? Why is the vice president gone? He could hear the members' constant questions, but the wings of the god of law didn't know what to say. However, the curious members would not give up just because of his silence, and continued to ask questions impatiently. Seeing this, the wings of the god of law could only raise his hands helplessly. Don't even ask. The vice president's mother was in a car accident, so he went offline to treat the whole village to a meal. A car accident. A car accident. But the vice president is clearly still online. He's still in the dungeon. How the hell should I know? Huff, huff, huff. The howling wind poured into the ears of the 10 people. Before their eyes, the yellow sand in the sky was rolled up and turned into a desert wind, blowing on them. The sun was shining brightly, but the 10 people standing on the hot sand suddenly felt cold. The level 30 disaster demon dungeon has arrived. Yawn. The wings of the demon was the first to yawn. Is it my imagination, or is it really cold? Why do I feel like someone is scolding me? But he couldn't care less, because the person standing in front of him was an all-star, the best little silly boy in the world, and the 12 righteous gods with thousands of miles of frost and snow on thousands of mountains. The disciple of the saint of magic is Fama. The disciple of the god of sword is Shui Xiaowu. The disciple of the master of fist is Yunxiang. And the disciple of Wanli Frost is Qian Chonglang. Each one of them is an amazing boss. Being able to do a dungeon with this group of big guys is simply a blessing. Xiaowu, why did you come to Wind Fury City? Xiaoyun, aren't you here too? And you asked me. Actually, I was tricked by my master. It's all this guy's fault, humph. Shui Xiaowu shook her wine-red hair, pointed at Mo Shunbing, and looked unhappy on her pretty face. This. Mo Shunbing was a little embarrassed. This young lady is a bit difficult to serve. She had agreed to break the goblin chase record for him, but as soon as Yun Xiang invited her, she joined the team without saying a word. If he hadn't come in, we would have suffered a huge loss this time. Brother Fama Brother Longo, why are you here too? Shui Xiaowu ignored Mo Xinbing's speechless face and ran excitedly to Fa Ma and Qian Chonglang, grabbing Qian Chonglang's hand. Xiaowu, do you know that you deserve a beating? Don't call me that nickname in front of other people. Qian Chonglang glared at Shui Xiaowu. Fisk, if you don't want to scream, then don't scream. Why are you so fierce? Shui Xiaowu shook off Qian Chonglang's hand and ran to Famo to act coquettishly. Everyone thought that Shui Xiaowu would be defeated in front of the magic demon. But what made 3060 Dasui, Tai Matai, and Mo Xinbing stunned was, according to rumors, the arrogant and unparalleled magician, who always has a cold face and is serious with everyone, actually becomes a completely different person in front of Shui Xiaowu. Not only did he talk and laugh with her, but he also behaved intimately and flirted with each other, just like a couple in love. Holy crap, I'm lucky this time. The legendary Data Emperor Magic Demon is actually having an affair with Hushue Xiaowu. Well, the legendary players really do know each other. They're all masters, so they should interact with each other regularly. I think this is normal, but Shui Xiaowu and Famo are having an affair? This really surprises me. If this news gets out, I'm afraid it's going to explode. Mo Xinbing and Tima Zi walked together unconsciously and started chatting, with great excitement on their faces. Gossip among celebrities has always been the most talked about topic. Any news will spread like wildfire. So the two of them began to open their eyes wide, moving back and forth between several big stars, looking around obscenely to see if they could find any other explosive news. Copy, 1 minute of preparation time. In the team of 10, Shui Xiaowu, Fa Moyun, and the other two were chatting enthusiastically. Qian Chonglang was also discussing something with Qian Shanchue, but Qian Shanchue's eyes were always looking towards Jiang Cheng intentionally or unintentionally. At this moment, no one in the team of 10 felt any pressure about this copy. After all, this could be considered an all-star lineup. In the entire team, there was only 3060 who had a big water injection. This ordinary player was very embarrassed and even trembling. I accidentally got into an all-star team full of pros, and I'm the only noob? I'm so panicked, what should I do? I'm waiting online, it's urgent. Before he could finish his sigh, a prompt suddenly came from a copy. Tip, because this dungeon contains a hidden quest, the difficulty has been increased to level 40. All dungeon monsters have been increased to level 40, and all attributes have been doubled. Tip, this dungeon is a mandatory dungeon. The clearance time is 8 minutes. Success will increase your entire team's level by 1. Failure will reduce your entire team's level by 1, and all attributes will be reduced by 3%. As soon as this reminder came out, everyone's expressions changed. Chapter 162. The copy begins. Force copy. Clear a level 40 hard difficulty dungeon in 8 minutes. What's going on? Master Niming, did you accept the hidden mission? One after another, inquiring glances were cast at Yi Qiao Xiaoming. The team is a cute little group, so she must know about it. They're generally only around level 25. With this level of attack and attributes, when they fight level 40 dungeon monsters, their attacks may hardly cause any damage. Moreover, there are hidden tasks, maybe even hidden bosses, and it will take another 8 minutes to complete them. With such a high difficulty, even God can help you overcome it. Therefore, they can only place their hopes on Yi Qiao Xiaoming. I'm sorry, I didn't know it would be like this, but I promise, this dungeon can definitely be passed. Although Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming looked apologetic, his tone was firm. After spending so much time together, she trusted Jiang Cheng very much and felt that he would not do anything without a purpose. Well, okay, I believe the great God has known about this mission for a long time, and there must be a way to complete it. Mo Xinbing and Tima Zi sighed. A somewhat perfunctory remark from Dai Xiaoming completely diluted their excitement about making the all-star team. It was like a basin of cold water was poured on them, making them shudder all over. If you fail this dungeon, not only will your level be downgraded, but all your attributes will also be reduced by 3%. They had never encountered such a severe punishment mechanism in their gaming career. What kind of terrible mission did Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming accept? Several people looked at each other without saying a word, making the originally lively atmosphere become silent in an instant. Cousin, how do we play this game? Qian Chonglang looked at Qian Shanxue and wanted to ask her if she had any countermeasures. Who did you say he was? Qian Chonglang was confused. Why was his cousin so stupid? Was this the question I was asking? Now that the dungeon has become so difficult, if you fail you will lose levels and attributes. How can you still think about other things? He gives me a very familiar feeling and is definitely not the person you're talking about. Qian Shanxue recalled Jiang Cheng's previous actions and always felt that something was wrong. The black skeleton's steps were particularly heavy as he retreated like a silly and cute shadow and seemed to be a little sad. Qian Shanxue looked at Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming again, with a hint of suspicion in her eyes. Let's not worry about that for now. We're all counting on you, cousin, to come up with a plan. If you don't come up with one, we'll all be demoted. Level is irrelevant to me, Qian Shanxue said with an indifferent expression. Forehead. It doesn't matter to you, but it's important to them. Qian Chonglang was speechless and could only place his hopes on the big boss Jiang Cheng. The disaster demoness was once a magic genius, skilled in creating some very powerful disaster magic. Jiang Cheng explained to her in a cute way. Later, her mentor saw that she was very obsessed with him, so he used her to create disasters in various places to make people panic. She then played the role of the savior, making people believe in her and making huge profits. Later, the disaster demon was discovered by the world, captured by humans, and burned at the stake. Before her death, she revealed the truth. Unfortunately, no one believed her. After her death, her soul transformed into a true disaster demoness, wreaking havoc in the lawless land and becoming the current copy of the disaster demoness. Xiaoming, have you guessed who her mentor is? Ichijo Dai Xiaoming was stunned when he heard this. Could it be Father Adam? Jiang Cheng. Holding his forehead, Jiang Cheng didn't say much. Could it be Teacher Natalie? Is it the village chief of the novice village? Yes. You can discuss the copy with them. Jiang Cheng spread his hands, interrupted her, and looked helpless. Oh, okay. Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming nodded in frustration and asked a little embarrassedly. Hey, Brother Skeleton, am I too stupid? Jiang Cheng shook his head. No, you're pretty good. You just need to practice your thinking skills. Oh, that's a relief. Thank you, Brother Skeleton. A hint of excitement flashed across Yi Qiao's cute little face, and he walked forward, ready to communicate with a few people. But what surprised her was that these people seemed to be silent. The atmosphere seemed a little heavy. Everyone's eyes were looking at Qian Shanxue's back, waiting for her reply. Qian Shanxue didn't say anything either, just was thinking about something. Although she didn't speak, there seemed to be an aura around her that made everyone feel breathless. Things like aura are very mysterious. Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming didn't know if it was his illusion or if these people were just thinking about how to break the deadlock. What surprised her was that the 36D big breasts huddled in the crowd seemed to be trembling a little. Is it that scary? Level 30 dungeon. First level, endless desert. There are 172 desert wolves, each with 30,000 HP. Now, their attributes have doubled to 60,000, and their attack has doubled to 400. The demon suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. Because the time value above your head is only 10 seconds. If we don't discuss it now, there might be a big mess later. Aside from the boss, the monsters in this dungeon are particularly vulnerable to physical attacks. Sister Shui, Xiaolang, Xiaowu, and Shunbing are all physical professions. 36D, you're the only priest here. Bring them strength and strengthen them later. Keep an eye on their health and use holy light healing in time. Desert wolves are pack animals. Once they attack, no one will be left behind. They will hide in the wind and sand and launch surprise attacks. I, along with Sky Demon Wings and the Cute God, will hold back their rear. This first stage is a bit difficult, so everyone stay alert. The magician took out his staff, gave his instructions, and when he saw they all nodded, he began to concentrate and be on guard. But he was a little confused. Wouldn't the skeleton boss come out? Brother Fama is still so handsome. Shui Xiao looked at Fa Mo's profile with some fascination. Be careful later. Don't forget to move when a monster starts spawning. You'll be the first to die. The demon stabbed Shui Xiao without mercy, which made Shui Xiao very depressed. Brother Fama is looking down on me again. I won't be the first to die. Here I come. Before Shui Xiao could finish her words, the copy preparation time had already ended. In an instant, 300 meters away, a large black shadow came out of the desert, covering the sky and the earth. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 5 arrows filled with frost power accurately landed on the right eyes of the 5 desert wolves in the front row the moment the black shadow appeared. Puff, puff, puff. 5 frost arrows pierced through the endless wind and sand, pierced the right eyes of the 5 mad wolves, and brought up countless blood. 1235, 1235, 1198, 1198, minus 1197. Ah! 5 triple critical hits appeared, and the howling of 5 desert wolves suddenly came from the distance. In an instant, the 5 desert wolves in the front row were shot in the eyes by Jiang Cheng, triggering blindness, accelerating or decelerating movement speed by 50%, blocking the pack of wolves surging from behind. In an instant, Imo, Shanbing, and Tianma Zi's faces lit up with joy. The legendary god is indeed powerful. 300 meters away, shooting 5 mad wolves in the wind and sand, and it shot accurately into the eyeball. This is an operation they never dared to think of before. I'll use deceleration to contain the 40 people in the front row, Xiaolang, Xiaoyu, and block the left and right wings to prevent them from breaking through from either side. Chapter 163, Are you finally going to take action? As soon as he finished speaking, an ice blue longbow appeared on Qian Shanshua's left and right, and 5 arrows flew towards the other 5 desert wolves. The interval between the two is no more than 0.2 seconds. Whoosh, 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 puff, puff, puff. The other 5 desert wolves were instantly pierced through the eyes by 5 arrows, causing blinding and deceleration effects, which once again blocked the dozen or so wolves in the back row. Holy crap! Force the archer to put away his sword? Is that even possible? Imo Shinbing couldn't believe it, because the technique of forcibly sheathing the knife is extremely difficult for archers. The archer class, although it has unlimited arrows, does not require mana. But every time you shoot arrows, you need to bend the bow and draw the arrow and maintain accuracy. Bending the bow, putting the arrow on, aiming, releasing the arrow, and retracting the bow, this whole set of actions would take an ordinary person at least 1 or 2 seconds, and they might not even be able to shoot the arrow. It won't work if the shot is inaccurate, powerless, or blocked. This is also one of the major reasons why the archer profession is despised by players as a sewer profession. An ordinary player may not be able to use 2 bows at the same time, let alone switch between them. Therefore, any player who plays an archer will basically not use this technique. But Qian Shanxue only needs 0.2 seconds to complete the whole set of movements, as if there is no need to aim. Not only can you switch freely, but you can also fire 5 arrows at the same time. What's even more terrifying is that in the blinding wind and sand, 5 arrows were fired simultaneously from 300 meters away and accurately hit the eyes of 5 desert wolves. Never miss a target. It's horrible. I always thought that when I was in mythology, I played a pretty good archer, probably not worse than the great god Qian Shangsu. Now it seems that I am nothing. Demon Wings looked at Qian Shanshue's god-level operation in silence, feeling deeply moved. There are still 280 meters to go. Qian Shanxue shot 5 arrows again, hitting the right eyes of the 5 desert wolves. In 4 seconds, she had shot 48 arrows. All 40 desert wolves were slowed down by 3 seconds, formed into a straight line, and walked very slowly in the desert. They stopped the 132 desert wolves behind them, forcing them to follow behind the 40 slow-moving wolves and eat dust. Whenever the desert wolf's slowing effect disappears, Qian Shangsu will fire 5 arrows to replenish it and apply the slowing effect again. The movements were precise and decisive, without any hesitation. The prediction was precise without any mistakes, and the rhythm was perfect. Is this the slowdown line? Awesome. You're worthy of being the best archer. If we had another shooter of the same level as the master, who could shoot the mad wolves in the back row, we could just kite and kill them in this level. Mo Shunbing and Tai Matai. 3060 large water injection is extremely impressive. Qian Shanxue is so amazing. Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming looked at Qian Shanxue in surprise, with a hint of envy in his tone. Jiang Cheng smiled, with some relief in his eyes. The reason why he didn't take action was that he wanted to see how this little Lolita grew. But now it seems that a genius is always a genius. And even if she is separated from his guidance, she can still maintain her divinity. She's grown up. Maybe he doesn't need me anymore. But this silly and cute apprentice in front of me is a bit tricky. Sister Qian Shangsu. Sis is so powerful. Does that mean Big Skeleton Brother won't have to help in this level? Not enough. Not enough? What's not enough? The damage is not enough. Jiang Cheng suddenly escaped from the shadow of a silly little man. She can only hold him back for 8 minutes. It might take them 9 minutes to finish this wave. Let me do it. Clang. The sound of a sword rang out, causing Qian Shanchue's movements to pause slightly, and she slowly looked towards Jiang Cheng. Are you finally going to take action? Chapter 164, Qian Shanxue. Can you perform the Earth-Falling Star? Xiao Meng, pass on my message, in the name of the captain. Jiang Cheng looked at his skill panel while turning his wrist. Although he had already thought of a way to play before the dungeon, after seeing the little loli's operation, he suddenly remembered another extremely fast way to play. This style of play allows him to inflict maximum damage without any scruples. Desert Wolf has desert anti-armor, but it cannot deflect arrows and the effect is only 20%. But his own attack power is too high, plus the double dark shock. If his attack speed is too fast, his 4,330 health points may be killed by his own high attack speed. Can't even suck blood. You also need to take blood medicine to slowly replenish your blood volume, which is a waste of time. If you want to unleash the strongest attack damage and achieve the fastest speed without any worries, you need a weapon. If someone asked him which weapon he was most comfortable using among the 48 weapons, without a doubt, it's a giant sword. Each weapon has its own hidden properties. For example, the Guandao has the effect of cutting horses and breaking shields. The sickle has the effect of reducing health regeneration. The spear has an immediate damage bonus effect. The dual swords come with an attack speed bonus effect. And the giant sword has the effect of shaking the ground and causing it to float in the air. If a monster or character is in a floating state, its passive effect cannot be triggered. Except for some monsters that cannot be levitated, all others are immune. In the myth, he once used a full-level power swordsman, holding a level 1 greatsword, and the power swordsman skill had a large-scale floating effect. A world record was set by one person who moved among 226 level 300 wild monsters with 20 passive skills, and kept 226 humanoid wild monsters floating in the air for 30 seconds without taking any damage. In that era, when the mythical game company could still change game data. This directly forced the game company to cancel the floating effects of all skills, causing a sensation throughout the server. Now, if the player wants to float the opponent into the air, you can only rely on the ground shaking and floating effects of the greatsword and boxing gloves to accurately predict the opponent's landing point, ground shaking time, and the time of stiffness after being hit to float in the air. The ground shaking and air floating range of the boxing gloves is too small. The ground shaking range of the giant sword is enough. There is a giant sword and an archer's group control and shooting skills. He could ignore the rebound effect and inflict full damage on the 172 desert wolves without any scruples. Without this style of play, he could still rely on cooperation and kill in about 3 minutes, but the time is a little tight. This copy determines whether he can unlock dual passive skills. And this style of play can be shortened to 1 minute. To break through the evolutionary assault armor, you need 550,000 evolution points and 100 reinforcement points. Do you want to choose to break through the evolution? Evolution. Spending 550,000 evolution points and 100 reinforcement points, the assault armor has successfully evolved. The skill has successfully reached the Sky Assault Armor. Break through to the legendary level in assault armor. Unlock the sledgehammer weapon and increase the longbow's reload amount by 30. Continue to strengthen. Unlock weapons. Han sword. Longbow loaded with 30 arrows. Continue to strengthen. Unlock weapons. Greatsword. Longbow with 60 arrows. Here I come. Sky Raid armor. Quality. Legendary. Level 3. Additional effects. The transformed weapon's attack power plus 30%, armor defense plus 30%, and the number of loaded arrows is 150. Overview. Consumes 500 magic points. After use within 90 minutes, you can freely change the weapon form: black ice armor, spear, longbow, chain sickle, dual sword, staff, gloves, dagger, spell resistance armor, guandao, sledgehammer, Han sword, giant sword. Cooling time is 120 minutes. Huh? In the captain's name? What do you mean? Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming was slightly stunned and didn't understand what Jiang Cheng was going to do. Ask Xue Xiaowu what style she is from, what her power is, and whether she can connect with the sky. Wenxue Qian Shangsu, can you perform Earth-Shattering Star now? Chapter 165. One wave? Zet. Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming was still a little hesitant, But Jiang Cheng interrupted her directly and coldly. If you want to be a qualified master, you must have the necessary dignity and a firm attitude, without having to consider their opinions. Well, okay. Iqiao Dai Xiao Ming nodded timidly. Iqiao Dai Xiaoming took a long breath, coughed lightly, cleared his throat, and mustered up his courage. Shui Xiaowu, how much strength do you have? What's your style? Do you have a giant sword? Can you connect with the sky? Qian Shanxue, can you use Earthfall Star at this stage? Mo Shanbing, Yin Xiang, what are your schools of thought? After saying this in one breath, Ichijo Dai Xiaoming's face turned red, which surprised the others. However, what surprised Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming was that after hearing her question, these people were somewhat stunned, but did not show any rejection. Strength 150, Ghost Energy Burst Flow. There's a giant sword that can be switched, and it can stagnate into the sky. Shui Xiaowu said, Yin Xiang, I'm an Earthquake Burst type, focusing on strong control and damage. Mo Shanbing, me too, I'm not very proficient in using the Heaven Stabilizing Connection. Yes. Qian Shanxue shot 5 arrows again, which landed on the wolves and controlled their speed. But her eyes were slightly confused. Who said these words? Ichijo Dai Xiaoming doesn't seem like that kind of person and wouldn't say that kind of thing. This tone gave her a very familiar feeling, as if, okay, Qian Shangsu, continue to control the wolves' movement speed. When the time comes, I will give you a signal. Yunxiang, Shui Xiaowu, follow me. As soon as he finished speaking, a cute little creature rushed out and stepped into the wind and sand. Immediately afterwards, Shui Xiaowu, with long blood-red hair, switched to a giant sword and followed closely behind Dai Xiaoming, causing a cloud of yellow sand to explode. Yin Xiang didn't say anything and left the team, with Shui Xiaowu, heading toward the 172 desert wolves. What are they planning to do? Isn't it good to fight like this now? Mo Shunbing was a little dumbfounded because he seemed to have been abandoned. How should I know? This desert wolf has such high attack power and has armor, and they don't even bring a priest? Aren't they afraid of being killed? When Tiamazi saw him looking at him, he looked at the 36D large water injection in confusion. 36D large water injection. You don't have to look at me, I'm just a fighter. Soy Saofe. Fama's eyes narrowed as he looked at the 3 people's backs thoughtfully. Skeleton boss, are you going to take them all in one go? 172 desert wolves, each with 60,000 HP, 400 defense, and Thornmail. With Skeleton Boss's attack power, it's hard to do any damage, and he's very likely to be killed by the Thornmail. Without a priest to heal them, relying on blood potions would disrupt the rhythm of the battle. A single wave attack isn't feasible. Just as he was about to analyze, he suddenly became alert and stopped talking, because he didn't want to be slapped in the face again. Master Fama, this skeleton boss you're talking about, is that the black skeleton? What kind of existence is he? Is he very powerful? Seeing that he was just doing nothing, Demon Wing immediately wanted to find something to do. You'll know if you keep reading. Famo raised his hand with a cold face. Damn. The wings of the demon said in his heart. The others also shut up and could only focus their attention on the 3 people in the wind and sand. 225 meters to go. 3, 2, 1. Xiaoming, send a voice message to Qian Shanxue. Altitude, 172 meters. Arc 379. Landing coordinates, center altar location. 32.93, 32.95, 32.98, 32.101, 32.103. Projectile. Chapter 166, Don't Stand Still. After saying that, the weapon in Jiang Cheng's hand changed into a longbow, and the black flames in his eyes suddenly lit up. Height, 171 meters. Amplitude, 378. Landing point 32.96. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows were shot out in 1 second and thrown into the sky. What is this skeleton doing? Shui Xiaowu, who was following behind Jiang Cheng, stared at Jiang Cheng with great curiosity. Have you ever heard of the Earth Falling Star? Yin Xiang's eyes narrowed. Falling stars, you mean a projectile skill that relies on predicting the landing point and enemy positioning, then firing 10 arrows at once into the sky, using the falling arrows to stun monsters for 0.3 seconds, resulting in a 3-second stun. Shui Xiao was slightly surprised. But he can fire 3 shots in one move, and Sister Shui can fire 5 shots in a second. What's going on? and the desert wolf is still so far away from us. Want to use the crossover time to inflict damage and stun 172 desert wolves. But he shot too many arrows, didn't he? There are over 70 arrows here, plus Sister Shue's 130 or so. That's over 200 in total. How is it possible to predict the landing points of so many arrows without even a fraction of an error? What if the arrows collide in midair? Wouldn't everything be messed up? Even if he could predict the landing points of so many arrows, he didn't raise 172 desert wolves. How could they arrive at the right location and stop at the right time exactly as he imagined? Look, he's shooting from such a long distance. By the time the arrows land, the wolves are probably still more than 100 meters away from us, right? Wouldn't that mean they'll all miss? Xue Xiaowu was full of disbelief, thinking that Dai Xiaoming's order was a mess. Also, why is this black skeleton shooting the arrow? Where did this black skeleton come from? Actually, I don't understand. He might want us to use the giant sword to float infinitely in the air and directly freeze these wolves. Infinite levitation. Hasn't the game company already scrapped that concept? The greatsword's earth-shaking levitation only works the first time, and it only lasts for 1 second. Using it again within that second will be ineffective. Xue Xiaowu's face was full of disbelief. Unless you can pin the opponent in the air for 1 second, then use the giant sword to float you up again, you can achieve infinite levitation. So, the person who throws the arrow needs to be frozen in midair for 0.3 seconds after being attacked. You mean he wants to use the earth-falling star to make the two of us float infinitely in the air 172 desert wild wolves puff? Xue Xiaowu chuckled and almost laughed out loud. It's not 2 people, it should be 3 people. Yin Xiang followed Jiang Cheng while fiddling with the giant sword in his hand without saying anything else. Because she felt that this black skeleton should be able to do it, right? We're still 10 meters away from the altar, and the wolves are still 40 meters away from us. Jiang Cheng calculated the distance. It's time for them to speed up. Xiaoming, tell Qian Shanxue to stop releasing the deceleration. Oh, speed up and get to the desert altar. 7 meters. At this time, in the sky behind Jiang Cheng, a large number of arrows were falling in an orderly and dense manner towards the desert altar. Under everyone's astonished gaze, the pack of wolves suddenly accelerated and rushed towards Jiang Cheng and the others. 3 meters. 2 meters. 1 meter. Desert altar, here we are. The moment Jiang Cheng stepped onto the altar, 5 desert wolves leaped up, opened their huge mouths, and pounced towards Jiang Cheng. However, when their claws were only 3 inches away from Jiang Cheng, puff, 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 the 5 frost arrows that were thrown first fell on their heads and directly fixed them in midair. 0.3 seconds of stiffness triggered. Next moment, 3 sword wings suddenly appeared on Jiang Cheng's right shoulder and swept towards them. The left hand changed, and 3 sword wings swept. He forced the knife away and slashed with the black ice in his hand. 0.3 seconds, 3 sword strikes. 5 desert wolves, a total of 36,000 health points were deducted. The ice disaster transformed into a giant black ice sword and suddenly smashed towards the ground of the altar where the 5 desert wolves were. Boom! The levitation effect triggers. The giant sword chopped off the head. 3 knives fell in 1 second. Critical hit. Double the key. Ice disaster critical damage is 0.8 times. Harvest plus 139 cut health. Ice damage plus 200 points. Dark shock doubles the damage. 12953. Minus 12,959. Dash 12988. Flash sale. Don't just stand there. Help me levitate the other wolves. Chapter 167 God. How did he do it? Oh my God. How'd she do that? Her calculation ability is too abnormal. With so many arrows in the sky, how did she calculate them so accurately? There was no deviation, no collisions, and the intervals were exactly right. It's amazing. Fruting? Oh, here I come. When Xue Xiaowu heard the words from Dai Xiaoming, she quickly came back to her senses from her shock, and there was still a burning pain on her face. This face is slapped. Xue Xiaowu covered her face, and then the other 3 desert wolves were fixed in midair. Level 25 skill, Ghost Energy Burst. Increases attack speed by 200%. During normal attacks, each attack reduces the opponent's dark attribute resistance by 30 points. After stacking 10 times, it triggers a ghost energy burst, causing 350% of its own attack power damage. Boom! The giant sword smashed into the bluestone floor of the altar, sending up a shower of debris. Then, he lifted the 3 desert wolves that had just fallen into the air. Now, the floating effect has been completely eliminated from all profession skills, and one can only float by shaking the ground with a giant sword. In addition, the strength value must meet the standard, about half higher than the strength value of the monster itself, in order to trigger levitation. No wonder he asked me about my strength. So that's how it is. Shui Xiaowu forgot the 4 words, "It's amazing," that she had just shouted in her heart. When Jiang Cheng just took over her 3 mad wolves, he took 2 steps forward and suddenly struck down the other 5 desert wolves that were nailed in the air by arrows. Boom! The ground shook again. The levitation effect triggers, then changed positions again. But at the moment of changing position, she suddenly looked at the ground. Suddenly, I understood something and was shocked. Sand, it absorbs force. If we were in the desert just now, using earthquake to levitate wouldn't have worked. Oh my God, he's too perverted. Has he calculated everything? Arrows fell from the sky in waves, and the arrows fell just when the wolves arrived at that position. It's like a group of wolves rushing over in waves and then bumping into the arrows. This is like a dream. If you don't know, you might think they had already colluded with the wolves and were just putting on a show. Boom! Suddenly, a huge sword came crashing down in front of Shui Xiaowu, startling her. Xiaowu, don't be distracted. If you have any questions, ask them after you pass this level. Oh, Shui Xiaowu reacted instantly. She is worthy of being a legendary player, able to accurately seize the fleeting opportunities. And you can change your mindset and adjust your mood in time. The 2 beauties, Shui Xiaowu and Yun Xiang, were responsible for catching the floating effect at the moment the arrows fell. Jiang Cheng, on the other hand, is responsible for dealing damage. It takes Jiang Cheng 2 seconds to kill a desert wolf. He did not achieve infinite levitation because there was no need. He has the splitting effect of Rage Slash, and when other freezing effects are triggered, he can make up for it in time. Qian Shanxue was also able to help Desert Wolf gain another 0.3 seconds of passive stiffness after he was floated in the air for a second by the giant sword. Afterwards, Jiang Cheng and the other 2 will use the giant sword to float in the air again. Just like that, the 3 of them acted as if they were in an empty space, and with a large number of arrows, they killed all the desert wolves in 1 minute and 8 seconds. When Jiang Cheng took the last 3 desert wolves from Shui Xiaowu was still a little bit incredulous. She looked back at the wolf corpses scattered around the altar, feeling a little dazed. Oh my God, what kind of damage is this? It's too incredible, right? What kind of weapon is that? Is it a legendary one? Even legends can't be this powerful. It changes form, slows things down, breaks armor. It has almost every effect. It's simply invincible. He has wings. And a capo. That seems to have some effect, too. That's so cruel. After this battle, Shui Xiaowu suddenly became very interested in Jiang Cheng. Even Brother Fama is not attractive anymore. This kind of precise calculation, except for Xiaoyu, it seems few people have it. Also, the tacit understanding between him and me just now. Qian Shanxue put down the speed storm in her hand, her eyes filled with surprise and uncertainty. Chapter 168. So, who are you? This kind of tacit understanding is not something that ordinary people can achieve. Qian Shanxue focused her eyes and followed the excited Mo, Shunbing, and Tiamazi. 1 minute and 8 seconds, and you killed all 172 desert wolves? It feels like a dream. How did you do it? It's like watching a movie. If you don't know, you might think you're in the same group as those wolves. Anyway, I can't imagine that there is such a thing. The positioning is so clever. The skills connect perfectly, taking advantage of the 0.3 second stiffness, and then immediately following up with the ground shock to achieve a 2-second floating effect. I can only say, isn't he worthy of being a master? This kind of technique, even if I learned it, I doubt I'd ever be able to use it in my lifetime. Be more confident and remove the word doubt. Imagine this. Can you time each arrow perfectly? Can you fire 5 arrows in a row? Can you accurately predict the movements of the wolves? Can you precisely predict the impact of each wolf? Can you make the wolves leap to their feet and be hit by arrows? Can you connect the levitation of 172 desert wolves? Can you kill a desert wolf in 2 seconds? Forget it. We saw this pack of wolves. If we could kill them with 20 people using group skills, we'd be lucky. This kind of textbook-level falling star is probably only possible for these two people in the world. Mo, Shanbing, and Tiamazi's eyes were full of admiration, and their tone was full of reverence. Qian Chonglang, Fama, and Qian Shanxue were whispering to each other on the side. Sister Shui, do you think there's something wrong with his identity? What's your guess? The demon held his chin and fell in a deep thought. I don't know, but I'm sure he's definitely not that person. There seemed to be some redness in Qian Shanxue's eyes, which made Qian Chonglang slightly stunned. Cousin, what did you see? Can you please not keep it in your heart? He doesn't show his true strength. I don't know unless I can force him to use his full strength. Qian Shanxue raised her hand to stop him. Let's go to the second level. Don't waste time. The two nodded and quickly followed up with Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming, Shui Xiaowu, and the other two. Wow, Brother Fama, did you see that just now? That skeleton, he's so powerful. As soon as Shui Xiaowu saw FAMO, she couldn't wait to share her excitement with FAMO. But FAMO has no interest in paying attention to her now. This made Shui Xiaowu very unhappy. Brother Fama doesn't love me anymore? When have I ever loved? FAMO looked stunned. Bah, go to hell. You must have fallen for Yin Xiang, you scumbag. Shui Xiaowu glared at Fama arrogantly, leaving Mo Shenbing and Tianmazi stunned. Alas, the private lives of your circle are indeed very messy. The two of them looked back and forth between Yin Xiang and FAMO, trying to find some clues that the two were having an affair. Unfortunately, Yin Xiang just shook his head with a wry smile and went back to Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming to ask for advice humbly. Master Skeleton, may I ask you something? Just now, why did those desert wolves jump up one by one? I didn't see any obstacles under their feet. The skill of the desert wolf is swift wind and bloodthirst. Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming said softly. Bloodthirsty wind. The demon suddenly trotted over and caught up. Skeleton Boss is saying that Sister Shui's previous deceleration caused them to use bloodlust, which increased their movement speed by 200%. It also caused them to lose their minds and become eager to kill. So they jumped up early? Fama looked at Jiang Cheng with suspicion. You calculated 172 landing points in advance, predicted when the wolves would accelerate, and knew in advance when they would go crazy and leap. I just checked. Sister Shui shot a total of 344 arrows, and you shot a total of 150. They all landed in the order and location you envisioned, perfectly at the moment the desert wolf leaped, giving it a 0.3 second boost. You know, these aren't just one or two wolves. These are 172. You possess such a precise and massive budgeting ability, which requires extremely high mental calculations. I dare say that there are no more than 5,000 people in the entire server who possess this ability, but these people's fields are not included in the game. These are national talents, and they won't focus on the game. Even if they came, they wouldn't be able to gain such a high level of understanding of the game in such a short period of time. So who are you? Chapter 169, find someone to force him to give his all. In the past 6 months, I haven't been able to cooperate with anyone so well. No one else could have achieved that level of cooperation with me just now. Not even Xiaolang. Who are you? Qian Shanxue suddenly stepped forward, came behind Jiang Cheng, and started questioning, which surprised everyone else. Isn't he just a skull? Who else could it be? Why is the Master of Magic suddenly asking such a question? Shouldn't he be asking the Master of Cuteness? Just now, wasn't it the great god Dai Meng who was giving the orders? Did FAMO ask the wrong person? Isn't Black Skull the quest NPC who protects the cute little girl? Why are you asking that? NPCs aren't players, so who else could he be? Is he the game administrator in disguise? Shui Xiaowu, Mo, Shanbing, Tiamazi, and 3060 Big Water Injection, the four of them, were somewhat confused about what was going on. Who is Brother Skeleton? Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming was also confused after hearing what they said and looked at Jiang Cheng in surprise and doubt. Actually, she also wanted to know who the big skeleton brother was. Several people looked at each other. Qian Shanxue, Qian Chonglang, FAMO, and the other two were staring at Jiang Cheng's teeth bones with expectant eyes, waiting for him to speak. But Jiang Cheng just followed Dai Xiaoming without saying anything. Seeing that Jiang Cheng didn't say anything, Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming said nothing. The demon suddenly spoke up. I don't know if you've noticed, but this team clearly only has 9 people. So why is it showing as 10? What? 9 people? No way, what the hell? Several people opened the team interface and took a look, and it was true. Oh my god, 1, 2, 3, 9, 10. No, there are only 9 people. My math teacher is not dead? What's going on? Several people looked at each other, all dumbfounded. Second level, here we are. The thing in Jiang Cheng's hand suddenly transformed into a black ice spear, which was spinning and whistling in his right hand. Then, his eyes focused and shot towards a snowy mountain in the distance. Call out. A sound of breaking through the air was heard. Bite! Bang! The black ice spear was thrust into the lower slope of a snowy mountain with overwhelming force, sending snow flying all over the sky. Countless snowflakes fell along the spear. Then, a chain suddenly appeared in Jiang Cheng's hand and connected to the sickle that the black ice spear had transformed into. Ding dong! Jiang Cheng's entire body was quickly swung up above the 39 snow wolves on the snowfield due to the inertial pulling force brought by the chains. Just when his body rose to a height of 30 meters. The chain in his hand quickly decomposed and condensed into a black ice hammer. He struck down heavily on the 39 snow wolves that were looking up at him. The sledgehammer smashed onto a wild snow wolf, smashing its head directly. Then it fell on the snow, penetrated the 0.2 centimeter snowflakes, and hit the ground directly. Boom! A deafening sound exploded in everyone's ears. Even the ground seemed to be shaken. The hidden characteristics of the sledgehammer are activated, and it falls from the sky with added damage. The higher the height it falls, the greater the damage bonus. Ignore defense and have armor-piercing effect. A hammer with 300% attack power dropped from the sky at 30 meters and landed on your head. Puff, puff, puff. Ah! Snowflakes flew all over the sky, and 12 wild wolves were blown away. 45732. 45732. 45732. The 12 snow wolves that had just reached 40,000 HP were killed instantly, and their corpses were blown into the sky along with the snowflakes. The second level is relatively simple. Play freely and play to your class's strengths. The sledgehammer in Jiang Cheng's hand turned into a spear, stabbed into the belly of a wild snow wolf, and then gestured at Qian Chonglang. Qian Chonglang. Shui Xiaowu. Montak Shenbing. Magic Demon. Yin Thought. 36D, large water injection. With your power of killing 12 wolves in 1 second with 1 hammer, do you really still need us? Oomph. Qian Shanchue's eyes narrowed. Do you think that just keeping silent and not revealing your strength will be enough? Xiaolang. It seems that we can't force out his true strength in the dungeon. These dungeon monsters are not difficult for him at all. After we leave the dungeon, you follow him. If he leaves the city, tell me. Cousin, what do you want to do? Qian Chonglang felt a chill when he saw the smile on her lips. Force him to use his full strength. Will this damage our relationship? Qian Chonglang asked worriedly. It's okay. I didn't say anything. I did it myself. So cousin, are you planning to find someone else to help? Qian Chonglang was a little confused. Skeleton Boss is very powerful. Ordinary expert players can't even touch him and can only be beaten by him. Qian Shanchue curled her lips and said, It's okay. I'm going to find the Hell Road, Huang Quan. Chapter 170 Hell and Yellow Springs. Hellland Huang Quan, the leader of the Huang Quan group? Can he come? Qian Chonglang curled his lips. Huang Quan, one of the 12 gods of hell, was once a great figure in mythology who was the first to receive the order to establish a guild. The 6 Paths of Reincarnation he founded once dominated the top spot in the guild rankings for a long time, and no one could match it. Until later, the temple appeared and gathered the 7 top masters of the time to set up a ring battle to compete with him for the first place in a guild. After the 6 Paths of Reincarnation lost, the other 6 Paths in the guild gradually retired due to their age. Only Huang Quan from the Hell Path did not give up and is still active in the game. Huang Quan, known as the #1 summoner, was once a god-level figure in real-time strategy games. The Warcraft team he founded once won the world record of 3 consecutive WCG, 1v1, and 2v2 championships for China. But after entering the myth game, he chose the Undead summoner, which was his greatest advantage, and played the summoner profession with unpredictable power, which brought a second spring to his career. The techniques he created, such as synchronized summoning, advanced summoning, sequential summoning, Sea of Skeletons, double ghosts of heaven and earth, and group control flow, are all magical skills that summoners are vying to learn. He himself has become an idol that countless summoners in the game are vying to pursue. Because his ID is Huang Quan, all his fan groups are named Huang Group, so he is affectionately called the leader of Huang Group by his fans. He is the most approachable god among the 12 gods. However, Jiang Cheng always felt that with the terrifying attack power of the skeleton boss, Huang Quan's summoning style would probably be beaten. Whether he comes or not is not your concern. You should quickly learn your skills and prepare for the civil war. Qian Shanxue gave him a look of disdain. When Qian Chonglang heard this, his face froze. Each of the 12 gods has a disciple. This is no coincidence. It doesn't mean that every one of them likes to take in apprentices. Some of them accepted disciples very early, while others were selected on the spur of the moment during the last sword test competition in the myth game. People like Shui Xiaowu and Ingo Xinyue were accepted as disciples by the sword god and the human ice weapon because of their outstanding performance in the sword trial competition, even though the 12 gods did not leave. The game company wants to have a clear ranking order for the 12 gods. But the 12 gods actually have their wins and losses among each other. Apart from Xia Dongli, even the game's intelligent computer is not able to judge the strength of the 12 gods. So the 12 people simply made an agreement that each of them would choose a contestant from the sword test competition to become their apprentice. Half a year later, in the newly launched Great Wilderness game, the apprentices taught by each party will compete to determine the ranking among the 12 gods. This game concerns their ranking, so they're naturally nervous. But Qian Chonglang felt that he was at the bottom of the class, so he had no expectations at all and had given up on himself a long time ago. This cousin, Qian Chonglang, was a little embarrassed. Get lost. I knew you weren't serious. You came in 12th in the sword testing competition last time. Didn't you learn your lesson? Qian Shanxue lifted his ear and said, "It's okay if you embarrass yourself. It's okay if I embarrass myself, but please don't embarrass him." After saying this, she looked meaningfully at Jiang Cheng, who was fighting against the Snowfield Mad Wolf. Chapter 171, Do You Really Not Want Me? Bang! Snowflakes exploded, and 3 snow wolves were knocked away and died in Jiang Cheng's hands. Shui Xiaowu, Yin Xiang, and the others, who were nearby, also changed color slightly due to the impact of the sledgehammer. This skeleton boss must be very powerful. Shui Xiaowu curled her lips secretly. The sledgehammer requires a lot of strength, and it is difficult to swing it without 200 points. Although it has the feature of turning normal attacks into area attacks, the strength requirement is too demanding. Moreover, the attack speed will be reduced by 200%, and it cannot defend itself. It also needs to be held with both hands, which will greatly affect the rhythm of the battle. But this sledgehammer was used in many different ways in the hands of Black Skull. She had just seen the black skeleton, holding a large guandao, slashing at a wild wolf in the snowfield. The next moment, the blade of the big guandao turned into a hammer and hammered down fiercely at the snow wolf. Coincidentally, this was also the moment when the other 2 snow wolves pounced on him. Suddenly, the 3 snowfield wild wolves were hit by the hammer's area damage, triggering the knockback effect. The situation of being attacked by a group was broken in an instant. This means that as long as he can keep transforming, no monster can get close to him. Such a perverted weapon. It completely overturned her cognition. She now wants to see what else this weapon can become. So far, she had seen bows, greatswords, spears, sledgehammers, and chain sickles. What else can it change into? Let's go the 3rd level. The spear pierced through the abdomen of the last snow wolf, killing it. Jiang Cheng put away the spear and quickly walked towards the 3rd level. After the Sky Raid armor was upgraded to level 3, the damage increased by another 30%, which is a significant improvement compared to before. The highest damage now is over 8,800 without triggering a critical hit. If it is extreme damage, the maximum can reach 20,839. It has an additional damage value of 4,000 compared to the previous 15,900. However, what surprised him was that his plundering effect had not been triggered since he entered the dungeon, which made him very helpless. Although the trigger of plunder is very low, it can at least give him a surprise. Moreover, he has never triggered the resurrection effect of the Black Sutra of the Undead. It is also not possible to actively revive by consuming soul power, and no soul power is increased after the monsters in the dungeon die. He couldn't release his undead army either. Jiang Cheng guessed that it must be some restrictions imposed by the copy. It seems that the dungeon is only suitable for leveling up, obtaining gems and skill books, but not for developing my undead army. Jiang Cheng was walking and thinking. Without realizing it, Qin Shanxue had already come to his side. Do you think I've grown taller? Suddenly, Qin Shanxue's voice came to Jiang Cheng's ears, causing his footsteps on the snow to pause slightly. But after a moment, he had taken the next step and moved a little further away from Qin Shanxue. Unfortunately, Qin Shanxue still pursues him relentlessly. You know, last month, the national team learned about my deeds and wanted to invite me back. Do you know what I said? Qin Shanxue was talking to herself beside Jiang Cheng, which surprised others. They didn't understand why Qin Shanxue would say these words to a skeleton. It was obvious that the skeleton was completely ignoring her. You are one of the 12 gods in the online gaming world, a rare god among billions. How many players are admiring you? Why bother with a skeleton? He's just a quest NPC. Mo Shanbing and Tianma Zi were both a little stunned and completely unable to understand. I said, I wanted to wait for you to take me with you, but ever since you disappeared that day, I've been waiting for half a year. Looking at Jiang Cheng, still walking forward silently, Qin Shanxue finally couldn't hold it in any longer and shouted at Jiang Cheng, You really don't want me anymore? Chapter 172, Brother Skeleton. You don't look well? What does this mean? Could it be that this black skeleton cheated on the great god, Qian Shangsu? After hearing Qin Shanxue's heart-wrenching cry, Demon Wing's expression froze for a moment, and he began to speculate. Fuck you, Tianma. What the hell is wrong with you? A skeleton. How can you be cuckolded? You think it's impossible? Demon Wing glanced back and forth between Qin Shanxue, whose eyes were red, and Jiang Cheng, who was walking on his own, and analyzed. Look, Qin Shanxue's Ice Archer is also a hidden class, and Naming Master's Necromancer is also a hidden class. And now, Black Skull seems to be protecting Naming Master. He must have become Naming Master's NPC. This is not difficult to guess. It should be that when Qin Shanxue switched to a hidden class before, she developed feelings for the Black Skull. But after the Cute Master also switched to a hidden class, the Black Skull began to protect the Cute Master. The Wings of the Demon said confidently. So, the truth is, Black Skull abandoned the great goddess Qian Shangsu and fell in love with the great goddess Daiming. Now, the two of them have met, and the great goddess Qian Shangsu recognized Black Skull, so it's really great, Tianma. It's a shame you don't become a private detective. Mo Shanbing exclaimed sincerely, then turned his gaze to the 36D water-injected one who had been silent. Hey, 36D, you were one of 9 priests who broke the record with the great Master Daiming during the Goblin Chase, right? What do you think about this? 36D, large water injection. I don't know. I'm just a bystander. He didn't dare to say anything about the big water injection of 36D. After all, they were all masters, and he didn't dare to talk about it casually. Let's go, cousin. He didn't react at all. It can't be him, right? Seeing that Qin Shanxue's test had no effect, Qin Chonglang helped Qin Shanxue, whose eyes were red, up. No, you're wrong. His steps are messed up. Qin Shanxue rubbed her eyes, propped herself up from the snow, and suddenly smiled. Your steps are messed up? That's nothing strange, right? Qin Chonglang shook his head, wondering if his cousin was overthinking it. But the magician who slowed down and came to the two of them shook his head. His steps were very steady before, with the distance between his steps not differing by 0.1 millimeters. This might be his own habit, but now, take a closer look at the footprints he left on the snow. No need to look, I believe you. Qin Chonglang's expression changed slightly. Does this mean he really is? I can't be sure about this. I can only say it's possible. After all, it's possible that he did it on purpose. It's also possible that he was tired and didn't want to maintain such a high frequency of calculations, so his footsteps were so disorganized. Famo sighed, feeling unsure in his heart. This made Qin Chonglang even more dumbfounded. So is it true or not? Give me a definite answer. Let's play a dungeon. While the two were talking, Qin Shanxue suddenly seemed like a different person. In everyone's stunned eyes, she returned to the team with a smile, as if the one who was heartbroken before was not her. Little Daiming, have you ever attended my master's funeral before? Oh yes, I did go. Your master is my idol. In fact, my brother once saved his life. Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming looked at Qin Shanxue, somewhat flattered. So that's how it is. It seems you and my master have a deep connection. Qin Shanxue felt a little emotional when she heard this, then suddenly turned her head and looked at Jiang Cheng. Brother Skeleton, what's wrong with you? You don't look well. Chapter 173, The Disaster Demon Who Seized Charlotte Lawn. Brother Skeleton? Jiang Cheng. Do I have a bad face? He looked at Qian Shanxue, who was walking on his left with a hint of meaning. His disciple should have noticed it. He didn't know when he revealed his flaw. But he didn't say he was deliberately hiding anything. I simply don't want her to always rely on me and go back to the same path as before. She has indeed grown taller. Because of a little trick, straight hair turned into curly hair. Compared to straight hair, curly hair will become more fluffy, which naturally supports the height and makes you look taller, so you will grow taller in disguise. She has grown up, and it's time for her to learn to be independent. After we finish the dungeon, let's find a time to explain it to her. Jiang Cheng sighed and shifted his gaze to the cute little boy on the right. Take a long breath. Now, this one seemed to have a deeper connection with him. Never mind. They seem to be here to play a dungeon. In the third level, a hidden boss will appear. Xiaomeng, pass on the message for me later. Oh, Ichi Tiao Dai Xiaomeng collected his thoughts and nodded obediently. Damn mortal, you kill my people. You aided and abetted the evil. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. You want to steal my child? Impossible. Just as they entered the third level, the volcano level, an angry female voice rang out. Oh my god, why does the boss appear in the third level? Is it a hidden boss? Holy shit, a true double boss lineup? A few people looked at the time and saw that there were still 5 minutes and 40 seconds. Their faces suddenly changed, and they hurriedly checked the boss's attributes. The disaster demon who stole Charlotte Lawn. Level 30. Quality, legendary. HP, 3 million. Attack, 50 to 50. Spell attack, 500-1000. Defense, 500-1000. Spell defense, 0 to 10. Skills, Blizzard, Tornado, Volcano Roar. Talents, Spell Master, Spell Critical Strike, Disaster Thornmail, Spell Restraint. Overview. Beware of the enraged disaster demon. Brother Skeleton, the mentor of the disaster demon, is Charlotte? After reading the attributes of the disaster demoness, Ichi Tiao Dai Xiaomeng finally understood. No wonder the mission asked her to take back Charlotte's child. That Charlotte is so mean. Why should we help him get the child back? Thinking about seeing Charlotte drunk in the pub before, Ichiao Dai Xiaomeng originally thought that he was the victim. Now, after listening to Jiang Cheng's story, she suddenly felt a little indignant for the female demon of disaster. Jiang Cheng smiled slightly. Let's fight. It's a mission. There's no choice. It's such a simple reason. Ichi Tiao Dai Xiaomeng's expression froze slightly. After killing the hidden boss, the final boss will also be her. After killing her, the rest will be easy. My dual passive skills are about to awaken. No matter what happens, he always remembers the ultimate purpose of opening the dungeon. The ultimate goal is to evolve, restore oneself, and escape from the predicament. If you don't recover soon, you'll be stuck in the game. Once the Huang becomes like the myth it once was, the game disappears, or the game company wants to adapt it again. What will become of it? Therefore, it doesn't make much sense to talk about anything now. Magic Demon, Sky Demon Wings, 3060, it's your turn to play a role. Magic Demon, look at my gestures, Exploding Flame, level 6 connection. Ichiao Dai Xiaomeng shouted out for Jiang Cheng. Then, the weapon in Jiang Cheng's hand changed into a black ice staff. 3 exploding flames were thrown out, connected together, and exploded towards the disaster demon. It's finally my turn to take action. The demon took out his new staff, and his eyes focused. Chapter 174, 7th Level Explosive Flame. Here it comes. It's just a 6th order connection. FAMO looked slightly excited. After all, it was really unpleasant to just be a supporting role. Besides, he can only reach level 7 connection, so level 6 connection is just a piece of cake. With his eyes fixed, FAMO began to concentrate, and the surrounding environment was reflected in his mind by his powerful memory. Jiang Cheng's exploding flames were also analyzed by the demon's powerful mental arithmetic ability. Then, the staff in his right hand whizzed out and swung out an explosive flame at the moment when Jiang Cheng was about to burst out. Boom! 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 785. Minus 785. 785. Minus 785. Minus 785. 5 dense explosions rang out in everyone's mind. 5 connected exploding flames shot up from all around the disaster demon, making her scream in pain. Only 5 links. The demon was slapped in the face instantly, and his expression suddenly became a little ugly. It was really hard to find Jiang Cheng's magic connection point, and he missed one. Thinking of the boast he had just made, FAMO suddenly felt too embarrassed to face anyone. It's okay, I'm just testing it. Next, Xiao Ming, help me strengthen the transformation technique. 3060, don't just stand there. Give me and the magic demon the spiritual power of the wings of a demon. Oh, here I come. 36D ran out of the team with an excited look on his face and gave Jiang Cheng and FAMO some mental strengthening, with the staff in his hand trembling slightly. You receive the spiritual blessing of your teammates, increasing your mental strength by 150 points for 10 minutes. You are enhanced by Dai Xiaoming. Your attack power and spell attack power increase by 300 points for 10 minutes. 780 spell attack power. From now on, Sky Demon Wing will use Explosive Flame first. Magic Demon, you connect with his Explosive Flame, and finally, it's my turn. I understand. Fa Monodid. He seemed to know what Jiang Cheng was going to do. It was the wings of the demon. He was a little confused after hearing it, and he hadn't recovered from what just happened. Fuck, this skeleton is actually a mage. He can even connect his mana, and his spell damage is so high. With 3 major connection points, how much does it increase the range of the Explosive Flame? Damn, a boss is a boss. I thought getting through this level was my limit. If I hadn't been so eager to gossip about them, I would have run away long ago. After all, the Disaster Demon's disaster armor is terrifying. Physical attacks are ineffective, and she can't be levitated. Here, I'm the only mage here, the Magic Demon and I. I don't think we have a chance. Sky Demon Wings sighed. I didn't expect that this skeleton boss is actually a mage. Long sword, bow, an arrow, great sword, spear, sledgehammer, sickle, and now there's even a staff. Awesome. This is a real boss, a master who is proficient in all professions. What if he was brought to our guild? Don't just stand there, output. Seeing that the wings of the demon were still acting stupidly, the demon Falcon frowned. This is what second-level masters are like. There's always a little bit of a gap. Even the vice president of the 6th guild is not immune to this. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't find the person, FAMO really didn't want to cooperate with this kind of person. The cooperation between masters can be very satisfying, and the mood will become much more excited after the fight. But it's no fun to cooperate with ordinary players. Oh, here it comes. Being able to fight alongside 2 great gods is like a dream. Thank you for your guidance. The Sky Demon Wing didn't realize he was being despised by the Magic Demon. He immediately grabbed his staff and, with a thrilling heart and trembling hands, unleashed a massive fireball. Bang! The fireball exploded on the body of the Disaster Demon, causing 385 damage. Sully, my hunt slip it. Demon Wing slapped his forehead and cursed in his heart. Damn it! I finally teamed up with the big boss, but this blunder happened. I'm so ashamed. Raise your hand 75 degrees. Wind force 4. The air flow is accelerating, condensing into a cyclone. Stop talking nonsense. Judging from the Disaster Demon's movements, she's probably about to unleash a tornado. Everyone, get out of the way. Huff, huff, huff. As soon as FAMO finished speaking, countless volcanic ashes were rolled up from all around and began to form a whirlwind. The disaster which raised her wand, and a tornado gradually began to form. Go to hell. Oh my god, this is such a huge area. I'm going to be swept to death. 36D, big water injection, was in a panic. Xiao Ming, the hand of the abyss. Ugh. Although he was a little panicked, Yiqiao Xiaoming did not hesitate at all. He released the hand of the abyss and grabbed the ankle of the disaster demon. In an instant, silence was triggered, and the cyclone in the air disappeared without a trace. The disaster demon was stunned. Damn it, you dare to interrupt my spell? You deserve to die. Devil's wings, use your skills. Boom! A burst of flames exploded under the feet of the disaster demon. The demon also quickly reacted from his dodging state. 3 exploding flames connected together based on the spell of the wings of the demon. There's only 0.2 seconds between them. 3 turned into 4, and the spell damage increased by 60%. Boom! 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 The next moment, Jiang Cheng's 3 explosive flames were released at the moment when FAMO's 4 explosive flames just exploded. The 4 flames were deprived of Jiang Cheng's spell connection and turned into his own spell. This time, The damage will be settled entirely based on his spell attack power. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, the spell of the Wings of the Sky Demon was stripped away and turned into the spell of the Magic Demon. And then the spell of the Magic Demon was turned into the spell of Jiang Cheng. One path turned into 4 paths turned into 7. The range changed from 5 meters to 20 meters, and 20 meters to 50 meters. Damage increased by 100%. Jiang Cheng's spell damage is 780, and after a 100% bonus, the damage reaches 1560. Adding the effect of Dark Shock, it is increased by another 100%, reaching 3,120 points. 7 bursts of flame spread out. Boom! 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 Instantly deduct 21,840 points of the Disaster Demon's health. Hiss! Emo Shambing, 36D, Big Water Injection, Shui Xiaowu, Tianma Zi, Yin Xiang, and others all took a deep breath. This damage is terrifying. Damn, was that a skill I just used? Sky Demon Wing began to doubt his life. He looked at his staff, somewhat confused. I can do this kind of spell damage. Don't overthink it. This is Skeleton Boss's spell deprivation. He stripped our skills and turned them into his own. The damage just now was calculated based on Skeleton Boss's spell attack power. Oh my god, this is so awesome. This is the first time I know that magic can be used like this. Demon Wings and a few others looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. Not to mention the incredible difficulty of linking these 7 spells. The damage alone is unstoppable. If it wasn't the boss, but a guild, I estimate at least 30 people would die in this one. Not necessarily. The guild has too many spells and too many connection points. It's impossible to find a connection point. Your hypothesis is invalid. Don't just stand there. While she's still silent, cast Explosive Flame quickly. The Demon of Magic glanced at the Wings of the Demon and gave a reminder. Wait a minute, this damage is not enough. Just as the Wings of the Demon were about to use the Explosive Flame, a cute little boy suddenly spoke, surprising everyone. This, more than 20,000 damages at once, isn't that enough? Are you going to heaven? Such horrific injuries have shattered their existing cognition. Moreover, there are no mages now, and it is impossible to connect other spells. No one else has the skills to increase spell attack power. This should be the limit, right? Is there still room for improvement? Chapter 175, Flash Step. Shui Xiaowu. Use your Flash Step flash to get closer to her and deal physical damage. I'll help you interrupt her skills. Instant Step Flash. How do you know I can do this? Shui Xiaowu was a little surprised. Flashing Steps is one of the 14 magical skills created by the Supreme God. As the name suggests, it means flashing left and right regularly while maintaining high speed forward. By doing this, you can dodge the opponent's skills and attacks that cannot be locked without interrupting your own movement direction. In the final analysis, it means that when you run towards the range profession, you perform a left and right jump for the opponent. In the past, it was called Z-shaped jitter. But after being improved by the Supreme God, it can be used not only when moving forward, but also when retreating or standing still to dodge. This can also be done while using the Momentum Flash Kill, Shadow Step, and other magical skills. However, such high-frequency flashing requires extremely high levels of self-balance and consumes enormous amounts of physical energy. It also requires a high level of mental concentration to predict the trajectory of the opponent's spells and physical attacks. Even when she was at her peak, it would have been difficult for her to maintain this state for long. And she didn't tell anyone that she could do this. How did Tiao Xiaoming know this? Guess. Guessed? Well, I can only say that your guess is too accurate. But with the current movement speed, I'm not sure if it can be used. Shui Xiaowu was speechless and a little nervous. She is a person who has a bit of an idol complex and is afraid of embarrassing herself in front of other people. Master, I'm quite proficient in using the Flash Step and Flash. How about I go? Yun Xiang saw Shui Xiaowu's embarrassment and suddenly volunteered. Also, my wind step has been upgraded to level 20, which increases my movement speed by 200%, 50% more than the Ghost Dance. I can now move one step every 0.4 seconds, which is much safer. Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming shook his head. It's useless. Your profession is not suitable. Okay. Although she didn't understand why Shui Xiaowu had to go, she didn't say much and could only continue watching with doubts. Let's start. Her silence is over. If it really doesn't work, I can help you. Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming said for Jiang Cheng. Oh well. Shui Xiaowu didn't waste any time. After using the ghost dance step to increase her movement speed, she quickly rushed forward. As she rushed forward, the demoness of disaster also discovered her. Suddenly, the staff was raised, and a small flame was released towards Xue Xiaowu. Boom! To the surprise of 36D and others. When the flames exploded on the ground around Xue Xiaowu, didn't Xue Xiaowu, who was rushing forward, dodge? Instead, he continued to move forward, but no damage appeared above his head. The sharp-eyed sky demon wings discovered that Xue Xiaowu's figure actually shook slightly just now. Sure enough, the master said he couldn't do it, but that was just a humble statement. The point is, I just believed it. What the great master said about not being able to do something is, of course, just talk. Otherwise, what do you think? Only when we say that we cannot do something, then it is truly impossible. Is this the flash step strobe? I've only seen it in videos before, but this is the first time I've seen someone use it in person. It truly is a magical skill. I wonder what the person who invented it came up with. It's useless. The ghost dance only lasts for 1 minute. The flash step and flash are extremely draining on her mental and physical strength. She can't keep it up for long. Besides, she sometimes does stupid things. The demon shook his head. That's enough. Ichi Chao Dai, Xiao Meng said, rather awkwardly. Clang! After flashing several times, Xue Xiaowu finally arrived beside the stunned female demon of disaster. She burst out with ghost energy and slashed with one knife. In an instant, a damage of 521 exploded above the head of the disaster demon. The top of her head also suffered a rebound of 290 HP, which made her stunned. The demon covered his face, feeling a little embarrassed. Sure enough, this girl, sometimes she'll do something stupid. Change the knife. Change the knife quickly. Do you want to shock yourself to death? Chapter 176. Did the damage really increase? What's the principle? I don't have a knife. After Xue Xiaowu dodged the disaster demon's skill once, she was stunned when she heard the magic demon's call. Where is she from? Jiang Cheng relayed this to Yi Qiaodai Xiaomeng. I was also a little speechless. He could guess that Xue Xiaowu would be able to use the flash step and flash technique simply because the ghost dance berserker profession required extremely high positioning. Therefore, the skills of instant step flash, shadow step, and taking advantage of the momentum to kill are one of their compulsory courses. He didn't know Xue Xiaowu, but because of his trust in Xie Changkong, he felt that Xue Xiaowu shouldn't be that stupid. But I didn't expect this girl to be so fierce. From the northeast, Famo touched his forehead, feeling a little embarrassed. Okay, let her take the medicine. Qian Chonglang, your profession is a divine archer. Use the shock arrow to help contain Xue Xiaowu. Good. The damage should be increased. Seeing that Xiaowu had already slashed 3 times with blood, Jiang Cheng asked Yi Qiao Xiaomeng to say, Demon Wings, Magic Demon, start attacking with all your strength. Ugh. Boom. 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 After the magic demon released 3 explosive flames, Jiang Cheng also waved his staff, and 3 explosive flames exploded out. 4135. 4135. 4135. When the damage from the 7 exploding flames came out, everyone was stunned. Because the 7 damages this time were obviously 1,000 higher than before. The total damage has accumulated to 28,945. A full 7,180 more damage. The damage actually increased? Why? What's the principle behind this? I also want to know why Xue Xiaowu, a physical class, can increase her spell damage by attacking the disaster demon. Don't just stand there, keep going. Oh, when Xue Xiaowu slashed out for the 4th time, another round of flames exploded. Everyone discovered that this time the damage had become 31,045. Still rising? What the hell? Can anyone tell me why? The people behind were speechless and had no idea how this worked. But Jiang Cheng doesn't care about that. With Qian Chonglang's help to contain the enemy, and occasionally blocking the disaster demoner when she was about to use a skill, she would stun her, and Blood Xiao would be much safer. With the outbreak of Blood Xiaowu's ghost energy, the disaster demon's resistance to dark attributes was reduced, and his damage was increasing rapidly. When Xue Xiaowu's 9th sword strike fell, Jiang Cheng's exploding flames caused damage that shocked everyone. 5960. 5960. 5960. Oh my god, for 1720 damage from one skill. Damn, teaming up with a master to kill a dungeon is such a pleasure. This doesn't feel like a boss fight at all. It feels more like a spring outing. How can there be any tension in fighting a boss? I remember when our guild had 20 level 30 members fighting this female demon of disaster. It was a chaotic scene. 20 of us piled in, and the boss didn't die before 19 of us died. The cooperation between the masters is called art, and the cooperation between us is real cooperation. Boom! 1 minute and 48 seconds later. Congratulations on killing the disaster demon who stole Charlotte Blue. The dungeon's hidden boss has been killed successfully, and the hidden mission is completed. Due to killing the hidden boss, the boss drop rate of rare items in this dungeon has been increased to 50%. The drop rate of legendary items has been increased to 20%, and the drop rate of legendary items has been increased to 2%. The experience bonus is 200%. Fuck, I'm making a killing. 200% experience bonus, plus the 500% bonus for first kills. A normal clearance gives 600,000 experience. 700% bonus, that's 4.2 million experience. I'm going to level 30 straight away. It's not just about the level. If you add the 300% first kill drop rate, the legendary drop rate will reach 6%. This time, there's a high chance of a legendary item dropping. Chapter 177 Boss Explodes. Brother Skeleton, the mission is completed, but I didn't receive the mission reward? A silly little boy looked at Jiang Cheng in a daze. Have you seen the child? Well, no. You'll have it when you get back to the tavern. Jiang Cheng's teeth opened slightly. Oh, so that's how it is. The cute little boy pouted, looking very embarrassed. Is your brother okay? Jiang Cheng suddenly asked tentatively. The boss of the last level is actually not that difficult. His health is just doubled. After everyone became familiar with Jiang Cheng's fighting style, they didn't need to exert any effort at all when fighting. As long as Shui Xiaowu doesn't make any mistakes, Jiang Cheng only needs to connect with the magic demon's explosive flame. So while he was beating the boss, he asked about the things that concerned him most. My brother. Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming said this and was suddenly stunned. She stared blankly at Jiang Cheng waving his staff, feeling both sad and suspicious. Why would Brother Skeleton ask about my brother? Could it be that he knows a brother? But shouldn't he be an artificial intelligence, or played by the game staff? Who is he? He's dead. Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming's tone was quite emotional. Jiang Cheng was also stunned. My brother is very good to me. He loves playing games. His biggest idol is the Supreme God. His biggest dream in life is to become a professional gamer, and then through hard work, eventually become the Supreme God's apprentice. He had been working hard towards this goal, but just 6 months ago, he was diagnosed with advanced stomach cancer and only had 6 months left to live, which completely deprived him of this dream. When he accidentally came out to get some fresh air, he pushed away a person who was about to be hit by a car and died. Zhang Mingming paused, and her eyes were suddenly filled with tears. After a long time, she glanced at Jiang Cheng and asked, Brother Skeleton, do you still want to listen? Jiang Cheng stepped forward, nodded with his back to her, and continued waving his staff. Zhang Mingming had no choice but to wipe away her tears, tried hard to adjust her emotions, and spoke again. Actually, if he knew that the person he saved was his idol and that he was in heaven, he would probably be very happy. Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming's expression became lost again, and he continued. I used to hate him so much. I hated him for abandoning me for someone else, leaving me alone in this world. Later, I went to the hospital to see the man my brother had saved from the car accident. After accidentally learning his identity, I suddenly felt that this might be God's will. Maybe God wants him to live on for my brother. But why he also died, and exactly half a year ago? Could it be that this is really God's will? Zhang Mingming's eyes reddened. Actually, I used to really hate swimming. After looking at Jiang Cheng's back and seeing that he had no reaction, she continued. Maybe it really is God's will. If I weren't poor and didn't want to help my brother fulfill his dream of becoming a professional player, I wouldn't be here, I wouldn't have met Brother Skeleton, and I wouldn't have made so many friends. Zhang Mingming is indeed an optimistic person. After saying these last words, her mood gradually calmed down, which made Jiang Cheng admire her very much. Boom! The last burst of flames rose up, and the disaster demon exploded. 7 purple lights, mixed with 4 green lights, quietly scattered under the corpse of the disaster demon, and a pink light instantly attracted everyone's attention. Congratulations on killing the level 40 disaster demoness. You received 5.6 million experience points, 5.6 million evolution points, and 4,600 enhancement points. Jiang Cheng suddenly took a step back and said to Xiaoming, whose eyes were shining as he looked at the equipment, "From now on, you will be my apprentice." Chapter 178, You Really Grow Up. Wow, Pink, look, what kind of equipment is that? A cute little boy rushed over excitedly. There's no way around it. Pink is her favorite color, and it's legendary. Except for Jiang Cheng and Qian Shanxue, no one present was not moved, and they all walked towards the corpse of the disaster demon. Jiang Cheng shook his head, feeling quite helpless about the cute little boy's stupidity. Why, Brother Skeleton, you seem very lost. Is it because you're being ignored? Qian Shanxue's very childish voice suddenly filled his ears. Hearing this, Jiang Cheng smiled knowingly, stared at her, and suddenly stretched out his hand to her. Qian Shanxue was stunned for a moment, tilting her head. A hint of suspicion flashed across her delicate face. What do you want to do? Jiang Cheng hooked his finger again. Well, Qian Shanxue couldn't help but take a step forward, took a deep breath, and looked at him in a daze. Jiang Cheng opened his teeth, stretched out his right hand, and touched her head. But this time, Qian Shanxue did not dodge. Her heart was beating violently. A long-lost sense of familiarity came over me. Before Jiang Cheng could touch her head, Qian Shanxue had already thrown herself into Jiang Cheng's arms and hugged him tightly. Even though Jiang Cheng's body was made of skeletons, and even though his whole body was icy cold, even though her body was instantly frozen, even though she was too cold to say anything, she still hugged Jiang Cheng's body tightly, refusing to let go, tears bursting out of her eyes. Jiang Cheng touched her ice-blue hair, helped to smooth it down a little, and looked at her red face. He touched her head, spread out his palm, and moved from the top of her head to just below his throat. You're still 150. Even if you curl your hair, it won't help. After saying that, he slightly pushed away Qian Shanxue, whose eyes were red, and sighed in her ear, but you really have grown up. No, master, I didn't. Qian Shanxue tried hard to shout out, but she anxiously found that her body was very stiff and her throat seemed to be choked. She wanted Jiang Cheng to know that she had not grown up yet, that she would always be Jiang Cheng's little follower, and that she would always be Jiang Cheng's little follower. She was anxious, hot tears sliding down her delicate cheeks. Her face seemed to express thousands of words, complex and aggrieved. However, Jiang Cheng remained unmoved, pressing his hands on her shoulders. Said solemnly, I know what you're thinking. Don't do anything for me, and don't reveal my identity to anyone, especially that crazy woman. Jiang Cheng's tone was sincere and helpless. Looking at the tears in Qian Shanxue's eyes, Jiang Cheng raised his hand and finally put it down. You also said that you're not a child anymore. Don't be willful anymore. Just knowing that I'm still alive is enough for you. After saying that, Jiang Cheng took a step forward, ready to meet up with Xiaoming to count the harvest. However, on the way, he couldn't help but look back at Qian Shanxue and said, Xiaoxue, we will meet again. And Qian Shanxue couldn't hear what he said. I just stared blankly, feeling my stiff body. Tears kept falling, and for a moment, I didn't know what to say. Master, why? Why did you become like this? No, this is not what I want. I will definitely help you return to reality. Qian Shanxue stretched her recovered body and looked at Jiang Cheng deeply. Master, we will meet again. Ding dong. Qian Shanxue has exited the dungeon. When several people were still looking at the equipment in their hands with joy, they suddenly received a reminder from Qian Shangsu to quit the game. Chapter 179, Legendary Staff, Legendary Heart of Disaster. Sister Shui, why did you withdraw the money? Who knows? Maybe she was abandoned by some unfaithful man. Shui Xiaowu seemed to have noticed something and looked at Jiang Cheng deeply. Jiang Cheng. Xiaoming, did a green weapon explode? Jiang Cheng put away his thoughts and came to Xiaoming's side. Looking at the staff in her hand, he was also very happy. Xiaoming was also very excited and handed it to Jiang Cheng happily. Hey, big brother skeleton, look. Jiang Cheng took the weapon and was also impressed by Xiaoming's luck, and quickly checked it. Arsley's Disaster Staff. Quality, Legendary. Level, 40. Attack, 10 to 120. Spell attack, 200 to 240. Constitution plus 35. Spirit plus 55. Accuracy plus 15. Spell damage plus 15%. Spell critical hit chance plus 15%. Spell critical damage plus 30%. Tornado. When attacking with ordinary spells, there is a 10% chance of causing a 33-meter tornado, with damage equal to 20% of the spell's own attack power, which can trigger a spell critical hit. Blizzard. When attacking with ordinary spells, there is a 10% chance of causing a 33-meter blizzard, with damage equal to 20% of the spell's own attack power, which can trigger a spell critical hit. Volcano. When attacking with ordinary spells, there is a 10% chance of creating 33 meters of volcanic magma, with damage equal to 20% of the spell's own attack power, which can trigger a spell critical hit. Overview. The Disaster Demon's staff has the power of natural disasters. The Disaster Demon is truly worthy of being called a Disaster Demon. She's so unlucky that even her own weapon exploded. Jiang Cheng opened his teeth slightly, feeling a little emotional. That's right. I feel so sorry for her. Not only was she betrayed by her mentor, but now even her weapon has been exploded. Ichijo Dai, Xiaoming feels very sympathetic towards the Disaster Demon. But I can't let go of your staff. Jiang Cheng suddenly made a joke. Hateful, big skeleton brother actually made fun of me. Ichigo pouted, then spread out his palms. That's right, brother skeleton, this is for you. They heard you needed this, so they gave it to me. Jiang Cheng took the 2 gems, one pink and one green, and his heart moved slightly. Heart of Disaster. Quality, Legendary. Overview. When embedded in equipment, you can obtain the talent of Spellmaster. Disostiruna. Quality, Legendary. Overview. Embedded in armor, it grants spell critical strike talent. Nice one. Jiang Cheng felt a little happy. Spellmaster can increase his spell damage by 60%. Spell critical hit can make his spells trigger a critical hit, but the probability is only 10%. Mastery talents are something that every player has, except him. He doesn't have it, so he has to acquire it on his own. Mastery talents are passive talents that every profession has, such as the archer's mastery of archery, the ghost dancer's mastery of swordsmanship, the swordsman's mastery of swordsmanship, and so on. Passive talents are divided into 5 levels, namely Level 1 Beginner, Level 2 Master, Level 3 Grandmaster, Level 4 King, and Level 5 Emperor. Of course, there is also the 6th level God and the highest 7th level Saint. However, Jiang Cheng had never seen a full level talent in the myth game before, so these talents should only exist in Legends. The increase is 20% for beginners, 40% for proficient, 60% for Grandmaster, 80% for King, 100% for Emperor, 200% for God, and 500% for Saint. These talents are absolutely huge for improving his attack. It's a pity that the only ways to obtain it are talent books and gems. He has never seen a talent book, but he has the gem now. Now, his mastery talents include archery mastery and spell mastery. However, it's still far from his talent of mastering all professions. Moreover, he also has to strengthen the new inlaid bone. Forget it. Let's first take a look at the dual passive abilities of this awakening. What are they? Chapter 180 Dark Dawn, Building a Guild. Congratulations on clearing the Disaster Demon Dungeon and unlocking the Wings of Disaster's passive skill, Dark Dawn. Dark Dawn. Quality, Legendary. Skill type, Passive. Dark. Normal attack or spell attack has a 10% chance of causing a dark effect. The dark effect will blind the opponent. Each layer of dark effect will cause the opponent to lose 30 meters of vision range, up to 10 layers. Dawn. Normal attack or spell attack has a 3% chance of causing the dawn effect, causing 100 damage. When the enemy unit has 10 layers of dark effect, the next attack will trigger dawn death, causing dark layers 20% of its own attack damage. Is this the double passive? Jiang Cheng sighed in his heart. It is indeed powerful enough. Moreover, this skill suits him very well. 10 layers of dark effect can cause the opponent to lose 300 meters of vision range. The field of vision of an ordinary player is about 300 meters. When the field of vision continues to shrink, the opponent almost becomes blind. For Dead by Daylight, the calculation is 10 layers, multiplied by 20% of its own attack power. 10 times 20% is 200%. His current attack power is 1819, and 200% is 3,638 damage. In other words, he can use the 10-layer effect to blind the opponent. Then, when the other party's eyes suddenly become clear, that's when Dead by Daylight is triggered. Dark Dawn, Dead by Daylight, these passive names are indeed very appropriate. Not only that, he can also improve the attack of Dead by Daylight by evolving his level. It's worthy of being a double passive legendary skill. Jiang Cheng suddenly felt a little excited about another double passive skill, Dark Curse. How did you distribute it? Yeah, they bought it. Itiao dai xiao, ming pouted. Have you bought it? Jiang Cheng was slightly surprised. Oh yes. They said they didn't put in much effort in this dungeon, but the equipment was so tempting that they had no choice but to spend gold coins to buy it. That's fine. Seeing how unhappy they look, they must have come up with something really good, right? Yes, Qian Chongling has obtained another legendary level piece of clothing for his profession, but it's only level 40. He is planning to go through a few more dungeons to upgrade it. Yiqiao Dai, Xiaoming nodded. Shui Xiaowu also has a level 40 legendary broadsword, and Sister Yunxiang has another legendary ring, but unfortunately, they are all level 40. After saying that, she came over, took Jiang Cheng's arm, and whispered, Brother Skeleton, we earned 872 gold coins this time. Jiang Cheng looked at her flushed little face and smiled knowingly. He pinched her little nose and said, I didn't realize you were such a money grubber. The little cute boy had his nose pinched and immediately pouted. I don't have that. All right, gold coins will depreciate in value in the future, so there's no need to pursue them specifically. You need to do more dungeons. You could do 10 dungeons a day. This time, the dungeon difficulty has been increased to level 40, and the experience points have also increased. I leveled up twice in a row and reached level 33. If I level up 2 more, I won't be able to participate in the goblin chase. Jiang Cheng pondered. Dungeons provide a lot of experience and take very little time. Don't waste the daily opportunities. Oh, I know. But, Brother Skeleton, just now Mo, Shanbing, and Tima Zi said that they're already level 30 and want to set up a guild. They asked me if I would like to join them. Should I agree? Jiang Cheng heard this and shook his head. The guild does have many benefits. You have your own guild store, where you can buy decorations and medicines that you can't buy anywhere else. You can also learn battle formations and guild skills. You can also capture cities, gain reputation, and open the reputation mall. However, there are also many restrictions. Once you join them, you will have more responsibilities and obligations. You have to lead people to level up, form a team to kill bosses, and be responsible for defending the city. You will lose your freedom, which is unnecessary. And they probably don't have a founding order. Oh, I see. Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming seemed to be tempted when she heard about the new ways of playing, but after listening to Jiang Cheng's explanation, she gave up the idea. Jiang Cheng glanced at her and took out a guild building order. Actually, it's just a guild. We can build it ourselves. You can invite anyone you want. Chapter 1, 81 new number 1 in the server. Wow, Brother Skeleton, when did you get the order to establish the guild? Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming was very surprised when he received the founding order given by Jiang Cheng. Can I really invite whoever I want? Of course. Jiang Cheng nodded. That's great. Ichijo Dai Xiaoming's tone was full of joy. Let's go. You can only build a guild after completing the dungeon, and you also need to get the hidden rewards. Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming nodded, then happily left the team. World announcement. Congratulations to Wind Fury players Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming, Mage Demon, Heavy Rain, Thousand Waves, Yin Xiang, Shui Xiaowu, Sky Demon Wings, Mo, Shanbing, 36D Big Water Injection, and Qian Shangsu for completing the difficult level 40 dungeon of the Disaster Demoness. This clearance time is 7 minutes and 12 seconds, currently ranking first in the entire server. I received 5 times the first kill experience points and 5 legendary enhancement stones. TSK, only 7 minutes and 12 seconds. How can you be considered first in the server? Goblin chases must be at least 3 minutes or less these days to be first, right? 7 minutes and 12 seconds isn't bad. The previous record was over 15 minutes. You're really not satisfied. But how did you get first place? Holy crap, are you guys stupid? Can't you understand the world announcement? This is the Disaster Demon Dungeon. What? The Disaster Demon Dungeon? Holy shit, it really is. What's going on? Someone can beat the Disaster Demon Dungeon now? Isn't that a level 30 dungeon? After the world announcement came out, many players had different reactions, and many players misunderstood it. However, when they realized later that this was not a level 20 goblin chase or a level 25 goblin breakout, they were immediately shocked. Damn, clearing the Disaster Demon Dungeon in 7 minutes and 12 seconds? Is that incredible? What was the previous record? 18 minutes and 59 seconds. Actually, it's even longer than that. Look at the difficulty of the dungeon. Dungeon difficulty? Holy crap, level 40 difficulty? That's amazing. 7 minutes and 12 seconds on level 40 difficulty. Is this even human? They're not human to begin with, didn't you see? Qian Shanxue, one of the 12 true gods, Yiqiao Dai, Xiao Ming, a newly promoted level god. The others are all legendary players, and there are 2 guild bosses. But what the hell is this 36D heavily watered-down scam? Are they specially hired counterfeit idiots? 36D large water injection. 36D Big Water had just slipped past this mage player and was speechless when he heard this. I'm nothing. I'm just a bystander. Alas, without the ability to match my fame, I'm sure I'll be criticized. 36D Big Water Injection slapped his forehead, his tone very melancholy. President, I'm back. As soon as the wings of the demon came out of the copy, he immediately hid his name and returned to the wings of the god of magic. It's just that the expression on the wings of the god of magic's face seems not very good. You still remember to come back? Wing of the god of magic glared at him coldly. So, how was it playing a dungeon with an all-star lineup? That's really awesome. Sky Demon Wing slapped his thigh. That control, that awareness, that technique, it's simply divine. You have no idea how excited we were when we went in. Then, a hidden mission popped up, startling everyone. Only this adorable master remained remarkably calm. Later, President, what's wrong with your face? As Demon Wings was talking, he finally felt that the atmosphere was a little off. He quickly took a look at the face of the wings of the god of magic and was immediately shocked. Just as the wings of the god of magic was about to take out his staff and prepare to hit him, the wings of the demon took the lead in handing the level 25 purple staff to the wings of the god of magic. The wings of the god of magic looked at the staff in front of him and was stunned for a moment. He angrily put away the 39-meter-long kitchen knife that had just been exposed. What do you mean? Are you trying to bribe me? You think I'm that kind of person? After saying that, he took the staff back, and his expression suddenly turned from gloomy to bright. While the guild members secretly cursed him for being shameless, he caressed her happily. My rare level 25 staff is finally back. After admiring it for a while, the wings of the god of law saw that the others looked at him with displeasure and immediately coughed, patted the wings of the demon on the shoulder, and encouraged him. Tianma, you did very well this time. You cleared the difficult level 40 dungeon of the Disaster Demon in 7 minutes and 12 seconds. This is enough to go down in history. From now on, our Wings of the God of Magic Guild can be said to be standing up. Everyone, give a round of applause to welcome the glorious return of our Vice President. Great! The President is awesome, and the Vice President is awesome. Vice President, how did you feel about this close contact with the great god, Qian Shangsu? Did the Vice President get the autograph of Goddess Yunxiang? What equipment did the Vice President drop this time? As soon as the words of the Wings of the God of Magic came out, the members of the Zhenghe Guild screamed. The Wings of the Demon shook his head, sighed, and pressed his hands. Hey, everyone, thank you for your praise. Ultimately, what I gained the most from this experience was probably the knowledge I gained. I finally understand how big the gap is between me and the true masters. This study has made it clear to me that we still have a lot to learn, and it is far from the time to be complacent. Of course, what I gained even more was experience points. This time, my level skyrocketed to level 31. I also gained the most precious thing in my life. Hearing what Tianma Zi said, everyone suddenly tensed up and focused their attention, looking at Tianma Zi. Even the Wings of the God of Magic focused all their attention on him. This kid restored his chastity in one copy. The players of the Wings of the God of Magic Guild all held their breath and looked intently at the wings of the demon, waiting for his answer. Then, Demon Wings slowly took out a staff that flashed with cold light from the inventory. Wings of the God of Law. Wings of the God of Magic looked at the level 25 purple staff in his hand, and then looked at the level 30 purple staff in Wings of the Demon. The Wings of the God of Magic. Yes, this is the most precious thing I've gained in this dungeon. It's a level 30 rare purple staff. The Staff of Bordeaux. Spell attack power is as high as 150, and... Hey, President, why did you hit me? Master, are you there? After Shui Xiaowu finished the dungeon, she anxiously sent a message to her master Xie Changkong. But what I got in return was silence. It wasn't until 5 minutes later that Xie Changkong replied to her message. Is it done? It's done. As your apprentice, is there anything I can't accomplish? Shui Xiaowu said this very proudly. But I heard from Mo Shanbing that you stood him up. You joined someone else's team. Oh, Master, listen to me. I'll give you 1 minute. Well, it's like this, Master. I found a strange person in that team. Skeleton. I don't know if he's a silly and cute NPC or something else, but he seems to have some unclear relationship with Qian Shanxue. You mean Qian Shanxue went to Wind Fury City? Chapter 182, Sword Emperor's Interception Team. So this is why you stood up, Mo Shambing. Xie Changkong's tone was a little cold. He keeps an eye on the whereabouts of the 12 gods. However, Qian Shanxue's going to Wind Fury City was not a big deal. Compared to his own credibility, it was far inferior. Master, you don't understand. This skeleton is very powerful. Have you ever seen the Earth-falling star? Of course I've seen it before. It's just a little trick of the shooter, not worth mentioning. Of course I know this. To you, Master, the Earth-falling star is naturally not worth mentioning. Shui Xiaowu asked excitedly. But Master, have you ever seen a falling sky star shoot out over 500 arrows at the same time? Shoot 500 arrows at the same time. In one of the 4 distant main cities, White Tiger City. Xie Changkong suddenly stopped pressing the button to enter the copy. Are you kidding me? Master, do I dare to joke with you? It seems that Qian Shanxue has made progress again. Xie Changkong raised his hand, signaling the other members of his club to get ready, and ignored Shui Xiaowu. Qian Shanxue is his formidable opponent, although it is a little hard to believe. But Xie Changkong didn't feel much surprised that she could do this. After all, it is more important to enter the dungeon and quickly reach level 30. Let's get into the dungeon. This time, this Dai Xiaoming led the team to break the record again. I'm afraid he wants to build momentum for himself and prepare for the establishment of a guild. Xia Dongli is already level 30. Although his ranking has dropped to 10th, he seems to have given up on competing for the top spot and is shifting his focus to establishing his first guild. Xie Changkong flipped the rock-slashing sword in his hand and continued. That's not a good sign. The first place in the guild is a battleground for military strategists, and it should be inherited by our temple. Even the title of being the first to establish a guild cannot be given to anyone else. The dungeon record will never take away the honor of being the first in the guild. Next, the first one to establish a guild will be the one that everyone will pay attention to. He waved his hand and called over a live player who looked like a butler. Fuan, have you arranged the people I asked you to arrange? Master, everything has been arranged. She cannot reach the city lord's mansion. Okay, I'm still very confident in your work. Xie Changkong waved his hand and prepared to enter the dungeon. However, the message that Shui Xiaowu sent him later made him retreat again, and even his expression became much more serious. Master, this group of falling stars was not used by Qian Shanxue alone, but was released together with the Black Skull I mentioned. They work very well together. This Black Skull not only calculated the landing points of all 500 arrows in advance, but also the movements of 172 desert wolves. He even calculated when they would use their bloodlust, when they would go crazy and pounce on us. He's truly amazing. Let me tell you, Master, this Black Skull is truly formidable. Not only can his weapon transform into various forms, he also has a cape, wings, and a secondary weapon. He also knows all sorts of techniques, like the 7th level link and spell deprivation. He's able to master them all. When it comes to taking out monsters, his technique is very steady. His predictions are incredibly accurate, and he can perfectly control the tempo. He can even guess the specific strengths of each of us. His damage, in particular, is truly incredible. Shui Xiaowu said a lot, but Xie Changkong only noticed the last sentence. Harm. This black skeleton is a cute and adorable quest NPC. The action he arranges this time will definitely cause a PK. That, Fuan, who is leading the interception team you arranged this time? Young Master, this is Luo Biming from the Beluo Guild, the former Sword Emperor. Fuan was a little frightened. He didn't understand why Xie Changkong suddenly called him back, and his voice was trembling. Oh, so it's him, the Sword Emperor. He came up with a name like that? He's dead, and he still wants to whip his corpse. Chapter 183, it's easy. Just kill your way in. The supreme god Jiang Cheng once used 16 IDs, all of which were based on the surname Jiang, the character Bei, and an additional character as the name. Among the swordsmen, the powerful swordsman Jiang Biming, the swift swordsman Jiang Beifeng, Gu Yivu fought against Jiang Bai Kuang, the magic swordsman Jiang Beilon. Among the mages, elemental mage Jiang Beiyuan, Ice Soul mage Jiang Beipo, the ultimate fire mage Jiang Beiyan. Fighting mage Jiang Bei is defeated. Among boxers, martial arts master Jiang Beichuan, the The demon-subduing Tibetan master, Jiang Wang. Among the undead. Undead summoner, Jiang Hai. Alchemist Jiang Ma. Among the knights. Guardian knight, Jiang Yu. Dragon knight, Jiang Kong. Skeleton knight, Jiang Quan. Among the assassins. The dark blade is hidden in Jiang. These were his former IDs, and they all ranked first in the ladder rankings in 16 professions. I heard that he also used some trumpets, and they were all influential figures in the mythological era. This Sword Emperor chose the Beiluo guild name, which is obviously targeting him. Huh, everyone is dead, why bother? Xie Kong looked down upon the Sword Emperor's childish behavior and spoke in a disdainful tone. Beiluo, the meaning is obviously directed at the supreme god. The ID Luo Baiming directly refers to Jiang Baiming, who snatched the championship from Jiang Cheng in the first sword trial competition. So, should we cancel our cooperation with him? Xie Kong raised his hand. No need. His character has nothing to do with me. On the contrary, his inability to accept defeat is very valuable. Glancing at the frightened Fu Wen, Xie Kong turned the gold ring in his hand. Have him continue to intercept her and not allow her to get even a step closer to the City Lord's mansion until my Kong sword group issues the order to establish the guild. Or, if she can hand over the founding order, that's fine too. Yes. Fu Wen breathed a sigh of relief and finally felt a lot more at ease. Outside the Lord's mansion of Wind Fury City, Jiang Cheng and Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming, who had just obtained a hidden reward, came to the magnificent City Lord's mansion. Brother Skeleton, I have strengthened my necromancy fusion technique, and it has transformed into a legendary skill. Zhang Mingming said to Jiang Cheng with a hint of showing off and excitement. Jiang Cheng smiled knowingly. Of course he knew that Zhang Mingming chose this skill because of him. Necromancer fusion is a rare skill that can be upgraded to level 20. The higher the level, the less mental energy is consumed by the fusion. Moreover, the attributes of the fused undead will increase exponentially, and the probability of producing top-quality skeletons will also be higher. I just don't know what it will become when it transforms into a legend. What did it transform into? Jiang Cheng's tone was filled with curiosity. It's called Necromancer Fusion. That sounds good. You probably only used one skill enhancement scroll. There's no need to keep it. Transform your Necromancer spell. But the necromancy requires 3 people. Zhang Mingming hesitated. It's okay. Jiang Cheng suddenly pressed her shoulders and said, You have to remember that your life is also important. I don't know if I will disappear if you die. So, protect yourself and make yourself strong. It was the first time that Zhang Mingming heard Jiang Cheng say this. She was immediately extremely surprised and a little flustered. Really? If I die, will Big Brother Skeleton die too? I don't know, but I can't afford to gamble, so you have to keep yourself safe at all times. Zhang Mingming nodded heavily upon hearing this. Yes, Brother Skeleton, I will definitely do it. I'll strengthen my undead summoning technique right away. No rush, let's build the association first. Okay, I'll listen to Big Brother. Zhang Mingming nodded obediently and walked towards the City Lord's mansion. But what surprised her was that the City Lord's mansion, which usually had very few players, was particularly crowded today. There were even many players blocking the entrance, forming 18 circles, leaving no gaps at all. What should we do? Brother Skeleton, there are too many people here today. Ichijo Dai Xiaoming was a little helpless. Why don't we go to another city? Jiang Cheng shook his head and said, You underestimated the power of some people. No matter which city you go to now, you won't be able to enter. Jiang Cheng snorted coldly. This is not normal congestion. It will be considered malicious road blocking. What should we do then? Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming felt helpless when he heard that. It's very simple. Jiang Cheng's eyes narrowed. Go in and kill them. Chapter 184 Don't panic. But there are a lot of people. Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming said timidly. There were 18 circles of players surrounding the City Lord's mansion. According to preliminary estimates, there were at least 300 people. How long will it take to kill them all? Besides, she may not be able to win. They should all be in teams. Go up and challenge one team at a time. Jiang Cheng's eyes narrowed as he looked at the people at the top of the stairs leading to the City Lord's gate, pondering. Luo Baiming, Luo Beichuan, Luo Beihai, Luo Beikwa. It seems that they are all old acquaintances. I'm alone, challenging 10 of them. Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming was a little confused. She was still frightened after challenging those 6 people in the tavern last time. Asking her to challenge 10 people is really a bit difficult for her. Especially after hearing what Jiang Cheng just said, she was even more afraid. But Jiang Cheng's tone was firm, and Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming had no choice but to go ahead. Captain, she's here. Luo Beichuan's mind moved, and he reminded Luo Baiming, who was next to him. It seems that this newly promoted god of rank is quite confident in himself. Luo Baiming sneered. Captain, it's better to be careful. I always feel that if she gets close, something bad will happen. It's very strange. Oh, even Xiao Dongli, the former god of level, I didn't take him seriously. So what is she? Luo Baiming once again revealed his deep disdain. Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming was able to level up so quickly only because he had a skeleton NPC. How could a world-class player who only relied on NPCs force his way into the Beiluo Guild with 360 members? The challenge is triggered in the city. NPCs cannot enter. Ikadai Xiaoming is doomed. Luo Baiming held a thin sword and stared coldly at the cute little figure. But seriously, this little cute girl is probably one of the most charming beauties I've ever seen, on par with that crazy bitch, the mage saint. Could it be you, Captain? Oh, I've seen a lot of women. What kind of woman haven't I played with? Yes, Captain, you are the leader of the 7 great prodigies of the mythical era, the legendary Sword Emperor. What kind of woman have you not seen? Luo Beichuan laughed loudly. This silly little girl is really looking for death. I think she can't even pass the first level, Xiao. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. In front of the city lord's mansion, 10 rays of light lit up instantly, and then only the figure of Dai Xiaoming was left, leaving Luo Beichuan dumbfounded. When Luo Beichuan saw that Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming had killed all of Xiao Wu's team, he immediately became eager to go down and help. Don't panic, it's just a fluke. Luo Baiming watched the second team approach and said confidently, Little Six in this team is one of the strongest among my 36 disciples. He has a very cute and naive journey, but at the end of it, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Before Luo Baiming could finish his words, 10 more rays of light lit up, and there was still only one Dai Xiaoming left in the same place. The willow leaf sword in Luo Baiming's hand trembled slightly. Although you won't drop equipment when challenged in the city, you will still drop levels. These people are the elite team he trained after 3 days of hard work. Each of them was an elite of around level 25, and now 20 of them have died at once, which is a huge loss. Captain, how about I team up with Xiaoqi? Luo Beichuan on the side volunteered to fight. No need. Xiaoqi is the one among you who I trust the most. The team he leads, our side. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 10 rays of light flashed, and Dai Xiaoming took another step forward. Luo Baiming's pupil shrank. You go team up with Xiao Ba. Chapter 185. My heart is bleeding. Did this little cute guy kill instantly? How could it be so fast? Luo Baiming glanced at the willow leaf sword in his hand and couldn't believe it for a moment. However, he believed that with Luo Beichuan joining Xiao Ba's team, Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming would eventually stop. Looking up, Luo Baiming stared at Dao Xiaoming. Then his face twitched. Didn't I tell you to help Xiao Ba? Bang! Luo Baiming slapped Luo Beichuan on the head, who was beside him. Looking at Luo Beichuan with a face full of grievance, Luo Baiming was furious. This Luo Beichuan, I clearly told him to team up with Xiao Ba, but he's actually standing here in a daze? Luo Baiming suddenly had the urge to kill him with a sword. These people are his elite team, and they have been demoted on a large scale this time. How many times would he have to download multiple copies to complete the replenishment? You know, the number of copies is also very valuable. Moreover, if there is no elite leading the team, the dungeon will not be so easy to pass. They don't have the luxury of going through the goblin chase like Dai Xiaoming did, which is inhumane. This level drop not only means the loss of time, energy, and potions, but also the number of dungeon attempts and level advantages. You know, the level advantage in the early stage can easily be overtaken by others. The early level is crucial. If you can be one level higher than others, you may have a few more skills. Wearing more advanced equipment will give you many more attributes and much higher damage. What's more, guilds will soon appear like mushrooms after rain. At that time, the guild with many high-level players will definitely have a huge advantage. And now, he has lost another team. Xiao Ba has already gone to the resurrection point. I missed him. Luo Beichuan was speechless. So, just in case, I had to kick one of 13's team and join 13's team. Luo Biming. Go to the resurrection point? How could that be? It only took a blink of an eye. Could she kill faster and faster? Is it necessary to be so cautious about joining 13's team? Although they were convicted of maliciously blocking the road, they could not refuse anyone's challenge. But could Yi Qiao Dai Xiaomeng really make it from Team 9 to Team 13 in just a few seconds? It turns out that it is indeed. Call out. Before Luo Beichuan could finish his words, he had already disappeared in front of Luo Biming. Luo Biming. Luo Biming's sword-holding hand shook violently. How is this possible? From Team 9 to Team 13, it only took less than 7 seconds. Could she kill 10 instantly with a single skill? Bang! Luo Biming chopped the door eaves beside him with a sword, and his face twitched. Damn, my face hurts. The slap on the face was so loud. However, this time, with Luo Beichuan's joining, the situation of being killed instantly did not occur. Luo Biming finally felt a little comforted. Beichuan is stable. Luo Beihai was also very happy. Captain, this little cute boy seems to be much more complicated than he seems. I see. Luo Biming's expression was extremely ugly, but after a moment, he felt a little comforted. But so what? Even if it's not simple, with Beichuan here, she will die. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 10 sounds of light suddenly rang in his ears. As soon as he heard Hua Guang's voice, Luo Biming's face twitched. Then, he quickly looked forward. Sure enough, the thing he was most worried about happened. This time, even his most proud disciple couldn't stop him. Only lasted 8 seconds longer than the other teams. Looking at the friend interface and a message Luo Beichuan sent him from the resurrection point, Luo Biming couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Captain, that skeleton can enter the challenge interface. After reading this message, I saw that 9 teams on my side had died, and Yi Qiao Xiaomeng seemed very excited and wanted to challenge him. Luo Biming finally couldn't help himself. Get out of the way. Don't commit suicide again. Luo Biming's heart is bleeding. Damn it. The losses suffered by his Beluo guild this time were at least in the tens of millions. The number of copies, potions, time, and energy are lost. Without his rank advantage, his influence in front of the temple will be much smaller. Just now, he really should have gone up there himself. This can't go on any longer. He must bring his 9 most proud apprentices with him to personally deal with Dai Xiaomeng. It's just a skeleton NPC. So what if it has strong attack power? He is the Sword Emperor, the leader of the 7 great men. Ever since he was defeated by the Supreme God in 8 seconds at the first sword trial competition, the silence of these years allowed him to learn many magical skills of the Supreme God. Although some magical skills cannot be used due to attribute restrictions. But there are the Divine Shadow steps, the Flash and Kill with leverage, the instant steps, and the empty flash, and these magical skills are forced to be used in combat. Isn't it easy to deal with an NPC who only has strong attack power, but no magical skills? Chapter 186. This skeleton is unkillable? Beihai, I'll kill that NPC later, and you guys are responsible for killing Dai Xiaomeng. Luo Biming walked toward a small and cute boy while giving orders. You all know Dai Xiaomeng's class information. It's not difficult to deal with her. Just use your positioning and carefully avoid her hand of the abyss. The rest is just a sickle skeleton. This side skeleton moves very slowly, so you don't need to pay any attention to it. Just find a cute little one to kill. If she doesn't team up and wants to kite with ordinary skeletons, you can drink blood potions to hold on and kill her skeleton first. The Necromancer's Dead summoning only increases the number of summons. Other attributes are improved very little. With your attack power, one skill can solve it. As he spoke, Luo Biming had already walked down the stairs. Instantly, a prompt sounded. Tip. Player Luo Biming, you have been judged by the system as maliciously blocking the way and will not be able to refuse any player's challenge. Hint, you are challenged by the player Ichijo Dai Xiaomeng and enter a sparring scene. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 11 figures disappeared in front of the City Lord's mansion. He landed again, still in front of the magnificent gate of the City Lord's mansion, but the only figure around him was Dai Xiaomeng, who was standing opposite him. Hand of the Abyss. Dai Xiaomeng didn't waste any time. He raised his staff and summoned 36 Hands of the Abyss. When challenging in the city, all skills will be refreshed when entering the next scene, so she's not stingy with her skills. Dense hands of the abyss broke out from the bricks, trying to pull the 10 people. Dod! The 9 people were worthy of being his most proud disciples. They relied on predicting their movements in advance and were not pulled back by the hand of the abyss. Approach quickly, and don't give her a chance to summon. Kill her directly. At Luo Baiming's command, he jumped high into the air, slashed down, and quickly approached Dai Xiaoming. His eyes were fixed on the silly little boy. I felt a little suspicious. Where was the skeleton NPC that Luo Beichuan mentioned? Why haven't I seen it? This Luo Baiming should be an expert. I will deal with him. These 9 people should also be veterans, so I won't kill them instantly. You can use the summoned demons you just transformed to test their effectiveness. Arrange them into a long snake formation to block them in front, and you can attack them with ordinary spells from behind. Jiang Cheng gave some instructions behind Yiqiao Xiaoming, then flashed out and met Luo Baiming. Oh, a cute little girl raised her staff. When 9 people rushed over and were only 7 steps away from her, her eyes fixed, and she muttered something in her heart. Boom, boom, boom. 36 bloody skeletons broke out from under the stone bricks, forming a straight line and blocking the 9 people. Just now, while Luo Baiming had sent the others away, Jiang Cheng had asked her to use 3 skill enhancement scrolls to transform the undead summoning from an ordinary skill into a legendary skill. After the necromancer transformed into the summoning of the demon, all attributes increased 8 times, and the health increased from the original 100 to 800. The attack power increased from 5 points to 40 points. Defense also increased from 3 points to 24 points. Even the movement speed has decreased from 1 step per 2 seconds to 1 step per second. The bones all over his body changed from white to blood red. The bone knife in his hand also turned into a bloody scimitar, which made people feel very extraordinary at first sight. The 9 people were slightly stunned when they saw this row of bloody skeletons. Isn't it said that the necromancy technique only increases the number? Why are these skeletons different from the white skeletons summoned by the undead summoner? But remembering the captain's previous instructions, they didn't think much about it, thinking it was a unique effect of the necromancer. Just a few skeletons with 100 HP. Can you stop them? It's just a color change. It's nothing. How can the attributes be increased? They're all melee professions with strong physical attacks. With 1 skill, a few skeletons will be shattered immediately, right? Leap slash, cross slash, 114, 109, 172. Huh, not dead. What's going on? Several people were slightly stunned. It should be that his health has doubled. It's only 200 HP. Keep killing. Chapter 1, 87. How is this possible? 75, 45, 75. How could that be? A normal attack only deals this much damage. This time they ran out of skills, so they had to use normal attacks. It was the damage caused by the attack made several people feel a little uncomfortable. They know that the skills have an attack power bonus and deal more damage. But are normal attacks so useless? This skeleton's defense, is it really that high? 321, minus 311. Holy crap, what kind of damage can this Dai Xiaoming do? How can his normal spell attack be so high? I can't take it anymore. Luo Beiyuan drank a bottle of blood medicine and retreated temporarily. He was only level 26, with just over 900 HP. These 2 ordinary spell attacks almost killed him. Who could withstand this? I'll take over. My magic defense is high. 297. Critical hit. 598. Fuck, I can't stand it. Luo Beikong just took a step and exchanged positions with Luo Beiyuan. As the 2 magic balls arrived, his life was reduced to 13 points. He was so scared that he almost dropped his knife and quickly retracted it. Unfortunately, the moment he retreated, a bloody scimitar had already slashed down at him. 13. The damage isn't high, but it's just right. Everything is the best arrangement. Call out. Luo Beikong was stunned and turned into light and flew away, leaving everyone stunned. Undead strengthening technique. Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming had no mercy on them and used strengthening magic on a bloody skeleton that was fighting with Luo Beikwa. Suddenly, the blood skeleton's attack increased by 300 points. He swung his sword at Luo Beikwa, who was chopping him. 225. Luo Beikwa was startled and quickly took a step back. However, Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming had already given him an ordinary magic ball. Critical hit. Minus 599. Luo Beikwa's original health was only 900. He thought that after the previous battle, He only had 700 health left, so he should be able to hold on and didn't need to take medicine. So now, he was directly killed by the strengthened blood skeleton and the spell critical hit of Dai Xiaoming. Several people looked confused. Fuck, this woman is a bit weird. No matter how hard I chop the skeletons, I can't kill them. Her magic attack is so strong, I can't withstand it. Quickly use leap slash to retreat. Avoid her magic ball. Several people took a step back and left the blood skeleton's attack range. Then, he turned around and leaped away, temporarily escaping from the range of Dai Xiaoming's spell attack. Then, he looked at the row of bloody skeletons in front of Dai Xiaoming with a look of shock. Damn, it was supposed to be only 100 HP? How did it suddenly double? Well, even if your health is doubled to 200 and you were hit so many times, you should be dead, right? Why haven't you died yet? Moreover, isn't Dai Xiaoming's magic attack a bit too abnormal? What kind of luxurious equipment is he wearing? Captain, we can't win. Luo Baiming, who was currently fighting Jiang Cheng, was stunned when he heard this. 9 people can't handle a Dai Xiaoming? Is that even possible? But before he could come to his senses, a dazzling knife light suddenly shone in his eyes. The next level divine skill, Blade Light Slash. Luo Baiming's heart was shocked, and he subconsciously closed his eyes and moved his ears. With a swing of the willow leaf sword, the 3-section slash quickly moved forward, escaping from Jiang Cheng's attack range. Bite! When Luo Baiming finished the 3-section slash, he opened his eyes and saw a piece of black ice colliding with his willow leaf sword, making a metallic collision sound. Luo Baiming flipped the handle of the knife and slashed it in a cross shape. But the next moment, he lost sight of the black skull. Then, another dazzling knife light flashed in his eyes. How is this possible? Divine Shadow Blade Light Slash. Chapter 188. Why didn't you say it earlier? Why didn't you say earlier? A level 25 swordsman only has 10 skills. There are only 5 active skills: Gale Step, Leap Slash, 3-section slash, Cross Slash, and Body Protection Chi. There are 4 passive skills. Blood Sword initially increases attack power by 30 points and increases by 3 points at each level. Sword Mastery increases the attack power of sword weapons and skills by 40%. Blood Slash. Normal attacks trigger a tearing effect, increasing damage by 20% to enemies in the tearing state. Blood Step. For every 10% health lost, damage increases by 3% and movement speed decreases by 10%. The swordsman is a physical attack profession. In the early stage, it focuses on normal attacks, and in the later stage, it focuses on explosive power and skills that can stun a large area and is loved by billions of players. But the power swordsman is really weak in the early stage. Take the level 28 Luo Baiming, for example, facing Jiang Cheng's Divine Shadow Blade Slash. He could only dodge by using the 3-section slash and the space flash triggered by the protective True Chi. However, the skills he used could not hit Jiang Cheng at all, and the rhythm was completely suppressed by Jiang Cheng. So he couldn't imagine it no matter what. Why? An NPC can use the Divine Shadow Blade Light Slash. Why is that? Since you knew he had magical skills, why didn't Xie Changkong tell you earlier? Why didn't you say so earlier? Why didn't you say so earlier? Luo Baiming had 3 questions in his mind, and for a moment, he was speechless. He also knows how to use the Divine Shadow Blade Slash. But, because he underestimated his opponent at the beginning, he fell into a disadvantage. Now, he couldn't escape Jiang Cheng's attack at all, and he had no other way to go except to save himself. What made him furious was that his Divine Shadow Step was completely useless in front of Jiang Cheng. Every time he took a step forward, a piece of black ice would appear in front of him, making him feel extremely frustrated. Bang! The black ice in Jiang Cheng's hand triggered the ice disaster effect. An ice disaster with 300% attack power exploded at Luo Baiming's feet. All of Luo Baiming's skills were on cooldown, and he could only watch a huge number appear above his head. 5748. Flash Sale. In shock, Luo Baiming's blood volume was instantly emptied, and under the astonished gaze of the remaining 3 people, he turned into light and disappeared. Boom! 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 The weapon in Jiang Cheng's hand transformed into a staff, and flames exploded at the 3 people. 1208. Minus 1,208. Critical hit. 2488. 3 bright, white lights lit up, and then the scene began to change. Jiang Cheng and Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming returned to the gate of the city lord's mansion. The remaining 200-odd people looked at Yi Qiao Xiaoming and didn't know what to do for a moment. Why did the boss die, even though he brought 9 of his most trusted disciples with him? Is this cute little guy so awesome? Their boss is the Sword Emperor. Doesn't this Dai Xiaoming say that he is just a novice player? Everyone come back here. You are no match for him. Return to the resurrection point and gather. I underestimated him just now. Gather together. We will wait for him to get out and then surround and kill him. Luo Baiming sent messages to everyone one by one, and then the Beluo guild players in front of Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming suddenly scattered. Fear appeared in their eyes. Masters are respected at all times, especially the master who can defeat the Sword Emperor. Although the current Sword Emperor is far inferior to the 12 gods, he is still a top master. A cute little boy who can defeat top masters deserves their respect. Xiaoming, have you decided on a name for the guild? Chapter 189 Sulianya. Of this, Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming tugged at the corner of his robe and was stunned for a moment. In fact, she hasn't thought about what to call it yet. Big brother skeleton, what's your name? Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming suddenly threw the question to Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng slapped his forehead and was speechless. In fact, he was also bad at naming, otherwise he wouldn't have changed the IDs of the 16 professions by only one character. You need to think about this yourself. You have to know that they can come back at any time, and then you'll need to fight your way out again. This is so troublesome. It's okay. It doesn't matter what name you choose. Names don't really matter. Then I'll just take whatever I want. But please don't scold me, big brother skeleton. The cute little boy pouted and prepared to go to the city lord's mansion. Jiang Cheng looked at her pretty back and didn't say much. The two came to the city lord's mansion and were led in by enthusiastic guards. At this moment, the city lord, Hao, was receiving a female noble in the meeting hall. The female noble turned around when she heard footsteps. She didn't say anything, but just gave Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming a kind smile. Seeing this, Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming naturally gave her a kind smile. However, Jiang Cheng, who was behind him, gave Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming a reminder. Don't look her in the eyes. Ichijo Dai Xiaoming was bewildered. Why? What's wrong with her eyes? Is she a bad woman? I thought this sister was a nice person. Build a guild and ignore anything she says. Jiang Cheng reminded again. It's not that Jiang Cheng is too cautious, but this woman has the qualifications to make him cautious. Su Yinya, a world-class hypnosis master and famous psychology professor. He was praised as a genius prodigy since childhood and was proficient in 18 languages. At the age of 18, he served as the chief confessor in the most famous prison in the United States, Greta. In 3 years, he helped the police solve 172 serial murders by hypnotizing the criminals. Su Yinya's own conditions are also particularly superior. Her appearance, figure, and temperament are all 1 in a million. 22. After Greta's resignation, he returned to his country, entered the myth game, was hired by the temple, and became one of the 12 vice presidents of the temple. It seems that the biggest test is here. Jiang Cheng's heart moved slightly. Everything Su Yinya did after joining the temple was sensational. He instigated the 5 vice presidents of the 6 paths of reincarnation to rebel and serve as elders in the temple. The 6 paths of reincarnation, which were at their peak, were instantly brought down. After the temple became the first, it successfully merged the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th guilds into the temple, establishing the temple's supreme position. The temple at that time had a full 10 million guild members, and among the 12 vice presidents, 7 were today's 12 gods. The top 10 guilds at the time, all combined, were no match for the behemoth that was the temple. The temple's reputation is closely related to the woman in front of him. It is no exaggeration to say that the woman in front of US can defeat 1 million soldiers. Every seemingly casual action of this woman actually has a profound meaning. If he wasn't there, with a cute and silly personality like Yiqiao Xiaoming, he would probably have been sold and still be helping her sell pancakes. This can be seen from the fact that Su Yinya was able to successfully obtain the extremely noble aristocratic status in the game within 3 days of the server opening. This woman is very extraordinary. Oh, City Lord, it's like this. I'm here to establish a guild. Here are 1,000 gold coins and a guild token. Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming resisted the urge to get close to Su Yinya and said these words. But what surprised Jiang Cheng was that Su Yinya didn't say anything or do anything. She's going to give up trying to stop Xiaoming from establishing a guild? Jiang Cheng felt that it was impossible because the city lord Howard's face did not look good. Excuse me, ma'am. I have been promoted to the rank of General of the State Defense, and today is the day I take office. I will not be handling any business today. Please return. Ah, these. Ichi Qiao Dai Xiaoming was dumbfounded. He had finally managed to get in, but ended up encountering this kind of thing. Brother Skeleton, we are so unlucky. After Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming finished speaking, he wanted to go out dejectedly, without realizing the trick at all. However, she had just taken 2 steps when Jiang Cheng pulled her back. Jiang Cheng opened his teeth slightly and took a deep look at Su Lianya, who was leaning against the office table. Excuse me, who is the new city lord? Chapter 190, the first guild is established. The temple did this obviously because it didn't want Ichi Qiao Dai Xiaoming to establish a guild. Jiang Cheng's personality is the type that doesn't lose his temper easily. But the temple repeatedly prevented him from establishing a guild, and Jiang Cheng became famous. I'm sorry, from now on, the new city lord is me. Su Lianya gracefully raised her hand, motioning for Hao to stand up. Although Hao Er was about to take up the position of General Wei of the state, his official position was obviously much higher than Su Lianya's. But what surprised Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming was that Hao immediately stood up, respectfully stepped back, and gave the city lord's throne to Su Lianya. Su Lianya sat on the city lord's throne very elegantly, holding the red wine glass on the table with 2 fingers. Welcome, sister, to establish a guild in my city lord's mansion. I wonder what kind of guild you would like to establish. Just call it Mengdong Tianxia. Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming mustered up the courage and called out the name. Then, as if he was afraid of being blamed by Jiang Cheng, he shrank his head and turned back to secretly glance at the big skeleton brother. Seeing Jiang Cheng holding his forehead skull with a look of despair, Yi Qiao Xiaoming suddenly became a little flustered. Ah, skull brother, you're not satisfied with the name I gave you. What should I do? Can I change it? But what name should I change it to? Oh, I'm so confused. Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming touched his face and was also confused. Are you sure? After hearing the name given by Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming, Su Lianya's hand holding the red wine glass trembled slightly. Then, he glanced aimlessly behind her. Okay, just use this name. I will handle all the formalities for you and also waive the fee of 200 gold coins. Before Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming could finish his words, Su Lianya had finalized all the matters. Then, he pulled out a document and placed it in front of Ichijo Dai Xiaoming, saying enthusiastically, Sister, just sign your name here. Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming was slightly surprised and felt very confused. Judging from the skeleton brother's expression just now, he seemed to be very afraid of this sister. But isn't this sister very good to her? Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming signed his name without hesitation. In an instant, the world announcement began. World announcement. Congratulations to Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming for successfully establishing the guild. Mo Dong Tian Xia. World announcement. Congratulations to Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming for becoming the first player to establish a guild and obtain the first level territory, Luoyun City. World announcement. Congratulations to Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming for becoming the first player to establish a guild. The guild leaderboard is now open. World announcement. Mengdong Tianxia has won the first place in the guild rankings and is rewarded with 1 legendary skill enhancement scroll, 5 legendary enhancement stones, and a legendary ring, the Ring of the King. Guild contribution points are also awarded, 100,000. World announcement. Mengdong Tianxia will launch a siege in 10 days. If we successfully capture Luoyun City, we will retain the guild's territory. If we fail, we will disband. Okay, sister, the formalities are completed. Oh, thank you, sister. Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming was a little flattered and shook hands with Su Lianya, with a smile on his little face. Even after Su Lianya left, Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming still had a smile on his face. Jiang Cheng looked at Su Lianya's elegant back and said, It seems that the temple no longer cares about its reputation and is now trying to snatch people away. Chapter 191. Membership fee, 10 gold per person. Ah, Brother Skeleton, what are you talking about? Hearing Jiang Cheng's muttering, Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming was a little confused. Tell me how you feel about Su Lianya. Su Lianya. So that sister's name is Su Lianya? She's pretty good. Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming said happily. Although she's the city lord, she doesn't act like one at all. Not only did she help me reduce the 200 gold coins, she also helped me with all the paperwork. Does Big Skeleton Brother have any misunderstandings about her? Seeing Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming's anxious look, Jiang Cheng held his forehead and sighed. When did you acknowledge her as your sister? When? I don't know. I just think she's a very nice person. Jiang Cheng shook his head, told her the truth helplessly, and asked step by step. Just now, you were outside the city lord's mansion and someone blocked the door. Were you very angry? Ikiyo Dai Xiaoming nodded. When you heard city lord Hao evade and say he wouldn't be handling any business today, come and tell me your first, honest reaction. Jiang Chengban moved his silly little body, faced her, looked at her seriously, and waited for her answer. I want to stab him. Ichi Qiao Dai Xiaoming frowned and spoke the truth, and his waving gesture was very cute. But what does this have to do with Sister Su Lianya? Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming is still very confused. Before Su Lianya succeeded the city lord, what do you think her status was? Ichi Qiao Dai raised his little head, pouted and pondered for a while. She should be a princess? Or a noble lady? She is really beautiful. Jiang Cheng slapped his forehead and felt that she was beyond saving. But he still didn't give up on rescuing her, and continued. She smiled at you. Did you feel flattered? Yes. She is setting a trap for you, Jiang Cheng said seriously. When a person of noble status smiles at an ordinary person, usually the ordinary person will be flattered. And at this time, if there's another person of similar status who treats you very badly, the stark contrast will make this ordinary person feel even more favorable towards her. If she helps you solve your most difficult problem at this time, you'll be deeply impressed by her and feel grateful to her. Thus, you label her as a good person in your heart. This label may accompany you for the rest of your life, unless her true intentions are revealed. Moreover, the strength she has shown will make you think of her first when you encounter problems. Oh, Brother Skeleton, are you saying that Sister Su Lianya did this on purpose? She wanted to get close to me on purpose? A cute and naive little boy raised his head and finally understood something. But that's not right. If she wants to get close to me, why doesn't she ask me to be her friend? After hearing this, Jiang Cheng finally felt relieved. This is her brilliance. She is too purposeful and will easily make you wary. She wants you to take the initiative to find her. Is that so? But that's impossible. I don't have anything to ask her for. Jiang Cheng shook his head. If the siege in 10 days fails, the guild will be disbanded. Do you think you can succeed? This should be okay, right? Ichijo Dai Xiaoming's tone was a little uncertain. Although at this moment, there are already tens of thousands of membership information. But she mainly lacks confidence in herself. Each guild siege has 2 chances. If you fail the first time, who will you turn to? Su Lian, Dai Xiaoming blurted out. But he woke up in shock just after saying 2 words. So that's how it is? Although Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming is cute, he is not that stupid. After hearing what Jiang Cheng said, he immediately understood. But she just didn't know what Su Lianya wanted to do. In fact, no matter what I say, do you still subconsciously feel in your heart, or still retain a little fantasy, that Su Lianya should not be a bad person? Jiang Cheng stared at her seriously. Yeah, it seems to be true. Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming nodded in fear, patted his chest, and looked frightened. It seems that this siege will definitely not go smoothly. Jiang Cheng put away the ice disaster in his hand, shook his wrist, and began to ponder. What should I do? Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming was a little flustered. Jiang Cheng touched her head and said, who can tell what will happen in 10 days? You can recruit people first, but you have to set up the membership fee first. It's 10 gold coins per person. A cute little girl. Group number 708685182. Chapter 192. The guild is full? Brother Skeleton, 10 gold coins? Isn't that too much? When Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming heard this, almost felt dizzy and fainted on the ground. Although she is a semi-veteran player, but it can also be seen from the eyes of those players in the tavern before. 10 gold coins are an astronomical figure for ordinary players today. Repair equipment, buy potions, buy daily supplies, buy equipment, learn skills, everything requires gold coins. Even a guild leader like Imo Shenbing felt very painful when Zhang Mengmeng asked him to take out 100 gold coins. It is conceivable how poor ordinary players are, and 10 gold coins at the current rate would be 800,000 renminbi. 800,000 renminbi is enough to buy a house in an 18th tier city. Now it costs 10 gold coins to join a club. Who would join? Xiaoming, do you know what the most difficult thing for a guild is? What is it? Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming was very curious. Eliminate the traitor. Jiang Cheng and Yi Qiao Dai Xiao Meng came to the outside of the city, looked at the various players passing by, and continued. Every guild has traitors. This is inevitable. The larger the guild, the more traitors there are. They cover almost every faction. What's more, it's the first guild to be established, Mengdong Tianxia. When Jiang Cheng mentioned the last name of the guild, his expression changed slightly. Traitors are the ones who most affect the stability of a guild. Many guilds are fundamentally sound, but ultimately fail because of traitors. You're alone, and we can't shift our focus to the guild, so naturally, we can't eliminate the existence of traitors. In that case, why not collect a little more cash? Even if a traitor pops up and disrupts stability, we could just kick him out, minimizing our losses. Yichao Dai Xiaoming was shocked after hearing what Jiang Cheng said and looked at him in disbelief. Brother Skeleton, why do I feel like you're very skilled? Jiang Cheng. I'm quite skilled. He used this method when he founded the Demon Palace Guild and opposed the Holy Temple. A lot of people came in. Moreover, there's never a shortage of rich people in this world. The title of being the first to establish a guild in the entire server, if the threshold is too low, will be looked down upon by wealthy players. But is there really anyone so stupid as to pay 10 gold coins to join a club? Looking at the thumbs-up emojis sent by Qian Chonglang, Yun Xiang, Qi Tun Tianxia, and others, as well as countless messages scolding her for being crazy about money and questioning her purpose in establishing the guild. The overwhelming influx of people made Yi Qiao Dai Xiao Meng very suspicious. Was Mengdong Tianxia already dead before it even started? Yes, and will be full soon. Looking at Yi Qiao Xiaoming, who had a suspicious look on his face, Jiang Cheng said calmly. Besides, I just wanted to set it to 100 gold coins. A cute little girl. Holy crap, 10 gold coins? Mengdong Tianxia is crazy about money, right? Being the first to establish a guild, is that so awesome? 10 gold coins? Even if I sold all my equipment, I only got 15 silver coins. Are they going to make me spend all my money to join a guild? How shameless does this little cute guy have? I think this #1 guild is doomed. They've finally gained an absolute advantage and established this guild. But instead of lowering the requirements to recruit members early on, they actually set such a threshold? Are they out of their minds? Let's go. You're taking advantage of the players. Even if you're rich and stupid, you wouldn't join a guild like this, right? You think you're the Holy Temple? You really are. As soon as Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming set the conditions for joining the club, he immediately attracted countless people's doubts and insults. But no matter how these players curse or question, less than half a minute later, the 1,000 membership places for the first-level guild, Mengdong Tianxia, were filled. After setting the membership conditions, membership applications no longer require Dai Xiaoming's consent. So, looking at the 10,000 gold coins in the guild's funds and the number of guild members, Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming was dumbfounded. Big brother Skeleton, pinch me and see if I'm dreaming. Chapter 193. The Money-Sucking Demon, a Little Cute. Jiang Cheng smiled knowingly, but did not pinch her face. Instead, he touched her head. Okay, if you want to know if it's a dream, ask the new member. Oh yes, I forgot. However, looking at the chat records that were flooding the guild chat channel, Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming felt like he had no chance to get a word in. Yuexia Qing. Where's the president? Can you please come out and say a few words? Be careful not to be frivolous or impatient. The president is a great god. How can he have time to care about us? Great detective. That's right. By the way, President, when will you take us to upgrade? Long. Don't even think about it. The guild leader is a super boss, as elusive as a dragon. Actually, I joined this guild just to see what the super boss looks like and how to level up. I want to ask you, are you short of money to join Mengdong Tianxia? Broken Bridge Misty Rain. That's right. I'm already level 26 now. Leveling up is just a process. The real goal is to hook up with the guild leader. I'm the only one who's crazy. It goes without saying that the girl upstairs must be a girl. I think you should stop thinking about this. The guild leader is the best in the world and holds the record for the best 2 dungeons in the server. He's unattainable. Now he's the first guild leader to establish a guild. Don't be so delusional. Actually, try to pick me up. I'm not very good, so I'm easier to pick up. The humble emperor. By the way, where are you all? Do you have time to level up together? Which main city are you all in? Alas, I don't have any guild territory now, so I can't go back to the guild. It's very troublesome. When will the president take over Luoyan City? Yu Shaoqin. Is anyone in Luoyan Wilderness? My boss has been robbed. Who can help me kill those bastards? President. Where's the president? Help! Seeing the questions thrown out one after another, the little cute boy was overwhelmed. She suddenly felt that establishing a guild was not a good thing. Xiaoming, ignore them now. Give me the strengthening stone, and use the skill strengthening scroll. Put on your king's ring, and we'll go to Luoyun City to scout the area and develop a skeleton team in preparation for the siege. Also, it's time to practice your skills. The arena will open at level 40, and a ladder leaderboard will open at level 50. Level up as soon as possible and fight in the arena. But will they quit the club? Yiqiao Dai, Xiaoming was very worried. Jiang Cheng shook his head. Joining the club is like marriage. The more you give, the more you appreciate it. In fact, even if they quit, we won't lose anything. I prefer to replace them with new members so I can make more money. A cute little girl. I don't know why, but I feel like this big skeleton brother is becoming more and more a scam. She thought she was quite money-obsessed, but she didn't expect that compared with the big brother skeleton. The difference was just like the difference between a firefly and the bright moon. Especially when saying these money-sucking words, the tone of the skeleton brother was so natural. If it weren't for the fact that big brother skeleton had such a poor expression, Yiqiao Dai, Xiaoming guessed that he would have said these words without blushing or getting nervous. Okay, I got it. Yiqiao Dai, Xiaoming responded very obediently. The guild chat channel has been closed. The other players were also dumbfounded when they saw that the Mengdong Xiangxia guild was full in less than half a minute. It's full. It's full. Full? Full of what? The Mengdong Tianxia guild is full. Holy crap. Is there really someone who spends 10 gold coins just to join a guild? What can they do after joining? I don't understand. I don't understand at all. Oh my god, people are joining this kind of club? A name like Mengdong Tianxia doesn't suit my manly temperament. And people are joining this kind of club? People these days are really crazy. There are even people joining the cute guild. It's completely blown my mind. It's not just players talking about it among themselves. Even in the Dahuang forum, it is full of posts about Mengdong Tianxia, which has pushed down all the game strategy posts and occupied the top position. On the players of the Great Wilderness, who are stupid and have a lot of money. A look at the best in the world of wilderness, a story of Dai Xiaoming's money-sucking. A look back at legendary figures, the rise of Dai Xiaoming. Counting all the titles of Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming, the best in the world, the second in the weapon ranking, the first record holder in the Goblin Chase, the first record holder in the Disaster Witch difficulty, the money-sucking witch. Overnight, Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming became a household name and a magical figure. He even ranked first on the rich list, and thus earned a title recognized by all players, the money-sucking devil. Chapter 194, The Growing King's Ring. Qian Chonglang. Awesome. Master Niming. It's already full in less than 25 seconds. I was just trying to scrape together some money to join, but there was no room left. So miserable. Qi Tuntiangxia. Master Niming. You promised to save a spot for me? That's so unfair. I have nowhere to put my gold coins. Yun Xiang said, Xiaoming, I was going to apologize to you. I'm the permanent vice president of Quanjin Shanha, so I can't join your guild. But I didn't expect. I don't think I need to join now. Magic Demon, Heavy Rain. Congratulations on reaching the guild membership quota. Dark Fragrance Orchid. Congratulations, Master Niming, for being #1 on the rich list. If I need money in the future, can I borrow some from you? Also, when I set up my guild, can we form an alliance? Dominate the world. Congratulations to the great God Niming for establishing the first guild. If you need any help with the siege in 10 days, please feel free to contact me. A series of messages came from friends, and Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming replied to them one by one. After she finished replying, she found that they had left Wind Fury City and arrived at the wild area of Luoyun City. What should be strengthened? Sitting on the skeleton BMW, a silly little boy hugged Jiang Cheng's waist and began to think deeply. By the way, he took out a golden phoenix-shaped ring and examined it. Ring of the King. Quality, Legend. Level, 5/0/5000. Critical damage, plus 50%. Spell critical damage, plus 30%. Attack, 30 to 50. Spell attack, 30 to 50. King's Wind. Normal attack or spell attack deals an additional 1.2 times the attack damage. Soul of the King. Every time you kill a monster or player, you will absorb 1 point of soul power experience from the opponent. The soul power experience can be used to upgrade the level of the King's Ring. Note, it will drop after death and is exclusive to the first guild leader in the guild leader list. Oh my god, Brother Skeleton, this king's ring is amazing. It's a growing type, and there's a fire phoenix on it. It's so beautiful. The phoenix shape is determined by the system based on gender. If it's a male, it's a dragon shape, and if it's a female, it's a phoenix shape. But you'd better read the last line carefully. If you can't maintain your #1 position in the guild rankings, your ring will be given to someone else to maintain. Jiang Cheng was driving the skeleton BMW while pouring a bucket of cold water on a silly little boy. Ichijo Dai Xiaoming was speechless. Is there such a setting? But it doesn't matter. I'll wear it for as long as I can, Looking at the golden phoenix-shaped king's ring in front of him, Ichijo Dai Xiaoming was very happy and couldn't wait to put it on. But just as she was about to put it on, she stopped. Brother Skeleton, how do I wear this ring? How to wear it? Isn't this common sense something that everyone should know? Jiang Cheng was slightly stunned, and with a flick of his hand holding the reins, the skeleton BMW stopped. He took the slender hand that Dai Xiaoming stretched out from his waist, took the ring from it, and helped her put it on. Isn't that how you wear a ring? Silly girl. Oh, so that's how it is. Thank you, skeleton brother, Ichijo Dai Xiaoming pulled back her hand and stared at the king's ring on her ring finger. A blush flashed across her delicate face, and she was secretly delighted in her heart. So even the wise, brave, and omnipotent skeleton brother can be foolish sometimes. What does it mean when he puts it on my ring finger? Staring blankly at the ring in his hand, Ichijo Dai Xiaoming's heart was filled with a strong sense of happiness. Jiang Cheng, who was galloping on his horse, finally reacted, but he didn't expect that he would be deceived by this cute guy. The impression of Dai Xiaoming in his mind has basically been formed, so he really didn't expect that this cute and silly guy would have such little thoughts. Jiang Cheng smiled knowingly and shook his head, but his eyes looked towards the snowy forest ahead. 500 meters behind them, a knight player stopped his horse and was staring at Jiang Cheng and Ichijo Xiaoming stealthily. Captain, they've stopped in the snow forest. Come quickly. The knight player sent a message to Luo Biming, who was on his way. Okay, 18, you did a good job. This time, we have formulated a detailed battle plan. We must kill that black skull. Chapter 195, Troll Transformation, Hand of Divine Wind. 30,000 meters outside the snow forest, Luo Biming, who was rushing over with 500 men, rubbed his hands as he stepped forward with difficulty in the snow. At this moment, his face was as gloomy as water. Ichijo Dai Xiaoming owns a skeleton BMW, and it is very fast. They failed to catch a Dai Xiaoming in front of the city gate, and now they can only follow behind and collect dust. This made him very unhappy. Why? Why does this silly little cute kid always get all the good things? The best in the world. Second on the weapons ranking list. Goblin Chase Battle has the first record in the entire server. The Disaster Demon holds the highest server-wide record for difficulty. The first president in the entire server to establish a guild. First on the server's richest list. There is also a black skeleton bodyguard who can take on 10 people at once. The equipment, not to mention the luxurious equipment. Now, there's also a BMW that is so fast. This skeleton BMW was so fast that they could not catch up with it. There were 500 of them, and not one of them could catch up. This forced him to pay for it out of his own pocket and spend 200 gold coins. He reluctantly bought a BMW from Wind Fury and gave it to 18 to ride, and only then was he able to barely catch up with them. This Dai Xiaoming is totally inhumane. Inhumane. Luo Biming looked at the willow leaf sword in his hand and suddenly had an urge to chop someone. However, thinking of the preparations they had made this time, Luo Biming still managed to hold back. Beichuan, are you sure that the skeleton can connect with mana? That's right. Master Xiaowu, Xiaolu, and the others were all killed by his 3 exploding flames. But before Xiaolu died, he cast an ice blade spell on him, which seemed to do quite a lot of damage. I guess the Black Skull's magic defense is not very high. This time we brought all mages with a magic attack of up to 180. He is dead. Yeah, I understand. Luo Biming supported his chin and pondered in silence. After a long time, he finally spoke. You can use the Divine Shadow Blade Light Slash and the mana connection, and the damage is so high. An ordinary person would not be able to do anything to you. But Luo Biming took out 3 puppet scrolls and smiled grimly. You have 100,000 health points, and the magic immune siege troll golems are helping us take the damage and block our vision. Even the 500 mages I've dispatched can't crush you. Unless you know the invincible magic skill of the mage, the tornado, The Puppet Scroll is a very rare scroll that can only be obtained by completing hidden quests. It is usually used when attacking a city. These 3 pictures were also obtained by Luo Biming with great difficulty from some lords, and are priceless. At present, there are probably only these 3 in the entire server. Luo Biming believed that with these 3 siege troll puppets blocking the damage in front, the black skeleton would definitely not be able to break through the blockade and would surely die. There's a snowy forest ahead. The giant ice bears here are mostly level 40, with high defense and high health. It's near the level 50 plot location, the Demon Castle, so you have to be careful. Jiang Cheng stopped the BMW and explained to Xiaomeng. Yeah, I know. Xiaomeng fell off the skeleton BMW, took out his staff, and cooperated with Jiang Cheng. In 2 hours, Jiang Cheng taught Xiaomeng how to move and how to seize opportunities in battle, and cleared all the monsters in the snow forest. Congratulations on killing the snow troll. You've earned 400 experience points and 400 evolution points. You've killed a monster 7 levels above your level, and you're rewarded with 140 experience points and 140 evolution points. Congratulations on your level up. Your current level is 34. In 2 hours, they killed more than 5,000 wild monsters, earned more than 2.7 million experience points and evolution points, and reached the next level. After the level is increased, the attributes increase by 100 points each of health and magic points, 10 points of attack, and 5 points of defense. At the same time, 35 points of strength and a gigantic skill were also plundered. Quality, Elite. Level 1. Skill type, Active. Skill overview. Consumes 300 mana points. Within 10 minutes after use, the body will become huge, growing 10 times. Strength will increase by 100 points. Defense will increase by 100 points. Spell defense will increase by 100 points. And the cooldown time is 1 day. This skill is very good. Jiang Cheng decided to develop it. So I spent 5,500 evolution points and reached level 10. Then he spent another 1 silver coin, 100 evolution points, and 10,000 reinforcement points to break through and evolve into a troll. Trollization. Quality, Rare. Level 1. Skill type, Active. Skill overview. Consumes 700 mana points. Within 30 minutes after use, the body will transform into a troll, grow 20 times, increase strength by 300 points, increase defense by 200 points, and increase spell defense by 200 points. The cooldown time is 1 day. Shockwave. After transforming into a troll, normal attacks have a 15% chance of causing shockwaves, reducing the movement speed of enemies within a 33-meter range by 30%. Not bad. Jiang Cheng nodded with satisfaction, then used the remaining 4,300 reinforcement points to strengthen the hand bones. Maybe it was out of luck, but after strengthening it 9 times, I unexpectedly strengthened it to have 2 inlay holes. Moreover, his hand bones also strengthened his attack by 200 points, and, combined with the power he plundered, his attack reached 2054. At the same time, 4,300 enhancement points mutated into a legendary talent, the Hand of Divine Wind. Hand of Divine Wind. Quality, Legendary. Agility plus 100. Attack speed plus 130%. Overview. Normal attacks have a 1% chance of causing Kamikaze Shadow. Kamikaze Shadow causes 3 normal attacks, and the damage caused by each normal attack is 5% of the previous one. This third damage is very low, but can be used to trigger the passive effect. The probability is just too low. After embedding the Heart of Disaster and the Disaster Rune in the hand bones, you will gain the Spell Master and Spell Critical Talent. Jiang Cheng pondered for a while. There is no enhancement point increase at the moment. Jiang Cheng said to Xiaomeng. Xiaomeng, the monsters are gone. Look at you. Your face is red from the cold, and you must be hungry. Let's find a place to rest for a while. Well, Brother Skeleton is so kind. Let's go and make a fire under that snowflake tree. Jiang Cheng nodded. The two came to a fir tree covered with snow, dug up the snow, took out some dry firewood from the inventory, made a bonfire, and started roasting. Jiang Cheng did not let Dai Xiaoming go, and took advantage of the break to summarize his previous combat experience to her. You've also learned synchro summoning, but you're still a little rusty at using it now. Just practice slowly. But you must remember some common sense. Before a fight, you must not attack rashly. First, carefully observe their size, speed, and movement patterns to find their weaknesses. Before you attack a monster, use a normal magic ball to see the damage. Always attack the head, abdomen, and heart first. These are the monster's vital points. After Jiang Cheng finished speaking, he saw a cute little kid with red cheeks staring at him seriously, and he felt quite relieved. It is actually good to be able to find a studious apprentice, even if he is a little dull. In terms of experience points, the wild monsters in the outer areas are not as good as those in the dungeon, but they have the advantage of being more numerous and the base number is large enough. The ordinary equipment and gold coins they drop are definitely more than those in the dungeon. After you capture Luoyun City, you can bring some recognized guild members here to upgrade and get equipment. Oh, I know. Dai Xiaoming stuffed a piece of beef into his mouth and nodded obediently. I have resurrected 82 troll skeletons here. Drink some magic potion to fuse them together. Jiang Cheng piled up 82 3-meter-tall troll skeletons together and handed them to Yi Xiaoming. The size of the skeleton resurrected by the Black Sutra of the Undead depends entirely on the object being resurrected. The snow troll is over 10 meters tall, very tall. The resurrected troll skeleton is also over 8 meters tall. However, apart from high defense, thick blood, and the ability to grow huge, there are no particularly outstanding talents or skills. I can only say that it is a good template for integrating meat shields, but it is still a little bit lacking to be used as the main skeleton. Oh, wait a minute, brother skeleton. After Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming finished speaking, he took out the legendary skill enhancement scroll and used it on the Undead fusion technique. In an instant, bursts of golden light flashed in the Undead fusion skill column. Congratulations on using the legendary skill enhancement scroll. The Necromancer fusion has transformed into the legendary skill, the Netherworld fusion. Chapter 196, I underestimated the enemy just now. Netherworld true fusion technique. Quality, legend. Skill type, active. Netherworld. Consumes 1,000 magic points to combine the 36 monsters summoned by the monster summoning spell into a Netherworld ghost general who obeys your orders. The duration is 60 minutes, and the cooldown time is 90 minutes. True Fusion. Consumes 1,800 magic points to perform True Fusion on any undead. The fusion effect is based on the undead's own effect. Wow, the Netherworld ghost general must be very powerful. A hint of joy flashed across Yiqiao's cute little face. However, I'd better fuse it with Big Brother Skeleton first. Wait a minute. Jiang Cheng suddenly spoke, and then threw 82 troll skeletons into the black book of the undead. Some people are coming, about 400 people. Jiang Cheng pulled Dai Xiaoming behind the snow mountain and hid. Brother Skeleton, aren't you always afraid of nothing? Seeing Jiang Cheng being so cautious, Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming became a little suspicious. Most of those who came this time are mages. Jiang Cheng continued. Xiaoming, you have to remember that in this world, the Mage Corps and the Archer Corps are the teams with the strongest collective attack power and the strongest explosive power. If you don't have extremely high magic defense and physical defense, don't fight head-on. He was not afraid of these people, but he was afraid that Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming would be in danger. Once he was targeted by concentrated fire, Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming probably couldn't withstand it. Big Brother Skeleton, how do you know they are all mages? Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming was very surprised. Through some gaps in the snow shirt, Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming saw that these people were still far away in the heavy snow. There was nothing except some blurry figures. How did the skeleton brother see it? It's simple. First, observe their movement speed. Jiang Cheng explained to Yiqiao Xiaoming. Every profession has its own armor proficiency, including heavy armor, light armor, plate armor, and cloth armor. Of all the professions, only mages use cloth armor. Armor has its own weight. Wearing it will affect movement, attack, and casting speed. And this is snow. Stepping on the snow will make different sounds. Listen carefully. Oh, after listening to Jiang Cheng's explanation, Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming also listened attentively like Jiang Cheng did and struggled to move his little head closer to the snow-covered shirt. Unfortunately, even though a lot of snow fell on her head from a snow shirt, she still couldn't hear the subtle difference in the footsteps. Did you hear that? If someone is wearing heavy armor, the sound of their footsteps on the snow will be particularly heavy, and they will sink deeper. But if they are wearing cloth armor, it will be much lighter, and their footsteps on the snow will be higher, and their speed will naturally be faster. Oh, I heard it. The cute little boy shrank his head, speechless. The details were too subtle. She couldn't hear anything at all. She could only admit that Big Brother Skeleton was so powerful. He can discover and utilize such subtle details, and Ichi Qiao Dai, Xiao Meng feels ashamed of himself. I know you didn't hear it, that's nothing, but you can still tell by the flashes of light coming from the other side. Jiang Cheng continued, the glowing point of the staff is different from that of other weapons. Have you noticed that no matter what level the staff is, there is a gem on the top? Ah, hey, I didn't hear that. Being ruthlessly exposed by Jiang Cheng, Yiqiao Dai, Xiaoming nodded in embarrassment. At the same time, a hint of curiosity flashed across the little face. They are all weapons, but why do the glowing points have certain characteristics? How does this work? What's the difference? She wanted to find out the truth, so she shook Jiang Cheng's arm and asked impatiently, Brother Skeleton, what's the difference between this staff and other weapons? Of course there is a difference. Gemstones themselves don't emit light, but in the sun, their multifaceted faces act like a prism, breaking down the white light that enters the crystal through refraction, reflection, and total internal reflection into its component colors. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, and so on. The refractive index of the gemstone is very high, and its dispersion performance is also very high. It will reflect colorful dots and lines of light, which is completely different from the surface-shaped flashes of other weapons. Look at these teams. When they're walking, aren't there always a lot of flashing dots? Upon hearing this, Yiqiao Xiaomeng narrowed his eyes and looked carefully into the distance. She was surprised to find that there were indeed many flashing dots flickering. She couldn't help but look at Jiang Cheng with more admiration. At the same time, she was also happy that she had a great teacher like Jiang Cheng, from whom she learned a lot. It's an acquaintance, Luo Baiming. Jiang Cheng raised his teeth and smiled knowingly. This time, he brought over 500 players with him. They're much more powerful than before. They're a group of mages. I guess they want to crush me with their spells. What should we do? There's so many of them. Let's run quickly. Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming heard Jiang Cheng's explanation and realized how powerful the mage core was, and he immediately became anxious. However, Jiang Cheng shook his head, thinking of his newly upgraded troll transformation, and gave a warning to Dai Xiaoming. You wait here, I'll be back soon. Oh, Brother Skeleton, I will. You must be careful. If you can't do it, run away quickly. Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming didn't say anything about going together, but hid obediently behind the snow-capped mountain and cast a strengthening spell on Jiang Cheng. Watching Jiang Cheng's back, she clenched her fists tightly, ready to release the ghost general of the underworld at any time. Black Skull, seeing a black figure walking towards him from a distance, Luo Baiming raised his knife and pointed the blade at Jiang Cheng. Just now, I underestimated the enemy. Now, do you dare to fight us again? Chapter 197 Beichuan. Why didn't you say it earlier? Within 50 meters, everyone, please do not act rashly. This skeleton is very cunning and might escape. Luo Baiming instructed the men behind him. Why one is an instant kill? If I can concentrate my fire and kill it instantly, I can save my scrolls. Of course, he had never thought of having a duel with Jiang Cheng. Well, he said he wanted to have another match with Jiang Cheng. He also wanted to lure him over and kill him instantly. He also wanted his Beluo guild to be divided into a branch of the temple in the future. If he could save these 3 scrolls that couldn't be bought, he would definitely be able to show off in front of the president of the temple. After saying this, Luo Baiming's tone turned cold. I advise everyone, friends who know magic sniping, don't show off in front of me. Few of this group of mages are his people. Most of them are from the Temple of Faiyun, an elite team of the temple with many masters among them. Luo Baiming was afraid that they would act impulsively and bombard Jiang Cheng regardless of the consequences, just to show off their skills in front of him, which would be counterproductive. The Faiyun group was indeed the elite team of the temple. They did not begin to concentrate and prepare until Jiang Cheng reached a range of 60 meters. But they don't rely on spell sniping to actively attack. Jiang Cheng Club. Boom! 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 60 meters away, a black ice staff was swung. After the 3 explosive flames connected, they formed a 30-meter explosive flame, which exploded above the head of the Dharma Cloud group in the front. Bursting Flame has a release range of 50, and it is a range-based, non-directional skill, so spell sniping cannot be used. But after being connected to 30 meters by Jiang Cheng, the center point is 50 meters, but the edge range is 15 meters. At a distance of 60 meters, the Dharma Cloud group covers an area of 5 meters. In an instant, a large area of flames enveloped the Dharma Cloud. Jiang Cheng's spell attack power is 633. After having the spell master, it increases by 60% to 1012, plus the 50% bonus brought by the burst fire spell connection. 1518, minus 1518, minus 1518. Critical hit, dash 3036. In an instant, the 11 mages who were crowded within a 5-meter area turned into light and disappeared on the spot. Everyone was shocked. Holy crap, a critical hit for over 3000 HP? Such high damage. A third-level connection that can connect to a 30-meter range of explosive flames? Who the hell is this master? Is this a mage saint smuff? Who said not to snipe? He's 30 meters away with a burst of flames. If we don't snipe, we won't be able to hit him at all. He'll just be like a kite and treat us like his grandson. The remaining 490 or so mages of the Fayun group exclaimed in surprise and cast questioning glances at Luo Biming. Luo Biming's face also changed drastically at this moment. No matter what, he had never expected that this black skeleton could be connected to a range of 30 meters with just 3 small bursts of flames. Beichuan, why didn't you say so earlier? Why didn't you say it earlier? Luo Beichuan looked innocent. Why didn't you tell me earlier that his mana connection could reach a range of 30 meters? Luo Biming's face twitched. I made such a failed move because you didn't tell me earlier. Luo Beichuan. You didn't even ask. Luo Beichuan looked helpless. Seeing that everyone was looking at him with murderous eyes, he wanted to make excuses. But in the end, after punching Luo Biming 118,888 times in his mind, he took a long breath and endured it. There's nothing we can do. The master has spoken. He has to take the blame. Go forward, focus fire, use spell sniping, and kill him. Luo Biming raised his scimitar and no longer dared to restrict the performance of Fayun Group and the others. But then, something happened that they completely did not expect. Chapter 198, he has the skill of gigantism. Why didn't you tell me earlier? This black skeleton not only did not retreat. Instead, he rushed straight towards them. This skeleton is looking for death. Front row, Ice Soul Mage, Area Storm, blast him to death. As they approached the 50-meter range, the 135 Ice Soul Mages at the front raised their staffs in unison. As Jiang Cheng was running, a large snowstorm suddenly appeared above his head and fell on his head. Wind, snow, fall. Countless hailstones fell from the sky. Blizzard is the range skill of the Ice Soul Mage at level 25, which can cause 3 falling snows in a range of 55 meters within 2 seconds. Each time causes 150% of spell attack damage. In an instant, the road Jiang Cheng was traveling on was completely covered with countless ice and snow, and 405 injuries appeared above his head. But when the blizzard appeared, Jiang Cheng's staff had already quickly decomposed and turned into magic armor, condensing all over his body. After the assault armor is transformed into Sky Strike armor, the spell defense of the spell resistance armor is increased by 30%, reaching 130 points. Combined with his own 51 points of spell defense, it reached 181 points. So, when these blizzards fell on his head, the damage that occurred surprised everyone. 11, 9, 7, 3, 405 damage levels. The damage values stacked up, almost impossible to see clearly. However, the hailstorm only caused 2,172 points of damage to the black skeleton. It only accounts for about half of the black skeleton's total health. Holy crap, who said he doesn't have magic defense? Fuck you. Is there no magic defense? I used 192 points of magic attack, maxed out, and only took 11 points of damage. Stop talking. I triggered a critical hit and only took 9 points of damage. It's so ruthless. Who the hell said they could kill him in 1 round? Stand up. With such high magic defense, we can't hit him. Once he gets close, with his magic attack power, he can kill dozens of us in 1 blow. What's the point of fighting? The mages in the front row looked at each other in bewilderment, doubting their lives and wanting to quit. It is not easy for them to level up, and they may drop their equipment after death. The temple only asked them to support Luo Biming, and did not give a death order to kill the Black Skull. In this case, they don't want to die for no reason again. The Black Skeleton has such a high attack power and such a wide range that a large number of people will definitely die with 1 skill. Blizzard is their killer move, which can deal 3 damages at once, but the cooldown time is as long as 30 seconds. Without Blizzard, relying only on Ice Blade's single target 100% spell attack, the damage is fart. Luo Biming, this idiot, is reluctant to release the puppets, so there's no need for them to die. But Luo Biming didn't see it that way. Keep attacking. Look carefully, his weapon is gone, replaced by armor. It seems he can only choose one. He's very strong in close combat, and can use the Divine Shadow Blade Light Slash. He must be trying to get close to us and catch us all in one fell swoop. Humph, that's way too simple. Give me another round and kill him. As long as you kill him and go back, I will give you 10 gold coins as a reward. As soon as Luo Biming said this, everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. They looked at the magic armor on Jiang Cheng and thought to themselves that it was indeed true. Coupled with the temptation of gold coins, this group of people stopped retreating and raised their staffs. Huff, huff, huff. Countless sounds of breaking through the air were heard, and another round of ice blades flew towards Jiang Cheng. And this time, the Black Skull was closer to them, only 40 meters away. In other words, all 491 mages present can attack him. In an instant, ice blades, fireballs, and exploding flames fell towards Jiang Cheng. But Jiang Cheng didn't care and continued to move forward. The second before all the spells fell on his body. Neutralization. In an instant, Jiang Cheng's black bone body swelled up in the wind and continued to stand up as he moved forward. The magic armor on his body was directly blown away as his body grew bigger. Countless bone powders flew everywhere and then gradually flowed into Jiang Cheng's hands. The moment his body suddenly grew to 34 meters, the bone powder condensed into a 10-meter black ice staff in Jiang Cheng's hand. Amidst the whistling sound, he held it in his hand, from left to right, with a gentle wave. Boom! 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 In an instant, a large number of screams were heard. 72 mages were killed instantly. Boom! 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 The exploding flames covering an area of 30 meters unleashed their terrifying power, once again killing 64 mages instantly. The damage inflicted on Jiang Cheng by the Fayun group was uniformly -1. -1. -1. Even if there were more than 400 spells in a round, hitting Jiang Cheng only took away more than 490 points of his health. Beichuan, he has a gigantic skill. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Chapter 199. Damn. I underestimated the enemy again. Boom! 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 The sound of exploding flames echoed in his ears, mixed with the screams of his allies before their death. Luo Beichuan stood at the back of the team, looking confused. He glanced at Luo Biming, who had a gloomy expression. Are you going to let me take the blame for this, too? Damn. What do you mean I didn't tell you earlier? He will become huge. You don't even know it. How the hell would I know? Are you really taking me as a scapegoat? Beichuan, go back and give me a report and resign. After Luo Biming finished speaking, he took out a scroll and quickly stepped forward, leaving Luo Beichuan with a messy face. As expected, I'm a pure scapegoat. Why am I the one who gets hurt? Luo Beichuan was filled with grief. He had lost his master's friendship and his career. He suddenly saw through life. So he decided not to collude with them anymore. After taking a look at the Fayun group who were still fighting, he lowered his head, turned around resolutely, and prepared to go back. He decided to be a good. Stand back. There's exploding flames ahead. Boom! 3026. Luo Beichuan's health was instantly emptied. He fell to the ground in a daze, and then disappeared into thin air. Before he died, he yelled, Why didn't you tell me earlier? Why didn't you say so earlier? Boom! Exploding flames exploded. He interrupted Luo Biming, who was about to release the siege troll puppet. Clear. A clear sound. The protective chi was broken in an instant. Empty vision flashes. Luo Biming turned around in advance and used the 3-section slash to escape from the range of the exploding flames. When he turned around and looked again, the Fayun group had been completely wiped out. There were more than a dozen skeletons of different colors on the snow. On the ground, there were dozens of bright lights, all of which were the equipment and materials dropped by Feianshuan after his death. Damn it, I underestimated the enemy again. This damn skeleton approached the Fayun group, not for close combat, but to wipe out the group. Luo Biming's face was gloomy. Looking at the various insults that popped up in his friend's messages, he felt very unhappy for a moment. This time, he lost again, and with 500 Fayun group members. Damn, this is so embarrassing. Now I am too embarrassed to go to the temple. Luo Biming used the Gale Step and ran wildly in the snow. After taking a look at the 3 puppet scrolls in his hand, he finally felt a little comforted. These 3 scrolls are priceless. If I sell it now, I can stay in the game for a while, and then I will definitely have the funds to build another guild. Bite! An arrow suddenly fell from the sky, interrupting his thoughts. Luo Biming raised the corner of his mouth slightly, showing disdain for this. He held the hilt of the sword horizontally, aimed at the incoming arrow, and cut it in half with one blow. Ding! Ding! 2 more arrows came at him. Luo Biming quickly took a step back and cut them down again. Humph! You want to kill me with a pre-shot arrow? Looking at the 3 arrows broken into 6 pieces on the ground, Luo Biming sneered. After all, he was once the Sword Emperor and the leader of the 7 great prodigies. If I were to be killed by 3 arrows shot at different times, wouldn't I be laughed at? Whoosh! 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 Come again! Before he could finish his words, 3 more arrows fell from the sky. Looking at the 3 arrows falling neatly from the sky, Luo Biming became angry. Projectile arrows are not as powerful as horizontal arrows and are extremely easy to be shot down. Although 3 arrows attacked at the same time this time, ordinary players might be in a panic. But he was once the Sword King. How could he be shot to death? Since there is no way to kill him, this black skeleton is simply playing tricks on him. Understanding Jiang Cheng's intention, Luo Biming decided not to play with him anymore and thrust his willow leaf sword forward. One of the 14 magical skills, the flash kill by taking advantage of the momentum, is activated. Bite! With a slight sound, Luo Biming used the force to quickly fly back, 10 meters away from his original position. The moment he stopped, Luo Biming sneered, then quickly turned around and prepared to rush forward. But the next moment, his pupils contracted violently. Damn, I underestimated the enemy again. Chapter 200, Delivering Legends Across Thousands of Miles. Whoosh! 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 In the air, a black rain of arrows fell. A total of 136 arrows were rushing towards him in a dense swarm, covering an area of 10 meters. Falling stars. A mere skeleton can actually fall stars. And on such a large scale, Luo Biming's pupils shrank as he looked at the scene in disbelief. A feeling of powerlessness rose from my heart. If it was before, he still had the magical skill to take advantage of the momentum to dodge, or use the space dodge of leap slash or 3-stage slash to avoid it. Now, he has nowhere to hide. Luo Biming could only say that this black skeleton's calculations were too accurate. He actually predicted all his moves in advance and used up all his displacement skills. This kind of skeleton, the heart is too dirty. Luo Biming, who was unable to retreat, could only focus his eyes and exert his greatest strength in his life to cut down the arrow. Bite! Forced to put away the knife. Bite! Cross vertical and horizontal slash. Bite! The tactics are mandatory. Bite! Normal attack. Bite! Dragon Shadow Spin Shot. 13 arrows were shot down by his extreme operation, and the place was empty in an instant. Luo Biming was also ecstatic. Unexpectedly, at the moment of life and death, his strongest strength was stimulated. As long as he can shoot down this last arrow, the area where he is will be safe. But, for some reason, he suddenly felt his eyes go dark, and he couldn't see anything at all in his field of vision. What's going on? It's not even night yet. Why is it so dark? The last one. Although he couldn't see it, Luo Biming relied on his powerful physical instincts to calculate the direction of the last arrow. Right on his left forearm. Bite! Hit it! There was a sound of recoil from the long sword. At the same time, his vision suddenly recovered. It's dawn. Luo Biming was ecstatic. My heart started beating violently. Escape this wave. This black skeleton can't do anything to him at all. He could go back alive. 75-52. A huge damage emerged from above his head. Ding! You've taken damage from Dawnbreak, triggering Dead by Dawn, triggering a critical hit, taking 7,552 points of damage. Well, watching his body gradually disappear, Luo Biming was completely stunned. You have this skill. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Call out. A white light flashed, and Luo Biming's body instantly disappeared into the snow. Then, a willow leaf-shaped sword and 3 scrolls appeared above the arrow. A Guandao appeared, picked up the two things, and fell into Jiang Cheng's hands. Willow Leaf Sword. Quality, rare. Level, 25. Attack, 100 to 110. Strength, plus 25. Agility, plus 32. Ray Sky. Normal attacks have a 30-point armor penetration effect. Siege Puppet Scroll. Quality, legend. Overview. After use, summons a Siege Troll Golem that lasts for 30 minutes. The Siege Troll Golem has a HP of 100,000, an attack power of 1,000 to 1,000, a physical defense of 500 to 500, and comes with spell immunity and a talent for breaking cities. Luo Biming is so unlucky that even his own weapon exploded. Siege Puppet Scrolls? 3 of them? Great stuff. Jiang Cheng held the 3 scrolls in his hands, and something in his heart moved. The Siege Puppet is 100 meters long and can block the field of vision, preventing ranged professions from attacking players behind it. Moreover, immunity to magic is simply fatal to the mage group. Not only that, it also allows players to enter the body and control it. The city-breaking talent has a 500% damage bonus to buildings. These 3 scrolls are absolutely priceless. In the siege of Luoyun City 10 days later, with these 3 scrolls, our chances of winning will be much greater. Jiang Cheng suddenly started to like Luo Biming a little. He's a good man for sending legends across thousands of miles. God created the world, and there will be successors. Chapter 201 Beastmaster, Giant Shield Knight. After putting away the scroll, Jiang Cheng waved to a cute little creature in the distance. With some emotion, Dai Xiaoming walked out of the snow shirt and quickly put away the equipment on the ground. Afterwards, he happily replaced them with 3 better level 25 purple equipment. In an instant, her attributes skyrocketed again. The spell attack reached a terrifying 780. Health points reached 2,400. Defense reaches 115. Spell defense reaches 180. You know, she's a mage. Health and spell defense are higher than those of knights of the same level. These people are really the money-giving boys. Xiao Meng, this is a medicine soul stone, a token used to change life professions. Right now, our magic potion consumption is a bit high. Large magic potions only add 500 magic points, which is totally insufficient. You can switch to a pharmacist and learn how to make potions. You have plenty of gold coins anyway. But I only have 200 gold coins? Ichi Chao Dai Xiaoming was a little dumbfounded. It doesn't matter. If you run out of gold coins, just go to the guild funds to withdraw them. Jiang Cheng said nonchalantly. In fact, he didn't have many gold coins left, with a balance of only 121 gold, 38 silver, and 98 bronze. But to withdraw guild funds, you need to own a territory. Jiang Cheng patted her shoulders. I know. I'll help you conquer the territory, and I won't let you withdraw it now. Now fuse my skeleton first, then go to Luoyun City to scout the area and set up a stall to sell some equipment. Oh, okay. Iki Tiao Dai Xiaoming nodded obediently. Started to fuse skeletons for Jiang Cheng. First, build an absolute tank. I'll give you a plan. Jiang Cheng pondered for a while. What's the maximum limit of your current simultaneous fusion? I'm 36 now. 36? Did you upgrade your fusion skills? Jiang Cheng looked at Yi Tiao Dai Xiaoming in surprise, feeling slightly touched. Maybe Yi Tiao Dai Xiaoming doesn't like to express anything or is shy to express it, but everything she does is centered around him. Okay, use a knight skeleton with regeneration, meditation, guardianship, and shield defense as the main template, a boxer with countershock, an assassin with rebound, and an armored snow wolf skeleton with counterattack. Then fuse the Blood Hell, Mad, Demon Guard, and 30 troll skeletons in a defensive direction. Jiang Cheng also became excited when he heard that Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming had transformed the necromancy fusion technique into the legendary level. Although fusion still depends on luck. Once the number is large, the probability of fusing out a top-quality skeleton is definitely very high. At the beginning, only 6 skeletons could be fused together, but now 36 skeletons are fused together. God knows what will be fused together. Jiang Cheng suddenly felt a little excited. In his previous life, he had a grudge against the Holy Temple and did not hesitate to establish the Demon Temple Guild to fight against it. Although it failed in the end due to insufficient players, the resentment was still there. I didn't expect that after being reborn into the game world, I would still have a grudge against the temple. Of course, he knew it very well. With the tyranny of the temple, even if he was content to be a skeleton, as long as one day he accidentally hindered their progress. The sword of the temple will eventually fall. Originally, he had no intention of establishing a guild or competing with anyone for supremacy. His goal is simply to evolve and break away from being a skeleton. But now, the capital has been built, and the feud with the temple has also been formed. It's only natural that Mengdong Tianxia should become the real #1 guild, even though this guild has a shameful guild name. But with his current strength, facing the behemoth temple with 108 branches, 12 god-level vice presidents, and tens of millions of players, at the moment, there is no comparison. The strength is still too weak. He had just tried it and found that if he didn't use the troll transformation, he would not be able to withstand the full-strength bombardment of the mage group by relying solely on spell armor. There are 500 people now, and later it will be 1,000, 10,000, or 100,000. It may be difficult for him to stop them. It is necessary to integrate a growable absolute meat shield. It's all right, big brother skeleton. Ichi Chao Dai, Xiao Ming, said weakly. Is it ready? Jiang Cheng looked at the heavily armored knight in front of him who was 30 meters tall, holding a giant silver shield and riding a ferocious beast, and his heart moved. Beastmaster Great Shield Knight. Chapter 202. This is our territory. Hand over the gold coins if you know what's good for you. Beastmaster Giant Shield Knight. Quality, Legendary. Level 3. Health, 12,000. Mana, Digaribu. Attack, 0/0. Defense, 250 to 350. Spell defense, 250 to 350. Skills, Guard, Shield, Holy Armor, Synchronize, Gigant Taunt. Talents, Countershock, Regeneration, Meditation, Rebound, Counter Armor, Riding Master, Thorn Aura. Overview. Belongs to Wings of Disaster. Guardian, Shield Defense Blessing. Movement speed reduced by 300%. Increased spell and physical defense by 100%. Synchronize can synchronize the mount's health. Holy Armor can make you invincible for 3 seconds. And Gigantamax can increase your strength by 100, defense by 100, and spell defense by 100. Regeneration, Meditation, can restore health and magic points. Rebound can reflect 20% of the damage. Thorn Aura can reflect 10% of the physical attack within the range. And the Rebound can return 15% of all damage. Counterattack Armor can reflect 15% of the physical damage. Master of Riding can increase movement speed by 60%. Jiang Cheng glanced at the Giant Shield Knight's mount. Snowfield Bear Demon. Quality, Rare. Level 1. Health, 12,000. Strength plus 200. Defense, 100 to 300. Movement speed plus 155. Shockwave. Hammers the ground, slowing all enemy units within a 55-meter radius by 40% for 5 seconds. Overview. Belongs to the Beastmaster Giant Shield Knight. After the Great Shield Knight's full skills are activated, his health can reach 24,000, with 800 physical and spell defense. He can also reflect 60% of physical damage in total. It's against the will of heaven. The Bloodhell Mad Demon Guard combination is worth it. Even though I lost a Bloodhell hand and a corrosive aura, the combined effect is really nice. Evolve. Jiang Cheng spent 2.25 million evolution points to evolve it to level 30. Just as I was about to break through to evolution, I found out breaking through to the legendary level requires 1,000 reinforcement points and 10 gold coins. He still has 6.2 million evolution points and gold coins, but no strengthening points at all. However, despite this, the attributes of the Giant Shield Knight have also skyrocketed. Beast Tamer Golden Shield Knight. Quality, Legendary. Level, 30. Health, 40,000. Mana, 15,000. Attack, 0/0. Defense, 650 to 750. Spell defense, 650 to 750. Skills, Guard, Shield, Holy Armor, Synchronize, Gigant Taunt. Talent, Counter Choc, Régénération, Méditation, Rebound, Counter Armor, Reading Master, Torn Aura, Durability Aura. Overview. Belongs to Wings of Disaster. Looking at the Beast-Taming Giant Shield Knight, it turned into the Beast-Taming Golden Shield Knight. Its attributes increased a lot, and it also had an additional aura with a range that increased the movement speed and attack speed by 12%. Jiang Cheng was delighted. This attribute is much higher than that of the Bloodhell Mad Demon Guard. After that, his absolute meat shield is the Golden Shield Knight, who could be trained well. As for absolute output, absolute assistance, absolute control, and absolute nurse, he felt that they still needed to be carefully matched. There are too few skeleton minions that can be synthesized now, and too few choices, so he cannot achieve the desired effect. Let's go cross this snowy plain, and we'll reach the border of Luoyuan City. Jiang Cheng rode on the skeleton BMW, flicked his cloak, and pulled up a confused little boy named Dai Xiaoming. The weapon in his hand changed into a black ice spear, which he placed on the right side of the horse's belly, and charged toward the snow demon bear that was hiding beside the border monument. The black ice spear turned into a residual image and instantly pierced through the head of a snow demon bear, penetrating it and bringing up a puff of blood. Jiang Cheng now has a total attack of 2054 plus the 726 brought by soul power, reaching 2,780. Armor Break reduces the Snow Demon Bear's 100 points of armor by 50 points. Critical Hit, double the damage. Adlung Kong's 0.8 times critical hit damage, reaching 3.8 times. The 30% attack power bonus brought by the Skystrike armor reaches 4.1 times. The spear adds 40% to the horse's attack damage, and the horse's charge speed adds 50% to the damage, reaching 5 times. Darshock doubles the 5-fold overall damage again. 27300. Trigger the Wind Shadow to break the residual shadow damage. 8390. Trigger the Kamikaze Hand and Kamikaze Shadow. Minus 1365. 1365. 1365. Ice Disaster Effect triggered. 8390. The total health of the Snow Demon Bear was only 4,000 points. Not only was it killed on the spot, but it was also brutally beaten by the subsequent afterimages, the Shadow of the Divine Wind, and the Whipping of the Ice Disaster. Kill the Snow Demon Bear and gain 400 experience points. Kill a higher-level Demon Bear and gain 120 experience points. A night player, Jiang, who came to the snowy forest to explore the area. After seeing the scene of Jiang Cheng killing the Snow Demon Bear and the terrifying damage value, he was so scared that he lost 2 of his 3 souls. He crawled back to the city of Luoyuan and reported to their boss. Boss, here comes a very fierce black skeleton. Run quickly, don't take the wrong path. Call out. A flash of light passed by, before the night player could explain the situation to his boss. Jiang Cheng had already rushed in on horseback with a cute little dog. The boss of the night players, the humble emperor, suddenly had his eyes brightened. Holy crap, a gorgeous lady with a mount? Looks like she must be very rich. With a slap, Jiang was thrown away, and the humble emperor, accompanied by 18 players of different professions, surrounded him. I built this monument and planted this tree. If you pass by here, please leave some gold coins. Beautiful lady, this is our cute world-famous territory. Do you know who our president is? A money-sucking devil. Ugh, the world's #1 silly little cute guy. The humble emperor chuckled. If you don't want to offend my #1 guild in the server, hand over the gold coins immediately. This is the 6th update. Please give me a 5-star rating and urge me to update more. Thank you. Chapter 203, A Chicken Loves Cuteness. Brother, you can't do that. As soon as the humble emperor finished speaking, Jiang hurried over. He knew how abnormal the damage of the skeleton in front of him was. If they let the boss die, they would all be buried with him. Get lost. He slapped Jiang back. Seeing that the little cute boy was just stunned, but didn't say anything, the humble emperor also became a little impatient. Come on, get your weapons. As soon as these words were spoken, 3 players holding staffs, giant swords, and broadswords stepped forward. Did you see that? Shiman Longting, a level 12 archmage, has a staggering 38 points of magic attack. He's the absolute king. He once battled a mage saint to the bitter end, only to win with just half a move. Seeing that, Xiaoming was just covering his mouth and laughing. The humble emperor suddenly felt unprecedented insult. Ichijo Kotobama, you go. Oh. Upon hearing this, Ichijo Kotobuniga raised the big sword in his hand and was about to strike it down, but was stopped by the kendo master next to him. I'm not asking you to kill people. I'm asking you to show off. Oh. After saying this, Ichijo Kotobama picked up a piece of chrysanthemum grass from the ground, held it in his mouth, tilted his head, and said, That's right, I'm a level 11 king of swords and the vice president of the top guild in the server, Mengdong Tianxia. The disciples I've accepted include Sword God Xie Changkong, Hell Dao Huangquan, Dharma Saint Lan Xingyue, Fistmaster Zenshan, human ice weapon May Thorn, silver snow god of war Zhao Bian, and immortal phoenix Meng Chongqing. Are you afraid? Are you scared or not? Are you scared or not? Hurry up and give me the money. The humble emperor said this while spreading out his palms and trembling under a silly little cute horse. But I don't have any money. Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming smiled, spread his hands, and looked innocent. No money? How is that possible? You ride such a fine horse and wear such fine armor. How could you be penniless? The humble emperor was furious. It seems the deterrent effect is still not enough. Come on, swordsman. As he finished speaking, the swordsman rushed forward. I, a level 9 greatsword swordsman, the legendary supreme god, is me. I, my father. Puff. Dai Xiaoming spat out a mouthful of blood and almost fell off his horse. Even Jiang Cheng couldn't help laughing and almost shot him. He didn't expect to meet such a funny guy. As expected, there are many strange things in the world. The key is, these few are all from their guild, which is amazing. He is so poor that he has to resort to robbery, but he can still pay a membership fee of 10 gold coins. He is very smart. Are you scared? Let me tell you, the 18 swordsmen of Mengdong, are all people of great background. We are invincible in the world. Anyone who sees us will tremble in fear. The humble emperor was very dissatisfied when he saw that the silly little boy remained indifferent and even laughed. Clang! He took out a huge sword and thrust it into the skeleton BMW with a sinister look on his face. Then, to everyone's astonishment, he suddenly bowed. Beautiful lady, can you give me some money? The performance fee is very expensive, you see. You guys? Are you still performing? Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming was also a little surprised. These people are not only funny, but they can also act. Hey, are you looking down on us? Let me tell you, we're big names in Hengdian. When the humble emperor said this, he immediately stood up from the ground and hooked his finger at the 3 people behind him. Show your talent. Clear. The Kendo master, Shiman Longting, and Ichijo Xiaoman immediately understood and started performing in front of Jiang Cheng and the other 2. One chicken loves cuteness. One chicken loves cuteness. One chicken loves cuteness. Jiang Cheng. A cute little girl. Chapter 204. Anti-Cute World. Speaking of which, aren't you members of the world's #1 gang? Why are you in such a miserable state that you're robbing people? Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming got off the horse and asked the humble emperor in great confusion. Well, could you please tell your skeleton to put down the knife first? The humble emperor looked at the 9 blood-red scimitars beside him and hesitated slightly. But the next moment, the 9-headed blood skeleton summoned by Dai Xiaoming moved the scimitar in its hand closer to his neck. I said. The humble emperor felt a chill on his neck and felt the stinging pain from the blade. Looking at his men, surrounded by 36 blood knife skeletons, he broke out in a cold sweat. Raising his hands, the humble emperor said with tears and snot, "Here's the thing. Ever since Pangu created the world, actually, we are indeed actors. And, as I believe you can see, we are also very good at playing games." The humble emperor spread his hands, and seeing Yiqiao Xiaoming nodded solemnly, he continued, "We, the 18 swordsmen, are not considered top players in Luoyang City, but we are at least a first-rate force. But, ever since we joined Mengdong Tianxia, there's been a guild in Luoyang City that's been targeting us and killing us. It was a terrible thing. Is there a guild that specifically wants to kill you?" Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming frowned. Although Big Skeleton Brother said that she didn't need to worry about the guild's affairs for the time being, as the guild president, she definitely couldn't ignore such a thing. They're not specifically trying to kill us, but they kill any member of Mengdong Tianxia they see. The humble emperor said this with a sad face and wept bitterly. We were killed and killed and killed by this guild until we were only level 1. All our equipment and money were gone, but they still wouldn't let us go. Beauty, you don't look right. Did I say something wrong? The humble emperor was frightened when he saw that the little cute boy looked very unhappy. They finally escaped the clutches of Anti-Mo World, but ended up running into another female devil. It was such bad luck. What's the name of that guild? Asked Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming. Anti-Cute World. The humble emperor said this with an ugly face. This lousy guild is deliberately targeting us. Unfortunately, our members are too scattered and can't get together. The president doesn't care about anything, so we can't beat them at all. If I hadn't paid 10 gold coins when I joined, I would have given up and was ready to quit. The humble emperor sounded helpless. Brother Skeleton, He doesn't look like he's lying. A cute little boy approached Jiang Cheng with a questioning look on his face. Ever since Jiang Cheng always liked to get very close to her before talking, Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming gradually got used to this way of talking. Although it made her feel a little itchy every time, she was very happy in her heart. He is indeed not lying, but this anti-cute world must have been created by someone. Who is it? This is her usual tactic. Jiang Cheng shook his hand bones and pondered in silence. Who are they? Why are they doing this? Our guild hasn't offended them in any way. This is so absurd. Jiang Cheng shook his head and said, ask how many people are against cuteness in this world. Oh, Yiqiao Xiaoming turned around and glanced at the humble emperor, who was very surprised. How many people are there in this anti-Mo world? How many people? They have over 400 members in the anti-Mo world group. They're so arrogant. The humble emperor was filled with anger. However, just as he finished speaking, he saw more than 20 players suddenly appear around him, walking towards them with gloomy expressions. TSK, you guys are really good at hiding. You actually hid in the city boundary? What? You want to go to Wind Fury City and ask your guild leader to kill us? Boss, I think they probably thought that someone like Dai Xiaoming would stand up for a bunch of noobs like them, haha. Chapter 205, I am also a person who moves the world. Damn, it's you bastards again. When the humble emperor saw the anti-monkey people chasing him here, his face suddenly changed. Beautiful lady, I won't rob you anymore. Just run away. These anti-Mo world people won't make things difficult for those who are not members of Mo world. I don't want to implicate you either. I know you're very powerful. You can summon more than 30 skeletons at once. It's definitely not easy, but the people who are against the cute world are even more powerful. You can't defeat them with just these skeletons. Let's go. The humble emperor finished speaking and waved to the others. Brothers, we've been hiding for so long and have only leveled up so little. It's useless. In that case, let's fight one last battle for Mengdong Tianxia and then quit the guild after we're done. Okay, boss. Well said. Yuexi Aking, the swordsman, Shimen Longting, and others gathered together in a small doorway. He faced those who were against the world with a fearless attitude of death. But what's strange is that this time the members of Anti-Mo World did not kill them directly. The leader, Long, was confirming something with his men. This female, Mage, looks very powerful. She can summon 36 skeletons. I'm afraid she's not simple. Could it be that they really have invited Dai Xiaoming to come? Necromancers also recruit skeletons. You're overthinking. There's no way Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming would have come here. I heard Luo Baiming and the Fayun group were hunting her down. They've probably been killed and sent back to the novice village in Windrage City. How could she have come here? Long said with great disdain. Boss, what about this mage? I think her equipment is really good. If we can get that staff in her hand, we'll be rich. Humph. Now that we've met, we have to kill them together. Otherwise, we'll keep them for the new year. Boom, boom, boom. As the two were talking, 3 bursts of flames suddenly exploded. In the stunned eyes of the humble emperor and others, the 20 members of Anti-Cute World were directly sent back to the resurrection point. After the whole audience was silent for a few seconds, these people began to react. Holy crap. 1 burst of flame, over 3,000 HP? What kind of damage is that? 1 burst of flame only took 30 HP. That's 10. No, 100 times my HP. After Shimen Longting finished speaking, he turned around and looked at Jiang Cheng with an expression of disbelief. Awesome. 666. 1 burst of flames instantly killed 20 people. It's simply invincible. Boss, please help me. When Shimen Longting shouted this, everyone's faces changed. They all looked back and forth between Jiang Cheng and Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming with horrified eyes. Although I know that this beautiful lady should be very strong, isn't she a little too strong? A skeleton of someone else can do such high damage. Fortunately, they did not succeed in the robbery just now. Otherwise, the grass on the grave would be more than 10 meters high now. Take you flying. The humble emperor slapped Shimen Longting. Why don't you apologize to the boss right now? Although Shimen Longting felt a little aggrieved, he still apologized to Jiang Cheng and Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming like everyone else. I'm sorry, I didn't recognize you just now. I didn't know you were such a big shot. Please let me go. Boss, please let me go. It's okay. Your talents are beautiful. I've already forgiven you. The cute boy looked nonchalant, which immediately attracted everyone's favor. A big boss is a big boss. Not only is his appearance incredible, his strength is incredible. but his personality is also so approachable. We are simply flattered. He is indeed a big boss. The humble emperor sincerely admired. But then again, why did the boss help us? You could have left it first, but now you've offended the anti-cute world. Your life is going to be difficult in the future, alas. Ichijo Dai Xiaoming shook his head. Well, because I'm also a cute person who moves the world. Chapter 206. Who is this black skeleton? Are you also one of those who move the world? Several people looked at Ichijo Dai Xiaoming in disbelief. With such equipment, such strength, and such good looks, they have captivated the world. Apart from the president, where else can we find such people? But after a moment, the humble emperor shook his head again. Boss, you're joking. After I joined the club, I looked at the information of all the members. I know very well that in Mengdong Tianxia, apart from the president, there's no one as awesome as you. You're not going to say you're a guild leader, are you? Yes, I am. Ichijo Dai Xiaoming nodded and did not deny it. After all, it was not something that needed to be hidden. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell silent. Everyone looked at Ichijo Xiaoming again with curiosity, feeling confused and uncertain. The humble emperor carefully examined it again and then smiled. The boss must have been infected by us and is actually here to tease us. Actually, what we just said about the son of the supreme god, the master of the 12 gods, etc., were all jokes. The humble emperor guessed. I guess the boss is a professional player. With his strength, he must be one. But I advise you to leave quickly. Why? Ichijo Dai Xiaoming was dumbfounded when he saw that they didn't believe him and asked him to leave. This anti-cute world is no simple matter. As a professional gamer, you must rely on the game to make a living. If you offend anti-cute world, your future will be in jeopardy, and it will also bring unnecessary trouble to your club. So you should leave quickly. We will let the president take care of this matter. After saying that, he opened the Mengdong Xiangxia guild chat channel and sent a message within the guild. The humble emperor, has any one of you contacted the president? When will the president show up? Sigh. Indulgence. What's wrong with you? What do you want to see the president for? The humble emperor, don't mention it. I was beaten to level 1. Do you know the anti-cute world? King of hell. Anti-cute world? Damn, what city are you in? The humble emperor said, Luoyan City. You have it too? Yin Wang. Yes, I'm in Snow Eagle City, but they were killed by our Snow Eagle Club leader. Haha, brother, you're really miserable. You were beaten to level 1. I think you should quit the club first to keep yourself safe. The humble emperor. Awesome, but unfortunately, there are only 18 of us, and they have 400. We are totally no match for them. Now our guild has no territory, can't teleport, and can't contact the guild leader. Sigh. Fong Zong. The president has blocked the information, so we can't receive any information. We are now like free range. I regret joining Mengdong Tianxia. Fortunately, there is no anti-Mengdong Tianxia here, otherwise I would have quit the guild directly. I also think you should quit the guild first to be safe. Being beaten to level 1 is really cruel. The humble emperor, forget about quitting the guild. I was just saved by a girl, so I'm not in any danger for now. It's just that this girl is too kind-hearted and always wants to help. But what about the 400 members of Anti-Mo World? She's not a god like the president, so what good is one person? Fong Zong. Awesome, you're so lucky. A blessing in disguise? If you meet a girl like this, just marry her. What else do you want? Don't contact the guild leader. He's probably given up on us. The humble emperor. Oh, just kidding. That girl is a professional gamer. You all know how prestigious professional gamers are nowadays. How can I be worthy of her? I think I should try to find the president. After saying that, he closed the guild channel and prepared to try to add Dai Xiaoming as a friend. Unfortunately, the feedback I received was that the other party had turned on the Do Not Disturb mode. They don't seem to believe me. When Ichijo Dai Xiaoming heard what the humble emperor said, he was speechless for a moment. Ask those anti-cute people where they usually level up. Jiang Cheng's teeth twitched slightly. People can't always be passive. The temple was making things difficult for them everywhere. Although Jiang Cheng didn't suffer any losses, he felt very unhappy. Since Fan Meng Tianxia wants to kill everyone in their guild to level 1, Jiang Cheng will not be polite. Yeah. Ichijo Dai Xiaoming nodded in approval. Although she was not a qualified guild leader, she could not bear to see her guild members being killed like this. These people really go too far. But Brother Skeleton, can you let me join the battle this time? You want a PK too? Well, my necromancy fusion technique has evolved, and now it has become a Netherworld Ghost General. I want to test what the Netherworld Ghost General is like. Sure. Jiang Cheng nodded. With the Beastmaster Golden Shield Knight here, it's possible. It just so happens that I also want to try out the effect of the Absolute Tank Shield. That's great. Brother Skeleton is the best. Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming held Jiang Cheng's arm with an excited smile on his face. Take me to them. Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming didn't waste any more words and just let his skeleton hold a knife and drive them away. Boss, you're courting death. There are over 400 of them leveling up outside Luoyang City. We can't even hide yet, and now we're running over like crazy. It's no different from committing suicide. How can you handle over 400 people by yourself? Even if we were included, it would be useless. Don't talk nonsense. Lead the way. Luoyang City Resurrection Point. Mad, what just happened? Long was a little confused. Seeing his level drop from 26 to 25, he felt extremely angry. I don't know either. I just saw a flash of fire, and then we were all gone. Look who killed him. It's the Wings of Disaster? What the hell? Is an NPC? It seems to be that Black Skull. I've always felt that Black Skull was no ordinary creature. He seemed to have a very dangerous aura all over his body. But boss, should we report it? Report. Long nodded. Of course I have to report, but are you ashamed to say that you were killed instantly by a skeleton? That's right. Or just say he was killed by a stupid little Mo. What? You said you were killed by a stupid little Mo. In Luoyang City, the president of Anti-Cute World, who was meeting with Su Lianya, suddenly changed his expression after receiving Long's message. What's the matter? Vice President Ghost, you don't look very good. Su Lianya, with a faint smile on her face, leaned on a yellow pearwood table, close to his side, and looked at him quietly. Hearing this, Ghost glanced at Su Lianya. His heart suddenly began to beat violently, and his mouth became dry. Oh, nothing. Something happened to my subordinates. They actually said they were killed by a cute little Mo. Haha, President Su. Don't you think this is ridiculous? Gudong. The ghost swallowed. She's here. Su Lianya, who was leaning on the table, suddenly stood up. Her expression slightly changed. Is Luo Baiming not his opponent after all? Who on earth is this Black Skull? Chapter 207. We are surrounded by one person. Luo Baiming was once the Sword Emperor and the leader of the 7 Great Prodigies. In the second sword trial competition, he defeated countless professional masters and won the honor of being the runner-up. Although he later retired for a period of time, he was still practicing in seclusion. Maybe because of his age, he is far inferior to the sword god Xie Changkong. But this kind of veteran character is definitely much stronger than the 12 legends. How can an NPC be so powerful? Su Lianya looked puzzled and sent a message to Xie Changkong, asking for information about the black skeleton. Old Xie, Luo Baiming lost again? What happened? If we lose, our entire army will be wiped out. Really lost? And the whole army was wiped out? Xie Changkong's words were brief, but the information he revealed made Su Lianya's expression change slightly. How did a 500-man Faiyun group lose with 3 legendary scrolls? I want to know too, but unfortunately, he has disappeared. Disappear? Too embarrassed to see anyone. With the power of the temple, we can find it, but there's no need. This kind of waste is incapable of accomplishing anything. Then what are you going to use to restrain the Black Skull? Su Lianya's face looked a little ugly. She glanced at the ghost, who was looking confused, and a trace of disdain flashed through her heart. The Anti-Mo world is just a pawn set up by her, and these people cannot appear on the big stage. Now that the Faiyun group has been completely wiped out, this group of people is of no use. She wanted to leave at this point, but she still wanted to wait for Xie Changkong's answer. He is not you. His own strength cannot change the situation. You don't need to worry so much. The demon palace built by the Buddha, who entered the devil, is the best example. I hope so. Su Lianya snorted coldly and didn't say much, but she always felt a little unsafe in her heart. Let's go talk to Xiao Xingyue. The drop rate of the guild building order is really low. It has been so long since Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming established Mengdong Tianxia, but their temple still hasn't been able to issue the order to establish the association. This time, she made a plan against Ichijo Dai Xiaoming, but it was related to her prestige in the temple. If she fails, her say in the temple may be much smaller. Therefore, she must not let Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming win the siege 10 days later. She wants to see if she can get that crazy woman, the Saint of Magic, to come out. Presidential? Are you okay? When the ghost saw that Su Lianya looked unhappy, he suddenly felt a little panicked, thinking that it was his previous loss of composure that angered Su Lianya. Su Yinya is one of the 12 vice presidents of the temple, an absolute big shot in the online gaming world. Although she was just a life player, she was hired by the president of the temple himself, and no one dared to look down on her. Nothing, I have something else to do. Su Yinya glanced at him and then left without even saying goodbye. Take care, take care. Despite Su Yinya's bad attitude, Ghost still smiled and respectfully escorted her out the door. Xiaoqi, where are you? Leveling in the ore wasteland, what's wrong, President? Xiaolong is dead. He said a Dai Xiaoming killed him. Go, I confirm it. It's a Dai Xiaoming. How is that possible? Me? Okay, wait, no more talking, boss. We seem to be surrounded. Surrounded by people. The ghost's face changed, and he suddenly stood up from his chair. Apart from the Yan Wuxuan Guild, which ranks 12th, there are no other large forces in Luoyang City. Yin Wuxuan had no grudges against them, so there was no reason for him to mess with them. Is he jealous that we got the temple? The ghost's face changed again, and he quickly sent a message. How many of them came? One. One person. Hearing this, the ghost didn't react at all. But by the time he reacted, he almost crawled over along the neural network and killed him with a sword. Is one person worth all the fuss? Can one person surround them and defeat the 400-person leveling team in the world? Is this an international joke? This little Qi is becoming more and more unreasonable. He must have been asked to search for the people in Mengdong Tianxia, which delayed his leveling. So I feel dissatisfied and find an excuse to fool myself. He decided to supervise their work personally. On the other side, the 4 vice presidents of the anti-cute demons and monsters looked at the scene in front of them, feeling both amused and helpless. Xiaomei, what did you say just now? One surrounded us. This is the best laugh I've ever heard. Boom, 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 boom. Before they could finish their words, they heard the sound of cracking rocks suddenly coming from all around the mineral wasteland. Then, 36 skeletons holding bloody scimitars rushed towards the 400 people in a row. Here it comes, everyone quickly concentrate and be alert, haha. The 4 ghosts and monsters smiled wantonly and waved their hands nonchalantly, ready to let their men get rid of these skeletons. But the next moment, an 8-meter-tall, golden shield skeleton knight suddenly appeared in front of the 36 blood knife skeletons, scaring everyone. Holy crap, what the hell? A boss suddenly spawned. Brothers, forget about that undead summoner, and quickly defeat the boss. Knights, pull the aggro. Swordsmen, step forward to deal damage. Archers, get ready, fire. He is 8 meters long, holding a golden shield, and riding a magic bear. He is very majestic. Such a boss will definitely drop good things. There are a large number of players in the Great Wilderness, and even a team like theirs finds it difficult to encounter a boss. And you often have to encounter monsters snatching away your enemies. But now, right in front of them appeared such an extraordinary-looking boss. How could they not be excited? In an instant, 18 Guardian Knights stepped forward, followed by 72 powerful swordsmen, and 115 powerful archers had already drawn their bowstrings. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 115 arrows were the first to break through the air and hit the shield of the beast-taming Golden Shield Knight. Boom, boom, boom. Dense arrows fell on the Golden Shield, making a sound like rain hitting a stainless steel basin, and countless injuries appeared above the head. Everyone's faces suddenly became ecstatic. As long as they could inflict damage, they would fight. However, when they saw the damage on the head of the Beast Tamer Golden Shield Knight, the 400 people were dumbfounded. Fuck, are all health points forced? Chapter 208, Counterattack. Is this the level 25 jungle area? She looked confused, wondering if there was something wrong with his eyes. Yes, it's a level 25 or wasteland. Then why did this kind of boss appear? What the hell is -1? Can a level 25 boss have such high defense? Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. Someone still reminded me to use the detection technique to check. That's why they reacted and started using their reconnaissance skills to check things out. Beast Tamer Golden Shield Knight. Level 30. Quality, Legendary. Health, 40,000. Overview. Belongs to Wings of Disaster. What the hell? This isn't boss. It's someone else's baby. Impossible. Vice President. A baby with 40,000 HP? Such high defense? Are you kidding me? It was summoned by that female mage. She must be a hidden profession, a hidden summoner. This is too fucking perverted. It's of legendary quality. How do we beat it? Everyone suddenly fell into an awkward situation. Attacks can't even break his defense, so what's the point of fighting? And this dog knight can also recover health. What's the point of playing it? Attack his mount. I suspect he'll be like the world boss, Master Tanyan. He definitely needs to defeat the mount first before he can do any damage. Wu's eyes suddenly lit up and he thought of this problem. Suddenly, everyone stared at the Beast Tamer Golden Shield Knight's mount with their eyes shining. Let's give it a try. Use armor-piercing arrows on the archers first. Then use armor-piercing arrows on the Berserker, Priest, and Dark Archer. If you can stack armor-piercing arrows, stack them on them and try to kill him instantly. What should I do, Brother Skeleton? They seem to have discovered the Golden Shield Knight's weakness. How about I fuse it with the Netherworld Ghost General? Need not. Jiang Cheng was not in a hurry after hearing what they said. He just ordered the Golden Shield Knight to use the synchronization skill. The mount does have no defense, although its health has evolved and reached 40,000 points due to the evolution of the Beastmaster Golden Shield Knight. But without defense, it would be easy for 400 people to be killed by concentrated fire. However, the Knight's synchronization skill has a hidden feature, which allows the mount to synchronize with the Master's passive talent. The most powerful talents of the Beast Tamer Golden Shield Knight are the countershock talents. The recoil damage is terrifying. When it comes back to you, it ignores defense and dodge. 60% recoil. If the damage value is too high, the Magic Bear mount will die. But if this group of people don't control the damage well, they can easily shock themselves to death. The Beast Taming Golden Shield Knight, even without his mount, is still the same knight. At worst, Jiang Cheng could resurrect another boss for the Golden Shield Knight to use as a mount. He had nothing to lose. Jiang Cheng is now looking forward to seeing them fail to control the damage and shock himself to death. And those who are against the cute world do cooperate with him. When all armor penetration is added to the Demon Bear mount, the armor of the Demon Bear mount suddenly became minus 180 points. Minus 10 points of armor penetration means a 10% increase. After that, every minus 50 points, the depth increases by 10%. After the Demon Bear mount's armor is broken by 180 points, the damage is instantly increased by 40%. When everyone saw the damage appearing above their heads, they were immediately delighted. Increase your output. All archers who have learned the 7 consecutive star skill shoot his mount to death. 7 consecutive stars is the skill of the Divine Archer at level 25 and is the Divine Archer's signature damage skill. After release, it can shoot 7 arrows at once. Although the cooling time is extremely long, the damage is very good. The attack power of the first arrow is only 60% of its own attack power bonus. The second arrow's attack power is 80%. Each additional arrow increases attack power by 20%. After the 7th arrow, it became 140%. In addition, the Magic Bear mount's armor was broken by 180 points, and the damage suddenly exploded. In an instant, 805 arrows and 10 giant swords fell down. At this moment, Jiang Cheng also asked the Golden Shield Knight to use the synchronization skill. -99, -120, -180, 240, 320, 440, 671. A large amount of damage appeared densely above the head of the Demon Bear mount, and the Demon Bear mount was killed instantly on the spot. The 60% countershock effect of the Beast Tamer Golden Shield Knight was also triggered simultaneously. 59, 72, 108, 144, 192, 264, 402. In an instant, in front of everyone's stunned eyes, a large group of powerful archers who had just released the 7-star arrows were all killed by the recoil in an instant. A large number of screams rang out at the same time. In the anti-cute world team, 115 blazing white lights suddenly lit up, leaving a large open space. At this moment, the air fell into absolute silence. Chapter 209. A fierce operation like a tiger. Looking back, shocked to death 115. Mountain Elf. Mai. Elf. Liang. Walter? Fuck. What just happened? How do I know? Why did all our archers die? Reporting to the boss, this mount must have a natural ability to countershock. All our archers were killed by the countershock. When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. The air seemed to be filled with the laughter of a goose, echoing in everyone's ears. The expressions of the 4 ghosts and monsters were very ugly. So, who gave the order to attack that mount just now? Not me. Not me. It's not me either. Yes, it's me, but I swear just now it was actually my cousin who logged into my account. Liang raised his hands to show his innocence. Mountain elf. Mai. Elf. I don't believe you at all. What era is it now? In the Great Wilderness era, only one account can be bound, so it is impossible for such a thing as topping the account to happen. Damn, brother. Ha ha ha. Damn, I can't take it anymore. They're almost laughing to death. The humble emperor and his companions who were hiding behind a big rock were laughing so hard that even the video recording was interrupted by their laughter. Damn, this is the first time I've seen such a god-level operation. I'm dying of laughter. He was as ferocious as a tiger, and when he looked back, he was shocked to death. Huh, I burst out laughing. Swordsman, did you record the video? Record, download. Hurry up, send it to my account quickly. I want to post it on the forum and let these people who are against cuteness go viral. The humble emperor grabbed the swordsman's hand with excitement, feeling extremely emotional. A minute later, a message with a striking title was posted on the live broadcast channel of the forum. At Fan Meng Tan Xia, on the importance of god-level operations. There is a live broadcast module in the forum. In order to facilitate the entry of some big game anchors, the game company has optimized the live broadcast module very well. Not only can you live broadcast online, you can also record videos and publish them on the live broadcast channel for all players to watch in real time. This post has the words anti-cute world in it, so the humble emperor is not worried about the lack of traffic at all. Mengdong Tianxia is the first guild established in the entire server, and it already has its own topics and traffic. Anti-Mo World is a new force that has emerged in various cities, specifically targeting Mo World. The title of this live broadcast did not attract much attention. At the beginning, not many people paid attention to it. After all, the most popular thing recently was the money-sucking witch and her Mengdong Tianxia guild. But when some idle players see Fan Meng Tianxia, they will still take a look at it inadvertently. Originally, the players didn't care much about it and thought that someone was trying to gain some traffic by opposing the cute world. But when they clicked on the video, they were all shocked. Holy crap, is this going to be a 1 versus 400 mythical battle? Is it such an explosive start? It's really awesome. Who is this female mage? She's so beautiful. She's taking on 400 players alone. That's amazing. At the beginning of the video, the scene of a cute little boy standing alone against 400 players in the world instantly shocked countless people. Because this kind of scene is rare, although there are 12 gods and some god-level players in Daowon. But teamwork is still important, as the power of one person is still limited. More importantly, this is still in the early stages, without any skills or equipment. Even the 12 gods would not dare to guarantee that they could defeat 400 people alone. So let alone 1 versus 400, even seeing the scene of 1 versus 100 is particularly worth their excitement. No matter what the outcome of this battle is, Ikitachi Dai Xiaoming's courage is worthy of their admiration. As the video continued to play, ghosts and monsters laughed at Dao Xiaoming for overestimating his own abilities, and when Dao Xiaoming released 36 bloody skeletons and rushed towards the 400 people, everyone was suddenly shocked. Conjuring 36 skulls with one hand? This girl must be quite capable. It's definitely not simple. The name of this live broadcast means god-level operation, so this girl must be extraordinary. Maybe it's a recording of a great player fighting 400 people alone. I think it's impossible. What's the point of a low-level summon like a skeleton? These 400 people only have one skill each, and that's it. The video continued to play, and at this time, Jiang Cheng had just flashed out from behind a little Dai Xiaoming. He just swung his cloak and raised his black flame hand. In an instant, a black hexagram magic circle suddenly lit up in front of the 36 skulls. When the 8-meter-tall, golden-shielded, beast-taming knight emerged from the magic circle and appeared in everyone's sight, the players who were watching the video suddenly cried out in surprise. Oh my god, where did that black skeleton come from? He's so handsome. What's his weapon? It looks so damn cool, much cooler than mine. I'm willing to pay a huge price to buy the same black ice sword. We asked for the same. Same here, I don't care about the attributes. I just want the appearance, it's so cool. Isn't your focus on that shield-bearing skeleton knight? The barrage of comments filled the screen, finally drawing everyone's attention back. The figure is so tall, with a golden shield and a demon bear as a mount. It's obvious that it's no ordinary creature. This summoned creature must be extraordinary. Don't be fooled by appearances. It might be a paper tiger, crispy on the outside but tender on the inside. God damn, it's crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Haha, but it's really possible. Just because someone looks good doesn't necessarily mean they are powerful. Everyone raised doubts. But when countless -1s appeared in the video, they were dumbfounded just like the players of Anti-Mo World. Oh my god, what kind of defense is this? This defense is probably over 500 points, right? Awesome. This summon is so awesome. I'm a Dark Archer, and I summoned a level 28 Armored Demon Wolf, and it only has 70 defense. It's insane. This time the anti-cute world is dumbfounded. Huh. Looking at their expressions is so funny. I guess they must be constipated, huh? Constipation +1. Constipation +1. In the barrage, the screen was filled with constipation +1 formations. It's useless to just rely on defense. They can just run. Really? Is this what you call god-level operation? It's boring. Yeah, it's just a powerful tank, baby. It's not that interesting. Streamer, isn't this a god-level operation? Yeah, what about god-level operations? How can you rely on a tank to perform god-level operations? Would Anti-Mo World go up there and die? There were many doubts in the video, and everyone felt that the video was suspected of being a wolf in sheep's clothing. But just as they were about to turn off the video and watch other live broadcasts, the real god-level operation finally appeared. Chapter 210. She is our president? Yi Tiao Dai Xiaoming? In the video, the 4 vice presidents of Anti-Mo World changed their decision at a command and prepared to attack the mount of the beast tamer Golden Shield Knight. This drew applause from thousands of spectators. It seems that this anti-cute world is not stupid. He even knows to kill the mount first. Back in the myth, there was a level 1000 world boss, Master Tong Yun, who rode a sky-roaring beast. His strategy was to kill the mount first. Otherwise, he would be forced to lose health. This anti-cute world has 2 brushes. In a barrage, many players saw Fan Meng Tian Xia's operation and immediately praised him. But the next moment, when Fan Meng Xiangxia used his fierce tiger skills to shoot his mount to death, all 115 archers on his side were wiped out. Everyone was stunned, just like the anti-cute world in the video. Walter, what happened? Why did the mount die? And a group of archers also died. It's a countershock. Haha, it really is a god-level operation. That mount has a countershock talent, and it directly shocked those archers to death. I burst out laughing. Please tell me the psychological damage caused by the anti-cute world at this moment. Kneel before the great god. Could this be the long-lost, unparalleled martial art? Did I destroy myself? Thanks, I made you laugh. Huh. Anti-Mo World is truly awesome. As expected of a guild that dares to challenge Mo World, they'd even kill themselves if they got ruthless. The video ended with a barrage of laughter. All the players who watched the video were immediately disgusted. Damn, that's it? I haven't seen enough yet. Where's the sequel? Is the anti-cute world collectively confused? I want the sequel. Arrange it quickly. Author, why the hell don't you update the sequel quickly? What happened next? Did this girl make a comeback with her god-level operation that turned the world of cuteness into a monster? That's right. I want to see the rest of the story. I want to see the collective bewildered expressions of the Anti-Mo World. And what's the ending? Update quickly, or I'll send you a razor blade. Have you seen my 40-meter sword? Update it quickly, or I'll open it and test its power. In an instant, the humble emperor received countless messages urging for updates, as well as a lot of copper coin rewards. A simple video increased the humble emperor's gold coin balance from an astonishing 1 copper to 4 silver and 89 copper. And it's still rising. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he suddenly discovered a business opportunity. Maybe he can cooperate with Yi Xiao Dai Xiaoming and make money by shooting her videos. Here it comes, here it comes. Don't worry, I'm recording it now. I'll send it out once they're done. Don't rush me. After sending a message, he also joined the video shooting team. At this moment, the swords of all the powerful swordsman players in the anti-cute world stopped and began to retreat in horror. The demon bear mount is dead. With more than 200,000 HP deducted in one go, it would be strange if he didn't die. However, a large number of people also died because of their opposition to the cute world. It left everyone speechless. What made them even more speechless was that after the magic bear mount died, that abominable black skeleton on the opposite side actually released another troll skeleton in full view of everyone, bending down to serve as a mount for the Beastmaster Golden Shield Knight. This skeleton is shameless. It's really too much. Damn it, let's kill that female mage first. Without a master, even the most powerful baby is useless. 115 divine archers all dropped a level and many of them also dropped equipment, although they've been picked up. But the losses are still heavy. Everyone felt helpless and didn't want to kill anymore. But how could the evil spirits and monsters, having lost so much face, just let a little cute kid go? Cheer up, kill that female mage, and avenge our brothers. Ignore the golden shield skeleton. Kill her skeleton first. Everyone who dies in this battle will receive a silver reward. In an instant, the eyes of the remaining 200 or so players were shocked, and they were stimulated by the reward. The steps that were originally retreating suddenly stopped, and quickly moved towards the 36 bloody skeletons. Boom! 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 The mage's explosive flames, ice blades, and magic bullets fell on the 36 blood knife skeletons. However, just when everyone thought that the 36 skeletons would be instantly smashed into a pile of bone powder by their bombardment spells, then Dai Xiaoming's eyes narrowed, and he raised the blood raven staff in his hand. 36 bloody skeletons disintegrated and shattered in the blink of an eye while running. 36 bloody skeletons turned into countless bloody bone powders. Under the guidance of Dai Xiaoming, they continued to gather forward in midair. Countless blood-red bone powders quickly condensed in front of the beast-taming Golden Shield Knight, Ghost General of the Netherworld. A ghost general who seemed to have walked out from the underground underworld, holding a huge black sickle that shone with a deep luster. At the moment when the huge bodies gathered together, the right foot suddenly stepped forward. Bang! With a loud bang, countless muddy green grasses instantly flew up from the ground, mixed with the soil. Immediately following, call out. The figure of the Netherworld Ghost General passed through countless pieces of mud and suddenly disappeared in front of everyone. At the moment when everyone looked confused, suddenly, a black light suddenly lit up. The shadow of the underworld slashes. Puff, 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 puff. The 32 powerful swordsmen running in the front. I felt my throat tighten instantly. Then, a bewitching line of blood shot out from their necks and sprayed all over the ground. 1172, 1172, minus 1,172. The 32 swordsmen held their throats and disappeared in a flash. Killed instantly. Everyone was suddenly shocked. Fuck you. Another one. This damage is too fake, right? A powerful swordsman can kill instantly. What the hell? Skeletons can be fused. Skeletons can fuse? As far as I know, the only one who can fuse skeletons is the Necromancer. Necromancer? There seems to be only one in the entire server right now. No, she's a silly little cute one. When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. The president of the world-famous guild is here. How is this possible? Didn't the boss say that Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming was being hunted by the Beiluo Guild and 500 Fayun group members? Why is he here? Since Dai Xiaoming can make it here, the Fayun group must have lost. Retreat quickly. Retreat quickly. The 4 ghosts and monsters all changed color. They had also heard of Luo Baiming's name. They heard that he was a veteran with very good skills. Even the 12 legends are no match for this guy, so you can imagine how powerful he is. What's more, he brought with him a Dharma Cloud group of 500 mages. Even the temple's elite team, the Fayun group, led by Luo Baiming, could not defeat Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming. What the hell is a third-rate team like them supposed to do? Retreat, retreat quickly. Don't linger in the fight. Don't pick up equipment. Focus on conserving your strength. After hearing the command from the demons and monsters, the remaining hundreds of players also reacted. With a shock in his heart, he began to run backwards quickly. What the hell? She is a silly little Mo? Uxie Yaking and others who were hiding behind the rocks were stunned when they heard this. That's impossible. How could she be our guild leader? Ichiju Dai Xiaoming. Absolutely impossible. Why would the guild master, who is so aloof, come here to help us kill those who are rebelling against Meng Tianxia? The humble emperor was full of disbelief, thinking that Fan Meng Xiangxia had guessed wrong. But the swordsman tugged at his clothes and said, Boss, use your reconnaissance skills. Look, take a look at it. Don't say any more. I think it's not working. The humble emperor was almost anxious to death by the swordsman's words. He slapped the swordsman away, interrupted him, and cast a level 10 detection spell at the Ghost General of the Underworld. Ghost General of the Netherworld. Quality, Legendary. Health, 31,000. Level, 34. Attack, 300 to 600. Defense, 100 to 300. Spell defense, 200 to 400. Skills, Hidden kill, nether shadow, / destruction ghost kill, black 7 kill. Talents, evasion pierce blade, arc flash. Overview, belongs to Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming. The humble emperor's reconnaissance skills have been learned to the 10th level, and the attributes can be seen clearly. But it was because he saw it so clearly that he was dumbfounded on the spot. Ichiju Daxiaming. Who does he belong to? Chapter 2, 11 Kill them to level 1. So what she said is true. She is really our president. The humble emperor rubbed his eyes and couldn't believe it. We're done for now. We actually robbed our own guild leader. Jiang Cheng and the others looked so sad, as if their 10 mothers had died, and they looked extremely ugly. I didn't expect that Long's guess was right. This beautiful lady is actually the president of our Mengdong Tianxia. Damn it. Why can't I recognize my own president? Boss, what should we do? Will the president kill us when he comes back? Shimin Longting thought of the boast they made in front of Dai Xiaoming and felt ashamed. Damn, this is so shameful. So shameful, boss. You are such a jerk. What should I do now? When I think about how I said I was the master of the 12 gods, I feel like committing suicide. Damn, this is so shameful. Will the president think we are too shameful and expel us from Mengdong Tianxia? After several people discovered that the beautiful woman in front of them who was chasing after the anti-Meng Tianxia was the president of their Mengdong Tianxia, they began to worry about their future. Boss, delete the video immediately. If the president knew you posted her combat video online, he'd beat you to death. Oh, I'll delete it right away. The humble emperor slapped his forehead and quickly ran to the forum to delete the video. He had the idea of working with Ichijo Dai Xiaoming before, because they regarded her as just a professional player. Now that I know that he's a great guy like Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming, there is no point in cooperating with him. He is number 1 on the server's rich list. A wealthy woman like her. Would she be interested in his income of just a few silver coins? Thinking about how he had entered the guild chat channel to find the president in front of the president before, the humble emperor suddenly had the urge to slap himself to death. It was so embarrassing. The president was right in front of him, and he actually ran into the guild to ask where the president was? That scene must have been very embarrassing, right? Maybe the president has already identified them as a group of sandpans in his mind. Boss, are you still shooting the video? The kendo master asked stutteringly. Shoot your mother's head. Do you want to die? What will happen if the president finds out? Stop recording immediately and delete the video. The humble emperor slapped the swordsman on the head with an extremely excited tone. Now they're all terrified, fearing that Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming will take revenge on them later, so they dare not shoot videos. Some people originally suggested running away, but they were reluctant to leave such a powerful president. All we can do is wait anxiously for Dai Xiaoming to finish beating them and see how he will deal with them. On the other hand, after seeing Fan Meng Tianxia escape, Jiang Cheng no longer treated them politely. With a gentle wave of his right hand, in an instant, 56 black magic circles suddenly lit up. The summoning range of his black book of the undead is 300 meters. So, when he summoned all 56 skeletons and placed them in front of the ghosts and monsters, they finally understood what Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming meant by what he said before. You are surrounded by me alone. This is really like being surrounded by someone. Thousands of arrows. Arrow shadow strikes from sky. The moment the Blood Raven appeared, it released 2 skills at once. Face the remaining 200-plus players from Anti-Mo World. The first wave of thousands of arrows shot out in a shockwave. 208 arrows, like countless pebbles, suddenly fell into the calm lake. Puff, 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 puff. A large number of screams rang out at the same time, and 112 rays of blazing white light lit up. The second wave of arrows shocks. The 75 players scattered in all directions were instantly pierced by arrows. The third wave of arrows shocks. Seeing that the situation was not good, 46 of the 108 players who fled in all directions were shot and killed by the last wave of stray arrows. After thousands of arrows, there will be arrow shadows attacking from the sky. In an instant, arrows fell from the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrow shadow sky strikes arrows have a tracking effect. Therefore, no matter how the 18 players tried to escape, they still could not escape the fate of being pierced by arrows and turned into light on the spot. The remaining 44 players were terrified at this moment. For a moment, he could only run for his life, wishing he could grow 2 more legs. But Jiang Cheng's team has many archers. In addition, Jiang Cheng was hitting him with explosive flames from behind. So half a minute later, they still couldn't escape the fate of being killed. They fell to the ground and turned into light and disappeared. At this point, more than 400 players of Fanmeng Tianxia were killed by Jiang Cheng, without a single one left alive. The humble emperor and others were watching from behind the big rock and were shocked. Everyone opened their mouths so wide that an egg could fit in them. Xiaoming, pack up your equipment and potions and see if there are any good things. By the way, ask them to come over and ask where the resurrection point of Luoyun City is. Let's continue killing. Oh, Yiqiao Dai, Xiaoming nodded obediently and waved to the people behind the big rock. Hey, come here quickly. President, it seems like you were calling us. Shimin Longting closed his open mouth, came back to his senses from the shock, and called out to the humble emperor. The humble emperor immediately recovered from his shock. Snap, 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 snap. After giving each of them a blow on the head to wake them up, he cursed and said, Are you still looking at me? Didn't you hear the president calling us? Hurry up and go over there. Oh, here it comes. The 18 people smiled, waved to Yiqiao, Xiaoming, and then ran over with their heads held high. It's over. Will the president call us over and then let the black skull crush us to death with an exploding flame? Several people were a little nervous, and their palms were sweating while running. That black skeleton is so awesome. He can unleash a swarm of skeletons with his hands. It's terrifying. If he wants to kill us, I doubt he'll only need one exploding flame. Pregnant with you? The humble emperor slapped him. Be more confident and put away your doubts. President, what are your instructions? When several people came to the battlefield just now, they still felt a little bit unbelievable in their hearts. Yiqiao Dai, Xiaoming really killed more than 400 people from the anti-Mo world by himself. But now, they dare not have any doubts. The facts are right in front of us. Who dares not to believe it? What's more, the most important thing now is, how will Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming deal with them? Several people were very nervous. Oh, I want to know where the resurrection point of Luoyun City is. I know. President, I'll take you there. The humble emperor quickly raised his hand and volunteered. Okay, let's go quickly and don't let them get away. Okay, brothers, follow the president and kill those bastards together. The president is awesome. When several people heard what Dai Xiaoming said, they knew what she was going to do and became very excited. Damn it. Before, we were the ones being killed and crying out for help. Now, thanks to the guild master, we've finally managed to turn the tide and kill these bastards. A few people cursed and led the way to the resurrection point in Luoyun City. However, Yiqiao Dai, Xiaoming unexpectedly discovered that the humble emperor and others seemed to be very afraid of Jiang Cheng. Along the way, as long as they got closer to Jiang Cheng, they would immediately run away. What's wrong with you? You seem to be afraid of Big Brother Skeleton. No, the president was joking. Several people waved their hands to deny it, then looked at Jiang Cheng and shuddered with fear. Damn, how can I not be afraid? This one is an absolutely ruthless guy. Skeleton. A large number of skeletons appear with a flick of his hand. The key point is that each of these skeletons is so powerful. Yiqiao Dai, Xiaoming might have gotten used to Jiang Cheng's strength, so he didn't feel too much shock, so he didn't feel anything. But for them, seeing such a big scene for the first time, aren't they afraid? I can't do it. Hey everyone, stop for a moment. I have a silver coin here. Tell me where the leveling group for Anti-Mo World is leveling up. It's yours. Before Yiqiao Dai, Xiaoming, and the others had gone far, the ghost of the Anti-Mo World Guild president, who could not contact the evil spirits, came in front of them. He took out a silver coin and arrogantly stopped in front of the humble emperor and his men, asking for directions. Chapter 2:12 Brother Skeleton. Who are you? President. This kid is so arrogant. Shouldn't we kill him? The humble emperor walked beside the silly little boy and asked quietly, Why kill him? Wouldn't it be faster to wait until we get to the resurrection point and then kill him? Yiqiao Dai, Xiaoming glanced at the ghost following them and continued to move steadily towards the resurrection point. That makes a lot of sense. The humble emperor's eyes lit up. The president is the president. His ideas are completely different from ours. Maybe this is the boss. Brother Skeleton, won't he get suspicious? Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming asked Jiang Cheng. Don't overthink it. How could someone stupid enough to ask the enemy for directions become suspicious? What Big Brother Skeleton said makes a lot of sense. Itchy Qiao Dai, Xiao Ming pouted and thought about it. It seemed to be true. But if we rush over now, won't they have already run away? It doesn't matter if he runs away. Their leader is still here. Surround him and kill him, and let his members come to rescue him. A cute little girl. Brother Skeleton has such a cruel heart. Jiang Mingming's long eyelashes trembled. She always felt that Jiang Cheng had done this kind of thing too many times, so why did he talk about it so lightly? But what should I do if I really like this feeling? Brother Skeleton, did you know their president would be coming? Jiang Cheng shook his head. Don't think too much. I'm not that amazing. I can only say that he was just unlucky. It seems like he really is bad luck. As Yi Qiao Dai, Xiaoming spoke, another question surfaced in his mind. But if we didn't have this guild leader, wouldn't we be unable to kill the demons and monsters? That's not necessarily true. Jiang Cheng's hand bones shook slightly. After the world announcement, Luoyun City has become the focus of many people. Now Luoyun City is a mixed bag, and there should be players everywhere. And Fan Meng Tianxia is so high profile in Luoyun City, it's hard not to be famous. You've seen this group of people. There aren't any experts in the group at all. A guild like this probably just wants to gain fame by riding on the traffic of Mengdong Tianxia. If you search the forum now, you'll definitely find a lot of their posts. So, their whereabouts can be easily tracked by others. Just offer a reward in the Luoyun City chat channel. We have plenty of money. Ichijo Dai Xiaoming was a little confused. But if we don't encounter the ghost of their leader, then there's no point in going to the resurrection point, right? Jiang Cheng smiled and shook his head. How could it be meaningless? I went to the resurrection point just to wait for them to come back. But didn't you say they wouldn't be at the resurrection point? Yiqiao Dai, Xiao Ming still doesn't understand. However, Jiang Cheng said solemnly, Xiao Ming, you have to understand that you are now the head of the association. There are some things that you don't need to do yourself. Of course, they can't wait for us at the resurrection point, but I can leave the Beastmaster Golden Shield Knight and the Blood Crow at the resurrection point, and let Yue Xiaqing and the others stay there. Jiang Cheng finished speaking and glanced at the humble emperor and others. And we have the skeleton BMW. They can't outrun us. But now it's much easier. After Jiang Cheng finished speaking, he glanced at the ghost who was chatting with Yue Xiaqing and others with an arrogant look on his face. Wow. After listening to Brother Skeleton's analysis, I feel more and more stupid. A cute and naive little girl pouted and looked at Jiang Cheng in surprise. Brother Skeleton, why do you know everything? In my eyes, you're the kind of person who can do everything and knows everything. I really admire you. Jiang Cheng shook his head. There's no point in worshipping me. What you need is to become me, or to surpass me. Actually, I don't want to surpass Big Brother Skeleton. I just want to know, Big Brother Skeleton, who are you? Chapter 213, was I deceived by them? Jiang Mingming has actually always been suspicious of Jiang Cheng's identity. Mysterious and powerful, he sweeps away everything once he appears. Whether it is the various god-level skills he uses in the game, or his abnormal understanding of the game. There's also his subtle control over every detail, and his calm attitude no matter who he faces. She was deeply fascinated by them. So far, he has never lost a fight, no matter who he meets. In Jiang Mingming's heart, Jiang Cheng is simply an invincible myth. Sometimes she even wondered if the 12 gods were no match for him. She was eager to know Jiang Cheng's past, and wanted to try to understand his heart. But she knew very well that all this was caused by Big Brother Skeleton. She was very scared when she asked, what would happen if the big skeleton brother became distant from her? But as Jiang Cheng became stronger and revealed more and more information, she became more and more curious about Jiang Cheng's identity. Because she always felt that Jiang Cheng gave her the same feeling as someone. But she couldn't believe it and felt it was unlikely. Who I am? Jiang Cheng paused. All the past honors suddenly emerged in his mind one by one. He is known as the ceiling of the online gaming industry and is always at the top of the pyramid. He defeated 7 great men alone and was hailed as the supreme god, standing on top of the clouds, above the 12 righteous gods. A full-time master who is proficient in all 16 professions. He ranks first in the ladder rankings of 16 professions and is known as the Ladder Devil. In the mythical world, he won the sword trial contest 3 times in a row and became the absolute king in professional competitions. He brought online gaming to its peak, ushered in an era of online gaming for all the people, was the founder of the 14 divine skills and created the era of divine skills. A man who single-handedly forced the gaming company to change the rules. He once held 1,175 world records, recognized as the most successful and greatest person in the history of online games. In the mythology, he is the most popular and the model master that players most want to worship. The idol of countless female players. Winner of the Best Output honor in 4 mythical sword trial competitions. The only one who dared to confront the temple head-on, although that was just his trumpet. Of course, he has many other titles, but they are all irrelevant. No matter how glorious the past is, it is still the past. The past is not important. You just need to know that I am your protector now. That's enough. Jiang Cheng disappeared into a silly and cute shadow and stopped talking. Yeah, I get it. Brother Skeleton is the best. Although she was still a little curious, she didn't dare to ask more questions. She was afraid of losing Jiang Cheng, and it was not because of any interest. But Brother Skeleton, what on earth is this gate of mine? It's so weird. Along the way, she had actually been practicing the mysterious steps that Jiang Cheng taught her. This pace made her walk fast and slow at times, and occasionally she had to jump sideways while still maintaining an elegant walking posture, which made her feel very awkward. Even though Uxie Aking and others didn't say anything about her, that was only because she was their president and they didn't dare to say anything. Zhang Mingming guessed that they were all laughing their heads off in their hearts. But what she found amazing was that this step seemed to have some special effect. The speed, left and right, front and back, all have their own unique rules, which are very mysterious. I'm afraid it's some extraordinary footwork. The combination of divine shadow step and instant step strobe. This is my latest experiment. Jiang Cheng slowly spoke. The divine shadow step is the pinnacle of perspective, vision, and footwork, awareness, and predictive ability. Using their thinking and physical inertia, you can absolutely predict their direction of movement. Calculate your footwork in advance, block their blind spots, and make them disappear from your field of vision. Instant Step Flash represents the pinnacle of movement speed and footwork. It uses extreme speed to dodge opponents' skills and attacks by shaking in 2 positions. It was previously used to snatch equipment dropped by others when they killed monsters, which was not within the time limit. Is this a combination of divine shadow step and instant step strobe? Yiqiao Dai, Xiaoming, was extremely surprised. She felt so happy. I can actually get guidance from a great master like Big Brother Skeleton, although I don't know what his identity is. But with his skills, even the demon is no match for him, and he has never lost. Naturally, she would not doubt Jiang Cheng's strength. As for using her as an experiment, she didn't feel disgusted at all. You know, others don't have this opportunity yet. In fact, the Divine Shadow Step and the Instant Step Flash have a lot in common. Jiang Cheng said, the Divine Shadow Step steps are mainly based on a progression of fast and slow movements, while the Flash Step steps are mainly based on left and right flashes. The purpose of the Divine Shadow Step is to exploit the opponent's blind spot, causing them to suddenly lose their vision and become confused, losing their ability lock. This is considered a virtual attack. And the Flash Step Flash is when you know your opponent's skills are coming at you, and you dodge them appropriately without affecting your forward movement. It's practical. These 2 techniques are actually not very effective against opponents of the same level. If he can do it, he could do it too. It's also difficult to predict his movements. He can also change a strategy at any time, causing you to gradually lose control of the rhythm of the battle. However, if we can combine the 2, we can dodge skills and disappear from sight while charging forward. Jiang Cheng's eyes narrowed. However, you don't need to aim too high. Just practice your steps first. I'm just an experiment, so I can't say for sure whether it will be successful or not. Of course, even if the footwork succeeds, it's useless. Your foundation is too poor. Okay, don't worry, Big Brother Skeleton. I will definitely work hard. Yiqiao Dai, Xiaoming, shrank his head. But Brother Skeleton, you sounded like a teacher just now. Have you ever taught an apprentice before? Disciple? I've taught him. Jiang Cheng nodded, and the petite figure with long ice blue hair involuntarily appeared in his mind again. I don't know where this little lowly has gone or what she's doing now. So how are they doing now? Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming's eyes rolled around with a hint of cunning in his eyes. Unfortunately, Jiang Cheng did not directly answer her question. Actually, you are my apprentice now. Huh? Really? Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming turned around in surprise when he heard this. Then do I have to pay the tuition? Do I have to do the apprenticeship ceremony? Tuition. Jiang Cheng remembered what she had said before. Someone has already paid for you. Someone has already paid for me? When? Yichao Dai Xiaoming was a little confused and had no idea what Jiang Cheng was talking about. You'll know later. Jiang Cheng smiled and touched her head. Don't think too much. You should focus on studying now. It would be best if you can stand on your own. Oh, okay. Zhang Mingming pouted. She felt like something was tickling her inside, making her feel very uncomfortable. Wait a minute. Where are you taking me? Isn't this the resurrection point? As the ghost walked, he suddenly felt something was wrong, and his face changed. He always wondered if he had been deceived by them. Chapter 214, The Horrible Damage of the King's Ring. Luoyang City's resurrection point is in a small village in the wild area. This is to prevent too many players from entering the city, causing overcrowding and leading to the dilemma of being unable to leave the city. This small village is called Ginkgo Village. At this moment, Jiang Cheng and his group have arrived outside the village. Many players recognize Ghost, the anti-cute guild leader. After all, he has the word ghost on his head, and he has been so high profile recently, it is hard not to notice him. But the ghost president's face changed. He ignored the players who wanted to greet him and prepared to step into the resurrection point. President Ghost, we're here. Your guild members are all inside. Are you so eager to see them? The humble emperor stood in front of the ghost and prevented him from entering the resurrection point. What do you mean? The resurrection point is an absolute safe zone. Once you enter it, you can no longer be attacked. Is this how you treat the leader of a guild? Do you still want the silver coins? Get out of my way. Ghost stared at them angrily, trying to scare them away with words. Do you know who I am? I'm the president of Anti-Mo World. Does Anti-Cute World know? Luoyang City is now the territory of Anti-Cute World. If you go against me, you are seeking death. Yo. Anti-Mo World is so arrogant. I wonder if they can defeat us, Mo World. The humble emperor had an evil smile on his face and still refused to give way. What? Are you from the world of cuteness? The ghost was stunned. Me? Asking directions from my enemies? And were you foolish enough to be taken to the resurrection point by them? Why? What the hell is this plot? Impossible. If you were the ones who moved the world, how could you not have taken action just now? The ghost looked unconvinced. He didn't think that anyone would be so stupid. With such a good opportunity for a sneak attack just now, they didn't kill him, but instead tricked him to the resurrection point? What's the meaning? But when he saw the humble emperor and others showing their IDs and guild names, he had to believe it even if he didn't want to. Walter? What's going on? The ghost was a little confused, but when he reacted, he was not panicked at all, but sneered instead. Haha, it's true that after searching high and low for something, I finally found it without any effort. Ghost smiled smugly. I guess you're the members of the Mengdong Tianxia group from Luoyang City? Ever since you ran away last time, I've spent so much manpower searching for you, but to no avail. And you actually came out to die? It's hilarious. I know you guys want to trick me into the resurrection point, then surround me and kill me down to level 1. But haven't you ever considered that the last time you were killed by the demons and monsters, you were reduced to level 1? Now it's only been a short time, and your equipment has been exposed. I'm afraid your level won't increase by many levels, right? Can you beat me? Go said, glancing at Dai Xiaoming. In the entire Mengdong world, only your president can make me feel intimidated. You're not going to tell me that she's your guild leader, Ichiju Dai Xiaoming, are you? Do you think I'll believe you just because you pulled some random female mage to pretend to be your guild leader? You think I'll... Bang! A small magic ball exploded on the ghost's head. Yichao Dai Xiaoming's magic attack power is now as high as 780, and the King's Ring directly enhances the ordinary magic attack by 1.2 times. In an instant, 2 terrifying injuries appeared above the ghost's head. 700. 840. The calculation method of 1.2 times the damage of the Ring of Kings does not mean multiplying the current damage by 1.2, but causing an additional 1.2 times the damage value to the current damage. So, when 2 horrific injuries appeared, everyone present was shocked. Chapter 215 Boss. What female mage did you just mention? Oh my god, what kind of damage is this? 840 for 1 spell. Who is this female mage? Is she so awesome? She can deal double damage with a single ordinary spell attack. She can instantly kill the Anti-Mo World Guild President. Is that her weapon? It has to be a legendary weapon. Otherwise, how could it have such damage? Damn, I'm still holding a blank slate. Comparison is the thief of joy. Legendary weapons? Where did this legendary weapon come from? Isn't Qian Chonglong's level 25 legendary bow the highest on the weapon rankings? Maybe the weapon rankings haven't been updated yet, but the one who made it must be a big shot. I just don't know who it is. The players at the Resurrection Point originally wanted to go out and continue upgrading, but after encountering this kind of thing, they immediately wanted to watch the fun. They all stopped and tried hard to guess the identity of Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming. But the ghost at the Resurrection Point was a little confused. Walter, who am I? Where am I? What just happened? Why did the female wizard kill him with just one spell? Is the injury so terrible? Who is she? It must be my imagination. However, seeing his level drop from 28 to 27, he suddenly felt that it was not an illusion. He quickly sent a message to the demons and monsters. Where the hell have you been? Your boss have been raped. Come to Ginkgo Village and protect me. Where are the people? Knock your mother. What do I raise you for? A bunch of trash. After venting his anger and not receiving any feedback, the ghost felt a little overwhelmed. Although the Resurrection Point is a safe zone, he won't be able to get out if they stay there all the time. If you can't get out, then what's the point of leveling up? Then why bother getting equipment and playing games? Boss, stop shouting, we're already here. Wow. The ghost shuddered when he heard the sudden sound coming to his ear. Looking at the evil spirits and his guild members around him, he was dumbfounded for a moment. Bang! The ghost slapped Chi on the head and said angrily, "What's wrong with you?" Boss, it's a long story. We met a boss called the Blood Demon Commander on the way. He brought over 5,000 demon soldiers to attack Ginkgo Village and sent us back directly. Of course, Chi would not say that they were killed by Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming. After all, it was too shameful that 400 of them were wiped out by a mage. If they told it to the president, he would definitely despise them. It is not certain whether their president will continue to use them and pay them in the future. However, it was true that he met the Blood Demon Commander on the road, and he did not lie. After being wiped out, they did not think of going back for revenge, but were ready to leave quickly. The gap was too big, and there was no need to resist. But just when their group of 400 people had gone a short distance, they were instantly brought back by a team of more than 500 evil wizards. Boss, hurry up and leave. I think the monsters are targeting Ginkgo Village this time. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. Leave on I know I have to leave. Did you guys hear what I just said? I was killed in seconds. And now I'm surrounded by people, you know. What the boss was killed in seconds who is so bold as to kill our boss in seconds. Let's go. Little demons, little ghosts, little goblins, assemble your team and fight our way out. Save the boss's reputation. After hearing Chi's words, Ghost finally nodded in approval. You guys still have some conscience. Come on, go and kill that damn female mage in 1 second. After saying that, the ghost pushed a few people away and walked out with his head held high. Get out of the way, everyone who is doing anti-Mo Tianxia business. Get out of my way. The ghost pushed away the other players at the Resurrection Point and walked out under the angry gazes of the other players. But the 4 demons suddenly paused, their hands trembling as they called out to Ghost. Boss, did you just say a female mage? Is she wearing a bright red robe and holding a blood-red staff? That's right. The ghost took a step out of the Resurrection Point. That's her, this female mage. She's completely clueless. She even tried to trick me into coming to the Resurrection Point, so she could kill me and reduce me to level 1. She's overestimating herself. I'm fighting against 400 people in the world of anti-Mo, and she's just a mage. How dare she challenge me? What are you still standing there for? Come out now and kill him together. Bang! Before the ghost could finish his words, he was instantly sent back to the Resurrection Point by a spell. The ghosts and monsters, along with the 400 people they brought with them, saw the red figure, and their hands holding weapons couldn't help but tremble. Chapter 216, I'm ready. Boss, come back soon, It's too late. The words that she shouted were stuck in his throat. They could only watch as their boss turned into light and flew away from in front of Ginkgo Village and back behind them. I was dumbfounded for a moment. Isn't this female mage too arrogant? Can she do whatever she wants just because she's beautiful? But I have to say, the ghost leader's death was truly tragic. That damn ghost guild leader finally got his comeuppance. Being surrounded and killed at the Resurrection Point is truly humiliating. It's useless. Now all the anti-cute people have returned. How can one person defeat 400 anti-cute people? What a shame. It's rare to see someone who dares to challenge anti-cute world and even dares to kill ghosts. It's just that there are too few of them. It's useless. In the end, They will be destroyed by the bastards of anti-cute world. The onlookers nodded in agreement and sighed for Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming. After all, in their perception, unless one is a super god, it is impossible to 1 vs 400. As for the humble emperor and others, they were automatically ignored by them. How strong can a group of people holding level 5 blank weapons be? Xiaoming, have them record the video and upload it to the forum. Just as Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming was about to take action, Jiang Cheng suddenly spoke beside her. Huh? What? He put away his staff, looking a little confused. Do you want to become the real president of the first guild? Jiang Cheng asked. No. Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming originally wanted to say that she didn't want to be the first president, she just wanted to live with Big Brother Skeleton forever. But she stopped herself just as she blurted out the words. Because at the moment she put down the staff, she suddenly caught sight of the phoenix ring on her right ring finger, and then she was stunned. Brother Skeleton, I want to become the first president. What do I need to do? Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming's tone suddenly became much more serious. He raised his little pink fist with a very determined expression. Then, be as high profile as possible. Jiang Cheng's teeth opened slightly. As the leader of the top guild in the server, you are destined to be the center of attention. Every decision you make may affect the fate of countless people. Your decisions must be such that everyone obeys unconditionally. Every move you make is under everyone's eyes. From now on, perhaps, you will have no secrets at all. You have to try to get used to it. But you have to think clearly. Once you make this decision, there is no going back. This doesn't mean that if you agree and make this decision, you can become the first president. Once the arrow is shot, there's no turning back. From now on, your life will be changed because of today. Have you thought about it? Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming nodded heavily without any hesitation. But Jiang Cheng shook his head and continued solemnly. Your opponent could be the first place Holy Temple, second place Sword Dynasty, third place Unfalling Imperial Banner, fourth place Frozen World, fifth place Lingyan Pavilion, sixth place Wings of the God of Law, and seventh place Fist to the Mountains and Rivers. The 8th is the Qianglu. The 20th is the domination of the world. In other words, you will be facing all the guilds in the server. You will likely face doubts, ridicule, sarcasm, malicious slander, and all sorts of outrageous and dirty tactics from tens of billions of players. You will be in danger all the time. Even when you eat, sleep, and drink water, you have to be on guard against assassinations. At the very least, you need to command millions of players, shoulder the responsibilities of millions of members, seek benefits for them, and create the conditions for them to dominate. You need to lead them to fight against hundreds of millions or even tens of billions of players, attack cities, seize land, disintegrate all forces, quell all disobedience, and become the true overlord of the great wilderness. You think carefully. Jiang Cheng glanced at the players around him. Weakness will not accomplish anything great. If you want to be a qualified first guild leader, you must work hard in this area and develop a character that is rational in everything, ruthless in action, decisive in dealing with things, and domineering in action. If you take this step, you may be doomed, or you may become a legend. Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming nodded cautiously. I know, Brother Skeleton, you will help me, right? Jiang Cheng nodded. I will always stand behind you. Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming was suddenly shocked all over. Jiang Cheng's words were very simple, without any fancy words, and he didn't say anything about protecting her for the rest of her life. But just this short sentence made Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming feel unprecedented warmth. Brother Skeleton, I'm ready. Okay, the first step to being high profile is to reveal your title. Chapter 217, she is not a Dharma saint. She is... What are you still doing? Why don't you kill her for me? As soon as the ghost was resurrected, it rushed out under countless mocking gazes. Pointing at the demons and monsters, he cursed. What are you doing here? You're just a bunch of losers. What are you doing here? 400 of you can't defeat a single mage like her. After hearing Ghost's words, Chi's hands trembled violently. Boss, we really can't defeat this mage. Can't fight? What can't be fought? The Ghost was confused. 400 people can't defeat a mage? One skill per person, and she's dead. Even the best in the world would be defeated. Boss, the truth is she didn't kneel. We know. Seeing that the situation was not good, the ghosts and monsters did not dare to hide it anymore, and quickly told the story of how they were wiped out by Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming. What? You were all wiped out by her alone. After hearing what the ghosts and monsters said, the ghost's face suddenly changed drastically and his tone became a little heavier. All the players watching heard it immediately and raised questions. One person wiped out 400 people? Are you kidding me? Is this anti-cute world crazy? There are only a few skills in the early stages, and the difference between them isn't that big. Even if you have all the magic equipment and your spells are powerful, without a killer skill that covers a few hundred meters, how can you kill 400 people in seconds? That's right. Are you kidding me? After listening to the analysis from all around, Ghost also felt that it was impossible. Even if she's wearing divine armor, she can't kill all 400 of you in one go. You just need to sacrifice a few people and hold on for a while, and then you can kill her in 1 second, right? Boss, actually we thought so at first, but then... What happened next? The ghost's eyes narrowed. Then we were wiped out, she said with a bitter face. Being wiped out? Can a mage wipe out a team of 400 players? Although they didn't establish a guild and didn't get any bonuses, they couldn't be so rubbish. Bullshit, I don't believe it. Does she think she's a mage saint? Even a mage saint wouldn't be this awesome. Could she be cheating? The ghost still didn't believe it. After all, this kind of thing was too unbelievable. Without seeing it with his own eyes, not only him, but also the players around him didn't believe it. Boss, although she's not a Dharma saint, she is... What is it? The ghost interrupted him mercilessly, his eyes wide open, as if he was going to strangle him to death if he didn't explain it clearly. Holy crap. #1 in the world. The leader of the guild ranked first in the guild rankings, cleared the goblin chase in 4 minutes and 12 seconds, and holds the server-wide record for the Disaster Demonis difficult dungeon. Double record holder. First in the level ranking, first in the rich list, second in the weapon ranking, and able to invite Qian Shangsu and the 4 legendary Yiqiao Xiaoming. Damn, it's a super god. I actually met the real person today. Come on, go get his autograph. Before Chi could finish his words, a riot suddenly broke out at the resurrection point. The entire Ginkgo village suddenly let out countless screams and rushed towards the cute little boy. Before Ghost and the others could react, they were pushed away by the crowd and were a little dumbfounded for a moment. What the hell? She's a silly little cute cat. Speak of the devil, and he will appear. The ghost was a little skeptical. After all, it was too much of a coincidence. And didn't Su Lianya say that Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming was being hunted down by Luo Baiming and 500 Fire groups? How could she come to Luoyan City? But when he saw Ginkgo village illuminated by a burst of golden light and the #1 in the world above Dai Xiaoming's head, he has to believe it. Chapter 2:18. Are you really ready? Did we hit the real culprit? The ghost felt a chill all over his body. He felt a little embarrassed when he thought about how he had previously said that this female mage was an imposter. He was just talking, but he didn't expect it to come true. The guy on the opposite side is really just a silly little cute guy? Could things in the world not be so clever? Or was he arranged by someone? But even so, she is just one person? Can one person really wipe out a team of 400 people with various professional combinations on his own? He still had a hint of doubt. Because although Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming has a loud name and many halos, to be honest, he lacks a resounding record to support him. Unless Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming personally takes action and lets him experience the feeling of 400 people being wiped out, he will truly believe it. And this is why Jiang Cheng asked the humble emperor to shoot a video. Under his leadership, Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming defeated Xiat Dongli and became the new level god. Although he was not officially recognized, he did gain real fame. Add to that the various rankings and the title of the #1 guild leader. It's hard not to be famous. But despite his fame, Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming does not have any outstanding record, so this reputation is too empty. So this time, Jiang Cheng is ready to let Yiqiao Xiaoming give it a try. Take action yourself. She's heard a lot now. At his strong request, after spending all the gold coins, she learned new skills: Undead Rage, Death Embrace, Undead Armor, and Hand of Corruption. Of these 4 skills, the Undead Fury that can be learned at level 10 can grant the Undead 80% attack speed, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. Death Embrace, which can only be learned at level 20, can summon a large Undead hand, causing 500% weapon spell damage to a single enemy unit, 100% triggering all weapon effects, and a cooldown of 3 minutes. Undead Armor, which can only be learned at level 25, can increase the physical and spell defense of the undead by 100 points, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. The Hand of Corruption, which can only be learned at level 30, can summon the Hand of Corruption to fall from the sky, causing 300% spell damage to those within a 30-meter radius. The cooldown time is 30 minutes. Hand of the Corrupted is definitely the Necromancer's super strong range, signature damage skill. 300% spell damage can be combined with the Hand of the Abyss to instantly kill a large number of people. Although the cooldown is long, it is very practical. Jiang Cheng upgraded her to level 2, which gives her 350% spell damage. The Undead armor that has been upgraded to level 15 and the Undead Fury that has been upgraded to level 10 can further enhance the strength of the summoned creatures. Upgrading to level 15 Necromancer armor increases Necromancer's physical and spell defense by 100 points at level 1, reaching a total of 250 points of Necromancer's defense. Level 10 Necromancer Fury increases the Necromancer's attack speed by 80% from level 1, reaching a point where it can increase the Necromancer's attack speed by 180%. Death Embrace might be a little bit worse. Jiang Cheng only let her upgrade it to level 1. The others are all very powerful skills. Apart from the fact that it consumes a bit too much gold coins and experience, it is definitely a qualitative leap for the improvement of Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming's strength. According to the skills and experience he taught Dai Xiaoming, coupled with her equipment and skill level that far exceeded everyone else, the 400-member Anti-Mo World Team died twice and dropped 2 levels. In fact, 1 vs 400 is not impossible. Looking at the players flocking in, Jiang Cheng did not try to stop them. Now he just wants to see how Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming will choose and respond when facing these enthusiastic players. Is she really ready? Chapter 219, Dai Xiaoming's Choice. Master, can I ask you how you got to this level? Did you cheat? Goddess Naming, do you have a boyfriend? You're so good looking. Did your looks help you get married? Boss, when will the guild upgrade? Can you lower the requirements? They all say that your purpose in establishing the guild was to make money. Is that true? Don't stop me. Let me get close to the great god. Who are you? Don't stop me from seeing the god. When Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming was awarded the title of the best in the world, Ginkgo Village was in an uproar. Players flocked in and scared Yu Xiaqing and others. The 18 of them quickly formed a line and blocked the way for these people. But the excited players didn't care about that. When they got angry, they pushed several people down and quickly came towards Yi Qiao Xiaoming. In fact, Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming had not figured out how to treat these people, and Jiang Cheng had always helped her out in the past. And now, Jiang Cheng said nothing and did nothing. Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming suddenly felt the pressure coming, especially the words said by these players, many of which were highly suggestive and aggressive. This is the negative impact of being high profile, and Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming has experienced it firsthand. If it were in the past, she might have chosen to retreat and leave the problem to Jiang Cheng. But Jiang Cheng's silence made her realize that if she backed down again this time, she might not be able to bear the consequences. Just like what Big Brother Skeleton said before, she must try to get used to it, to bear it, to change, and work hard in this direction. Looking at the players flocking in, Zhang Mengming's eyes focused and turned into sharp blades. Her slightly trembling hands suddenly rose up, and she muttered something. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the soil flew everywhere. 36 bloody skulls emerged from the ground. Then, when Dai Xiaoming raised his blood-red staff again, it quickly decomposed and merged into a ghost general that looked like it had walked out of the underground underworld. Holding a huge black sickle, it shines with a deep luster. At the moment when the huge figures gathered together, he took 2 steps forward. Bang! With a loud bang, countless muddy green grasses instantly exploded in front of Dai Xiaoming, mixed with the soil. Immediately following, call out. The figure of the Netherworld Ghost General suddenly disappeared in front of everyone. At the moment when countless players were stunned, a black light suddenly lit up. The shadow of the underworld slashes. Clang! A deep ditch suddenly appeared on the ground of Ginkgo Village, and a deep crack appeared in the ground. All the players running frantically suddenly stopped. They all looked at the Ghost General with a gloomy and spooky aura with puzzled eyes, and were very puzzled. What does this mean? Are you going to kill us? I'm sorry, today's discussion is about my feud with Anti-Mo World. I hope you won't interfere with me. If you have any questions, please ask after I resolve this matter. Faced with everyone's confusion, Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming explained in a strong and powerful tone. After she finished speaking, her heart suddenly stopped, her eyelashes trembled, her lips trembled, and even the hand holding the staff was completely wet. Although her mind was blank due to nervousness, a barely perceptible smile appeared on her face. She finally said it out. You've taken the first step towards changing yourself. Well done. Jiang Cheng suddenly held her hand from behind and gave her some encouragement. Zhang Mingming felt warm in her heart, and her delicate body gradually stopped trembling when Jiang Cheng's cold hand held hers. Chapter 220. Hit until no one speaks. Should he continue to hide himself, or try to change? Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming gave him the answer. With Ichiju's silly and cute personality, it was very difficult for her to take this step, and it was a great test of her mental quality. Jiang Cheng could see that when Dai Xiaoming said this, his whole body was shaking. It was obviously after a painful struggle and hesitation. But she did it after all. However, the players at the scene were very excited. It was obvious that it was difficult for them to accept Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming's behavior. Gosh, do you really think you're that great? You're honored that we like you. So what if you're number one in the world? Does that mean you can do whatever you want? It's just number one in the rankings. The official doesn't even acknowledge your status as a god of rankings. Aren't you being too inflated? You're even drawing lines to intimidate us. Do you really think you're one of the 12 true gods? None of the 12 gods is as arrogant as her, right? I'm going to cross this line today. What's wrong with me crossing it? Do you dare to kill me? A group of players were cursing in front of the crack in the ground, and were very unhappy with what Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming had done. Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming has no battle record, nor has he shown them any terrifying force behind him. Compared with the other 12 gods, apart from being the first in rank and the first to establish a guild, he has no achievements that can intimidate them. None of the players present were convinced. On the contrary, those who were against cuteness in the world were happy to see this scene and sneered at it. For them, the more violent a little cute kid makes noise, the better. It would be best if she could become enemies with this group of players, so that she wouldn't be able to focus her attention on them. Besides, there are thousands of people here, and Dai Xiaoming might be killed by the excited players. That would be even better. I didn't mean that. The tone cannot be weak. The notice has been issued, so there is no need to explain anything further. The rest, watch me do it. Jiang Cheng interrupted Dai Xiaoming's attempt to explain, and then let go of her hand. A figure emerged from behind Dai Xiaoming. The black ice sword in his hand turned into a black ice staff and was raised. Boom! 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 A large area of explosive flames exploded among the group of players. In an instant, the few players who were speaking just now, along with other players within a radius of 30 meters, were instantly killed by the flames. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. 172 players instantly disappeared into thin air, leaving behind only 3 skeletons of different colors. The entire audience suddenly fell into silence. There was a look of astonishment on everyone's face. Immediately afterwards, there was a loud explosion. Fuck, this is outrageous. She actually dared to let her men do this. Is she crazy? Does she think she's invincible? There are thousands of people here. My girlfriend is dead. Ikidai Xiaoming, you are doing this to become the public enemy of the entire server. Boom! 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 In response, they were still met with 3 bursts of flames. This time, it was several newly born players who were killed along with the other 173 players by the exploding flames and turned into light in an instant. 2 more skeletons were left at the original spot. Crazy. Crazy. The president of Mengdong Tianxia has gone crazy. He actually openly massacred players. Boom! 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 3 more bursts of flames appeared, and the player who had just finished speaking, along with the 145 players around him, screamed at the same time and turned into light and disappeared. But Jiang Cheng's hand still did not stop. As long as someone makes a sound that is disadvantageous to Yazixi aiming, his explosive flames will hit them mercilessly. He will keep smashing until no one speaks out. Chapter 221, Do You Have to Be Such a Dog? The players present were shocked when they saw the countless lights flashing. As long as someone makes a sound, 3 bursts of flames will come at them without hesitation. Moreover, the horrific injuries made them all terrified and left them with no room for resistance. The scene suddenly fell into silence. Of course, it was not just them. Even Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming and the humble emperor were frightened by Jiang Cheng's simple and crude method. Everyone was surprised. But Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming understood very well that it was the big brother skeleton who was demonstrating to her. This is something she must learn and must endure. Since you have made such a decision, you must bear all the consequences that come with it. The consequence of doing so is likely to ruin her reputation. But she won't regret it. She just didn't understand why these people didn't dare to resist. Kill us all if you can. Boom! 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 3 more bursts of flames exploded among the crowd. This time, not only were 2 skeletons left at the site, but it was also covered with flickering white and blue light, as well as an extremely rare purple light. Someone's equipment exploded. In the past, this group of people might have stepped on it immediately and picked it up first, but strangely, no one did. The scene fell into absolute silence, and no one dared to speak. Although the number of people on both sides was completely disproportionate, no one dared to take action. Remember, the president's job is to issue orders, and the member's job is to obey them. Jiang Cheng held Dai Xiaoming's hand and glanced at everyone who was filled with fear. The enemy's duty is to obey or die. It's that simple. Now, you can repeat your request to them again. Oh, Ichi Chao Dai Xiaoming nodded heavily, then raised his staff and prepared to step forward. In an instant, the players on the opposite side were startled and took a step back involuntarily. Before she could say anything, the group was startled and said, "If there's nothing else, I'll leave first." "I'm leaving too. I just cooked a fish at home. It should be cooked by now. My girlfriend is still 1 shovelful short. I'm going to help her cover it up. Sorry, President Dai Meng. I have kids to take care of at home, so I'll leave first." Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming was a little dumbfounded. Seeing how scared they were, she was really confused. When people are under extreme fear, their resistance genes will shrink, their fear genes will expand, and eventually even the urge to desperately fight for survival will disappear. Everyone is thinking, what if during a collective rebellion, I sacrifice myself, but it's others who benefit? Wouldn't that be an unfair death? Why do I always have to pay the price while other strangers benefit? People are selfish. Individuals are strangers to each other, so it's hard to build trust. When the blood is hot, it's okay to join the fun, but unity is difficult. Otherwise, there would be no need for the existence of guilds. Jiang Cheng patted her shoulders and explained. They did resist, but every time I attacked, I nipped the very beginning of their resistance in the bud. After a few times, they realized they would die if they stood up, so no one dared to stand up anymore. Sometimes, a person who can control people's hearts is more terrifying than a person who controls 14 divine skills. Next time you encounter this situation, just remember, whoever steps forward will die. Oh, I understand. Itiao Dai Xiaoming nodded heavily. She felt that she had learned a lot. Big Brother Skeleton always gives her so many surprises. A glance at the phoenix ring in her hand gave her more and more confidence in becoming the first president. I'm going to have a fair fight with those who are against Mo World. I'm going to record a video and post it on the forum to let everyone know the consequences of offending Mo World. I hope no one will interfere. Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming turned the phoenix ring in his hand, his eyes fixed, and his tone was slightly cold. Although the voices were still a little childish, after what happened just now, no one dared to say no anymore. So, when she finished speaking, countless players spontaneously made way for her. The ghost and others appeared and were about to bend their bodies and run away. Ghosts and monsters, being stared at by thousands of people, and Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming, ghost, and the others were suddenly confused. The ghost even gave everyone a look of disappointment. Damn, why can you be so disappointing? Although leveling up is not easy, there are thousands of you. Why are you scared by a black skeleton so easily? Do you want to be such a dog? Chapter 222. As long as you don't send out the black skull, we will send someone out. Ghost, where are you going? Hurry and accept the judgment of the great God. That's right, it was you. You son of a bitch who caused me to drop a level. Where are you going? At the resurrection point, the player who had just died at Jiang Cheng's hands immediately refused to stand when he saw the ghost trying to run away in another direction. They can't beat Jiang Cheng, but can they beat you? And if it weren't for the ghosts and their group creating this anti-cute world, how could they have been demoted? And now after seeing the horror of Jiang Cheng, they no longer doubted that he could fight 1 vs 400. Mad, I can't hide anymore, what should I do? After witnessing the horrific injuries suffered by Jiang Cheng, Ghost finally understood how his men died. Although his strength is not that good, it can still be seen. This black skeleton is not simple. Being able to create 3 explosive flames in 1 second and connect the 3 explosive flames to a distance of 30 meters is not something that ordinary people can do. What's more, the damage is as high as more than 3,000 points. With one move, more than 100 players were killed instantly. They have 400 people against the world, but I'm afraid it's not enough for them to kill in 3 seconds. Why don't you hurry up and think of a solution? Do you want to be killed and reduced to level 1? A slap landed on Liang's head, and the ghost started cursing. Feeling the murderous gazes all around, the ghost even wanted to dig a hole in the ground and crawl into it. Judging from Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming's posture, it is obvious that he wants to use them to establish his authority and to intimidate other players who dare to go against Meng Dong Tianxia. If they don't find a way to escape quickly, they will have no choice but to stay here and won't be able to get out. That would be no different from being killed to level 1. Boss, I have a solution. Remember how we were killed and returned to the resurrection point. How was he killed? The ghost looked confused. The Blood Demon Commander. That boss is leading his troops to attack Ginkgo Village. You mean escape during the boss's attack on the city? No, boss. It's the monsters attacking the city. They will definitely kill the players outside first. We are inside the resurrection point. I think we can trick Dai Xiaoming to the outermost part. Once she is killed by the demon soldiers led by the Blood Demon Commander, we will run away. The ghost's eyes lit up, and he thought this plan was feasible. But he was still a little worried. However, this Black Skull is very strong. Can this boss defeat them? Boss, are you out of your mind? This black skeleton is just an NPC. How much health can it have? The Blood Demon Commander brought 5,000 demonic demon soldiers with him. That's right, boss. I've used my reconnaissance skills to investigate this boss. He's a level 50 boss. Just think about it. How could anyone possibly defeat a level 50 boss right now? That's right, I think too much. The ghost suddenly realized and thought that he was a little too stupid. How can anyone beat a level 50 boss now? What's more, they brought so many soldiers. Ghost, your mother is dead. Do you dare to come out and fight? Come out quickly. I'm going to hold a Suona performance today to send you off. The humble emperor and others kept shouting behind Yiqiao Xiaoming. He wanted Ghost and the others to come out and die, so that they could avenge their previous humiliation. But the ghost's shamelessness directly shattered their fantasy. Don't even think about it. There's no way we can get out. I'm staying here today. What can you do? If you have the guts, go to the resurrection point and kill me. The ghost said this shamelessly with a smug look on his face, which immediately caused a round of curses. Fuck you, are all you anti-cute people so shameless? When you were trying to kill us before, weren't you screaming for joy? You said you were all bastards and didn't dare to come out. Why are you the one who's doing it now? Hey boss, don't curse me like that. I think even a turtle can't afford to be embarrassed by this person. The humble emperor and others continued to curse outside and make all kinds of mocking noises. However, they still underestimated the shamelessness of Ghost and others. Even though they were scolded so badly that they couldn't even raise their heads, they didn't say a word and hid at the resurrection point, refusing to come out. The humble emperor has no way to deal with this. This is the rule. If a person is shameless enough, there is really no way to kill him to level 1. Before, they were just too hot-blooded and were tricked into coming out by provocation, otherwise they would not have dropped to level 1. What should we do, President? These bastards are so shameless that they won't even come out. It's okay. I'll have Big Skeleton put down his servants and wait here with you. Whoever volunteers to stay, I'll give you gold coins and levels later and help you level up. Ichijo Dai Xiaoming said indifferently. But before they could agree, the ghost opposite suddenly spoke. Actually, it's not impossible for us to come out, as long as you agree to one condition of mine. What are the conditions? Asked Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming. As long as you don't use the Black Skulls, we will definitely send someone out. Moreover, the location of the decisive battle will be chosen by us. How about that? Who would do something that is destined to get them killed? The ghost is not that stupid. His purpose is just to trick the little cute boy out. Of course, when going out, you must ensure your own safety and not let the Black Skull take action, otherwise no one can withstand his 3 bursts of flames. There is nothing pretentious about Yiqiao Xiaoming. As long as they are willing to come out, it's fine. The ghost, who had originally had no hope, was a little surprised when he saw Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming agree. At the same time, I feel at ease. Without the Black Skull, Dai Xiaoming's Netherworld Ghost General alone would not be able to play much of a role. This is simply courting death. Maybe they can take the opportunity to kill Dai Xiaoming and become famous in one battle. It started. Seeing that the two sides were finally about to start a war, everyone made way and felt a little excited. Can the world's best cute little Mo really win against 400 anti-Mo people without sending out that terrifying black skeleton? Everyone had a hint of doubt. After all, Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming has no outstanding record, so they cannot help but doubt him. The two parties came to the outskirts of the village and stood on each side. Before they even started fighting, they were already wary of each other. The humble emperor and others turned on the live broadcast mode and started the live broadcast on the forum's live broadcast channel. Prepare to broadcast this epic battle of 1 versus 400 to all players to let them know about the reputation of the Ming Dongxiangxia president. And the other side, the Blood Demon Commander, wearing a general's cap and goose feather armor, was being carried on a sedan chair by a group of demonic soldiers with long swords hanging from their waists. Next to the sedan chair was his scout, who was reporting the situation, but his face didn't look good. Reporting to the commander-in-chief, we have discovered that there are over 3,000 rangers stationed in Ginkgo village. I'm afraid that this time we will not be able to capture the village smoothly. Don't panic. The Blood Demon Commander waved his hand indifferently. As long as there are no blood skulls, it's fine. Group number 708685182. Chapter 223, I will lead the charge. Reporting to the commander-in-chief, 3,000 rangers is no small number. They all possess extraordinary abilities. If we don't treat them with caution, we are very likely to capsize. In the Skeleton Kingdom, the group of players wandering around are named rangers. In their eyes, these rangers were like beasts. Not only did they kill their compatriots everywhere, they also did not spare any bottles or jars, even the bones left after their death. This method of killing people and digging out bones is simply outrageous. What's even more amazing is that this group of rangers likes to kill each other. They can kill each other for a bottle of magic potion. What's even more amazing is that in the Skeleton Kingdom, after the skeletons fight and die, their souls will be drawn into the bone pool in the kingdom, waiting to be reborn. But after being killed by a ranger, the soul will dissipate. Moreover, after death, they will drop some things that do not belong to their skeletons. For example, a skeleton archer dropped a spear after his death. For example, a skeleton that should have been a tall and strong male actually dropped a piece of God's women's clothing after death. This made them even more frightened. They actually avoid the existence of rangers. It's okay if it's on a small scale, but if it's 3,000 rangers, although the chances of winning are great, the losses will definitely be huge. If they can avoid it, they really don't want to. It's okay. The Blood Demon Commander waved his hand again. As long as there are no blood skeletons. Forehead. It's this sentence again. What happened to you, Blood Skull? Have you been poisoned by the Blood Skull? In the demonic army, several demonic deputy generals were confused. Ever since the Blood Demon Commander came to the Demon Lord's castle and took refuge with the Demon Lord, he has been muttering about a bloody skeleton. It says that when you see a bloody skull, don't hesitate, don't linger, you must turn around and leave, otherwise your life will be in danger. They also don't know what's wrong with the Blood Demon Commander and why he is so afraid of the Blood Skull. I just feel that the words and actions of the Blood Demon Commander are becoming more and more weird. The former Blood Demon Commander attached great importance to archers. He also often went to the archery camp to study the progress of some special bows and arrows in order to develop new types of archers. But since he joined the Demon Lord personally ordered him to lead the demon archers, but the Blood Lord Commander tried his best to refuse, which made them very puzzled. I don't know what exactly stimulated this Blood Demon Commander. Reporting to the Commander-in-Chief, during this investigation, there were no blood skeletons, but there was a black skeleton wearing a black cloak and holding a black staff. It seemed to be extremely extraordinary. Cloak. The Blood Demon Commander's hand touched the Blood Demon's sword at his waist, and he almost drew out the sword and stabbed it forward. However, after realizing that the person in front of him was not an archer, he had to give up in disappointment. He asked in a skeptical tone, "Are you sure it's not a bloody cloak?" Reporting to the Commander-in-Chief, I can see clearly that it is not a blood-red cloak. The Demon Scout answered in a strong and powerful tone, which finally made the Blood Demon Commander feel a lot more at ease. That shouldn't be him. The Blood Demon Commander breathed a sigh of relief. All right, let's go. As long as it's not the Blood Skull, it's fine. The Blood Demon Commander drew the Blood Demon sword from his waist, stood up from the sedan chair, and pointed the tip of the sword towards Ginkgo village. However, when he looked at the bone colors of the other skeletons, he seemed not very optimistic about this action. In fact, he was also very clear that compared with him, these subordinates were indeed a little vulnerable in front of the 3,000 rangers. Therefore, in order to stabilize the morale of the army, he had no choice but to make a decision. The front army will become the rear army, and I will be promoted to the vanguard position. I will lead the charge this time. I obey your orders. The 4 soldiers carrying the sedan chair immediately obeyed the order in unison, and while countless demon soldiers made way, they quickly carried the Blood Demon Commander to the front of the vanguard army. 3,000 rangers, nothing special. I'll let you witness the strength of this great commander. Chapter 224 Bounty Mission, Dragon Slayer Ring. As soon as these words were spoken, the morale of the demonic army was immediately boosted. If the commander takes action personally, the enemy will surely be captured. I, your subordinate, wish you victory. The commander-in-chief loves his generals like his own sons. To minimize losses, he personally faced 3,000 rangers. He is truly a true commander. The 4 deputy generals showed a little joy on their faces and were very surprised that the Blood Demon Commander took action personally. Although many rangers are scattered organizations and cannot form a large-scale battle, they have mastered too many strange spells and skills. With their strength, they could not withstand the fierce bombardment. But the Blood Demon Commander is different. His bone blood limit and bone hardness are much higher than theirs. With the ranger's attack power, it is difficult to cause any damage to the Blood Demon Commander. If the Blood Demon Commander personally took action to block the knife for them, their safety factor would be much higher. I originally thought that the Commander-in-Chief's action was to seize the village on the surface, but in reality, he wanted to eliminate dissidents in the army. Now it seems that I was wrong. That's right, the Grand Commander is the true commander. In order to reduce casualties among his subordinates, he actually took action himself. This truly puts us to shame. The 4 deputy generals looked at the Blood Demon Commander in front of the army with a look of shame, but at the same time, they admired him in their hearts. Report, Commander-in-Chief, enemy forces spotted ahead. There are approximately 400 rangers and 1 Black Skull. Very good. The Blood Demon Commander looked at the soldier who brought the news with appreciation. He raised his cloak behind him and jumped off the sedan chair with a bloody sword in hand. Immediately, surround Ginkgo village and don't let any villagers escape. As soon as the Blood Demon Commander finished speaking, he moved forward with vigorous steps towards Ginkgo village. The figure was very tall and appeared very majestic in the eyes of all the skeletons in the demonic army. They felt that there was nothing inspiring in the demonic army. It was just a matter of following the right leader. But for some reason, the 4 deputy generals looked at the back of the Blood Demon Commander. I always feel a sense of sadness, as if the wind is whistling and the River is cold, and the hero will never return once he leaves. It must be my imagination. How could the Blood Demon Commander be so powerful and die? Several deputy generals shook their heads and then gave orders. All soldiers, listen to my orders. The left army will surround the south. The right army will surround the north. I will not let a single fly out of Ginkgo village. Promise. As soon as the words fell, countless heavy footsteps were heard throughout the Ginkgo village. Village chief, this is bad. According to the tip from the temporary workers, the Skeleton Kingdom's Blood Demon Commander is leading 500 demonic demon soldiers to attack Ginkgo village. We're surrounded by them. In the village chief's hut of Ginkgo village, a life player ran in a panic. What? The village chief of Ginkgo village, who was discussing with several village officials how to recruit people for the village, suddenly changed his expression when he heard the news. The hand holding the crutch couldn't help but tremble violently. My Black Eye Empire has no grudge against the Skeleton Kingdom. What do they mean by this? Village chief, forget about this and hurry to Luoyun City to ask for help. That's right. The Demon Lord of the Skeleton Kingdom has an extremely powerful army. He is one of the 10 great lords in the Skeleton Kingdom. Our Ginkgo village will definitely not be able to stop the army he sends. Several village officials showed anxiety and placed their hopes on Luo Yunqing. It's useless. The village chief raised his hand and sighed. Ginkgo village is a long way from Luoyun City, and recently I heard that some cute guild is coming to attack the city. The city lord has already gathered the troops from the 36 surrounding villages back to the city. We can't borrow any soldiers. After saying this, a look of realization appeared on his old face. I understand. The Skeleton Kingdom wants to take advantage of the city lord's withdrawal of troops to capture every village in Luoyun City. It's over. It's over. Ginkgo village is doomed. The village chief staggered and almost fell to the ground. His face looked dejected. This time, Ginkgo village is truly beyond saving. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's face changed. The air was filled with a sad and desperate atmosphere. Village chief, Actually, we can mobilize these warriors who call themselves players to help us resist the demon army. The life players suddenly made a suggestion, which made everyone's expression relax. But after a moment, the village chief's extremely disgusted voice was heard. Mobilize them? Humph! What's the difference between this group of players and a bunch of bandits? Although the village chief was somewhat sad, he still hated the player group. Because these players are not human at all. Although they appear to be very friendly to you, they are attentive to you and help you diligently. But secretly, he was doing some sneaky things. He still remembered the last time he had to pee at night and went to the toilet. After he finished, he found that the toilet paper in the toilet had been taken away. In the middle of the night, he discovered that when he went to the toilet, someone was propped up his legs on the roof of the toilet, watching him the whole time. In the end, I just wanted to ask him if there was anything I could help with. He was so scared that he fell into the toilet pit. In the days that followed, his authority in the village gradually faded, and he became the laughing stock of the village, the kind that would last for decades. All of this is thanks to this group of players. This bunch of damn players seriously affected his nightlife and caused his quality of life to plummet. But the village chief stroked his goatee and pondered for a moment. Letting the players help him resist these demonic armies is a good idea. That is, what should I use to seduce them? This is a desperate business, and you can't do it without some huge profits. Thinking of this, a hint of cruelty flashed across his old face. Shaolon, go to the village entrance and post a bounty. Just write it as helping to defend the village. If anyone reaches the top 10 in defending the village, I will teach them the true blacksmithing manual. Also, the first place winner will receive a Dragon Slayer ring. Hiss. As soon as these words were spoken, several people present gasped. Even the life player's pupil shrank, and he stared at the village chief in disbelief. Village chief, isn't the dragon slaying ring a legend? Could it be real? Someone asked in confusion. But some people seem to have known this legend for a long time, and were so frightened that their faces turned pale. Village chief, you can't do that. The Dragon Slayer ring was given to the Dragon Slayer Lo Selphai thousands of years ago. After being infected by the dragon's blood, the ring contains the dragon's power. Ordinary people can't control it at all. That's right, village chief. This divine ring possesses incredible power. Anyone can wear it, but prolonged contact with it will gradually turn the wearer into a mad demon. It must never be allowed to be released. Lo Selphai's son accidentally put it on his hand and became possessed, slaughtering all 7,321 villagers in Ginkgo village. This is a magic ring and must not fall into the hands of others. Several people who knew the situation tried to stop him, but unfortunately, the village chief insisted on doing so. Have you never considered that if the village is destroyed, the Dragon Slayer ring will fall into the hands of the Skeleton King? Then, the entire world will be devastated. Can you bear the responsibility for this? After these words were spoken, several people hesitated. What the village chief said was indeed true. The stronger the demonic nature of the person wearing the Dragon Slayer ring, the greater the power of the ring. If the Skeleton King wore it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Rather than falling into the hands of Skeleton King, it is better to hand it over to these players. That's all we can do, but there's no need to offer the Dragon Slayer ring as a bounty, right? If you don't offer the Dragon Slayer ring as a reward, then what else can you offer? Don't forget the fear they've put you in these days. The village chief shouted out with confidence. After these words were spoken, several people fell silent. Indeed, these days, everyone in the village has become an absolute superstar, with players around them all day long, asking them if they need any help. This annoyed them greatly. The key is that after this group of people help you, you must give them something, otherwise they will be punished by the gods, which will make them very unhappy. It can be said that since the arrival of this group of damn players, they have been in dire straits all day long. Alas, this is the only way. Several people sighed. I hope the one who inherits this ring will be a warrior with a strong sense of justice. Chapter 225, The Abyss, The Hand of Corruption. Very good, the live broadcast begins now. The humble emperor started to record the live broadcast and followed Yiqiao Xiaoming the whole time. However, he did not point the camera at Yiqiao Xiaoming first, but at the ghost who was against the cute world and the 400-member team he led. As everyone knows, Mengdong Tianxia is the first guild to be established in the entire server. A guild like this, once it's born, will shock the entire server. Many people may be curious about what kind of person this guild leader is, The one who was able to overpower veteran guilds like the Holy Temple, the Sword Dynasty, and the Unfallen Imperial Flag and establish the Mengdong world in the first place. She has many titles. The world's top tier, the world's richest woman, the world's top guild leader, the server-wide record holder for level 20 and 30 dungeons, second on the weapon rankings, and so on and so forth. I know you all know this, but what you don't know is this mysterious and powerful person. What is her identity and appearance? Are you all curious? The humble emperor was filming Anti-Cute World while keeping the players in the forum in suspense. It was immediately criticized by countless players. Author, why did you delete your last video? Where's the ending? Where did it go? Don't do this kind of stuff. You can tell it's fake the moment you see it. A great artist like Ichijo Dai Xiaoming has never shown her face. How did you manage to film her? Stop talking nonsense. We want to see the ending just now. Fuck. Are you trying to say that the guy staring at the word ghost across the street is Ichijo Xiaoming? Liar. How can the author even get in touch with a god-level figure like Ichiao Dai Xiaoming? Are you Qian Shanxue? Stop using this as a pretext to deceive people. Hurry up and hand over the ending you just mentioned. That's right, you liar. Stop lying here. I'm a member of Mengdong Tianxia. Our president never talks to us. Even when we were killed by the anti-Mengdong Tianxia people, she didn't react at all. How could you possibly take a picture of her? At this moment, there are more than 3,000 viewers in the humble emperor's live broadcast room, but 3,001 of them expressed disbelief. After all, this humble emperor was not very famous, and no one believed that he could take a picture of a character like Ichiao Xiaoming. What's more, members of Mengdong Tianxia came forward to share their own experiences, which made them even more skeptical. However, looking at the comments on a live broadcast, the humble emperor didn't care. He knew that as long as he turned the camera to Yikadai Xiaoming, this group of people would immediately become excited. So he continued. From now on, she will unveil her mysterious veil and show everyone her strongest side. Okay, I believe everyone has seen that there are two teams in front of me now. One is the 400-member team that opposes cuteness. On the other side is our Mengdong Tianxia's president, Ichiao Dai Xiaoming. After saying that, he turned the camera and filmed Ichiao Xiaoming, who was holding the staff at the moment, and spoke excitedly. When the camera turned, the audience in the live broadcast room were immediately excited when they saw Idao Xiaoming with that unique title. Holy crap, it's actually true? That's a rare title, the only supreme shining title in the entire server, #1 in the world. I heard it has a hidden attribute that makes it one level higher than an official, absolutely invincible. It must be her. This title can't be fake. It turns out that Dai Xiaoming looks like this. Isn't she so beautiful? Her looks are simply amazing. Love it. Is this the cute little girl? Oh my god, I always thought he was a cross-dresser, but I didn't expect him to be a real girl. She's so pretty. The anchor actually managed to capture her. You're awesome. The anchor is awesome. The anchor is awesome. The anchor is awesome. The live broadcast room was suddenly flooded with countless comments, all praising the host for being awesome. Yes, you read that right. She is the leader of Mengdong Tianxia, the one with the highest rank, the highest wealth, and the best guild in the world, Ichiao Dai Xiaoming. Aren't you excited? Are you happy? Have you seen that golden title of #1 under heaven? This is the only supreme, shining level title in the entire server. This beautiful lady with a stunning face, a devilish figure, and all-around luxurious gear is our Mengdong Tianxia guild leader. Are you excited? Are you jealous? Come join me and make the world more beautiful. Oh, that's off topic. You can't add me now. Today, I solemnly announce a matter. I, Mengdong Tianxia, officially declare war on the anti-Mengdong Tianxia, and our president will be the first to fight this first battle. See, there are 400 people on the other side, and our president is just one person. That's right, a 1 versus 400 showdown is about to take place. I'd like to advise those who are against Mo World to immediately quit your garbage guild. We are Mo World. You can't afford to offend us. The humble emperor spoke with an excited tone, even with a hint of pride, which shocked the players in the live broadcast room. Oh my god, it turns out the host is from the Mo World. No wonder he's so awesome. Oh my god, senior brother, you are so lucky. How did you get to meet the president? Is the president going to challenge 400 people in a single fight? That's awesome. Is this the courage of the first guild leader? 1 versus 400, it's really awesome. Oh, I suddenly regret not joining Mengdong Tianxia. I regret it too, but it's useless. After all, I don't have any gold coins. In the barrage, instead of the previous shouting and cursing, it turned into a barrage of mutual confession and complaints. Many viewers also began calling on their friends, asking them to stop upgrading and come to watch this epic battle. The number of people in the live broadcast room soared from 3,565 to 7,852 in an instant and is still rising. But among them, there are still many spectators who are not optimistic about this battle. After all, the disparity in numbers is too great. Almost no one believed that Yi Qiao Dai Xiao Ming could win the battle by fighting against 400 people alone. But no matter how they look at it, the battle between the two sides has already begun. Boss, the ghost general of Yi Qiao Dai Xiao Ming, is very powerful. I'll have the knights hold him off for a while, and the others will work together to kill Yi Qiao Dai Xiao Ming instantly. Ugh. Start. Jiang Cheng, the referee, suddenly gave an order and the battle was about to break out. Whoosh, 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 boom, boom, boom. As soon as Yuexiaking finished speaking, Fanming Tianxia took the lead in attacking. The sounds of arrows breaking through the air and the roar of spells exploded in an instant. 7 consecutive stars. Snowstorm, Ice Blade, exploding flames. In an instant, countless spells mixed with arrows swarmed towards the silly little boy. The cute and dumb little creature didn't seem to move at all, as if it was frozen in place, not moving at all, leaving everyone very confused. But the next moment, 2 spells were suddenly cast at the same time in the hands of Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming. The synchronized summoning technique of the Undead Summoner was used by Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming in spells. Synchro Summoning. When using the automatic mode to release skills, you can silently recite the technique and the incantation of another spell. Then, at the moment you release a skill in automatic mode, switch to manual mode and release it synchronously with the previous skill. Tianyuan, the Hand of Fallen. Hand of the Abyss. In an instant, a huge abyss appeared in the sky and on the ground at the same time, like a black hole slowly unfolding. Then, under the astonished gazes of countless people, a huge black hand from the abyss descended from the sky and slapped the anti-cute world archer camp hard. Bang! 2600-3166. 2600-3166. The ground suddenly shook, and countless blood-red numbers appeared at the same time as the player's screams. Then, 112 archers within a radius of 30 meters disappeared in an instant. The first time Tianyuan Fallen Hand appeared, it set a shocking record of 112 kills. It shocked everyone. The Hand of the Abyss was also on the ground at this moment, pulling the remaining 3 archers and 33 mages and silencing them. Make the health deduction damage values of -80, -96, -80, -96 appear above its head. The horror of the hidden characteristics of the Ring of Kings was revealed to everyone. Not only do ordinary spell attacks cause an additional 1.2 times the damage, but spell skills can also cause an additional 1.2 times the damage. The Hand of the Abyss deals damage every 0.5 seconds. During the silence, you cannot use skills or potions. Therefore, after 3 seconds, the health of these 3 archers and 33 mages reached 1056, and they were doomed to die. Several priests could not save them at all. Chapter 226, It Must Be a Special Fate. However, the premise of all this, it can only work if Dai Xiaoming can survive 115 7-star arrows and 33 spells. At this moment, Dai Xiaoming is in absolute crisis. 115 7-star chains equal 805 arrows, not to mention 33 skills like blizzards. Not to mention that Dai Xiaoming only has 2,400 health points. Even a magic bear mount with 40,000 health points was instantly killed by 115 7-stars. Therefore, no one would think that Dai Xiaoming could dodge so many skills. But what surprised them was that Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming did not choose to defend it the first time, but took a bottle of large life potion in advance. Just when everyone thought that Dai Xiaoming would die under the opponent's spells and arrows, she suddenly took strange steps, moved left and right, and then retreated quickly. The combination of the Divine Shadow step and the instant step flashing footwork is showing its grandeur for the first time. Although she was not very familiar with it, and her speed was very slow. But it also caused some arrows and spells to lose their targets, and in the moment she stepped back, she dodged some of the skills. But there are still about 80 to 90% of the remaining arrows and spells. Suddenly, a tall figure appeared in front of her. Arc Flash, Ghost General of the Netherworld. The Netherworld Ghost General's defense reached 300 points, and his spell defense reached 400 points. Even with Fan Mengxiangxi's attack power and spell attack power, he could only barely break through his defense. 31, 15, 11. Suddenly, a large number of damage values appeared above the head of the Netherworld Ghost General, making it impossible to see clearly. But his health only dropped by 2/3. At this time, the remaining 3 7-stars, 20 blizzards, and 13 exploding flames fell on Dai Xiaoming, exploding into flames, frost, and arrows. 3, 15, -27, 35, 45, 72. Her health points of 2,400 instantly dropped to only 12 points, which scared everyone. But because Dai Xiaoming had taken a large life potion before his health was full, so the moment her health dropped, the 0.5-second automatic recovery time was up, and her health increased by 200 points to 212 points. With this, all the long-range damage inflicted on Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming ends. As for the anti-cute world, all the ranged units, except the priest, have been killed. Holy crap, he's not dead yet? That's unrealistic. Is he cheating? Is this even possible? That bottle of blood was amazing. The calculations were so accurate. I think the most important thing should be that Ghost General. The placement of the flashcard is so clever, it directly blocks 80% of the damage. What the hell are those hands that fall from the sky and stretch out from the ground? Why are they so awesome? I feel like the whole screen is filled with hands. Did you notice that her footwork was a bit strange? She dodged over a dozen skills in a row. It's simply amazing. The master is worthy of being a master. He can even survive this. I can't believe my eyes. I can only say that he lives up to his reputation. There is no false reputation beneath a great name. Today I finally understand this old saying. With this one move alone, I think I could be promoted to the legendary level, right? In the live broadcast room, in front of the resurrection point of Ginkgo Village, as well as the anti-cute world on the opposite side, we're all stunned by Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming's move, and we're amazed. In the World Chat channel, people from Mengdong Tianxia also started to post messages in support of Mengdong Tianxia. Did those who are against Mengdong Tianxia see this? This is the consequence of opposing us Mengdong Tianxia. From now on, I don't see who dares to target us Mengdong Tianxia again. Mengdong Tianxia is awesome. The president is mighty. As soon as this loudspeaker came out, other members immediately followed suit. Each speech in the World Channel requires 1 gold coin. But those who can enter Mengdong Tianxia are not short of money. Suddenly, the World Channel started to form a formation. Mengdong Tianxia is awesome. The president is mighty. Mengdong Tianxia is awesome. The president is mighty. As soon as the formation was revealed, countless players who didn't know the truth started asking questions on the World Channel. Is this a big deal? Why are those people who are moving the world suddenly bragging so much? I know you guys are awesome, and the president is awesome too, but it's pointless to just brag about them for no reason, right? What's with all that bragging? Go watch the live stream yourself. Our president is currently playing 1 versus 400. Just go watch it and you'll know for yourself. 1 versus 400? Are you kidding me? It's okay to just brag, but why are you getting more and more outrageous? Is Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming really that powerful? It's true. Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming is really awesome. He single-handedly killed 400 people from the anti-Mo world and made them cry for their parents. It's simply too awesome. I have to state in advance that I'm just a little kitten who wishes to remain anonymous. I'm not a member of the Mengdong world. Despite many doubts, many people still flocked into the humble emperor's live broadcast room and started watching. Oh my God, the title of the best in the world really belongs to her. Hello everyone, I'm new here. Is there anyone who can tell me what happened? Don't ask, don't tell, everything is self-explanatory, just see for yourself. That's right, you have your own eyes, see for yourself. In the picture, the world is in chaos after losing its ranged units. He is no match for Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming, who possesses the Netherworld Ghost General and various enhanced skills. A silly and cute boy was just carrying out a one-sided massacre, which made the players coming behind him stunned. Awesome. I never thought you were such a cute little idiot. You're so awesome. It was worth the trip. I ate a big melon. Host, when will Mengdong Tianxia upgrade to a level 2 guild? I want to reserve a spot. I want one too. Take me one. No, I have to go get some money. 10 gold coins is no small amount. I'm done watching. I've decided. From now on, I'll be a spiritual member of Mengdong Tianxia. I'm so lucky to have a president like this. I'm going to go collect the money. More than 1 million people instantly flocked into the live broadcast room, igniting the atmosphere. Countless comments and gifs filled the screen. Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming was instantly pushed to the altar and became a figure who could be compared with the 12 legends. However, whether it is just a false reputation or not needs to be verified with the 12 legends. Boom! 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 Just when Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming had just killed the last member of Antimo Tianxia, bursts of footsteps suddenly came from the ground of Ginkgo village. Everyone was startled and looked into the distance. In the distance, a black mass of armored skeletons formed a line and surrounded Ginkgo village. A ferocious skeleton wearing goose feather armor and holding a bloody sword was rushing towards them. Jiang Cheng suddenly had an idea and came to the side of Yi Dao Xiaoming. You continue to force them out and establish your authority. Leave the rest to me. After he finished speaking, his body quickly moved forward, and the swift wind shadow break was launched. The black ice surveying eye focused, carefully sizing up the Blood Demon Commander who was stepping forward. After reading the information about the Blood Demon Commander, Jiang Cheng smiled knowingly. So it was him. Last time in the Black Demon Castle, the Blood Demon Commander left the Black Demon Commander and ran away alone. Later, he went to the Blood Demon Castle in person. He also heard the news and escaped in advance. It was obvious that the Blood Demon Commander was very afraid of him. But now, he actually came to my door in person. Jiang Cheng opened his teeth slightly. It must be a special fate. Chapter 227 World Announcement, Protecting Ginkgo Village. Oh my god, monsters are attacking the city. It's over. So many soldiers? The lowest level is 40. How can we deal with them? Looking at the skeleton army lined up in the distance, everyone thought it was over. Because although the resurrection point is a safe zone, that is only for the players. If monsters are attacking the city, the resurrection point is hell. The monster has no interest in talking about life with you. The moment the knife falls, it means destruction. Moreover, it is a continuous death that cannot be stopped. They might be slaughtered by monsters at level 1. All equipment exposed. It's over, I'm doomed now. The leveling and equipment I gained over the past 4 days were all in vain. I originally thought that watching this battle was worth dying for, but now I realize that my understanding of death is too shallow. I don't want to die at all. Who the hell wants to die? Oh, right, aren't there guards in the village? Where are they? Countless people immediately looked towards the village entrance, but there were no guards there, not even a shadow. Suddenly, countless people fell into despair. Even if there were guards, they wouldn't be of much use. There are only about 1,000 guards in the village, and they're all level 30. They're useless in a war like this. But at least it's a deterrent. Otherwise, why attack the city at this time instead of earlier or later? World Announcement. S-Rank Hidden Mission Released. Protect Ginkgo Village. Location. Ginkgo Village, Luoyun City. Players, please quickly head to Luoyun City to accept it. Players who successfully help Ginkgo Village protect the village will receive generous rewards. As soon as this announcement came out, the scene was in an uproar. In White Tiger City, Xie Kong had just walked out of the dungeon. Now he has completed all the level 20, level 25, and level 30 dungeons, and his level has reached 32, jumping to 1,425th place in the level ranking list. But his expression was not very happy. It wasn't that he felt ashamed of the ranking of 1452, but he found the record of the Goblin Chase battle a little unbelievable. Looking at the flaming knife in his hand, Xie Kong pondered in silence. When the others saw him like this, they didn't dare to say anything and waited quietly for him to speak. After a long while, Xie Kong asked the housekeeper beside him, Fuan, has the official video evidence been released to prove how Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming managed to beat the Goblin Chase? Master, the authorities haven't released any information. They just said the transcripts are true and there's no need to question them. Xie Kong frowned. Is the 4 minutes and 12 seconds record true? How did you do it? The 10 masters of the Chong Kong sword group he brought this time were all carefully selected by him. In fact, every righteous god has his own team. Except for Qian Shangsu, who has limited financial resources and lacks the strength to form a team, other gods have their own teams. And more than one. Every team has different professions, and at the same time, there are different divisions of labor. Just like his 4 teams, each has its own division of labor. The Chong Kong Arm Group is used to help him hunt bosses, fight for equipment, acquire equipment, etc. The Changkong logistics team is used to help him sort out some trivial matters within the club, purchase potions, materials, collect tasks, etc. from the entire server. The Changkong executive team is used to help him deal with some important matters and perform some special tasks. The Changkong sword group is his ace team, responsible for following him in dungeons, PK, and upgrades. Although the name is sword group, it does not mean that there are only power swordsmen in the group. Among the 36 top masters, there are people from every profession, even a hidden profession. With such a team and the playing style contributed by Qi Xiaobai and others, Xie Changkong was full of confidence at the beginning, thinking that surpassing 4 minutes and 12 seconds should not be a problem. But after the first attempt, he found that the time was only 6 minutes shorter than the record set by the God of Records. At that time, he thought it was a level problem. After all, Dai Xiaoming was already level 32 when he entered the Goblin Chase. But after he and his team reached level 31, learned skills, and changed equipment, when I downloaded the dungeon again, just now, the time was only frozen at 8 minutes and 31 seconds. This made him very puzzled. How did Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming manage to complete the game in 4 minutes and 12 seconds? At this time, the master who accompanied him in this dungeon, Yuelyang Shinkong, suddenly stepped forward. Captain, I think it's probably because we're not proficient enough in the fighting style. That's right, Captain. I also think that as long as our proficiency improves, surpassing Ichijo Dai Xiaoming's team won't be a problem. Another top master, Qin Yuanming Sha, also echoed and expressed his agreement. However, Xie Changkong shook his head. It's not a problem of proficiency, it's probably because our output is too low. Output too low? Captain, in terms of output, I think there is no other team in the entire server that can compare to our Changkong sword team. Although our Sky Sword group's equipment isn't currently at its best, we're still among the top 3 in the entire server. Furthermore, no one is more efficient in advancing dungeons than us. With the Changkong armed group around, they don't have to worry about equipment. As long as they reach a certain level, the best equipment of the current level will be delivered to them. So when Xie Changkong said that their output was not enough, Qin Wenmingsha was not convinced. Xie Changkong sneered. You're all using standard equipment. The highest you can get is only purple. The truly good equipment is still concentrated in the hands of individual players and the leaders of large guilds. Just like this cute little guy, he probably has more than 5 rare equipment on him. Xie Changkong shook his head. Never mind. Unless we find a Dharma saint and ask her to come out of seclusion, or find a Dai Xiaoming and ask her to help, there's no way we can break her record. I have to say, this little cute girl does have her strengths. If Su Lianya can really recruit her to our temple and make her the 13th vice president, it would be a great thing. Xie Changkong waved away the moonlight sand and moon-starry sky and asked Fuan, Fuan, during the time I was clearing the dungeon, did anything major happen in the Great Wasteland? Big deal. Fuan nodded when he heard this. Young master, I heard that President Su went to ask for the Dharma saint. What? Xie Changkong raised his eyelids slightly, with a hint of shock in his eyes. After a long moment, he suddenly laughed at himself. It seems she still doesn't trust my strength. It doesn't matter. They're best friends. Maybe they can really get that crazy bitch Lan Xingyue to come out. Rubbing his brow, he continued, From your expression, it seems like something big is going to happen. It's not a big deal. It's just that Mengdong Tianxia has been a bit high profile recently. High profile? Xie Changkong sneered. With Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming's personality and strength, no matter what she does, it's just a false pretense, pure hype. Chapter 228, they seem to have already fought. Master, this is really not the case. Fuan said in an incredible tone. Didn't President Su recently set up the Anti-Cute World? The Anti-Cute World also has a team of 400 people in Luoyang City, but all of them were wiped out by Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming. A team of 400 people was wiped out by a silly little cute creature. Although Xie Changkong had doubts in his voice, he did not sound very surprised. She had the Black Skull NPC, so it's not surprising that he killed her. It's not a big deal. Okay, Fuan, has the armed group received any founding orders recently? No, Master. The guild creation order is too difficult to drop. The armed group was defeated in the Blood Prison Forbidden Land and gained nothing. However, I think I may not have explained the matter clearly just now. What's the matter? Xie Changkong was a little impatient. Fuan was suddenly a little frightened, but he felt that this matter must be explained clearly. Otherwise, if the young master fails to get the information in time, he will die in a more miserable way. It's just a cute little thing. She doesn't rely on. World announcement. An S-rank hidden quest has been triggered in Ginkgo Village. Protect Ginkgo Village. Players are urged to quickly head to Ginkgo Village and help defend it. Players who protect Ginkgo Village will receive generous rewards. Before Fuan could finish his words, a world announcement broke out. Everyone was stunned. Xie Changkong's expression changed. S-level hidden missions are extremely rare, and there's no limit on the number of participants from all servers. The rewards this time will probably exceed everyone's imagination. Fuan, have you arranged any spies in Luoyun City? He was in Baihu City, too far away from Luoyun City, so naturally he had no intention of getting involved. But he also had to know the specific information. Master, there are quite a few spies in Luoyun City, but none in Ginkgo Village. No. Xie Changkong frowned. Fuan, you didn't do this properly. Master, please be patient. Although Ginkgo Village doesn't have any spies from the Holy Temple, all we need to do now is open the live broadcast platform in the forum and find a 1 versus 400 live broadcast room. The live broadcast room of the World of Cuteness versus 400 people who are against the World of Cuteness. Xie Changkong frowned even deeper and opened the forum's live broadcast channel as he was told. He saw the live broadcast room and confirmed it with Fuan. The top masters of the Changkong Sword Group were also puzzled. They opened the live broadcast platform and found a room to watch. Is this Ginkgo Village? That's right, Master. On the live broadcast platform, players nearby can communicate directly, so they can watch and communicate without any obstacles. At this moment, Ginkgo Village was in chaos. More than 3,000 players have accepted the hidden mission, bringing their best equipment, waiting cautiously, and ready to welcome the arrival of the demonic legion at any time. But for them, all the viewers who are watching the live broadcast are not optimistic. Because the opponent was too powerful, there were more than 5,000 demon soldiers, a black mass, and all of them were above level 40. Each one has a health value of up to 4,000, and physical and spell defense reaches more than 120. For players in Ginkgo Village who are generally level 23 and whose attack power may just exceed 100, these evil forces are simply invincible. Give up. The strength disparity between the two sides is too great. There's no point in fighting. If all the players here were level 40 and had a rare weapon like that, I think they could probably hold out for an hour or so. Now, it's a pity I can't go, otherwise I would have killed these bastards. I'm afraid you're dreaming. Come, I practiced the urine bifurcation technique for 2 years and can teach you the correct dreaming posture. I think there's hope. After all, Ichijo Dai Xiaoming is there. With her leadership, we might be able to hold on for a few minutes and wait for the players to rescue us. Are you guys overthinking it? Ichijo Dai Xiaoming isn't a god, okay? Didn't you just see how she almost died facing the 400-member anti-Mo world group? Most of the players in the live broadcast room are not optimistic about this village defense battle. However, Xie Changkong keenly discovered a problem. Fuan, was it in Ginkgo Village that Dai Xiaoming had his final battle against anti-Mo Tianxia? That's right, Master. And this time, she relied on her own strength to wipe out the 400-member anti-Mo world group. Fuan finally breathed a sigh of relief as he finally got the matter out there. Personal strength? This time, Xie Changkong failed to remain calm, and his tone was slightly surprised. Without Black Skull's help, the Black Skull had no involvement. It was all thanks to a little Dai Xiaoming who relied on his own strength to defeat 400 members of the anti-Mo world and successfully won. Xie Changkong's expression finally changed. Send the intercepted video to me later. I want to confirm it myself. Yes. Fuan nodded, knowing Xie Changkong's caution. However, top masters such as Yueliang Shinkong and Qingwen Mingsha were somewhat shocked. When they heard what Fuan said, their first reaction was disbelief. Because with their current strength, they dare not say that they can 1 vs 400, so how can Ichiao Dai Xiaoming be qualified to do so? However, for a moment, they had no way to verify the truth of the matter, so they could only suppress these doubts in their hearts and wait for Fuan's video after the live broadcast ended. Even though they were watching the live broadcast, they felt like they were scratching their heads and itching to do something. I'm really eager to know, has Ichiao Dai Xiaoming really gone from being a noob to a master who can fight 400 enemies at once? She was able to fight 400 people alone. It seems she must have received guidance from an expert. However, she encountered something like this right away. I guess she can only consider herself unlucky. Xie Changkong's tone was slightly gloating. He He was very surprised by Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming's growth rate, and was also very curious about the power behind Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming. Wait, where's that Black Skull? With something this big happening, there's no way that Black Skull isn't by Ichiju's side. In the game Dahuang, the transplanted live broadcast technology is already very advanced, and the panoramic mode can be turned on during the live broadcast. But Xie Changkong changed various lenses and still didn't see Jiang Cheng, and he was suddenly a little confused. On the hillside at the entrance of the village. What is he doing? Monsters are attacking the city, and Black Skull isn't going to protect Dai Xiaoming? What is he doing standing on the hillside? Wait for the boss. Waiting for boss. Everyone was confused. That level 50 boss, the Blood Demon Commander, however, there is not much point in him doing this. Even he can't defeat a level 50 boss. Young master, you don't think highly of Black Skull either? This isn't a reason for pessimism, it's a fact. We've also collected information on Black Skull. With his strength, he might have a chance of winning against a level 30 or 40 boss, but this is a level 50 boss. I think breaking through is the best option. Xie Changkong analyzed. With his strength, I think he has great potential if he can take Dai Xiaoming with him to break through the chaos. However, it would be unwise to attack him head-on. But it seems they have already fought. Chapter 229, it's a familiar taste. The Commander-in-Chief is mighty. The Great Commander is unrivaled in the world. More than 5,000 demonic soldiers, waving their weapons and shouting loud slogans, cheered for the Blood Demon Commander. On the other hand, in Ginkgo Village, there were voices of doubt. Letting him, a skeleton, go up against the boss. What was Ichijo Dai Xiaoming thinking? Did he think this black skeleton had become a god? You're crazy. The boss has 800 attack power and a perverted skill like Blood Hand. This black skeleton will be killed instantly by the boss. The players here raised doubts, but it could not affect any decision of Jiang Cheng. Stop! Jiang Cheng stood on the hillside and shot 3 arrows at the Blood Demon Commander. Whoosh! 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 The arrow was nailed into the gray ground where the Blood Demon Commander was about to take the next step, and it was more than 5 inches deep in the ground. The tail of the arrow was still vibrating, making a buzzing sound. Commander Shueisha was startled and quickly stopped. He quickly retracted his right foot and looked up at Jiang Cheng on the top of the hill. It was cold and gloomy, with a black aura all over the body and an ominous smell. The bright white spots in the eye sockets, surrounded by black flames, revealed a hint of something extraordinary. The cloak behind him is black and white, fluttering in the breeze. The occasional unknown patterns that appear at a touch of mystery. In particular, Commander Shueisha discovered that the right arm, right foot, and skull of this black skeleton seemed to have some kind of mysterious power. What made him even more suspicious was that this black skeleton always gave him a particularly familiar feeling, which made him feel a little cold in his heart. However, Commander Shueisha did not care about it. He was very confident in his own strength. What's more, he must move forward, otherwise he will not be able to gain a foothold in front of the Demon Lord in the future. You, a mere lowly skeleton, dare to scare this commander? As a fellow undead, he could understand Jiang Cheng's language, so when he heard Jiang Cheng say stop, he felt insulted. A low-level skeleton dares to stop him. Do you think you are a blood skeleton? Low-level skeleton? Jiang Cheng laughed at himself. Then his eyes focused, and the eye of faith of the black eye surveying I was activated. Suddenly, a cold gaze like a sharp sword seemed to pierce through the soul of the blood evil commander, causing him to tremble all over. 22:30. The Blood Demon Commander's spell defense is very high, and the spell attack power bonus of the Eye of Faith is not high, only 100 plus 30% damage, and 20 points of blood are hit. But among Jiang Cheng's 4 talents, the ice damage attribute was triggered, instantly reducing his health by 230. Eye of Faith also reduces the opponent's attack speed by 10%. However, this amount of health and deceleration are not a problem for the Blood Demon Commander. He just felt that the scene was a little familiar. The last time the Blood Skeletons attacked his Blood Castle, he deliberately hid on top of the castle and secretly watched the Blood Skeletons' methods. I know his favorite move is to shoot 3 arrows at the same time, connected to the chain sickle. Then he used the chain sickle to quickly approach the opponent, turn it into a long sword, and slashed it down with 1 blow, instantly killing a large number of people. Commander Shueisha looked at the 3 arrows on the ground and remained silent for a long time. He seriously suspected that in the next moment, these 3 arrows would turn into a blood-red sickle and slash towards him. Then, What follows will definitely be the release of the Blood Crow, the Destruction Archer, and the Blood Hell Mad Demon Guard, which will impose countless negative states on him, finally strangle him with the bloody prison hand. And in fact, it is true. After Jiang Cheng released the Eye of Faith, he didn't waste any time and directly transformed the 3 arrows on the ground into a black icicle. Jingle! The chain sickle made a slight sound, and then Jiang Cheng lifted it up from the ground. Clear! The clear sound of a sickle was heard, and the soil flew and splashed everywhere. At the moment when the flames in the eyes of the Blood Demon Commander continued to vibrate, a black knife flashed across. Then, a large amount of information came out. You are frozen by the cold air effect, and your armor is reduced by 50 points for 3 seconds. 21197. Ice damage. Minus 230. Secondary weapon cutting effect triggers. Minus 120. Jiang Cheng's total attack power now reaches 2780, with the addition of various data. Once a critical hit occurs, the damage will be 5 times, and with the addition of Dark Shock, it will be doubled, which is 10 times. Although the Blood Demon Commander's defense was as high as 750, the damage inflicted on him still shocked everyone. Then, this knife triggered the afterimage effect of the Swift Shadow. 6057. The afterimage effect triggers the ice disaster again. Boom! A large piece of ice exploded under the feet of the Blood Demon Commander. 6352. Buzz! The black ice chain scythe suddenly let out a mournful cry. The attack power of the ice disaster effect triggered the ice cry effect. Tearing damage occurs. 1109. Minus 1109. You are slowed down, and your movement speed is reduced by 30%. You are affected by the confusion effect. You will be in the confusion effect for 3 seconds. You can't distinguish between friend or foe for 3 seconds. The attack power of the ice disaster effect also triggered darkness. You are affected by the dark effect and lose 30 meters of vision range. In an instant, the Blood Demon Commander was hit by 7 or 8 negative states, and various injuries appeared on his head, especially the confusion effect, which made him unable to distinguish between friend and foe. But there were no enemies around, so he could only swing his sword randomly in place, slashing at the ground and letting out bursts of roars. The scene was extremely awkward, leaving the demonic army and all the players speechless. What is this boss doing? Slashing around randomly. Maybe he suddenly felt like an orphan and started to think about life? Who knows? Could this be the long-lost sword technique, the blind sword chopping technique? At a moment when countless people were speechless and confused, Jiang Cheng was not idle. He released the Blood Crow, the Destruction Archer, and the Black Evil Soul Commander one after another. Shock Arrow. Armor-piercing arrow. Arrow Shadow. Strikes from sky. Destruction Aho. 3 arrows of different colors, along with 18 deadly arrows, quickly flew towards him. Puff P. The confused Blood Demon Commander was pierced by 21 arrows. Minus 1. Minus 1. Minus 1. 2136. 2136. 2136. You are affected by the armor-breaking effect, and your defense is reduced by 50 points. You are affected by the shock effect. You will be stunned once every 0.5 seconds for 3 seconds. You are affected by the destruction arrow, which will explode in 1 second with a range of 33 meters. You are affected by the Blood Raven's Blood Bite, and your attack and defense are reduced by 6%. When the Blood Demon Commander just woke up from the chaos effect, he had more than 10 negative states on his head, and his face looked very ugly like a skull. He finally knew who was on the other side. It's that damn Blood Skull. Destroyed the Black Evil Castle, the Blood Evil Castle, and the Blood Skull that made him terrified. Why? Why is this bloody skeleton here? Brother, you have evolved, at least tell me. In an instant, countless thoughts surged in the mind of the Blood Demon Commander. But before he could react, Jiang Cheng shot 3 arrows at his head, chest, and abdomen. 23176. 23176. 23176. This time, the 3 arrows fired simultaneously triggered almost all the effects that Jiang Cheng could trigger. In an instant, a new round of negative conditions emerged. Heavy hit to stun. You are stunned for 0.2 seconds and take 126 damage. The Cold Soul is triggered, slowing down the freezing effect. You're affected by the chilling slow effect. Your attack and movement speed are reduced by 30%. Within 3 seconds, you'll be frozen once every 0.5 seconds for 3 seconds. Ice Disaster Effect. Afterimage Effect. Trigger the 3 attacks of the Kamikaze Hand. The next moment, the 3 attacks triggered the Ice Disaster and Cold Soul effects. Confusion, freezing, tearing, slowing down. After another round of 3 seconds of chaos, the Blood Demon Commander finally stopped swinging his sword in shame. His entire body had turned blue. Just as he recovered from his confused state, the fire in his eyes flickered. Damn, it really is a familiar smell. All demonic army, listen to my order. Retreat 50,000 meters and never enter Ginkgo village again. Call out. A flash of blood escape. In a moment when countless people were stunned, he came with great momentum and brought more than 5,000 evil soldiers to massacre the village. The Blood Demon Commander, who terrified all the players, fled in disgrace before everyone. Fled? Chapter 230, you guys take me away. This is unscientific. It's very unscientific. It's very, very unscientific. When the level 50 boss who made all players despair and fear, the Blood Evil Commander, used blood escape to disappear in front of countless people, everyone suddenly began to doubt their lives and shouted, "This is unscientific." Moreover, the words that the Blood Demon Commander left behind before he left also shocked everyone. The entire army retreats 50,000 meters and will never enter Ginkgo village again in this life. This sentence reveals so much information. What kind of stimulation or fright did this Blood Demon Commander receive that made him say such words? Order the entire army to retreat 50,000 meters and never enter Ginkgo village in this life. How scared must one be to say such a thing? They were not the Blood Demon Commander, and they could not understand the Blood Demon Commander's feelings at that time. I can only make associations based on the battle just now. 10 seconds to repel a level 50 boss. Is this going to defy fate? Did you see the damage the Black Skull just dealt? Over 23,000 damage with one arrow. That's simply shocking. That's nothing. I see that every attack of his can trigger various negative statuses. That's what's really amazing. I suspect that the boss was so controlled by the various negative statuses that he doubted his life and ran away. To be honest, this is the first time I know that a boss can be so cowardly. Nima, I'm dying of laughter. That Blood Demon Commander is as cowardly as an old dog. It's over. Now the S-rank hidden reward is gone. No more first, second, or third place. When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Only then did they remember that there would be a reward for protecting Ginkgo village this time. It's an S-level hidden mission, and there will be rewards for the top 10. And this black skeleton took the top 10 spots with just one move. It's so awesome. But after seeing Jiang Cheng instantly repel the level 50 boss, no one dared to show any dissatisfaction with the Black Skull anymore. He is an existence that even the Blood Demon Commander is afraid of. How can they compare to him? Call out. A flash of blood. The Blood Demon Commander was suddenly hit by a shock arrow and was in a dizzy state every 0.5 seconds, interrupting his blood escape and appearing 800 meters away from the demonic army. Suddenly, everyone started exclaiming, "Oh my God, that boss didn't run away. He's just making a strategic retreat. We still have a chance to get the reward." Seeing the Blood Demon Commander appear in the distance, everyone was suddenly delighted and looked towards him. This time, the Blood Evil Commander's blood escape only allowed him to escape 30 meters. Faced with the cheers of others, Commander Shueisha couldn't care less. Escaping from that devil's attack range is more important than anything else. Puff. So, when everyone happily thought that the Blood Evil Commander would make a comeback, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood bar above his head dropped again, and his figure disappeared in front of everyone again. Everyone was speechless. "I thought you were a real man, but it turns out you're just a coward. A wolf travels 1,000 miles to eat meat. A dog travels 1,000 miles to eat shit. The Blood Demon Commander is not lying to me." Swoosh. The Blood Demon Commander, who was thought to have escaped 5,000 meters away, once again appeared 750 meters away from the demonic demon army. This time, he was frozen every 0.5 seconds by Hanpa, which interrupted his blood escape and froze him directly on the spot. When he recovered, he was obviously weaker than before. Suddenly, all the players felt a glimmer of hope, hoping that he would come back and lead the army to regroup. But the next moment, the Blood Demon Commander did not hesitate at all. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and he launched the blood escape again. Then, he was interrupted again and appeared 700 meters away. Everyone was disappointed again. Puff! Call out! Puff! Call out! Within 3 seconds, the Blood Demon Commander performed a series of breathtaking moves in front of everyone. While spurting blood, he launched a blood escape and fled towards the evil army. It was very rhythmic, and even made people unable to help but follow some beatbox. Demonic Army. Seeing the Blood Demon Commander spitting blood and fleeing towards them, all the demonic army were stunned. The Grand Commander can actually disregard his own chi and blood and perform 8 consecutive blood escapes. This kind of strength makes us feel ashamed. The Commander-in-Chief's will to survive is so strong that it is shocking. His strength is so strong that it puts us to shame. Seeing the blood-red to white bones of the Blood Demon Commander, everyone couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. The Commander-in-Chief is truly a role model for our generation. What the hell are you doing? Can't you see I'm almost fucking dead? Come over here and help me retreat. Commander Shueisha almost collapsed. He raised his right hand, which was as pale as paper, and angrily cursed at several deputy generals. But several deputy generals did not take it seriously. Don't panic, Commander-in-Chief. The Black Skulls haven't pursued us. They probably don't dare to advance deep into our territory alone. The Ranger reinforcements are still a long way off. This way, we still have enough time to retreat. After he finished speaking, several lieutenants felt the ground shaking and saw a dark mass of figures in the distant plains, and knew that the Rangers' reinforcements had been dispatched. So they immediately gave the order, ordering all the demon army to retreat on the spot. The rear army becomes the front army, retreat 50,000 meters, and return to the demon castle. Promise. In an instant, dust flew up, and more than 5,000 demon soldiers began to retreat in an orderly manner. Seeing this, Commander Shueisha finally breathed a sigh of relief. He felt that what these deputy generals said was right. Blood. There's only one Black Skull, and he really doesn't dare to go deep into the enemy territory alone. Maybe he wants to wait for the Rangers' reinforcements and then wipe them out together. It seems that he has saved his life. The Blood Demon Commander lowered his head, panting, and waited for the sedan share of the Demon Army to take him back to the Demon Castle. However, what surprised him was that he waited for a long time, until the footsteps became farther and farther away, but he did not see the demonic army coming to carry him back. He raised his head in confusion, only to find that there was no trace of the demonic army around him. The head of the Blood Demon Commander froze in place. We agreed to have enough time to retreat. Why are you taking me away? Commander-in-Chief. The voice of a deputy general suddenly came from a distance. This attack on the village failed, and we have to report back. It will be best if you take the blame for this failure. I think you should understand. The deputy general's voice echoed in the air. Blood Demon Commander. I understand your mother. I can still be saved. Commander Shueisha looked at the dark mass in the distant plain, and the figure of the ranger was getting closer and closer to him. Suddenly, a trace of sadness appeared on his face. I, Blood Demon, have led the army for hundreds of years and have performed countless military exploits for the Skeleton King. I have fought in hundreds of battles, slaughtered tens of thousands of soldiers, and developed 7 major types of troops. I never thought that after just a minor defeat today, I would end up like this. How tragic. The Blood Demon Commander let out a long roar towards the sky, turned around, and glanced at Jiang Cheng on the top of the hill. The two looked at each other from 800 meters apart. Suddenly, the Blood Demon Commander's face turned ruthless, and he made a surprising decision. Chapter 231, the strongest melee output, Inshua. 3 kneelings under heaven, 9 consecutive kowtows on the ground, are a token of my appreciation. Bang! The Blood Demon Commander knelt down on the ashes with a loud bang, and countless green grass exploded. There was blood-red flame in his eyes as he stared towards the southeast. Then, he knelt 3 times and kowtowed 9 times. Clang! The blood sword was unsheathed. After 3 kneelings and 9 kowtows, the Blood Demon Commander held the sharp Blood Demon sword. Under the pitiful gazes of countless people, he began to use his sword to cut the bones on his arm. I will cut my bones before the king, and cut my soul before the Lord. I will repay the king for his kindness in shaping my bones. My bloodline will be destroyed for 300 years, and I will never reincarnate again. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, the Blood Demon sword of the Blood Demon Commander was broken into 7 pieces, which fell under the scorching sun, shining with a dazzling luster. Fragments of memories emerged one by one on the fragments of the sword. The blood demon commander laughed at himself. Then his body exploded and shattered in front of everyone. All that was left on the spot was a pile of bloody bone powder. The actions of the blood demon commander caught no one by surprise. It also shocked everyone. I don't know why, but I always feel a little sad. This game is so damn realistic. Even a boss has this kind of aura. This must be fake. Boss actually committed suicide? A group of players were talking about it. Jiang Cheng sighed and shook his head as if he understood the last look that Commander Shueisha gave him. The look he gave wasn't actually at himself, but it was the leader of the Black Evil Soul Shocker. He should have recognized his subordinate Haisha. In fact, although this blood demon has escaped many times, he must be very loyal to the Skeleton King. It was just a small defeat, maybe a pretty bad one. He was cruelly abandoned, which made him feel sad. He knew that he could never return to the Skeleton Kingdom, but he didn't want to become a slave of Jiang Cheng like Haisha, so he chose to commit suicide. Moreover, even if he committed suicide, he did not want to be reshaped by the bone pool and repeat this tragic fate. Jiang Cheng admired him for this. He admired his courage of preferring to commit suicide rather than be inferior to his opponent and become a slave. In order to respect the choice of Commander Shueisha, Jiang Cheng prepared to resurrect him. He raised the staff in his hand, and without caring whether the blood demon commander would be in hell, he directly spent 5,000 soul points to resurrect him on the spot. This move immediately shocked countless people. Damn, he can even revive the boss. Why are we so mean? A cute little girl has NPCs like this. What the hell are we supposed to do? This is too perverted, isn't it? Oh, how nice it would be if I had a skeleton like this. Isn't Ikadai, Xiaoming too lucky? He even encountered a skeleton like this. I wonder what the relationship between the two of them is. I suddenly have the urge to poach them. Countless players were speechless. While lamenting Jiang Cheng's abnormality, they could only admire Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming's luck. Secretly, he clicked on the report button. Unfortunately, no matter how many strange ways they used to report, the response they received was still only 4 words. Everything is fine. Jiang Cheng didn't care what they were doing. After taking back the black scripture of the Undead from the Blood Demon Commander, he began to check his information. Blood Demon Commander. In Shue. Quality. Legendary. Level 1. Health. 6,000. Mana. Anamribu. Attack power. 100 to 200. Defense. 100 to 200. Spell defense. 100 to 200. Skills. Blood Ghost Hand. 8 Gates Blood Evil. Talents. Blood Escape. Blood Burst. Bloody Sunset. Bloody Fatal. Blood Shadow. Rage Slash. Blood Clone. After looking at the Blood Demon Commander's attributes, Jiang Cheng nodded with satisfaction. The strongest melee damage output of the Demon King group has been decided to be you. Chapter 232. Feelings are quite complicated. Blood Ghost Hand. Consumes 500 health points and can grab enemies 500 meters away and bring them to your side. The cooldown time is 1 minute. 8 Gates of Blood Evil. Deduct 50% of your own health. Within 10 minutes, 1 gate will be opened by default, increasing the attack power by 100%. During the duration, normal attacks will produce a layer of blood evil effect on the enemy. After stacking 10 layers, the second gate will be opened, increasing the attack power by 200%. The third gate needs to be stacked 30 layers, increasing the attack power by 300%, and so on. The cooling time is 90 minutes. Blood Escape. Each time the health value decreases by 10%, the Blood Escape effect is triggered. The Blood Escape range is 1,010 meters. If used actively, the Blood Escape range increases 10 times. Blood Burst. When the health value is 30%, each attack has a 19% chance of causing a blood evil effect. After 10 layers are stacked, it will cause 300% of the attack power damage. Bloody Sunset. When health is below 50%, attack power increases by 30%. When health is below 30%, attack power increases by 50%. When health is below 10%, attack power increases by 100%. Bloody Fatal. When health is below 30%, critical hit rate increases by 30%, 20% chance to cause 3 times extra damage, 10% chance to cause 4 times extra damage, 1% chance to cause 5 times extra damage. Blood Shadow. When health is below 30%, dodge rate increases by 30%. Rage Slash. Each attack deals an additional 25% damage to enemies within a 22 range, and passively increases the player's own attack power by 10%. Blood Clone. When the health value is lower than 10%, each attack will summon a Blood Shadow clone to attack the enemy, and the Blood Shadow clone will cause 50% of the previous damage. The Blood Demon Commander skills, 1 rare level and 1 legendary level. Among the talents, there are 6 rare levels and 1 legendary level double passive, Blood Escape. Such skills and talents can be said to be extremely incredible. And the less blood volume, the stronger the explosive power. It is definitely a melee output worth cultivating. Moreover, the Blood Ghost Hand can grab monsters from the monster pile and fight them. If you're surrounded, you can also use Blood Escape to escape, or, when fighting a boss, hit him twice and then use Blood Escape to escape. He is worthy of being the Blood Demon Commander. Jiang Cheng spent 650,000 evolution points to upgrade it to level 30. The skeletons resurrected by the Black Sutra of the Undead cannot surpass the level of their master. After the resurrected skeleton reaches level 30, it must use reinforcement points to break through the evolution quality again. He has no reinforcement points, so he can only upgrade to level 30. Soul-catching Blood Demon, Blood. Quality, Legendary. Level, 30. Health, 21,000. Mana, 21,000. Attack, 300 to 600. Defense, 300 to 400. Spell defense, 300 to 400. Skills, Blood Ghost Hand, 8 Gates of Blood, Life and Death Conversion. Talents, Blood Escape, Blood Burst, Bloody Sunset, Bloody Fatal, Blood Shadow, Rage Slash, Blood Clone. Overview. Belongs to Wings of Disaster. After the upgrade, the attack power did not increase much, but an additional skill of Life and Death Conversion was added. Life and Death Conversion consumes 2,000 magic points, converted into 1,000 health points of the self. Cooldown time is 1 minute. This is a blood-adding skill. With this skill, the Blood Evil can have more endurance and can even save lives when necessary, but the cooling time is a bit long. Thank you, Lord, for your gift. After Inshue evolved, a trace of gratitude appeared on the skeleton's face. It knelt in front of Jiang Cheng and thanked him profusely. Jiang Cheng smiled knowingly. How are you feeling now? The Blood Evil Commander is not like the beast taming Golden Shield Knight. He, the Blood Crow, and the Black Evil Soul-Shocking Commander are all intelligent beings. However, after Haisha and Blood Crow were resurrected, they had lost their previous memories. But after seeing the resurrected Shueisha, Jiang Cheng keenly discovered that the sword at Shueisha's waist was missing. Moreover, when Shueisha was resurrected, he actually retained his original name, and even after evolving, it still did not disappear. This is obviously different from the 3 bosses, Black Evil, Blood Crow, and Bloodhell Demon Guard. So he wanted to test whether Shueisha still had any memories of his previous life. If so, would it be helpful in his mission to destroy the Skeleton Kingdom? This, I feel, quite complicated. Inshue frowned and looked at Jiang Cheng with a very complicated expression. Sure enough, there are memories. Jiang Cheng's heart moved. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. It seems that there must be something special about the Commander-in-Chief Shueisha. Or in other words, what obsession did you have during your lifetime? Can you carry weapons? Jiang Cheng asked the humble emperor and took out a level 5 white scimitar and threw it to Inshue. My lord, it seems that it is possible. Inshue took the rusty water scimitar and said respectfully, Thank you, Lord, for the gift of the sword. Jiang Cheng waved his hand and said nothing. Of course, he could see that Shueisha was very dissatisfied with the scimitar. After all, he used to use a sword, and the quality should be quite good, but now, he only has a level 5 scimitar, and it's still rusty. I can only say, it's hard to describe. Of course, Jiang Cheng did this on purpose. Because no matter whether it is a human or skeleton, only dissatisfaction with the current situation can stimulate his ambition. Shueisha, I have a plan, and I need your help. Master, please say what you want. As long as I, Shueisha, can do it, I will die for it. Jiang Cheng nodded in satisfaction. I think you should also know that I destroyed 2 castles of the Skeleton Kingdom in succession. Inshue nodded helplessly. How could I not know that what you destroyed is all mine? But this is not the end. My goal is to destroy the entire Skeleton Kingdom. What? Destroyed the entire Skeleton Kingdom? Inshue felt a chill in his heart, and suddenly felt that the black skeleton in front of him was a devil. He also understood what Jiang Cheng wanted him to do. Forgive me for not being able to obey your command. I chose to commit suicide because I didn't want to be labeled a traitor. I hope your grace will grant me this. Inxue refused righteously. Jiang Cheng was not surprised at all, as Inxue's reaction was within his expectations. I just need you to draw me all the castles in the Skeleton Kingdom, as well as the distribution of troops, the specific types of troops in each castle, and the troops that each commander can mobilize. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. Jiang Cheng is not a god, and his source of information also comes from his own research during the internal test and myth. But when Da Huang was in beta, his game level didn't increase as fast as it does now. By the end of the internal test, he had only reached level 50. There are still many places he has not been to, some tasks he has not done, and some bosses he has not defeated. The Skeleton Kingdom is different from the Wild Area. It is a plot copy of the Wild Area, and troops are mobilized between the castles. If he is not careful and is attacked by the alliance between the castles, even he will die without a burial place. When he attacked Blood Castle and Black Castle, he also went through all kinds of careful consideration and deliberation. As the levels of wild monsters and bosses in the castle get higher and higher, he must be cautious in the next siege. My lord, even if I die again, I will never betray the Skeleton King. Inxue said this in a decisive tone, with a fearless expression on his cheekbones. If you agree, I can give you a level 10 ordinary sword. Impossible. Level 15 elite sword. Impossible. Level 20 rare sword. No impossible. Level 25 rare sword. I'll think about it. Level 30 legendary sword. Make a deal. Chapter 233. A reward going to be given out? I don't have a level 30 legendary sword yet, but you can use the level 30 elite sword first. Jiang Cheng took out a level 30 sharp mercury sword from behind and threw it to Shueisha, then asked Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming to bring him paper and pen. I don't know why, but I feel like I'm being tricked by the Lord. Looking at the mercury sword in his hand, Inxue felt that he had been cheated. Since the master already has a level 30 elite sword, why didn't he give it to him earlier? This is obviously a trap. Damn, the master's tricks are too deep. I can't afford to offend you. I can't afford to offend you. There was no other way. He could only start painting obediently. Was this siege planned long ago by your Skeleton Kingdom, or was it a spur-of-the-moment decision? After Shueisha finished drawing, Jiang Cheng took the drawing, looked at it, and asked. After hearing this, Inxue fell silent. He had already been betrayed once, so as a man of his word, he helped Jiang Cheng draw a troop distribution map. But he felt that he must never betray the Skeleton King again, otherwise his conscience would be condemned. My lord, I will never betray the Skeleton King again. Absolutely not. You will never get any information about the Skeleton Kingdom from me again. Inxue rejected Jiang Cheng righteously and in a firm tone. However, Jiang Cheng didn't take it seriously and suddenly changed the subject. Shueisha, you used to use a sword, right? Inxue nodded. Although he didn't know what tricks Jiang Cheng was going to use, he felt that it was impossible to fool him this time. In that case, you also know that swords vary not only in quality, but also in attributes. Weapons all have attribute deviations, such as gold, wood, water, fire, ice, flame, earth, light, dark, poison, wind, thunder, etc. Shueisha, if a skeleton suitable for using sharp gold attributes holds a sword of earth attributes, wouldn't it be a bit inappropriate? Jiang Cheng finished speaking and looked at him calmly. Inxue trembled all over suddenly. Damn, the one you're talking about who is suitable for the sharp gold attribute, isn't that me? All of his talents are based on blood evil, and the characteristic of blood evil is that it can cause tearing and bleeding states. The sharp gold attribute has the effects of armor breaking, tearing, and bleeding. The earth attribute also enhances physical fitness and defense. Among these gold and earth attribute weapons, anyone knows which one is most suitable for him. Having him be an explosive skeleton with a defensive sword is as ridiculous as a mage engaging in close combat with the enemy. Is that a little inappropriate? That's very inappropriate. My lord, this attack on the city was a sudden initiative of the Demon Lord. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that Luoyun City's troops were weak, seize 36 villages in the chaos, and then surround Luoyun City. Damn, I've been tricked again. He didn't expect his master had this skill. He promised to give me a level 30 legendary weapon, but he didn't say what attributes it would have. The master is such a dog. I see. It seems I can't rely solely on the system. If the Skeleton Kingdom occupies Luoyun City ahead of time, then I won't be facing the tens of thousands of soldiers from Luoyuan City. Besides, even if we capture Luoyuan City, this skeleton kingdom will always be a hidden danger. Jiang Cheng shook his hand and pondered for a while. Let the blood demon commander, who was tricked and bleeding, follow behind him. Jiang Cheng came to the village entrance and met up with Yi Tiao Xiaoming. Those who are against cuteness in the world no longer dare to speak out, and under the supervision of so many people, they can only come out and die silently. Just when he was trying to subdue the blood demon commander, Yi Xiao Dai Xiaoming had already killed him twice. Not only did the other players feel a little bit uncomfortable watching it, even Dai Xiaoming felt a little bit reluctant to kill it. But Jiang Cheng didn't say stop, and she didn't dare to stop. If you want to achieve great things, you must have a hard heart and show no mercy to your enemies. Jiang Cheng said in her ear, if you want others to fear you and obey your orders unconditionally, you must first establish your authority in their hearts. You must follow through on your words and decisions to the end. Never give up halfway. Oh, Yi Xiao Dai Xiaoming gritted his teeth and showed no mercy. He drank a few bottles of large magic potions and continued to smash the magic wand at Fan Meng Tianxia. At this time, the chief of Ginkgo village suddenly came out of the village with a group of people. Suddenly, everyone's eyes turned to the village chief. Here it comes. Here it comes. Are you going to give out rewards? Chapter 234, Physical Strengthening Technique, Iron Making Manual. What do you think the reward for defending the village will be this time? An S-level hidden mission. I guess the equipment required is at least legendary level, right? Legend, I think your imagination is too limited. It's just a legend at best. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone gasped. Because let alone the legendary level, even the elite level is rarely possessed by them. Damn, the only blue ring on my body is this one, and I bought it from someone else's stall after selling my body. What does a legendary tier look like? I've never even seen a rare one. Besides feasting my eyes on the weapon rankings, it's been 4 days, and I haven't even seen a shadow of a rare one. Jealousy has torn me apart. May the Supreme, God bless me. I am willing to exchange Jill -5 centimeters for a level 25 rare weapon. Fuck you, you ruthless person. I'm willing to trade 5 centimeters of my size for a rare skill book. I pray that the Supreme God in heaven will hear my sincerity. Warrior, you saved Ginkgo village? Under the gaze of countless players, the village chief came to Jiang Cheng and excitedly shook Jiang Cheng's hand bones. Then, he shuddered unexpectedly. The village chief's excited heart calmed down, and his trembling hands stopped shaking. Warrior, follow me. Shaking his frostbitten hands awkwardly, the village chief took Jiang Cheng to his hut. Bang! The door was ruthlessly closed. This made the players who were eager to know what the reward was feel extremely itchy, and their eyes turned bloodshot. Oh my god, it's so mysterious. Could it be a legendary skill book? Could it be a divine weapon? Who knows what this closing is? Oh, I really want to know what the reward is. This is so fucked up. While others were still scratching their heads and guessing, the village chief tremblingly took out 2 thread-bound books and a mysterious black box and handed them to Jiang Cheng. In fact, the village chief did not want to give the reward to Jiang Cheng, because in his opinion, Jiang Cheng might not be much better than the demonic army. But there was no other way. He had put up a bounty, and if he didn't give the reward according to the rules, he would be punished by the gods. But, no matter how you look at it, this skeleton doesn't look like a good skeleton. He suddenly regretted this decision. Perhaps, this black skeleton will become more powerful than the Skeleton King in the future. Jiang Cheng took the 2 books and a box and felt a little happy. What exactly is the reward for the S-level hidden mission? When Jiang Cheng opened the first book, he was completely stunned. Village Chief's Blacksmithing Manual. Quality, ordinary. Overview. After use, you can skip the job transfer task and transfer to the secondary job of equipment maker. Learning conditions. None. Nice one. Maybe this grade is rubbish, but it can allow him to switch to a secondary profession. The medicine soul stone dropped by Fei Anshuan before clearly showed that he could not use it at all. But after he opened the secret book, he could learn from it without having to do any tedious job transfer tasks. You know, the task of switching to a secondary profession is not difficult, but it is extremely tedious. It may take about a week. Generally, those who switch to a secondary profession are either players who are supported by the guild, or wealthy players who have plenty of money and have the time to spend. Someone like Jiang Cheng obviously doesn't have time to do such a task. and this blacksmith's manual is very useful to him. System prompt. Congratulations on your job change to blacksmith and obtaining the primary blacksmithing skill. Basic crafting technique. Proficiency, 300/10,000. Overview. After use, you can use crafting drawings and crafting materials to craft designated equipment. There's a 1% chance of crafting special equipment with no usage restrictions. Current craftable level, level 20. Crafting requirements, level 20 black iron, level 20 blueprint. This forging technique is not very useful to him. Apart from being able to create unidentified equipment and then add various features to the equipment after identification, it is of no use. But that 1% chance of creating special equipment with no restrictions on use is crucial to him. See what's next. Strengthening technique. Quality, legendary. Overview. After learning, you can add a learnable skill to the guild, the physical fitness skill. For each level of physical fitness skill, the upper limit of health points increases by 100 points, up to a maximum of 20 levels. Learning requirements. Guild President. The guild's additional skills. Jiang Cheng's heart moved. The guild's own available skills are only regeneration and meditation at level 1, which are used to increase the speed of health and mana recovery. At level 2, there is Strong Attack, which increases 20 points of attack power per level, and Strong Spell, which increases 10 points of spell attack power per level. Level 3 has Strength, which increases 5 points of strength per level, and Wisdom, which increases 5 points of spear per level. Level 4 has Speed. Each level increases 5 points of agility, and Toughness. Each level increases 5 points of endurance. At level 5, there is Fitness, which increases 5 points of constitution per level, and Perseverance, which increases 5 points of defense per level. At level 6, there is Precision, which increases by 1 point per level, and Dodge, which increases by 1 point per level. Above level 7, you'll gain additional attribute attacks, such as Gold, Wood, Water, Fire, Earth, Ice, Fire, Wind, Thunder, Light, Dark, and Poison. The highest guild level is 10, and almost all attributes that can be enhanced are enhanced, except for increasing the upper limit of health. This book of physical strengthening techniques is absolutely vital to the guild. For guild members, having an extra skill to increase their upper limit of health is equivalent to having half an extra life, which is definitely a huge advantage. Of course, he couldn't learn. It still has to be handed over to Yi Qiao Xiaoming. So he opened the last black box. Chapter 235. Has the artifact been born? What's going on? Didn't they say monsters were attacking the city? Where are the monsters? Outside the village, tens of thousands of players who had traveled thousands of miles to Ginkgo village were filled with joy. When they saw the peaceful scene before them, they were stunned. Except for a girl in a fiery red robe who was constantly killing a group of players, everyone else had excited expressions on their faces and were whispering to each other. What the hell is there any tense atmosphere of monsters attacking the city? More importantly, monsters are attacking the city. What kind of monsters are these? Brother Duba, what do you think? Tianxiu, the Tianxiu Guild's Zhaohua Tianxiu, asked the one who dominated the world beside him. He and Duba Tianxia, Anxiang Yulan, and Katuniangxia had previously scouted Luoyan City. So at this moment, they were also one of the first group of players to arrive at Ginkgo village. I don't know how to tell, but there's an acquaintance of mine here. I'll go ask him and find out. Duba Tianxia chuckled and then walked towards Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming. Sister Yulan, what do you think? I don't know how to tell, but there's an acquaintance of mine here. I'll go ask him and find out. And Xiang Yulan imitated the tone of Duba Tianxia and then followed Duba Tianxia. Creation and beauty. Gas. Don't ask me. I have an acquaintance too. I'll go ask him. Katuniangxia and Angxianjulan walked towards Yi Qiao Daixiaming. Fuck, are you the only ones who know someone? Don't I have any? Zhaohua Tianxiu was speechless, but after thinking about it, he realized, I really don't have any. Grass. I want to see who your acquaintance is. Is he so important? The creation of nature and beauty also followed suit, with the ambition to swallow the world. The other players quickly swarmed towards the players in Ginkgo village and asked about what had happened. After they finished asking, they all opened their mouths wide, as if they were frightened. What? A level 50 boss was repelled in 10 seconds? Over 5,000 demon soldiers were scared away by a black skeleton? Are you kidding me? How is this possible? Are you crazy or am I? Who can do this at this level? If you don't believe me, forget it. The rewards have already been settled. What good would it do us to lie to you? Exactly. Each of you acted like you'd never seen anything like it before. Repelling a level 50 boss in 10 seconds? Is that really that unusual? Oh, it's definitely unusual, but do you have to be so exaggerated? They're settling the rewards at the village chief's hut. We'll know when he comes out, right? Is this true? All the players who came to reinforce were half believing and half doubting, and gathered towards the village chief's hut. Of course, among the tens of thousands of players, some naturally couldn't wait and rushed all the way to the village chief's hut regardless of the crowd. Everyone, get out of my way. Do you know who we are? We're from the Tyrant Guild, ranked 21st in the server-wide guild rankings. Do you know that? Everyone, get out of my way. Batian pushed aside countless players along the way and led a group of people towards the village chief's hut. I want to see who is so awesome that he can repel 5,000 demon soldiers by himself. President, I think it's all bullshit. These people are probably dreaming. Even with your strength, it's impossible for you to achieve this level at the moment. A few people cursed and walked all the way to the village chief's hut, ready to force open the door. A ring. Jiang Cheng looked at the black ring lying quietly in the box, and his heart moved. There was a faint black aura coming out of the ring, and there was a ferocious dragon pattern on the top. The dragon opened its scarlet eyes and opened its mouth, as if protesting to him. In fact, Jiang Cheng did feel a huge dragon power that was constantly shaking his soul. This dragon's might seemed to want to shatter his soul and take over his body. Moreover, there's a special magic on the ring that makes Jiang Cheng unable to take his eyes off the dragon's eyes. In just a moment, the black flames in Jiang Cheng's eyes gradually turned into scarlet. This shocked the village chief who had been observing him from the side. Is this going to be demonized? Legend has it that the stronger the evil thoughts in your heart, the faster you will fall into it. But that's the wearer. This black skull, I haven't even put on yet. This skeleton's evil thoughts are so overwhelming. The village chief was so frightened that he lost 2 of his 3 souls and hurriedly tried to take back the dragon-slaying ring. But the next moment, ouch, a dragon roar exploded. The entire Ginkgo village was shocked. Boom! With a loud bang, the village chief's hut was instantly blown to pieces, and countless wooden fragments flew everywhere. The village chief who was in the hut, along with Batian and others who had just touched the door of the hut, were instantly blown away by a violent force and exploded to a height of 200 meters on the spot. It turned into countless parabolas and fell into the distance. Boom! 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 As loud roars sounded at the same time, Batian was smashed hard to the ground. His health instantly dropped to 0, and he turned into light and disappeared. Within a radius of 100 meters, dust was flying and smoke was everywhere. Countless players who arrived later looked towards the center of the dust with shocked eyes. Each of them was astonished. Mad, what happened? Why is there such a big commotion? Chapter 236, when will the demon dragon appear? What happened? Did the reward explode? That tyrant. Tian seems to be dead. Ah ha ha ha, good thing you died. The village chief, seems to be dead too. As soon as these words were spoken, the laughter that was originally filled with gloating suddenly stopped, and the entire Ginkgo village fell into silence. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the village chief's hut, and they even held their breath. At the same time, they felt a faint throbbing in their hearts, as if some peerless, ferocious beast was about to break out of the ground. At this time, although the smoke and dust had disappeared from the village chief's hut, it was still shrouded in a black aura. This black air carries a certain evil aura, as if it has some kind of magic power. Once you look at it for a few more seconds, some bloody scenes will involuntarily come to your mind. Along with this, there will be an urge to kill in your heart. Some players who were unable to dodge were enveloped by the black air. In the astonished eyes of everyone, he was corroded by the black air in an instant, before he could even let out any screams. The flesh and blood instantly separated from the body like a melted candle, melted into the ground, and only a pile of white bones remained. Fuck, go! This black energy can kill people. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked. They screamed and fled in fear from the village chief's hut, wishing they had 4 legs. After they were 300 meters away from the black gas, they felt relieved and patted their chests with lingering fear. Damn, this is too scary. I almost had a heart attack just playing a game. That's right, this game is way too damn realistic. Ouch. Just after the player ran out in shock, a dragon roar was heard again in the shrouded black air. When everyone looked closely, they found 2 red lights flowing faintly in the black air, appearing and disappearing. The red light larger than a lantern, looked like the eye of some ancient beast, and was constantly moving. In the black air, there was also something faintly wriggling. System prompt. The exclusive quest for the Dragon Slayer ring has begun. Subdue the dragon's soul. Jiang Cheng, who was surrounded by dark air, received a system prompt. The scarlet flames in the eye sockets gradually returned to black and white. Give up and become a slave to the ring. Sink and live with me. The power of the demon dragon has been unmatched in the world for thousands of years. After the system prompt, 3 more voices sounded in Jiang Cheng's soul. Then, there were endless exhortations, asking him not to resist and to submit to the dragon. However, Jiang Cheng remained unmoved. The flame in his pupils condensed slightly. Ring Wraith? As soon as these words were spoken, the air suddenly became quiet for a while, and the endless exhortation stopped. Then, 3 light, blue souls suddenly flew out from the dragon's slayer ring, which was lying quietly on the ground filled with black air. A special undead. You can actually see through our identities? Father, it doesn't matter. No matter how special the undead is, they can't subdue the dragon. It's just one more soul to keep us company. His soul fire is extraordinary. Even without wearing the magic ring, he has already inspired the will of the dragon. Perhaps. There is no possibility. When you inherited the dragon-slaying ring, I also felt that you were extraordinary. Can you please not talk about this in front of new friends? Just talk about it in private. 3 souls were chatting in midair, and it seemed that they had known each other for quite a long time. But the message revealed in the words was despair and sighs. But Jiang Cheng didn't bother to care. He shook his hand bones, stared at the ice disaster in his hand, lowered his head, and asked, "To what extent will my strength be enhanced?" The reason he said this was because he found that when he was in the black air, his strength, spirit, speed, attack power, and defense power were all increasing rapidly. It's just not clear to what extent it can be improved. It's useless, Undead. You are now in a secret realm. The dark aura of the secret realm will temporarily stimulate all your potential and put you in the peak state. It's a pity you're just an undead. Even if you were at your peak, how could you compare to a dragon that has lived for thousands of years? Undead, give up. Back then, I was also very confident that as long as I reached the peak, the dragon would definitely not be my opponent. Later, after Jiang Cheng heard this, he thought, "Are you saying that the black suspension chi will strengthen me to my strongest state?" Without waiting for San Ling to speak, Jiang Cheng chuckled, activated his Sky Raider armor, and transformed the weapon in his hand into a cold spear. When will the demon dragon appear? Chapter 237, 12 Instant Kill Swords. These words startled the 3 souls. It was the first time they had seen a living being, so they didn't ask how to escape, but when the dragon would appear. Little Undead, it seems that you are very confident in yourself. It's a shame. Over the past 1,000 years, there have been many confident people, but didn't they all die in the end? The only 3 of us left alive are us. They are annoyed to death by you two. A soul with a broom head said to the other 2 souls with disdain. Get out, the father and son said in unison. But after just a moment of commotion, they began to exhort him again. Little Undead, just give up and come with us. This way you'll suffer less. Ouch! Another dragon roar exploded, scaring the 3 souls so much that they almost disintegrated. The 3 spirits no longer dared to speak and instantly got into the dragon-slaying ring, trembling inside the ring. However, they could still see what was happening outside. How terrifying! Could it be that this demon dragon has absorbed the soul of its previous host and become stronger? Then we probably won't ever get out. If I can't get out, then I can't get out. I'm used to it anyway. I'm just curious now. This skeleton seems a little different. What's the difference? Hey, tell me, how many minutes can he hold on to this skeleton? A few minutes? Even if a ghost is strengthened 100 times, it's still a ghost. Can it really defeat the dragon? A few minutes is too much. I think it should be less than 3 seconds. The 3 spirits were in the ring space, commenting on Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng also discovered that as his strength grew stronger, some blood gradually began to appear on his black-bone body. Then come the blood vessels, tendons, flesh, and skin. When the whole body is covered with flesh and blood, the last hair grows out of the flesh. The long-lost blood in Jiang Cheng's heart began to boil. Whoosh whoosh. The black ice spear kept spinning and whistling in his hand, driving the surrounding black air and forming a dragon-shaped vortex. The spear shaft suddenly stopped on the ground. Bang! Countless pieces of soil, exploded from the ground in an instant, and the spear penetrated more than 3 inches into the ground, standing upright beside Jiang Cheng. Call! Jiang Cheng let out a long sigh, touched the flesh on his body, and felt a little dazed for a moment. I never thought that one day I would be able to recover my normal body. He moved his body carefully. Although he knew it was only temporary, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but feel happy. Born as a human being, who would be willing to become a gloomy skeleton if possible? Jiang Cheng opened his 5 fingers slightly and slowly clenched his fist, his fingers crackling due to his strength. Putting his fist against his heart, Jiang Cheng felt the long-lost heartbeat. Boom, boom, boom. That's the human heartbeat. His heartbeat was slow and regular, something he hadn't felt in a long time. What a pity they're all fake. He picked up the black ice spear, standing on the ground with his right hand, and held it horizontally in front of him. Jiang Cheng's eyes narrowed, and he stomped his right foot suddenly. Bang! A black mud flower exploded on the ground, and Jiang Cheng flew up. The spear in his hand was swung in a circle, forming a spiral in his palm, spinning continuously. The cold tip of the gun, carrying a spiral of energy, suddenly thrust towards the black air 30 meters in front of him. Call out! The spear, with a high-speed rotating force, pierced into the black fog. Puff! In the impenetrable black fog, there was a sound of metal entering flesh, accompanied by a scream. Hold head high. Spiral gun power. Break armor with force. 111358. A bright blood flower bloomed in the black fog. Ding dong! A chain appeared out of thin air in the black fog and connected to Jiang Cheng's right hand. When the chain swung, Jiang Cheng's figure soared into the air. At the same time, a huge black shadow passed by him, bringing up countless wind blades. The chain in Jiang Cheng's hand suddenly turned into a Han sword. At the moment when a magic dragon passed by him, 12 sword shadows slashed out. One of the 14 magical skills, instant kill with 12 swords. Puff, 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 puff. Dash 11111358. 11111359. 1111959. 1111119. Dash 1111952. Dash 111153. The sword is put away. 1 second later, 12 blood flowers then bloomed. At the same time, 12 dense damage values superimposed on each other emerged from a height of 300 meters. San Ling, who was watching the battle in Jiang Cheng, was suddenly shocked. What kind of magical skill is this? Chapter 238, 8 Steps of Strength. Hold head high. Shameless undead. How dare you injure this dragon? The evil dragon let out a scream and stomped its claws into the black fog. Boom! Countless pieces of gravel and mud exploded from the ground instantly. Call out. The dragon retracted its huge wings and disappeared instantly in the black fog. The wind is howling. A huge shadow rushed towards Jiang Cheng, and the surrounding black fog was swept up by it and constantly broken. The dragon's intention was to use his huge body to directly kill Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng was not moved at all. Instead, he closed his eyes and felt the wind blowing around him. Bite! With a slight sound, the tip of the sword moved forward slightly, and when the dragon was about to crash into Jiang Cheng, it gently touched the dragon's forehead. Take advantage of the momentum to launch a flash kill. Jiang Cheng used this force to move backward to the left, and the Han sword in his hand instantly turned into a pair of black iceboxing gloves and was put on his hands. In every short moment of flying back, the boxing gloves in his hands stuck to the dragon's rushing body and smashed down hard. Dragon head, dragon neck, dragon back, dragon body, dragon belly, dragon legs, dragon claws, dragon tail. Boom, 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 boom. 8 dull voices rang out. After 8 consecutive punches, hitting different parts of the dragon's body, he clenched his right fist. The boxing gloves turned into black ice spears, and the tip of the spear suddenly stabbed into the ground behind him. Cling, 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 boom. The spear rubbed against the ground, stirring up countless pieces of gravel. Then there was a loud bang, and the flying backward effect of the flash attack was offset by the spear. Jiang Cheng's figure suddenly stopped. Boom, 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 boom. 1111953. 2111 235 3115623 4615237 5951624 7231587 9561623 17313238. One of the 14 magical skills, the 8-step burst power. 8 loud explosions sounded, instantly exploding on the dragon's head, neck, back, body, belly, legs, claws, and tail. Ouch! In an instant, the dragon that was still rushing forward felt a severe pain and its body suddenly stopped. After wailing in midair, he could no longer control his body and was smashed heavily to the ground. Boom! The ground suddenly shook, unable to withstand the huge body of the magic dragon, and a crack appeared instantly, blowing up countless soil. Then, the soil in midair turned into mud and rocks, falling like raindrops. You look for it. Before the dragon could finish its voice, it immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, and its body was covered with countless gravel and dirt. The 8-step Bung Jin is used with the Bung Quan to instantly hit the opponent's head, shoulders, back, hands, tail, hips, knees, and feet. 8 bursts of power exploded in sequence with an interval of 0.12 seconds. Can instantly stack 7 levels of severe injury on the opponent. The damage is getting higher each time. The demon dragon endured Jiang Cheng's 8-step collapse force, and the damage inflicted reached as much as 51 million. His health dropped by 2/3 in an instant. The 3 ring wraiths were scared silly. Oh my god, what kind of insane skill is this? A demon dragon that has been dominating for 3,000 years is being killed by this undead in just 3 seconds. Is he really an undead? 12 sword strikes in 1 second, 8 punches severely injured the shadow dragon. How did he do it? He is simply a peerless genius rarely seen in 1,000 years. Isn't he an undead? What do you think? Could he be the reincarnation of the 7 abyssal god? I think he's much more powerful than the demon dragon. What 7 abyssal god? I think he is the reincarnation of the god of destruction. 7 abyssal gods. God of destruction. 7 abyssal gods. The god of destruction. What are you arguing about? The dragon isn't dead yet. Who will win or lose is up to you. Maybe this undead is already at the end of its rope. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the sound of wind blew, 12 afterimages appeared in the air. Jiang Cheng's figure was rapidly approaching the demon dragon lying on the ground. Before it could react, the Han sword fell from top to bottom, fiercely targeting the dragon's head. Instant kill with 12 swords. A large number of sword shadows turned into fan-shaped lines, appearing layer upon layer on the head of the demon dragon. In an instant, countless injuries emerged. Puff, 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 puff. 3111135. 3111135. 3111135. 3111135. Because the magic dragon was seriously injured and was still in a serious state, the damage of each sword of Jiang Cheng was as high as an astonishing 3 million, and he can instantly unleash 12 swords in 1 second. He doesn't need to move, as he has the crazy escape technique. He directly used the simplest and fastest method to chop down the dragon with lightning speed. Suddenly, the sky in front of the entire body of the demon dragon, which was shrouded in black air, was filled with black sword shadows. In a flash, only a trace of health remained to the dragon. Ouch! The dragon finally woke up from the shadow of death and made a dying struggle. He opened his huge dragon mouth, and countless flames gathered in his mouth and suddenly spit out towards Jiang Cheng. Oh no, the dragon still has a trick up its sleeve. The dragon's fire breath is enough to burn an archangel to death. It's over, it's over. Chapter 239, Killing the Shadow Dragon. Call out. Crazy escape technique. A black light lit up. In the moment when San Ling was stunned, Jiang Cheng's figure had disappeared in the flames. When he appeared again, he had already arrived above the dragon's head. Go to hell. Seeing this, the evil dragon suddenly became furious. It stood up, spread its wings, and crashed its head into Jiang Cheng's body. Then, under the astonished eyes of the 3 spirits, Jiang Cheng was held up by the magic dragon, and the man and the dragon flew straight to a height of 3,000 meters. Just when San Ling was shouting that he was doomed, 12 black afterimages suddenly appeared in the sky. Clang, 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 clang. Then, the dragon let out a miserable howl. The huge figure, spinning its body, descended from the sky with a whistling sound. Whoosh, whoosh, boom! The dragon was smashed onto the ground like a huge cannonball, making a loud bang. Players throughout the Ginkgo village felt the vibration from the ground. The ground instantly cracked into countless fissures, blowing up countless pieces of gravel and soil. And Jiang Cheng was also there at the moment when the magic dragon just fell to the ground. The Han sword in his hand turned into a black ice hammer, dropped from the sky, and smashed down fiercely at the dying dragon. Boom! Crack! The black ice hammer smashed straight into the dragon's skull, spurting out countless blood and smashing its skull. 6115358. Congratulations on killing the Shadow Dragon's soul. You've earned 15 million evolution points and 15,000 enhancement points. System prompt. Successfully subdued the dragon. Gained the dragon's will and submission. The dragon-slaying magic ring eliminated the evil spirit and transformed into the dragon-slaying divine ring. Until the system prompt sounds. The huge body of the magic dragon lay quietly on the gravel ground, without any sign of life. The three ring wraiths were still a little bit unbelieving. The Shadow Dragon, is it dead? The Shadow Dragon, which has been dominating for 3,000 years, was just killed by a single blow from him. Dad, was the dragon injured before? Why is it so weak? Yeah, hasn't the dragon gotten stronger? Why do I feel like it's made of paper in the hands of this undead? If that's the case, I think I can kill it too. Fuck you. Do you really think you're that powerful? It's not that the dragon is too weak, it's that this undead is too strong. I don't know why, but I always feel like this undead hasn't used its full strength yet. Upon hearing this, the father and son took a breath of black air. Not because of anything, but because they both felt the same way. If that's the case, it's horrible. What's the origin of this undead? It's so terrifying. I don't know why, but I suddenly feel a little sorry for the Shadow Dragon. The three spirits were trembling in the ring space, and couldn't help but speculate. Following the system prompt, the range of the black air around it began to shrink and continued to flow into the magic ring. The dragon lying on the bloodstained ground was gradually wrapped in black air and pulled into the magic ring on the ground. The magic ring began to float in the air, absorbing the black air and vibrating continuously. 10 seconds later, the dragon's body disappeared in the black air. 20 seconds later, with the last trace of black air, it poured into the magic ring. Bite! The ring stopped vibrating and fell to the ground. The black ring body gradually faded away and began to emit bursts of golden luster. In an instant, the black air dissipated and the sunlight from the sky fell down, shining on Jiang Cheng's body. Then his flesh and blood were quickly decomposed and evaporated, turning him into a skeleton covered in black flames. Big brother skeleton. A call was heard, followed by the sound of footsteps. Puff! Jiang Cheng's black ice body suddenly felt warm. He was bumped by a cute little creature and took a step back slightly. A faint fragrance wafted through the nostrils. Wow, I thought Brother Skeleton was going to abandon Ming Ming and not care about her anymore. Being held tightly in the arms of Yiqiao Xiaoming and feeling her slightly trembling body, Jiang Cheng felt warm in his heart. The black energy has the effect of corroding the flesh. Jiang Cheng was possessed by a demon at the time, so he didn't know it, but he also knew that this black energy was a bit weird. Because in the eyes of the players 500 meters away, he saw horror, fear, and awe. Obviously, they didn't dare to touch such black energy. But after coming out of the black air, the first thing he saw was a cute little creature. Also, there's only one cute little one. Among the others, the closest were the humble emperor and others, who were also 300 meters away from him, followed by Anxiang Yulan and others, who were about 400 meters away from him. They trembled and looked at him with horror. With a long sigh, Jiang Cheng patted the little cute boy's shoulder. Don't worry, my duty is to protect you. As long as you are alive, I cannot die. Well, you must promise me that before I die, you will protect yourself and never take such a risk again next time. Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming ignored the strange looks coming from all around and still refused to let go of Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng smiled, touched her back, and calmed her down. Okay, silly girl, I haven't picked up my ring yet. I put a lot of effort into conquering this ring. Don't let anyone else pick it up. How dare they? Humph. Ichigo Daxiaming glanced at the players around him demonstratively. Then she left Jiang Cheng's arms angrily. Before Jiang Cheng could react, he trotted to the gravel pit, picked up the dragon-slaying ring, and ran back. Chapter 240. Here we go again. Oh my god, the color of that ring seems to be orange. Damn, it's an epic ring. It's terrifying. When Jiang Cheng left with Dai Xiaoming, the humble emperor, and others, the scene began to become chaotic. So what? Do you still dare to rob it? Zhao Tianxiu said to Zhao Xinxiu beside him. Rob? President, please don't joke like that. If I heard correctly, there might be a giant dragon hiding in that black fog. The god of creation stepped on the blood-soaked gravel and shuddered at the 100-meter-long pit in front of him. The noise coming from the black fog, my guess is that the black skeleton was fighting the dragon, but after the black fog disappeared, the dragon disappeared. Zhao Tianxiu nodded. That dragon must have been killed by the black skull. Judging from a large pool of blood on the ground, this dragon must have been at least 100 meters long. 100-meter-long dragon, taken down with one spear. Simply invincible. Brother Duba, since you have a good relationship with Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming, have you gotten any information out of him? Duba Tianxia shook his head. You're overthinking it. Now that Master Nami has established a guild, we might become rivals in the future. How could she possibly reveal her intelligence to me? What you said is true. Between guilds, there are only unchanging interests, not eternal enemies. It seems that the bargaining chips given by Brother Duba are not big enough. Okay, there's no point in arguing about this. All we need to know is that we shouldn't mess with Mengdong Tianxia for now. Duba Tianxia waved his hand. You old bastards, all you do is keep me in suspense all day long. Is there any fucking point in it? Tyrant who came from the resurrection point cursed and said, in my opinion, this black skull is just that. Why do we establish a guild? Why is it called a guild? It's because there are so many people. As long as I send out enough people, there's no one I can't kill. If 400 doesn't work, I'll send out 500. If 500 doesn't work, I'll send out 1,000. Batian looked at his dropped level and felt unhappy. He felt that all this was caused by the black skull, so he had to regain his face. Boss Batian is still as arrogant as ever. I wish you success. Duba Tianxia sneered, his tone full of disdain. I'll take your kind words at your service. When I get the ring, I'll let you guys see it. Of course, Batian knew that they looked down on him, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he took his people away. This sand pan is going to die again. If more people are useful, what's the point of having 12 gods? Duba Tianxia looked at Baishan's back with disdain. Some people blindly believe in the power of the group, and you can't blame them. Zhao Tianxiu curled his lips. Okay, forget about this sand pan. Tell me how you guys know Dai Xiaoming. I am curious. Brother Skeleton, what on earth happened in the black fog? A cute little boy sat on the skeleton BMW, hugged Jiang Cheng, buried his little head in Jiang Cheng's cloak, and said curiously, Nothing, there's just a dragon that wants to take over my body. Ah, there's a dragon in the black fog? Dai Xiaoming was shocked. In China, the dragon is a creature that symbolizes supremacy and is an inviolable existence. Even though the West regards the dragon as the embodiment of evil, the power of the dragon is definitely not something that can be ignored. Although Jiang Cheng is very strong, how can he remain safe and sound when encountering a creature like a dragon? This dragon is so evil. It actually dared to seize the body of Big Brother Skeleton. If I were to encounter it, I would definitely pull out its tendons and peel off its skin. Humph! A cute and naive boy stood up for Jiang Cheng angrily. At this moment, the magic dragon who was quietly waiting for recovery in the Dragon Slayer ring was frightened and trembled after hearing this. Jiang Cheng smiled knowingly. Okay, next time if there's a chance, I'll let you spar with it. Wow, really? Brother Skeleton, you were so nice to me. Why are you so nice to me? I don't know how to repay you. I don't need any repayment. Jiang Cheng smiled slightly and continued driving the skeleton BMW towards Luo Yunqing. During this time, countless players cast their eyes on them, but Jiang Cheng and Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming didn't react at all. But I still feel a little guilty. You've been so good to me. If I don't repay you, I won't be able to eat or sleep. No, I must repay you. Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming's personality is indeed a bit stubborn. Jiang Cheng was speechless after riding all the way here. She had been mentioning this matter on the road before, but Jiang Cheng did not respond. Unexpectedly, after just a few words, Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming brought up the matter again, but he was also a little curious why Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming was so persistent in repaying him. Okay, tell me how to repay you. Really? Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming was overjoyed when he heard Jiang Cheng agree. Well, Big Brother Skeleton, please stretch out your hand. I need to drive the horse and my hands are tied. Jiang Cheng shrugged helplessly, making a clicking sound. Then just stopped for a moment. Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming pulled Jiang Cheng's cloak, looking a bit coquettish. Jiang Cheng had no choice but to stop, turned around, and handed her his hand. Then, Dai Xiaoming put a golden ring on his wrist bone in a lightning-fast manner. Okay, I'll repay you. From now on, I can sleep and eat in peace. Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming looked at the ring in Jiang Cheng's hand bone, and the corners of his eyes narrowed into crescents, and an excited smile appeared on his delicate face. Here we go again. Looking at the dragon-slaying ring in his hand, which was shrinking rapidly and stuck on his ring finger bone, Jiang Cheng spread his hands, speechless. When he saw Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming pick up the ring, he didn't give it to himself. He thought she liked it more and wanted to use it herself. So Jiang Cheng didn't say anything and just considered it a gift to her. He didn't expect that this cute and silly girl would try to trick him again. Although he had already guessed it when he reached out his hand, he still didn't expose her. It seems you don't want to stay either. Jiang Cheng pinched her little nose. The silly little boy pouted. When was I stupid? It's Big Skeleton who's stupid, huh? Jiang Cheng smiled, took out a book on physical strengthening techniques, and handed it to her. Learn this, and then go to the guild store to buy some battle formation scrolls. The battle scrolls in the first-level guild store can temporarily increase the attack and defense of all guild members by 10%. These scrolls are limited in quantity each day, so buy them early and stock up. By the way, let's learn the regenerative meditation. But, Brother Skeleton, it seems you're out of gold coins. Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming said somewhat embarrassedly. No more gold coins? Jiang Cheng was slightly stunned and a little embarrassed, but he glanced at the humble emperor and others who were moving slowly behind him. It's okay. You still have a lot of equipment, right? Let's go into the city and set up a stall later. Also, call this humble emperor over here and discuss the 91% share of the tips during the live broadcast. A cute little girl. 91% split. Isn't that a bit too harsh? Chapter 241, Practicing Physical Fitness. What do you think is the relationship between the guild president and the skeleton boss? Of course they're a couple. Didn't you see them hugging each other? But this human skull love. As Yuexiaking walked, a strange look appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his expression looked a little weird. You don't understand this, don't you? When it comes to love, numbers are never a problem, and the same goes for race. Shimin Longting smiled like a romantic. It seems that Brother Shimin is very experienced. Since the number of people is not a problem, when can I participate in the activities between you and Jiao Jiao? Yu Xiaoqing patted his shoulder and showed a lewd smile. Hey Lao Yu, if you like it, I'll just give it to you. You? Aren't you Jiao's boyfriend? How could you do such a thing? The Kendo master looked at the two of them with disdain. Old sword, you know shit. To me, girls are seafood. Wherever I go, Simon Long, Nicholas Neptune Ting, can smell the sea. Why should I give up the entire ocean for an abalone? This scumbag dog will die a horrible death. The humble emperor looked at Shimin Longting with disdain. How could you not bring me along for such a good opportunity? Tisk, boss, just forget it with your shitty three-needle technique. Don't try to get yourself into trouble. Shimin Longting said disdainfully. But then again, boss, how much did you earn from this live broadcast? We're all relying on your gold coins to level up. Don't mention it. It's not much actually. Only 1,500 gold. 1,500 gold. I'm rich. Live streaming is still lucrative. What the hell are you still playing games and acting? I've decided. I'll be a live streamer starting tomorrow. Shimin Longting's eyes lit up, and even his breathing became much faster. I've already thought of a name for the live stream. It's called My Daily Life with the Guild President. Get lost. The humble emperor slapped him. This money was earned because of the president, and it's the members who released it to the world that made it so popular. You can earn 5 coppers by live streaming, and this money has to be distributed by the president too. Then I'm relieved. The guild leader is such a nice guy. He'll definitely split it 50-50 with us. 55-50 means 750 gold. Lao Yu, what's the current gold price ratio? It's 1 to 60,000, which is already a big drop. Yu Xiaoqing felt a little regretful. Holy crap, 60,000, that's 45 million renminbi. And you're just playing a supporting role. Shimin Longting shouted excitedly, and the others also cheered. But the humble emperor didn't see it that way. Don't be too happy too soon. Have you forgotten how you came to be in Mengdong world? How to enter Mengdong Xiangxia? Several people looked at each other, some of them confused. Isn't it just 10 gold coins? Isn't it, boss? I told you guys you're stupid, but why are you still so stupid? The humble emperor looked disappointed. Have you forgotten our president's nickname? The president's nickname? After hearing this, several people finally reacted. Their president is known as the money-sucking witch. How many people have scolded her for charging 10 gold coins to join a guild? But he remained calm, his heart not red, and his face not twitching. This shows that the money-sucking witch is worthy of her name. It is a bit uncertain how much of the 1,500 gold they can get. I think even though the president is known as a money-sucking witch, she wouldn't go too far. A 64% split is about right. I think it's 73. We should at least give the money-sucking witch some face. No. I think it should be 82. The humble emperor interrupted their conversation and said with certainty, 82. No way, I don't think the president is that kind of person. U.S. Xiaoqing was skeptical. The same is true for Shimin Longting. I also think that although the president is known as the money-sucking witch, she actually has a good heart. She didn't say anything when we robbed her before. This means that the president is just misunderstood and it's impossible for her to be 82. No more talking. The president called me. I'll know if it's 82 or not when I get back. After saying that, the humble emperor quickly rushed towards the cute little boy. When he came back, they could clearly feel that he looked a little hopeless, and they couldn't help but become very curious. What's wrong, boss? Is it really 82? Several people looked at him inquiringly. The humble emperor held his forehead and said, All right, stop talking. I can only say that you are indeed a money-sucking witch. Wow, Brother Skeleton, you actually made so much money from just one live broadcast. Looking at the extra 1,300 gold coins, Yi Xiao Dai, Xiaoming, was very excited. That's because you were popular. Ordinary people wouldn't get this kind of treatment. Jiang Cheng smiled slightly. Oh, Ichishio Dai, Xiaoming suddenly realized, and then clicked on the guild interface. Mo World. Level 1, 40053/100,000. Members, 1,000/1,000. Territory, none. Learnable skills, regeneration, meditation, and physical fitness. Guild contribution, 110,000. Guild shop, level 1. Guild ranking, first. Guild funds, 10,000 gold coins. Guild map, none. Guild warehouse, rusty scimitar, rusty chain, cross. Your contribution value, 22,000. Consume 1 contribution point, 1 silver coin, and successfully learn the physical strengthening technique. Consume 3 contribution points, 3 silver coins, and successfully learn the physical strengthening technique. Consume 12 contributions, 12 silver coins. Wow, that's expensive. Seeing that he had consumed 200 gold coins and 20,000 contribution points in one go after learning the physical fitness technique, Ichi Qiao Dai Xiaoming felt a little painful. To learn a physical strengthening skill to the maximum level 20, you need 200 gold coins and 20,000 contribution points. There are so many skills to learn in the future, and she feels that she simply does not have enough money to learn them. Moreover, the consumption of contribution value was beyond her imagination. Brother Skeleton, how do you get contribution points? Contribution points are earned by completing quests, defeating guild bosses, donating supplies, and signing in. If you're the guild leader, you'll receive a 20% bonus to all other members' contribution points. Oh, I have a 20% bonus for all members, which only gives me a little over 20,000. Doesn't that mean ordinary members only have a little over 1,000? They won't even be able to learn enough skills. Everyone has a daily contribution limit. For ordinary members at level 1, it's 1,000, level 2, 2,000, level 3, 3,000, and so on. Jiang Cheng replied, The attributes added by the guild are very powerful, so there will naturally be limitations. This is normal. After explaining, he looked at the ring in his hand. Dragon Slayer Ring. Quality, Epic. Level, 41,165, 385/4 million. Strength plus 50. Agility plus 50. Spirit plus 50. Critical damage plus 20%. Attack, 130 to 150. Spell attack power, 13150. Dragon Slayer, 500% damage bonus to dragons. Divine Power, increases all attributes of Dark Divine Power by 0.3 times. Black Suspension, consumes 1,000 points of Black Suspension energy, increases all attributes by 2 times, lasts for 10 minutes, cooldown time is 6 hours. Black Hanging Energy, 1135685. No wonder it didn't add any attributes. It turns out the level is not high enough. Chapter 242, Mixed Yuan Blood Slash. This ring is very powerful and also grows, similar to Dai Xiaoming's King's Ring. However, compared to the Ring of Kings, its attributes are even more terrifying. All attributes can be stacked up to 2.3 times, with super explosive power, 130 to 150 attack and spell attack, reaching the level of a level 30 rare weapon. Adding the 50 points added to strength and agility, it actually means an increase of 200 points in attack power and spell attack power. The 500% damage bonus to dragons is also a powerful weapon. You know, many bosses in the Great Wilderness are related to the Dragon Clan, so you can imagine how powerful this dragon slaying feature is. It seems I need to upgrade quickly. Jiang Cheng's heart moved. Now their levels have stagnated a bit. He was a little upset that he didn't get any experience points after finally killing a dragon. Now Dai Xiaoming is still level 34, and he will probably be caught up by a madman like Xia Dongli soon. Without Dai Xiaoming's title of the best in the world, he might have to fight his way into the city in the future. There are 108 cities in the wilderness, and each city has hidden dragons and crouching tigers, which is even more terrifying than the wilderness. With his current strength, it is impossible for him to break in. Therefore, upgrading is urgent. However, before upgrading, you still need to improve your skills. Xiaoming, it's your turn to ride while I upgrade my skills. But, I don't know how. Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming was a little confused. She had never ridden a horse before. But Jiang Cheng held her in front of him without saying a word. While the little cute kid was still feeling shy, he discovered that the horse was already running. A scream attracted the attention and imagination of countless players. Holy crap, our girl's so bold now. And the skeleton. As expected, I've been eliminated by society. She's good at riding a horse to kill enemies, and she's good at being ridden. Where can I find such a girl? Can a country give her to someone like her? I am Black Skull. I often feel out of tune with you guys because I'm not perverted enough. I used to think that through my own efforts, I would definitely be able to catch up with you guys. Now it seems that I have lost. BMW, girl, rich skull, it's just that when my girlfriend dumped me. I can't take it anymore. I need to go fight a boss from 1982 to calm down. Listening to the sound coming from his ears, Dai Xiaoming almost died socially. It was so embarrassing. However, her embarrassment was soon dispelled by the reckless charging of the skeleton BMW. The skeleton BMW was in the hands of Dai Xiaoming, like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins, running around everywhere. He almost bumped into players several times, causing a lot of abuse from players. Riding requires knowing how to use your own center of gravity to coordinate with the horse's center of gravity, being familiar with the patterns of the horse's center of gravity, and being able to coordinate skillfully. You have to master the language of communication, use the reins and saddle, squeeze the horse's belly, and convey the command information to it. Jiang Cheng was behind Dai Xiaoming, holding her hand and teaching her step by step how to communicate with the skeleton BMW. The skeleton BMW also calmed down its anger under Jiang Cheng's operation. And Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming also listened carefully and communicated with the skeleton BMW according to the instructions given by Jiang Cheng. Gradually, I found a trick. Her first time riding a horse allowed her to appreciate the elegance and fun of riding. While marveling at Jiang Cheng's erudition, it seemed as if the door to a new world had been opened. It was Jiang Cheng behind her, and after he calmed down, his pretty face became extremely hot. Jiang Cheng, on horseback, began to integrate his passive skills. Spend 100,000 evolution points, 200 reinforcement points, 2 gold coins, fuse blood-sucking, and hit successfully. Blood-sucking, heavy attack breakthrough, evolution, fusion into a rare level skill, mixed origin blood slash. Chapter 243, Exploding Flame Breakthrough, Evolution, Hellfire Wall. After Dai Xiaoming finished learning the body strengthening technique, he threw all the gold coins to him. His gold coin balance now reaches 1,142, so he is not short of gold coins. Moreover, he still had 21 million evolution points and 14,800 strengthening points. In that case, he simply spent 550,000 evolution points, 5,500 strengthening points, and 55 gold coins to upgrade Hunyuan Blood Slash to level 10. Blood Slash. Quality, rare. Level 10. Skill type, passive. Overview. The damage caused by normal attacks will gain a 16 life-sucking effect. When performing normal attacks, there is a 16 chance of causing a critical hit, stunning the opponent for 0.5 seconds, and adding 16 of the attack power as damage. When a critical hit is caused, the life-sucking effect is doubled. The blood-sucking effect reaches 16, and a heavy attack can not only stun the opponent, but also cause double blood-sucking. In this way, his life's safety will be better guaranteed. Leap Slash, Troll Transformation, Crazy Escape, Swift Wind Shadow Break, triggering Fusion Breakthrough Evolution. Do you want to spend 4 million evolution points for 1,000 reinforcement points and 400 gold coins to perform the fusion? No fusión. Jiang Cheng rejected the fusion request. It's not that he doesn't have so many evolution points, nor is it that he is reluctant to give them up. But these 4 skills are all time sensitive. Moreover, the effect will be better if used separately, and may become legendary if mixed together, but that will limit his performance too much. Explosive Flame Breakthrough Evolution requires 10,000 evolution points, 100 reinforcement points, and 1 silver coin. Evolution. Congratulations on Exploding Flame's successful evolution and obtaining the Exploding Flame Wall. Jiang Cheng once again spent 54,000 evolution points, 5,400 reinforcement points, 5 gold and 4 silver to upgrade the Explosive Firewall. After reaching level 10, he broke through again. This breakthrough evolution requires 100,000 evolution points, 1,000 reinforcement points, and 10 gold coins. Do you want to break through the evolution? Evolution. Congratulations on the Explosive Firewall's successful evolution into the legendary Hellfire Wall. Hellfire Wall. Quality, Legendary. Level 1. Skill type, Active. Overview. Consumes 200 mana points. Drops explosive flames in a 55-meter range, causing 200% spell damage to the current range. After the flames explode, a Hellfire Wall is sprinkled in a 55 range, causing 50% spell damage every 0.5 seconds. The Hellfire ignores 30% of the opponent's spell defense and lasts for 10 seconds. The upgraded killer skill is here. Jiang Cheng looked at the skill introduction with great satisfaction. The Hellfire Wall not only causes 200% spell damage with a one-time burst of flames, but also lays down a wall of fire on the ground. The fire wall can cause continuous spell output within 10 seconds. Moreover, it ignores 30% of defense. With its spell damage, if it lasts for 10 seconds, it can probably burn away about 26,000 of the opponent's health. Moreover, with his magical power connection, he can fire 3 Hellfire Walls per second, reaching a range of 30 meters. In 10 seconds, he can accurately lay out a 300-meter wide wall of fire. It's so scary. The only bad thing is that it consumes too much mana. With his current mana of 4,050, he'll be out of mana after casting 20. Large magic potions can only add a maximum of 1,000 magic points, and the recovery speed is only 200 magic points every 0.5 seconds, which cannot keep up with his consumption. I wonder if I can learn guild skills? Jiang Cheng's mind moved. Logically speaking, he can level up and has a level system, so he should also be considered a player. However, it seemed like he had no way to open the guild page. This is really a bummer. It's still not strong enough. Jiang Cheng sighed. By the way, Brother Skeleton, do you have a name? Chapter 244, is your president's boyfriend so awesome? I always call you Skeleton Brother, which is weird. I don't even know Skeleton Brother's name. A little cute boy rode his horse to the gate of Luoyun City and asked curiously, "Name? Who doesn't have a name?" But this name is also a taboo. Jiang Cheng didn't know what Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming's reaction was after hearing it. My surname is Jiang. My name is... Hurry up to the Luoyun City Lord's Mansion. The Formation Emperor is facing the immortal Phoenix. Before Jiang Cheng could finish his words, there was a sudden commotion at the city gate. Then, a huge crowd of people rushed into Luoyun City. The Emperor of Formation is not in Xuanwu City. Why did he come to Luoyun City? God knows, the immortal Phoenix is here too, and the two of them are even fighting. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you miss it, you'll only be able to see it in the professional league. Holy shit! How did the Formation Emperor and the Undead Phoenix even fight each other? Who cares? This is the battle of the 12 true gods. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If I can learn a few combat techniques, that would be amazing. The surging crowd, accompanied by screams, pushed Dai Xiaoming all the way into the city. Even Jiang Cheng was almost squeezed out of the sky. If he didn't have the talent of Black Icebone, which could freeze all living things around him, he would probably have been squeezed in. But despite this, he and Yiqiao Dai Xiao Meng still got separated. Big brother skeleton. The cute little boy was squeezed in the crowd and panicked for a moment. Even though she shouted desperately, her voice was drowned out by the noise around her. Oh my God, what happened? Xiaoqing and others came to the city gate and looked at the crazy players, dumbfounded for a moment. You don't even know this? The battle between the Formation Emperor and the Immortal Phoenix in Luoyun City. You're incredibly ignorant, aren't you? A priest player looked at Xiaoqing with disdain, but when he saw the Mengdong Tianxia logo above Xiaoqing's head, his expression suddenly changed. Hey brother, you're from Odong Tianxia? That's awesome. I never thought I'd meet a player from the best guild in the world. Your guild leader is awesome. 1 versus 400, absolutely invincible. Upon hearing this, Xiaoqing nodded proudly. Of course, our president is a god-level figure, and I joined with great difficulty. Brother, how could the Formation Emperor face off against the undying Divine Phoenix? Xiaoqing and others asked curiously. I didn't want to say it at first, but since you're a brother of Mengdong Tianxia, I have to give you this face. The pastor said mysteriously. Seeing that the humble emperor and others were waiting for him to speak, he suddenly felt a little proud. Actually, this battle between the Formation Emperor and the Immortal Phoenix is closely related to your president. With our president? Xiaoqing and the others suddenly became even more curious and stretched their necks to wait for his answer. Yeah, I heard they made a bet, and whoever wins will go after your president. Chasing our president? I think you're overthinking it. Our president is already taken. The humble emperor looked disdainful. A beautiful girl has a boyfriend? The priest player was stunned. So soon? Wasn't it said that she was an 18-year-old goddess? How did she get married so quickly? This world. But it's useless. You know, these are two righteous gods. Will you reject the pursuit of righteous gods? That's true, said the humble emperor. He's just a true god, not necessarily better than our president's boyfriend. Xiaoqing and others nodded in agreement, obviously agreeing with this point of view. Is your president's boyfriend so awesome? Is he even more awesome than the 12 gods? Chapter 245, Formation Emperor versus Immortal Phoenix. In fact, it is so awesome, the humble emperor said proudly. TSK, that sounds like the truth. Everyone knows that the 12 righteous gods are the pinnacle figures in the online gaming world. In the great wilderness world, they are already the top figures. No one can be more awesome than them. The pastor strongly disapproved of the pride of these people. In the online gaming world, apart from the deceased, no one is more powerful than the 12 gods. Don't tell me your president's boyfriend is the supreme god, right? Or has he already fought against the 12 gods and defeated one of them? Several people were speechless for a moment. Jiang Cheng is certainly not the supreme god. Moreover, Jiang Cheng is even more powerful than the 12 gods. In fact, this has always been their speculation based on Jiang Cheng's strength. Although Jiang Cheng's damage is very high, they have never fought against the 12 gods, so they dare not be sure that Jiang Cheng is definitely stronger than the 12 gods. Anyone who makes guesses without actual combat is just a rogue. All I can say is that they are exaggerating. TSK, I knew you were just bragging. Now you have nothing to say, right? Well, let's ask the real person. Several people looked embarrassed when asked and didn't know how to answer. When he saw Jiang Cheng still at the city gate, his eyes suddenly lit up. Several people quickly ran over to escape the awkward atmosphere. Boss Skeleton, why didn't you go in with the president? Jiang Cheng shook his head. He was just about to go in, but was stopped by you. Come on, Boss Skeleton, let's squeeze in together. It's the final battle between the 12 true gods. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to steal their skills. Although they're still a little afraid of Jiang Cheng, they can't care less now. Jiang Cheng didn't say anything. After all, this group of people couldn't understand the gestures he was making. He had no interest in talking to a group of grown men. Jiang Cheng nodded, and the black ice in his hand turned into armor and put it on his body to prevent himself from being stabbed. You know, his identity is a bit special, and he can kill people in the city. Make way, we are from the world of Mengdong. Brothers, please give us some face. The humble emperor said to the people crowded in front. The world's #1 guild, the one that's rocking the world? Holy crap, it really is. Come on, go in first. When the crowded players saw the symbols on the heads of the humble emperor and others, they immediately showed a trace of reverence. After Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming used his absolute strength, 1 versus 400, to kill 400 people from Fanming Xiangxia to level 1. Mengdong Tianxia's reputation in the wilderness changed. It went from being a money-sucking guild that everyone hated to a guild that everyone respected and was eager to join. It has become a hot commodity in the eyes of countless players. In particular, the membership requirements of Mengdong Tianxia only require gold coins, but no technical requirements. This is definitely very tempting for the majority of non-technical players. So after seeing the humble emperor and others, all the players made way for them to enter. Oh my god, is Mengdong Tianxia so powerful? The humble emperor and others were shocked by this scene. He just said it casually and didn't hold much hope, but it turned out to be so effective. Suddenly, a sense of pride welled up in the hearts of several people, and they felt that the best thing they had done in their lives was to join Mengdong Tianxia. Brother, add me as a friend, and call me when the Mengdong Tianxia guild levels up. That's right, brother, reserve a friend slot and take me with you when you level up. While making way, countless players also sent friend requests to the humble emperor and others. The few of them did not dare to neglect them and wave to them in thanks. After all, they will never have such an opportunity to show off in their entire lives, so they have to show off to the fullest. Brother, take me one. Take me one. When the previous pastor saw this situation, he immediately wanted to hitchhike and ran to Jiang and others with a smile on his face. If he were to squeeze in alone, who knows when he would be able to do so. Now that he has this ride, he might as well use it. The humble emperor could only nod his head helplessly upon seeing this, because having someone who knew the inside scoop beside him would definitely be much better than them looking confused. Brother, were they dueling? After Jiang and others squeezed into the city, they immediately breathed a sigh of relief. On the life and death arena, Big Brother. Every city has one. It's a place for players to spar when they're done eating. It can accommodate hundreds of thousands of spectators, making it a perfect place to show off. They're definitely having their show down there. The pastor asked, "Hey, who is your president's boyfriend? Could you introduce him to him?" After hearing this, several people looked strange and pointed cautiously at Jiang Cheng in front of them. That's the one. What? The priest was stunned. Are you talking about the man who intimidated the blood demon commander with 6 arrows and a single sword strike and drove back 5,000 demonic demon soldiers? The pastor looked at Jiang Cheng's back and trembled all over. Because at that time, the humble emperor's live broadcast room was a panoramic live broadcast. Jiang Cheng's heroic appearance at that time was seen by countless people. At that time, Jiang Cheng only shot 6 arrows and 1 sword, but he scared a level 50 boss so much that he fled away in a bloody manner, and even said that the entire army should retreat 50,000 meters and never enter Ginkgo village again. This shows that in the eyes of the level 50 boss, Jiang Cheng is a godlike existence. Yiqiao's cute boyfriend is actually this. What else? Look at the dragon ring on skeleton boss's right hand, and then look at the phoenix ring on our guild leader's hand. Take a look. Oh my god. The dragon and phoenix rings, they're worthy of being. They transcend races. The priest said, and suddenly stopped talking, because he suddenly felt that if he continued talking, he would be back to life in the next second. Although he kept his mouth shut, he was thinking in his heart, this one only has high damage, right? Can he compare to the Undead Phoenix and the Formation Emperor? Meng Changqing, the Immortal Phoenix, is the #1 priest and is known as the Invincible Being. He is nicknamed 50 to 50 and the Invincible Cockroach. He has only lost twice since he was born. The Formation Emperor Nian Sangxing, the #1 magic swordsman, is also known as the Absolute Fortress. He once made a harsh statement that no one can kill him in his formation. In fact, there has never been a report of the Emperor of Formation being defeated because of being in his own formation. Can he compare? It started. Chapter 246, you can tell what she looks like by looking at her yourself. When Jiang Cheng, Yuexiaqing, and others arrived at the stage of life and death, the Formation Emperor and the Immortal Phoenix have already taken their positions, one on the left and one on the right. The audience was already crowded at this time. At first glance, all I saw were heads, and not a single cute animal could be found. However, the humble emperor has a cute and silly friend, and we can contact each other. Boss Skeleton, the president asked me to tell you that she is fine. The humble emperor spoke to Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng nodded, said nothing, and looked towards the life and death stage. The Formation Emperor cares about all living things. He is the player with the highest understanding of formations in the entire server. Of course, he also has many titles, such as Absolute Fortress, Man Who Touched the Realm of God, Walking Referee, FFF Group Leader, etc. The walking referee said that he loves to meddle in other people's affairs the most. According to statistics from his fans, Zhan Huang has been involved in a total of 17,816 matters in the myth game. Even Jiang Cheng's apprentice, Lu Feng, who is known as the God of Records, said frankly that he could not break this record. Zhan Huang is like a man who keeps getting into trouble. No matter whether he is leveling up, buying medicine, completing quests, or fighting bosses, he will encounter disputes every step he takes in the game. And whenever there is a dispute, he can't help but step forward to intervene. He is like a walking referee, helping people mediate all kinds of troubles. Of course, the results were not very good every time he mediated. According to statistics from Zhan Huang's fans, 80% of the disputes he mediated between couples ended in breakup. This is also the origin of his other nickname, the leader of the FFF group. And because his ID is Nian Songxing, others jokingly call him Guan Songxing. However, his understanding of range skills and battle strategies is definitely far beyond anyone else's. Although Jiang Cheng is known as an almighty master, he dare not say that he is better than him in understanding the formation. After all, the Formation Emperor specializes in this field. His greatest strength lies in his ability to accurately estimate the probability of triggering the formation by observing the opponent's attributes. The triggering effect and probability of the formation are random. Although the probability will increase or decrease due to the opponent's attributes, this probability is also random. The Formation Emperor can indeed predict when the opponent will trigger the formation effect when the opponent steps on his formation, and the prediction accuracy is as high as 90%. Luck is something illusory and is called the realm of God by humans. This realm is intangible and cannot be touched by humans, nor can it be controlled by humans. Many people think that a 50% chance of a coin landing on heads or tails is just a 50% chance. But in reality, when you're unlucky, when you choose heads, you may toss the coin 10 times and it will come up tails all the time. The Formation Emperor, because he can calculate probabilities, is called the man who has touched the realm of God by many players. The immortal phoenix Meng Changqing was evenly matched with the so-called invincible cockroach Xiaoqiang, the first pastor. He has a motto that is widely circulated. I can lose, but I won't die. This sentence is a reflection of his gaming career. There are many types of priest styles, such as body milk flow, pure auxiliary flow, essence milk flow, and so on. The physical healing flow focuses on physical fitness, high blood, and thick defense. The main way of playing is to be a meat shield that can heal and be tanky. The pure auxiliary flow is the simplest, which is to learn various bonus skills and provide auxiliary effects for teammates. This style has the most players and is the most brainless. The elite milk flow is more inclined towards output, and the priest also has output, and his skills are mainly used to restrain evil. It also has a strong restraint on summoners. People who usually play this style are here to fight bosses and go into dungeons. They're not good at PK at all and can only fight summoners. In other words, the priest profession was not originally intended for PK. But Meng Changqing is different. He plays a passive style. The priest has very few passive abilities, and they're all triggered only when attacked. For example, the effect of Holy Blessing at level 20 is that when attacked, there is a 20% chance to recover 1% of one's own health. Divine Blessing, 20% chance to increase health recovery speed when attacked. Light Protection, when attacked, there is a 20% chance to increase the maximum health by 1%. These limited passive skills can passively increase health when attacked, plus the 3 passive skills of regeneration, Life Rewind, and Thunder. When a priest reaches level 100, he only has these 6 passive abilities. It was these 6 passive skills that Meng Changqing made the most of. Make him a melee priest that no one can kill. His skills are not complicated. He just passively takes a beating, triggers various passive skills, and actively recovers his life, making him invincible. In fact, his opponents in 1 vs 1 and PK have never killed him. The only 2 games he died in were a 1 vs 4 big men and a 1 vs 10 top masters. Even Jiang Cheng didn't kill him at the beginning. Of course, that was in the past, and it's hard to say now. Both of them have their own characteristics, but Jiang Cheng feels that there is nothing interesting about the 2 of them competing against each other. A nurse and a support. The fight is like a duel between a man learning the golden bell cover and a man learning the iron shirt. Meng Changqing only needs to stand outside Nian Songxing's formation to be invincible. Jiang Cheng felt that they should add some ingredients. Old Meng, with so many people watching, aren't you excited? Zhen Huang was holding a level 30 fluorescent sword that was shining with fluorescence and spoke to Meng Changqing. Meng Changqing curled his lips. Why are you so excited? They all come to watch us have fun. You watch other people have fun and meddle in other people's business every day. Have you ever thought that one day you will be treated like a monkey by others? That's true. I'm always watching others and being watched by others. I've gotten used to it. Zhen Huang took out a piece of yellow trim cloth and began to wipe the fluorescent sword in his hand. He said helplessly, I really don't want to come to this show unless I have to. Meng Changqing turned the staff in his hand and said helplessly, that demon Su Lianya ordered us to come. We have to come even if we don't want to. TSK, what the hell does she know about this game? Zhen Huang's face showed a trace of dissatisfaction. We're both defensive types. What's the point of fighting like this? I bet the hundreds of thousands of spectators here would get tired watching it. Meng Changqing nodded and pondered for a moment. How about this? I enter your formation, and if I can't last 60 seconds, I lose. Upon hearing this, Zhen Huang's eyes lit up, and he slapped his thigh. That's a good idea. Oh, you know what? Ever since I became one of the 12 godly gods, no one dares to enter my formation. I really hate this title. But what on earth does that bitch Su Lianya want to do? She made such a big fuss, and then told whoever wins to chase after Dai Xiaoming. Honestly, I don't even know what a cute little creature looks like. What if he's even uglier than you and I win? Wouldn't that be a huge loss for me? After hearing Zhen Huang's shameless words, Meng Changqing was speechless. But when he saw someone suddenly walk up in the audience, he smiled knowingly. What does she look like? You'll know for yourself if you see her. Chapter 247. Just treat it as a declaration of war. See? Where should I go? Before Zhen Huang finished speaking, he heard screams from the audience. Oh my God, the big melon is coming, the big melon is coming, even the best little cute kid in the world is going up. Why is she here too? Is she unhappy that Wu Wu Kai and Guan Sangxing are using her as a stake? This is truly invincible. Is she going to go one-on-one against two? This is going to be a melee between the three greatest online gaming gods. Awesome broken voice. How can I eat such a huge melon by myself? I want to take a video. Below the life and death stage, countless players screamed in fear, and some people had already started recording videos. Countless posts suddenly appeared in the forum, dominating the entire game forum. Shocked, the Emperor of Formation dueled with the Immortal Phoenix, just to fight for the right of Dai Xiaoming to confess his love, but the Real owner showed up. Shocking. The leader of the world's #1 guild, Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming, is unhappy about being used as a bargaining chip and goes on stage to challenge the two true gods. The decisive battle in Luoyun City. The goddess fights the Immortal Phoenix and the Formation Emperor. The Big Melon is revealed, coming quickly. But these have nothing to do with Nian Sangxing. At this moment, he is just amazed by Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming's appearance. As one of the 12 gods, naturally there are many girls who come to him on their own initiative. It can be said that he has already seen countless girls. But Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming's appearance still amazed him. There's actually not much to say about her figure and facial features, because any beauty has facial features and figure that exceed the standard line. The most important thing is her silly and cute temperament, pure with a hint of silly cuteness, cute appearance, and skin that can be squeezed to make water. The most important thing is to have enough halos. The world's top rank, the world's top guild leader, the first on the rich list, the first player to reach level 30, etc. A cute little girl actually looks like this? She's really cute, much prettier than that old woman Su Lianya. Old Meng, come here and get killed. Meng Changqing, I remember you just said you were at a disadvantage, and you looked very reluctant. When did I say that? Old Meng, you're not trying to snatch it from me, are you? You have to remember that you're a mother. Get lost. I'm not as shameless as you. Meng Changqing looked at him with disdain, then turned to Yi Xiaoming, who was walking towards them. The life and death arena is very large. A circular Tai Chi pattern is carved on ground. The entire arena is 300 meters long. Because of the player's awareness, there are only Zhen Huang and Immortal Phoenix on the life and death stage. But with such a large venue, it would take some time for Dai Xiaoming to walk over. Meng Changqing want to know why Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming came up. Is it true, as the audience said, that she wants to challenge herself and the people? But Nian Sangxing was different from him. In front of his astonished eyes, this guy had already run to Yi Dao Xiaoming and tried to show his courtesy. Girl, I know you must be fascinated by my handsomeness and came to ask me for my autograph, right? Come on, you're welcome. Take it and keep it for yourself. After saying that, Nian Songxing handed a piece of paper with a signature to Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming, who was slightly stunned. It was the first time that Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming had seen such a shameless person, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. And below the life and death stage, there were countless people making a fuss, which made her speechless. The emperor actually signed it himself? This is a first, right? Beauty truly speaks volumes. Zhen Huang is so shameless, but I'm really envious. How great it would be if I could replace Yi Qiao Xiaoming. What are you dreaming about? Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming is the leader of the world's #1 guild. You are nothing. Is it not possible for me to say it? Oh no, the housekeeper is moved. Is she going to confess her love? Goddess, hurry up and answer it. This is the first time the emperor has taken the initiative to give someone an autograph. Answer it quickly. This is like a love letter, right? Wow, why don't I have this kind of luck? This is so infuriating. The audience who saw this scene immediately expressed all kinds of envy, jealousy, and hatred. At the same time, countless viewers began to urge Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming to quickly take Zhen Huang's autograph. But Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming obviously didn't think so. I don't need your autograph. Unnecessary? It was the first time that Zhen Huang was rejected on the spot, and he was a little confused. But he was shameless enough. He quickly adjusted his mentality and listened to the cheers coming from the audience with his eyes rolling. He said, "Hey, sister, you're making it difficult for me. Please give me some face. How about you take it first and throw it away after you go downstairs?" Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming shook his head, his face full of rejection. This made Zhen Huang very embarrassed, but just when he was about to take it back, a hand bone emitting cold air suddenly appeared behind Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming and took his signature. It's okay. Just consider it a declaration of war. Chapter 248, you all come together. Huh? Why is there a skeleton? When Jiang Cheng appeared, Zhen Huang was slightly startled. Suddenly, a skeleton jumps out, and it is covered in cold air and suddenly stretches out a hand in front of you. If it weren't for the strong psychological quality of the emperor, he would have already chopped him with his sword. What's the meaning? Seeing Jiang Cheng holding his autograph, Zhen Huang and the audience were a little confused. It was already embarrassing to be slapped in the face by a silly little cute thing, but then a black skeleton suddenly appeared? What the hell is this plot going to? Big Brother Skeleton asked. Is this the declaration of war you issued to him? Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming's retelling of Jiang Cheng made Zhen Huang even more confused. Walter? I challenged a skeleton? When did his appearance become so cheap? Zhen Huang was a little confused and had no idea what this meant. Although he didn't like the consequences of the title of True God, he was also a dignified formation emperor. Was it necessary for him to personally declare war on a skeleton? What the hell? The emperor of formation is challenging a black skeleton? Who is this black skeleton? How can he be so shameless? That's right, a mere skeleton, yet he still wants the formation emperor to challenge him. That's enough. What's so crazy about this little silly creature? She probably thinks the skeletons she summoned are invincible. Haha. Are you going to make me die of laughter in the street? The players off the field were also a little bit unbelievable when they heard what Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming said, wondering if Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming was crazy. Among the hundreds of thousands of players present, although some had seen the live broadcast of Dai Xiaoming 1 versus 400, most of them had not. Even those who have seen it mostly focus on Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming. Few people specifically turn on the panoramic mode to pay attention to Jiang Cheng. This group of people want to say that Jiang Cheng was not simple, but no one believed them, so they were too lazy to say anything. They also thought that Jiang Cheng was seeking death by provoking the Formation Emperor. That's one of the 12 gods, the top boss in the online gaming world, and definitely one of the 12 overlords. I think you want to challenge me? Zhen Huang lowered his hand and signaled everyone to be quiet. The audience suddenly became quiet. If you want to challenge me, I can accept it. Actually, I've always been shameless, but after meeting you today, I can make an exception and be even more shameless. To be honest, I haven't taught new people in a long time. I'm getting tired of leading those bastards all day long. The Emperor of Formation put away the fluorescent sword and made a gesture of invitation. Of course, the implication of his doing this was that Jiang Cheng was not worthy of his challenge. Moreover, when he spoke to Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming, he used a tone of teaching a younger generation, which made Yu Xiaqing and others in the audience very angry. Damn it! Although I knew the Emperor was shameless, This is the first time I've heard that he's actually this shameless. President, let's fight him. What are you thinking? Just focus on the power and leave the rest to miracles? This is the Formation Emperor. No matter how strong your guild leader is, he can't defeat the Formation Emperor, right? The priest player from before was left speechless by the confidence of Jiang and the others. Jiang and others were about to refute, but they didn't expect that something changed on the scene at this time. Meng Chongqing came to Yiqiao Xiaoming and smoothed things over. President Naimeng, don't listen to his nonsense. He's a jerk and shameless. If you want to spar with him, I can arrange it for you. There's no newcomer or veteran. Games come second. Friendship comes first, haha. Meng Chongqing knew that Zhen Huang was probably angry at being ignored by Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming, so he acted like this. But Su Linya said not to conflict with Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming, so he had to come to the rescue. As for that black skeleton, forget it. Although it looks intimidating, it is just a summoned creature. As the 12 gods, they had never accepted the challenge of skeleton. I'm sorry, I really didn't come here to challenge you. My previous interpretation might have been a little off. Actually, Big Brother Skeleton said, you two should come together. Chapter 249, if you lose, join our guild. Come together. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole room was in an uproar. No one would have thought that this seemingly harmless little cute kid could be so arrogant when speaking. They actually let two righteous gods attack together. I almost laughed like a pig. Is Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming so arrogant? Oh my god. She's already so arrogant that she's actually letting two great gods compete with her. There was a burst of laughter from the audience. The Emperor of Formation is known as the Absolute Fortress. Add to that the 50-50 situation, a strongest priest and a strongest support. Who can break it when these two join forces? I think Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming's equipment is very good. I also saw it during the previous live broadcast. With the Ring of Kings, her damage is also very high. Maybe I can really break it. Listening to the sounds coming from the sidelines, Meng Chongqing shook his head. Although he is married, has a family, and has restrained his temper, he still feels a little uncomfortable when he hears what Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming said. But compared to the Formation Emperor, he is more stable. That's a big joke, President Naimeng. Although Guanjiapo and I are both vice presidents of the temple, we've never teamed up to deal with a newcomer. As one of the 12 gods, he still has the pride he should have, and it is impossible for him to agree to other people's challenges casually. This is not just because of irritability, because winning is no big deal, and it doesn't benefit you in any way, and others will just take it for granted. But if he loses, although he feels that it is impossible for him to lose to Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming. Stop talking nonsense. Come on, I heard that your damage is very high and your equipment is also good. Give it a try. The Zhen Huang on the side was a little impatient. Being ignored again and again, he felt that his face was greatly challenged. What's more, it was in front of so many people. Housekeeper, are you sure? Meng Chongqing was speechless about Nian Songxing. This was not the purpose of their coming here before. Didn't that old woman, Su Linya, say she was putting on a show to draw the players' attention back to the temple? Killing Dai Xiaoming is the perfect show, don't you think? Zhen Huang sent a private message to Meng Chongqing. What the hell? If we win, they'll just say we're bullying the weak. If we lose, it'll be even worse. Do you think that's funny? What are you thinking? Are you so unsure of your own abilities? Is it possible that we will lose? Zhen Huang looked unhappy. Stop talking nonsense. You're not the one being rejected, so of course you can't feel it. I've taken care of so many injustices in the lives of the common people, and today I want to stand up for myself. I won't say any more. I want to teach her a lesson. Will you come? Meng Chongqing was a little hesitant. Are you still a man? How can your wife bear it if you're so slow? Get lost. Fine, I'll go with you. Meng Chongqing was enraged. A flash of anger flashed across his face. Let me ask the old woman. Thinking of the common people. 1 minute later, when everyone was getting impatient, Meng Chongqing finally changed his expression. President Naimeng, we can spar, but there has to be some prize. What's the prize? If President Dai Meng loses, I hope you will consider joining our temple. Our temple will give up the position of 13th vice president. Are you plotting so soon? Jiang Cheng chuckled. It seems Su Linya is very confident in the strength of the Formation Emperor and the Undying Phoenix. In fact, the duel between Meng Chongqing and Nian Songxing had nothing to do with him. The reason I came up was just to prevent the temple from creating this momentum. This duel seemed to be an invitation to battle between the two righteous gods, but in fact, it was just the temple's attempt to suppress the recent popularity of Mengdong Tianxia. The recent Mengdong Tianxia has indeed been a bit too popular. No matter how unpleasant the noise coming from the audience was, Jiang Cheng said to Yi Qiao Xiaoming, "Xiaoming, promise him that we can't be the only ones to suffer. Tell them that if they lose, they must also agree to join my Mengdong world." "Ah, will they agree?" Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming was a little surprised. "It's okay, they will agree." Chapter 250, the agreement takes effect, and the battle begins. "I can promise you, but I have one condition." A helpless expression appeared on the cute little face. "Agree so quickly?" Zhen Huang and Meng Changqing were both surprised by Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming's straightforwardness. "Are you so confident?" Without any hesitation? Or did Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming have the idea of entering the temple before? "What conditions?" Ichijo Dai Xiaoming was silent for a moment, then tapped his staff lightly. "If you lose, I want you, and you alone, to join my Mengdong Tianxia." Oh my god, the president is so domineering. The president is awesome. He helped us recruit two great gods. When Yuexi Yaking and others heard what Dai Xiaoming said, they were immediately excited and cheered. Directly naming two great gods to betray the temple and join their guild. How domineering is this? The humble emperor dares to say that in the entire server, no one dares to speak to the two great gods in this way. Unfortunately, there are always pastors who pour cold water on them. What are you thinking? Never mind whether Zhen Huang and the others agree or not. Even if they do, you still have to win. It's over. It looks like we have no chance of entering the Mengdong world. The temple's membership requirements are so strict. We finally found a guild that only requires gold coins to join, but your guild leader messed it up. The pastor said with regret. Not only did he think so, but others also thought that Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming was crazy. What kind of existence is the Holy Temple? How can Mengdong Tianxia compare to the Holy Temple? How could Zhen Huanghe possibly agree to this? What are you thinking? What does it matter whether you agree or not? Do you really think Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming can really defeat the combined forces of Zhen Huang and the Undead Phoenix? That's right, this combination, in a one-on-one duel, a 2 versus 2, is basically unbeatable, okay? With the bonus of the Formation Emperor and the bonus of 50-50, the health of both of them will probably reach over 3,000. That's right, with the increased health and Wuwukai back there to protect us, the Emperor can switch from defense to offense. Don't think that the Formation Emperor is only capable of supporting. Back in the sword trial competition, he defeated the former Sword Emperor with his ice and fire style. Ichijo Dai Xiaoming might have wanted to bully them, but she didn't attack. I can only say that her wishful thinking will be thwarted. A group of people off the court were talking about it, and a lot of messages popped up on Dai Xiaoming's friend interface. Qian Chonglang. "Master Niming, please come down quickly. I'm watching the live broadcast. Those two are not ordinary bosses. They are terrifying when they unite." Yin thought, "Xiaoming, why did you go to PK with Zhen Huang and the others? Zhen Huang is not only good at defense, you can't beat him. If you lose, Mengdong World will be finished. Mengdong World was built with great difficulty. Don't make such a decision lightly." Magic Demon, Heavy Rain, Dai Meng Great God. The Formation Emperor's ice and fire-breaking ice formation flow can easily pull the opponent into the formation and control them until they die. Don't fall for his tricks. Wanli Hans Wang, Qian Shangsu, if he appears, Pan. Looking at the messages one by one, no one was optimistic about her except Qian Shanxue, but Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming did not blame her for anything. Instead, she was quite touched. But while I'm touched, I'm also a little worried. This is a real top-level figure, not a rookie like her. None of the 12 gods are simple. Even a rookie like her is very clear about the strength of the 12 gods. When two people join forces, the effect is definitely not 1 + 1 = 2. It is very likely to be equal to 3, equal to 5, or even equal to 10. Big Brother Skeleton. Can he really defeat the two of them together? Unfortunately, this was the decision made by Big Brother Skeleton, and she couldn't change it. Let's talk about the rules. The rules of the life and death arena are that potions are allowed, but no other props are. The arena's range is 300 meters. If you leave the arena, you're considered a loser. Other than that, you won't lose a level upon death, and you won't drop items. There are no rewards for winning or losing. Meng Changqing pressed his hand to ask everyone to be quiet, and began to explain the rules to Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming. But you can submit a bet to the NPCs at the martial arts arena. Since President Dai Meng has agreed, then come and sign it. Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming nodded, without any further ado, and went directly to the NPC with the two of them to write an agreement. I, Meng Changqing, out of consideration for the common people, am willing to sign the following agreement with Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming. After this round of battle, if we lose, I will voluntarily join Mengdong Tianxia. I, Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming, am willing to sign the following agreement with Meng Changqing and Nian Songxing. After this round of battle, if we lose, I will voluntarily join the Holy Temple. The agreement takes effect. The battle begins. Chapter 251. This skeleton is a master. Oh my god, is he really doing this? Awesome. The stakes are high. This could be considered a decisive battle between the current number 1 guild and the temple, the long-established number 1 guild. This battle is enough to change the current situation of the Great Wilderness Guild. Either the temple will rise, or the world will decline. When the battle started, everyone was excited. After all, the stakes are too high. On one side is the world's number 1 association at its peak, and on the other side are 2 legendary gods. This is no longer an ordinary competition. This battle can already influence the future of the Great Wilderness. When the world loses, the wilderness returns to the era ruled by the temple. If the Formation Emperor and the Immortal Phoenix lose, the temple will lose 2 super generals. Moreover, these 2 generals are crucial to the team. This is definitely a fatal blow to the temple. So, the audience couldn't help but be excited. Stop talking, it's time to start. As the time above Yiqiao Dai, Xiaoming, Zhen Huang, and the other 2 began to count down, everyone held their breath. 3, 2, 1, start. Lao Meng, look at my blood, I'm rushing. The emperor's eyes narrowed, and he looked at Meng Changqing, and his aura suddenly changed. The previous Zhen Huang always gave people a frivolous and cynical look, which was hard to match his status. But now, his whole body is full of energy and spirit, as if there is no flaw in his body. His eyes are full of murderous intent, and he is completely like a different person. The righteous God is indeed the righteous God. Just based on this mentality and this serious look, he beats everyone else. No matter who your opponent is, the best way to show respect is to not let them win. Many people in the audience were infected by the emperor's aura and cheered secretly. Don't worry, no soldier will be killed by my milk. Meng Changqing also put away his casual attitude and became serious. At the first moment, 3 bonus skills were instantly unleashed above the Formation Emperor's head. Synchronized casting, a little trick that has the same effect as synchro summoning. Top masters can achieve the same level as Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming, casting 2 spells in 1 second, while Meng Changqing can cast 3 spells in 1 second. Divine Blessing, Blessing of Water, Spiritual Strengthening. After 3 skills, the Formation Emperor was covered with a magic shield, and his life recovery speed and mental strength were greatly enhanced. The overall magic attack reaches 320 points. Clang! At the same time, the Formation Emperor did not use any magic. He just drew his sword, and a circle of blue ripples appeared under his feet. The unique footwork of the magic swordsman, the magic step, increases movement speed by 120% and grants plus 32 spirit points. Bang! Zhen Huang took a step forward and was still 29 steps away from Yiqiao Xiaoming. His eyes fixed, and the fluorescent sword in his hand disappeared. The next moment, a huge splash of crimson flames poured out from his hands like a torrential rain, turning into a straight trajectory and exploding towards a silly little creature. But the strange thing was that there was no trace of any spell casting on his hands, as if he had never cast any spell at all. The magic swordsman's level 30 skill, Exploding Flame Sword. The casting distance is 50 meters. It explodes within a 1,010-meter range, causing 350% spell damage and spreading a flame path on the ground, causing 150 points of damage to enemies passing by. Boom! Looking at the crimson flames coming towards him, Jiang Cheng smiled slightly. I have to say, the Blazing Sword is very similar to his Hellfire Wall. However, the Blazing Sword is the magic swordsman's level 30 skill and can only be used once within 30 seconds. Compared to his Hellfire Wall, it's far inferior. The fire in Jiang Cheng's eyes condensed slightly, and the black ice in his hand exploded, turning into a large cloud of bone powder that flew out. Then, the bone powder quickly returned to its place and gathered into a black ice staff in his hand. He tilted the staff and swung it lightly from left to right. Hellfire Wall. Boom! A huge blue fireball bloomed within the fireball of the exploding sword. At the moment when the two fireballs collided, the exploding flames of the Hellfire Wall are connected to the exploding flame sword at 3 points. Spell deprivation. Boom! The Hellfire Wall exploded, splashing in all directions, spraying out, and spreading into a blue flame all over the ground. The ground within a radius of 10 meters was instantly covered with blazing blue flames. It was stepped on by Jiang Cheng and Yi Tiao Xiaoming and kept shaking. But what shocked everyone was that there was no damage at all on the heads of Jiang Cheng and Yi Tiao Dai Xiaoming. What the hell? Am I stuck? What's going on? Level 30 ultimate, but it doesn't cause any blood. Could it be that he has an invincible skill? That's not right. How can a necromancer have an invincible skill? Damn it. The audience below the stage were somewhat confused, but the Emperor of Formation on the stage's face changed. Can you deprive me of my spells? This skeleton is a master. Lao Ming, wind flow, right angle 35 arc range, distance 15 meters. One step, one wave, one step, one blood. Chapter 252, one step at a time, one formation at a time, breaking the magic. He's always so calm. Zheng He, Qin Chonglang, and FAMO went to Qian Shangsu in Foaming Wilderness. After watching the live broadcast, he spoke softly. What do you mean calm? Cousin, the Buddha-turned-demon boss, doesn't seem to be a calm person. Qin Chonglang asked with some confusion. Nothing. The shameless Zhen Huang will probably lose miserably. You should quickly add him to the blacklist and add him back after this wave is over. Qin Chonglang. Magic demon. Cousin, Master Zhen Huang is shameless, coquettish, and servile, and he's earned a bit of a reputation, but he can't be someone who can't afford to lose, right? What you said is too terrifying. Qian Shanxue adjusted the wan leaky frost in her hand and chuckled. That's because you haven't seen him lose. After she finished speaking, she shuddered slightly, as if she had thought of something terrible. Zhen Huang lost to Xie Changkong by half a step, and only then did he agree to become one of the 12 vice presidents of the Holy Temple. What does this have to do with blacklisting him? Can you let me finish what I'm saying? Qian Shanxue glared at him. Cousin, you say? Qian Chonglang shrank his head. You know his little apprentice, the boxing champion, right? Qian Chonglang and FAMO nodded. The 12 legends are all connected to each other. Qian Chonglang has good relationships with people, so he has a good relationship with the boxing champion. So he became even more confused. Hasn't the boxing champion changed his name to Wu Yinao? Then do you know why he changed his name? Aren't you two very close? You often go out drinking together. Didn't he tell you? No. Cousin, is there any hidden secret here? Qian Shanxue nodded her head and said, the name Wu Ye has a profound meaning. You know the housekeeper, she's a bitch. She has a quirk. When she's in a bad mood, she likes to bully the weak. I know this. I heard that Zhen Huang has always been either meddling in other people's affairs or on his way to meddling in other people's affairs. Besides that, his only joy in life is bullying weaklings. Qin Chonglang was also very excited when talking about the gossip about Zhen Huang. So what does Wu Ye mean? When the housekeeper lost, he had just accepted this apprentice. During that month of losing, he was in a very bad mood and wanted to bully the weaker ones. He also happened to have accepted a new apprentice, so every night. Cousin, you don't have to say it anymore, I understand. No wonder he always talked about buttocks during that time. Qian Chonglang suddenly shuddered, and without saying a word, he put Nian Sangxing on the blacklist. By the way, he also encouraged FAMO, hurry up and put him on the blacklist, otherwise your chrysanthemum will be in danger. Magic Demon. After the two put Zhen Huang on the blacklist, they continued to watch the live broadcast. Cousin, do you mean that Skeleton Boss is bound to win? Qian Shanxue nodded and said nothing. FAMO was also silent, but unlike Qian Shanxue, his view on this battle, like Qin Chonglang, was not very optimistic about Jiang Cheng. He felt that Qian Shanxue was too confident, and he didn't understand where Qian Shanxue got such confidence from. You can't defeat the Formation Emperor by relying solely on spell deprivation. Call. As the Emperor of Formation had just finished speaking, a wind path suddenly appeared under his feet, leading directly to Jiang Cheng. The path is 15 meters long. Once you step on it, Your movement speed will increase by 50%. His movement speed has reached 1 step per 0.5 seconds. With such a moving speed, he can use the flash step and flash to avoid Jiang Cheng skills without any problem. Although Jiang Cheng can cast the mana connection deprivation spell, but he also knew that a spell like the one just now would definitely have a cooldown time as long as his explosive sword. So he wasn't worried at all. Boom! 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 Just as this thought came into Zhen Huang's mind, he suddenly heard 3 explosions. Then, a huge blue fireball with a range of 30 meters exploded in front of him. Formation en plat. This is unscientific. Such a powerful skill, and can it fire 3 times in 1 second? Moreover, this black skeleton can be connected to form a 30-meter-long wall of fire. He just sensed that the 3-shot Hellfire wall had as many as 9 mana connection points. In order to perfectly arrange these 9 mana connection points and connect them to each other, this person's understanding of magic must be extremely abnormal. Such a large-scale skill, and it can be cast instantly. The instant step strobe is useless. The contempt in the Zhen Huang's eyes suddenly disappeared, and he became cautious instead. Bang! At the moment when everyone was stunned, the Emperor of Formation suddenly faced the wall of Hellfire, and instead of retreating, he took a step forward. Under his feet, countless magic runes suddenly lit up. Frost Array! Boom! The sound of the Hellfire wall exploding, just when everyone thought that the Formation Emperor was going to be injured by the Hellfire wall. The 1,321 runes under the Emperor's feet broke through the Hellfire wall and formed a circular ice formation with a radius of 10 meters under his feet. He can also perform spell deprivation. Moreover, it is to use the formation to break the magic and deprive the opponent of his magic. Boom! The Hellfire wall exploded and the ice array lit up. Countless blue frozen flames burned fiercely at the foot of Jiang Cheng. Boom! Jiang Cheng swung his staff, and the moment the frozen flames appeared under his feet, the explosive flames exploded. The wall of Hellfire was laid on the frozen flames under his feet, instantly extinguishing the frozen flames. Mana offset. The ice attribute and the fire attribute restrain each other. Once they collide with each other, they find the moment of connection with each other. You can use a higher spell attack power than the opponent to offset the opponent's skills. Jiang Cheng's spell attack power is 633, which is higher than Zhen Huang's 320 points. So the next moment, countless fire walls appeared above the ice formation under the feet of the Formation Emperor, blocking his way. Clear. A ray of light lit up above the head of the Formation Emperor, and the Formation Emperor took another step forward. Wind Shadow Formation. Call. A fierce wind blew up the freezing air from the icy formation under his feet, which spread instantly and broke through the Hellfire wall of Jiang Cheng again. Mana offset. Wind can help fire, but it can also extinguish fire. The audience in the stands were so excited that their blood boiled. In their eyes, the Formation Emperor was like a warrior who faced the fire and slayed demons. No matter how difficult the road ahead is, he can cut through all obstacles, defeat one enemy at a time, break one law at a time, and move towards the evil Demon King with unstoppable force. They believed that the Emperor of Formation would eventually be able to kill the Great Devil Black Skull. Boom! 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 Mixed Earth Formation, covering fire. Boom! 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 Flame Array, Spell Deprivation. Jiang Cheng and Zhen Huang. One used the Hellfire wall, and the other used the formation to break the firewall. The two seemed to be competing with each other, and on the stage of life and death, they staged a battle of magic and magical skills. The audience watching the show was thrilled, although they didn't quite understand the principles behind it. Although I don't know why they fought for so long without doing any damage, they still looked pretty powerful. Faced with this scene, I suddenly remembered a tongue twister. The bench doesn't want the carrying pole to be tied to it, but the carrying pole insists on being tied to it. One step at a time, one formation after another, breaking the magic. The Formation Emperor is worthy of being the Formation Emperor. This Black Skull only used one move, Fire Wall, from beginning to end. It looks like he's going to lose. With the Abyss Formation, the Formation Emperor's formation has been stacked up. As soon as these words were spoken, the audience was in an uproar. Rumor has it in the online gaming world that once the Emperor formation rises, it will be invincible. Call. Frost Array, Wind Shadow Array, Mixed Earth Array, Flame Array, Abyss Array. The 5 major formations that could be learned at level 30 were all used by the Formation Emperor. The Hand of the Abyss pulls, the Frost Array freezes, the Mixed Earth Array petrifies, the Fire Array breaks the ice, and the Wind Shadow Array blows the ice and fire. When the last Abyss formation lit up under the feet of the Formation Emperor, the Formation Emperor's invincible stage was established. Ice and fire break the ice and stack the formations. Watching Jiang Cheng's figure being pulled into the formation by the huge hand raised by the Abyss formation, the Formation Emperor and the Immortal Phoenix both smiled with confidence of victory. There is no doubt that we won this game. Unfortunately, they don't know that Jiang Cheng's strongest weapon has never been magic, but close combat. The reason why Jiang Cheng asked the Emperor of Formation to set up the formation was also to continue to build momentum for Mengdong Tianxia. Just with the record of Dai Xiaoming 1 versus 400, such popularity cannot be maintained for too long. But if, in the Formation Emperor's formation, his myth of invincibility is broken, it will cause a sensation in the entire online gaming industry. Chapter 253, The Myth of Invincibility is Broken. This black skeleton was able to remain as still as a mountain and continuously break through the Formation Emperor's 6 spells without a scratch. From beginning to end, he didn't move a single step. And behind him, there's a Dai Xiaoming. Judging from his expression, he doesn't seem to believe that Zhen Huang can harm Dai Xiaoming at all. This confidence is very touching. In the White Tiger restaurant in White Tiger City, the 3 vice presidents were also watching Luo Yunqing's duel. These words were said by Xie Changkong. Not only was there some emotion in his tone, but his eyes also became very cautious. Others may only see that the Emperor of Formation is advancing unstoppable, but they seem to have forgotten one thing, that in this duel, the Formation Emperor used all his strength. And this black skeleton only used one skill from beginning to end. Just using a single skill, he was able to force the Formation Emperor to use his full strength. It was conceivable how powerful this black skeleton was. Changkong, based on the information our temple has collected, this black skeleton has more than just this one skill, right? Silver Snow God of War Zhao Bian spoke in an extremely serious tone, his expression more solemn than ever before. The information collected by the temple is incomplete, but from what I've seen so far, I can guess that he doesn't have many active skills, but surprisingly many passive effects. Xie Changkong took the sheepskin file handed over by Zhao Bian and examined it. Freeze, slow down, tear, smash, slash, lifesteal. And judging from what the Sword Emperor said, he should also have a passive blinding effect. The passive effect doesn't really matter. For experts, this kind of thing is an uncertain factor. An uncontrollable passive effect can easily disrupt the rhythm of the battle and cause one to lose their composure. Zhao Bian said disapprovingly, unless he can control the divine domain like the Formation Emperor, otherwise we can only wait until the number of passive skills reaches a certain scale and win by quantity. Now we have to consider whether we should spend a huge amount of money to pull out this nail. After hearing this, the human weaponame Thorn, who had been silent all this time, nodded. At this point, we still don't know the full strength of the Black Skull, so we can't make an accurate judgment. This decision must be made with extreme caution. Zhao Bian nodded, obviously agreeing with Mei Thorn's point of view, but he suddenly remembered something. Xiaomei, you and Qian Shangsu are such good friends. Didn't she reveal any information when she entered the dungeon with Yiqiao, Dai, Xiaoming last time? Don't mention it. Ever since she came back that time, she has been in a bad mood. Moreover, she even went to find the Dharma's saint for the first time. Alas, it seems that the full strength of this Black Skull can only be forced out by the Formation Emperor. Zhao Bian's tone was quite regretful. Zhen Huang, you should be able to do it, right? There was a hint of uncertainty in Zhao Bian's words. Don't worry. Even if we can't force the Black Skull to use its full strength, we won't lose this duel. Don't forget, Old Meng is still behind us. When Mei Ci said this, Zhao Bian and Xie Changkong immediately nodded in agreement. Oh no, the skeleton god has been pulled into the Formation Emperor's 5 stacked formations. Oh no, this is a sure loss. What is the guild leader doing? She hasn't moved at all. She could have interrupted the pull of the Abyss formation, right? Yuexi, Shiman Longting, and others were anxious when they saw Jiang Cheng being pulled into the formation in the audience. In particular, I was very puzzled by Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming's indifference. I really don't understand why the president doesn't take action. If we lose, the entire Mingdong world will be absorbed into the temple, and small losers like us will definitely be kicked out. It's over now. The Emperor formation is invincible. The skeleton god is dead. The president's actions are really speechless. What are you thinking? Even if your leader takes action, it's useless. Abyss formation is a passive buff skill, not an active spell. Its most powerful effect is that it cannot be silenced. This is the essence of the formation style. The pastor said with disdain, I thought this skeleton was really powerful, able to fight the formation emperor to such an indecisive end. I didn't expect him to fail at the crucial moment. I am speechless. He could have dodged it just now, right? Maybe he did it on purpose. The pastor had just finished speaking when he heard a hoarse voice suddenly coming from the side. Intentional? Is there anyone who deliberately runs into the emperor's formation to seek death? Are you kidding me? The pastor was about to retort, but when he turned around and looked at the person who spoke, he was suddenly startled. Yellow, yellow, yellow. The pastor's tone was a little stammering, and he obviously couldn't believe that he had actually seen him. Even his body was trembling slightly. Don't make a sound. I'm just here for fun. I'll run away after I'm done. The priest forced himself to remain calm, calming down slightly. Great God. You said he did it on purpose. Why? You'll find out if you keep reading. As soon as the man finished speaking, there were suddenly loud exclamations from the venue. That was Kong Jianshan just now. No way, a skeleton can dodge through space. I suspect it's a skill effect. Sora Kami-shan needs a shield effect, and he clearly didn't have one just now. It must not be Sora Kami-shan. No matter how the audience exclaimed, Zhenhuang's rhythm had been disrupted at this moment. He calculated the triggering coordinates and triggering time of the ice array. He also calculated exactly where the first hand of the abyss would appear when the abyss formation was triggered. With the combination of the two, Jiang Cheng would be instantly frozen as long as he was pulled to a fixed location. But he didn't calculate correctly. Jiang Cheng will be able to escape. The first freeze that was pulled into the ice array became ineffective. He also didn't understand why Jiang Cheng didn't use his magical skill, Sky-Seeing Flash, when the hand of the abyss appeared, but instead had to be pulled into the formation before using it. But he had no time to think, because the next freezing and petrification location is not where the black skeleton is. Clang! With a sound of sword ringing, a bright light suddenly flashed in his eyes, stinging his eyes. Slash with sword light. It's fine if a skeleton can just dodge, but can he also use a sword to slash? Zhen Huang was speechless for a while, but his hands moved quickly, and he held the fluorescent sword horizontally to block in front of him. Parry. One of the common skills for swordsmen. It can be learned at level 20. It can block the opponent's weapon and offset 35% of the opponent's attack damage. Block. The Formation Emperor closed his eyes, feeling the sound of the wind brought by the fluorescent sword, and felt a little happy in his heart. But he knew that the damage of the skeleton was not bad, and with his 2,200 health points added up, he might not be able to block it. He just has absolute confidence in the Immortal Phoenix. Everything depends on Lao Meng. Bite. At the moment when the sound of the collision between the black ice sword and the fluorescent sword just rang out, 3 golden lights suddenly appeared above the head of the Formation Emperor. Physical strengthening, divine light, blessing of life. The Formation Emperor's health limit soared by 1,000, and the holy light fell on his head. Minus 5,727. Minus 230. Bite. Plus 921. Plus 211. Although 35% of the damage was offset, a terrifying number still appeared above the head of the Formation Emperor. 5,727. The Emperor of Formation was killed instantly, and his health was reduced to 0. But the next moment, under everyone's horrified gaze, they made an incredible discovery. The Xinhuang's health miraculously increased at the moment when it was reduced to 0. This damage is incredible. But why didn't the Formation Emperor die? It's the divine skill of the Immortal Phoenix, the Divine Light Resurrection Technique. Oh my God, today I finally saw the Divine Light Resurrection Technique with my own eyes. It's simply amazing. What is Divine Light Resurrection? Priests don't have this skill? Is it learned at level 100? The pastor who was staying with Yue Xiaoqing and the others looked at the man next to him inquiringly. This is a god-level skill of the priest using holy light. The man did not act pretentiously, but instead gave a very detailed popular science explanation. In fact, when a player dies, there will be a data delay, which is called the death time. The moment the system determines death, there's a 0.1 second delay in death. If the priest can time this accurately, he can save the player whose health has been reduced to 0. Of course, it won't work if you're faster or slower. You have to precisely add health the moment your health drops to 0. This technique is known as the priest's divine light resurrection. 0.1 seconds, and it has to happen the instant after the health bar is instantly depleted. It can't be fast, nor can it be slow. This requires calculating in advance when the opponent will attack, when to deal damage, and when is anyone actually able to pull this off. In fact, old Jiang Cheng used it. And you didn't notice that when the Formation Emperor cast the formation, he never chanted a spell, nor did he make any movements. This is the technique of a mage, casting spells without any movement. Learn it well. The Great Wilderness has many techniques, and except for that one person, many righteous gods probably haven't learned them all. With the immortal phoenix here, the Formation Emperor will be immortal. The priest showed an admiring look and looked excited. It depends on what other tricks this skeleton has. Clang! The sword wing turns and stabs. Forcefully put away the knife and cut with it. In 0.3 seconds, Jiang Cheng made 3 strikes. 3 sounds of weapons clashing erupted in the venue. But the immortal phoenix is worthy of being the immortal phoenix. 3 attacks were instantly fatal. 1 was dodged by the Formation Emperor using Kongjian dodge, and the last 2 were forcibly pulled back by the holy light and the blessing of life. This kind of instant insertion treatment technology is simply a bug-level existence. Call. A sound of wind was heard, and the cold air rising from the ice array was suddenly blown by the wind shadow array and instantly attacked Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng moved to the right, then forward again. His next position will not be frozen. But when he was about to take this step, the Formation Emperor suddenly swung out a straight line of ice sword on his right, forcing Jiang Cheng to move to the left. The coordinates of the formation on the left have been calculated by the Formation Emperor, and it will definitely trigger petrification. However, what he didn't expect was that Jiang Cheng, who was originally going to step to the left, suddenly took a step back. In the moment when everyone was stunned, the Abyss formation on the ground suddenly stretched out a big hand and pulled Jiang Cheng to the right side of the Formation Emperor in advance, perfectly avoiding the Formation Emperor's freezing sword. Clang! Slash with sword light. A dazzling light shines. The black ice blade slashed downwards. Black flame ice slash. Ding ding ding. 12 black icicles suddenly solidified on the ground, forming an ice wall. Then, in the astonished eyes of the Formation Emperor as he moved to the left, preparing to use the fire formation to destroy the black flame ice slash, he eliminated the fire formation on the ground. Without the flame formation to offset the ice slash, the Formation Emperor could only watch helplessly as he was frozen by the 4 icicles of the black flame ice slash. Immediately following, boom, 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 boom. 4 ice pillars exploded, and the Formation Emperor's health was instantly reduced to 0 4 times, and even the immortal phoenix could not be pulled up. In an instant, the Formation Emperor turned into a white light and disappeared in the arena. The 4 major formations on the ground also disappeared at the same time. This is the Formation King who is said to be invincible in formation. Even with the assistance of the so-called immortal phoenix, Jiang Cheng still used his Abyss formation to counterattack and kill him. The whole audience was in an uproar. The formation is broken. The myth of the formation's invincibility has finally fallen. Chapter 254, Jiang Cheng's decision. The one who claimed to be invincible in formation, with the immortal phoenix that could heal and was invincible, was broken by a skeleton in a 2 versus 1 situation with 5 stack formations. The absolute fortress of the Great Wilderness, the Emperor of Formation, who was invincible as soon as the formation was established, was killed in the formation. Until the Formation Emperor turned into light and disappeared, the audience was still in shock. The Emperor is dead. How did he die? I didn't even see it clearly. Isn't Skeleton dead? Why? Did the Formation Emperor fly away? The scene just now seemed to have taken a long time, but in fact, it was only about 20 seconds. Killing the Formation Emperor at such a fast speed, and while he was in his formation with all 5 formations fully activated, this couldn't help but make them puzzled. Isn't it said that the formation is invincible? Isn't the immortal phoenix said to be invincible with milk? Are they all fake? Can anyone tell me how he died? The pastor next to Yue Xiaoqing looked confused. Yue Xiaoqing and others beside him were all filled with joy and excited smiles on their faces. Although they were a little confused, it didn't stop them from shouting, "Awesome!" "Oh my God!" Skeleton Boss fought two of them alone and broke the Formation Emperor's ice and fire-breaking formation in 20 seconds. That's simply amazing. What did I say? Skeleton Boss is indeed more awesome than the 12 gods. Haha, we're going to have two more legendary figures in the world of Mo. Skeleton Boss is awesome. From now on, we will have 4 great masters in the world of Mengdong. Are you envious? The pastor listened to what they said and listened to them diss themselves. For a moment, he no longer dared to refute them. The word envy was indeed written on his face. Because at this moment, any rebuttal is powerless. Black Skull, with his 1 versus 2 absolute strength, proved that he is indeed stronger than the 12 gods. He has the ability to become a cute little boyfriend. Whoever refutes it will be punished. He was convinced of this and was willing to be slapped in the face. He just didn't understand how Zhan Huang died. The pastor swayed left and right, and suddenly remembered something. His eyes lit up. Wasn't there a great god next to him? Surely he could see everything wrong. But when he looked back, where was the shadow of the great god? Oh my God, the Yellow Springs god actually ran away when I wasn't paying attention. I hate it. This was my first time in my life having such close contact with a legendary god, and he let me go so carelessly. Suddenly, the pastor beat his chest and stamped his feet, deeply regretting that he had not asked Huang Quan for an autograph or something. Bang! In the White Tiger restaurant, Zhao Bian, who was watching the duel, looked extremely ugly when he saw Zhan Huang being killed. He was so angry that he could only slam the conference table in the restaurant room to vent his dissatisfaction. The emperor underestimated his enemy, and a skeleton used his abyss formation to dodge the frozen sword. This result can only be described as Xie Changkong spoke, he didn't know what to say next, because he suddenly realized that this duel was wrong from the beginning. Even if the Formation Emperor doesn't underestimate his enemy, he probably won't be able to defeat this black skeleton. Amaci seemed to know what Xie Changkong was going to say next, so he took over and said it for him. This black skull may not be able to calculate the probability of the Emperor's triggering, but it can perfectly predict the Emperor's intentions. Using the Formation Emperor's movements, I reverse calculated the triggering points of his formations, perfectly avoiding all of his landing points and countering their moves. In fact, the moment the Formation Emperor used the Hand of the Abyss to pull the black skull into the formation, he had already lost. Amaci's expression changed slightly. After this duel, Zhan Huang was simply being led by the black skull by the nose, forcing him to kill himself. Otherwise, there would be no solution. There's probably no one in the entire Great Wilderness who can instantly decipher the Emperor's intentions and plan his next move the moment he makes his move. Zhao Bai nodded in agreement. I originally thought that the combined strength of Old Ming and the housekeeper was unbreakable, but I didn't expect them to lose anyway. Actually, that's not the key point. The key point is that the Formation Emperor's defeat was so awful. It was like a joke. The Formation Emperor, who was invincible in his formation, had his formation borrowed and then broken with his own formation. Xie Changkong sighed. The myth of invincibility has been shattered by Mengdong Tianxia, and with the help of Old Ming, the sensation this has caused, I'm afraid it will take half a year to suppress. We lost this duel from the very beginning. Changkong, the Great Wilderness will soon become the stage for a riot to happen. The guild master will never allow such a thing. Zhao Bian looked at Xie Changkong intently. The two looked at each other and saw fear in each other's eyes. Executed. The 3 of them shouted in unison. Oh my God, I didn't know the Emperor's formation could be broken this way. Skeleton Boss has taught me another lesson. After watching the live broadcast, Qian Chonglong's heart suddenly surged with emotion. He felt that if he followed Jiang Cheng's style of play, perhaps he could also defeat Zhan Huang. Bang! Qian Shanxue slapped him. I know what you're thinking. Don't let your imagination run wild. Don't think that just one person can break the formation. The key to this battle lies in the skill that destroys the flame formation at the end. What do you mean, cousin? Didn't the skeleton god rely on the Hand of the Abyss to dodge the frozen sword and thus secure victory? Qian Chonglang was a little confused. At this time, FAMO suddenly explained, in fact, dodging that freezing sword is useless. As long as the Formation Emperor has 5 formations in hand, he can still quickly turn the tide of the battle. If you want to kill the Formation Emperor, you can only break his combined formations, counteract them with magic, and destroy one of his formations. How is this possible? The formation has 12 connection points. If you want to destroy it, you must connect all 12 points, which means a 12th order connection. No one has ever done this since the beginning of the myth game. Jiang Cheng was a little skeptical. You're wrong. Didn't you notice that Skeleton Boss's ice/skill consists of exactly 12 icicles, and it can connect to exactly 12 points? The magic demon said with some emotion, I know what you want to say. The 12 points of the formation are distributed very randomly, and there are 4 other formations. When superimposed together, there are 60 mana connection points. Yes, there are 60 mana connection points. Some of them will overlap with each other. If you use your own spells to connect them, won't the result be a few magic circles? Jiang Cheng was very puzzled, and with 60 mana points, it will be difficult to even tell which formation is which, right? Not to mention connecting them. The magic demon shook his head. Others may not be able to do it, but have you forgotten how Skeleton Boss arranged Sister Shui and the arrows he shot himself in the Disaster Demon Dungeon? Actually, what you haven't noticed is that the Formation Emperor's movements were probably intentionally guided by the Skeleton Boss. The demon's tone was filled with emotion. The 5 major formations, due to the intervention of the Skeleton Boss, are not actually all superimposed together. There is a step of distance between each other. It was this distance that allowed Skeleton Boss to distinguish the 12 connection points of the fire array. In fact, from the very beginning, the Formation Emperor was set up by Skeleton Boss, and he was basically led by the nose afterwards. I can only say that Zhan Huang's defeat was not unfair at all. The demon stared at the desolate forest before him, sighing that he had been slapped in the face again. He continued, the skeleton god's thoughts are truly terrifying. I am ashamed of myself. Xiaoyu, stop talking. Are you really going to explain all the details to this idiot? He won't understand, even if I tell him. Go find your master now. After Qian Shanxue finished speaking, he pulled Famo away, leaving Qian Chonglang still savoring the moment. By the time Qian Chonglang reacted, the two were already far away from him. Hey, what do you mean I don't understand? At least after listening to it, I understand very clearly. Skeleton Boss is the most awesome, isn't he? Qian Chonglang shouted as he chased after Qian Shanxue. Continue. On the life and death stage, Jiang Cheng made an inquiring gesture to Meng Changqing. Keep going. You're the legendary master who can fight anyone on equal terms. Don't be a coward. Idle, don't listen to this bullshit. This skeleton is so strong. 2 against 1 is enough to lose. What's the point of fighting? Just surrender. Mad. Are you really a fan of Xiaoqiang? You actually told him to surrender. Since our Xiaoqiang debuted, when has he ever surrendered? What's more, surrendering in front of so many people, doesn't he have any dignity? Looking at Jiang Cheng's gestures and listening to the booing from the audience, Meng Changqing could only respond with an awkward smile. Then a decision was made that surprised everyone. Chapter 255. The double myth is shattered, and the players are shocked. No need. I respect you, but I also know that I'm no match for you. Holding on any longer would only bring humiliation upon myself. Meng Changqing put away his staff and bowed to Jiang Cheng. Oh my god, Xiaoqiang actually gave up on his own initiative? This is the first time in history. This is over. I'm afraid tomorrow all the news will be about Xiaoqiang giving up on his own initiative. Xiaoqiang is the last stubborn member of the priest. How dare he admit defeat? I'm afraid all the priests in the server will be furious. I don't think it's necessary. We can still fight. Sai, it's not satisfying at all. Xiaoqiang has never voluntarily admitted defeat. This is the first time, right? Could it be that even Xiaoqiang feels a little powerless in the face of this skeleton? There was an uproar in the audience, because since Meng Changqing was named one of the 12 gods, he has never admitted defeat on his own initiative. Also, it goes against his motto, I may lose, but I will not die. This is Meng Changqing's motto, and also his unyielding spirit. What this sentence means is not that he is willing to accept his fate, but that he is helpless about the priest's poor PK skills. It also represents Meng Changqing's last stubbornness. In other words, it is the last stubbornness of all priest players in the entire wilderness. Priests are not good at PK, so in the minds of all priests, as long as they are not dead, they have not lost. Meng Changqing's words are not only his own motto, but also the motto of hundreds of millions of priest players in the great wilderness. The priest profession, as a support, is not good at leveling PKPK or fighting bosses. After all, this profession is not actually popular among many players. Most players want to shine in the game, stand firmly in the center position, and become the focus of the team when fighting monsters, leveling up, fighting bosses, and PK. The priest profession is completely contrary to the wishes of most players. Therefore, when players choose the priest profession, it may be largely because of Meng Chongqing's words. I can lose, but I will never die. The immortal phoenix Meng Chongqing is their belief and their spiritual leader. But such an immortal myth actually admitted defeat in front of a skeleton today. His voluntary surrender is equivalent to crushing the faith of all priest players to the ground. The meaning behind this is too great. Xiao Chong, how can you admit defeat? Why? Why do you want to admit defeat? The reason I play a priest is because of you. Didn't you once say that a priest can fight to the very end, but must never voluntarily admit defeat? Liar. You're all liars. Even you've admitted defeat, so what's the point of playing this game? I won't accept it. I absolutely won't accept it. How can you admit defeat? You must fight him. The pastors in the audience began to get excited, and the scene was in chaos. They simply refused to accept Meng Chongqing's surrender. But unfortunately, Meng Chongqing, Yiqiao Dai, Xiaoming, and others had already disappeared from the life and death stage. No matter how indignant they were, it was useless. But the pastors were not prepared to let Meng Chongqing go. All the pastors began to leave the life and death stage and spontaneously look for Meng Chongqing. Looking at the group of excited priests, the players of other professions off the field were suddenly shocked. Meng Chongqing's influence is similar to Qian Shanqua's. They are both spiritual leaders of this profession. Meng Chongqing's surrender is equivalent to shattering the myth of the priest's immortality. I don't think he can be blamed for this. After all, the opponent is too strong. Maybe even he feels hopeless. Black Skull's move shattered two myths. Is this going to push him to the forefront? It's over. Is Mingdong Tianxia going to replace the Holy Temple and truly become the world's #1 guild? I suddenly regret not spending those 10 gold coins back then. Is it too late for me to join now? I'm going to go get the money now. After the pastor's commotion, the audience also began to engage in a heated discussion. Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming, along with the humble emperor and others, came to Luo Yun restaurant, booked a private room, and prepared to wait for the arrival of Meng Chongqing and Jinhua. The two righteous gods have switched to Mingdong Tianxia. Such a major event must have some sense of ceremony, and treating everyone to a meal to show sincerity is essential. However, Dai Xiaoming at the dinner table was still a little worried. Brother Skeleton, will they really stay in Mengdong world sincerely? Jiang Cheng shook his head. Of course not. Ah, then there's no point in us accepting them. Yiqiao Dai, Xiaoming, suddenly felt depressed. He had finally recruited two great gods, but it turned out that they were not sincere. What was the use? Such a big shot holds a very heavy weight in the minds of many players. Just a word from them can influence countless players. If she doesn't surrender sincerely, then if she is recruited into the guild, will all her guild members be kidnapped away in the future? This is absolutely possible. Don't worry about that. I brought them here with no real intention of having them stay in the guild. I just wanted to take advantage of them while they were stirring up the world and squeeze out their surplus value. Xiaoming, from now on, any tedious tasks like leading the team to level up, fighting bosses, attacking cities, and PK will all be left to them. Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming looked at Jiang Cheng in surprise. I thought to myself, as expected, when it comes to cheating people, Big Brother Skeleton is the best. But what if they don't want to? It's okay, I'll take care of it. Jiang Cheng said confidently. However, Xiaoming, you must be prepared. The next few days will be a real test for you. Jiang Cheng suddenly said seriously. Everyone has to pay a price for everything they do, and they have to bear the consequences. The consequences of being high profile have only just begun. Before, you didn't show any desire to dominate the world, so they might not pay too much attention to you. But now, every step you take must be cautious. Well, I know, Brother Skeleton, I will definitely not let you down. Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming could also feel the caution in Jiang Cheng's tone, and she also understood that if a tree stands out in the forest, it will be destroyed by the wind. But she believed that Jiang Cheng would solve the problem perfectly. Chairman Naimeng, I'm here to surrender. As soon as the two of them got off the stage, Meng Chongqing brought Jinhuang, who had a depressed look on his face, to the box that Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming had specially prepared for them. Ichijo Dai Xiaoming nodded and motioned for them to take a seat. Then, according to what Jiang Cheng said, he discussed it with Yuexiaking and others. Let two of them leave the guild temporarily and bring in Zhen Huang and Immortal Phoenix. President Naiming really keeps his word. How enviable. Seeing that Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming only said one sentence and made his members willingly quit the guild, Meng Chongqing sighed slightly. Such prestige cannot be established in a short period of time. On the surface, Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming looks like a pure female student from a certain university. It also looks like the girl next door who lives next door to you. Meng Chongqing could not have imagined that such a weak and cute little cat could be so intimidating. Master Meng, you're too polite. Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming showed a slightly embarrassed smile. She was still a little uncomfortable with Meng Chongqing's attitude towards her. After all, just a few days ago, she was just an ordinary player among the tens of billions of players. In her eyes, these righteous gods were all great figures that were beyond her reach, and she would never be able to touch them in her lifetime. In the past, she never dared to imagine that one day she would have such close contact with the two great gods. Not to mention recruiting the two great gods into his own guild. It's like a dream. Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming glanced at Jiang Cheng beside him. It's just a pity that Jiang Cheng's expression didn't change at all, and it was impossible to guess what he was thinking. This time, the hype has completely become a wedding dress for Dai Xiaoming. Zhen Huang was picking up food from the table out of boredom while sending a private message to Meng Chongqing. There's nothing you can do about it. You're not as skilled as the other person. What can you do? How about you fight back? Meng Chongqing curled his lips. I don't really care about that. In fact, what makes me most angry is that when I lost and wanted to find someone to talk to, I found that everyone had blocked me. Lao Meng, tell me, am I really that scary? Meng Chongqing, just tell me what you want to do. Meng Chongqing looked at Zhen Huang with some fear. It's okay. I just want to stir up some trouble. Joining Mengdong Tianxia is not a bad idea, but I don't think we can give up so easily. We must stir up trouble, and squeeze out all the value we can create for the temple in Mengdong Tianxia. Chapter 256. Draining, starting from joining the club. Making trouble? Don't do anything rash. I think it's better to accept defeat. Meng Chongqing put forward a different view. Old Meng, are you stupid? The temple will not allow Mengdong Tianxia to continue to develop like this. The emperor looked at him as if he were a fool. I'll have to go back eventually. If I do, I'll definitely return with glory. How can I not cause trouble? Stop talking. Join the guild first. At least, you can't go back on your word for now. After Meng Chongqing finished speaking, he submitted an application to join the club to Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming. But just after he clicked the apply button, he suddenly froze. Seeing Meng Chongqing's stunned expression, Zhen Huang was confused and quickly clicked on the membership application. Suddenly, he was also confused. It took him a long time to come back to his senses. 1,000 gold coins to join the guild? President Naive, are you trying to kick us out? What? 1,000 gold coins for membership? Isn't it 10 gold coins? Yuexiaking and others were stunned for a moment. They thought they had heard it wrong. President, isn't it 10 gold coins? The humble emperor looked confused. The emperor of formation also looked at Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming with a scrutinizing gaze, wanting her to give him an explanation. Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming felt a little helpless when he saw that they were all looking at him. This was all ordered by Big Brother Skeleton, and she had no choice. In the words of Big Brother Skeleton, squeeze them dry, starting from joining the club. She is just an executor. However, Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming felt that it must be a test given to her by the Big Brother Skeleton. He wanted to test whether she could subdue Zhen Huang and the others. It's impossible that it's just for the purpose of making money. Yes, that's it. I'm sorry, Master Zhangxing. This decision was just discussed between me and the core members of Mengdong Tianxia, and it has the unanimous support of all members. Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming repeated Jiang Cheng's words slowly and calmly. I think that Mengdong Tianxia is currently experiencing a period of explosive growth and is the focus of public attention. If we don't raise the threshold for joining after the upgrade, it will easily lead to a mixed bag of players with varying levels of skill. This will obviously be detrimental to the future development of our guild. After Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming finished speaking, his heart suddenly started pounding and his face turned from pale to red in an instant. It was obvious that she was under great psychological pressure when she said this. After all, these words were all made up by Jiang Cheng on the spur of the moment. Talking nonsense seriously in front of two great gods is a real test of her psychological quality. In order to hide her embarrassment, she quickly pretended to pick up the water cup, took a sip of water, and forced herself to calm down. Wow! The humble emperor and others were stunned after hearing what Dai Xiaoming said. Does our guild have backbone? When did we discuss anything? Unanimous support from all members? When did the guild leaders speak in the guild channel? Several people looked at each other and saw the word confused in each other's eyes. When will the president talk to us? Let me get this out of the way. Sure. Shimin Longting covered Uxie Yaking's mouth and gave him a warning look. The president is trying to steal the god's gold. Are you courting death by exposing her now? She's even scammed 2 great gods. The president truly lives up to her reputation as the money-swindling witch. But when did we reach an agreement with the president? Uxie Yaking whispered. Why do you care so much? Just eat your meal. Luoyan Restaurant is the best restaurant in Luoyan City. A table of dishes here costs a whopping 10 gold coins. How many extras do you have to run to get a piece of that? Such delicious food can't stop you from eating. The humble emperor glared at him, then prepared to see the reactions of the Zhen emperor and the other 2. Can the 2 legendary gods break the money-sucking witch's trick? I agree with what President Niming said about the explosive growth period. I think it's quite normal for you to raise the threshold for joining the club. But does that mean that we just happened to be preparing to join when your new decision happened? The emperor's eyes narrowed slightly. Isn't your guild a bit too hasty when making a new decision? I'd like to ask, when did Guild President Niming make this decision? How long did he consider it before making it? And how long did you core members discuss it among yourself? As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the air suddenly became tense. Obviously, the Emperor Formation is not stupid. He immediately saw through the loophole in Dai Xiaoming's words and put it on the table without any hesitation. After saying this, if Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming didn't answer well, the 2 of them might have a falling out on the spot. Suddenly, everyone became nervous for Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming. It's over. The president is about to collapse. The first battle is off to a bad start. After all, they're god-level figures. All of them are perverts, and you can't fool them with these little tricks. If this isn't handled properly, it could strain relations between them, which would be detrimental to the guild's future development. The president's move wasn't quite right. The humble emperor and others showed worried expressions as they spoke. However, after hearing this, Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming did not panic, but slowly stretched out a finger, leaving everyone confused. President Niming, what do you mean? You discussed this for 10 minutes? 10 minutes can decide the future direction of the guild. 10 minutes can decide a major decision of the guild. The Emperor of Formation spoke with disdain. However, Ichijo Dai Xiaoming shook his head. Not 10 minutes. Not 10 minutes? Did you only discuss such an important decision for 1 minute? Zhen Huang's tone became louder, on the verge of exploding, as if he was ready to overturn the table if they disagreed with him. However, this time, Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming still shook his head and said slowly, not a minute but 1 second. Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming glanced at Zhen Huang and said, to be exact, we made this impromptu decision when you just sat down. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the entire box changed instantly. Chapter 257 this time, I entered. A temporary decision? Zhen Huang and Meng Changqing were confused. Is this completely too lazy to explain? Don't even bother pretending? Even Zhen Huang, who always thought he was shameless enough, felt ashamed of himself after hearing what Dai Xiaoming said. It takes just 1 second to make a decision, 1 second to complete the discussion, and 1 second to get unanimous approval from all members. Zhen Huang's eyes widened as he looked at Dai Xiaoming in disbelief, his tone hinting at anger. President Dai Meng's cuteness has moved the world. His efficiency is truly fast. Bang! Zhen Huang slammed the chopsticks in his hand hard on the dining table. It's better not to enter now. Zhen Huang suddenly stood up and left the box with Meng Changqing, who said nothing. Everyone looked at each other, speechless. I have no idea what's going on with this little crazy kid. What you just said was more or less an excuse, right? It can also make people feel more comfortable. The following words are a direct reveal of the truth. He's not going to make excuses at all. There are 2 big words clearly written on his face. I'm going to cheat you out of your money. What's this, guild master? Sigh. We finally got 2 great players here, and our guild was about to soar to the sky. But before we even took off, the guild master himself blew it up. This operation is amazing. The humble emperor and others felt a little sad about the fickleness of the cute little boy. Big brother skeleton, what? A trace of worry appeared on Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming's face. Now that everyone has run away, what can we do? But the strange thing was that Jiang Cheng was as calm as water and was not moved at all, as if only two ordinary people had left. He stared at a dish on the table with some emotion. When he was a child, his favorite food was the braised pork cooked by his mother. But at that time, the family didn't have much money, so we could only have one meal during the Chinese New Year. Later, my father was hit and killed by a gang of motorcycle racers who were obsessed with games, and he had to pay some money in compensation. Life has become a little better. Unfortunately, he became too rebellious when he grew up. In order to play games without letting my mother know, I rarely go home and have rarely eaten the food my mother cooks. After the car accident, he was able to eat the soup his mother made for him every day in the hospital. It's a pity that I couldn't eat greasy food during my injury period, so I haven't had the chance to eat the braised pork made by my mother until now. And now, he has become a skeleton and can no longer be eaten. Glancing at the dishes on the table, he saw that the atmosphere in the box was a little weird. Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming also had a worried look on his face. Jiang Cheng opened his teeth and said, "Don't worry, they will be back soon." "Will he come back?" "Impossible. He's already so angry." Before Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming could finish speaking, then Zhen Huang and the other man suddenly came back from the box as if they were fleeing. Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming even discovered that Zhen Huang's face looked like an eggplant hit by frost, sickly, as if he had experienced something bad. "President Niming, isn't 1,000 gold coins too much? Let's discuss it and reduce the number of zeros. What do you think?" As soon as Zhen Huang came back, he sat in the same seat as before as if nothing had happened and started bargaining with Yiqiao Xiaoming. Of course, he thought, since he had shown such an attitude, Yiqiao Xiaoming should buy it. However, Dai Xiaoming remained unmoved and slowly chewed the pork in his mouth, although there was a voice in her heart that kept calling out, "Promise him, promise him." But after she glanced at Jiang Cheng, she could only suppress her impulse, eat the food on the table calmly, and say nothing. 200. A small, cute, delicate hand trembled slightly, but remained silent. 500. No more. Zhen Huang showed a look of pain, as if his father had died. 500 gold, that's 30 million renminbi. Although his family is not short of money, his monthly pocket money is not much. 500 gold, this is his pocket money for the whole year. It would be strange if he didn't feel the pain. Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming stared at him and almost dropped the eggplant in her hand. However, she slowly put it to her mouth and remained unmoved. 800. That's all I have. President Niming, I'm a legendary figure in the online gaming world after all, so give me some respect, don't you think? Zhen Huang suddenly stood up and brought his handsome face closer. There was a flattering smile on his face, which surprised the humble emperor and others. This is the dignified emperor of formation, a figure at the pinnacle of the online gaming world, a magic swordsman, an idol of hundreds of millions of players, a true overlord, a legendary god that only appears once in billions. Unexpectedly, he actually gave their president a flattering smile. If this gets known by the official media of Game Daily, Zhen Huang will become famous tomorrow. Even Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming almost couldn't hold back his laughter when he saw Zhen Huang like this. She couldn't imagine that Zhen Huang had such a funny side. Of course, what she didn't understand was that when the two of them went out just now, weren't they very tough? Why did it become like this in just a short while? She really doesn't understand. Not only did she not understand what Zhen Huang and the other two were doing, others were even more confused. Didn't Zhen Huang just flip the table and leave? Why is he back again? Since the president didn't stop him, it means he agreed. Why is he back to bargain with the president again? Who knows? Maybe Zhen Huang feels that the atmosphere in Mengdong Tianxia is better, so he changed his mind. Screw you. How can Mengdong Tianxia's foundation be compared to the Holy Temple? What are you thinking? Although I'm a member of Mengdong Tianxia, I have to say that our guild is still far behind if we want to be compared with the Holy Temple. The humble emperor said with some regret. Why did the Jin emperor come back? I really don't understand. He was given such a great opportunity to return to the temple, so why would he come back? You asked me, but who should I ask? The humble emperor looked unhappy, and an impulse surged in his heart, eager to know the truth. Unfortunately, no one answered this question for him. 900. President Niming, this is your last chance. If you still insist, I'll leave immediately. Zhen Huang cried. Why? With his charm and negotiation skills, he couldn't win over Dai Xiaoming. Why is she so indifferent? That's right, President Niming. This is the limit we can give you. We'll see each other every day in the future, so please show some mercy. Meng Changqing, who had been observing Jiang Cheng, suddenly spoke. The reason why he didn't observe Dai Xiaoming was because he vaguely discovered that the one who was in charge here might not be Dai Xiaoming at all. But it's this black skull. I'm not forcing you. The road is there. You can walk. Yiqiao Dai, Xiaoming said slowly. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was speechless. 900 still not giving in? Are they trying to embarrass Zhen Huang and Meng Changqing? Even the humble emperor and others felt that Yiqiao Dai, Xiaoming had gone a bit too far. There's no way Zhen Huang and the others would compromise, right? However, what they never expected was that the formation emperor surrendered. Okay, you're ruthless enough. With a president like you, the rise of Mengdong Tianxia is inevitable. Zhen Huang's expression suddenly changed. Now I'm in. Chapter 258, Emperor's MMP. Guild reminder. Zhen Huang. Nian Sanxing has joined Mengdong Tianxia. Guild reminder. Immortal Phoenix. Meng Changqing joins Mengdong Tianxia. 2 guild reminder sounds suddenly rang out in the guild channel. In an instant, all the members of the guild were excited. Oh my god, the Emperor of Formation. The Immortal Phoenix. This is actually real? I thought the live broadcast I watched was fake. The Emperor of Formation and the Immortal Phoenix really came to our guild. This is awesome. Oh my god, I can't believe it. The guild leader is so awesome. He actually managed to deal with these 2 great gods. I never dared to imagine that one day I would be in the same guild as the legendary god. I'm simply invincible. I can't take it anymore. I need to send this to my bestie. Oh, and by the way, does Zhen Huang have a girlfriend? Does he drink milk? Don't be delusional upstairs. The housekeeper is mine. No one else can take her away from me. Oh my god, what just happened? I just took a nap. How did Zhen Huang and Undead Phoenix join our guild? Are they pretending to be us? Haha, of course it's true. You've lost a lot from sleeping like that. You missed out on a major event that shook the entire online gaming world. Do you regret it? The meeting was in an uproar, with chat messages filling up the entire screen. Some were cheering, some were in disbelief, some were ready to cling to someone, and some were ready to snatch the man away. But without exception, they were all stunned by the news and shouted that the president was awesome. Inside the box, the humble emperor and others were also dumbfounded. They couldn't believe that the Formation Emperor actually paid 1,000 gold coins to join the club. What? He really gave it to me? Oh my god, am I dreaming? How could one of the 12 righteous gods be so spineless? I thought he would flip the table and walk away again. Yue Xiaoqing and others began to doubt their lives. They couldn't understand why Zhen Huang and Meng Changqing suddenly compromised. The current gold price is 1 to 60,000. 2,000 gold coins is 120 million. Oh my god. The president is definitely a wealthy woman. That's nothing. At their level, money isn't what matters, okay? That's right. The most important thing is that the Formation Emperor and the Immortal Phoenix actually compromised in front of the president. The president's status is still far inferior to that of the 12 true gods. The compromise between the Formation Emperor and the Immortal Phoenix has a profound meaning. It represents submission. Several people looked at the 2 Zhen Huangs sitting opposite Yiqiao Dai, Xiaoming in disbelief, feeling very strange. What exactly forced the 2 of them to submit to the president? Zhen Huang felt the gazes from all around him and listened to their whispers. He felt so uncomfortable that he had no mind to eat. He was actually a little helpless. I have to enter. The Emperor of Formation sighed in his heart. Just as they were about to go out, they were instantly blocked by a large group of media professionals who were mixed in the game. The damned Yiqiao Dai, Xiaoming had actually predicted early on that they would flip the table and leave and arrange for various media to chase and intercept them. Now Da Huang has become a national hit. Almost everyone who can afford a helmet is playing this game. In just about 4 days, the number of people online at the same time in the game has reached a terrifying 4 billion. The total number of players has reached 11.2 billion. As the 12 gods, they're the top figures in the online gaming world. It has become the focus of national attention, and any slight movement will attract media coverage from all walks of life. Moreover, in just a few days, an industrial chain of traffic media quickly formed around these top celebrities. There are already hundreds of one-stop service studios for fans, providing services such as snapshots, stealing, filming, tracking, autograph requests, and online star chasing. Countless journalists have thrown themselves into the game to record the gaming experience of each of their righteous gods. From big things like who he fought the boss with to small things like when he spoke to whom and what potion he just drank, all of these were taken up by the media as news. Now, they have become the focus of tens of billions of players. Every decision he makes must be cautious, and there must not be any black material. Once the media confirms that they have broken their promises, their reputation will be ruined. The news media is better. Everyone may just join the fun. The key point is that all the people Yi Xiao Dai Xiaoming invited were from online gaming media. Even the editor-in-chief of the most well-known online gaming media, Tianxing's Game Daily, and the editor-in-chief of Dahuang's official media, Dahuang Daily, are here. I have to say, this cute and silly little creature looks harmless, but its mind is so vicious. Women are born conspirators. I can't afford to offend you. I can't afford to offend you. Okay, Mr. President, now that the money has been paid and the club has been joined. Zhen Huang suddenly put down his chopsticks and approached Yi Xiao Xiaoming. Can you please remove the media outside? As soon as these words were spoken, Yi Xiao Dai Xiaoming was stunned. Media? What media? Our goal has been achieved. There's no need for us to pretend, right? Don't worry, since I've joined this guild, I won't quit. Don't you believe in my title of Formation Emperor? It's not that I don't trust you, but before Yi Xiao Dai Xiaoming could finish his words, he suddenly realized that his hand was held by Jiang Cheng. Suddenly, she was stunned for a moment, and then she understood. All of this must have been done by Big Brother Skeleton. No wonder Big Brother Skeleton wasn't nervous at all when he saw Zhen Huang and the others leaving. It turned out he had already planned it all out. Sure enough, nothing can stump her big skeleton brother. But this is too magical. Before the skeleton brother came, I didn't see him talking to anyone. When did he invite the online gaming media? Yi Xiao Dai Xiaoming was a little confused, and this question was a little puzzling for her. I really didn't invite any media. Maybe it's because you're too famous. A cute little cute girl replied. Isn't this reply too perfunctory, President? Zhen Huang was obviously a little dissatisfied with this answer. But Yi Xiao Dai Xiaoming insisted that she didn't invite him, and Zhen Huang couldn't do anything about her. Or was it really not her who invited the media? Just a coincidence? Now that I have joined the club and paid the money, what else can I do? It's such a ripoff. Now that we're done here, and we can't get out now, we'll log off first. After Zhen Huang and Meng Chongqing finished speaking, they had sad faces and kept shouting in their hearts that MMP was offline. Oh my god, the president is so awesome. You can even scam the Formation Emperor and the Immortal Phoenix out of their money. You're worthy of being our president. That's incredible, President. What did you invite those media? Did you anticipate that the Xinhuang Association wouldn't accept this request, so you informed the media in advance to block them? Yi Xiao Dai Xiaoming wanted to deny it, but Jiang Cheng pressed her hand. To be a qualified president, you have to maintain mystery while making them respect you. Oh, I see. Ichijo Dai Xiaoming nodded and could only admit that he had planned all this. Suddenly, the humble emperor and others were amazed and showed expressions of sincere admiration. But Brother Skeleton, when did you invite those media outlets? Can you even exchange private messages with them? Me? I didn't invite them. I just asked the swordsman and the restaurant owner to make something. Jiang Cheng shook his head. Seeing that she was still tilting her head with curiosity, Jiang Cheng had no choice but to say, okay, when you go out, just look at the front of the restaurant and you'll know. In front of the restaurant? Yi Xiao Dai Xiaoming was even more confused. Xiaoming, are you full? Yeah, I'm very full. Yi Xiao Dai Xiaoming touched his belly contentedly and nodded with some pain in his heart. This time, I spent a lot of gold coins in the box. Okay then, I'll take you to see someone later to arrange your offline security. Chapter 259, Experimental New School. Offline safety? Dai Xiaoming's big eyes widened, and his long eyelashes trembled slightly. What's the matter, Brother Skeleton? I'm a little scared by what you said. In the game, you could do anything without restrictions. It is your own freedom. As long as you don't break the rules of the game and don't have such big ambitions, you can definitely be more relaxed in the game than in the real world. Because all the players come from all over the world. Even if there's a little friction between them, it can be resolved in the game at most. Others don't have that much energy to come to your real-life address to settle accounts with you. But Jiang Cheng meant that she would be in danger in reality? Yi Xiao Dai Xiaoming was slightly startled. In reality, just like in the game, she has no foundation at all. In the game, she has a big skeleton brother to protect her. But what about in reality? She was not so stupid as not to believe these things. Although she was a little dull, Her past experiences told her that some people would do anything for their own benefit. Don't worry, he will help you solve these problems. Jiang Cheng held Dai Xiaoming's hand tightly, which made her feel a little more at ease. After Jiang Cheng finished speaking, a player suddenly walked into the box. His face looked very serious, as if he had encountered something serious. However, Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming unexpectedly discovered that she knew this person, because this person was Zhang Rui, who accompanied her to the funeral of the Supreme God, and was also the Ketuntiangxia of the Outyin gang. President Naimeng, nice to meet you again. Let's stop talking nonsense. My master is looking for you. As soon as Ketuntiangxia came up, he didn't waste any words and directly stated his purpose. Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming looked at Jiang Cheng in surprise, and when she saw him nod, she realized that the person Jiang Cheng wanted to take her to meet was actually the Fist Master Shinshana. Brother Skeleton, do you know the great Master Quan Zong? Jiang Cheng nodded slightly. Go quickly, I'll wait for you here. Okay. Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming wanted to say something, but finally nodded obediently and followed Qi Tuntian Xiaowei. In the box, only the humble emperor, Yue Xiaqing, Shimen Longting, and the swordsman were left, a total of 18 members of Mengdong Tianxia. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng waved his hand and asked the humble emperor to come over. The humble emperor, who had just had a little drink, was a little surprised and flattered. He quickly trotted over to Jiang Cheng. His playful expression faded, and he lowered his head and asked respectfully, Great Skull God, what can I do for you? Don't be nervous, come closer. Jiang Cheng waved his hand again. The humble emperor was a little confused. Because Jiang Cheng opened his mouth but didn't say anything, he didn't know what he meant. However, his body involuntarily took a few steps forward, and his face looked a little nervous. This guy is a super boss who can fight two people at the same time. He is more powerful than the gods. If I say something wrong in front of him, my life in Mengdong Tianxia, or in the online gaming industry, will be difficult. With such awe, it would be strange if he wasn't nervous. Do you want to become a master? Seeing sweat on his forehead and his body trembling, Jiang Cheng smiled slightly. Game master? The humble emperor had a look of bewilderment on his face, but in a moment, his expression changed from confusion to stiffness. Master Skeleton, you can speak? The humble emperor was surprised. Although he and Yue Xiaqing and others thought Jiang Cheng was very powerful, they still treated him as an undead. A ghost can actually speak? He was slightly stunned, but after thinking about it, he felt relieved. This is the world of games, and anything can happen. It's not surprising that skeletons can talk. The strange thing is, does the skeleton god mean to teach him? Suddenly, the humble emperor almost fainted from happiness. He suddenly felt like a huge pie fell on his head and hit him hard. My god, the skeleton boss who could defeat the two righteous gods actually wants to accept him as his apprentice? I think so. I dream of becoming a master like the 12 gods. Please accept me as your disciple. The humble emperor was shaking with excitement and knelt down devoutly in the stunned eyes of others. Get up first. I'm not going to teach you anything, nor do I have any intention of accepting you as a disciple. I just thought of some special styles and need someone to experiment with them. Jiang Cheng waved his hand, signaling him to stand up. I'm not sure whether the result of the experiment is good or bad. You should judge it yourself. Master, no matter what you want to experiment with, I'm willing to do it. I'll fully cooperate. I've decided, from today on, apart from eating and sleeping, I'll spend the rest of my time by your side, experimenting with new schools for you. The humble emperor doesn't care whether he fails or not. He only knew that this was his chance to soar to the sky. If he catches it, he may be able to escape from his current life. Even if he fails, he can still squeeze out something from the gaps between the god's teeth and make himself stronger. You know, the little tricks that the masters use casually are something they can never achieve in their lifetime. His face was still filled with excitement. Regardless of whether Skeleton Boss is an experimental new genre of gaming or has other purposes, it does not prevent him from having a great godly shield from now on. So, he's going to be awesome. Very good. Jiang Cheng nodded with satisfaction. Now Mengdong Tianxia seems to be at its peak, sought after by all players, and has become a hot topic among the people. It is a guild that everyone wants to join. But in reality, the internal situation is a mess. Besides, there is no other capable expert except him. Of course, this is inevitable. After all, since the mythical era of online games, the top players have basically been poached. Any master with some fame becomes the backbone of a large guild. It takes a lot of resources to poach them. Moreover, the loyalty of the experts recruited here is a huge problem. They cannot adapt to his new style of play, and there is no guarantee that they will rebel one day for greater benefits. This is undoubtedly a huge problem for Mengdong Tianxia, which is in its development stage. So Jiang Cheng prepared to train it himself. The reason for choosing Shimen Longting and others is that these people are all low-level players, and they are more malleable than high-level players and are more likely to accept his new style of play. Moreover, the character of this group of people is pretty good and they are relatively principled. Although he was killed to level 0 by Anti-Mo World before, he still did not give up. Moreover, when encountering the pursuit of the Anti-Cute World, he was able to persuade them to leave first. Most importantly, this group of people is quite vulgar, which is very suitable for the new genre he needs to experiment with. I have more than one new school. Please tell me about their personalities, occupations, families, and educational levels. I need to get to know you better. More in F. Sorry, master. It's a professional habit, a professional habit. The humble emperor looked embarrassed, then quickly called a few people over, winked at them, and said, "You all, hurry up and come here. Tell me your measurements, birth dates, how much money your family has, how many wives you've had, how many girls you've dated in the past, how much you have in your bank account, and whether you've ever won the Jinji lottery. Tell me everything." Chapter 260, I only look at the results. Measurements? I'll go first. I am Ximen Longtink, 88. I live in Qinghe Village. I graduated from high school, have 35,000 in savings, and have dated 38 women, all of whom ended their lives. I once made Qinghe Village a hotbed for girls. I'm a high-level technical actor and currently single. Shimen Longting was the first to stand up, because he saw excitement in the eyes of the humble emperor. Combined with the humble words of the emperor just now, it must be a great thing. Whenever there is a good thing, how can Shimen Longting be absent? It's my turn, boss. I'm Uxie Yaking. I'm 18 years old. I live in Qinghe Village. I graduated from junior high school. I have 250,000 in savings. I'm dating. I haven't dated any girls yet. I'm a bit player in my career. I have 3 younger brothers and 1 younger sister. And currently, I have no plans to get married. Uxie Yaking was the second one to come out. A sword. Dois priest. I'm 21 years old, live in Mingi Village, graduated from junior high school, have a cup of yellow earth in my savings, have seen 3 girlfriends, and currently work as a supporting actor in Hongdian, the imperial capital. I have 3 older brothers and 1 younger brother, and currently, I have no plans to get married. The swordsman was the third one to stand up, but this time, what surprised Uxie Yaking and the others was that the swordsman did not stutter. Okay, Lao Jian, I didn't realize you've been with 3 people already. Old Jian has been dating 3 girls without making any noise. It turns out that honest men are awesome. A few people teased the Kendo master, and after the Kendo master ran away in embarrassment, they continued to reveal their identities. Jiang Cheng listened very carefully and did not blame them for the teasing in their words. Because people have many sides and multiple personalities, which change with the external environment. It is related to past experiences, impressions, and the state the person is in at the time. When the human body is affected by the external environment, it will have different reactions depending on the target of the stimulation, which is called stress response in medicine. What Jiang Cheng wants to see is their stress response. During the 6 months after the car accident, all he could do was lie in bed and stare blankly. But he was not a person who could sit idle, so during that half year, he had been summarizing the failure experience of the Demon Palace Guild. After half a month of serious thinking, he gradually figured it out. The biggest reason why the Demon Palace was defeated by the Holy Temple may have started from the time Su Lianya entered the guild. This woman is really amazing. Any seemingly casual action of hers actually has a profound meaning. Su Lianya was definitely the biggest contributor to the Demon Palace's defeat so quickly. So after learning about Su Lianya's resume, Jiang Cheng asked his mother to find a lot of psychology books for him to read. During that 6 months, he was almost immersed in the ocean of psychology. He has a high aptitude for learning and can learn anything quickly, let alone studying for half a year. So in the end, it turned out that he did indeed master an amazing skill. Now he can easily judge other people's personalities from the way they speak, act, and behave with a very high accuracy rate. For example, Shimen Longting, in Jiang Cheng's view, is an active, optimistic, and perfectionist person. This kind of person has a stronger desire to perform and win than others. It can be seen from the fact that he was the first to stand up, the way he unconsciously raised his head when he spoke, the fact that he would rather give up the level 5 armor and wear the red fiery red clothes, and the way he spoke. People who have a strong desire to perform are also very competitive and have greater perseverance and persistence than others. Such people should be output-oriented in the team and are more worthy of training. Jiang Cheng can provide targeted guidance to them. The mage's chaotic flow is most suitable for him. His fighting style is mainly gorgeous and deceptive, making it impossible for the opponent to guess his thoughts. The humble emperor, on the other hand, has a leadership personality. After all, being able to suppress someone like Shimin Longting who has a strong desire to perform and keep the team in harmony shows that the humble emperor is still qualified as a leader. Plus, he's quite wretched, and his profession is a magic swordsman, so we can experiment with his auxiliary formation style. The Kendo master is honest, stubborn, shy, and very deceptive, so you could try the bull style. Jiang is a more moderate type, with no particular characteristics in his personality and nothing particularly outstanding. People who are broad-minded but not specialized will sooner or later become mediocre in the crowd. However, there is still hope for him. What surprised him most was a girl. Mu Xin Lu, the only girl among the 18 swordsmen. This girl looked unremarkable. If she hadn't introduced herself later, Jiang Cheng wouldn't have known that there was a girl here. Moreover, Jiang Cheng discovered that she actually looked pretty good. Although she was not as stunning as Yidwa Xiaoming and Xiao Loli, she was still very beautiful among the girls. Moreover, if you look closely at this girl, both her clothing and temperament are clearly out of tune with the other 17 people. But you just can't detect her existence. This shows that this woman is particularly good at disguise. The candidate for Yin Fengliu has been found. As for other things, Jiang Cheng didn't pay much attention. He was similar to Jiang. Both of them were relatively mediocre types. Jiang Cheng can teach this type of people together. Tell me about your original intention of entering this world. Jiang Cheng said to the humble emperor. Is it the original purpose of getting into playing games? The humble emperor was suddenly stunned. In the past, they played games purely for the sake of playing games. Now, after seeing professional gamers earning hundreds of thousands or even millions of yuan a month, and top players even making millions, they really don't play games just for the sake of playing games. Make money, the humble emperor said without hesitation. To pick up girls, Shimin Longting said. Make money, Xiaoqing said. Earn money to marry Xiaofang. I'm not Xiaofang. They dragged me in here. Mu Xinliu shrank his head, feeling a little shy. Jiang Cheng nodded. Okay, starting from today, I will train you until you become masters and can stand on your own from Mengdong Tianxia. The difficulty of the training is beyond your imagination. If anyone is unwilling, they can quit now. We'll never quit. After learning from a humble emperor that they were going to be trained by a great god like Jiang Cheng, these people suddenly became excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Not to mention becoming a top master. Even if they become an ordinary master, their future life will be hundreds of times better than it is now. They all work their way up from the ranks of extras, and when it comes to enduring hardship, they are the best. Anyone who refuses is a fool. Okay, now the first test I'm going to give you is to let the Formation Emperor and the Undead Phoenix lead you in leveling up and completing dungeons. If they don't agree, just pester them. Don't treat them as if they are righteous gods. I don't care what methods you use, whether it's honey traps or self-torture tactics, I won't ask. As long as you can successfully make them agree to help you level up, you will pass the dungeon. I'll only look at the results. Chapter 261, 8 Guest Arrives. This group of people are all extras, and most of them are from Qinga Village. The city people may not be able to handle the tricks of the villagers. The Formation Emperor and the Immortal Phoenix are probably in trouble. But this is exactly the effect Jiang Cheng wants. Now, he is not sure that he can tie up the Formation Emperor and the Immortal Phoenix in Mengdong Tianxia. The temple has a huge force, and there are only 998 noobs in the world. The temple has strong capital. Its 12 vice presidents are all real-life figures with strong backgrounds, and their capital often exceeds 10 billion. It's so exciting that it's hard to describe in words. Without sufficient benefits, if we tie up the two great gods, we can only squeeze out their value. After Xiaoming comes online, we still need to upgrade as soon as possible. Jiang Cheng glanced at the excited people, and his heart moved. He destroyed the temple's several counterattacks. A guild as domineering as the temple would not allow Mengdong Tianxia to continue like this. What follows is the real game. Fengming City. Outside a deserted, shabby hut. Xiaoyu, you said your master is in this shabby place. Qian Shanchua looked at the dilapidated, thatched hut in front of her, a little bit unbelievable. Lan Xingyue, the sage of mage, who is known as the number one of the 12 gods and the number one in the field of magic, actually lives in such a shabby, thatched hut? Although Qian Shanchua had been with her for some time and knew that her behavior was strange, she didn't know she was so unconventional. Master has never been one for extravagance. She once said that only the most adverse environment can produce a true genius. Famo spread his hands, and there was a hint of helplessness in his tone. Then you might as well let her live in the volcano. Qian Chonglang teased, but when he finished speaking, he found that Famo's face looked a little unhappy. Thinking that he had said something wrong, he quickly prepared to apologize, but unexpectedly, Famo stopped him. Actually, my master did live on a volcano. Famo shook his head helplessly, and you have to understand, it wasn't in a game. Qian Shanxua, Qian Chonglang. She once lived next to an active volcano for a month, just to find out if the extreme flames would turn into magma. She wasn't killed by the explosion. Qian Chonglang was speechless. He was just joking, but this crazy woman actually did it. Most importantly, she is not dead. You know, that's an active volcano. Why doesn't she study science? Qian Shanchua was speechless after hearing Famo's answer, because she suddenly felt that this Dharma saint was actually the same kind of person as her master. They're all crazy. Master said that science cannot explain magic. The magic demon replied, and then walked towards the thatched hut. Let's go, my master. Boom! A loud explosion sounded in the ears of the three people. Several people's expressions suddenly changed, because the place where the sound came from was the thatched hut where the Dharma's saint lived. After the sound, the thatched hut instantly caught fire. The fire was so fierce that it made several people's pupils shrink. Oh no, she's not going to blow herself up. The demon moved and stepped forward quickly. Qian Shanchua behind him had already raised the longbow in his hand, and 5 frost arrows flew towards the thatched hut at a rapid speed. But before Qian Shanchua's frost arrow could shoot into the fire, the thatched hut exploded again. Boom! This explosion was obviously louder and more powerful than the previous one. With an explosion, countless burning thatches were blown to pieces, turning into a heat wave that spread in all directions. Bang! The closest demon was instantly hit by the heat wave and was blown away, with more than half of his health points lost. Qian Shanchua's arrow was also blown away by the heat wave, and the powerful force shot it into the surrounding trees. The two of them quickly retreated more than 10 steps before finally stopping and shielding their faces with their hands from the heat. The entire wilderness was filled with grass, ash, and sparks. The whole view was filled with thick smoke, making it difficult to see clearly. When their vision returned, a woman with disheveled hair suddenly appeared in their sight. She was wearing a tattered cloth dress and was barefoot. She was walking in the sky, full of sparks, and slowly walking toward them. The strange thing was that when the sparks and grass, ashes falling from the sky got within 3 inches of her body, they were blocked by an invisible wall of air and could not fall on her at all. She was like a goddess of fire walking out of the fire, without any trace of fireworks. This crazy woman, why does she give me such a dangerous feeling? Qian Shanchua couldn't help but complain in her heart. Although Lan Xingyue's face was hidden by her long hair and could not be seen clearly, she always felt that this crazy woman was a little dangerous. A guest is coming. A deep voice sounded. Chapter 262, It seems that I am not lonely. Master, are you out of seclusion? The demon got up from the ground in a mess and ran over with a very happy look on his face. Lan Xingyue didn't say anything, just nodded. You're here too? The voice was still low, but Qian Shangsu and Qian Chonglang were surprised to find out. This voice seemed like someone was speaking to them right next to their ears. As a result, even after their voices stopped, there was still a buzzing in my ears. But Lan Xingyue was clearly very far away from them. I came to ask you something. Qian Shanchua blinked her eyelashes slightly. I'm only interested in magic. Lan Xingyue suddenly sat cross-legged on the ground covered with sparks, instantly extinguishing the sparks, causing billowing smoke. When Qian Shanchua heard this, she did not get angry, but instead the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. She sent Qian Chonglang and Famo away, then got straight to the point and said, "What do you think? If a person dies, will they become a ghost and be resurrected in the game? This kind of thing won't happen, and it doesn't fall under the category of magic." Lan Xingyue said this very bluntly, and then began to tidy up her hair. She separated the blood-red hair one by one, and then some water stains suddenly appeared in her hands, which she wiped away. In an instant, she straightened her messy hair with one hand and tucked it behind her ears, revealing her beautiful face. Qian Shanchue's eyes narrowed slightly, but she didn't say anything. "In fact, this kind of thing happened, and it happened right in front of me. Aren't you interested?" Lan Xingyue's hand suddenly paused, and then continued to stroke her hair, seemingly unmoved. But Qian Shanxue discovered that Lan Xingyue's hand had just trembled. She knew that Lan Xingyue, who was particularly interested in bizarre events, was definitely moved. "What are your conditions?" Sure enough, Lan Xingyue couldn't resist her curiosity and asked, "I need you to help him resurrect and return to the real world." Qian Shanxue's tone was slightly sour. Lan Xingyue noticed it keenly and stared at Qian Shanxue. "He is very important to you. His last name is Jiang." Qian Shanxue was stunned, and her expression changed slightly. She only said a few words, and Lan Xingyue guessed it. This kind of thinking is simply terrifying. She remembered what her master had said, "Don't let others know my identity, especially that crazy woman." She suddenly understood why her master was so afraid of this crazy woman. But she really had no choice. Unlike other righteous gods, she did not have a huge power or strong financial resources. For this kind of supernatural phenomenon, she could only place her hopes on the Dharma Saint. Because she had heard from the Dharma Saint that her family ran an international pharmaceutical company and had many international medical research institutions. For example, the high-quality nutrient solution provided to players in the luxurious nutrition capsules sold by Da Huang is provided by the pharmaceutical company of the family behind the Saint of Magic. This nutrient solution can not only maintain the daily nutritional needs of the human body, but can even strengthen the body to a small extent. If she wanted to resurrect her master, the only thing she could think of was to find this crazy woman. Seeing Qian Shangsu was silent for a long time, Lang Xingyu suddenly smiled and said something unknown. "It seems that I am not lonely." The urban area of Tianhai City, under a 26-story building of Longza International. Zhang Yiqian and Qin Shui looked at the building and asked uncertainly, Tian, are you sure your sister lives here?" Qin Shui looked a little suspicious. "Because this community is much more upscale than the one where they live." Zhang Mengmeng, who has no skills, no job, and no boyfriend, has been away from home for so long and still has money to live in this kind of community. "This is it, right? I heard from Brother Haoming that she's now an official member of the Dream Peak Club. She's someone we can't even dream of. Could his words be false? Looks like this girl is lucky. Come on, Tian, let's go up and take a look." A flash of jealousy flashed in Qin Shui's eyes, and she pulled Zhang Yiqian into the building. But what made Zhang Yiqian feel a little strange was that he just glanced at the parking line on the side of the road and seemed to see the car of his club owner parked downstairs. The boss of their Outyin club is a real big shot with a net worth of hundreds of millions. How could he end up in a neighborhood like this? Without thinking much about it, he thought he might have seen it wrong, so he followed his mother to the elevator and waited. "Have you heard? Just now, the Formation Emperor and the Undead Phoenix teamed up and were destroyed by a black skeleton in Luoyun City. I've heard about it a long time ago. If you ask me, that black skeleton is really awesome. A single skeleton actually broke 2 myths in a row. He's simply invincible. Haha, I bet the president of the temple must be pissed right now. The anti-Mo thing just created a lot of momentum for Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming. They finally managed to get Jin Huang and Undead Phoenix to attract some attention, but ended up doing it for Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming. No way. Didn't the Jin Huang and the Undying Phoenix fight over the right to confess their love to Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming? What does this have to do with the temple's hype? Are you stupid? The relationship between the Formation Emperor and the Undying Phoenix is so good. What's more, I heard rumors that the Undying Phoenix seems to be married and has a wife. Will he compete with the Formation Emperor for the right to confess his love? While waiting for the elevator, people around Zhang Yiqian and Qin Shui were discussing things in the Dahuang game. Qin Shui, Zhang Mingming's stepmother, is already 38 years old and doesn't know much about the things in the game. Although she also landed in the Great Wilderness, she went there because of the 3-to-1 ratio. I went online just to play mahjong with my girlfriend, so I was completely confused by what I heard. On the other hand, Jiang Cheng, who was standing next to them, was listening with great interest and was eager to interrupt and chat with them for a while. He has now been spotted by a club and has become a substitute member of the club's team. Although he has not yet been officially assigned a team account, his favorite topic to listen to is about Dahuang. If he hadn't had something to do this time, he would have gone over there long ago. But as he listened, he felt something was wrong. Isn't this a Chijo Dai, Xiaoming, the same crappy idea I used to really like using? Zhang Yitian was a little confused because he had heard a lot of gossip about Da Huang in the club these days. Many of them are this cute and silly girl. I heard that she is the best president in the world and also the first on the ranking list. When he heard the name, he didn't think much about it. After all, their identities were too far apart. But when he heard the name again, he remembered that his sister had registered with this ID in Xinhua. But after thinking about it, he suddenly felt relieved. A cute little boy is a cute little boy, and his sister is his sister. How could they be the same person? Bite. The elevator suddenly opened. Zhang Yitian and Qin Shui walked in and pressed the button for the 22nd floor. The elevator slowly rose, and Qin Shui suddenly said, Tian, this time, you have to be polite to your sister. The Outyin Club is recruiting you as a substitute player, but it clearly states that you must bring a logistics assistant. Our family doesn't have the ability to help you hire an assistant, so this hope falls on your sister. You must not be petty. You have to call me sister later, understand? Okay, Mom, you've told me 800 times. I get it. I defeated dozens of opponents to be selected into the Outyin Club. How could I not cherish this opportunity? Zhang Yitian's expression changed slightly. I will definitely make her agree later. Okay, this is my good son. Qin Shui smiled with relief. At this moment, the two people who were discussing just now suddenly spoke in surprise. Oh my god, man. I can't believe you're from the Outyin Club. The Outyin Club moved here from the imperial capital. It's one of the 3 major clubs in Tianhai City, along with Mengdian and Zhumeng. I heard their boss is incredibly powerful and a disciple of the Quan Zone. His senior sister is the goddess Yunxiang. You're going to be rich. Outyin Club is so famous. Qin Shui felt proud when she heard someone next to her praising her son. That's right. Although the Outyin Club isn't a nationally renowned club, with the support of the dominant Shana Club, shouldn't they be able to dominate Tianhai City? Auntie, your son is going to be very successful in the future. Thank you for the compliment, young man. Qin Shui smiled. I don't know, young man. Compared to the guy you just mentioned, Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming or the Outyin Club, who is more powerful? Well, there's no comparison. When the man said this, a trace of contempt suddenly appeared on his face. But before he could finish, Zhang Yitian next to him spoke first. Mom, please stop embarrassing yourself. Who is Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming? He's the president of the world's #1 guild, and he's also the top boss in the world, the Outyin Club. There's no comparison. Let's go. Zhang Yitian looked at Qin Shui with some disgust. Then he pulled her out of the elevator. Hey son, why are you pulling me? Qin Shui was a little dissatisfied. She hadn't acted cool enough yet. How could he run away so quickly? Is this little cute guy as powerful as you say? Mom, I'm more than just amazing. You know the 12 gods, right? I know. Even though your mom doesn't like playing games, I still know these 12 big stars. Especially that little puppy Zhen Huang. Your mom likes him the most. Then do you know that a cute little guy just took on 2 people at once and killed your little puppy and another great god? Oh my god, is he that powerful? Is he a man or a woman? It should be a woman, right? Son, you're quite capable now. Are you sure you can catch up with her? Zhang Yitian glared at her sideways and said, Mom, I just don't understand anything, and I'm too lazy to tell you. This silly little cute one is from a completely different world than us, okay? Okay, we're here. Hurry up and ring the doorbell. Zhang Yitian came to room 2202 and spoke to Qin Shui in a disrespectful manner. Chapter 263, I am the one who carries the shoes for the cute god. Master Niming, you're now the #1 guild leader in the world. Do you still need this little money? Zhang Rui helped Zhang Mingming pack up the things in the room. It's not about the money. These things are all my old collections. Of course I can't throw them away. Zhang Mingming picked up a notebook and took a deep look at the handwriting on it. Thanks, Jiang Biming. The signature on this notebook is Thanks, Jiang Biming. It was from Jiang Cheng when she was living in the hospital that she asked the nurse to help her get it. The reason she kept it was just to burn it on the day of her brother's death, which was also a wish of her brother. When Jiang Cheng was alive, he was a very mysterious person. He had never signed a contract with a club and did not take on any commercial activities. Since becoming famous, I have only accepted one interview and signed an autograph for the host. Apart from that, I have never signed an autograph for anyone else. I heard that Xie Changkong bought the autograph from the host for 50 million and kept it at home. Therefore, the signature on this notebook of hers is most likely the only one besides that one. Huh? Jiang Biming. Zhang Rui, who was standing next to him, suddenly noticed the notebook in Zhang Mingming's hand, and his breathing became much faster. Oh my god, could this be the signature of the Supreme God? The Supreme God is a milestone figure in the online gaming world. He created 14 magical skills, set countless records, and became a legendary figure who led an era. It is the ultimate goal that hundreds of millions of players yearn for. It is said that after the funeral, some online game fanatics who came to visit the hometown of the Supreme God said they wanted to spend 200 million to buy Jiang Cheng's old house and use it as a tourist attraction. Unfortunately, they were rejected by Zhang's mother. However, despite this, there are still many players who come to Qingshan Town to experience the growth environment of the Supreme God. For such an epic figure with such a profound influence, his signature has an enormous collection value. Well, this is the autograph I asked him for when he was injured. Oh my god, you have to keep it well. It's priceless. Zhang Rui almost shivered and spoke cautiously. Zhang Mingming nodded and put it in her backpack. In the game, she had already made an agreement with the boxing master that she would conquer the world, and Zhang Rui in front of her helped her pack up. The great boxing master will be waiting downstairs in person to take him to the Shana Club in the imperial capital. From now on, she may need to stay in the Shana Club for a long time and live with Yunxiang. Quanzhong Shana Club is ranked among the top 10 among tens of thousands of game clubs in China. The team includes Quanzhong, Yunxiang, and many well-known star players. The security there is naturally much safer than her newly rented house. And I heard that the Fist Master was also a martial arts master in the real world. This way, she could rest assured in the wilderness and be with Brother Skeleton. Ding dong. Suddenly, there was a ringing of the doorbell outside the door. I'll go open the door. Please help me put away those hangers. Thank you. The moment she heard the doorbell ring, Zhang Mingming was a little suspicious. She had just moved into this community less than a day ago and didn't know anyone, so no one should have gone to look for her. She didn't think much about it, gave an order, and went to open the door. But what she didn't expect was that the people outside the door were her stepmother and younger brother. Ming, it can be considered. Bang! The door was closed, leaving Qin Shui and Zhang Yitian confused. Hey, Ming, open the door. I'm your mom. Don't you recognize me? Look, your brother is here to see you today too. Open the door, Ming. Unfortunately, there was no sound of talking from inside the door. What should we do? Qin Shui showed a helpless expression, but the next moment, Zhang Ming still opened the door. However, her tone was not very good. What are you doing here? Hey, sister, how can you say that? We came to see you with good intentions. Just say whatever you want to say. Zhang Ming didn't want to get entangled with them. She was so hungry that she felt dizzy and was about to collapse. I once fantasized that her relatives would occasionally think of their daughter who had run away from home and might even get a little worried. Maybe he could find her rental house, take a look at her, and drag her out of the swamp of hunger. But in fact, until now, there are no messages in her mobile phone and no records of missed calls. This shows that they don't consider themselves daughters at all. Even if she came over now, Zhang Ming felt that with her stepmother's character of not wanting to do anything without profit, nothing good would happen. Look at you. It's been so long since we last met, and you've lost so much weight. How can you be so wronged when your mother is not around? Qin Shui ignored the annoyance in Zhang Mingming's eyes, walked into Zhang Mingming's room as if she was familiar with her, and examined her. Ming, which rich guy have you hooked up with? You're living in a house like this? TSK. Looking at the decor, it must have cost hundreds of thousands, right? It has nothing to do with you. Zhang Ming gave her a look of disgust. Sister, we are all family. What's yours is mine. How can you say such things? It's so disheartening. Where's my brother-in-law? Call him out so we can check it out. Zhang Yitian poured a glass of water in the room in a familiar manner and sat leisurely on the sofa like a host, looking at Zhang Ming. Tian, talk less. Qin Shui glared at him. Seeing Zhang Ming remain silent, Qin Shui knew that she might have chilled Zhang Mingming's heart, so she said straight to the point. Ming, I came to see you today because I have something to discuss with you. Your brother was recently accepted into a gaming club and has become a professional gamer. Qin Shui said proudly. I know you don't like playing games either, but you should also know that professional gamers are very valuable these days. The monthly salary of a substitute player is around 10,000 yuan, which is really not something most people can afford. Your brother has such a talent, and as his mother, I am so happy for him. What does this have to do with me? Jiang Mingming didn't need to guess. She knew what her stepmother would say next, so she interrupted her directly. Putting away her phone, Jiang Mingming glanced at the two of them coldly, too lazy to pay attention to them, and prepared to go see if Zhang Rui had packed up. Hey, Mingming, what's with that attitude? We're all family after all. Who are you showing this disdain to? Don't think you're great just because you have a rich boyfriend. Times have changed. Money doesn't matter anymore. You have to be good at gaming to be successful. Qin Shui completely forgot what she had told Zhang Yitian before and became impatient first and said proudly, has a much higher status than a senior white-collar worker. Just like the Outyin Club we go to every day, a substitute player's salary is over 10,000 yuan a month, and if it's a regular player, it's at least over 30,000. As Qin Shui was talking, she suddenly saw Zhang Rui walking in from the room, carrying a pair of leather shoes. Seeing Zhang Rui's ordinary clothes, Qin Shui immediately looked down on him. Is this your boyfriend? He doesn't look very rich, does he? Mingming, don't say I won't help you. I have an opportunity now. You can come to Outyin Club, where Tian works, and work as Tian's assistant. I'll give you 2,000 yuan a month. What do you think? I'm telling you, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Hey, you bastard. Why are you pulling me here? I'm teaching your sister a lesson. Actually, your boyfriend looks pretty good too. He's probably better at gaming than you are. How about he be my assistant? Mom, shut up. Zhang Yiqian pulled Qin Shui and looked at Zhang Rui in horror. That's my boss. Old what? What boss? Qin Shui was still a little confused and looked bewildered. Zhang Yiqian glared at his mother, then smiled apologetically. Boss, why are you here? So you're my sister's boyfriend. Hey, don't get me wrong. Zhang Rui raised his trembling hands and stopped Zhang Yiqian. I can't even reach the level of a cute god. You should have seen it. Zhang Rui lifted up a pair of Zhang Mingming's leather shoes and said, I'm here to carry shoes for the cute god. Chapter 264, We are no longer from the same world. Strictly speaking, if I hadn't been so lucky, I might not even be worthy of carrying his shoes. Zhang Rui's tone was filled with helplessness. Shoe carrier? Zhang Yiqian was shocked. His boss is just a shoe carrier for his sister? And if you're unlucky, you might not even be worthy of carrying my shoes? Zhang Yiqian's pupil shrank. His first reaction was disbelief, thinking they were acting. But having a rich young man with a family fortune of over 100 million to act with his sister already represents his sister's status in front of Zhang Rui. Don't say that. We're just friends. It's you who has always been too distant to me. Zhang Mingming felt a little embarrassed. Zhang Rui had helped her several times, but she didn't let him level up with her in the game. She still felt a little guilty. Although it was Big Brother Skeleton's fault, she was the one who benefited after all. No, you should wait until I improve my gaming skills, and then we can consider being friends. You're really not good enough for me right now. Zhang Rui quickly waved his hands, not daring to respond to Zhang Mingming. The one in front of him was being led by that mysterious skeleton boss, who taught him step by step and guided him step by step. He was much stronger than a miscellaneous disciple of a righteous god like him. Just look at how many halos have been thrown around him in just a few days, and you will know that his future will definitely be dazzling. You can't afford to offend him. Hey, Tian, is he really the owner of your Outyin Club? Even though seeing it with her own eyes was believing, Qin Shui still couldn't believe it. A big shot that none of them could reach actually said that he was Zhang Mingming's shoe bearer, and he also said that if you are unlucky, you're not even worthy of carrying shoes. Qin Shui found it hard to imagine whether Zhang Mingming was chosen by God or saved God in her previous life. Of course it's true. Zhang Yiqian's eyes narrowed as he whispered, I saw my boss's card downstairs. Unless he has a twin brother. When these words were spoken, Qin Shui was startled and a look of panic appeared on her face. Ever since Zhang Yiqian was admitted to the Outyin Club, she could feel the changes in the attitudes of her neighbors and fellow villagers towards them. Now when she walks on the street, the old ladies and uncles who used to look down on her will greet her and give her small gifts in an attempt to build good relationships with her. Her best friends who played mahjong with her would often ask her how her son's training was going recently, and would look at him with envy and jealousy. He asked indirectly if his son could be implicated as well. If she hadn't been afraid of not being able to cheat her friends' sons out of their salaries, she would have agreed. These days, Just because Zhang Etian joined the club, she has satisfied all her vanity for half her life, which is even more glorious than when she married Zhang Mengming's father. Just being a substitute player of Outyin Club has caused her to be treated like this. Of course, she could imagine what it was like to be the owner of the Outyin Club. And this daughter whom she abandoned, her status is actually higher than the owner of Outyin Club. It's over, it's over. It's all over now. Qin Shui looked dejectedly at Zhang Ruwei, who was helping Zhang Mengming pack her things. Thinking of her previous behavior towards Zhang Mengming and her attitude towards Zhang Mengming just now, she suddenly felt panicked. What are you still doing standing there, you bastard? Don't you have any sense at all your sister can kick you out of the Outyin Club with just one word? Why don't you go and beg her? Qin Shui looked at Zhang Etian, who had a dazed look on his face, with a look of disappointment, and suddenly felt that this son was not so good anymore. Oh! Zhang Etian was stunned when he heard this, and was actually still a little reluctant in his heart. However, what Zhang Ruwei had just said shocked him greatly. Master Naimeng, everything is ready. This time, my master and his 9 disciples will escort you all the way to the imperial capital. Safety is naturally a big deal. Boss Skeleton should be relieved, right? A master who is so powerful that he can conquer the world? Isn't that the 12 righteous gods' fist sect that shakes mountains and rivers? 9 disciples. I heard that Jin Shanha is also a martial arts master in real life. He has a total of 10 apprentices, 9 boys and 1 girl, all of whom are top star players of the Shana Club. Each of them is at the provincial championship level in the sword trial competition. The most famous among them is naturally Yun Xiang, known as the queen of the gaming world, who came in second in the last sword testing competition. The other 9 are known as the 9 mountains and rivers. Each of them can take on the responsibility of a top club. Each one of them is an existence that they need to look up to, and now, the great master of the Fist sect actually brought his 9 disciples to Tianhai City in person, with the sole purpose of taking his sister to the imperial capital? What kind of treatment is this? Considering that Zhang Ruwei always calls her the cute god, his identity as the elder sister is obvious. Suddenly, Zhang Etian's heart was shocked beyond words. She quickly stepped forward and said, Sister, 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 I'm sorry. I didn't know you were just a silly little cute girl. Let's go. Zhang Mengming shook Zhang Etian's hand away and said to Zhang Ruwei. Zhang Ruwei didn't waste any words. He had heard their conversation in the room before, and of course he could see how badass Zhang Mengming's 2 relatives were. So he didn't mind helping Zhang Mengming again. Wait a minute, Master Naimeng. I previously placed the focus of our Outyin Club on Tianhai City because of you being here. Now that you're going to the imperial capital, you shouldn't mind if I move the Outyin Club back there, right? Of course, he had no intention of moving back. He just wanted to test Zhang Mengming and see how she would react to this family. I don't think you need to move a club to Tianhai City just for me. I'm sorry to bother you all the time. You should move back as soon as possible. Zhang Mengming said very embarrassedly. Master Naimeng, you might not understand. If I were to move back, some of the locals I just hired might also need to move there. What Zhang Ruwei meant was to ask Zhang Mengming whether she wanted to kick Zhang Etian out. Zhang Etian and Qin Shui thought that Zhang Ruwei wanted to take them to the imperial capital because of Zhang Mengming. Suddenly, the 2 of them were so excited that they didn't know why, and they showed flattering and expectant smiles on their faces. Sister, I can go. I especially like the imperial capital. Yes, Mengming, I think if Tian goes with you, we could take care of him. Please agree to it quickly. However, Zhang Mengming's words made them change color instantly. I think it's better not to. They're used to the weather here, and they might not be able to adapt to the climate there. After Zhang Mengming finished speaking, she dragged her suitcase out without even looking at the 2 of them before leaving. Hey, sister, you can't do this. Sister, I am your... When Zhang Etian heard this, he was about to chase after him, but was stopped by Zhang Ruwei. Zhang Ruwei's face turned cold and frosty, and he warned coldly. If I had known this would happen, why did I do it in the first place? You should have heard that the naive god does not welcome you. You all know my identity. It's definitely not a problem for me to deal with a few ordinary people. From now on, don't bother the cute god again. After saying that, Zhang Ruwei's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he looked at the 2 of them coldly. The 2 of them were suddenly struck by lightning. They took a few steps back in fear and collapsed on the sofa. For a moment, their faces were ashen. Even after Zhang Ruwei left, they still couldn't come to their senses. Snap! 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 After a long pause, Qin Shui slapped herself a few times. Tian, all these years, it's Mom's fault. It's all Mom's fault. It has nothing to do with you. I'll go and beg her for you. After Qin Shui finished speaking, she was about to stand up, but was stopped by Zhang Yiqian next to her. Mom, don't go. He is now the best little cute kid in the world. He is no longer from the same world as us. Chapter 265, is this the daily life of a professional player? Oh my God, 3 Rolls Royces. Who's coming? Why is there such a grand display? Downstairs of Building 22, Longza International, many people stopped on the roadside and exclaimed in surprise when they saw the 3 luxury cars downstairs. Although Longqing International is an upscale residential area, no one in the entire community can afford a Rolls-Royce. Besides, Tianhai City is not a provincial city, so they don't usually see such luxury cars. And now there are not just 1 but 3 cars parked in front of them. Hey, did you see the sign up there? It's an ancient character for water divided by a mountain. This sign looks familiar. Don't worry, it looks familiar. It's the Shanghai Club logo. Oh my God, is that true? The members of the Shanghai Club are coming to Tianhai City. When this was said, many people thought it was impossible, but some people went crazy. Yin Xiang. Is my Yin Xiang in there? Master Fist. Master Fist has come to Tianhai City. Oh my God. You all like Yun Xiang, but I like senior brother Yunlong. Will my Yunlong idol come too? There was a commotion outside the car, and many fans ran to the front of the car and patted the body of the car, which made the people inside very embarrassed. Sorry, Master. It was my negligence. I forgot to tear off the car logo. Among the 9 people, only Yunlong, who had the highest seniority, was sitting in the same car with Quanzong. So when Yunlong saw the situation outside, he felt very guilty. I'm sorry, I can't solve the problem. Quanzong still sat calmly in the back seat with his eyes closed. Yes. Yunlong immediately understood, picked up the walkie-talkie, and greeted the 8 people in the other 2 cars. Yunhu, take a few people down there. No matter what means you use, take these people away. Don't let Yiqiao Xiaoming's safety be affected. Yes. Yunhu's affirmative voice came from the intercom. After doing all this, Yunlong carefully glanced at Quanzong and only breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that he still had his eyes closed. But before he could relax, he heard Quanzong speak again. You are the most popular among the 9 people, so you should go down as well. Yunlong was speechless. He was just about to take a look at what the legendary fastest rising Dai Xiaoming looked like in reality. Of course, he was somewhat reluctant. Master, if we all leave, what if someone from the temple plots something bad against Ichiju Xiaoming? I am enough. Quanzong crossed his arms and slowly opened his eyes. Strong reason. Yunlong was speechless and could only open the car door with reluctance, then walked out amid screams. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside the car. Oh my God, it really is Yunlong. The Yunlong of the mountains, rivers, and 9 rivers has appeared. When enthusiastic fans saw that it was really Yunlong, they went crazy. My male god, did you come to Tianhai City to see me? Get lost, you came to see me. My dear, aren't you in the capital participating in the Great Wilderness Game Exhibition? Why are you here in Tianhai City? My dear, I heard that you were preparing for the first Great Wilderness Sword Trial competition, right? Sorry. We're here to pick someone up today. We won't answer personal questions. If you want autographs, please allow us to move to that booth first, and I'll sign for you one by one. Yunlong pressed his hand to ask everyone to be quiet. The people of Tianhai City were naturally very excited, as it was a rare opportunity for them to see a big star in the gaming industry. However, they did not act recklessly. After listening to Yunlong's explanation, they all made way for Yunlong and his companions to walk towards the pavilion. But what they never expected was that after Yunlong arrived at the pavilion, he took a few people and ran away. Suddenly, the fans were stunned and couldn't react. After they reacted, they all chased after him. Shameless man, where are you running to? Oh my God, that's my signature. Don't run away, big brother. There were bursts of screams coming from outside the car. Zhang Mengmeng and Zhang Rui, who had just come downstairs, were immediately pushed away by the crowd. What are you two still doing here? Do you know that the senior brother from the Shana Club is here? Hurry up and ask for his autograph. If you're late, you won't be able to see him. Zhang Rui curled his lips and asked, Brother, what are you doing? Looking at the backs of Yunlong and several other senior brothers fleeing in a panic, Zhang Rui was speechless. God, Naimeng, don't worry about them. Just get in the car. Zhang Mingming nodded, feeling slightly surprised. Zhang Rui, is this the daily life of a professional player? Zhang Rui shook his head. Of course not. Senior brother and the others are usually quite steady. Today, I guess they've been waiting in the car for too long and are a little anxious to pee. Oh, Zhang Mingming frowned. The players in your club are really in sync. Does the urge to urinate always occur at the same time? Zhang Mingming didn't say the latter sentence, but the astute Zhang Rui had already heard it. So he could only remain silent awkwardly, lift the suitcase onto the trunk, open the door for Zhang Mingming, and sit in. Here I come. The boxing master sitting in the back seat glanced at Zhang Mingming. Well, hello, Master Quanzong. Thank you for taking the time to come to Tianhai City to pick me up. Zhang Mingming sat next to him somewhat stiffly. Even though there was a person between them, Zhang Mingming still felt a little breathless. Although the fist master only said, I'm coming, the overwhelming aura he exuded put a heavy pressure on Zhang Mingming. In the game, she hasn't had much of this feeling yet. But when she actually sat in the same car with Quanzong, she could clearly feel that even the air inside the car was different from that outside. You don't have to be polite. I won't suffer any loss. Zhang Mingming didn't quite understand what Quanzong meant. It's like this, Master Niming. It was Master Skeleton's idea to take you to the Imperial capital. He promised to help us get the founding order from the blood prison, Forbidden Land. Zhang Rui, who was sitting in the passenger seat, explained on behalf of Quanzong. So that's how it is. Zhang Mingming's eyes were slightly red. She felt a little uncomfortable when she thought that he was so proud and actually went to ask the boxing master for help for her. I'm sorry to trouble you again. Zhang Mingming apologized to Jiang Cheng in her heart. I'm sorry to trouble you. The Imperial capital and Tianhai City are quite far apart, and I have to ask you to make the trip in person. Zhang Mingming still felt a little sorry. It's okay. He's not at a disadvantage. The fist master, folding his hands, suddenly spoke. Well, he doesn't suffer any loss. What's the meaning? Is Quanzong talking about Big Brother Skeleton? Could it be that Quanzong also heard the apology she just made in her heart? Zhang Mingming was really speechless. Why? Can you all see through other people's thoughts? She really had no energy to complain. She felt that all these righteous gods were perverts. As long as you say a word, they can probably guess what you're thinking. Don't mind it, Master. This is just how the Master speaks. Zhang Rui explained for Quanzong, as he was afraid that Zhang Mingming might not be used to Quanzong's speaking rhythm. Have you seen Su Yinya? Quanzong suddenly turned his head and stared at her. Zhang Mingming was a little surprised, but still nodded. Although she didn't know why Quanzong suddenly changed the subject here, she still told the truth. What's the problem? No, let's drive. There was not much expression on the fist master's stern face. But Zhang Mingming clearly noticed that Zhang Rui, who was sitting in the passenger seat, seemed to shiver. Is Su Yinya really that scary? Zhang Mingming was a little confused. Aren't you waiting for senior brother? Zhang Rui asked. When he comes back, none of us can leave. Let's drive. Well, Master, we can't open it without my brother coming. Why are you standing there? Don't worry about him. He can handle it himself. Seeing that Zhang Rui had not moved from the passenger seat, Quanzong became a little impatient. Master, it's not that I don't want to drive. The key is that I don't know how to drive. Only the eldest brother can drive this car. Zhang Rui glanced at Quanzong and said speechlessly, From today on, don't come back to the club until you get your driver's license. The fist master's eyes narrowed. Forget it, I can drive, let me drive. Zhang Mingming suddenly volunteered. Chapter 266, The Emperor's Harem on Fire. King Bai, help me. Jin Huang opened Xie Changkong's private message and sent him 4 words. The Emperor has had a hard time these past 2 days. People say that city people are very cunning, but compared to Qinghe Village, they are nothing. Those drama queens who are so popular in the world want me to lead them in leveling up every day. Once he disagrees, this group of people will use his name every day to pick up girls in his leveling group, and they always succeed. To be honest, the girls in his group are all gentle and refined because he prefers girls with bookish air. Before these girls met him, they had very strict family education. Every day, I either read books in a library, learn etiquette in the etiquette hall, or learn folk art, symphony, and so on. Ever since these girls were allowed to play games, they've become madly obsessed with this bohemian man. These are the top-notch reserve forces that the Formation Emperor has collected with great difficulty. It was one of the few entertainment activities he had while leveling up. But today, their defenses were breached by the even more humble and unscrupulous Emperor and other drama queens. It is said that women don't love bad men. These well-educated girls have already felt their first spring of love when they meet a handsome man like him who is unconventional. I didn't expect that after meeting this group of bastards, I could have a second spring in life. He is about to collapse. Brother Taoist. So those fights were all in slow motion? Wow, that's really interesting. This is the first time I've heard of that. Well, that's right. I acted in a play with Zhao Yan last time. Wow, Brother Zhao Yan. I really like his Do you know, men should be fat and women should be thin. The girl's eyes sparkled as she looked at the Kendo master with admiration. Speaking of bird nests in Qinghe village, there are countless of them. Last time, your brother Long Ting and I found a very large bird nest. You may not know that we also saw a bird with 4 pairs of wings. That bird. Wow, a bird with 4 pairs of wings. How does it fly? Brother Yuexiaking, please tell me quickly. Looking at his reserve group and the humble emperor and others, who were talking and laughing, the emperor of formation had a look of despair on his face. Please, you are all well-educated girls. Can you be a little more reserved? And this bunch of bastards, are you really here to ask me to help you level up? Each of them has a personality that targets girls. If you like vulgar girls, use the humble emperor. If you're interested in honest people, use a swordsman. If you're interested in showing off, use Shimin Longting. Take targeted measures, 1 versus 1. They're all really talented. Are you guys here in a group to pick up girls? Damn it. Lao Ming, did you see that? The girl group I painstakingly built up over the past 2 years was defeated in one battle and is gone just like that. Can you think of a way to get them out quickly? If you don't, my reserve group will be gone. Seeing that Xie Changkong did not reply, Zhen Huang was in tears and placed all his hopes on the immortal phoenix. However, the immortal phoenix spread his hands and said, "Why are you so anxious? They can pick up your girls, and you can pick up theirs too." Meng Changqing pointed at Mu Xinliu, who was shrinking his head. Go, get out of here. What kind of person do you think I am? Zhen Huang felt a little shy and didn't dare to look at his Mu Xinliu, but suddenly his eyes lit up. Hey, this girl is quite interesting. There aren't many girls who are shy these days. Even his reserve team has lost that youthful feeling. But this Mu Xinliu is a bit similar to Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming, which makes him feel bright. But that's all. I'm sorry, my brothers. I'm very sorry for causing you trouble. Before Meng Changqing could speak, Mu Xinliu suddenly came up to the two of them timidly, bowed very sincerely, and his face was full of apology. Do you know anything else? I'm trying to apologize to you out of kindness. Why do you have to? Knowing that Zhen Huang was about to curse, the immortal phoenix spoke first and stopped him. It's okay, little girl. You don't have to blame yourself. The housekeeper is probably very happy now, finally getting rid of these beautiful women. Him. Zhen Huang had the urge to hit someone. Who is so happy? I'm so bitter, okay? I'm sorry. These brothers of mine were all adopted from an orphanage. They lost their parents when they were young and have been living under the care of others. Their lives are very difficult. This might be the first time they've seen such beautiful sisters, so they're a little excited. I'm sorry to have caused you any trouble. It's okay. You don't have to apologize. I see it's not easy for you guys either. When Meng Changqing heard about what happened to this group of people, he felt quite sympathetic. Even the unruly formation emperor began to change his gaze towards them. Forget it. Just consider it as a charity I'm doing today. I'll give girls away for free so that you can broaden your horizons. Zhen Huang said with a look of disgust on his face. Thump. Mu Xinliu suddenly knelt down in front of them and said with tears in his eyes, Thank you so much for helping my brothers fulfill their wish of many years. I thank you on their behalf. Hey, don't do this. It's not serious. Get up quickly. Zhen Huang was a little panicked and hurried forward to help Mu Xinliu up. They're just a few girls, no big deal. If I can really pick them up, I don't mind. Zhen Huang suppressed the MMP in his heart and the pain in his heart and said with a painful face. But the next moment, Yuexiaking and others left the girls from the reserve group behind, rushed over with anger on their faces, and pulled Mu Xinliu back. Sister, what are you doing? Why are you kneeling? Don't ask him. It's fine if he doesn't want to help us level up, but even though my mother has a heart attack and 3 sisters who can't take care of themselves, we must live with dignity. We absolutely can't beg him just because we're going to starve to death if we can't level up. Shimin Longting looked at Zhen Huang with indignation. That's right, Lume. Hurry up and get up. We, as your brothers, cannot bear to see you suffer for us. At worst, I will send our newborn sister to someone else's home, save some money on milk powder, and buy some copper coins to help you level up. The humble emperor said with reluctance. Lume, let's go. I've decided not to look for my parents anymore. I'm tired of looking for them after so many years. They abandoned me in the first place and haven't come back to look for me in all these years. This shows that I'm not in their hearts at all. Yu Xiaoqing choked up and said, this way, the money we save should be enough to buy some copper coins, right? Lume, don't be afraid. I know your dream is to become the champion of the sword trial competition. Don't worry, as your brother, I will definitely help you achieve this dream. Let's go. Let's go. I now understand. We, and they are just not from the same world. No matter how much we beg him, it's useless. When we go back, I'll divorce Xiaofang and leave her dowry for you to level up. The Kendo master pulled Mu Xinliu, looked at each other, then glanced at the girl from the Queen's Reserve Group, and resolutely left. Hey, don't leave. I didn't expect your life experience to be so miserable. We can help you. That's right, Captain. How could you do this? I'm just helping them level up. Why would you do that? That's right, don't leave. The leader won't take us with him. After hearing what they said, the girl from the Queen's Reserve Group suddenly had tears in their eyes and wanted to keep them. At the same time, the look he showed towards Zhan Huang became slightly disgusted. Formation en Paul. It's over. The harem is on fire. Is it unfair to me? After taking a look at the inquiry message that Xie Changkong replied to, Zhan Huang glanced at the group of girls who were glaring at him. The Emperor of Formation finally made a surprising decision. Sword God, Xie Changkong. Master Guan Sangxing, what's wrong? Did Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming find out about your snitching? Zhen Huang, Nian Sangxing. It's all right, King Bai. Give my regards to my aunt. Chapter 267. Take care. Shimin Longting, how's the heat? Yue Xiaqing. I think it's almost time he should agree. The humble emperor said, I think the timing is still a little off. Given our current status, we can't overdo it. When he's ready to take us leveling up later, we still need to be patient. We can't agree right away, or it would seem too snobbish. Mu Xinliu. Yeah, I think so too. You can't act too capricious. That doesn't fit your character. Yue Xiaqing. Also, I think even if he agrees this time, what will happen tomorrow after today? He can't do this every day, right? Ignoring the reserve girls, pleased to stay. The few of them continued forward and communicated with each other in the team channel. The humble emperor said, then we'll solve this problem once and for all. Next, we'll play hard to get. When that happens, I'll notify everyone to agree to his request. However, when you agree, it's best to act a little embarrassed. This will be more effective. Yue Xiaqing. Okay, don't worry, boss. I have many years of experience as a supporting actor. Let's make it shine today. Shimin Longting. Come on. Mu Xinliu. Come on, brothers. Several people looked at each other and exchanged glances tacitly. All right, don't leave. From now on, just follow us and level up. After Zhan Huang finished replying to Xie Changkong's words, he looked at Yu Xiaqing and the others with a frown on his face. Suddenly, the expressions of the girls in the reserve group relaxed, and the look they gave to the Formation Emperor was no longer filled with disgust. But what Zhan Huang didn't expect was that Yue Xiaqing and others actually did not agree. No, we have hands and feet. We don't need charity from others. Yes, my sister once said that even if she had no hands or feet, as long as she still had a mouth, she could make some money by blowing balloons on the street without relying on others. Let's go. We're not from the same world. Even if we bring him this time, what's the big deal? Are they just taking pity on us and giving us a handout? We don't need this kind of handout. Put away your sympathy. We don't need it. Let's go. After a few indignant speeches, they took a step forward and walked slowly forward. Formation en Paul. MMP. Can this kid understand what I mean? He was indeed planning to take care of it this time, and then hide far away next time so as not to let them find him again. Captain, they're so. Why don't you take them with you to level up from now on? Yeah, you have plenty of money anyway, and you're known for taking care of the people. They're all. Why don't you take care of them? In order to protect the self-esteem of Yuexi Aking and others, the girls were very considerate and did not say the word pitiful. But Zhen Huang felt as uncomfortable as eating shit. What the hell? Do you want me to support a group of grown men? I am rich, and I like to meddle in other people's affairs, but that's because the girl I'm with is pretty, otherwise I wouldn't bother to care. But now, what kind of stuff is in front of us? Is it worth my support? Wanggu, Sister Qiuning, don't embarrass him. Even if he agrees to lead us in leveling up because of your pleading today, he must be feeling very uncomfortable, right? That's right, Sister Ziwen, please stop talking. We are people who know our limits. We just begged him just now just to give a try. We didn't intend to rely on him forever. Wow, Brother Xiaoqing, you guys are so strong-willed. But the leader isn't a bad guy either. He's actually quite generous, isn't he? After Wang Ge finished speaking, she turned around and glared at Jin Huang. That's right, Taoist brother. The leader just said that he wanted to help you level up all the time, so don't leave. Call. Zhen Huang listened to the words, and for some reason, his heart ached. He took a long breath and glanced at Meng Changqing. I admit, I underestimated the enemy. But you can still say such things now. Meng Changqing looked at him with disdain. Don't you think they are quite pitiful? If you have the ability, please help them. Formation en pro. Hey, what the hell? Now, even you've been fooled. Wake up, look at their pace, aren't they a little too slow? Zhen Huang was speechless about Meng Changqing. He really couldn't imagine that Meng Changqing could be deceived. This is clearly an act. If they were truly so courageous, they would have already gone a long way. Why are they just going around in circles? Meng Changqing shook his head. You don't understand because you've never been in charge. Every step they take is heavy. It's normal for them to be so slow. Formation en pro. I admit defeat. Zhen Huang was completely convinced and defeated by this wonderful reason. He gave up. From now on, you will follow me to level up. I swear, as long as I, the Zhen Huang, am here, I will never let you fall behind. The corners of Zhen Huang's mouth curled up slightly, revealing an unsightly smile. Don't worry, I'm sincere. Yes, the captain has agreed, so you should stay here. Brother Taoist, look. Upon hearing this, the humble emperor looked at a few people and winked at them. Everyone immediately understood and sighed. Well, okay, since Sister Wang Ge said so, I will reluctantly agree. Alas, since Sister Xiwan has said so, it's not easy for us to leave. Alas, Sister Qiuning, I really want to thank you for pleading for me. I thought my life was over, but I never thought that in this world, you still care about me so much. So I decided to stay. Shimin Longting grabbed Qiuning's hands and said excitedly, Don't be like this, you're all good people, and we're just doing our best. Yes, we should thank you for staying here, Captain. Why don't you thank us? Crooked? Reluctantly? It's not good to leave anymore. Do they plead for you? Thank them? Zhen Huang was almost ready to lift up the hair of these girls to see. Where are their brains? Please, isn't it me who is leading the leveling? So I help them level up, work myself to death, and in the end I have to thank them? I'm not going to live anymore. Take care. Meng Changqing patted Zhen Huang's shoulder with a smile on his face. Of course he knew that this group of people were acting, but the acting was indeed good. Moreover, he was also happy to see the changes in Zhen Huang and did not want him to be obsessed with women all day long. So he went along with it. Get lost, Lao Meng. Let's break up. Zhen Huang turned around and glared at him. Seeing Meng Changqing looking like he was watching a show, Zhen Huang was furious. Damn, my future life is going to be ruined. Purple Castle. Jiang Cheng and Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming were outside the castle, discussing the siege with Yin Xue. Xue Sha, this Zi Sha is one of your men? You chose this place first. Is it a strategic revenge? Chapter 268. Strike first. How was that possible? My lord, you are joking. Yin Xue knelt on the ground and responded awkwardly. That's good. They shouldn't have any reinforcements, right? No, absolutely not. My lord, please rest assured. How could I, Xue Sha, be such a person? Yin Xue assured. I'm not worried about that. I'm worried that you, as their former superior, are now leading a team to destroy his castle. Jiang Cheng opened his teeth and asked, Will it be awkward for you two to meet? Embarrassing? Not happening. Yin Xue waved his hand vigorously. I must fulfill my duties. Now that I am the master's servant, I must act in accordance with his goals. The bloody commander who once served under the Skeleton King is no longer in existence. Jiang Cheng glanced at him appreciatively. I remember you said that before, didn't you? No, absolutely not. Yin Xue, am a man of steel and integrity. I have long been indifferent to fame and fortune. I definitely didn't change my mind just to become a general under you. You must believe me, my loyalty to you is as strong as the sun and the moon. My loyalty is unwavering. Xue Sha swore passionately. Very good. In view of your loyalty, you will be the vanguard in this siege and attack on the city gate. Yin Xue, attacking the city gate. Is that something humans can do? The city gate is the most defensive place in a castle, and it is also a defensive place that needs to be heavily guarded. Generally, when attacking a city gate, one has to withstand all the arrows and force the gate open. Usually, someone would carry siege equipment and go to break down the door. Those who are carrying siege equipment are all cannon fodder. What's more, now they don't have any siege equipment, let alone a piece of wood. If we let him go, wouldn't that mean he would be cannon fodder among cannon fodder? My lord, this is not possible. Inshua fell to his knees in Jiang Cheng with a plop, saying with tears in his eyes, My lord, most of the people under the master of Inshua Monastery are strong attackers. The only ones with wisdom and strategy are me and Bloodcrow. There's no one who can arrange the troops and battle formations. If I die, who will be the one to arrange the troops and battle formations and help my lord solve his problems? Jiang Cheng shook his head and said indifferently, It's okay, I can do it. Inshua, my lord, I was wrong. Otherwise, I don't want the legendary sword you promised me last time. Please let me go. The black flames in Jiang Cheng's eyes suddenly condensed, and he held his chin and thought for a while. Finally, he said reluctantly, All right, this time the battle to siege the city gate will be led by the demon dragon. Thank you so much for your gift, Lord. Thank you so much for your gift, Lord. Inshua spoke with tears in his eyes, his tone full of gratitude. It wasn't easy. I lost a legendary sword, but I managed to save my life. However, he always felt that something was wrong. Master, have you been preparing to have the dragon take action? Jiang Cheng nodded. I just wanted to test the magic dragon's abilities. Although the evil dragon was just a remnant soul, Jiang Cheng discovered that he could actually control it. Even though he was subdued by him just 2 days ago and his strength was greatly reduced, he was in an absolutely weak state, but this dragon's defense was too high. Except for the boss, other monsters within level 100 could not break his defense at all. Shadow Dragon. Quality, Epic. Level, 40. Status, Ringwraith, Weak, 0.01%. Health, 40,000. Attack, 4-4. Spell Attack, 4-4. Defense, 4,004, 4,004. Shadow Dragon Armor. Spell Defense, 4,004, 4,004. Shadow Dragon Armor. Skills, Shadow Dragon Breath, Dragon's Magical Power. Talents, Shadow Dragon Armor, Dragon Domain. Overview. The Ringwraith of the Dragon Slayer Ring has not inherited all the power of the Shadow Dragon. Although the 4,004 defense is built up by talent, at the current stage, basically no one can break its defense. So don't waste it. Jiang Cheng no longer needs to attack some small monsters frequently if there are no skills or talents that he likes to plunder. So, just let his subordinates do their best. With the time spent on these upgrades, he can save it to do other things. Anyway, you can earn evolution points just by sitting there. But Inshua's bone color doesn't seem to be very good looking. What's wrong with you? Inshua, my lord, you cheated me out of a legendary sword that I haven't even passed through my hands yet. And you're asking me, what's wrong? Are you still human? Skeleton? Life is as sad as snow. Don't worry about these things. You're going to be a marshal, so you should be broad-minded. Jiang Cheng patted his shoulder and encouraged him. Broad? Sorry, it's not wide enough. Inshua looked at Jiang Cheng with tears in his eyes, then turned his grief and anger into strength, commanding the Blood Crow and other skeletons to attack the city. Aisha, you will be on my left and protect me. Troll Skeleton, Golden Shield Knight, you will be responsible for scattering and intercepting the archer's arrows and covering the Blood Crow, Divine Archer, and Destruction Archer. Inshua drew out the elite quality Mercury sword from his waist. His bone color twitched slightly, and then he pointed the sword, attack the city. Beat the drums, sound the horns, and blow the trumpets. Inshuagu waved his arm and gave an order. Suddenly, the beast-taming Golden Shield Knight was in front, and 9 troll skeletons were on the side, divided into 10 directions, protecting the Blood Crow and other archers, and heading towards the purple evil castle. Jiang Cheng doesn't have many soldiers under his command, but some of them are elites. But Jiang Cheng felt that he was still short of men, so he planned to destroy the Skeleton Kingdom and resurrect all the bosses of the Skeleton Kingdom. Assemble a legion of Skeleton Kings and build an elite team. He now has more than 7,200 points of soul power. He also discovered that the amount of soul power used to actively revive the soul power depends on the opponent's level. It seems to be 1,000 every 10 levels, and so on. The Blood Hell, Demon Lord of the Blood Hell Forbidden Land, has not bothered him since he sent the Blood Hell Demon Guards and Blood Hell Sword Guards last time. But he can't relax because of this. Dangerous moments will always come, and he must be prepared in advance. The temple was probably also starting to plan something, so he couldn't afford to relax. Jiang Cheng turned the magic ring in his hand, and then cast the shadow of a magic dragon above the Zisha castle. Boom! With a huge roar, a huge dragon fell from the sky and directly blew the top of the gate of Zisha Castle into ruins. Inshue, who was hiding in the protective circle, facing the arrows flying all over the sky, was very nervous and had only walked 300 meters. He was suddenly frightened. He was confused. So, since the dragon can crush the city gate, why didn't you release it earlier? Following such a master is really too. Oh my god. Inshue turned his head and looked deeply at Jiang Cheng, who was explaining to Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming. Then he continued to command his men to go up to the city and slaughter the confused purple evil archers. Brother Skeleton, why did you come all the way here to level up? Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming has become somewhat immune to Jiang Cheng's various shocking actions. So when he saw Jiang Cheng summon the magic dragon, he was not surprised, but he was a little puzzled as to why he came all the way here to upgrade. The Skeleton Kingdom is relatively close to Luoyun City. If they were able to capture Ginkgo Village last time, they will be able to capture Border Village next time. Jiang Cheng explained, since the Skeleton King is interested in Luo Yunqing, he will take action sooner or later, so we must strike first. Chapter 269, Why did you kill my purple evil soldiers? Kill the demon archer and gain 400 experience points and 400 evolution points. Kill him above his level and gain an additional 50 experience points and 50 evolution points. Kill the demon archer and gain 400 experience points and 400 evolution points. Kill him above his level and gain an additional 50 experience points and 50 evolution points. Looking at the countless messages coming in and Shueisha's orderly command from behind, Jiang Cheng nodded secretly. I have to say that Inshue's command ability is really good. Although his skills are all single-target combat burst types, I didn't expect that he also has handsome talent. No wonder he can sit on the position of Commander-in-Chief. Xiaoming, has Xia Dongli caught up with you at your current level? Yeah. Itiao Daik Xiao Ming Bauted, obviously not be. No one was driving yesterday, so she had to take the wheel as a novice and drive her Rolls-Royce to the capital. On the way, anyway, it's hard to describe in a few words. She was also possessed by a ghost at the time. She had just obtained her driver's license and might have been a little too confident. A luxury car. How can ordinary cars compare? She didn't even know where to start the fire and caused a huge misunderstanding. Various problems occurred on the road. Although they were not taking the highway, when a Rolls-Royce returned to the imperial capital, it no longer looked like a Rolls-Royce. A series of things delayed her in reality for about half a day. About half a day in real life means 2 days in the game. It would be strange if Xia Dongli didn't catch up with him. Without a title, I can't enter the city. How much difference do you have now? Well, there's already a difference of 3 levels. A cute and silly girl pouted and pulled Jiang Cheng's arm and said coquettishly. Jiang Cheng smiled and said, It's okay. I'm here and I'll catch up soon. Well, Big Brother Skeleton is the most powerful and the best. When Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming heard this, a smile of admiration appeared on his face. Brother Skeleton must have been a warm-hearted man in the past. Balmun? Jiang Cheng was a little surprised. This was the first time someone said this to him. In the past, others called him the devil. Even Xiao Xue, when she called the master, would call him the big devil when she was angry. This is the first time I've been called a war man. It seems that Ichijo Dai Xiaoming has not experienced this crazy training method and does not know the dangers of society. How's your footwork going? Footwork. I've always been by your side. You saw it, didn't you? You're not in the right position. Although this is just an experiment of mine, you must not slack off. If you can master it, I can't say you could defeat the 12 true gods, but you can definitely impress the 12 legends. I know, Big Brother Skeleton is the most powerful. Ichi Qiao Dai Xiaoming's eyes lit up, but his face turned bitter the next moment. Then start practicing. Jiang Cheng suddenly became much more serious. Okay, I'll practice now. Yi Qiao Dai Xiaoming rolled his eyes at Jiang Cheng and then started practicing beside him. Jiang Cheng was observing his attributes to see if there was anything that needed strengthening. Name, Jiang Cheng. Level, 35. Experience 14355/35000000. Race, Calamitous Wing. Secondary occupation, Junior Blacksmith, 300/10,000. HP, 4,630. Magic, 4,030. Attack, 2730 to 2780. Spell attack, 463/483. Defense, 350. Spell defense, 5151. Strength, 479. increases attack by 479 points. Agility, 580, 1 attack per 1.69 seconds, 0.76 seconds per step. Spirit, 155. Movement speed, plus 185. Active skills, Crazy Escape LV1, Sky Strike Armor LV3, Wind Flash Break LV1, Black Flame Frost / LV10, Jump / LV10, Hellfire Wall LV1, Eye of Faith, Troll Transformation LV1. Passive skills, Bloody 7 kills, cannot be upgraded, Plunder, cannot be upgraded, Rage / LV3, Mixed Blood / 10, Dark Dawn LV1, Dark Curse, not awakened. Talents, Hand of Divine Wind, Eye of Black Ice Survey, Bones of Black Ice, Feet of Black Ice, Faith of Black Ice, Spell Critical Strike, Spell Master, Archery Mastery. Treasures, Black Scripture of the Undead, Skeleton Horse, Blood Prison Order, Siege Puppet Scroll 3. Subordinates, Soul Snatching Blood Demon, Inshue, Beast Taming Golden Shield Knight, Raging Blood Crow, Black Demon Soul Shocking Commander. 56 in total. Evolution points, 26293,500. Reinforcement points, 4,800. Soul power, 7515. With the emergence of dungeons, the output of equipment has increased and the level has gradually increased. The gap between him and today's players is gradually narrowing. However, with his attributes, he is still much stronger than the players. The total attack is 2,780. Even if a level 35 player wears a set of level 35 legendary professional equipment, his attack power is about 5 times lower than his. And with the strength he can currently display, no player can withstand his attack. But he still has many weaknesses. The spell attack is too low, and the spell defense is also very low. It is necessary to rely on the spell resistance of the Sky Attack Armor to increase it by 230 points. The flaw of the Sky Raid Armor is that once the armor is used, there is no way to change weapons, thus limiting the means of attack. Although the magic defense added by Troll Transformation is very high, the cooldown time is as long as 1 day. Once he uses the Troll Transformation, after that time, it will be a bit dangerous for him to be surrounded by a group of mages. Because if you only rely on the technique of spell deprivation, once the opponent has too many spells, there will be more connection points. If you can deprive one, you can't deprive them all. This is his biggest weakness. Although it has not been discovered yet, it is always a hidden danger. Unless he can perform one of the 14 magical skills, the so-called Invincible magical skill, the Dharma Destruction Tornado. After using the magical skill, Magic Destruction Tornado, a tornado of 12 elements can be formed around the body, which can decompose any spell coming from any direction within 3 seconds. However, to destroy the tornado, one needs 12 types of spells, namely gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, sound, God, light, darkness, and poison, and they need to be cast simultaneously at the speed of 1 second in order to use it. Not to mention that he doesn't have the 12 series of spells. Even if he does, as long as he can use them, his identity will definitely be exposed. Because of the magical skill of Fame Tornado, only 2 people in the entire server can use it. Just like the 8-step bursting power, he didn't know if anyone else learned it later, but before he had the car accident, only he and the boxing master could perform it. The Dharma-destroying tornado can only be performed by him and the Dharma Saint. Perhaps there is a brilliant genius who can use it in mythology, but it is obviously impossible now. Because of Da Huang, only 1 player is allowed to have 1 account. There are 12 types of spells, and only elemental mages can learn all of them. So now, he can't use it, and can only consider making up for it by inlaying gems. Another flaw is that the upper limits of health and mana are too low and need to be improved. He decided that after earning 40 million evolution points, he would still need to make adjustments and evolve again. Grand Commander, why did you kill my purple evil warriors? While Jiang Cheng was thinking, a loud shout suddenly came from the Zisha castle. Jiang Cheng's heart moved. The boss is here. Chapter 270, I forgot to tell you that I, Shuesha, also have a backstage. Brother Skeleton, it seems like the boss has come out in full force. Let's go check it out. Jiang Cheng nodded. It seems that boss is also starting to play by his own rules. In the Zisha castle, Inshua looked at the thousands of Zisha soldiers rushing in from all directions and shrank his head slightly. Marshal, your mouth must have been blessed, right? Blood Crow tightly grasped the Blood Crow bow in his hand, with helplessness on his skull face. There wasn't any major problem with the progress of the siege just now. But this blood demon marshal suddenly spoke up. Purple evil and green evil abandoned me back then, but now I'm the master's man. Without my protection, these two worthless people might have colluded with each other and merged the two castles. We've been so loud and aggressive, but he hasn't shown up yet. Is he planning to lead us into a trap? As soon as the blood demon commander said this, 18 circles of purple demon sword soldiers and green demon spear soldiers immediately surrounded them. That imposing power really frightened them. Even though they had the magic dragon protecting them, they still didn't feel safe. This dragon looks strong on the outside, but is weak on the inside and is useless. What do you mean by my mouth is blessed? It's my ingenuity that helped me predict their moves in advance. A hint of pride appeared on Inshue's face, but the next moment, I felt a little unhappy. Marshal, have you ever tricked me in my life? I don't know why, but ever since I saw you, I've always had the urge to beat you up. Haisha looked at Inshue deeply. Inshue was a little embarrassed. After all, to be honest, Fortunately, Haisha has lost his memory. Otherwise, having a subordinate who holds grudges every day would be a great obstacle to his future rule. The master has promised that even if he captures the Skeleton King, he will make him his subordinate. He couldn't refuse such a temptation. Shueisha, what do you mean? Do you look down on us? Qingsha's face changed. Seeing that they were surrounded by him and others, but were still chatting leisurely, he immediately became furious. Blood demon, your broken dragon looks quite intimidating, but it's a pity that it's more show than power. Zisha was also a little unhappy, but he didn't know what to say, so he could only start to ridicule the evil dragon in front of Shueisha. Inshue sneered, what can a few thousand soldiers do to me? Although his strength has declined a lot now, he still has a backer. Jiang Cheng is his confidence. Compared to the Skeleton King who ignored him, his current master is really good to him. Even the legendary sword that was supposed to be given to him. Never mind, let's get over it. His current master is not only powerful, but also willing to entrust him with important tasks. This is definitely much better than his time with the Skeleton King. Purple evil, green evil, what are they? The color of their faces changed at the same time, and they were slightly shocked by Shueisha's calmness. However, they were not too scared because they had a new backer. Shueisha, long time no see. A black and gold skeleton wearing a black and gold cloak slowly walked out from behind Zisha and Qingsha. Yingshuegu's face changed, and he took a step back slightly. The Demon Lord? The fire in Inshue's eyes condensed slightly. He had thought that after he left, there would definitely be a new commander-in-chief to take over, and he had also thought that it would be the Demon Lord. But unexpectedly, it was really him. Could it be that my mind has also been enlightened? Shueisha, you've been doing pretty well lately. Did you capture this demon dragon specifically to present to me? The Demon Lord flicked his cloak, and immediately, two soldiers carried him onto the black gold throne. The Demon Lord sat on the black gold throne, looking at the blood demon quietly, thinking too much. Although Inshue was very afraid of the Demon Lord, he still had confidence in Jiang Cheng in his heart. What's more, he had already given up hope on the Skeleton King. Therefore, he scoffed at the words of the Demon Lord. What should we do, Marshal? Both Blood Crow and Black Demon were a little afraid, because not to mention the big boss, the Demon Lord, they couldn't handle even the troops around them. Commander, let the dragon cover our retreat. Inshue shook his head and said calmly, don't panic. There were so many soldiers, at least more than 7,000, almost filling up the entire perimeter of Zisha Castle. They really can't break through just by themselves. The dragon is useless. I can't break out. Blood Crow, Black Evil. Don't panic. I thought you were so calm because you had some good ideas, but in the end, you gave us a hard time saying you couldn't break through. Don't we fucking know that we can't break out? Shueisha, I have to admire your courage. You dare to storm a castle with just a few newly recruited subordinates. The Demon Lord sat on the black gold throne, supporting his lower jaw with his black gold bone arm, and glanced at the Blood Crow and the Beastmaster Golden Shield Knight. However, your subordinates have good cultivation and are all promising talents. How about this? I will give you a chance and bring your subordinates to surrender to me. As for the failure to capture Ginkgo Village, I will forgive you. I will allow you to serve as a deputy general under Qingsha and start from the beginning. How do you think? Qingsha also nodded. That's right, Shueisha. A man who knows the current situation is a hero. Today, you can't escape even if you have wings. You'd better admit defeat. I'm in need of a capable deputy general. Inshue glanced at Qing Sha coldly. Qing Sha, I treated you well in the past, promoting you from a small guard to a commander. Is this how you treat me now? After saying that, he glanced at Blood Crow and the Archer of Destruction again. Sure enough, the Archer misled me. Blood Crow. Stop talking nonsense, Blood Demon. Your only way out today is to kneel down and surrender, handing over the Demon Dragon and your men to the Lord. Otherwise, you will be torn to pieces. Qing Sha was a little excited, because once Shueisha became his deputy general, his status would be much higher than Zisha. You know, Shueisha was promoted to the commander-in-chief by relying on his military achievements. Among all the commanders, he is the best at deploying troops, and also the commander with the strongest personal strength. With Shueisha as a capable deputy general, why worry about not getting promoted? It seems like you guys are going to eat me today. The blood-red flames in Inshue's eyes condensed, and he looked at Jiang Cheng, who was watching all this coldly on the 30-meter-high city wall, and his heart suddenly calmed down. Do you think you still have a chance to escape today? Zisha and Qing Sha looked disdainful, not understanding what Commander Shueisha relied on to be so confident. I command 7,000 strong soldiers. Can I take down your new recruits? Do you think anyone will come to rescue you? Maybe he thought Bloodskull would come to save him. Bang, bang, bong, boom. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 roars came into the ears of Zisha and Qing Sha, followed by an explosion. Immediately afterwards, a large burst of blue flames exploded in front of them. 69-63. 69-63. 69-63. 44-81. 44-81. 44-81. Countless blue flames suddenly fell from the ground 30 meters away, and a large amount of damage arose among the purple evil army. Jiang Cheng's attack multiplier can now be stacked up to 5 times. Once Dark Shock's double damage is released, it will be 10 times. If the Dragon Slayer ring reaches a certain level and uses the power of Black Suspension, it will be multiplied by another 2.5 times, and the total multiplier can reach 12.5 times. Although due to the level, he can only use it for viewing now, without any attribute bonus. But the explosion of the Hellfire Wall still dealt 6,963 damage. The firewall on the ground has the effect of ignoring 30 of spell defense, and the damage of the firewall suddenly reaches 4,481. In addition to this encirclement and suppression of Shueisha, Zisha and his men gathered all their forces together. In an instant, the 117 purple evil army soldiers crowded together within 30 meters were killed instantly. Immediately afterwards, the panicked purple evil army retreated to the left and right, trying to escape the murderous flames. However, there were too many purple evil army soldiers, and when they squeezed together, chaos immediately occurred. Many unlucky purple evil army soldiers were squeezed into the wall of fire and turned into ashes on the spot. This scene once again shocked all the purple evil army. Go! This flame can kill people. Run! The army is even more chaotic. Bang! 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 Boom! Jiang Cheng laid out round after round of Hellfire Walls, and the entire Zisha castle suddenly exploded. Countless purple evil soldiers were frightened and ran around, and were instantly killed by the Hellfire Wall. What kind of fire is this? Zisha and Qing Sha's faces turned pale. They wanted to stabilize the army, but they were scared themselves and had already started to retreat. Shueisha, Shueya, and the others were overjoyed when they saw this chaotic scene, because the flames that were deadly to the purple evil army did not cause any harm to them at all. Inshue stepped on the Hellfire Wall, drew out the Mercury Sword, and killed a purple evil archer with one sword. He shouted to Qing Sha, who was about to flee. I forgot to tell you, I also have a backer.